Family, who understands this? The moment I opened my eyes after meditating, I found a room filled with shadowy figures kneeling before might was exhilarating. I had traversed into the world of Naruto, becoming a member of the Nara clan's collateral line, specifically from the era with the highest mortality rate prior to the Third Great Ninja War. Initially, I feared my fate was sealed, but to my astonishment, a twist of fortune awaited me, along with 8 masks yet to be unlocked. Here we go. Let me tell you, I was utterly stunned. Just a second ago, I was sitting on my bed, bracing myself for yet another exhausting session. And then, in the blink of an eye, I opened my eyes to a sight that left me speechless. My humble abode was swarming with a dozen individuals, crouched on the floor, on the desk, and on the bed, clad in black robes. Only their blood-red eyes were visible, emanating an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." My mind went blank as I processed the familiar appearance and the iconic color scheme. Goodness, isn't this the Shadow Army? Heaven above, did the production team make a mistake? How did characters from Jackie Chan Adventures end up on a Naruto film set? Just as my jaw nearly hit the ground, those shadowy figures instantaneously teleported in unison right before me, kneeling on one knee in perfect alignment. Family, can you comprehend the moment? Shock, confusion, yet a forbidden thrill. One thought echoed in my mind. I'm the chosen one of the Shadow King. All right, enough about how I acquired this position. Let me recount the unfortunate circumstances of my transmigration. I, Nara Ryuuma, was also quite the handsome fellow in my past life, with few interests, primarily immersed in the Naruto mobile game. However, one fateful night, in pursuit of a legendary character, I pushed myself to the brink, only to succumb to a sudden blackout, and thus, I perished. Upon awakening, I found myself reborn as an infant in the Naruto universe, a member of the Nara clan. Gazing at my pineapple-haired father, a chill ran down my spine. While most transmigrators either become a prince, a prominent figure, or at least a remarkable ninja, I found myself as a mere collateral branch of the Nara clan. My only connection to the illustrious Shikamaru, the future strategist of Konoha, was a distant familial bond. At that moment, despair washed over me. This is the world of Naruto. In later stages, even elite ninjas were as expendable as flies. And here I was, a faceless character from a collateral line without any background or protagonist. How was I to survive until the end? I could easily fall victim to a rogue-tailed beast bomb while strolling down the street. Just as I was consumed by anxiety, I glanced up to see a white-haired figure seated in the front row of the classroom, wearing a mask, exuding an undeniable aura of coolness. Goodness, isn't that the future 6th Hokage, Kakashi? Beside him sat another, chewing on a pen nonchalantly, embodying the essence of a delinquent none other than a Suma. My heart plummeted. The presence of these two prominent figures indicated one thing. This was indeed the era before the Third Great Ninja War. The so-called Platinum Generation of Konoha, which sounds impressive, was merely a euphemism for the cohort with the highest mortality rate. They were soon to be sent to the battlefield as mere fodder. I harbored grave suspicions that the original owner of this body was merely a nameless extra destined to perish during the Third War. Was I destined to visit the memorial stone to have my name inscribed so soon after my arrival? And let's not even mention the individual sitting next to Miyabito Uchiha, who incessantly proclaimed his desire to become Hokage, only to be swindled by a charlatan, leaving nothing but a hollow shell of his former self. As I was lost in my thoughts, a sweet voice brought me back to reality. Classmate Nara Ryuuma, it's your turn to introduce yourself. I looked up to see a petite girl resembling a porcelain doll. Wasn't that Shizen? She was even more adorable than in the anime. I must have been grinning rather foolishly, as it made little Shizen retreat slightly in surprise. Quickly, I composed myself and approached the podium, steeling my nerves to speak. My name is Nara Ryuuma. I enjoy grilled meat and detest trouble. As for my dream, I pondered for a moment, then declared earnestly to live forever. The class erupted in laughter, and even Kakashi cast a couple of curious glances my way. Teacher Ita Makoto wore an awkward expression, reminding us that every person is destined to die and should confront death head-on. As I gazed at the group of naive children, I couldn't help but roll my eyes inwardly. You have no idea of my pain. In our first lesson, we discussed the Will of Fire. I opened the book titled The Will of Fire, and to my astonishment, it was filled with nothing but 2 words: pyramid scheme. This was undoubtedly the strongest illusion in the world of ninjas. Those who believed would soon find themselves shielding the protagonist from harm. I had no intention of becoming some expendable pawn. I merely desired a life of tranquility. I must grow stronger. Upon returning home from school, I pushed open the creaking door. This house was a remnant of my parents, who had perished 3 years ago on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. during the mission that earned Jiraiya and the others the title of 3 legendary ninjas. I relied on the clan's relief funds to survive each month. I locked the door behind me and entered the inner room. This was where the true intrigue lay. I harbored a secret. When practicing the Nara family shadow techniques, I could visualize a peculiar scene in my mind: 9 uniquely shaped samurai masks encircling a larger red demonic mask. I had cautiously inquired about this with Uncle Kiku, but he was completely oblivious. Thus, I was left to ponder this mystery alone. I discovered that the more I fed these masks with my mental energy and chakra, the greater the consumption became, yet my training speed also accelerated. On the night before school commenced, I sensed that the outermost mask was on the verge of being sated. I settled into a cross-legged position, bracing myself for another draining experience, and focused intently. With a resonant hum, this time there was no resistance, it flowed effortlessly. My heart swelled with relief. At last, I filled you up. I felt the mask solidify slightly as it met my gaze, and then there was nothing more. Chakra and mental energy continued to pour in, and aside from growing increasingly fatigued, I felt nothing unusual. What? Is that it? I thought, ready to curse in frustration. Had I truly labored for nothing? Reluctantly, I opened my eyes, having been completely drained, and there unfolded the initial Senia legion of shadow soldiers kneeling before me. Indeed, the heavens favored me. Wasn't this the fabled boon of a transmigrator, and an exceptionally powerful one at that? I conducted a brief test, and the ninjas under my command responded to my instructions with unwavering obedience, even engaging in combat amongst themselves without hesitation. Their prowess is akin to that of seasoned lower-ranking ninjas, exceptionally skilled in close-quarters combat, albeit lacking in ninjutsu and illusion techniques. Nevertheless, this is more than sufficient. At present, I find myself rather inept, yet here I am, commanding a cadre of veteran lower ninjas who heed my every command. What more could I possibly desire? Moreover, this is merely the first mask. There are still 8 more to come: Claw Shadow, Scythe Shadow, along with the 9 illustrious generals and the ultimate boss, Terra. As I gazed at the remaining masks in my mind, I could hardly contain my drool. These are not mere masks, they're my very lifeblood. From that day onward, my motivation for training surged to unprecedented heights. While others indulged in slumber, I immersed myself in my cultivation. While they dined, I continued my ascetic practices. The drive to excel consumed me entirely. However, the consequence of my fervor led to my tardiness the following day. With 2 prominent dark circles under my eyes, I stood at the classroom entrance, and the expression on our teacher, Ita Makoto's, face turned a shade of green. He struggled to suppress his anger as he inquired about my lateness. I quickly devised a response, saying, "Report, teacher." I assisted an elderly lady across the street, which caused a delay. Mr. Ita's eyes nearly rolled skyward, his incredulity palpable at such a flimsy excuse. Just as he prepared to embark on a friendly lecture, another figure burst through the door with a loud bang, none other than Uchiha Obito, the rebellious scion of the Uchiha clan, sporting protective goggles. "Obito, what brings you here late today?" Mr. Ita's forehead seemed to throb with rising frustration. Obito sheepishly scratched his head. "Ah well, I encountered an elderly lady on the way to a tea that moment. I could no longer contain my mirth, and a guilty whistle escaped my lips. My comrades, we hadn't even altered our excuses. Our synchronicity was remarkable." Mr. Ita's blood pressure surged, and it felt as if he might explode at any moment. Following a round of friendly admonishment from our teacher, Obito and I finally returned to our seats. Thus, 2 new genius stars began to rise within the Konoha Ninja Academy, with Obito and I becoming infamous for our lackluster performance. Yet, I remained unperturbed, even amused. Among the 3 infamous underachievers of Konoha, Obito, Guy, and Naruto ascended to celestial heights. Another nearly kicked the sage to death, and the last outright toppled the sage. The significance of this is more substantial than pure gold, affirming that I was indeed on the right path. Consequently, I began to unabashedly rest my head on my desk during class, covertly cultivating while appearing to sleep. This predicament greatly troubled my desk mate, Shizen. Observing me sporting panda eyes and slumped at my desk day after day, resembling a national treasure, she could no longer contain her concern. One day, she stealthily approached and gently prodded me with her finger, asking, "Ryuji, are you alright?" Lost in the ecstasy of my exertion, I remained oblivious to her inquiry. This startled Shizen, and she likely feared I had perished at my desk, trembling as she reached out to check my pulse. Just as her hand neared, another hand rested upon her shoulder. "Ah!" Shizen gasped, leaping from her seat in fright. Upon glancing back, I saw the bewildered Hongdo, clutching a skewer of dumplings, exclaiming, "I merely wanted to greet you. What are you up to? You are acting rather suspiciously." Jing-yin, regaining her composure, leaned in close to Hongdo's ear and whispered, "It seems that Long Jian has passed away." Hongdo was initially taken aback, then erupted into uproarious laughter. "Huh? Jing-yin, you are simply adorable. Wasn't his dream to live forever? How could he possibly die from merely taking a nap?" I found myself unable to focus on my training, my dark circles apparent as I lifted my head, exuding exasperation. "Ladies, it is rather impolite to disturb someone during their training." With that, I snatched a skewer of dumplings from Hongdo's grasp, declaring, "This shall serve as compensation for my mental anguish." Hongdo, unfazed, inquired with curiosity, "Why do you always appear so lethargic? Is sleeping part of the Nara family's secret techniques?" As I savored the dumplings, I replied with pride, "Ah, you see, true geniuses cultivate their skills using the time others spend in slumber." Hongdo laughed even heartier. "Indeed, indeed, you truly are. Genius indeed. Now I'm on par with Uchiha Obito." "Wait, what did you say?" I was taken aback. "Does that mean I am at the bottom of the class?" Before I could even revel in the thought, Jean quietly reminded me, "By the way, Long Jian, there will be a practical assessment tomorrow. It will be best if you refrain from training tonight, as it may affect your performance." "Huh? An assessment tomorrow?" I was utterly bewildered. I had been so focused on training that I hardly attended any classes. Hongdo interjected with fervor, "Yes, oh great genius, please do not be late again tomorrow. Teacher Idu has already caught you arriving late 18 times this month and has reprimanded you 21 times. If you are late again, you might genuinely lose it." Hearing those statistics made me feel a bit guilty, but there are still several days I haven't been reprimanded. Hongdo rolled her eyes, wearing an expression that screamed, "Are you an idiot?" "But genius brother, I mean there's still a week left in this month." I was left speechless. Fine. I admit my math skills are lacking. However, the thought of this practical assessment sparked an incredible idea in my mind. The next day, astonishingly, I arrived on time, even helping an elderly lady cross the street, earning myself some good karma, feeling as though I had transcended to a higher state. I even hummed a little tune along the way, something rebellious like "I'm going to blow up the school, the teacher can't escape," embodying the spirit of a carefree child. And guess what? When Teacher Itu saw that both I and Obito, the notorious latecomers, had arrived punctually, he was so thrilled he nearly thought he would be awarded Teacher of the Year. Gazing at the eager students before him, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. However, when he turned to see me standing there with a dazed expression, as if questioning my existence in this world, the spark of his educational passion extinguished in an instant. The poor man, his CPU was almost overheating, calculating rapidly in his mind. I must teach this boy a lesson. He must understand the harsh realities of society. He must realize that relying solely on family background leads to no future. Then, before the entire class, he cleared his throat and announced with a booming voice, "First match, Nara Longjian versus Feiju Qingting." I tell you, the moment those words escaped his lips, the crowd erupted into chaos. Everyone looked at me as if I were a hapless soul about to be taken away. One was the infamous slacker of the school, either sleeping or daydreaming in class. The other was the renowned commoner warrior, the king of diligence. The outcome was obvious. Teacher Ida looked at me, his eyes sparkling with mischief, as if he were saying, "Come on, Longjian, let the storm rage on." Hongdo and Jean were beside themselves with worry, urging me not to push through if I couldn't win. I gave them a carefree glance, assuring them that I would be back shortly. I sauntered to the center of the arena, eyeing the bandaged figure opposite me. "So, Feiju Qingting, huh?" Curiously, I asked him, "Aren't you hot?" To which he replied, "Only the strong are worthy of asking questions, and you will never know the answer." Goodness, what a hefty dose of adolescent bravado. It nearly knocked the breath out of me. Did he think he was some divine being at 17? I chuckled, flashing my pearly whites. What a coincidence. I specialize in dealing with overconfident boys like you. As the teacher called for the match to begin, the bandaged fellow lunged at me like a cannonball, landing a punch squarely on my face. I felt like a kite with a severed string, careening off into the distance. I had been so engrossed in outsmarting my masked opponent that I neglected my physical training. Just when everyone thought I was down for the count, I rubbed my face and wobbled back to my feet. The guy across from me was still boasting. "This blow will keep you down for good." He struck a pose, gathering his strength, but then realized he could no longer move. I, sporting a black eye, flashed him a peace sign. Miraculously, he mirrored my gesture. My shadow mimicry technique had successfully debuted. The entire arena fell silent in astonishment. Just moments ago, the arrogant Feiju Qingting was now a puppet under my control. Teacher Itu stood there, dumbfounded, likely already drafting an extensive tactical analysis in his mind, discussing strategies like luring the enemy and turning the tables. In reality, I merely wanted to test if this technique worked. Yet, the problem was that merely controlling him wasn't enough. My slight frame couldn't overpower him. Just as it seemed I would be forced to dance with him until dusk, I lazily called out, "Hey, someone step forward and give him a cut." The moment the words left my mouth, a shadow emerged from beneath his feet, revealing a ghostly figure with a greenish hue and glowing red eyes, wielding a large blade, which it promptly placed against his neck. The arena was utterly silent. A pin drop could be heard. Feiju Qingting turned pale with fright, while Teacher Itu dashed over in a flash, but alas, he was a moment too late. The blade halted a mere millimeter from the tip of his nose. Teacher Itu grasped the ghost's hand, feeling its icy grip. He understood that it wasn't him who intervened, but rather the entity had chosen to stop. I grinned and dispelled the technique, turning to the teacher and asking, "Sensei, does this mean I win?" Teacher Itu's mouth hung open, capable of holding an egg, stammering out, "Is this a bloodline limit?" At that moment, a ripple of excitement surged through the school, as everyone learned that the Nara clan had produced a prodigy. Teacher Itu, disregarding the assessment entirely, announced the class dismissed and darted off towards the Hokage building, presumably to report my feat, I tell you. The third Hokage must have been equally astonished. While buried in paperwork, a member of the Umbu appeared out of nowhere, sharing the news of my exploits. The old man nearly dropped his pipe in disbelief. You see, the Nara clan has always been a staunch supporter of the Hokage, and now, with the emergence of someone like me, an SSR, it was akin to a pie falling from the sky. It meant a significant boost to his own faction's strength. Thus, after some contemplation, he concluded, "This is a good thing." He waved his hand. "Bring that boy and his clan leader to me." Just as I stepped off the arena, the third's foolish son, Asuma, approached me like an eager puppy, exclaiming, Well, well, you've been hiding your light under a bushel. Come, let us spar." He was feeling envious since Kakashi had graduated early and was constantly seeking validation to prove himself worthy of graduation as well. My dear friends, this was truly a dramatic saga awaiting my father's acknowledgement. I decided it was time to give this naive boy a lesson in the harsh realities of life. I flashed him a mischievous grin, just striking ISNT that interesting. "Let us add some stakes." "What do you propose?" Asuma asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "If I win, and you don't land a single hit on me, you must call me Big Brother and serve as my little brother. If you manage to hit me just once, I'll accept my defeat and become your little brother. Do you dare?" Upon hearing this, Asuma's eyes sparkled. Was this not an opportunity to gain a little brother for free? He readily agreed, "Deal, but don't you dare regret it." The onlookers around us were left slack-jawed. Wow, this young man was audacious. We distanced ourselves, and Asuma adopted a combat stance with dual blades, looking rather professional. He believed that as long as he could defend against my shadow mimicry technique, he would be secure. I stood still, slowly summoning a ghostly figure from my shadow. Asuma chuckled, thinking, "Is that all?" He believed he had seen through my strategy. However, I stroked my chin, clapped my hands, and extended a finger. Suddenly, 3 more figures emerged. 1 against 4, a ninja squad was ready. 4 ghostly figures, with 8 crimson eyes, stared him down in unison. The smile on Asuma's face froze instantly. Yet, he wasn't ready to give up. He began to maneuver around me, throwing shurikens without restraint, searching for a weakness. I casually waved my hand towards my 4 shadow masters. The ghostly soldiers received the king's command and instantly scattered, launching themselves forward. They swiftly surrounded Old Ma, leaving him no room for escape. Let me tell you, when Old Ma saw that my ghostly soldiers could actually emerge from the confines of my shadow, the resolute expression on his weathered face crumbled in an instant. He lost his composure right there, dodging and yelling at me. "Longjian, you scoundrel, where's your sense of martial ethics?" As for me, I leisurely scratched my ear, pretending to be oblivious. "What? The wind is too loud. I can't hear you, Old Ma. Surely, you're not the kind of person who would go back on your word. Longjian, you rascal." He continued to bellow. And what was the outcome? In just 2.5 minutes, this poor fellow was captured by my ghostly soldiers. For those who understand, watching him being held by 2 ghostly soldiers, 1 on each side, was quite the spectacle, an amusing sight indeed. I approached him, patting his shoulder with a tone of mock seriousness. "Oh dear, Old Ma, or rather, I should call you Young Ma now. You still need practice. Come on, call me big brother and let me hear it. At that moment, I felt as though Kakashi's spirit had possessed me. Old Ma's expression was a vivid reminder of the fear of being controlled. Just as I was enjoying myself, suddenly a man who bore a slight resemblance to me, dressed in the attire of the Konoha ninjas, with a black fishnet shirt underneath and sporting the signature pineapple hairstyle of the Nara clan, appeared beside me as if in a flash. I looked over and realized it was my cheap uncle, Nara Shikaku. I quickly set aside my plaything, Old Ma, and greeted him. Uncle Shikaku, you've arrived. Shikaku nodded. His face serious and succinctly stated, come with me. The Hokage summons you. It seemed my Kekki Jinkai could no longer be kept a secret. We swiftly made our way to the Hokage building, leaving Old Ma standing there, his CPU nearly overheating. I could almost guess what he was thinking. Longjian calls Shikaku uncle, and since Shikaku and I are of the same generation, does that make me Longjian's uncle? Yet here I am, in the position of his subordinate. Everything is out of order. Let his astute mind grapple with this conundrum. On the way, my cheap uncle wore a stern expression, as if someone owed him millions. I understood perfectly. He was undoubtedly worried about how the Hokage would handle my situation. I certainly couldn't just walk up to the third Hokage and say, hi, I'm from another world. This ability is a cheat, not a Kekki Jinkai. I could only imagine that the next moment I would find myself on Orochimaru's operating table, sliced into 100 pieces without a moment's hesitation. Therefore, I had long devised a plan. Since I was to expose myself, I had to be thoroughly prepared. Today, my persona was that of the ultimate spokesperson for the will of fire. I suspected Uncle Shikaku was also worried I might slip up, so he specifically reminded me, Longjian, when the Hokage asks questions, just say what you know. Anything you're unsure of, I will answer. I glanced at him and obediently nodded. I must say, this uncle is truly commendable, always looking out for me whether in training or daily care. That blood bond is undeniably strong. He knew that Konoha was a deep and murky pool, filled with old-timers whose hearts were not pure, especially that schemer, Danzo, who might be concocting something sinister to use me as a mere pawn. Thus, today I must act in such a way that the third Hokage believes I am his long-lost grandson, prompting him to engage in a familiar tale of I and the Hokage with Danzo. Upon entering the Hokage's office, we found the third Hokage engrossed in paperwork, puffing on his large tobacco pipe. We both bowed, and he cheerfully spoke, Shikaku, and this must be young Longjian. I quickly responded, greetings, Hokage-sama. Don't be nervous, young Longjian, he said casually. I called you here to understand your situation. Can you tell me when you first discovered your unique ability? The moment had arrived. I feigned deep thought, and adopting an innocent tone, replied, well, Hokage-sama, I felt something was different from the very beginning of my training with the family secret techniques. It wasn't until a few days ago when I mastered the shadow imitation technique that I realized I could shape my shadow into human forms to assist me in battle, which I call ghostly soldiers. However, the more I create, the greater the consumption and the shorter the duration of persistence. My words painted a picture of sincerity, revealing even my weaknesses, resembling a child who had encountered a dilemma and sought guidance from an elder. The third Hokage listened intently, falling into contemplation. He then inquired, had you ever felt unwell or different in your body before? I appeared to ponder diligently before responding. If there was a difference, it would have been after my parents passed away. I fell gravely ill, and since then, I always feel something is amiss with my body. The third Hokage nodded, as if analyzing how the trauma of losing my parents had triggered my Kekki Jinkai. He proceeded to ask a few more innocuous questions, and suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixing intently on me. Longjian, what are your thoughts on your parents' passing? The pivotal moment had arrived. I must say, even the Oscars owe me a little golden statue. I choked up instantly, tears welling up. My father and mother were both exceptional ninjas of the village. They were truly remarkable. They fought for the village until the very end. I believe their sacrifice was not in vain. It will inspire more young people to become the pillars of Konoha's future. Hearing my heartfelt revelation, the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, taking a slow drag from his pipe before saying, what a good child. Sensing the moment was ripe, he continued, so, young Longjian, what do you believe the will of fire represents for the village? I gathered my emotions, filled with the youthful aspirations and excitement, and boldly declared, Hokage-sama, I believe that wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall continue to burn bright. The shadow of fire will illuminate the village, and new leaves will always sprout. This is my vision of the will of fire. Goodness, the third Hokage was utterly stunned. It was as if he beheld a new star, enveloped in the will of fire, illuminating his aged face. The way he looked at me was akin to gazing at the future fifth Hokage. I had secured my position. As we exited the Hokage building, Uncle Shikaku and I exchanged glances, and two words sprang to our minds simultaneously. Nailed it. Shikaku further assisted by explaining to the third Hokage that our Nara clan-esque techniques, when developed to their peak, could theoretically achieve similar effects. But I was an extraordinary genius among many. That settled it. The third Hokage readily stamped his approval. This is undeniably a AwakensJackie. As for why my ghostly soldiers could roam freely without being restricted by range, well, if that couldn't be achieved, what kind of AwakensJackie would it be? I knew that once I left, that old Coot Danzo would undoubtedly go to the third Hokage to spin a tale about how I bled for the village. If he couldn't showcase my genius, that was his problem. Regardless, the village had acknowledged my identity as a AwakensJackie ninja. Upon returning home, Uncle Shikaku inquired again, and upon learning that my ability currently had no side effects aside from high consumption, tears of envy nearly spilled from his eyes. He was filled with jealousy. Yet, he warned me earnestly, Longjian, your ability makes you a living target on the battlefield. Enemies will stop at nothing to study you, ambush you, or even eliminate you. They will never allow a genius from another village to thrive. I nodded repeatedly, understanding his genuine concern for my well-being. After all, the third great ninja war was about to commence, and he had already caught the scent of impending turmoil. Thus, he looked at me with utmost seriousness, declaring, starting tomorrow, you will undergo comprehensive training unique to our Nara family. The next day after school, I rushed home only to find that the one conducting my special training was not him, but a senior named Nara Sato, a genuine elite jonin. Uncle Suzaku even knew my parents and expressed nostalgia upon meeting me. Without any further ado, he got straight to the point. Bring your ninja tools and wait for me at the training ground. Let me see what level you have achieved. My friends, I was bloodily battered. Truly, not a single drop was spared. I laid bare all my abilities, and although the ghostly shadow soldiers initially caused some minor trouble for my opponent due to the element of surprise, it took no time for him to analyze the situation thoroughly, and then it was one swift strike after another. Had I not been clever enough to use the ghostly shadows as human shields, I would have surely lost my kidneys to a single kick. After the skirmish, I collapsed on the ground, panting like a dog. Uncle Juke remarked nonchalantly, the bloodline limit is impressive. It can take down a Chunin by surprise. However, your personal combat capabilities are lacking, your battle awareness is mediocre, your stamina is abysmal, and your mastery of techniques is merely average. Once your opponent gathers information about you, you barely stand at the level of a Chunin. I felt as if I was about to spew blood. Goodness, are the Nara clan members all this sharp-tongued? Is it a family trait? Time flew by, and more than a year had passed. During this time, I underwent rigorous training under Uncle Juke, significantly enhancing my strength. Now, I could easily handle Old Ma without resorting to my high-level techniques, and he now addresses me with utmost respect, calling me Big Brother, lest he face my wrath. Yet, I still struggled with shogi, performing terribly each time against Uncle Juke. One day, Uncle Juke announced he would lead a team on a mission outside the village. Before departing, he advised me, Longjian, always remember to think before you act. A powerful mind is the essence of survival. I felt a deep sense of gratitude. For over a year, he had imparted his wisdom generously. After he left, I ventured alone to a small grove on the village's outskirts, summoning 10 ghostly shadow soldiers to engage in combat, focusing on ambidextrous training to sharpen my battle awareness. Just as I was getting into the groove, I suddenly shivered, sensing I was being watched by a predatory beast. Instinctively, I hurled a shuriken in a certain direction, only to hear it clink as it was deflected. A voice, rich with magnetism and intrigue, resonated. Ah, an interesting little ghost. Have you already noticed me? The voice continued. Young man, your abilities are quite fascinating. Might you demonstrate them for me? As I looked up, I was taken aback by a figure clad in dark purple, adorned with azure Magatama earrings, a pale face marked by curiosity, and golden snake-like eyes. Could this be the legendary Sannin, Konoha's renowned scientist, Orochimaru? My hair stood on end. Of all the individuals I feared in Konoha, Orochimaru undoubtedly ranked at the top. This man is an ultimate research fanatic. To him, my unconventional abilities would be the perfect experimental subject. If he took an interest in me, I would soon find myself strapped to an operating table for dissection. Internally panicking, I feigned calmness and asked, "Who are you?" Orochimaru licked his lips, completely ignoring my question. Amused, I didn't expect to stumble upon such an intriguing matter during a casual stroll. "By your attire, you must belong to the Nara clan. What is your name?" Summoning my courage, I replied, "I am Nara Longjian. Are you also a ninja of Konoha, senior?" He pondered for a moment before abruptly asking, "What relation do you have to Nara Sarayu and Nara Yoshimi? They are my father and mother. Do you know them?" I hastily responded. Orochimaru's gaze softened slightly as he mentioned having fought alongside my parents on the same battlefield. I thought to myself, this connection is not a good sign. Sure enough, his next words were, "Longjin-kun, your abilities are quite unique. May I see them in action?" I was terrified. Hastily, I used my family as a shield, saying, "I apologize, senior, but my elders have advised me against using such abilities casually in public." This, however, only fueled his curiosity further. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips, sinisterly stating, "It seems Longjin-kun does not wish for me to experience the allure of your techniques. Then I shall have to take matters into my own hands." "Oh no, he's coming for me." As I hastily assumed a defensive stance, I shouted, "Help! Is anyone there? There's a creepy uncle trying to abduct me." Orochimaru's excitement only grew as he replied, "No need to call out, Longjin-kun. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to interrupt us." Raw throat. Raw throat. His words left me utterly bewildered. With a resigned shake of his head, Orochimaru vanished from sight. In the next instant, Heath appeared beside me, delivering a powerful kick. Reacting swiftly, I raised my hand to block the attack, and, using the force of the impact, fled in another direction, launching several shuriken in the process. After all, my year of rigorous training was not in vain. Orochimaru appeared momentarily surprised, but then serpents shot from his sleeves. Lunging at me, I quickly utilized the shadow imitation technique, extending shadows toward his feet. Although I knew I couldn't control him, I aimed to create a momentary delay. Orochimaru's movements indeed slowed for just an instant, and at that moment, several ghostly soldiers appeared before me, swiftly severing the serpents. Simultaneously, hands emerged from the shadows below him, gripping his ankles, while others positioned themselves behind him, striking without hesitation. Orochimaru was cleaved into several pieces, collapsing into the earth. A substitution technique? I remained vigilant, aware that I was under the full weight of Orochimaru's formidable presence. It felt as though any sudden movement on my part would lead him to send me directly to meet the Sage of Six Paths. The next moment, I heard applause emanating from the nearby woods. To my astonishment, Orochimaru emerged, resembling a perverse collector who had just discovered a rare figurine. His eyes radiated a sense of possession, akin to that of a fan gazing at their beloved character. He began to philosophize about how life gains meaning through discovery, just as he had discovered me. Goodness, was he about to ask if I wished to become his son? The ghostly soldiers surrounding me immediately bristled, taking defensive stances. Yet, Orochimaru merely smiled wickedly, expressing his desire to witness my abilities. In an instant, he vanished. His speed was even more astonishing than before, a mere flash. And his handsome face was mere inches from mine. I felt my scalp tingle with fear. Without a moment's thought, I unleashed my shadow imitation technique to its fullest extent. A pure black shadow realm enveloped me, a technique of my own design known as the shadow domain, allowing my soldiers to teleport at will. Faced with such pressure, I had no choice but to unleash my ultimate technique. Several ghostly soldiers emerged from the shadows, positioning themselves between us. However, with a swift gesture, Orochimaru chanted a technique, serpent's shadow manipulation, and a torrent of serpents erupted from his sleeves, swiftly overwhelming my soldiers. In an instant, several snakes lunged at me with mouths wide open. I quickly formed hand seals, shouting, "Secret technique, shadow stitch." The shadows beneath me transformed into countless black needles, impaling the serpents mid-air. Yet, these creatures possessed remarkable vitality, writhing even as they were pinned. Newly summoned soldiers rushed in to deliver the final blows, severing the snakes' heads. As I looked up, I realized with horror that Orochimaru had vanished again. A moment later, his infuriatingly magnetic voice echoed from behind me. "I've caught you now, Longjin-kun. Wind release. Great breakthrough." I had no chance to react, as an immense force of wind sent me flying. My body was riddled with cuts, and I felt as if I were being flayed alive. The unfortunate soldiers I had summoned to shield me were obliterated before they could even reveal themselves. I slammed against a large tree, dazed and disoriented. Before I could regain my senses, the ground beneath me suddenly gave way. In the next moment, a massive python, as thick as a truck, erupted from the earth, its gaping maw swallowing me whole. Everything went dark. However, I can sense that Orochimaru is lurking outside, watching me intently. He has no intention of killing me. Rather, he seeks to push me to my limits, to witness the extent of my potential. I assure you, at the very moment I was engulfed, an overwhelming surge of energy, far beyond my usual capabilities, erupted from within me, only to vanish almost instantaneously. Along with it, the life signs of that massive serpent dissipated. It is becoming increasingly intriguing. I seem to hear Orochimaru whispering outside. In the next moment, the shadow realm beneath me abruptly expanded, and several new shadow soldiers sporting bat-like wings tore through the serpent's jaws, carrying my exhausted form away. When I looked down, I saw the serpent's head shattered, blood pooling everywhere. Orochimaru gazed at me, lifted by his subordinates, with an intensity of scientific fervor in his eyes that felt almost overwhelming. He muttered, "Such an unprecedented bloodline limit, so creative." Just then, several teams from Konoha's Umbu and the Uchiha clan's guard finally arrived. They surveyed the chaos around them, glanced at me floating above, and then at Orochimaru, who stood casually aside, leaving everyone with a large question mark hovering above their heads. What on earth is happening? One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, is here with a mere child in this demolition scene. The leader of the Umbu, steeling himself, approached. "Lord Orochimaru." We sensed fluctuations of battle. Orochimaru calmly interrupted him. "Oh, it's nothing. This child was testing a few new techniques, and I'm simply helping him gauge their power." "Right, Ryuji-kun?" I floated in the air, gazing at his cheerful expression, and could I dare to disagree? I quickly nodded, yes. Lord Orochimaru is helping me test new techniques. Internally, I was seething with fury, my teeth gritting in frustration. However, the situation was beyond my control. Falling behind meant suffering the consequences. The Umbu and Uchiha guards, upon hearing this, looked at me with astonished and envious eyes. Goodness, to be valued by one of the Sannin at such a young age. This child is a genius. They exchanged pleasantries and quickly made their exit. Soon, only Orochimaru and I remained. I was still floating in the air, reluctant to descend in fear. Orochimaru looked up at me, presenting a smile he deemed friendly. "Ryuji-kun, I am a disciple of the third Hokage, and I will not harm you. Moreover, I have fought alongside your parents. I merely wished to observe your potential. And it is evident you are exceptionally gifted. I am quite interested in you. Would you consider following me?" Upon hearing this, I realized he was extending an invitation to join his ranks. This was indeed an ultimate opportunity, yet was fraught with danger. I found myself in a quandary, stalling. Lord Orochimaru, may I think it over? I need to discuss this with my elders." Orochimaru, unfazed, nodded. "Of course, I had forgotten you belong to the Nara clan." He turned to leave, but after a few steps, he looked back, initiating the ultimate temptation. "If you wish to further develop your bloodline limit, come find me. In exchange, you would simply need to assist me with some research regarding your body. Rest assured, I will not harm you, as your physique fascinates me. Perhaps I am in need of a disciple like you." With that, he vanished. Only then did I dare to let my subordinates set me down. My legs felt weak. What a terrifying man. Yet, did he just say he wanted to take me on as his disciple? No. I must return home to recuperate. I felt utterly drained. Upon returning home, I discovered that while my injuries looked severe, they were merely superficial. Uncle Snake had been precise in his strikes, but that last surge had completely drained my chakra. Nevertheless, the ordeal was worth it. Not only did it compel me to unlock the Winged Night Bat's shadow technique, but more importantly, at the moment of being devoured, I felt as though that barrier I had been unable to breach was finally shattered by Uncle Snake's might. I settled into a cross-legged position, focused my mind, and once more called forth the power within me. A dark-robed figure began to materialize in the air before me. With dark green hair, pink skin, 2 golden horns atop its head, a mouth full of fangs, and a physique radiating overwhelming strength. It also bore a katana at its waist. As the silhouette became fully defined, I was almost overcome with joy. I realized that the one who had just saved me from the serpent was none other than General Ijia. The leader of the ninja clan had finally been summoned. Upon appearing, Ijia immediately knelt before me. "Ijia, paying homage to my king. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and embrace Orochimaru. My father, how long had this bottleneck stifled me, only for it to be shattered by you? This is no mere generaligia. This is my tear-filled future. With him, I could at least contend with the Jounin. If I cannot win, my newly unlocked Nightbat Shadow could still carry me to safety. Upon reflection, I recognized a serious truth. The training of the Nara clan had only allowed me to master existing abilities. However, when it comes to developing new skills, no one in the ninja world is more adept than Orochimaru. After all, he is a scientist. Moreover, he genuinely seemed interested in taking me as a disciple. Truth be told, Orochimaru excels at teaching, tailoring his methods to each student, and he is exceptionally kind to his disciples. Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Sasuke, who among them did not soar to greatness after training under him? I pondered thoughtfully. If I were to become his disciple, I could even serve as his most intriguing research subject. Studying myself, would that not render me invincible? When I discussed this with my uncle Nara Shikaku, he fell silent for a long while before stating, "That individual is quite dangerous, but you would indeed learn much by following him. The decision is yours." All right, I understand. I made my way directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. To my surprise, his lair was located right next to the forest where I usually trained. The laboratory was anything but sinister. Rather, it resembled a hospital, bright and pristine. Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, was intently examining a test tube, exuding an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Entirely devoid of the appearance of a madman from the ninja world. Once he had finished his task, I cautiously spoke up. "Lord Orochimaru, I seek your assistance and am willing to aid in your research. I wish to become your disciple." He seemed not at all surprised and merely inquired in his raspy voice, "Why do you wish to gain power?" I pondered for a moment, gazing directly into his eyes, because I want to live. Only by being sufficiently strong can one survive. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he softly replied, "Living itself holds no meaning. However, surviving may lead to the discovery of something interesting, just as I have found you." As he spoke, he handed me a vial of reagent. "Drink this, then lie on the examination table." I stared at the test tube in my hand, steeled myself, and downed its contents in one go, then lay flat on the examination table. I watched as Orochimaru donned gloves and approached me with a collection of cold instruments I could not comprehend. A sudden wave of fear washed over me. The oppressive aura of these tools was no less daunting than his presence. The next moment, the quiet laboratory was filled with my anguished cries. "Ah, Uncle Snake, not there." Then I heard his raspy voice respond, "You shall call me master from now on, Ryuuma." A month later, the data is all normal. Your physical structure is not significantly different from that of ordinary individuals. If I had to say, your growth hormones are considerably higher than those of your peers. Orochimaru no. Master Orochimaru was completely engrossed in examining my body report. I crouched in the corner like a forlorn maiden, timidly reminding him, "Master, you said yesterday that you would teach me ninjutsu today." Ever since I began training with him, I felt as though I was perpetually starving and often endured a few cuts. My schoolwork relied solely on shadow clones. While I spent each day locked in a laboratory as a test subject, it became routine for him to draw 2 or 3 vials of blood from me each day, leaving me feeling floaty and pale, as if my very essence had been siphoned away. After a month of research, Orochimaru concluded that my physique was rather unique. But beyond that, he had yielded no significant discoveries. Observing my disheartened expression, he offered a faint smile. "Do not be anxious. These experimental data have allowed me to thoroughly understand your physical metrics. This will enable me to more accurately gauge the intensity of my training, facilitating my ability to surpass my limits and transcend my current self." Upon hearing this, I thought, how brilliant! Just look at the scientific nature of this theory. In this era where cultivation relies on mere shouting, some have begun to formulate training regimens based on data. For a fleeting moment, I nearly fell in love with science. He suddenly resumed his mutterings. "Fire, earth attributes combined with ninjutsu. Could this be the key?" I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Oh, Snake Uncle, continue your conjectures. This is not even of this world, and if you manage to unravel it, you would truly be a deity." He abruptly looked up at me and said, "By the way, did you not mention your fear of snakes? If that is the case, I will first teach you my ninjutsu and see if, under this stimulation, your bloodline limit experiences any enhancement." I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. Knowing he had ulterior motives, I timidly inquired, "Teacher, could we perhaps use something else?" He calmly shook his head. "No, here, we only have snakes." Well then, I had no choice but to accept it. Before that, allow me to teach you the summoning technique. He produced a colossal scroll, thicker than my own arm. It was the contract to the Dragon Cave, and signing it would allow me to summon snakes to aid me in battle. Of course, I had to sign. Without hesitation, I bit my finger, inscribing my name on the scroll and pressing my handprint onto it. In an instant, I felt a wondrous chakra flow into my body, and a mysterious black symbol manifested on my right arm. A painless tattoo. How splendid. Orochimaru began to instruct me on hand seals, and I must say, he was remarkably precise and direct. I attempted the hand seals, and with a thunderous pop, smoke dissipated, revealing a colorful little snake that affectionately nudged my hand. Snake Uncle remarked, "Your chakra is insufficient. Practice more." A few days later, I finally managed to proficiently summon a fierce green venomous snake. Snake Uncle nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Now let me teach you this technique." He rose, darkly adding, "It will stimulate your psyche just perfectly, Ryukin." With that, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a venomous snake shot forth from his lips, darting straight toward my face. I was drenched in cold sweat, hastily sidestepping to avoid it. He leisurely explained, "This technique is called the snake-devouring technique. The principle is simple. You conceal a snake in your mouth using the summoning technique beforehand, then unexpectedly expel it during battle. As for the method of training, it is quite straightforward. You merely need to swallow a venomous snake." My smile froze instantly. What on earth? Swallow a venomous snake? Observing the look of physiological discomfort on my face, Orochimaru displayed his signature grin. He pointed at the green snake I had just summoned, which was hissing at me, flicking its tongue. After much mental preparation, I was about to take action when Snake Uncle reminded me, "Remember, it's swallowing, not biting. Otherwise, no one can save you." He kindly lifted the slimy, dark green venomous snake he had just expelled. "If you are afraid, you can use this one. It is relatively docile, though I wonder if you can handle its size." I politely declined. "Teacher," looking at that creature in his hand made my stomach churn. I steeled myself, closed my eyes, seized the green snake, and directly stuffed it into my mouth. The inner thoughts of the green snake were likely in turmoil. Who understands my plight? Just summoned, and now this guy is stuffing me into his mouth. What a disaster. Woe is me. Tears welled in my eyes, my scalp tingled, and I struggled against the overwhelming discomfort, finally completing my first snake swallowing experience. Very well. I had now assumed the guise of Snake Uncle. I tell you, the way Snake Uncle looked at me was akin to admiring a perfect piece of art. He was utterly pleased. With remarkable talent, a bloodline limit, the audacity to swallow snakes, and exceptional resilience, I was the ideal test subject tailored for him. He explained that the snake I had just ingested had been equipped with a GPS, so during our next skirmish, when I opened my mouth, it would swiftly dart out to bite the opponent, achieving the element of surprise. I suddenly realized, good heavens, Snake Uncle, with that technique of yours, the serpent multitude formation, spewing forth an entire swarm of snakes from your mouth. How many enhanced snakes have you swallowed? My gaze shifted from reverence to an indescribable fear. Snake Uncle was oblivious to my thoughts, teaching me several more techniques for preloading snakes within my body for instant deployment. Once I had grasped the basics, he excitedly asked, "How does it feel?" What could I possibly say? I wore a pallid expression. Disgusting. I feel nauseated, as if my life has turned bleak. Snake Uncle frowned, saying, "I'm at your bloodline limit. Have there been any changes?" Oh, the communication barrier. I quickly focused inwardly, and to my astonishment, upon inspection, the spectral visage of the mask within me solidified significantly. I was utterly bewildered. What peculiar masochistic constitution did I possess? The more I endured, the stronger I became. It seemed. Upon hearing this outcome, Snake Uncle was ecstatic, akin to a goblin discovering new territory, exclaiming how well-suited I was for him. It was simply splendid. I finally understood. This was not a master-student relationship. I had effectively sold myself. The ensuing days under Snake Uncle's oppressive influence led me down the path of infinite snake swallowing. Time flew by, and before I knew it, over a year had passed. I had spent 2.5 years at the Ninja Academy, and graduation was finally upon me. Graduation exams? Surely, that was merely a matter of having hands? The theoretical test was a joke. I earned the title of Finals God in my previous life for a reason. As for practical combat, Snake Uncle used me as a punching bag daily. The trivialities of school felt like a breeze I could pass with my eyes closed. If I failed, Snake Uncle would undoubtedly expel me from his tutelage. However, I must admit, when I received the forehead protector engraved with the Konoha emblem, I felt a surge of excitement. After all, I was now an official Konoha Genin. Konoha Genin, my friends, do you comprehend the significance? There exists a legend in the ninja world. If you encounter a Konoha Chunin, you can likely hold your own. If you meet a Jonin, you must tread carefully. But if you happen upon a Konoha Genin, heed my advice. Run. Flee quickly. Do not wait for the background music to commence, or else you will be sent off. And the entire village will feast. Just as I was elatedly donning my forehead protector in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was tugging at his already sparse hair while gazing at my photograph. Consider my resume. It would certainly make waves in the job market. Hailing from the Nara clan, having awakened a peculiar bloodline limit, a direct disciple of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, possessing combat prowess that eclipsed my peers. How would they assign classes? According to tradition, our Nara clan would team up with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans for a trio. However, the issue was that there were no suitable partners from those clans in my year. The third Hokage proved to be quite resourceful, suggesting that my teacher, Orochimaru, lead the team. However, without a moment's hesitation, Snake Uncle declined. What was his reasoning? Taking care of children would waste his precious research time. At that moment, I wanted to sarcastically retort, "You consider using me as an experiment to be time well spent, huh? Double standards." Regardless, in the end, the third Hokage, nearly bald, slammed his palm on the desk, declaring, "Fine, it's settled." The next day, as I entered the classroom for class assignments, I was met with the sight of my little brother Asuma, fawning over Yuhi Kurinai. I approached and patted him on the shoulder. He was so cocky that he turned around ready to unleash a tirade. But upon seeing me, his bravado vanished, and he instantly transformed into a meek lamb. "Brother Ryukin, you've arrived. Please take a seat." I earnestly counseled him. "Asuma, remain composed. Do you understand? Maintain an air of calm amidst chaos. Only then can one achieve great things." I could sense him mentally cursing me. Oh, how naive. Women only slow down my snake swallowing. Just then, the teacher entered and began reading the class assignment list. Asuma was practically bursting with anticipation, nearly writing on his face that he wanted to be assigned to the same team as Kurinai. Then the teacher announced, "Class 6, Saru Tobi, Asuma." Yuhi Kurinai, Asuma's grin was stretching to the heavens. The teacher paused and continued, "And Nara Ryukin." I tell you, Asuma's face went pale, frozen in shock. I offered him a faint smile, conveying the message, "Young lad, you cannot escape my grasp." Upon reaching the training grounds, Asuma appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, while Hong comforted him. I merely observed their early romantic drama from the sidelines. Suddenly, darkness enveloped us, leading me to believe we were witnessing an eclipse. Upon glancing upward, I was astounded to see a towering figure before us, standing at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches and weighing over 200 pounds. With a mane of fiery red hair and a large character for food emblazoned on his armor, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Yet when he spoke, revealing a mouth full of big white teeth, he greeted us with an endearing smile. "Hello, I am Chiodao Dingswa, your guiding Jonin." I was taken aback. Was this not Dingxi's father, my uncle's close friend, the butterfly in the legendary trio of pig, deer, and butterfly? What followed was the typical round of introductions. Teacher Dingswa expressed his love for culinary delights, while Hong aspired to become a formidable woman in her own right, and Asuma sought his father's approval. Quite normal. Wouldn't you agree? It was my turn. Clearing my throat, I launched into a classic recitation. I am Nara Longjien, 9 years old, residing in the Nara clan of Kanehagakure, unmarried. I train with Uncle Snake until 8 every evening, do not smoke or drink, and retire by 11, ensuring a full 8 hours of sleep. After my declaration, Teacher Dingswa appeared utterly bewildered, his expression seemingly questioning how this current batch of students could be so challenging. Given my lineage as the son of the Hokage, the heir to the Nara clan's bloodline, and a disciple of Orochimaru, my class felt like the princely cohort of Konoha. If I were to falter, I could expect repercussions from the third Hokage. Then, with a serious demeanor, Teacher Dingswa retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. "Now, let us commence our first task, survival training." I nearly rolled my eyes. Here we were again, competing for bells. Could we not devise a new activity in Konoha? The rules were simple. Those who failed to seize a bell before noon would return to school without lunch. At Teacher Dingswa's signal, I swiftly grabbed 1 bell in each hand and pulled Asuma and Hong into the nearby grove. Asuma, displaying caution, seemed to suspect I would betray him. I swiftly delivered a light smack to his head. What are you thinking? With your abilities, do you really believe you could snatch a bell from an elite jonin? Dream on. Follow my lead. The plan commenced. Asuma acted as bait, charging forward with a loud cry. Teacher Dingswa executed a partial multiplication technique, extending his hand towards us. I had anticipated this, summoning my shadow army to intercept his grasp. A few hefty shadows collided with his hand, while Feiying conveniently retrieved Asuma. Upon witnessing this, Teacher Dingswa, intrigued, unleashed his multiplication technique, transforming into a giant. I was not one to back down. Employing the shadow imitation technique, I attempted to gain control. Although I couldn't fully restrain him, establishing a connection was sufficient. Numerous shadowy figures crawled up his form, while the flying shadows rained down relentless attacks from above. And the ground shadows clawed at his feet. This was what I termed a three-dimensional saturation assault. Frustrated, Teacher Dingswa unleashed a shockwave, sending my minions flying. However, my hidden snakes had already slithered up his pant leg. Utilizing the ninjutsu, Shadow Giant Snake Limb, a massive serpent erupted from the ground. In concert with the giant shadow emerging from the snake, delivering a powerful blow that toppled one of his legs. In that fleeting moment of imbalance, Hong's Jinjutsu struck. That brief moment of distraction was all it took. Teacher Dingswa crashed to the ground, his multiplication technique dispelled. With a stylish somersault, I caught the two bells that Feiying had dropped from above and flashed a smile at him. Teacher Dingswa, you have been bested. As Teacher Dingswa rose and brushed off the dirt, his gaze radiated approval, likely thinking, this batch of kids has potential, yet adhering to the script. He questioned us. There are only two bells. Among you three, who will remain? The atmosphere became suddenly tense. Asuma and Hong exchanged glances, anxiety evident in their expressions. I, however, tossed one bell to Hong without hesitation. Asuma's mouth opened as if to speak, but he restrained himself. Seeing his constipated expression nearly made me laugh. And I called out, hey, old Makach, casually tossing the second bell his way. He instinctively caught it, his demeanor rendered speechless. Teacher Dingswa also appeared bewildered, likely pondering why I, who had orchestrated the entire event and contributed significantly, would forego a bell for myself. What a saintly act. I cleared my throat, and with an air of profound seriousness, stated, in that case, I shall withdraw. Upon uttering those words, Asuma and Hong's eyes widened, resembling copper bells. Teacher Dingswa wore an expression akin to that of an elderly man on the subway, filled with confusion as he pressed me for an explanation. What could I say? I was merely preparing for my moment of glory. I feigned a deep and noble demeanor, sighing as I declared, oh, it's nothing much, really. I simply believe they both deserve this opportunity more than I do. I gestured towards Asuma. That fool had been clamoring to graduate early from the Ninja Academy. And if I did not grant him this chance, he might very well lose his mind. Besides, as the older brother, how could I not look out for my younger sibling? It was only right. Asuma fell silent, his eyes glistening with emotion, likely on the verge of shedding tears. I then turned my attention to Hong. As for her, the young lady harbored dreams of becoming the most exceptional Jinjutsu ninja. How admirable. Moreover, had it not been for her timely intervention, my flying shadows would not have prevailed. At this point, I deliberately paused, allowing a mischievous smile to break through as I gazed at them. Most crucially, I cannot bear to disrupt their budding romance. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single union. What a sin that would be. At once, my words caused Hong's adorable face to blossom with embarrassment, turning red as a monkey's backside, stuttering. No, Longjin-kun, please don't say such things. Oh dear, dear friends. Who could resist the charm of this little girl blushing with shyness? My heart brimmed with mirth, and I thought to myself, that old ma fellow was in for a treat in the future. Asuma appeared deeply moved, almost ready to kneel and declare me his adoptive father. I waved my hand dismissively, continuing with my charade. Besides, if it comes to it, I can always return to train with Uncle Snake for another year. Who knows? I might emerge even stronger. From his side, Teacher Dingswa observed with a gaze full of approval. I could tell he was mentally awarding me an exceptional score. He assumed I was merely putting on a brave front, sacrificing myself for my comrades while pretending not to care. Truly a model youth of Konoha. Little did he know, I genuinely did not mind. I am, after all, a man under the protection of Uncle Snake. What did I have to fear? Then, unexpectedly, Asuma, clearly caught up in a moment, tossed the bell back to Teacher Dingswa, exclaiming, you, my good sir, are too fond of stealing the spotlight. I, old ma. am not one to abandon my brother. I will return with you. Hong, without hesitation, also returned her bell, her voice soft yet resolute. We are a team. If one goes, we all go. Indeed, witnessing their steadfast resolve stirred something within me. These two were destined to be a couple, a perfect match. Teacher Dingswa regarded the three of us, his heart swelling with pride as he suddenly burst into laughter, proclaiming loudly, "In that case, all three of you shall pass." What a revelation. It turned out he had been playing a clever game all along, leaving us momentarily speechless. Asuma exclaimed in disbelief, "What a cunning scheme. I want to return to the countryside." Teacher Dingswa, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and, to compensate us, waved his hand. "Let us celebrate the formation of our sixth team. I shall treat you all to barbecue. There will be plenty of meat until you are full. Hooray! Long live Teacher Dingswa." The three of us erupted in cheers. Later, I heard that upon returning to report to the third Hokage, the old man expressed his belief that I was a living embodiment of the will of fire, possessing high awareness and exemplary character, far surpassing his own rebellious son. He even told Teacher Dingswa that I was a pillar of the future. I am truly grateful to you, but could we refrain from calling a pillar? It sounds rather ominous. Subsequently, our journey as Genin officially commenced. But did you imagine it would involve a series of thrilling S-rank missions? Quite the contrary. The scenario was as follows. Long Jian to point A, Hong to point B, Asuma to point C. I lower my voice into the headset. 3, 2, 1. Engage. Three shadowy figures darted from the underbrush, and Asuma, quick as lightning, seized one wildly struggling shadow. I reported to Teacher Dingswa via the headset. Report, target confirmed. It is the employer's lost cat, Xiao Hu. Teacher Dingswa's deep voice resonated through the earpiece. Yoshi. D-rank mission accomplished. Next, proceed to Grandpa Itong's house at the east end of the village to do some digging. Depart immediately. We three replied listlessly. Understood. My comrades, I often felt that undertaking missions here was less appealing than returning to discuss life's philosophies with Uncle Snake. Asuma was nearing madness. A second-generation Hokage, he yearned to showcase his prowess, yet found himself daily catching cats, amusing dogs, and escorting children, leaving him nearly despondent. However, there was no alternative. The village was inundated with D-rank tasks, and we freshly graduated ninjas became the most perfect and inexpensive labor force. Nevertheless, our six squad's efficiency was nothing short of terrifying. Why, you ask? Thanks to my shadow army. This contraption was akin to a cheat code for construction. Searching for items? The flying shadow soldiers soared into the sky, providing a panoramic view with no blind spots. Moving heavy objects? The giant shadow soldiers simply lifted and carried them away. Digging, hoeing, harvesting wheat? The ghost shadow and claw shadow wielded their tools with more expertise than seasoned farmers. I tell you, if only these fellows could speak, one would surely rise and proclaim, "Noble lords and dignitaries, who among them possesses the audacity?" The result was that our sixth squad completed 107 D-rank missions in a month. A staggering lead. We left behind the class led by Watergate, which included Obito and Kakashi, trailing far behind with only 27 completed missions. Rumors began to circulate in the village, claiming that when one encounters trouble, there is no need to panic. Simply head to the mission board, and a group of blue-skinned youths will assist you in resolving everything. I approached Obito, who wore a disgruntled expression, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I bought a 50 yuan water bottle for only 45. He looked utterly bewildered. I nonchalantly added, "A 10% discount on the water bottle." Good heavens! Obito's brain nearly short-circuited, and he seemed utterly at a loss. Asuma finally erupted, leaping around the mission hall, declaring that if he had to undertake another D-rank mission, he would crash his head here. The third Hokage, exasperated, noted that our relentless completion of D-rank tasks had nearly exhausted the village's supply, leaving other squads without work. He took a drag of his cigarette and finally relented. "In that case, I shall assign your team a C-rank mission." The task involved eliminating a band of robbers located 20 kilometers northwest of the village on Yunding Mountain, which had recently become quite rampant. The employer's request was to eradicate them entirely. Upon hearing eradicate them entirely, I understood. This mission required us to silence them for good. My heart skipped a beat. My comrades, although I frequently mingled with Uncle Snake, I was, after all, a model student groomed by 9 years of compulsory education. Was I truly ready to kill? Still, I cannot display any fear on my face. Teacher Dingswa noticed our somber expressions, yet he accepted the mission. He remarked that this was an inevitable path for ninjas. He instructed us to prepare and meet at the village's side gate in an hour, emphasizing that this time he would not intervene unless we were in dire straits. I, the temporary squad leader. The sky quickly darkened, and we hastened towards Yunding Mountain under the cover of night. Along the way, I began to outline our strategy. We would strike in the early hours when they were asleep. First, we would capture a patrolling guard to extract information, then set fire to the granary to draw them out, and finally, we would ensnare them all at once. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, we effortlessly infiltrated and captured a yawning patrolman. Hong swiftly cast a Jinjutsu, revealing the patrol routes and numbers. Then came the critical moment. I clamped my hand over the man's mouth, brandished a kunai, and without hesitation, slit his throat. I tell you, the moment the scalding blood gushed forth, my mind went blank, my hands trembled, and a wave of nausea surged upward. Was this the sensation of taking a life for the first time? Asuma and Hong's faces turned pale, likely equally shaken. I fought to suppress the urge to vomit, steadied my trembling hands, and whispered to them, "Proceed as planned. We are ninjas. Completing our mission is our duty." I summoned 3 flying shadows, each following one of us as our aerial drones for observation and signal transmission. Before long, flames illuminated the mountainside. The robbers were roused, groggy and bewildered as they rushed out to extinguish the fire. The leader shouted curses, blaming the patrol for slacking off, unaware that the entire patrol had already met their demise. Once everyone had gathered, we 3 emerged from the shadows. The moment the leader saw our Konoha forehead protectors, his face turned ashen. He attempted to call out to his comrades, but I swiftly executed a ninjutsu, shadow, snake hand, and a venomous serpent lunge from the shadows, sinking its fangs into his throat, silencing him forever. What followed was a one-sided massacre. My venomous snakes, Asuma's fire release, Phoenix fire technique, combined with Hong's supplementary Jinjutsu from the periphery. What a scene it was, akin to a grand barbecue. The air filled with screams and pleas for mercy. Soon, the entire stronghold was engulfed in flames. We stood before the inferno, inhaling the acrid stench of blood and charred flesh, and none of us uttered a word. At that moment, Teacher Dings would silently appear behind us and spoke in a particularly grave tone. "This is what it means to be a ninja. You must learn to adapt." I turned to him, expressionless, and reported, "Mission accomplished. 37 robbers have been completely eliminated." On our return journey, we spoke not a single word, and the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Teacher Dingswell likely felt a twinge of guilt towards his children and offered to treat us to barbecue. I politely declined. "Teacher, let us not mention barbecue. We just finished a substantial meal." Teacher Dingswa finally grasped the situation, awkwardly chuckling, and granted us 3 days off to recuperate. You won't believe it. Although killing was repugnant, I unexpectedly reaped a reward. Upon returning home, I communicated with the mask, and to my astonishment, the giant troll mask, which had always been encased in a membrane, shattered under the shock of my first kill. I was instantly invigorated and quickly summoned. With a resounding crash, a towering figure, 4 to 5 meters tall, with green skin and an imposing presence, burst through the second floor of my house, then knelt before me, declaring in a voice like thunder, "Samo, I pledge my allegiance to the king." My heart brimmed with joy. In addition to General Nija, I had acquired another trump card. Though it might be a strain on my residence, next time I must summon it outside. The following day, I approached Uncle Snake with dark circles under my eyes. He was tinkering with his array of vials like an NPC. Upon seeing me, he rasped, "Long Jian, how does it feel to take a life for the first time?" I was at a loss for words. "Teacher Orochimaru, your intelligence network is remarkably swift." Uncle Snake was incredibly considerate. I was moved to tears. He told me, "This is how the world operates. If you do not kill others, others will come to kill you. Mourning for the dead is utterly meaningless." After hearing Uncle Snake's words, the lingering discomfort in my heart dissipated significantly. My comrades, who can withstand such charisma? For the next Hokage, I shall nominate Uncle Snake as the decision-maker. Who is in favor and who is against? Under his guidance, I persistently persuaded him to leave his laboratory for a stroll through the streets. We walked together, dressed like brothers in striking purple and black attire. To our surprise, the streets were particularly lively that day. Upon inquiry, we learned that a ramen shop run by a squinty-eyed uncle was celebrating its grand opening with half-price offerings. At that moment, I was invigorated. The man had appeared, regardless of the tumultuous Konoha collapse war or the pain's assault on me. The man known as Otsutsuki Ichiraku remains unwavering, unwilling to budge an inch from his ramen shop. Uncle Snake, initially dismissive, found humanity's obsession with ramen amusing, especially the long queues they would endure. Yet, compelled by curiosity, he accompanied me to the end of the line. As we waited, I overheard two villagers gossiping nearby. "Hey, have you heard? Konoha's White Fang actually voluntarily abandoned his mission, causing quite a loss for the village." The other replied, "I heard it was to save some comrades." "Huh? Save comrades? Let me tell you, these two gentlemen beside me believe otherwise. They claim abandoning a mission is a disgrace for ninjas, and not adhering to the rules makes one worthless, nearly spitting in my face with their fervor. It was clear that public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided. I glanced back at Uncle Snake, who had also heard the conversation. His golden serpent-like eyes flickered, but he said nothing. I understood that, in his mind, the so-called rules were nothing but a joke, especially for a powerhouse like White Fang. Yet, he seemed puzzled as to how this matter had escalated so quickly, even reaching the ears of the elderly bystanders. Uncle Snake's raspy voice broke the silence. "Listen, this shift in sentiment is clearly being orchestrated from behind the scenes." I nodded in agreement. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Uncle Snake patted my head approvingly, perhaps feeling that I was increasingly attuned to his insights. I was well aware that the puppeteer behind this was none other than the notorious Konoha strategist Danzo, that old fox who preached self-sacrifice while hoarding 10 resurrection coins on his arm. Such a situation felt like a prelude to the soundtrack of the Third Shinobi World War. However, for now, satiating our hunger was paramount. After what felt like an eternity in line, we finally squeezed into the legendary Ichiraku ramen. I bellowed, "Handmade uncle. One super deluxe miso ramen, please." The enthusiastic handmade uncle replied, "Coming right up." Uncle Snake pondered over the menu for a considerable time before coolly declaring, "I'll have the same." Before our orders arrived, a boisterous laughter erupted from the entrance. "Look, Minato. I told you, I've mastered that technique." Following was Minato's resigned yet affectionate voice. "Yes, yes, Jiraiya-sensei is the greatest." My eyes widened with excitement. Jiraiya was alive. He was one of my favorite characters from my previous life spent watching Naruto. A white-haired giant, donned in wooden clogs and a red robe, burst through the door, followed closely by our future fourth Hokage, the illustrious Namake's Minato. Uncle Snake scoffed, "What a fool." Minato spotted us first and politely greeted, "Orochimaru-sama, Ryukin-kun. What a surprise to see you here." Jiraiya soon noticed his old friend in the corner and bounded over, throwing an arm around Uncle Snake's neck with a voice that could nearly lift the roof. "Orochimaru, you actually came out for ramen. It's like the sun rising in the west." "Boss, two of the same for them. Put on my tab." Uncle Snake pushed him away with disdain. "Jiraiya, you remain as unruly as ever." Jiraiya paid no heed, turning to me with a look of discovery. I quickly stood and greeted, "Greetings, Jiraiya-sama." He heartily patted my shoulder before returning to tease Uncle Snake. "So, this is your new apprentice? Much more polite than you. But if I may say, compared to my Minato, his talent is a bit lacking, haha." Minato smiled awkwardly at me from the side, and I hastily shook my head, indicating no offense taken. "Brother, I understand. Your talent is extraordinary. Even if I pedal my rickety tricycle until it smokes, I can't catch up to you." Uncle Snake huffed, starting to defend me. Minato-kun's talent is indeed top tier. However, Ryukin's abilities are more than sufficient to surpass the laggard you once were. Jiraiya, visibly defeated, expressed his discontent. "Can't you give me some face in front of the younger generation?" Just then, our ramen arrived. The aroma was simply divine. I quickly organized the chopsticks, declared my intent to eat, and began to devour the meal with fervor. Jiraiya and Minato joined the feast, while Uncle Snake elegantly picked up a piece of egg, delicately took a bite, and remarked, "Delicious." His speed of consumption was surprisingly swift. In no time, his bowl was empty, the manner in which he ate resembling the act of swallowing rather than savoring. Once we were full, Jiraiya insisted on celebrating our reunion with a drink, dragging the reluctant Uncle Snake along. Minato mentioned he needed to check on the ailing Kakashi before bidding me farewell. I remained seated, savoring the aftertaste of the ramen, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. "Wait, where did everyone go? Hey, who settled the bill?" Handmade uncle approached with a squint, cheerfully announcing, "Guest, for bowls of super deluxe miso ramen, grand opening special, a total of 10,000 Ryo." I was instantly petrified. The legendary three ninjas and the golden flash had conspired to rob me, a mere child. Konoha is truly a dark place. As the holiday swiftly came to an end, our small team resumed our arduous tasks. We helped the feudal lord with his children and assisted villagers in digging up sweet potatoes. Just as we finished harvesting taro, the rebellious youth Asuma was about to light a cigarette when teacher Dingzhu appeared. Today's tasks are concluded. Everyone pack your things. We have a new mission that requires us to leave the village for a while. Assemble at the village gate in 2 hours. Dismissed. Finally, we were about to engage in serious work. The three of us dashed home. 2 hours later, at the gates of Konoha, teacher Dingzhu led us officially out of the village and unfolded a map, beginning the mission briefing. This mission is B rank. We need to deliver this intelligence to a covert base in the Land of Grass, and then bring back their latest information. Pay close attention. A B rank mission may involve confrontations with hostile ninjas, so keep your guard up. We shouted in unison, yes, as we dashed through the forest. Teacher Dingzhu also provided a geography lesson, explaining that the Land of Grass lies between our Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Essentially a meat patty in a sandwich, constantly engaged in diplomacy, emphasizing that no one should provoke them. As for their strength, it was mediocre. However, our primary concern was the Rock Ninja Village, as they had been particularly active lately. While discussing, teacher Dingzhu suddenly spoke mysteriously, speaking of the Land of Grass. I've heard a rumor, but its veracity is questionable, so I want to share it with you. What? A riddle master? Asuma and Hong were instantly intrigued, insisting that he tell us. Teacher Dingzhu chuckled heartily. Just teasing you. I see you're all too tense. The rumor goes that long ago, the Grass Ninja Village nearly dominated the entire shinobi world, but somehow, overnight, it vanished. Asuma looked skeptical. Teacher, you're just fooling around. Who would believe that? Yet, my heart sank. Others might not believe it, but I did, because I think I've actually seen it in one of the theatrical versions. After a hurried journey, we spent 3 days learning wilderness survival and counter-surveillance techniques before finally reaching the border of the Land of Fire. After resting for a few hours at a lookout post, we plunged into the territory of the Land of Grass. The closer we got to the Land of Earth, the more barren it became, making concealment a challenge. After several more days of travel, we finally arrived at the rendezvous point, a chaotic border town. At teacher Dingzhu's command, we began our disguise preparations. Asuma and I transformed into 2 scruffy little beggars, looking quite disheveled. Teacher Dingzhu took it a step further, transforming into a greasy butcher, accompanied by a little sister, our very own Hong. We, the little beggars, stealthily approached the entrance of a tavern, where a help-wanted sign was posted. Exchanging glances, we agreed this would do. Upon entering, we exchanged secret signals with the manager. Where are you from? Southeast, through a large forest. Do you have anyone at home? In the presence of others, who would still resort to begging. Bingo! We hit the mark. The manager ushered us into the kitchen, where we were introduced to an individual named Jinting, marking our connection. Meanwhile, teacher Dingzhua and Hong entered the tavern, with teacher Dingzhua performing his role to perfection, ordering a lavish spread of dishes. After finishing the meal, he boldly exclaimed, "Pay for the meal?" Absolutely not. He was promptly dragged out by the restaurant staff and received a thorough beating, while Hong wept inconsolably nearby. Who among us can understand the intricacies of this B-level mission, which requires a touch of performance? Once the 4 of us completed our respective tasks, we reconvened at the designated meeting point outside the town, all having removed our disguises. I retrieved the intelligence scroll from my pocket and reported to teacher Dingzhua. Sir, the intel is in hand. Teacher Dingzhua nodded, his expression serious. Excellent. Long Jian, you shall carry the intelligence as the primary protector. Remember, when the conflict begins, I will be the primary target. Your foremost task is to safely return the intelligence to the village. Do you understand? I solemnly nodded in agreement. I then relayed another piece of information from the contact. Sir, the informant mentioned that a shipment of Yanshin's military supplies may soon pass through the Land of Grass, likely targeting us in Konoha. However, the reliability of this source is uncertain and requires verification. Teacher Dingzhua pondered briefly. Understood. We shall first return to the Land of Fire and report this at the border outpost. For now, our priority remains unchanged. Retreat. The 4 of us immediately retraced our steps, running for 2 more days, nearing the borders of the Land of Grass. Just as I felt we were on the brink of safety, I suddenly raised my hand, and the entire team came to an abrupt halt. Teacher Dingzhua, positioned at the rear, promptly inquired, Long Jian, what is the matter? Have you detected something? I fixated on the western direction and replied solemnly, Sir, the small snakes I dispatched for reconnaissance have lost signal. They were not devoured by beasts, but rather eliminated by someone using chakra. Moreover, there are numerous individuals rushing towards our coordinates. They will arrive here shortly. Upon hearing this, teacher Dingzhua decisively commanded, First, conceal ourselves. Observe the situation before taking action. No sooner had he spoken than we four vanished from sight, each finding a suitable position, suppressing our breaths, and quietly awaiting the arrival of the uninvited guests. Indeed, it wasn't too long before several creaking carts entered our line of sight. I must say, the perimeter was swarming with ninjas, clearly identifiable as Yenshin. The intelligence matched perfectly. It appeared these ruffians were indeed intent on causing trouble at the border. Upon seeing this, Captain Dingswa fell into deep contemplation. If we took a detour, the intelligence might expire, leaving the brothers at the Konoha border vulnerable. Yet, if we confronted them directly, we still had our own mission to attend to. As he wrestled with this dilemma, I surveyed the opposing force, estimating no more than 20 individuals, with a single Jonin at the front and a cluster of Chunin and Jinin, practically inviting us to engage. Our eyes met, and the message was clear. Let us take them down. Understanding our resolute gazes, Captain Dingswa immediately signaled, and within seconds, we had our strategy laid out. Our objective was straightforward: destroy the supplies and send them all back home. To be honest, these Yenshin ninjas seemed to be on a leisure trip. The Jonin at the forefront, known as Ichiro, was a muscular brute, boasting loudly about where to find lovely ladies. Meanwhile, the Jonin at the rear, known as Zishirin, bore an ominous name, yet was quite cautious, sensing something amiss and sending a Chunin to the front for a warning. Guess what happened? The brutish Jonin completely ignored him. He even mocked Zishirin for being timid, claiming he would handle things once he was done. Who among us understands the workplace bullying that has now spilled onto the battlefield? The poor Chunin was left to scurry about as a mere messenger. Ichiro continued to laugh heartily with his subordinates, declaring that they had come halfway without incident. Just when that unfortunate Chunin was making his way to the center of the group, we sprang into action. Captain Dingswa bellowed, "Human cannonball!" A colossal mass descended from above, instantly engulfing Ichiro and his two nearby Chunin, mercilessly crushing them. Simultaneously, Asuma and Hong also made their move. Fire release, ash pile burning, Jinjutsu, falling cherry blossom technique. Asuma expelled a plume of scalding ash, enveloping a large area of Yenshin ninjas, causing explosions as the ash struck the ground. Several unfortunate souls rolled on the ground in agony, and 2 carts were hurled into the air. Hong's Jinjutsu was even more devastating. The affected Yenshin ninjas stood frozen, as if intoxicated, only to be ruthlessly dispatched by her shuriken. The cautious Zishirin reacted swiftly, shouting an alarm about the enemy attack and preparing to assist. But I was already in motion. I executed the shadow imitation technique to immobilize him. He was momentarily bewildered, likely thinking, "What the heck? It's a member of the Nara clan from Konoha." He probably assumed that as a mere child, I wouldn't be able to hold him for long. Contemplating how to counterattack. Little did he know, I was no ordinary Nara. A few seconds? That was ample time for me to send him to the afterlife 100 times over. I didn't provide him with a chance. From the shadows emerged 2 clawed soldiers, swiftly severing his head, as his unwilling head rolled to the ground. Upon seeing my youthful and handsome visage, he must have regretted it deeply. The first Jonin kill was secured. Captain Dingswa also wrapped up his side of the fight, crushing 2 Chunin. Ichiro, however, was resilient. He managed to withstand a hit from the human cannonball due to his bulk, rising to his feet while spitting blood, only to witness the shocking scene of Zishirin's head being severed. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn little brat." Captain Dingswa shouted, "Well done, Long Jian," and then executed the super multiplication technique, transforming into a giant to continue pummeling Ichiro. Observing the remaining stragglers surrounding Asuma and Hong, I decided not to waste time with them and unleashed my territory. Shadow Realm. Dozens of shadow soldiers radiating red light surged forth from beneath my feet. The scene was nothing short of a wolf entering a sheepfold. The giant shadow soldiers charged forward against their ninjutsu, while the clawed shadow soldiers stealthily emerged from the ground to trip them, then swarmed in to deliver a chaotic onslaught. One genin was so petrified that he stammered, pointing at me and shouting, "He is a demon. He is not human." I wondered who he was cursing at and promptly sent him to the afterlife. In no time, aside from Ichiro, who was still being pummeled by Captain Dingswa, all Yenshin ninjas were eliminated by my shadow troops. Ultimately, Ichiro's head was knocked askew by a punch from Captain Dingswa. Until the end, he wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend how a Jonin accompanied by 3 children managed to annihilate his entire squad. We swiftly destroyed all supplies, cleaned the battlefield, and made our escape. The thrill of the chase was exhilarating. By the way, in the last cart, we discovered 3 scrolls marked with large characters indicating prohibition, surrounded by incomprehensible symbols, exuding a sinister aura, which felt highly significant. There was no time to investigate. I summoned a snake to swallow them and hurriedly fled. Just as we departed, a large contingent of pursuing Yenshin ninjas arrived. The leader, a scarred man named Jiang Chuanhu, was enraged upon seeing the devastation. 2 Jonin, 8 Chunin, and we couldn't even wait for reinforcements before losing them all. Did you encounter Konoha's main force in the land of grass? His subordinates reported tremblingly that Zichuan the Jonin was taken down in a single strike, without leaving any signs of resistance, speculating that our team had a master swordsman. Little did they know, Zichuan stood still while I struck him. Upon hearing that even their secret weapon had been eliminated, Jiang Chuanhu's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he gritted his teeth, ordering reinforcements while leading his men in pursuit. My shadow soldiers in the sky acted as my drones, providing real-time updates on the enemy's movements. The leader of the Yenshin pursuit was nearly driven to madness. Just as they were closing in, we swiftly turned a corner, causing them to miss us again. He must have been cursing inwardly. Do these people possess some divine insight? How are they moving like they're cheating? However, the speed of Hong had indeed slowed down, and we found ourselves being pursued ever more closely. Upon realizing he could not shake them off, Teacher Ding decided to sacrifice himself for the sake of his disciples, declaring that it was his duty to protect them. Asuma and Hong eagerly volunteered to cover the rear, making it feel as if we were facing a heart-wrenching farewell. Just then, I suddenly halted and let out a bitter laugh. Teacher Ding, there's no need to compete. It seems we all must stand firm together. As soon as I finished speaking, a throng of IWA shinobi emerged from the trees surrounding us, encasing us like a barrel. Goodness. This was an upgraded version. 4 Jonin and over a dozen Chunin, their numbers tenfold compared to ours. The scar-faced Jiang Chuanhu regarded us with disbelief, likely wondering how this single portly figure and 3 young children could possibly defeat their transport unit. He continued to taunt us, referring to us as fat pigs and little brats. Naturally, I would not sit idly by. While they were busy boasting, my shadow stealthily crept forward. However, I was discovered by another Jonin. I steeled myself and swiftly changed tactics. Shadow, spike technique. The shadows on the ground instantly transformed into numerous sharp spikes. Although Jiang Chuanhu managed to evade them, the unfortunate souls around him were not so lucky, with several being impaled on the spot. Teacher Ding detested being called a fat pig. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his multiplication technique. The meatball tank rolled forward. The battle erupted in an instant. Asuma shielded me, deflecting the shuriken that came flying our way. Seizing the opportunity, Hong executed a Jinjutsu, Cherry Blossom threefold, immobilizing a nearby Jonin who was preparing to form seals. My hidden Shadow Claw soldier took the chance to charge in, and although another Jonin used Earth Release to save him, it was too late. A dashing soldier took advantage of the moment, and with one swift strike, he severed the Jonin's right foot. Ah, my foot! The Jonin's scream echoed through the forest. Asuma was also in a frenzy, his chakra blade spinning like a whirlwind, continuously shouting about his wind fist. I could hardly contain myself. Wasn't that the beloved character from the most popular nostalgic fighting mobile game of 2025? Even in this world, he hadn't forgotten to show off his skills. You have numbers? I have even more. My Shadow Legion swiftly overwhelmed them. However, Teacher Ding was besieged by 2 Jonin and a horde of Chunin, finding himself at a disadvantage. I too was entangled with a Jonin, locked in a fierce struggle. At that moment, the Jonin whose foot I had just severed glared at me with venomous hatred, using Earth Release to create a prosthetic limb, forming seals and shouting, "Die, you little brat! Earth Release, Earth Spike!" Instantly, the ground beneath me erupted with numerous rock spikes, piercing through me with chilling intensity. Both Asuma and Hong were struck dumb with fear, exclaiming, "Longjian." What happened next? I, impaled on the spikes, slowly transformed into mud. The Earth Substitution Technique. Uncle Snake's life-saving skill, known only to those who wield it. I reappeared before the Jonin who had lost his foot, extending my right hand. Shadow, Serpent Technique. Several large snakes burst forth from my sleeve, ensnaring him tightly. Just then, another Jonin launched a surprise attack from below, a sharp earth spike aimed at me, attempting to divert my attention. I paid him no heed. I was focused on taking you down. I commanded the colossal snakes to continue their assault. While beneath the cover of the shadow domain, several blue, ghostly hands emerged from my shadow, firmly grasping the Jonin's legs, rendering him immobile. This guy, I must say, was quick on the uptake. Just as my ghostly hands and giant snakes were about to tear him apart, he managed to complete his seals at the last moment. Earth release, hardening technique. With a loud thud, his entire body became harder than granite, and when my giant snake bit down, it almost shattered its own fangs. At that moment, another Jonin's earth spike flew towards my face. Just as I was about to be turned into a pincushion, I had prepared for this. A massive shadow soldier surged forth from my shadow, lifting me above his head, using his robust chest to absorb the blow. Although he was instantly disassembled, he saved my life. I flipped and landed, my gaze fixed intently on the two foes, my mind racing. This is bad. I can't handle this. One Jonin is already a challenge, and now there are two. Even if one is limping, he is still a Jonin. Looking over at Old Ma and Hong, they too were struggling, each sustaining injuries. I couldn't hide any longer. It appeared I had to summon my powerful generals, Nija and Samo. Although explaining this to the village later would be troublesome, it was better than losing my life here. The two of them looked at me as if they were ready to devour me, likely thinking that this little brat is too talented and must be eliminated today. They prepared to flank me from both sides. Just as I was about to raise my hand to summon my generals, I heard a deafening shout from behind. Meatball Needle Tank. I turned around and gasped in shock. Teacher Ding had transformed into a colossal meatball, his body entangled with ropes tied to kunai, his hair standing on end like steel needles, resembling a giant sea urchin as he spun towards us. The two Jonin were so frightened that their souls nearly fled, quickly jumping aside, neglecting me entirely as they unleashed their jutsu upon Teacher Ding. In an impressive drift, Teacher Ding maneuvered past me, charging towards the struggling Old Ma, swiftly dispatching the two Chunin who had been attacking him, rescuing Old Ma from peril. We quickly gathered together, and Teacher Ding returned to his original form, though he was covered in wounds and trembling, clearly having fought fiercely moments ago. At that time, the group of IWA shinobi regrouped, with Jiang Chuanhu leading them, accompanied by a muscular figure resembling Teacher Ding, whose arm hung an odd angle, clearly broken. Teacher Ding gasped for breath, explaining that he had taken a family secret medicine, the green spinach pill, to force his way through the encirclement and had inadvertently broken the arm of the muscular man. He looked at me with grave seriousness. Longjian, listen. I will take more medicine shortly. The side effects are severe, and I will temporarily lose my combat ability. After I take it, you must take Asuma and Hong to clear the small fry outside, and be ready to flee at any moment. Leave the tough ones to me. With that, Teacher Ding produced a small medicine box, retrieving a yellow curry pill, his eyes filled with determination that made my heart tremble. Remember, run immediately after taking it. If I get embroiled in a fierce battle, he paused, lowering his voice, I will consume the last red chili pill. At that point, you will be the new squad leader, taking Asuma and Hong, without looking back. Do my family members understand? My nose tinged with emotion, and tears nearly fell. My heart held a singular thought. I absolutely cannot allow him to take that red pill. That thing will take his life. I stared at him intently, nodding solemnly. Upon seeing my agreement, Teacher Ding smiled with relief, then tilted his head back and swallowed the yellow curry pill. Jiang Chuanhu, seeing that Teacher Ding had taken more medicine, turned pale and shouted, "Don't confront him head-on. That thing enhances his strength. Hold him off until the effects wear off. Then we will strike together and take down that fat pig." I tell you, he should never have uttered those last two words. Teacher Ding despised being called a fat pig. His eyes immediately turned crimson, and heat began to emanate from him, his aura surging fiercely, as he coldly declared, "I detest being called a fat pig." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. I could hardly follow his movement with my eyes. In the next second, he had appeared before the Jonin who had lost his foot, delivering a punch with tremendous force. The Jonin attempted to use the hardening technique to withstand it, but it was a foolish dream. With a resounding boom, his head, along with the hardened earthen shell, burst apart like a ripe watermelon, obliterated by Teacher Ding's fist. The remaining Idongnin were paralyzed with fear, hastily employing various Doton techniques to alter the terrain, creating mud pits and stone walls in an attempt to hinder Teacher Dingswa's speed. However, Teacher Dingswa effortlessly leaped onto a towering tree, surveying them from a lofty vantage point, coldly uttering a few words. It is time to bring this to an end. He then formed hand seals and bellowed, "Super!" Multiplication technique. As the white smoke dissipated, an enormous, supersized version of Teacher Dingswa, significantly larger than before, materialized before us. I was utterly astonished. This size, this overwhelming presence. Was he not a humanoid version of a Gundam? The sheer force of his landing collapsed several nearby hills. Gazing down at the Idaunin, who appeared as insignificant as ants, Teacher Dingswa unleashed a devastating gust with his hands, pressing downwards with tremendous force. Super push. The terrifying pressure rendered the Chunin and Jinin below immobile, each collapsing to the ground. Their faces etched with despair as they beheld the colossal palm descending upon them like the sky itself collapsing. The few Jonin from Jiangchuan who attempted to flee. Yet in the face of such absolute power, escape was futile. With a thunderous roar, the ground collapsed into a massive pit. The shockwave nearly swept me an old mile away. The Iwanin at the epicenter had no time to scream before they were reduced to a puddle of flesh. Teacher Dingswa's single move cleared the area, after which he reverted back to his original form, collapsing unconscious as the side effects of the secret medicine took hold. I dared not delay, hastily throwing him over my back, rallying Old Ma and Hong as we desperately ran towards the land of fire. Simultaneously, I dispatched a few shadow bats to scout the skies. However, it wasn't long before I received distressing news in my mind. Trouble. My scouts reported that 3 individuals were rapidly closing in behind us. My frustration boiled over. Had we truly stirred the hornet's nest of a Wagakure? I had no choice but to keep changing directions, but both Old Ma and Hong were severely fatigued, and with an unconscious Teacher Dingswa in tow, our speed was barely sustainable. Observing Old Ma's determined expression, I understood his intentions. I quickly interjected, "Hey Asuma, I am the team leader now. All actions must be directed by me. No independent actions permitted." My keen eyes spotted a concealed cave nearby. "Come help me get Teacher Dingswa inside." Once inside the cave, seeing Hong panting and Old Ma battered, I spoke softly, "You two stay hidden here while I divert the enemy." Old Ma immediately panicked, attempting to speak. But I cut him off. "Enough. I know what you're going to say. In your current state, you'd only be a liability. There are tracking specialists on their end that I cannot shake off. Let me go. At least I can move swiftly." Old Ma bowed his head in despair, and Hong's tears fell like a string of pearls. Observing their distress softened my tone. "All right, I'm not heading out to die. Why the long faces? I still have a trump card. I will go with you." Old Ma stood up, his gaze resolute. Hong, with a trembling voice, added, "We are partners. How can we let you go to your death alone?" I raised my voice. Silence. "Do not forget, we have a mission. Asuma." I thrust the mission scroll into his hands. "I officially appoint you as the new team leader. After I go out, wait 1 or 2 hours before sneaking Teacher Dingswa and Hong away. You must ensure the intelligence is safely returned to the village. Understood?" Asuma stared blankly at the scroll, gritting his teeth in acknowledgement. Satisfied, I patted his shoulder, smiling lightly. "All right, Old Ma, trust your big brother. I truly have trump card. And remember, do not set any flags about what will happen upon returning to the village. I am rather superstitious." I then turned to Hong. "You two, don't think being a cute girl gives you the right to set flags. Be careful. I won't hesitate to give you a beating if you cross me." With that, I waved my hand casually, popping a soldier pill into my mouth, and strode out of the cave without looking back. Of course, my solo venture was not an act of folly. I promptly utilized Doton to create 3 shadow clones and, without hesitation, stripped Teacher Dingswa, Old Ma, and Hong of their outer garments, dressing my Doton clones in them, and provided them with 3 sets of black Shadow Troop ninja attire. I had no way of knowing the nature of the enemy's tracking, whether it was through scent or blood, but I decided to switch things up entirely, creating a tactical misdirection. Indeed, I successfully led the 3 pursuers in the opposite direction with my clones. After playing a prolonged game of tag in the forest, the leader of the opposing group, known as Emoji, could no longer contain himself. He dispatched 2 shadow clones, swiftly taking down my Doton clone clad in Teacher Dingswa's attire. When he witnessed Dingswa reduced to a puddle of mud, he erupted in curses. "Damn it, we've been tricked." By the time they regained their composure, the other 2 Doton clones had also dissolved into the earth, whilst I stood comfortably at the center of the encirclement they had formed, awaiting their approach. Emoji regarded me with a smile. "The little brat from Konoha, I must admit, you successfully deceived us and achieved your goal of diversion. To be honest, I'm beginning to admire you. However, it is unfortunate that you will still die here." He drew a ninja blade from his back, pointing it at me. "State your name, and remember, the one who will slay you is Iwnenmog. Upon hearing that name, Mog, my mind buzzed. Was he not the very individual who had grievously injured Jonin Kakashi during the Kemizukabashi battle, indirectly leading to Obito's demise? An audacious and reckless thought suddenly exploded in my mind. If I were to eliminate him today, would I not be rewriting history with my own hands? I gazed at him, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. You are unaware of the saying, villains meet their end through excessive chatter. Are you? Also, remember my name, Nara Longjian. Today, I shall be the one to end your life. What a loquacious fellow he was. Even in the face of death, he sought to deliver a monologue. Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking than he launched himself at me like a cannonball, accompanied by 2 shadow clones, closing in from 3 angles. I must say, his companions were not to be underestimated. One named Daisher became transparent, merging seamlessly with the surrounding trees, clearly preparing for a sneak attack. The other, Nakamu Takumi, already began to weave hand signs, clearly intending to unleash something formidable. The synergy among these 3 was nothing short of extraordinary. Mog's speed was such that I could only perceive 3 fleeting shadows, while the invisible Daisher's presence entirely vanished. Who knew where he lurked, poised to strike? Meanwhile, the spellcaster behind began to chant, and the tension was palpable. This was undeniably a life-or-death situation. But did I panic? I unfurled the shadow realm beneath my feet. The black shadows surging forth, as if alive, spreading in all directions. Mog, upon witnessing this, was momentarily dumbfounded, muttering, "What technique is this?" Yet, he did not pause in his assault, swinging his blade towards my forehead. Simultaneously, Nakamu Takumi roared, "Doton, Earth Stone Dragon." A massive earthen dragon surged from the ground. Claws bared, lunging towards me. I remained rooted in place, making no move, merely calling out 2 names. "Come forth, General Nika and General Samo." As my words fell, a figure clad in gray-white armor erupted from the shadows before me. A muscular man with pale skin and green hair, his crimson eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. He drew his katana, not even sparing a glance, and with a swift motion, cleaved Mog along with his blade away. Mog tumbled through the air, his face a mask of shock. What on earth is this? The ensuing chaos was just beginning. Behind me, a colossal figure, towering 4 to 5 meters high, suddenly rose with an overwhelming presence emanating from its azure armor. Without even glancing at the imposing earth dragon, it reached out with a massive hand and effortlessly seized the dragon's head, tearing it apart with a resounding crack, scattering fragments into the sky. Standing between 2 generals, I observed the flung demon leech and remarked coolly, "Who kills whom is yet to be determined. The battle has merely begun." At this moment, the 3 opponents were struck dumb. The demon leech gazed at Nijia, who stood protectively by my side, while Nakamura Tokai stared at Samo, who had crushed his ultimate move with bare hands, nearly drooling in astonishment, seemingly overheating in his mental processing. The invisible 6th member was so terrified that he dared not move, opting instead to remain hidden and observe the situation. I immediately took charge of the battlefield. "Nijia, the one with the blade ahead is yours. Dispatch him." Nijia's crimson eyes glowed fiercely as he replied coldly, "I shall obey your command, my king." I then turned to Samo and instructed, "Samo, the one behind is your quarry. Eliminate him as well." Samo, excited, licked his lips, sending chills down Tokai's spine, before booming, "Understood, my king." As the 2 generals charged forth, I began contemplating how to deal with the invisible 6th member. I was acutely aware that this individual was the one destined to blind Kakashi, possessing truly repugnant abilities. However, his camouflage technique essentially combined optical camouflage with aura suppression. He could merge with his environment, yet there was one thing he could not alter: his body temperature. As long as he was alive, he would inevitably emit heat, a trait easily detected by snakes. To be honest, my condition was far from optimal. After 2 intense battles and summoning 2 generals, my energy reserves were nearly depleted. Engaging in a direct confrontation could lead to unforeseen consequences. Just then, Nijia seemed to sense my predicament and spoke up, "My king, you are not in peak condition. You may harness the power of the mask." I was taken aback. "What? It has this function?" This detail was not mentioned in the instruction manual. Nijia explained that since I had already summoned them, it signified my ability to communicate with the mask, allowing me to temporarily borrow their powers and embody their physical forms. Of course, the side effects were significant. Prolonged use could overwhelm my mind and body, leading to eternal consumption by the Shadow Kingdom, resulting in my complete obliteration. Upon hearing this, I understood. This was akin to the classic trope from Jackie Chan Adventures. There was no time to hesitate. Fortune favored the bold. Moreover, given my current state, without external assistance, I could very well be ambushed by this elite ninja. Go forth, little mouse. I shall handle this myself, I commanded, and without hesitation, Nijia and Samo charged toward their respective foes. Nijia executed a swift blade draw, infused with dark energy, targeting the demon leech, while Samo, in an exaggerated manner, stomped forward, causing the ground to tremble, delivering a powerful punch toward Nakamura Tokai. I too was not idle. I immediately began communicating with the ninja mask within me. The shadowy visage seamlessly integrated into my limbs, finally enveloping my face in a swift motion. The sensation was indescribable. A chilling wave surged through my entire being, both painful and exhilarating, as my strength surged upward. This intoxicating feeling was simply overwhelming. Just as I was reveling in the rush of power, the sixth member, known as Dashi, finally made his move. He emerged from behind me, swinging a blade toward my neck with impeccable timing. Without turning my head, I swiftly drew a knife from the shadows, intercepting his attack with a resounding clang. He exerted all his strength, yet the blade could not inch further. I slowly turned my head, my previously dark pupils now glowing blood red. A grin creeping onto my lips. I've caught you, little mouse. Upon seeing my ghastly visage, Dashi was terrified, retreating in haste, attempting to cloak himself once again. Would I allow him to escape? I closed the distance, wielding my knife with the speed of a whirlwind, employing a technique that was simply swift and ruthless. Each strike aimed for a vital point, forcing Dashi into a defensive position, continuously backpedaling. At last, he seized an opportunity, sustaining a blow from my blade. Using the recoil to create distance, I observed the notch carve into my knife and casually discarded it into the shadows, retrieving a new one. It was effective and delightful. Dashi's face turned pale at this development. Hastily bandaging his arm, he began to fade from view once more. When faced with adversity, he chose flight, it seemed. Child, you are still too young, unaware of the true worth of a successor to the Serpent Clan. I formed hand seals with both hands and struck the ground, summoning technique. A small, colorful snake appeared at my feet, affectionately nudging me. I placed it on my arm and whispered, "Little one, help me locate the concealed one, and I shall reward you with a feast upon our return." Upon hearing the promise of meat, the little snake became animated, flicking its tongue to indicate the direction. I understood its signal, feigning a search before suddenly launching several shurikens in that direction. Dashi, caught off guard, was forced to reveal himself as he dodged, and I immediately surged forward with a powerful downward strike. He rolled away to evade, attempting to cloak himself once more. I swiftly extended my right hand, ninja technique, hidden shadow multi-snake hand. Several large snakes erupted from my sleeves, pursuing him with intent to bite. His mental faculties were nearly overloaded, likely wondering, no way, I must truly be invisible. As he awakened the third eye, he was compelled to reveal himself, slamming his palm to the ground. Earth release, crumbling earth palm. The ground fissured. I leapt into a tree to evade. Watching Dashi, still unyielding, attempt to cloak himself again, I chuckled at his stubbornness. Very well. I shall unleash a grand technique, a true inheritance of the Serpent Clan. I swiftly performed the necessary seals and opened my mouth. Great serpent array. In the next instant, countless venomous snakes spewed forth from my mouth, surging toward Dashi's hiding spot. At this moment, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His face a mask of horror as he emerged, shouting, "Earth release, multi-layered earth flow wall." Several earthen walls rose, yet they were already surrounded by the writhing serpents, teetering on collapse. On the other front, the demon leech grew anxious. Engaged in a fierce exchange with Nijia, he sensed the dire predicament on Tokai's side, where Samo was mercilessly pummeling him, reducing him to a mere punching bag, one of his hands already crushed. Another misstep could lead to his demise. The scales of victory had decidedly tipped in my favor. Realizing the perilous situation, the demon leech prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Accelerating his attack frequency, Nijia, feeling the pressure of his initial battle, began to draw power from the Shadow Kingdom, his aura surging as he prepared to finish the fight. The demon leech assumed a peculiar stance, completing his hand seals, and bellowed, secret technique of rock blade art, shattering peak. Two shadow clones charged toward Nijia. who effortlessly dispatched them with 2 slashes of dark energy. Simultaneously, Dashi could no longer withstand the onslaught. The earthen walls crumbled, and the serpents surged. I too sprang into action, melding into the shadows beneath my feet, instantaneously reappearing behind Dashi, poised to deliver a decisive strike. My blade, charged with dark purple energy, aimed at his vulnerable back. In this critical moment, the demon leech, facing off against Ninja, suddenly redirected his focus toward me. A feint. His true target was I. He shouted to Dashi, "Defend with all your might." Dashi, enduring the snakebites, struck the ground with both hands. Earth release. Rock collapse. Countless rocks exploded outward, clearing a temporary space. Meanwhile, the demon leech's strike reached me. The ninja blade, entwined with earthy chakra, surged toward my face, bearing the weight of death. My expression unwavering, I unsheathed my blade. The dark purple energy collided with the earth-colored ninja knife, producing a thunderous crash. A blinding flash erupting as Dashi and I were both flung away. Dashi, midair, coughed up blood, landing nearby, motionless and unresponsive. Upon witnessing my predicament, Ninja erupted into a furious rage, charging toward the demon leech. Just as he was about to strike, Tokai unhesitatingly abandoned his struggle with Samo, rushing to intercept the knife with his own body. Earth release, earth flow wall. The earthen wall was severed by Ninja with a single stroke of his blade. Its momentum unabated, cleaving through Murakami Takuya's shoulder down to his abdomen, extinguishing his life on the spot. Before he fell, he summoned his last ounce of strength to shout a single word to Mog. Run. Mog's eyes were filled with hatred. But this was the opportunity earned at the cost of a teammate's life. He seized the severely injured Deshur and prepared to flee. Just as I had recovered from the explosion, I sensed something amiss. The areas of my body affected by the blast began to uncontrollably transform into mud, pieces crumbling away. Emoji looked at me, his expression brimming with triumph. I understood that this was his lethal move, should I fall victim to it. I would watch helplessly as I disintegrated, suffering a painful demise. He believed he had triumphed, yet he had forgotten who my master was, Shishu. When it comes to survival, Shishu is unparalleled. I slowly lifted my head, and before him, pried open my own mouth with both hands, stretching it wider. Suddenly, a hand, slick with mucus, emerged from my mouth, and right after, a brand new, intact version of myself gradually crawled out from my former body. The remnants of my original form disintegrated into a heap of dirt. The Shi-Lu replacement technique. Aside from consuming chakra and being somewhat grotesque, it was virtually invincible. I assure you, the rock ninja, named Mog, was left utterly flabbergasted. His eyes nearly bulged from his head. He had likely never witnessed such an abstract ninjutsu, where a living person emerged from a puddle of viscous liquid. The visual impact alone must have inflicted a tremendous psychological blow to his tender psyche. Just as I executed my escape, my colossal bodyguard, Sa-Mo, sprang into action, uprooting a tree large enough for several people to embrace and hurling it like a javelin. Emoji, being a fierce individual himself, scooped up his nearly lifeless teammate, Deshur, and retaliated with a barrage of smoke bombs. Enduring my bodyguard's assault despite suffering multiple broken bones and spitting blood as he fled. Such determination. It would be a shame if he did not pursue a career in delivery. Do not be fooled by his escape. Let me assure you, we emerged from this encounter with significant gains. I had stripped the rock ninja of their secret weapon, obliterated their supplies, and incapacitated one while severely injuring another. Their meticulously planned scheme to ambush us was directly thwarted by my actions. It is no exaggeration to say that the third great ninja war will not commence anytime soon. And I, Nara Longjian, can claim at least half of the credit. My wings, like a butterfly, are nearly sparking with energy. However, truth be told, I was nearing my limit. That cursed mask continued to drone in my mind, akin to a tightening spell, relentlessly enticing me. And Jia, the shadowy general, approached and knelt before me, admitting his failure and asking for punishment. In a moment of heated impulse, a surge of malevolence engulfed me, and I drew a knife from the shadows, intending to strike him down. In that fleeting moment, I was no longer myself, consumed by a frenzy of violence. A tempest of brutality I could scarcely contain. Fortunately, at the last possible moment, I regained my composure, halting the blade at his forehead, and I broke into a cold sweat. This state was far too perilous. I needed to swiftly remove the mask. I escorted my 2 bodyguards back to the Shadow Kingdom and sought refuge in a relatively concealed cave. As soon as I released the fusion, the side effects hit me like a freight train. My vision darkened, the world spun, and I felt as if I were suffering from both low blood sugar and high blood pressure, my intracranial pressure soaring to 180. My final thought before losing consciousness was, who the hell has the audacity to turn off my lights? As I slipped into darkness, my teammates, Sima, Hong, and teacher Dingzhua, finally returned to the border outpost of Muyi, dragging their battered bodies. They presumed I had perished while covering their retreat. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Upon waking, teacher Dingzhua immediately sought to return for me, while Asuma and Hong wept, their hearts shattered. They inquired at the outpost, asking if any of our team had returned, but the guard replied in the negative. It was over. This was truly the end. Asuma collapsed to the ground, pounding in despair, while Hong cried bitterly. They sought out the commander, and my portly teacher, Dingzhua, nearly knelt before him, pleading for assistance to save his student. Yet the commander, one Mei Siyuan Yuan, shook his head, claiming insufficient manpower and that it was not worth risking lives for a likely deceased Chunin. Hearing this incensed me. Just when hope seemed lost, a savior appeared. My uncle, Nara, along with his team, fortuitously passed by. Upon learning of my predicament, my uncle wasted no time, directly asking Dingzhua where I had gone missing, demanding him to mark the location. He then turned to my distraught teammates and stated, "This is that child's choice. Family members understand. This is the essence of a Nara clan." Speaking the harshest words while performing the warmest deeds, he commanded his team to regroup in 15 minutes and set out to rescue me. This decisive action filled me with renewed hope. When I next opened my eyes, I'd lost track of how many days had passed. My entire body felt as if it were shattered, as if a wild boar could easily dispatch me. Struggling to open my eyes, I was relieved to see light. Thankfully, the side effects were not permanent blindness. However, when I glanced down, I was astonished to find that my wounds had been bandaged. A sudden chill ran down my spine. Was I captured? Upon raising my gaze, a red-haired woman entered, carrying a bowl of soup. Upon seeing me awake, her delight was palpable. "You're awake, little brother. Please drink this soup." I was taken aback. That distinctive red hair could only belong to the Uzumaki clan. Given that I was in a land of grass, could this be Xianglin's mother? While I grappled with this realization, the kind lady, named Xiangzi, noticed my dazed expression and quickly reassured me, fearing I thought her a villain. I thanked her and eagerly consumed the soup. Upon inquiring, I discovered I had been unconscious for a full 5 days. She and her husband, Rinjia, also red-haired, had taken shelter from the rain and stumbled upon my cave, caring for me ever since. What a turn of fate. This was a miraculous revival, a true extreme comeback. During dinner that evening, I laid everything bare, directly identifying them as members of the Uzumaki clan. They reacted with alarm, and Rinjia even reached for a kunai. I hastily explained, "Please do not be agitated. I'm one of you in Nara." I even self-deprecatingly remarked on my current state, unable to defeat even a chicken. So how could I harbor ill intentions? They finally relaxed. Curious, I inquired why they chose to remain in this decrepit land of grass instead of returning to Muyi. Rinjia explained that they had grown weary of war, simply desiring to live as ordinary people. Going to Muyi would inevitably lead them back to being ninjas, and they wished to avoid that turmoil. After hearing this, I sighed internally. My friends, do you think you can simply evade this fate? I directly told them that the land of grass was rotten to its core. With your Uzumaki lineage, you would inevitably be exploited as a source of chakra. Upon hearing my analysis, Xiangzi looked at me with warmth, gently patting my head, saying, "Longjian, you truly resemble my brother. You share his concern for others and worry for our safety." At that moment, I felt a warmth in my heart, but guess what happened next? In the blink of an eye, Sister Xiangzi's tone shifted to one of seriousness as she said, "Longjian, I know you have our best interests at heart and wish for us to go to Muyi. However, we have absolute reasons for not doing so." I was utterly astonished. Initially, I thought they simply wished to avoid the ninja conflict, but it seemed there was far more at stake. Seeing my bewildered expression, Sister Xiangzi sighed and revealed that the story must begin with the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing this, my interest piqued instantly. This was a historic enigma in the world of Naruto. A premier clan capable of allying with the Senju suddenly vanished. Something was undeniably amiss. Sister Xiangzi then asked if I was aware of the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan. How could I not know? I shall directly present the names of the dishes, possessing vitality akin to that of a cockroach, an abundance of chakra reminiscent of a power bank, fearsome sealing techniques, and being the perfect vessel for the Kyuubi, the chosen child of the Jinchuriki. She nodded, affirming that it was indeed due to her overwhelming strength, especially in sealing techniques. She recounted tales from the elders of her clan, stating that during the heyday of the Uzumaki clan, they revered 27 deities. 27. My mind was instantly overwhelmed by this revelation. I assure you, this is absolutely true. When Orochimaru sought the Shinigami mask at that Namiya hall, did you not notice the myriad of bizarre masks adorning the walls? Each mask represented a deity, showcasing the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques that surpassed all limits. Consequently, all surrounding nations grew fearful, leading them to unite and lay waste to the land of whirlpools. At this juncture, Sister Xiangzi's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling. She fixed her gaze upon me and emphatically stated, "The demise of the Uzumaki clan is directly linked to the higher-ups of Konoha." My goodness. The first thought that flashed through my mind was that of Danzo, that old fiend, who understands the extent of his influence. Sister Xiangzi, observing my astonishment, continued, revealing that the elders who had assisted them in fleeing had disclosed the truth before their demise. Konoha was fully aware of the impending attack and was not hampered by a lack of manpower to assist. The harsh reality was that other nations wished for the complete annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, while Konoha aimed to render them so weakened that they could only kneel as vassals. Upon hearing this, I was both enraged and amused. Such actions were quintessentially those of Konoha's political elite. Especially after the third Hokage took office, the high-ranking officials acted like rabid dogs, and the third Hokage could do little to restrain them, plunging the village into chaos. The revelations only escalated. Sister Xiangzi recounted how an elder bore witness to a Konoha Umbu ninja seizing a young girl amidst the chaos. Furthermore, Konoha later justified their actions by claiming to safeguard her, thereby consuming a significant portion of the Uzumaki clan's legacy. So this is how it is? I finally grasped the depths of their treachery. This was not merely a case of inaction in the face of danger. It was outright robbery, a treacherous betrayal. The captured girl, without a doubt, was Kushina, the future Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. At that moment, I felt a surge of gratitude and trepidation, bowing fervently in my heart to Sister Xiangzi and Brother Renji. Thank you for sparing my life. Given Konoha's despicable actions, their restraint in not striking me down while I was unconscious was a testament to their benevolence. Sister Xiangzi, noticing my fluctuating expression, assumed I had been profoundly affected, unaware that I was internally expressing my gratitude towards her entire family. She concluded with a poignant statement. It is not we who betrayed Konoha, but rather the higher-ups of Konoha who first betrayed the Uzumaki. This revelation illuminated everything. No wonder the remaining Uzumaki clan members would rather wander the world than return to Konoha. Who could endure such betrayal? Their home had been stolen. Why would they return? I remained silent for a considerable time, processing this astonishing revelation. Observing my demeanor, Sister Xiangzi attempted to comfort me, assuring me that Brother Renji would protect her. Furthermore, they now sought only to distance themselves from the conflicts of all ninja villages. Then, she divulged an even more outrageous piece of information. She mentioned that the Uzumaki clan seemed to be under a divine curse. For two pure-blood Uzumaki to conceive a child together was nearly impossible. I was utterly taken aback. What kind of curse is this? I gazed at them, with Sister Xiangzi looking blissfully at Brother Renji, expressing that their greatest wish was to find a stable place to raise a child and pass on their lineage. Upon hearing this, I felt a deep respect. It turned out that these two bore the weight of revitalizing their entire clan. I sincerely reassured them. Do not worry, dear sister and brother. Good people will be rewarded, and you shall surely have your own child. The following day, my body had nearly recovered, my chakra replenished, and I was ready to summon the Shadow Army. As Sister Xiangzi recognized my ability to protect myself, she prepared to bid farewell. I quickly stopped them, insisting they wait 2 more days, for I had a gift to present. After saying this, I ventured outside, wandering aimlessly near the cave. Suddenly, my eyes lit up as I spotted a cluster of white flowers growing by a small river. This is it. I hurriedly picked several stalks and joyously returned to the cave. Upon my return, Sister Xiang and Brother Renji stared at the meager plants I had gathered, utterly perplexed. I offered no explanation, instead finding a large bowl, stripping the flowers and leaves away, chopping them finely with a kunai, and then retrieving a small hammer from my shadow, smashing the mixture with vigor. Their eyes widened in astonishment, likely pondering, where did that hammer come from? Sister Xiangzi could no longer contain her curiosity and asked what I was doing. I flashed her a mysterious smile. You shall know soon enough. I wrapped the crushed plant remnants in a white cloth, twisting it vigorously until dark green juice flowed into the bowl. I exclaimed, it worked. I have succeeded. Then, I summoned a battalion of shadow soldiers, startling them. I quickly clarified that this was my bloodline limit, urging them not to panic. Then, I displayed the plants to the soldiers, commanding, go, gather all similar plants from the vicinity. The soldiers dashed out with zeal, executing my orders with utmost efficiency. Sister Xiangzi and Brother Rinji were left speechless, likely thinking that this younger brother possessed some remarkable abilities. With a smile, I unveiled my gift. Sister Xiangzi, Brother Rinji, this is my present for you. This plant is called Mahanlian. Its juice possesses powerful dyeing properties, capable of concealing your striking red hair. Sister Xiangzi immediately covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, Brother Longjian, you are truly a genius. I chuckled, attributing my knowledge to my past experiences. I had researched this natural plant dye when I was younger, making it an effective and affordable solution for white hair. In the following days, I directed the Shadow Army in establishing a handmade dye workshop, meticulously teaching them the production process. Sister Xiangzi earnestly requested that I name this concoction. After some contemplation, I simply suggested, how about calling it hair dye? Goodness, have I become the Tony of the ninja world? 3 days later, at the cave entrance, I gazed at Sister Xiangzi and Brother Rinji, now sporting lustrous black hair, nodding in satisfaction. The time for parting had arrived. Sister Xiangzi's eyes were reddened as she adjusted my collar, advising me not to undertake perilous missions alone in the future. I, in turn, cautioned them that a Wagakure had been restless lately, urging them to keep their distance. Finally, I retrieved a shadow short blade engraved with the Nara family crest, presenting it to them as a token. Should circumstances become dire, or should they come to a realization, they could find me in Konoha. As long as I remain, the Nara family will always have a place for them. Brother Rinji solemnly accepted the blade. Sister Xiangzi also produced a deep purple crystal necklace from her pocket, insisting that I wear it as a token of our bond, matching the one around her neck. I accepted it gracefully, turning to wave goodbye, departing without looking back. Once on my own journey, I began to sense the transformations within my body. This brush with death had yielded immense rewards. Both my mental fortitude and chakra reserves surged dramatically, granting me an exhilarating sense of rebirth. With 4 masks successfully acquired, it was time to pursue the 5th, the samurai mask. While contemplating this, I suddenly remembered the 3 scrolls I had taken from a Wagakure. They must have pursued me with great fervor for these items. I quickly sought a secure location and retrieved the scrolls from the mouth of the summoning snake. That chilling aura reemerged. I opened the first scroll, revealing the character for Blade. Upon unsealing it, a white smoke dissipated, and I found myself holding a blade over a meter long. The scabbard was dark purple, the hilt a deep crimson, adorned with bizarre patterns that clearly indicated it was no ordinary weapon. As soon as the blade made its appearance, the surrounding air grew several degrees colder, and a voice in my mind urged me to pick it up. I quickly bit my tongue to snap back to reality. I cast the knife aside and turned to the second item, which bore the character for art. As the white smoke dissipated, it revealed an ancient tome, on the cover of which I barely discerned the words, Yao Dao Mo Xie. My goodness, the worldview is becoming increasingly absurd. Eager to delve deeper, I flipped it open, only to find it completely blank. So, they provide the item, but no instruction manual, do they? A thought crossed my mind. One hand grasped the book while the other reached for the knife. The moment I touched it, a sharp sting coursed through my palm as it sliced open several gashes. Goodness, this thing bites. While I was tending to my hand, I failed to notice that the Yao Dao absorbed my blood and began to emit an eerie purple glow. A powerful resentment surged towards me, and the knife soared into the air, hurtling straight for my face. Instinctively, I reached out and grasped it. Oh no! I felt my body become instantly filled with murderous intent and resentment, my eyes starting to turn crimson. I could not help but draw Mo Xie, its dark purple blade looking ominously fearsome beneath the sunlight. Just as I fell on the verge of being consumed by this power, the mass within me sprang into action. They began to voraciously absorb Mo Xie's energy. Naturally, Emocia was unwilling and erupted into a fierce battle within my body against the masks. It felt as though a colossal gladiatorial arena had opened up inside me, causing me to writhe in agony on the ground. Yet, even the mightiest of tigers cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Before long, my masked legion subdued Emocia, forcing it to obediently channel its energy. This energy split into two paths. One assisted the Yi Fu mask in breaking its final shackles, while the other surged directly into the samurai mask. After a while, calm finally settled within me. The Yao Dao Emocia lay quietly in my hand, and I could even sense a feeling of submission emanating from its blade. A cold sweat broke out on my brow. Had it not been for the mask keeping me in check, I would have been doomed today. I took a moment to collect myself and sat cross-legged, ready to forge ahead and summon the general of the Yi Fu mask. Suddenly, the shadow beneath me expanded dramatically, and a figure with golden skin and enormous wings slowly ascended. The third general of the Shadow Army, Ba Te. The moment he appeared, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, his speed so swift that my eyes struggled to keep up. In an instant, he materialized before me, kneeling on one knee. This humble one, Ba Te, pays homage to the king. Delight surged through me. This signified that I could now merge with the Yi Fu mask. Eagerly, I began the fusion process, that familiar sensation of power flooding my entire being once more. I abruptly opened my eyes, my gaze a fiery crimson, and in an instant, my form vanished from sight, reappearing with the Yao Dao Emocia firmly in hand. Observing the increasingly docile Yao Dao Emocia, I let out a wicked grin and spread my arms wide. Come fort. Just as my words fell, a sudden rush surged from my back. Let me tell you, it felt as if my body had been torn apart. Two massive black wings burst forth explosively from my back. I let out a long howl, and with a flap of my wings, I lifted off the ground. For those who understand, the earth beneath my feet receded further away. That sensation, my goodness. This is what it feels like to fly. Incredible. I began performing aerial acrobatics, executing various extreme drifts. I discovered that with the wings unfurled, my speed surpassed even that of my previous fury form. I drew Emocia, and with a flap of my wings, I vanished from the air. The next moment, I found myself in the forest below, delivering a horizontal strike. The sinister energy of the Yao Dao, combined with the strength of my Shadow Legion, unleashed a purple-black blade of light, instantaneously carving a vacuum around me in the woods. Splintered wood filled the air, and I gazed at the sheer destructive force, utterly satisfied. Testing complete, I disengaged the fusion. The wings gradually retracted into my body, and my eyes returned to their normal black hue. However, the aftermath hit me hard. My back throbbed as if pierced by needles, my head spun, and my legs felt weak. Goodness, it was akin to having endured 7 consecutive nights without rest. I finally understood that while this power was marvelous, one must not be greedy. Nevertheless, it was worth it. I turned my attention to the Yao Dao Emocia. Indeed, it had come bearing gifts. Gratitude to the rock ninja for the swift delivery. I grasped the knife and looked back at the ancient tome, which now, astonishingly, was filled with text. Blood authentication. Was it a commendable anti-theft system? I settled down to read. After a considerable time, everything became clear. The ancient text revealed that this blade, known as Emocia, had an immense backstory. It was forged by an ancient master craftsman, whose methods were so brutal that upon completion, divine retribution descended to obliterate it. And guess what? The cursed blade used its own demonic energy to repel the heavenly wrath. The master, also bewitched by the blade, sacrificed himself to sharpen it, leaving behind 4 words, Yao Dao Emocia. The text contained an additional note. Yao Dao sees blood, day turns to night. I tell you, this item is nothing but a pure cursed artifact. Each previous owner either succumbed to madness, killing until their own demise, or perished under dire circumstances. Each fate more tragic than the last. It continuously absorbs its owner's resentment and the death energy of those slain, growing increasingly sinister. The most alarming part is that it cannot be destroyed even by divine retribution. It can only be sealed by a coalition of powerful beings. It seems that the Rock Ninja village unearthed it from some obscure corner, knowing only that it could significantly enhance combat prowess. Yet it would ultimately ruin the user, a quintessential tool for rapid mastery, albeit with a hefty price. They initially intended to use it against us in Mu Yi, but were intercepted by me along the way. More intriguingly, The latter half of the text detailed a cultivation method and 9 sword techniques associated with this blade, referred to as the Mo-CN9 styles. However, upon reading, I realized that it was a malevolent cultivation technique. Practicing it would allow one to absorb death energy and resentment more swiftly, making the blade stronger, which in turn would return the favor to the wielder. The enhancement would be rapid, enabling one to overpower someone who had trained for 20 years within just a few days. But the caveat is that in the process, one becomes the final morsel for the blade, being completely consumed. However, I must say, this is nothing short of a monumental boon for me. Others fear the backlash. I fear it not consuming me. The Yao Dao wishes to influence me? What a joke. The 10 masks within me are all heavyweight champions. They yearn to pull me into darkness even more than Mo-Xia. That is the power of the entire Shadow Kingdom, constantly eroding me. The minute the Yao Dao's murderous intent and resentment enter my body, they were devoured by the 10 masks, as if it were a buffet, transforming into nourishment for the masks. They were reveling in it. I connected the dots and nearly burst out laughing. This is an artifact tailor-made for me. I wield the knife. The knife claims lives. People exhale their last. The knife absorbs. I consume the knife. A perfect closed loop. An infinite nesting doll. Inform the commander. I have discovered a perpetual motion machine. With this artifact in hand, my mother need no longer worry about my progress with the masks. I tenderly secured Mo-Xia to my back, looking stylish as I did so. Then, I turned my gaze to the final scroll. I cautiously unraveled the seal, only to find nothing transpire. No blinding light, no overwhelming aura. As the smoke cleared, a solitary red mask lay quietly on the ground. I mused to myself. It seems I have a unique affinity for masks. This mask had a long nose, reminiscent of the Tengu masks children wear at temple fairs. I picked it up and donned it, turning around once before removing it, but it elicited no reaction. Finally, with a determined bite, I nicked my finger, letting blood drip onto it, yet remained utterly unresponsive. While sucking on my finger, I stared at the mask, utterly perplexed. How does one activate this thing? I must admit, I was unfairly critical of the Rock Ninja. They had no idea what it was either. They merely sought the expertise of an old professor specializing in antiquities at the destination of their escort, hoping to have him appraise it. Alas, they encountered me instead. After an exhaustive day of research yielded no results, I had no choice but to reseal the matter. After all, being entrusted to escort the legendary blade, Yao Dao Mo-Xia, signifies that the task is not of ordinary significance. Perhaps enlightenment may strike one day. I carefully stashed the scroll away, donned my new weapon, Yao Dao Mo-Xia, and once more embarked on the journey back to the village. Now, having undergone this epic enhancement, should I cross paths with those 3 from MOG, I assure you, I would vanquish them to such an extent that they would scarcely recognize themselves. If they managed to escape even one, I would concede that they exhibit some prowess. Meanwhile, Teacher Dings returned to Mu Yi with Asuma and Hong. The trio stood at the village's grand entrance, reluctant to step inside. Initially, 4 had set out, yet only 3 returned. They waited at the border outpost for 3 days. Witnessing my uncle Nara and his rescue team return empty-handed, their spirits plummeting. Those days were marked by relentless rain, washing away all traces of battle and escalating the difficulty of the search. Uncle Juke searched for 3 days, failing to locate the site of my final clash with the IWA shinobi. He had no choice but to order a retreat, unwilling to gamble with the lives of additional comrades. With heavy hearts, Teacher Dingzhua and the others made their way to the Hokage Tower. Upon hearing their report, the 3rd Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, first commending them for their successful mission and acknowledging that the IWA shinobi had indeed been subdued. However, Dingzhua and the others, including Asuma, who yearned for his father's approval, were all but soulless, unable to summon any joy. The 3rd Hokage sighed, expressing regret over Long Jian's situation, remarking that he was a true successor of the Will of Fire. Before he could finish, Asuma erupted, charging forward to shout, "Old man, Long Jian is definitely alive. You must send people to rescue him. Praise can wait until he returns." The 3rd Hokage, observing his son's stubborn and tearful demeanor, could only offer comfort, stating that Long Jian would be classified as missing, and they would continue to coordinate with the border outpost. Teacher Dings will recognize that this was the best outcome possible and quickly restrained the still fuming Asuma. Subsequently, the 3rd Hokage began announcing the mission ratings. Our 6th team was given a B rating for this mission, But due to the elimination of the IWA Shinobi's secret weapon transport and a squad of elite shinobi, an exception was made to grant each member 2 additional S-rank mission experiences. Furthermore, Nara was awarded an additional S-rank mission experience for my rearguard efforts. Let me tell you, although I was not physically present, the majority of the villagers had already accepted my demise. The third Hokage was also at a loss as to how to explain matters to my teacher, Orochimaru. Meanwhile, at that very moment, I, who everyone presumed dead, was bewilderedly surveying the trees around me. Goodness, why does it feel like I'm straying further off course? Where have I ended up? Am I still within the borders of the Fire Country? I vowed that next time I venture out, I would carry a map. As a battle-hardened warrior who scored a mere 27 in geography in my past life, relying on my own sense of direction is nothing short of ludicrous. Fortunately, my flying shadows were soaring overhead as scouts. Otherwise, I would likely struggle to manage even basic survival. After a tense period of reconnaissance, my flying shadows guided me along a path entirely opposite to the one I had previously taken. All I could say was 6. After days of arduous travel, when the familiar gates of Mu-Yi finally came into view, tears nearly welled in my eyes. I tell you, in my current state, my clothes were in tatters, and the only thing that still seemed of value was the blade on my back. If I tossed it onto the street, even kind-hearted strangers would toss me a couple of coins. Even Yao, Dao, Mo, Xie seemed to disdain me, as if our aesthetics no longer aligned. Ignoring the guards' puzzled gazes, I bellowed toward the sky. I have returned. With the blade in tow, I entered the village and sought refuge in a hot spring establishment. I absolutely must indulge. After a lifetime of conflict, what is wrong with enjoying a few days of respite? After soaking for a full 2 hours and changing into fresh attire, the charming young lad I once was returned in the mirror. Just as I was admiring my youthful visage, a member of the Umbu appeared beside me. Speaking in a low tone, Nara Longjien, the Hokage summons you. Very well, the inevitable has arrived. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, the third Hokage regarded my unscathed form with a deep inhale of smoke, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief, as though questioning how I had emerged as if freshly from a hot spring. He requested that I recount the events following my rearguard efforts. I had already prepared a narrative. Performance mode activated. I recounted my shadow generals, claiming they were the result of my overextension using my bloodline limit to achieve my ultimate form, leaving it vague enough to be attributed solely to the bloodline limit. As for the 3 scrolls, I stated that during combat, the IWA Shinobi had inadvertently released one, allowing me to fortuitously gain recognition from the legendary blade, which I then wielded to defeat one enemy and severely injure another, only to be gravely wounded by the opposing secret technique. Ultimately, it was through the body replacement technique taught to me by Uncle Snake that I narrowly escaped. The remaining 2 scrolls, of course, were seized by the IWA Shinobi. As for Xiangzi and Linjia, they never existed. I claimed I awoke alone and recuperated for 2 days before returning. The third Hokage, contemplating my narrative while observing the blade on my back, found my explanation quite plausible. The explosion of my bloodline limit, combined with good fortune in acquiring a divine artifact, along with Uncle Snake's life-preserving ninjutsu, had indeed resulted in this outcome. Additionally, he had always placed his trust in me, allowing this incident to pass without further scrutiny. Then, the third Hokage reached for my blade. The moment he grasped it, the malice and resentment within surged, attempting to seize control. Remarkably, the third Hokage, being the third, unleashed a surge of chakra that swiftly subdued Mo Xie, causing the nearby Umbu to believe an assassin was present, prompting their immediate intervention. The third Hokage waved them away and then told me, Longjien, this blade is too sinister. Refrain from using it until your strength is sufficient. As if I would relinquish such an opportunity, I quickly replied, no worries, Lord Third. It has already acknowledged me as its master. It will only react against others. I can wield it without issue. I effectively blocked any arguments regarding my binding equipment. The third Hokage pondered for a moment and surprisingly acquiesced, provided I report any anomalies immediately. I expressed my gratitude profusely. Then, the third Hokage informed me of the mission rewards. Goodness, 1 B rank plus 3 S rank missions. My mind raced with possibilities. At last, fortune had smiled upon me. An S rank mission is worth hundreds of thousands of Ryo. The third Hokage also mentioned that I could select an additional reward, even the opportunity to learn a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. I felt a moment of temptation, but quickly regained my composure. The techniques within that book are life-threatening to master, and those that aren't are beyond my grasp. Techniques like multi-shadow clone and impure world reincarnation, I wish to live a few more years. However, one cannot refuse a free reward. With a glimmer of scheming in my eyes, I presented a request to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, after considering my proposal and rubbing his temple, confirmed, "You mean, you want me to provide you with a certification allowing you to learn from the various swordsmanship masters in the village, and they cannot refuse you?" I nodded fervently, brimming with anticipation. The third Hokage sighed, perhaps feeling compelled due to my status as his disciple, and said, "I can write you a recommendation letter. But whether they choose to teach you is ultimately their decision. I cannot compel them." I immediately waved my hands. Understood. But I believe the ninjas of Mu Yi will certainly honor you, Lord Third Hokage. The third Hokage regarded me helplessly, sensing that I had outmaneuvered him. The following day, upon awakening, I strolled toward the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage had specifically instructed me not to seek out Asuma and the others just yet, to provide them with a surprise. Before I could arrive, I heard Asuma's roar echoing from the office. "What? Adding a new member to our 6 team? Old man, are you joking? Long Jian hasn't even returned yet. We only recognize Long Jian as our teammate." Upon hearing this, I could not help but chuckle and push the door open, smiling as I declared, "What's this? Old ma, do you not wish to continue being teammates with your elder brother?" Asuma, who had been visibly displeased just a moment ago, froze in place upon hearing my voice. He abruptly turned around, and upon seeing me at the door, his eyes instantly reddened. In a swift motion, he lunged forward and embraced me tightly. Teacher Dingzua's face was also filled with surprise, and his eyes glistened with tears. Hong gasped, covering her mouth, and tears streamed down her face. Asuma held me close, burying his head in my shoulder to hide his tears. I smiled and patted him on the back, saying, "I'm back. Sorry to have worried everyone." After a moment, Asuma finally released me, punched my shoulder playfully, and grumbled, "You idiot. You come back without even a word. You have no idea how worried Hong and Teacher Dingzua were." I looked at his proud expression and shrugged at the third Hokage, saying, "What can I say? It was Lord Hokage who wanted to surprise you all." Asuma, irritated, shouted at the third Hokage, "Old man, you're the worst." The third Hokage, observing his rejuvenated son, could only smile wryly and shake his head. He granted us 3 days off to rest properly. We then set off towards the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi family. Teacher Dingzua waved his hand, declaring, "Unlimited barbecue." Let me tell you, there's a jonin from the Akimichi clan who believes in the principle of companionship while dining, and barbecue is free. The 4 of us devoured the barbecue while I recounted the story I had told the third Hokage. They reacted with surprise, and Teacher Dingzua solemnly instructed me that next time, matters of retreat must be handled by him. I agreed with a smile. After feasting for an extended period, the 3 of us boys were left slumped in our chairs. Hong, observing our similar states, couldn't he help but laugh. Just then, Teacher Dingzua suddenly straightened up, his expression turning serious. "Long Jian, Asuma, Hong, it's been nearly a year since you 3 became genin. I have witnessed your efforts and progress, and I have a general understanding of your abilities. Therefore, I'm contemplating signing you up for next month's Chunin exam. Of course, whether you go or not is entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, the 3 of us exchanged glances, and the unspoken message was clear. Let us do it. After all, the Chunin exam is no small affair for our Team 6. However, I still felt a bit apprehensive, particularly regarding the written test. The theoretical exams in the world of ninjas are akin to a graduate school entrance exam, covering everything from astronomy to physics, and even cryptography. I felt that my 9 years of compulsory education would be woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, I reassured myself that there was still a month left, and I could rely on the mysterious powers of the East for a last-minute cram session, if you know what I mean. Once the plan was set, we finished our meal and parted ways. I stopped by a ramen shop to grab a super deluxe version of miso ramen, heading straight to my dear Uncle Orochimaru's laboratory. As I pushed open the door, Uncle Orochimaru was as usual, resembling a mad scientist scribbling at the lab table. When he turned around and saw me standing at the door with steaming ramen, his perpetually icy expression broke into a smile. His eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, and he hoarsely managed to say, "Long Jiankoen, you've returned safely." I was puzzled by his reaction. Later, I learned that the third Hokage had already informed him, suggesting that I was likely dead, and even considered finding him a new apprentice. Just as Uncle Orochimaru had accepted the tragic narrative of losing a black-haired disciple to a white-haired elder, I appeared alive with ramen in hand. Could he be any more bewildered? I handed him the ramen with a playful grin, saying, "Teacher Orochimaru, it's freshly made and still warm. Did you miss me?" Uncle Orochimaru, ever sharp-tongued, accepted the ramen and slowly replied, "It is indeed somewhat inconvenient without a hand to assist me. I have been considering whether to take on a more obedient disciple, lest you suddenly meet your end out there one day." Upon hearing this, I sensed a hint of melancholy in his tone. I playfully clung to his arm, declaring, "I believe you would never abandon me so easily." We sat on the grass outside the laboratory, much like a scene from a romantic drama, while he slurped his noodles. Uncle Orochimaru, with his cleanliness obsession, insisted that no food odors should linger in the lab, as it could disrupt his research. Allowing him to eat outside was a significant privilege for me. After swallowing an egg, he looked up at me and asked, "Now tell me, how did you escape from that life-threatening situation?" I recounted the entire tale, embellishing it as I went along. When I reached the part where I held off the enemies, I noticed him pause in his noodle slurping, his gaze seemingly questioning my foolishness. Yet, upon describing the shadow general I had conjured at the cost of my vitality, his snake-like eyes lit up with a dangerous glimmer of interest, as if he had discovered a fascinating research subject. My heart sank. I knew I was in for some dissection. I steeled myself and shared the story of the demon blade, Mo-sia, of course omitting any details I deemed unnecessary. After finishing, Uncle Orochimaru drained the broth and stood up, stating, "Show me the blade." Without hesitation, I handed it to him. Uncle Orochimaru's expertise was evident. As soon as he grasped the blade, an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from it, immediately suppressing any rebellious spirit the demon blade might have had. He examined it as if appraising an artifact and casually tossed it back to me. "Not bad. A fine blade indeed," he commented with a slight smile. "It suits your current sinister aura, Long Jinkoin." Upon hearing this, an opportunity presented itself. I quickly inched closer, asking, "Teacher Orochimaru, your swordsmanship must be exceptional. Will you teach me?" After all, Uncle Orochimaru was a man capable of wielding the Kusanagi with flair. It would be foolish not to seize the chance. However, Uncle Orochimaru did not engage with my request. Instead, he began analyzing my various mistakes and merits from the recent battle frame by frame. I promptly fetched a small stool and sat attentively to absorb his teachings. He truly was a master. His insights enlightened me profoundly. When the lesson concluded, Uncle Orochimaru surprisingly dismissed me, urging me to leave and not to delay his experiments. Just as I was taken aback, he paused at the door and, with his gravelly voice, said lightly regarding that bloodline limit technique, "If it truly consumes your vitality, refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Come to me in 2 days for a physical examination. We'll see if we can eliminate the side effects." I was momentarily stunned. I had merely fabricated that story. To my astonishment, Uncle Orochimaru took it seriously, not only abandoning his research on me, but also proactively offering to help me resolve the side effects. This man, he truly made me want to cry. Who dares to label Uncle Orochimaru as a villain? He is nothing short of a good teacher. Before I could fully process my emotions, Uncle Orochimaru added with a hint of pride, "As for swordsmanship, it's not my forte. However, I can certainly share some techniques with you, considering my skills were honed on the battlefield." With that, he turned away and re-entered the laboratory. I called out sincerely to his retreating figure, "Thank you, Teacher Orochimaru." Upon leaving his presence, I felt invigorated. Plunging into the nearby grove to pull out the training manual for the demon blade Mo-sia and began studying fervently. I must emphasize that my relentless efforts were not solely for survival in the Third Great Ninja War. During my mission, Kakashi's father, the genius known as the Konoha White Fang, had taken his own life. This incident struck me profoundly. In the world of ninjas, without strength, one has no power to choose how to live. Rules and human sentiments are mere illusions. Strength is the ultimate truth. Just look at how no one dares to question the likes of Hashirama and Madara. Therefore, I shall strive with all my might. As I opened the ancient tome, I was taken aback by the rather peculiar cultivation method it contained, which required the mastery of murderous intent and resentful energies. While others might succumb to madness through its practice, I had my mask, rendering these elements mere stepping stones for me. They not only bore no adverse effects, but also accelerated my progress in refining the mask. Truly a dual experience card, a delightful boon. The tome further included accompanying sword techniques, known as Maye Jiu. But to my dismay, I discovered I could only access the first 3 techniques. The remaining content obscured as if veiled by a mosaic, a hazy blur. Well, it seemed akin to a video game, where insufficient levels prevent the unlocking of subsequent skills. Fine, I would focus on the first 3, one cannot overreach. I promptly began practicing the first technique, Snake Shadow Thrust. If there is one creature I am most familiar with, it would undoubtedly be the snake, having spent countless days in the company of Uncle Snake, absorbing its essence. As I practiced, it felt as if my movements were guided by instinct. As dusk fell, I stood before a grand tree, channeling my energy, merging with the demon blade in my hand. In the next heartbeat, I sprang into action. My movements were ghostly swift, darting to the tree's base. And with an exceptionally cunning angle, I thrust upward. A colossal serpent, formed from vengeful energy, materialized at the blade's tip, its maw gaping wide to strike. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced through the tree. I flicked my wrist, and with a resounding explosion, the gargantuan tree splintered from within, with shavings swirling in the air. Accomplished. Just like that, a day spent on missions and another honing my swordsmanship, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the day of the Chunin exam, Asma, Hong, and I arrived early at the examination hall. Upon entering, I was greeted by a veritable sea of faces, bustling like a marketplace. Many familiar faces were present, including Kakashi, who wore a vacant expression, seemingly still haunted by his father's shadow. Toby, that rascal, spotted us and waved with exaggerated gestures. Then there was Guy, clad in green, giving us a thumbs up, his teeth glistening white. I was puzzled by the presence of so many shinobi from other villages, their gazes fixed on us like that of adversaries. Hong, with an air of resignation, explained that this time, Konoha had joined forces with several other villages under the guise of friendly exchanges, though the reality was merely a display of prowess among the new generation of shinobi. My bewildered expression drew the attention of the outsiders, prompting them to chime in. Is this the level of Konoha's genin? They can't even gather intel properly? They may look decent, but their wits leave much to be desired. Asma was ready to explode at this, but I pulled him back. Why stoop to their level? I spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring the entire hall could hear. You must understand, they've come this far. If we don't let them vent their frustrations, they might burst. It's a charitable act, after all. Asma burst into laughter at this. One of the Suna shinobi turned green with rage, pointing a finger at me, demanding, "What do you mean? Who are you calling foolish?" I smiled faintly, a grin reminiscent of Uncle Snake's. Do not take it personally. I'm addressing everyone here, especially those eager to bark out, "All of you are foolish." The hall fell silent. That Suna shinobi, thrown off balance, seized a kunai and charged at me. At that moment, a murderous intent surged within me. In the blink of an eye, I vanished. By the time they reacted, I stood behind him, my demon blade nearly grazing his neck. A chilling aura enveloped the hall, dropping the temperature significantly. Even Kakashi was taken aback, murmuring, "So fast." Just as my blade was about to descend, a commanding voice rang out. "Enough. Stand down." An examiner from Konoha appeared, blocking my strike. I had anticipated this. Releasing my force, I ducked and retaliated with a kick, sending that fellow sprawling several meters away, clutching his abdomen and writhing on the ground. The hall once again fell into a hush. I stood with my blade, coldly observing, my gaze genuinely murderous. The examiner, clearly flustered, likely relishing the moment internally, had to maintain composure, pointing at me and chastising, "Especially you, Nara Ryukin. No fighting." This incident was swept under the rug. Following this commotion, no one dared to underestimate me again. We were ushered to the written exam venue, where the examiner explained the rules, and everyone took their seats. I must say, the written exam boiled down to 2 pathways. Either you are a scholar who can tackle a head-on, or you resort to your own tricks, showcasing your abilities to cheat. Get caught, and you're out. Evade capture, and you become a master of intelligence. Upon glancing at the paper, I was met with a sea of confusion, capable of answering only a third. Very well, time to see whose answers I could conveniently copy. The exam hall quickly transformed into a battlefield of wits. Some released insects to steal answers. Others used sand to blind the examiner. And the most outrageous was a fellow from Takigakure who wrote down the answers on his hand, stretching his arm like rubber to reach his comrade's desk. I must say, with such audacious cheating, if I didn't T-act, I would seem out of place. I subtly tapped my sleeve, and my precious little colorful serpent emerged, peeking around inquisitively. I silently urged, "I'm counting on you, little Kai." Little Kai was exceptionally perceptive, swiftly climbing to my head, its serpentine eyes scanning my chosen academic target fervently. The answers flowed into my mind like a Wi-Fi signal, seamlessly transmitting knowledge. With swift strokes, I pinned my answers. I must mention, those whose cheating methods were too obvious were swiftly caught and expelled, their scores obliterated. Truth be told, their petty antics were as transparent to the examiner on the podium as if they were using X-ray vision. As I completed my exam and lifted my gaze, lo and behold, my teammates, Asma and Yuhiko, had already dozed off at their desks. Those lovebirds, so different, seated in front and behind, finished their exams and copied from each other, while I, as a solitary soul, had to rely on my pet. Just as I was reflecting on this, I caught sight of a prominent figure, our dear Toby. He sat diagonally in front of me, wearing a distressed expression. Clearly a pure-hearted academic slacker who couldn't even fathom how to cheat. His furtive glances made me anxious on his behalf. Just as I pondered whether to assist this latecomer, a crumpled paper ball soared and landed precisely on his desk. Upon closer inspection, it was tossed by Rin. Goodness, does she not regard the examiner as a person, simply throwing paper balls? If they check her draft paper post-exam, she would be in serious trouble. After the exam, we emerged into a throng of people outside the hall, eagerly awaiting the results. Shortly after, 2 shinobi arrived and affixed a large announcement board. We hastily squeezed to the front, securing prime positions beside Kakashi's team. As I scanned the list from top to bottom, the first name gleamed, Hataki Kakashi. Unbelievable. No surprise there, the silver-haired prodigy claimed the top spot in the written exam. Further down, the second name read, Yuhi Rin. I immediately turned to Rin with a smile. You did splendidly. Had it not been for Kakashi already being a chunin, you would have been first. Rin smiled modestly, but Toby could no longer contain himself. He pushed through, extolling Rin's virtues, then turned to the deadpan Kakashi, exclaiming, Kakashi, this guy, already a chunin, yet he is stealing Rin's spotlight. Asma chimed in, slyly pointing out, isn't it mandatory for teams to register for the chunin exam? Silly Toby. That remark doused Toby's fervor instantly. I added with a chuckle, jealousy truly distorts one's perception. Abito. Toby's face flushed crimson, and he immediately turned to Asma, nearly nose to nose, ready to argue. Just as it seemed the two would come to blows, Yuhiko and Rin quickly intervened, each taking hold of one, akin to managing unruly children, pulling these two rascals apart. I shook my head with a smile, continuing my search for my name, and there it was, right in the middle. After confirming that the 3 of us had made the list, a ninja approached, calling for all qualified individuals to return for a meeting regarding the second round of examinations. Upon hearing that another speech from the leaders awaited us, I felt a headache coming on. As expected, the chief examiner stood on stage, passionately delivering his address, while I nearly dozed off with my head resting on the table. In essence, the second round involved team battles, culminating in the selection of 20 teams for the individual competition. Oh, and there was also mention of 5 slots for exceptional losers, which struck me as a rather dubious way of granting backdoor access. Once the meeting concluded, I was the first to dash out. I arranged to meet my teammates in 3 days and had intended to find Uncle Shi for a hearty bowl of ramen, only to discover the laboratory was empty. How peculiar! This research fanatic had actually stepped out. With no other option, I plunged into the small grove where I usually trained, preparing to practice my swordsmanship. Just as I drew my enchanted blade, I heard the sound of chopping nearby. Who could it be? In the brief time I had for an exam, had my secret sanctuary been claimed by someone else? Like a stealthy shadow, I crept closer. There, in the clearing, a figure moved with ghostly swiftness, wielding a short blade that emitted a white glow as it relentlessly struck a large tree. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was by Mao Kazi, and he was wielding his father's white fang. This was no mere training. It was pure catharsis. Each strike was merciless, and with a resounding crash, the massive tree splintered under his onslaught. I sighed inwardly. After all, Kazi was just a child. Who wouldn't go mad after such a tragedy as his father's suicide? I hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him when a cold voice pierced through the air. You've been watching for quite some time. Aren't you coming out? Caught off guard, I awkwardly chuckled and stepped out from the thicket, waving. Kakasher, what a coincidence. You're training here as well. He cast a glance at my blade. Emosia. I quickly concealed it behind my back, wanting to clarify. No misunderstandings. I usually practice here. I just came over upon hearing the commotion. I absolutely have no ill intentions. If I were mistaken for someone following him with a weapon, there would be no way to clear my name. Kakashi merely acknowledged me with a nod, saying, "I understand. I'm just curious about your sword." To my surprise, he even asked to take a look. Without a second thought, I extended my hand, only for a sudden realization to hit me. I hastily withdrew my hand, and Kakashi looked at me in confusion. I steeled myself to explain, "I'm sorry, Kakashi, but you can't touch this sword. It has certain peculiar properties that can affect one's mindset. Given your current mental state, wielding it could lead to unfortunate consequences." My blade had previously encountered the likes of the third Hokage and Uncle Shi, both of whom were formidable beings, and it had caused no harm. However, with Kakashi's current fragile psyche, touching it would be akin to handing a knife to a devil. At my words, he became enraged, shouting, "Enough. Do not mention that person again." Well, I had clearly stepped on a landmine. At this stage in his life, Kakashi was like a powder keg. Just mentioning his father set him off. He looked up at me with burning intensity. "Nara long, Jien. Master Minato says you're very strong, perhaps even stronger than I. Since you're here to practice your swordsmanship, why don't we spar? Let me witness your true strength." Observing his earnest expression and glancing at the tightly gripped white fang in his hand, I acquiesced. It was an opportune moment to ascertain whether his white fang was faster or my emotion. I gripped my sword with both hands, adopting a stance. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi dashed forward, his white chakra illuminating the air as he struck with a horizontal slash. I raised my blade to block, and the clash of violet black and white light erupted into a shower of sparks. Immediately following, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. The short blade in his hand danced with agility, striking from various angles with precision, thrusts, slashes, and cuts, forcing me to retreat, exerting all my effort merely to defend. Suddenly, I seized the opportunity during a brief lapse in his relentless assault and launched a powerful sweeping strike. An illusory giant ape materialized around my blade, striking with tremendous force, sending him flying against a tree with a resounding crash. As I took a moment to catch my breath, he emerged from the haze of dust. True to form, Kazi was resilient. We charged at each other once more, the woods echoing with the sounds of clashing blades. I noted that his swordplay was a blend of fast and slow techniques, a particularly vexing combination. Moreover, I observed that with each collision between my emotion and his white fang, an eerie light flickered. A surge of energy coursed through the blade into my hands, invigorating my spirit as the battle progressed. My sword, primarily focused on purging negative energy, was voraciously absorbing Kakashi's resentment and animosity, transforming it into my own strength. I marveled inwardly at the weight of his grievances. Kakashi, too, was astonished. He realized that I had transitioned from being on the defensive to trading blows with him. After another intense clash, we both retreated, gasping for breath. I observed several small wounds adorning his body, while I remained relatively unscathed aside from a disheveled appearance. It was clear to me that in terms of swordsmanship, I still had room for improvement. Straightening up, I took a deep breath. "Kakashi, this next move will be my final technique." He said nothing, silently raising white fang. In the next instant, we both launched ourselves forward. I executed my most adept technique, snake shadow thrust, my footwork undulating like a serpent, making it difficult for him to predict my movements. The blade coalesced into the image of a colossal serpent, lunging towards Kakashi with its gaping maw. In a flash, he discerned my intent and thrust white fang decisively toward my weakest point. At the moment our blades were poised to strike one another's vital spots, we both instinctively chose to withdraw our force. Yet, retracting power proved challenging. White fang grazed my abdomen, leaving a shallow cut, while my emotion pierced through the fabric near his arm, drawing a trickle of blood. After the duel, we sheathed our swords and collapsed onto the grass, both gasping for air, utterly ungraceful. Kakashi broke the silence. "I apologize, Long Jian. I was in a foul mood earlier." I waved my hand dismissively, replying weakly, "It's all right. It served as excellent practice. How do you feel now? Is the weight off your shoulders?" He sat up, his expression earnest. "Indeed, I feel considerably lighter." I rolled my eyes internally. Of course, he felt relieved. The negative energy had all been absorbed by my blade. I lay on the ground, stating, "Releasing emotions is akin to swearing. If you bottle it up, your heart becomes tainted. If you let it out, your heart is cleansed." Kakashi was taken aback by my somewhat twisted logic, pondering it for a moment before finding it somewhat reasonable. As I stood to leave, he queried once more, "What is the purpose of enhancing one's strength? Is it to better fulfill missions and avoid being labeled as worthless?" Whoa, young man, that mentality is quite perilous. I promptly sat back down, patting him on the shoulder. My goodness, just do your best with the missions. What's the point of risking your life for a few thousand a month? Kakashi was again stunned, questioning in confusion. But failing a mission means being deemed worthless. That's the village's rule. I regarded his serious demeanor and shook my finger. No. What I mean is, once your strength reaches a certain level, you can disregard these so-called rules, even break them. Kakashi's mouth gaped wide, likely contemplating whether this episode could air in Konoha. He stammered, "How is that permissible? Rules cannot simply be broken because of strength." I sighed, casting a glance at him. "Why must you be so extreme? It's either rigid adherence or outright rebellion. Can't you find a middle ground? Tell me, who establishes the rules?" After a long deliberation, he replied, "The village, the higher-ups?" "Correct, but not entirely. Ultimately, rules are constructed by humans." I gazed into his eyes and spoke deliberately. "Rules are rigid, but humanity is vibrant. Regulations exist to serve and protect people. They must never extinguish our humanity." Kakashi's gaze began to waver. He suddenly inquired how I would act if faced with the choices his father had made in the past. After a moment of contemplation, I responded, "It depends on the situation. If my comrades were worthy individuals like Asuma or Hong, I would certainly save them." He pressed further, "What if the villagers condemned you?" I smiled enigmatically. "Isn't that precisely the point? The best way to deal with keyboard warriors is to ensure that when your strength is sufficient to alter the landscape, they wouldn't dare to speak. It's a matter of silencing them in a most tangible sense. Do you understand?" Kakashi seemed to grasp the concept. This, it appeared, was the legendary art of convincing others through virtue. When reason fails, let the fist compel acceptance. I then continued, "Kakashi, let me clarify. I'm not suggesting your father, White Fang, lacked prowess. He was undoubtedly a top-notch ninja. Even my teacher Orochimaru attested to that. However, I shifted my tone. You must understand that your father's strength did not reach the level where he could silence everyone or alter the rules at will." Kakashi, still too naive, dared to counter. "Even if my father were that powerful, could he truly silence those who wished to malign him?" I thought to myself, goodness, how naive. If it were me, I'd ensure they experienced what it truly means to be silenced. Naturally, I could not voice this directly, so I adjusted my approach. Let us consider it from another angle. If your father were strong enough to eliminate all foes in one fell swoop, guaranteeing mission success, wouldn't that eliminate all subsequent troubles? The problem would be resolved at its root. Kakashi's eyes widened, as if his CPU had just overheated. I could almost hear him thinking, wow, is there really such a way to approach this? "Father, I see now. Perhaps it is you who isn't strong enough." Seeing the impact of my words, I pressed on. "Now, let us think bolder. If you were strong enough to single-handedly challenge all 5 great ninja villages, do you believe the village elders would allow you to perish, or would they fear even to let you die? They wouldn't even dare to let anyone whisper a word against you. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Without the first Hokage's presence, how many fools in Konoha would dare to challenge Uchiha Madara? With a single sweep of his Susanoo, he would teach them all about respect." Kakashi appeared utterly perplexed, his upbringing clashing with my radical theories. Yet deep down, he sensed the truth in my assertions. In that moment, I felt as though I had channeled Uncle Snake's essence, almost asking him directly, "Do you yearn for strength, Kakashi? Come, child, follow me. Becoming stronger is the only path forward." Kakashi stood frozen for a moment, but his eyes soon shimmered with renewed resolve, as if he had unlocked a hidden pathway within himself. He earnestly replied, "Longjin, thank you. While I have yet to fully digest your words, you have made me realize that what I must do now is to relentlessly enhance my strength, rather than wallow in internal strife over trivial rules and humanity." I felt a sense of pride as I patted his shoulder, recognizing his potential. I mused to myself, finally, I've managed to steer him towards a more productive mindset. If he becomes powerful enough to stride confidently through Konoha, vindicating his father will be but a matter of moments. Thus, Kakashi transformed from a brooding prince into a fervent warrior, his excitement palpable as he declared, "While I still consider rules important, your words have ignited a greater motivation within me. Longjin, let us grow stronger together, to the point where we can disregard and even defy these rules." I stroked my chin, pondering this newfound determination. It seemed I had inspired a completely different Kakashi. My persuasive abilities were indeed worthy of admiration. From that day onward, an inexplicable bond formed between us. In his heart, I had become a daring ally, encouraging him to practice diligently. Just as I was reflecting on this, my stomach rumbled. Without hesitation, I seized Kakashi by the arm and declared, "Let us go. Treat me to some Ichiraku ramen." Kakashi looked bewildered. "Wait, I'm treating you?" Without turning back, I replied, "Of course. Longjin's mini-class requires a bowl of ramen as tuition. Consider yourself fortunate." Kakashi seemed speechless, likely having never encountered such an imaginative excuse for a free meal. Thus, we made our way towards Ichiraku ramen. Basking in the glow of the setting sun, I had begun to stir a tempest in this world. 3 days swiftly passed, leading us to the second round of the Chunin exams, the team battles. Asuma, Hong, and I arrived punctually at the training ground, only to find it teeming with participants. The other village's genin regarded me with a mix of trepidation and defiance, some plotting how to challenge me in the upcoming matches. I paid them no mind, finding a quiet spot to meditate. Before long, Kakashi and Rin arrived, but still no sign of the tardy one. "Where's Obito?" I casually inquired. Kakashi's forehead was lined with frustration. "That fool is going to be late again." Asuma, ever the provocateur, jumped in to tease Kakashi. "Don't let Obito's tardiness cause you to be disqualified. I still want to have a proper match with you in the third round." It was amusing to see him puff up after having recently been defeated by me. Kakashi merely replied with a calm assurance that he was always ready, then turned to me, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "If we do cross paths this time, it won't merely be a test of swordsmanship. I want to see just how strong you truly are." Asuma's inquisitive gaze darted between us, clearly intrigued by the tension. Rin likely entertained her own notions of the bond between prodigies. Just as the main examiner announced the official commencement of the second round and prepared to draw lots, our tardy teammate Obito finally arrived, breathless. I stepped forward to draw for our team and swiftly made my way to the battle arena. Upon arrival, I found myself facing 3 opponents, 2 males and 1 female, from Sunagakure. Among them was the very brash individual whom I had nearly dispatched in the first round. "What a small world this is." Asuma chuckled beside me. "You two seem to have quite the connection." I smiled. It was perfect to show this fellow that Konoha is indeed a place of etiquette, where we focus on tangible resolutions. Upon seeing me, the Sunagakure ninja turned pale, likely cursing his ill fortune. The examiner declared, "Let the battle commence." I immediately grasped Emoyi, twirling it with finesse as I rapidly devised our strategy. "I will take the lead. Asuma will provide cover for Hong, and Hong should seek an opening to cast Genjutsu, aiming to incapacitate one of them first." With that, I charged forward, blade in hand. Asuma followed closely, and Hong began forming hand seals. The Sunagakure trio braced themselves for the imminent confrontation, with the brash one standing defiantly at the front. One of his teammates wielded wind techniques, while another was a puppeteer. Asuma, right behind me, swiftly executed a great fireball technique, forcing the 3 opponents to scatter in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, I sprinted towards the brash ninja, my MOE slicing through the air, compelling him to desperately fend off my strikes with kunai, retreating under pressure. At that moment, the female Sunagakure ninja unleashed a wind technique, while the puppeteer maneuvered his puppet towards me, attempting to concentrate their attacks. Yet, with MOE in hand, I remained unfazed, engaging the puppet in an effortless battle. Meanwhile, Asuma had closed in on the brash ninja, and they exchanged blows with fervor. Just when everyone was captivated by our duel, Hong found her opening. Illusion technique, 3 great blossoms. Crouching low, Hong awaited the opportune moment. Her illusion technique striking directly at the sand ninja, who was preparing to form hand seals. In that fleeting instant of success, Asuma swiftly shifted his focus, heading straight for the sand ninja, ensnared in the illusion. From the very beginning, our target had been her. Meanwhile, I gazed at the puppet before me, a subtle smile gracing my lips. Our playful engagement has reached its conclusion. It is time to rest. Gripping the hilt of my sword tightly, I propelled myself off the ground, channeling power through my core, instantly unleashing a sweeping force that surged forth with the might of 1,000 warriors, sending Mo-Xie arcing through the air. The violet blade shimmered, reminiscent of a roaring giant ape, swinging its arm down with tremendous force. The sweeping strike. The puppet master, taken aback, hastily commanded the puppet to cross its dual blades in defense. Yet it was futile. With a resounding crash, the puppet's dual blade shattered. And my M.O. Xie continued unabated, cleaving the puppet cleanly in two. The puppet master stood dumbfounded, his mind likely racing with thoughts of what kind of weapon and technique this could be. In that moment of daze, Asuma had already sent the entranced sand ninja flying out of the arena. By the time the brash comrade regained his senses, it was all too late. He watched helplessly as one teammate was eliminated and another's puppet was destroyed, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. This was no longer a mere 1v3. It was an overwhelming tactical annihilation. He observed as Asuma and I advanced once more, ultimately raising his hand in bitter resignation. There is no need to continue. We concede. After concluding one match, we took a moment to watch Kakashi's team compete, their opponents surprisingly being Team Guy. To our astonishment, youthful Guy charged directly at Kakashi, eager for a spirited contest. However, Obito, in his typical fashion, attempted to steal the spotlight, swiftly interjecting with a hand seal, exclaiming, "Fire style, great fireball." Yet, mid-sentence, the candy in his mouth lodged in his throat, choking him. Unable to release the technique, he nearly succumbed, his eyes rolling back in distress. Guy, unfazed, executed a leaf whirlwind, landing a kick squarely on Obito's face, inadvertently dislodging the candy. As Asuma and I watched, we erupted into laughter, our sides aching. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who managed to rally his two novice teammates, guiding them to victory. After our laughter at Obito, we prepared for our second match against three Rain Shinobi. I must say, those three appeared as if they had crawled out from a horror film, donning oxygen masks and surveying us with peculiar gazes. Taunting, "Let us eliminate him right away." My expression grew cold. Asuma, misunderstanding my demeanor, urged me not to let their words affect me. Shaking my head, I replied icily, "You two need not intervene. I alone shall handle these three." They were taken aback. After a moment of silence, I continued, "My father and mother both perished on the battlefield against the Rain Ninjas, courtesy of their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander." Upon hearing this, Asuma and Hong instantly understood, silently retreating to the edges of the arena. The three Rain Ninjas, believing that my companions had fled in fear, continued their mockery. One brazenly shouted at me, "Hey kid, why don't you just concede? You might end up limbless and crying for your mother." Asuma shook his head at the sidelines, realizing how audacious these individuals were, recklessly treading upon my sensitive ground. "Shouldn't I teach them a lesson?" With a stoic expression, I drew M.O. Xie and warned them, "Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Unleash your full strength, or you shall meet your demise." Infuriated, the three ninjas ceased their idle chatter and simultaneously formed hand seals, shouting, "Ninja technique, shadow clone technique." Instantly, the arena was filled with their clones, a dark mass encircling me like a horde of zombies. As Asuma and Hong looked on, tense, I regarded the advancing shadows with disdain, scoffing. "Merely a trivial trick? Allow me to show you what true numbers can accomplish." Just as my words faded, the shadows beneath my feet seemed to come alive, rapidly spreading outward until they covered a substantial portion of the arena. The realm of shadows, forcefully unfurling. I observed the multitude of clones with indifference, stating, "They're nothing but a bunch of powerless fakes." Subsequently, from the shadows at my feet, emerged soldiers clad in armor, wielding katana, their eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. My Shadow Legion has arrived. Upon their arrival, the shadow soldiers encircled me for protection, brandishing their shadow blades and ruthlessly assaulting the mass of clones. While the clones could regenerate, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Several shadow soldiers surrounded each clone, displaying brutal efficiency. The hidden trio of Rain Ninjas, witnessing the overwhelming quantity and astonishing combat prowess of my Shadow Legion, along with my protected presence at the center, were struck with immense shock. A low voice from one of the Rain Ninjas emerged. "What is this ability? I have never seen anything like it. Is it some secret technique?" The ninja beside him, utterly flabbergasted, responded, "Brother, this is no mere technique. This is a bloodline limit. Konoha has birthed yet another monster." Another ninja panicked. "Indeed, his humanoid shadows are too bizarre. Our clones cannot approach him at all." However, their leader, a towering figure, remained composed, asserting, "Why panic? This technique surely consumes chakra. Let him exhaust his abilities, and once his chakra is depleted, we shall strike." I must say, I nearly burst into laughter at that moment. Asuma appeared entirely unperturbed, assuring me, "Do not worry, Hong. Long Jian surely has a plan." Hong, however, was more pragmatic. Her expression tense as she remarked, "But his shadows are ineffective against those clones. Where are the real threats hiding?" Just then, our Long Jian spoke up, his voice low yet filled with scorn. "Three little mice, cease your charade. Your true forms are not among these clones, are they?" The three Rain ninjas undoubtedly felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, they maintained their bravado, with the leader sneering. "So what if you've seen through us? You cannot find us, and your efforts are in vain." What followed was Long Jian's moment to shine. He leisurely stated, "Your so-called shadow clone technique is merely an illusion, devoid of offensive capability, pure visual pollution. The real bodies are concealed within the shadows of the clones, waiting to ambush." At this point, he shifted his tone, growing cold. "Alas, little mice, when it comes to manipulating shadows, you are woefully outclassed." The three Rain ninjas could no longer maintain their composure. Cold sweat began to pour down their faces. What kind of monster is this? Just a brief encounter, and he had stripped us bare. Fellow comrades, who understands this? His battle intellect is simply on another level. Recognizing their exposure, they ceased their pretense. The leader swiftly commanded, "Attack together, take him out in an instant." He foolishly analyzed, "This kid's shadow covers the ground, making it convenient for us. We shall emerge from different angles to ambush him. He surely won't react in time." At that moment, I could hardly suppress my laughter. What a naive notion. Attempting to engage in stealth on the domain of the Shadow Master? Who gave you such audacity? In an instant, the three Rain ninjas indeed emerged from the shadows behind Long Jian. Three Kanai darted toward vital points, their voices shouting, "You little brat. You shall not speak ill of Lord Hanzhou." Asuma and Hong, alarmed, cried out, "Long Jian, beware behind you." And guess what happened? Long Jian didn't even turn his head. He stood there, as if unfazed, while the shadow soldiers he summoned remained eerily still. The three Rain ninjas wore triumphant smiles, believing they were on the verge of victory. However, their smiles soon faded. They discovered themselves immobilized. Mere inches away, their kunai nearly grazed his clothing. Yet they could not advance an inch. The three individuals lowered their heads and were taken aback as countless pairs of blue hands emerged from the shadows, gripping their legs, waists, and arms with an iron grip. Some shadow soldiers even ensnared themselves around their backs, executing a naked choke that rendered them utterly immobile. At that moment, Long Jian leisurely turned around, his gaze as frigid as ice, and calmly remarked, "I will not return home to my mother in a state of dismemberment. However, you may descend and recount your plight to my mother." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ghostly soldiers began to exert their strength, dragging the three shinobi into the shadows below. The trio, faces etched with terror, had their mouths covered by the shadows, emitting only muffled sounds as they helplessly witnessed their bodies being consumed by darkness. Long Jian observed with an impassive expression until only their heads remained above ground. Suddenly, the three widened their eyes in horror, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. The examiner, sensing something was amiss, rushed into the arena to intervene, but it was too late. Upon noticing the examiner's arrival, Long Jian, indifferent, waved his hand, and the entire realm of shadows instantly contracted, causing all shadow soldiers to merge back into the shadow beneath his feet. The arena reverted to its original state, as though nothing had transpired. Without looking back, he proceeded to exit. The examiner arrived at the scene and gasped in shock. The three shinobi lay on the ground, their bodies riddled with wounds inflicted by various weapons, some areas already blackened, their eyes wide open, having long since succumbed to death. The examiner cast a complex glance at Long Jian's retreating figure and could only helplessly announce our victory. After all, the Chunin exam reserved slots for fatalities each year, and everyone had signed a death waiver. Konoha was not foolish enough to punish their own prodigy for the sake of a few shinobi. One could only say that these three unfortunate souls had drawn the short straw. Thus, we achieved a full victory in both matches and smoothly advanced to the third round of individual combat. The chief examiner informed us that there would be a month of recuperation. Asuma and Hong were brimming with enthusiasm, eager to return for intensive training. Just as we exited the arena, we spotted teacher Dingzhua waiting for us with snacks. Upon seeing us, he immediately set down the treats and excitedly inquired, "So, how did it go?" With that expression, you must have passed, right? Asuma beamed with pride. "Of course, teacher Dingzhua. We took action with precision." Teacher Dingzhua was overjoyed. Waving his hand, "Let us go. I'll treat you to barbecue." After feasting, Asuma decided to train intensively under teacher Dingzhua. while Hong opted to seek her father for Jinjutsu practice. Observing their zeal, I too felt inspired and contemplated seeking out Uncle Shi to enhance my skills. I made a beeline for Uncle Shi's laboratory. Upon entering, I was greeted by the familiar sight of Uncle Shi, clad in a white lab coat, holding a test tube. His golden snake-like eyes intently focused on his research. I opted not to disturb him and waited patiently. Once he set down the test tube, I approached him, "Teacher Orochimaru. Long time no see. Where have you been striking it rich lately?" Uncle Shi glanced at me and replied nonchalantly, "I was on a mission recently." "What brings you here?" "Longjin-kun?" I pondered for a moment. For Uncle Shi to personally intervene, it must be an S-rank mission at the very least. I then relayed the news of my advancement to the finals of the Chunin exam and requested his assistance in intensive training for a month. However, Uncle Shi did not even turn his head, continuing to manipulate the beakers as he remarked, "With your current strength, aside from Konoha's White Fang's son, Kakashi, who else in this Chunin exam is worth your last-minute efforts? Even if you encounter Kakashi, if you go all out, he is no match for you at this stage." "Is he?" I scratched my head and replied, "Well, idleness is idleness. Gaining even a slight edge is beneficial. Who would complain about being too strong?" This seemed to pique his interest. Uncle Shi paused his work, turned to face me, and after some contemplation, spoke in his gravelly voice, "Your pursuit of power remains unwavering. However, your statement has indeed reminded me of a glaring shortcoming. You are proficient in ninjutsu and taijutsu, but it seems you have yet to experience being overwhelmed by formidable jinjutsu." He continued, "If you encounter such a situation in the future, you may find yourself caught off guard." At that moment, I was struck with realization. Uncle Shi was absolutely right. In my team, we had Hong, and we typically used Jinjutsu to deceive others. I had no personal experience in that regard. Furthermore, considering the formidable Uchiha clan, with the likes of Shursui and Itachi, if I were to fall victim to a Jinjutsu, it would spell my doom. I immediately dropped to my knees, executing a fluid motion as I clutched Uncle Shi's leg, pleading pitifully, "Teacher Orochimaru, I beg you, please help me enhance my resistance to Jinjutsu." Uncle Shi regarded my familiar antics with a resigned expression. After all, I was his chosen disciple, and he had no choice but to see this through. He removed his lab coat and took me outside to commence my lesson. He explained numerous principles of dispelling Jinjutsu, discussing topics such as chakra disruption and self-harm. In conclusion, he stated ultimately, it all boils down to the strength of your mental fortitude. Upon hearing this, I became invigorated. Mental fortitude? In my 2 lives, my mental strength was already astonishing, and coupled with my daily communications with the masked figure, I was leagues ahead. I conveyed to Uncle Shi that my mental prowess might be commendable due to my bloodline limit. Uncle Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "If your mental strength is sufficiently robust, you will be more adept at detecting Jinjutsu. In fact, some ordinary Jinjutsu may have no effect on you at all." He licked his lips, his research fervor reignited. "You mean to say that cultivating your bloodline limit could enhance your mental strength? How fascinating. Let us conduct an experiment." Longjin-kun. Alarm bells rang in my mind. This was it. Uncle Shi was a great teacher, but he often pushed his students to their limits, favoring sudden challenges. He swiftly formed hand seals. His snake-like eyes fixed on me. Nai Luojian no Jutsu. A wave of mental energy surged toward my brain. I recognized this technique. It reveals one's deepest fears. However, I merely composed myself and used my mental strength to counter it, easily deflecting the attack. I felt nothing. No terrifying visions emerged, akin to summoning shadow soldiers, depleting my mental energy. Upon opening my eyes, I found Uncle Shi regarding me with the awe one might reserve for a rare species. Eagerly asking, "What did you feel?" I answered honestly, I felt a force attempting to invade my mind, but I used my mental strength to block it, and then it dissipated. Uncle Shi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "You mean to say you not only resisted but also sensed the mental assault in advance?" I nodded, and he grew even more exhilarated. "Incredible. Your mental strength not only provides a warning, but also allows for proactive resistance. I have never heard of such a phenomenon." I began to grasp the enormity of the discovery. My mental strength was akin to immunity against Jinjutsu. Uncle Shi reached a similar conclusion. His curiosity piqued. "Could it be that your bloodline limit grants you a degree of immunity to Jinjutsu?" This was merely a hypothesis and required testing. Uncle Shi, unable to contain his thirst for knowledge, suddenly said, "I recall you are on the same team as the daughter of the sun, Hinata, right? I am not particularly skilled in Jinjutsu. Let us seek out the expert Hinata, and have him test your limits. I was taken aback. Wait, I am your beloved disciple. Uncle Shi, do you not regard me as a person, simply sending me off to be a Jinjutsu testing apparatus? Although 100 protests swirled in my mind, my body obediently followed. After all, I too wished to uncover the extent of my capabilities. Thus, we made our way directly to Hong's home. Upon arrival, we discovered Hong and her father, Hinata, preparing to depart. Hong was thrilled to see me and introduced me to her father. Hinata, upon seeing Orochimaru, hurriedly approached to greet him. Uncle Shi cut to the chase and explained our purpose for visiting. After hearing this, Hinata was utterly astonished, gazing at me as though I were a living legend. As a Jinjutsu expert, he fully understood the implications of this. If it were indeed the case, as long as my mental strength was sufficient, no Jinjutsu would be able to harm me. He expressed his astonishment. Uncle Shi nodded. Thus, I brought him to seek your assistance in testing his limits. Upon hearing this, Xiu Jinhong was equally invigorated. Just in time, I intend to take my daughter for training. Let us proceed to the training grounds together. Thus, our little expedition for knowledge set forth with great enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Uncle Shi, unable to contain his excitement, urged us to commence. I sat cross-legged, adjusting my state of mind. Xiu Jinhong addressed his daughter. Pay close attention. I shall explain while demonstrating. He then turned to me, saying, Long Jian, if it becomes overwhelming, do not hesitate to call for a halt. I nodded in understanding. Uncle Shi, standing by, reassured me. Go ahead and give it your all. Should anything feel amiss, I will assist you immediately. With Uncle Shi's words, my confidence surged. Xiu Jinhong, seeing my readiness, began to form hand seals. This technique is called the Nairoji technique. Internally, I scoffed, thinking great, having traveled so far just to face another. It felt similar to Uncle Shi's previous technique, yet this time I was more adept, breaking it within 2 or 3 breaths. Meanwhile, Xiu Jinhong continued explaining to his daughter. The key to this technique lies in the moment of turning one's head, only to find me staring at him as if unfazed. He was momentarily bewildered. Long Jian, you were completely unaffected? I awkwardly scratched my head, replying, Yes, I successfully resisted it. It seems I am more proficient than before, and the time taken was shorter. I must confess, Xiu Jinhong, a master of illusion techniques throughout his life, appeared to have his resolve diminished by half. Uncle Shi, ever the provocateur, remarked, It seems that Jinhong must showcase his true skills now. Xiu Jinhong's expression grew serious, and his speed in forming seals quickened. Next, the Kasa from the shadow technique. I broke it in an instant. The fox heart technique. I shattered it at lightning speed. The non-existence technique. I felt as light as a feather. After a barrage of C-level and D-level illusion techniques, Xiu Jinhong resigned himself, growing too weary to explain further, merely wishing to observe which technique might elicit a reaction from me. The result? Not a single one. Hong, watching from the side, had her mouth agape, likely pondering, Is this fellow cheating? Are we to be deprived of our illusion techniques? Finally, Xiu Jinhong took a deep breath, stating, Lord Orochimaru, you have acquired a remarkable disciple. He then addressed me. Next is a B-level illusion, my specialty, the ensnaring tree technique. Be cautious. This time, I felt the mental onslaught significantly stronger than before, almost suffocating. As I opened my eyes, I witnessed great trees sprouting beneath my feet, vines beginning to ensnare me. I hastily summoned all my mental power to resist, sweat trickling down my forehead. Ultimately, relying on my formidable mental strength, I managed to withstand the illusion, avoiding entrapment. Though drenched in perspiration, the outcome was clear. I had not succumbed. I realized this was likely my current limit. I promptly informed Xiu Jinhong that I had reached my threshold. Upon hearing this, Xiu Jinhong's expression bore no hint of joy. I must say, his face darkened to such an extent that it seemed he might shatter his ninja forehead protector and return home to cultivate the land. Goodness, Hong and I stood nearby, scarcely daring to breathe. The resolve of this father-daughter duo appeared on the verge of crumbling. At that moment, Uncle Shi sauntered over, clapping his hands leisurely. Let me tell you, the sound was infuriating. He first praised my ability to withstand the illusion, stating I had performed admirably, then turned to console Xiu Jinhong. Oh, do not take it to heart. You are already quite strong. 99% of opponents fear you. My disciple is indeed extraordinary, unmatched in the ninja world. Losing to him is no disgrace. Who understands family dynamics? This teacher-student pair was subject to a dual assault, one through sheer strength, the other with verbal jabs. Xiu Jinhong's face resembled a painter's palette. while Hong's little heart was profoundly shaken. The ensuing month proved to be quite intriguing. By day, I practiced my blade and ninjutsu, while by night, I continued developing my mask. After dinner, I became a frequent visitor at Shiyu Jinhong's residence. Each day, punctually arriving with fruit and milk, I stood at his doorstep, wearing my sweetest smile. Shiyu Jinhong would always be polite, saying, "Just come, no need to bring anything." I would smoothly respond, "Ah, Uncle Jinhong, this is for the child. Please accept it without tearing it apart." Hong, standing beside me, appeared utterly bewildered, a question mark slowly forming above her head. I must say, my approach was all about courtesy. When seeking assistance, one must maintain the right posture. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Shiyu Jinhong had no choice but to treat me as a training dummy every evening, unleashing various illusion techniques upon me, transforming into my relentless illusion cannon. Remarkably, this man treated me no differently despite my connection to Lord Orochimaru. Perhaps it was my handsome appearance, high aptitude, and my thoughtfulness in bringing treats that made it hard for anyone to refuse. However, as the training progressed, the situation began to shift. My resistance to illusions visibly increased. Eventually, his lower-tier techniques became ineffective against me, as my mental power began to reflexively counterattack. Shiyu Jinhong transitioned from shock to numbness, ultimately igniting a fierce competitive spirit. He began obsessively devising ways to enhance his illusions, solely to witness me falter at least once. I pondered aloud. "Uncle, there seems to be some impurities in your iron." He looked at me, bewildered. "What?" I replied. "More practice is needed." Goodness, this remark ignited his fervor, prompting Hong's training intensity to escalate to new heights. Thus, a month passed, leading to the third round of the Chunin exam, the individual battles which finally commenced. The three of us made our way to the venue. Asuma brimming with excitement. A month of intensive training had bolstered his confidence to the max, even daring to consider facing me, though merely in thought. Hong, having been astounded by my extraordinary performance over the past month, had grown significantly more composed. Upon arriving at the venue, one could hardly believe the throngs of people present. Asuma and Hong both felt a hint of nerves. I casually placed an arm around each of their shoulders, urging them to relax, stand tall, and take pride in the fact that today, we were the protagonists. Upon hearing this, both instantly shed their anxiety, finding delight in the attention of the crowd. Reaching the competitors' resting area, the participants gathered. To my surprise, Obito arrived on time. Kakashi stood not far away, and as our eyes met, I realized his gaze was brimming with combativeness, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, the third Hokage, accompanied by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, made a grand entrance, elevating the event's prestige. The elder stood, his voice resonating as he declared, "The third round of the Chunin exam commences now." The crowd erupted in excitement. Jiraiya nudged Uncle Shi, saying, "You actually came to watch the Chunin exam for your precious disciple?" Uncle Shi nodded, his gravelly voice resonating like a bass speaker, given his strength. Passing was undoubtedly within reach. Jiraiya, skeptical, asked, "You are so confident? Even if he encounters Minato's disciple, Kakashi?" Uncle Shi replied nonchalantly, "The one to worry about might be Kakashi." Goodness, this made me feel elated. At that moment, the main examiner concluded the rules, and the large screen above began to spin wildly. After a few seconds, it abruptly halted. The screen flashed two prominent characters that dazzled my eyes. Nara Longjian versus Yakura. I was to be the first. Asuma excitedly patted my shoulder. "Longjian, go. Let's have a great start." Hong also cheered me on. "Go for it." I nodded and stepped onto the field. Approaching me was a striking young lady with green hair in a round bun, adorned with the Suna village forehead protector. Dressed in a tight, back-revealing outfit, her figure truly captivating. Yet her expression was as cold as ice, exuding an imposing aura. I instantly recognized her as Yakura, the tragic beauty of Suna, the bearer of the Shikutten bloodline limit. In the stands, Jiraiya began to tease Uncle Shi. "Your disciple is quite fortunate." Facing Suna's Shikutten bloodline limit right off the bat, Uncle Shi remained unfazed. Longjian's bloodline limit is no less formidable than hers. On the field, Yakura's gaze was fixed on me, making me feel quite uneasy. "Are we acquainted, my lady?" I could not restrain my curiosity. With a grave expression, she replied, "You do not know me. Then why do you gaze at me so? Is it because of my good looks?" This remark rendered her momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stammered, "Of course, that is not the reason. although she may have thought to herself that I indeed possessed a certain charm. She gathered herself and maintained her stern demeanor, declaring before the first exam, "You humiliated the ninjas of our village. In this contest, I shall utterly defeat you and restore our Sunagekyur's honor." I could not help but chuckle at her sense of responsibility. It was commendable. Yet, I responded with a hint of exasperation. "No, my dear. It was they who first mocked me. My actions were merely self-defense. You cannot distort the truth simply because you are beautiful." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in uproar. Shouts of "Referee! Where's the referee? This fellow is harassing the kunoichi from the neighboring village," filled the air. Jiraiya laughed heartily, slapping Snake Uncle on the shoulder. "This disciple of mine is quite the charmer, never forgetting to flirt." Snake Uncle retorted coldly, "Better than someone who can only spy and not take action." Jiraiya fell silent, and even the third Hokage cast a glance at the two of them. Yetsong was momentarily at a loss for words before managing to say, "Regardless, I must defeat you." Yet her tone was noticeably softened. I shrugged in resignation, suddenly shifting the conversation. "By the way, beautiful sister, may I ask if no one has told you that not cupping that lovely back of yours would be a pity?" Yetsong was taken aback. "Cupping? What do you mean?" I feigned deep sorrow. "Such a beautiful back. Not cupping it would be a tremendous loss. Come visit Konoha sometime. I shall treat you to a complimentary experience." Yetsong was left momentarily dazed, instinctively nodding. The audience from Sunagekyur seemed ready to rush down, clearly astonished by the sudden invitation. Asuma, watching from above, appeared captivated, likely contemplating asking me to teach him a few techniques. The examiner, unable to bear the scene any longer, hastily called out, "If there are no issues, let us begin." We nodded, and he promptly announced, "First match, Nara Ryuji versus Yetsong, commence." As the words fell, our energies shifted instantaneously. I drew my sword, Magia, and charged forward, while she met me with her kunai, resulting in a flurry of clashing sounds. My swordplay grew increasingly fierce, yet she was no pushover, wielding her kunai with remarkable grace. After another clash, we were both forced back. She glanced down at her kunai, now riddled with nicks, her eyes wide with astonishment. Unbeknownst to her, my blade was imbued with demonic energy. Discarding her damaged kunai, she brandished a new one and charged once more. I sidestepped and formed a hand seal, declaring, "Senii Jasha." Several large serpents burst forth from my sleeves, snapping their jaws. Unfazed, she quickly formed her seals, countering with futon. Fusho. Several wind blades sliced through my serpents, rendering them into mere sashimi. Seizing the opportunity while she exhausted her ninjutsu, I advanced with a sweeping strike, UNB. A massive black-purple ape shadow emerged, sweeping her, kunai and all, against the wall, sending dust swirling. Aware of the law of smoke and injury, I crouched and formed seals, Kagebunshin no Jutsu. My shadow darted into the smoke. When the haze cleared, she was nowhere to be seen. Alarm bells rang in my mind, sensing movement behind me. I instinctively swung Magia behind my back. The sound of metal clashing echoed as I blocked her kunai, aimed at me from behind. Blood trickled from her mouth, indicating that the previous strike had indeed wounded her. I turned to face her, but my intention was not merely to look. I unleashed a poisonous serpent from my mouth, aimed directly at her face. Startled, she quickly turned to evade, yet the serpent, ever cunning, twisted and attempted to ensnare her. In that critical moment, a fireball erupted from her hand, its intense heat alarming, as she hurled it towards my serpent. Katan, Kasumi Enbu. My lively serpent was instantly reduced to a desiccated husk. The audience gasped, excitement surging as they witnessed the clash between the talents of Konoha and Sunagekyur. Observing the shriveled serpent on the ground, I marveled at her ability to extract every last ounce of moisture from it. Her technique was indeed formidable. She conjured several more fireballs, coldly stating, "I acknowledge your strength, but my bloodline limit will claim your life. Surrender." I laughed, for a confident girl is most enchanting, though perhaps she was a tad too self-assured. The shadow beneath my feet suddenly expanded, prompting her to retreat hastily. I smiled at her. Is it merely a bloodline limit? I possess one as well. Domain expansion. In the next instant, my shadowy domain enveloped a significant portion of the arena. Yetsong fixed her gaze upon me, unsure of what my bloodline limit entailed. Then, the spectacle commenced. Shadows began to pour forth from my own, figures wielding shurikens and grappling hooks, shadows with steel claws, colossal silhouettes, winged apparitions, and armored entities. A dark swarm emerged from my shadow, rising in unison. Yitsong's face paled, her thoughts racing. What happened to the one-on-one battle? He has summoned an entire battalion. The audience gasped collectively, jaws dropping in disbelief. The spectators from Konoha erupted with excitement. Look, what is that? Incredible. One person is a whole army. The third Hokage nodded appreciatively, turning to Snake Uncle, Orochimaru, your disciple's bloodline limit has grown immensely in strength. Realizing she could no longer afford to wait, Yetsong directed her fireballs towards my main body, aiming to seize the king by capturing the thief. I waved my hand, commanding, subdue that woman. Did she think I summoned all these brothers merely for show? The 5 shadowy battalions charged forward with a roar. The formation was impressive. With the colossal shadow as a shield, the flying shadows securing aerial dominance, the armored figures leading the charge, the clawed shadows executing stealth attacks, and the ghostly figures providing range support, their coordination impeccable. Yitsong's fireball blasted through one colossal shadow, which dissipated into mere shadow, yet the armored figures remained undeterred, cleaving the fireball in two. Facing an entire army alone, Yetsong floundered, dodging aerial assaults and various projectiles, clearly overwhelmed. She observed my calm demeanor, likely beginning to question her existence. How is it that I could endure this much longer with the same bloodline limit and still maintain such ferocity? Ultimately, she could not withstand the pressure. Just as she attempted to evade the flying shadow's attack, a blue hand suddenly reached out for my shadow, grasping her ankle. She lost her balance. Panic etched on her face as she fell toward the ground. The light beams from above struck her simultaneously, binding her tightly. The shadowy battalions ceased their assault, parting to create a pathway, honoring their king. With Magia slung over my shoulder, I strode confidently towards the bound Yetsong. I mused to myself that the Nightbat clan's binding techniques were impressive. I would certainly reward them upon my return. I savored the moment, flashing a charming smile at the furious Yetsong, and calmly remarked, "It seems my bloodline limit surpasses yours." A profound silence enveloped the arena before erupting into a thunderous applause. Konoha emerged victorious, a resounding triumph. Many young women gazed at me with starry eyes, clamoring for me to father their children, bound and filled with embarrassment and fury. Yetsong seethed, wishing to unleash her fiery technique upon me. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "Untie me." I concede. The examiner rushed over, apprehensive of my next move. I cast a glance at him and smiled at Yetsong. "Do not forget, come visit me in Konoha sometime. I still owe you a cupping session." Yetsong was on the verge of losing her composure. Was this truly the moment for such talk? All she could do was grit her teeth in frustration and agree. All right. I shall come for the cupping." In my mind, I could hear the words. "I shall take my revenge on you, you scoundrel." With a snap of my fingers, the luminous threads enveloping her dissipated into twinkling motes of light, and the shadowy legion retreated back into my own shadow. The examiner promptly declared in a booming voice, "In the first match, Nara Longjian emerges victorious." The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Yitsong, rubbing his wrist, approached me with a disgruntled expression and said, "This time, I concede the victory to you. Next time we meet, I shall undoubtedly become stronger." I calmly replied, "I'm always ready for a rematch." Then I added with a smirk, "Should you lose to me again, I may have to force you into cupping therapy." With that, I chuckled and shook my head, returning to Asma and Hong's side. Asma expressed his admiration. "Truly, you are the great Longjian. Not only did you win, but you also left the beautiful maiden from the neighboring village enamored with you." "How impressive." Hong shot him an exasperated glance, then turned to congratulate me. "Congratulations, Longjian. With your performance today, you are surely destined for a spot among the Chunin." I remained composed, for with my current abilities, failing to qualify as a Chunin would only imply that the higher-ups of Konoha were blind, or perhaps I aspired to be the strongest genin in the ninja world. In any case, it mattered little to me. However, before I could revel in my triumph, an unexpected turn of events occurred in the arena. Ever since my bout with Yitsong, the atmosphere in the examination hall had plummeted to an icy chill. The subsequent matches featuring the lower-ranked ninjas resembled a chaotic scramble for lollipops among preschoolers, utterly devoid of finesse and entertainment. The audience yawned incessantly, on the verge of slumber. And then, guess what happened? The third Hokage, unable to endure the monotony any longer, summoned my teacher Orochimaru and Jiraiya for a hushed discussion. My teacher, always one for stirring up excitement, proposed, "How about we have my apprentice face off against Kakashi? A clash of geniuses would surely ignite the crowd." What a cunning move. His true intention was to witness which of us would emerge as the pinnacle of the younger generation, while simultaneously enhancing his own reputation as a sensei. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage found merit in the idea and immediately summoned an Umbu to orchestrate a clandestine arrangement, designating us as the grand finale of the tournament. At that moment, I remained blissfully unaware that my esteemed teacher had already scripted the narrative. As the first round of matches drew to a close, my dear friend Asuma found himself thrust into the fray against none other than Kakashi. Prior to stepping onto the battlefield, he was a bundle of nerves, clutching my hand and inquiring, "Do you think I could take him down?" What could I say? All I could do was pat his shoulder and encourage him. "Old ma, don't overthink it. Just go for it. Display your confidence and charm, and victory will follow." Hong nodded in agreement, cheering him on as well. The result? Asuma strode onto the field with bravado, executing a flurry of moves, only to find himself facing a dismal record of 0-5, thoroughly dominated by Kakashi, who relentlessly pressed him to the ground. The most amusing part was that afterward, Kakashi, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, sincerely remarked, "You've indeed improved significantly. I found myself taking you seriously this time." Oh, dear friends, can you fathom the absurdity? The insult was strikingly potent. Asuma broke down, clutching his swollen face, and ran back to me in tears, exclaiming, "You scoundrel Kakashi, I will defeat you next time." Hong and I spent considerable time comforting this naive son of the Hokage. Before long, the first round concluded, and the matchups for the second and final round were announced. Both Hong and I advanced, eagerly awaiting the identities of our final opponents. The names scrolled across the large screen, pairing competitors one by one, yet mine remained absent. I thought to myself, I must be the grand finale. When I looked up, to my surprise, Kakashi was also gazing in my direction. Indeed, the screen eventually settled on the names: Nara Longjin versus Hatake Kakashi. The arena erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The previously drowsy audience sprang to life, fervently supporting either me or Kakashi, igniting a fervor akin to a fan war in the entertainment world. Time flew by, and after the preceding 14 matches concluded, darkness began to envelop the sky. At last, it was our turn to take the stage. The atmosphere was electric, akin to the roar of a tempest. Asuma, sporting an ice pack on his face, cheered for me. "Longjin, make sure to handle Kakashi for me and avenge my loss." As Kakashi and I approached the center of the arena, we exchanged a glance of mutual understanding, our fighting spirits soaring. His perpetually dull eyes sparkled with intensity today. The referee succinctly outlined the rules, likely fearing that we might become too engaged and disrupt his livelihood. Kakashi regarded me earnestly, stating, "Come now, show me all that you are capable of." I nodded in affirmation. "I shan't disappoint you. Let us see if you have been slacking off." In the stands, Jiraiya engaged in a wager with my teacher, Orochimaru, betting on who would treat the other to drinks in the event of a loss. My teacher, maintaining his calm demeanor, simply said, "I trust Longjin." However, Jiraiya cleverly goaded him, leading him to reluctantly agree to the bet. With the referee's command, "Begin," the arena fell silent. Kakashi and I simultaneously sprang into action. He drew forth his father's white fang dagger, charging towards me with alarming speed. I grasped my enchanted blade, emanating an ominous aura, resolutely meeting his assault head-on. The clash of our blades rang out, sparks flying. His white fang dagger was swift and cunning, each strike aimed at my vital points. Having clashed with him before, I was well aware of his techniques. I wielded with precision, deflecting all of his attacks. We showcased our swordsmanship for what felt like an eternity. But could I merely engage him in a sword duel? That would not suffice. Seizing an opportunity, I suddenly opened my mouth wide. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively prepared for an assault. He understood that my combat style thrived on surprise. Indeed, a venomous serpent shot forth from my mouth, aiming directly for his face. Kakashi reacted swiftly, leveraging his momentum to retreat, slicing the serpent in half with his dagger. But this was merely an appetizer. I extended my left hand, forming a seal with my right. Qianing Shi Ji, a robust python, concealed within my sleeve, surged forth, ensnaring the still-reeling Kakashi, its gaping maw poised to strike. Gasps erupted from the audience. The shift from offense to defense was astonishingly rapid. Yet in that instant, with a resounding bang, the bound Kakashi transformed into a wooden log. Another substitution technique. Kakashi vanished from sight. I dared not underestimate him, immediately unleashing my shadow domain. my shadow spreading outward. Just as the domain began to expand, I sensed movement beneath my feet. With little time to ponder, I propelled myself into the air. Just as I left the ground, Kakashi emerged from the very spot I had occupied. Utilizing Doton, he executed Retsu Chuanya. His white Fong dagger shot upward with a deadly gleam, aimed at my vital points. Alas, in midair, I was unable to gain leverage. This was perilous. Even Asma and Hong gasped in surprise. But did I panic? Not in the slightest. I twisted my body midair, gripping Emo Xie tightly, and taking advantage of the downward force, executed my newly mastered technique, the third form of Emo Xie's 9 styles, striking down toward his blade with ferocity. Eagle strike. The resounding clash echoed through the arena. The tremendous impact sent both of us sprawling. I stabilized myself with Emo Xie embedded in the ground, while Kakashi swiftly regained his footing, wiping the blood from his lip. Ah, you've sustained an injury. He understood that I must not be allowed to fully unleash my bloodline limit and charge toward me once more. I raised my hand. Chinning Duo Shisho. A torrent of venomous serpents surged forth. Kakashi could only halt and form seals. Doton, Tsuchi Ryu Bai. A formidable earthen wall rose, intricately engraved with the likeness of several dog heads, a humorous habit clearly ingrained since childhood. I too would not hold back. I summoned a legion of shadowy minions at my side, one-on-one. Not in my repertoire. My strategy revolved around overwhelming numbers. Kakashi gazed solemnly at the scene before him. He understood that if he did not resolve this swiftly, he would inevitably be worn down. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and executed the shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, 5 identical Kakashis appeared on the battlefield. Such audacity, without the constraints of the Sharingan, allowed him to divide himself into 4 or 5 clones. I brandished the Emo Xie and commanded the soldiers of the 5 legions to charge forward with fervor, their momentum seemingly capable of crushing him in an instant. Kakashi's strategy became evident. Capture the leader to subdue the followers. One Kakashi transformed into a massive shuriken, while another hurled it towards the aerial unit, simultaneously performing the shuriken shadow clone technique. Countless shurikens filled the sky, effectively sealing the escape routes of the flying troops. The remaining 4 Kakashis shielded the central one, carving a bloody path through my ranks towards me. Understanding his intent, I directed my troops to surround him while I crouched to form seals, preparing to employ the shadow mimicry technique. In my realm of shadows, my technique would be undetectable, and once ensnared, he would be doomed. The battle escalated rapidly. Kakashi's mind raced as one clone unleashed a great fireball technique, scattering a group of soldiers, while another conjured a water release barrier to thwart incoming attacks. Just as the water wall shattered under the impact of my colossal shadow soldiers, an even larger fireball erupted forth. The flames consumed the soldiers, instantly vaporizing the shattered water into a dense fog. Such tactical brilliance and resourcefulness. Indeed, Kakashi was formidable. However, he miscalculated. My shadow troops were not hindered by the fog, and the ghostly shadow soldiers, the little blue hands, beneath him were already stirring. At that moment, the Kakashi shielded in the center suddenly produced a scroll and slammed it onto the ground. The earth released tracking Fong technique. 8 ninja hounds burst forth from the ground, charging towards me. In response, I shouted, summoning technique, Great Serpent. A colossal serpent materialized, encircling me and perfectly blocking the assault. As the fog dissipated and Kakashi prepared to intensify his attack, he suddenly found himself immobilized. The surrounding clones were similarly ensnared. His expression was one of astonishment. Shadow mimicry technique? When did this happen? Indeed, while he conjured the fog, I had already pinpointed his location through the ghostly shadow soldiers, stealthily binding them all. As the serpent vanished, I smiled at him. It seems I have the upper hand. Kakashi. Yet, in this moment, Kakashi remained eerily calm. A sudden chill gripped my heart. Something was amiss. I immediately commanded the shadow troops to advance. Just as the claw shadow grasped the Kakashi shielded in the center, he exploded into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. My eyes widened in alarm. I had fallen into a trap. Earth release decapitation technique. Kakashi's voice echoed from beneath. A hand shot forth, and before I could react, I was yanked underground, leaving only my head exposed. It turned out that the Kakashi transformed into a shuriken and thrown away was the real body. The rest were mere decoys meant to deceive me. Kakashi burst forth from below, seizing the moment when my troops were still reeling, and lunged at me with his white fang. The sharp blade's aura surged toward me. The proctor was taken aback, rushing into the arena in an attempt to intervene. In this critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Would I allow him to succeed? I immediately connected with the ninja mask and activated the Black Shadow Passage ability, vanishing from the ground in a flash. The next instant, I materialized behind Kakashi and the proctor, rising slowly from the shadows. I opened my eyes, now a vibrant crimson. A chilling voice emanated from behind Kakashi. Kakashi, this is the strongest state I can currently attain. Kakashi turned abruptly, witnessing a transformed version of me, radiating an aura filled with contempt and brutality. He was visibly stunned. The proctor observed us, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, tremblingly inquiring, "Shall we continue?" Kakashi, gazing at my new form, replied with unwavering determination, "Continue. Next, I shall unleash my most formidable technique, albeit one that I can barely control. And let us settle this in one decisive blow." The fervor ignited in my crimson gaze. Just as I wished, Kakashi swiftly retreated to the wall, rapidly forming hand seals while addressing me. "Long Jian, I cannot completely master this technique at present. Yet, to defeat you now, it is the only option." I stood confidently, gripping the demon blade Mo-sia. "Come, Kakashi, let me witness whether you possess the strength to vanquish me." As his seals concluded, Kakashi's right hand became enveloped in a violent blue electrical current, producing a cacophony that echoed throughout the arena, reminiscent of thousands of birds chirping in unison. The audience, including Jiraiya, looked on in astonishment. These two youngsters are out of control. How could Kakashi even utilize that technique? Meanwhile, my teacher Orochimaru observed me intently, deep in thought. Kakashi, summoning every ounce of his strength, fixed his resolute gaze upon me and shouted, "Chidori." With that, Kakashi surged towards me, wielding Chidori, a trail of sparks and lightning illuminating his path. The force was overwhelming. Yet, Long Jian remained unfazed, fully aware of Chidori's power. However, in the state of communication with the mask, Long Jian stood undaunted. Amid the cacophony of bird calls, Long Jian gradually drew the Mo-sia back into its sheath, his aura steadily rising under the enhancement of the mask and the demon blade, echoing the draw of a sword technique that General Niga excelled in. The dark purple glow emanating from Mo-sia intensified. Spectators near the stands instinctively tightened their garments, sensing a sudden chill in the air. Just as Kakashi was about to reach Long Jian, the latter's aura peaked, his crimson eyes gleaming brightly. In an instant, he drew his sword. A profound dark purple blade of energy surged toward Kakashi with unstoppable force, simple yet suffused with an overwhelming momentum, as if to cleave through all obstacles and charge directly at him. Kakashi raised Chidori to meet the oncoming strike. Suddenly, the two techniques collided. For a brief moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the world had been muted. Then, an explosion of blinding light erupted, intertwining the dark purple blade with the lightning's brilliance. A tremendous blast resonated, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed into the arena. As the smoke gradually cleared, the scene reemerged before the audience. Long Jian stood firm, gripping Mo-sia, his right hand drenched in blood. Kakashi, on the other hand, was half kneeling before Long Jian, gasping for breath. Between them stood several figures. The vigilant shinobi of Konohagakure, including familiar faces such as Teru and Akimichi Choza. They could no longer hold back and intervened at the last moment, attempting to mitigate the ferocity of their clash. Kakashi, recovering slightly, looked up at Long Jian and declared, "I have lost, Long Jian." The surrounding spectators, witnessing the unfolding events and Kakashi's admission of defeat, erupted into a flurry of discussions. The sheer brilliance of their techniques had rendered the majority unable to discern the intricacies of their confrontation, merely witnessing the clash of their powers. Once the smoke dissipated, the audience beheld several shinobi standing between the two combatants, utterly bewildered as to how victory had been achieved. At this juncture, Long Jian exited the state of fusion with the mask, his eyes returning to their original darkness. Yet, the encroaching dizziness and weakness overwhelmed him, leaving him somewhat unsteady. Ding Zuo, with his keen reflexes, swiftly supported Long Jian and inquired, "Are you all right, Long Jian?" Long Jian shook his head, switching hands to lean against Moi, and gazed at Kakashi. Both were acutely aware that had it not been for Yongdai Mei's timely entrance, which effectively mitigated a substantial portion of Longjin's blade attack during their recent clash. The outcome could have been dire. Kakashi's Chidori had struck directly at the vulnerable point of Longjin's remaining blade energy, traversing along the blade to his arm. The collision's aftermath would have surely resulted in Kakashi's demise, while Longjin's injuries would have likely been less severe. After all, Kakashi's Chidori was still in its developmental stage, far from fully realized, and he had recklessly employed an incomplete version to challenge Longjin's blade attack. Even an Ijia remarked, "What bravery!" By the time the remaining Konoha Jonin rushed to the scene, Yongdai Mei had already discreetly departed, having concealed her contributions. Truly, she was the swiftest in the ninja world. Dingjua, quick to act, steadied Longjin, while Yongdai Mei assisted Kakashi. As the chief examiner, the Jonin continuously verified the conditions of both participants. The other Jonin exchanged glances, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous, creating an awkward atmosphere. This led to a tendency where, in future instances, Jonin rarely intervened in matches unless they were supervising their own students. Of course, aside from Kakashi, who had already planted the seeds of pretentiousness in this situation. Yongdai Mei addressed Longyan, "I apologize, Longyan. The situation was urgent. Your attack was formidable, and I had no choice but to intervene and absorb part of your force. I sincerely regret that you were injured." Longjin, gazing at the earnest expression of Yongdai Mei, could only helplessly wave his hand. What could he do? He was simply faster and still Kakashi's teacher. It wouldn't be right to weaken Chidori just to allow Longjin to strike both Yongdai Mei and Kakashi. Subsequently, Yongdai Mei loudly recounted the events that had transpired, and the surrounding spectators, upon hearing the account, displayed expressions of sudden realization. So that was it. No wonder Kakashi had readily accepted his defeat. It must be said that Minato's style of handling matters was indeed impeccable. Since Longjin had sustained injuries while blocking the clash, it was imperative to actively affirm that Longjin had rightfully won the match. Kakashi harbored no objections. In his heart, he accepted his defeat with full understanding. Moreover, from this loss, Kakashi gained a profound understanding of the lesson Longjin intended to impart: the urgency of enhancing one's strength. What he needed to prioritize now was the continuous improvement of his own abilities. At the very least, he should aim to surpass Longjin before contemplating anything else. In his heart, Kakashi silently set a goal to augment his strength. The first individual affected by Longjin's influence thus made a dazzling appearance. However, determining one's goals is crucial. Otherwise, one might find oneself toiling for a lifetime in pursuit of that aim. Additionally, Kakashi's performance in this battle left Longjin in awe. Kakashi, so young yet remarkably skilled. His swordsmanship, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and combat intelligence were indeed impeccable. If he continued to develop at this pace, it would not be long before he surpassed even his father, becoming the next Konoha White Fang. In contrast, the chief examiner had been on edge from the beginning. These two combatants showed no restraint in their exchanges. If this continued, his heart might not withstand the strain. He sensed an exceptionally dangerous aura during Longjin and Kakashi's final blows. Thankfully, Yongdai Mei's swift intervention averted à potentially catastrophique outcome. The chief examiner resolved never to accept such perilous responsibilities again. These were Konoha's elite. If even one were severely injured, the consequences for his position would be dire. And the pressure was simply overwhelming. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he stood at the center of the arena and announced the match's outcome. In the final round of the Chunin exams, Nara Longjin faced Hatake Kakashi. The victor is Nara Longjin. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone rejoiced at having witnessed the clash between the pinnacle of the younger generation of Konoha. Longjin and Kakashi did not disappoint. This spectacular conclusion to the Chunin exams would be a topic of conversation among the villagers for a long time. Henceforth, the title of Konoha's foremost youth was undisputedly claimed by Nara Longjin. The genin who had participated in the Chunin exam alongside Longjin and Kakashi cast admiring glances at the two, filled with astonishment, admiration, and envy. Yetsong brushed back her bangs with a wry smile, shaking her head. Longjin's performance had starkly illuminated the gap in strength between them. However, Yetsong was not one to give up easily. Upon her return to Sunagakure, she doubled her training regimen, accelerating her path to improvement. The third Hokage, accompanied by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, along with all the Jonin, descended from the venue. All participants of the third round also emerged from the resting area, awaiting the announcement of the list of those who had advanced to Chunin. The third Hokage, surrounded by the crowd, stepped forward, delivering a lengthy speech filled with encouragement for the younger generation and expressing his hopes for Konoha's future. Subsequently, he retrieved a list from behind him, unfurled it, and began to announce the names of those who would advance to Chunin. The first name on the list was none other than Nara Longjian. Regrettably, the names of Oma and Hong were absent from the list. As for Tsunegakir's Yetsong, she found herself among the 5 who had been defeated. Kakashi, being already a Chunin, had no need for such a list. In this cohort, all had fallen, including the ever-expected Kai, leaving only Longjian to successfully ascend to Chunin. It must be noted that the difficulty of this Chunin exam was indeed substantial, and the pass rate was remarkably low. This was evident from the previous cohort of Chunin exams. Finally, after nearly 2 months of preparation and 3 rounds of competition, Longjian truly stepped out from the shadows of being Konoha's strongest Genin to claim his place as a representative of the Konoha Chunin. If one were to consider the least prestigious rank in Konoha, it would likely be Chunin. Genin were hailed as the strongest, while Jonin included figures like Kakashi and Kai. The Kage were the kings of the ninja world. As for Chunin, well, it was quite difficult to assess. Longjian pondered as he listened to the 3rd Hokage's speech, reflecting, the road ahead is long and arduous. At present, however, his more pressing concern was there truly no one to bandage his wounds? Since Longjian's promotion to Chunin, days passed in a routine of completing tasks, strategizing against masked foes, honing his swordsmanship, and nurturing his rapport with Uncle Snake. The mundane routine of a 9-to-5 existence, at first glance, appears fulfilling yet endless. However, beneath this facade lies a different truth. Longjian understands the importance of cherishing this relatively leisurely period. For the ninja world is rife with unseen currents, and a 3rd great ninja war could erupt unexpectedly at any moment. As a Chunin, Longjian finds himself gripped by a faint twinge of anxiety, suffering from a profound fear of insufficient firepower. He believes that lacking the strength to confront dangers renders his situation perilous. With a furrowed brow, Longjian retreats behind the crowd, yet he is preparing for a significant endeavor. After completing the Chunin exams and undergoing a series of evaluations from Uncle Snake, who returned empty-handed, he promptly seized the letter of recommendation bestowed by the 3rd Hokage and embarked on a quest to visit renowned masters of swordsmanship throughout the village. In essence, this marks the beginning of his journey for knowledge. Beyond honing his own blade skills, there exists a more pressing motive. Longjian is determined to train his Heian core in various sword techniques. He has increasingly perceived that the combat capabilities of the members of the Ninja Corps, the Ghost Shadows, are lacking compared to other soldiers in the Heian Corps. In daily skirmishes, their roles have devolved to ambushing, throwing shurikens, and setting traps, even sharing reconnaissance duties with the Feiing. Yet, Longjian recognizes that the Ninja Corps' greatest strength does not lie in their offensive power, speed, or defense, but rather in their versatility. This adaptability stems from the fact that they are the most malleable among all Heian Corps soldiers, possessing the strongest learning capabilities. Given sufficient time and demonstration, they can master a majority of combat skills in this world, whether it be trap setting, poisoning, physical techniques, or the utilization of various weapons, including the techniques of the Hatake clan and the Konoha style of swordsmanship. Aside from their inability to wield ninjutsu and physical techniques, they are, in essence, born ninjas. Even so, the members of the Heian Corps possess the ability to navigate the realm of shadows with ease, their elusive movements greatly enhancing their baseline strength. Consider this. If a battlefield were to witness a squadron clad in armor, wielding sharp shadow, samurai swords, and skilled in Iaijutsu, these undying Heian would surely surpass the warriors of the Iron Country in combat prowess. Thus, Longjian decisively resolved to enact reforms, aiming to elevate the strength of the Heian Corps from all angles. Though such actions would be deemed treasonous in ancient times, Longjian proclaimed, "When I command an army of hundreds of thousands, one must reconsider the tone in which they address me." His first destination is the abode of his devoted follower, Kakashi. On this day, as dawn breaks, Longjian, clutching the letter of recommendation in his left hand and with his bandaged right still in a state of disrepair, strides purposefully towards Kakashi's residence. Upon reaching the door, he knocks without hesitation. Inside, Kakashi, bewildered, wonders who would visit him so early on a day designated for rest. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by Longjian, who promptly presents the recommendation letter from the 3rd Hokage. Kakashi, still in disbelief, after reading it, inquires with confusion, "Are you implying that you wish to learn the techniques of the Hatake clan?" Long Jian nods affirmatively. A conflicted expression crosses Kakashi's face. Although he is the sole remaining member of the Hitaki clan and feels no loss in teaching Long Jian, as it ensures the legacy does not fade. He grapples with the fact that these techniques were entrusted to him by his father and should not be divulged lightly. Sensing Kakashi's inner turmoil, Long Jian, without hesitation, plops down on the ground and begins to weep. His sorrowful lamentations evoke sympathy, leaving Kakashi utterly flabbergasted as he hastily queries, "What troubles you, Long Jian?" Long Jian, glancing up at Kakashi, tearfully exclaims, "Oh, woe is me." After enduring great trials to finally participate in the Chunin exams, I find myself up against a genius such as you. Despite my best efforts to claim victory, I was grievously injured by you, rendering my hand immobile. Kakashi, perplexed, watches Long Jian's performance unfold. Long Jian's dejected voice continues, "I merely wish to learn a few moves from you, as we are good friends. If I cannot master them, so be it, yet you refuse to teach me. Fearing your denial, I sought the third Hokage's recommendation, only to find that you disregard even his authority. Woe is me." Kakashi, feeling exasperated by Long Jian's theatrics, waves his hands in defeat, saying, all right, I will teach you, but you must promise me something." Before Kakashi can finish his statement, Long Jian swiftly unwraps the bandages from his right hand, seizes Kakashi, and pulls him outside. The sorrowful countenance he wore moments before transforms into one of exuberant delight. As if nothing were amiss. "Do not let this be known," Kakashi mutters, watching Long Jian's abrupt change with a mix of astonishment and resignation, quietly articulating his request. Long Jian nods vigorously, assuring him, "Of course, I would never share this with anyone. I understand this principle well." Inwardly, he contemplates, "The Hei in core belongs to me, so they cannot be considered others." The two swiftly arrive at the training grounds, where Long Jian summons a squad of ghost shadow soldiers to stand at attention, akin to sentinels. He informs Kakashi that they are there to assist him in mastering swordsmanship swiftly. Subsequently, Kakashi begins his instruction. However, it does not take long for him to notice something amiss during the practice sessions between Long Jian and the ghost shadow soldiers. "Wait, how is it that your ghost shadow soldiers are learning quicker than you? Are you really taking this seriously, Long Jian?" Long Jian dismisses these concerns, and upon noticing Guy approaching for a duel, his mind races once more. He eagerly challenges Guy to an exhilarating match of physical techniques. Yet, during the confrontation, he summons the Claw Shadow, a formidable tool with steel claws on all fours, standing by, ostensibly to provide support, but in reality, he is covertly learning. Thus, over the course of these days, Long Jian has taken on the role of an NPC, repeatedly appearing at the doorsteps of various renowned figures in Konoha. Without uttering a word, he slams the third Hokage's recommendation letter on the door, demanding to learn their skills. After each learning session, he engages in practice with his ever-watchful ghost shadow soldiers. Quite often, he finds that they have mastered techniques even quicker than he. With time, the number of individuals in Konoha who have taught Long Jian various skills has grown substantially. Unbeknownst to them, within the Heiing core, several teacher-level figures have emerged and organized, disciplined, large-scale transmission of knowledge and learning has commenced. A new generation of ghost shadow soldiers proficient in Hitaki sword techniques and Konoha-style swordsmanship has emerged, while others are experimenting with military formations. This transformation and progress resonate throughout the Heiing core, as even the 5-star General Long Jian acknowledges their excellence. During this period, Long Jian became increasingly acquainted with the villagers. However, these tranquil days of gradual progress always seem to pass remarkably quickly. Recently, a significant event transpired in the ninja world. The leader of a neighboring village, Sunagakure, mysteriously vanished. While other villages experienced their ups and downs and advanced steadily, Sunagakure seemed to be a hapless victim, wandering aimlessly down a dismal path. This incident sent the village into a state of panic. How could their leader simply disappear without a trace? The shinobi of Sunagakure began to suppress the spread of information while devoting immense effort to search for the whereabouts of the third Kazekage. Their motto was clear: we must find him alive or at least recover his body. However, the truth is that one cannot hide fire with mere paper, and their frantic search soon attracted the attention of other major ninja villages. Interestingly, despite their chaos and relentless efforts to locate the third Kazekage, they found nothing. Yet, they harbored no doubts about their own ranks and seemed overconfident in their assumptions. Instead, they hastily placed the blame on Konoha. The remaining high-ranking officials of Sunagakure were in a state of disarray, yet they unanimously believed that Konoha had abducted their leader. Consequently, after fruitless searches, Tsunagakure demanded an explanation from Konoha, either hand over the third Kazekage or face the consequences. In response, the third Hokage retorted, "You must be deranged. Seek treatment at once. Do not stir trouble in Konoha." Thus, as expected, a confrontation erupted between Konoha and Tsunagakure. The shinobi from both sides began to engage in various skirmishes along the borders. Following the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the village was primarily controlled by the elder faction led by Chiyo, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Konoha. Her son and daughter-in-law had fallen victim to the infamous Konoha White Fang, turning her into a sworn enemy of Konoha. Seizing this opportunity, she rallied the entire Tsunagakure to prepare for battle, seeking retribution for both new and old grievances. Meanwhile, Konoha was taken aback by Tsunagakure's erratic actions. Their leader had gone missing, and now they were blaming their neighbors. However, Konoha was not a village to be trifled with. They, too, began mobilizing forces to prepare for an all-out conflict with Tsunagakure. When Longjin learned about this situation from Orochimaru, he felt a surge of realization. Was this the spark that would ignite the Third Great Ninja War? Although Tsunagakure currently believed the third Kazekage was merely missing, Longjin knew the truth all too well. Their leader had not simply vanished. He had been slain by their own prodigy, Sasori. The question remained, why did Sasori choose to eliminate his own leader? Longjin pondered that the events leading to this tragedy were not without precedent. The third Kazekage had ordered Sasori's parents to ambush Konoha during a conflict with Amigakure. Little did they know that the Konoha White Fang had remained in the village as a trump card, swiftly dispatching Sasori's parents. From that moment, the young Sasori viewed the White Fang as his nemesis. Yet, the White Fang fell victim to the collective wrath of Konoha, leaving Sasori without recourse for vengeance. Thus, he shifted his focus onto his own leader, the third Kazekage. In truth, it was not entirely unjustifiable. Had the Kazekage not issued reckless orders, his parents might have survived. However, who could definitively say who was right or wrong in this matter? Ultimately, Sasori had likely departed Tsunagakure, wandering somewhere in the land of wind, leaving behind his grandmother Chiyo to lead the shinobi against Konoha in fierce confrontation. Longjin understood that if things continued down this path, it would not lead to the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. The primary cause lay in the diminishing power of the 5 great nations, leading to invasions and internal strife. Following the Second Great Ninja War, a fragile peace lasted approximately 7 or 8 years, during which the major powers sought their own interests through invasion, alliances, or oppression of smaller nations, igniting their fierce indignation. Sasori's assassination of the third Kazekage could only be regarded as a catalyst, igniting the already tumultuous ninja world. Observing Longjin lost in thought, Orochimaru reminded him in a low voice, "The ninja world is unsettled. You may soon find yourself on the battlefield, and it will be no trivial matter, Longjin." Longjin nodded gravely, assuring Orochimaru that he would remain vigilant. Orochimaru fell silent, returning to his research with renewed fervor, sensing that he might soon be called to the front lines, especially given the dwindling elite forces in the village. Tsunade, afflicted by her fear of blood, had left Konoha with Shizune, embarking on her own journey. Despite Konoha's direct conflict with Tsunagakure, there had been no news of her return. However, given Tsunade's current state, even if she returned, her ability to assist Konoha in the event of war would be limited. The White Fang had perished under the criticism of his peers. As for Longjin's generation, they were still maturing, with only a handful of exceptional individuals capable of combat. The true veterans of elite strength remaining were Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Of course, there was also a certain Tsunade, who had matured and was gradually ready to take up the mantle. Orochimaru's concerns extended beyond the conflict between Konoha and Tsunagakure. He was wary of the other 3 major ninja villages lurking in shadows. If he were in their position, he would not overlook this rare opportunity to strike down Konoha. Indeed, as Orochimaru had foreseen, when Longjin returned to the Nara clan's territory, he encountered the long-absent Rokaku and Suzuku, who were seated in a pavilion playing shogi. Longjin approached them, greeting, "Uncle Rokaku, Uncle Suzuku, it has been a while. Have you both been summoned back to the village?" Suzuka nodded. Rokaku's voice came from the side. "Longjin, you must have heard the recent news. The ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable." Longjin nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I heard about it from Orochimaru-sensei." Rokaku continued. "In the blink of an eye, You have become a mature chunin. If the village requires you, you will be entrusted to the battlefield. Longjin expressed his understanding. Then, Rokaku offered a word of caution. Longjin, be cautious in all your tasks during this period. Do not only be wary of Sunagake your shinobi, but also do not overlook the other ninja villages. I fear this time, the war will not end so simply. Longjin gazed at the two concerned men before him, feeling a warmth in his heart. It was not in vain that he had come. There were indeed many who genuinely cared for him. Longjin spoke with an air of ease. Rest assured, Uncle Lugio, should I encounter an adversary beyond my capabilities, I shall swiftly retreat without the folly of displaying heroism. Lugio, shaking his head in resignation, replied slowly, I genuinely hope there comes a time when you can withdraw safely. See, those who study possess a certain eloquence. What you call fleeing is more aptly termed strategic withdrawal. As the three conversed about recent events, Asuma suddenly materialized within the Nara clan grounds. He first greeted Lugio and Juke, then quickly turned to Longjin, saying, Come with me, brother Longjin, there is a task at hand. Upon hearing this, Longjin promptly rose and followed Asuma, the two hastily departing. Once they were out of Lugio and Juchue's sight, Juke took a sip of the tea resting on the table and let out a heavy sigh, his voice tinged with fatigue. Alas, war a time of turmoil. Following Asuma, Longjin jogged to the mission hall of Konoha. Upon entering, he found that many ninjas were already assembled within. Among them were Hong and Dingzhua. Observing the scene before him, Longjin mused, what a grand assembly. It seems Konoha is poised for further action. The third Hokage sat at the table, maintaining his classic demeanor, pipe in mouth, occasionally exhaling wisps of smoke. As Longjin and Asuma entered the room, all the ninjas cast a glance their way, having heard of Longjin, the prominent member of the new generation. They soon resumed their positions, awaiting further instructions. At this moment, the third Hokage cleared his throat and began to address the assembly. I have summoned you all here today to assign a significant task that requires our collective effort. The crowd immediately perked up, all ears attuned to the Hokage's directives. He continued, You're all likely aware of the recent developments involving Sunagake. We do not seek conflict, but we are not afraid of it either. If Sunagake wishes to engage in battle, we shall meet them head-on and instill fear within them. The atmosphere in the room surged with excitement, as the ninjas were stirred by the Hokage's words, ready to charge into battle against Sunagake at a moment's notice. Pleased with their response, the third Hokage nodded and proceeded. Thus, there is a mission to be entrusted to you, the transport of strategic supplies to the border of the Land of Fire. Longjin's heart settled at this revelation. It was merely a matter of transporting supplies. The Hokage's voice continued. Upon reaching the border, further arrangements will be communicated. Some of you will remain at the border to assist the station ninjas in preventing further incursions from Sunagake. At this point, Longjin realized that those gathered were not merely tasked with transportation. They were to serve as reinforcements, standing firm against Sunagake. He glanced at Asuma and thought, the third Hokage is quite generous, sending his own son to the battlefield. The third Hokage elaborated on the specifics of the mission. In total, 24 ninjas, including Longjin's team, were dispatched. Among them were 6 jonin and 13 chunin, with only 5 being genin. Thus, only 2 teams contained genin. The 2 genin in Longjin's team were naturally Asuma and Hong, while the other team featured 3 genin, one of whom Longjin was quite familiar with. Recently, he had sought this individual out to learn a technique, the Konoha-style swordsmanship Willow. This genin, named Wushin Gujia, possessed remarkable survival skills and an indomitable spirit, having been taught water release by the second Hokage and ninjutsu by the third Hokage, making him formidable even among genin. Initially, Longjin perceived him as an elderly man, yet he was still in his prime, appearing notably modest and easygoing. However, in moments of solitude, Longjin could sense the deep-seated regret and pain reflected in his eyes. Thus, while the transport team appeared to consist of 6 jonin and 5 genin, the reality was 7 jonin for genin and 1 highly unpredictable Longjin. Consequently, Longjin felt quite reassured regarding the transport task. Upon concluding the mission briefing, the third Hokage solemnly declared, this transport mission will be led by Hinata Hizashi. The mission is rated as A-class. A ninja from the Hyuga clan, clad in the garb of a Konoha jonin and bearing the characteristic pale eyes, stepped forward. With a serious demeanor, he addressed all the ninjas, Gentlemen, we will convene at the village gates tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock to transport supplies to the border of the Land of Fire. Long Jian looked up at the familiar Hyuga ninja, having taken a position towards the back of the room. Hizashi stood before the third Hokage, and Long Jian had not initially recognized him due to his stance. Niji's father was among the group. Had the third Hokage not appointed him as the team leader, Long Jian might have overlooked that the head of the branch family was also part of this mission. Hizashi surveyed the assembled ninjas before continuing. The specifics of the mission will be distributed to the Jonin shortly, and they will convey the information. If there are no objections, you are all dismissed. With that, the ninjas gradually exited the mission hall, beginning to prepare for their departure from the village. After receiving the mission details, Dingswa sought out Long Jian and his companions, who had been waiting outside. They were assigned a position towards the rear of the transport convoy, closely situated next to Wuxing Gujia's team, with Hizashi stationed at the back to oversee and secure the operation. This arrangement provided a degree of protection for the battle novices. Dingswa then offered a few words of advice before allowing them to disperse to gather the necessary supplies for their departure from the village. Although he regarded them as mere children, he understood that as ninjas, they must be prepared to confront the realities of war during this tumultuous period. Upon returning to the Nara clan grounds, Long Jian discovered that Zhuke had also been summoned away shortly after, assigned to a new mission. Meanwhile, Luzhou had been directly called by the Hokage, likely to discuss potential forthcoming events and the corresponding actions required. Luzhou had successfully attained the rank of Jonin for some time now, and Long Jian sensed that soon, Luzhou would become the captain of Konoha's Jonin team. His intelligence and exceptional strategic acumen had increasingly garnered recognition among the higher echelons. Long Jian could not help but admire the cunning of strategists like Luzhou, who were indeed a rare breed in any era or place. After preparing the necessary items, Long Jian made his way to Uncle Shi's experimental base, intending to inform him of his temporary departure from the village on a mission and to assure him not to worry. Although it is estimated that Shishu would not reflect upon himself, he remains tirelessly occupied at the laboratory, much like when he walks through the realm of dragons. Each time Long Jian witnesses this scene, he cannot help but express heartfelt admiration. It is no wonder that he has mastered the latest technology. With such a thirst for knowledge, if Shishu were not a ninja, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable scientist. Upon learning that Long Jian had been assigned a mission, Shishu did not inquire further. He merely cautioned Long Jian to exercise caution around a certain elder named Qian Dai in the Suna village, as her poison could pose a significant threat. After all, with Tsunade absent from the village, Qian Dai's poison is ever evolving. While Shishu may have considerable skills in poisoning, he is acutely aware that he lacks Tsunade's expertise in the art of antidotes. Long Jian nodded solemnly, acknowledging that poison is indeed a treacherous element. He did not wish for his efforts to culminate in failure at the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, only to meet his demise at the hands of poison in the safety of his home. That would be utterly humiliating. As night swiftly passed, dawn broke, and Long Jian arrived at the designated assembly point before the sun had risen. Many ninjas had already gathered, making final preparations for their departure. The atmosphere was somber, as everyone understood that this mission could potentially lead them directly to the battlefield between Konoha and Suna. For most, war symbolizes suffering, hatred, and the devastation of families. They fight for the safety of their village and loved ones, compelled to engage in a deadly struggle against their foes. Yet, each individual on the battlefield harbors their own reasons for being there. The lines of right and wrong are often blurred. Aside from war profiteers and those who revel in chaos, few genuinely embrace the turmoil that brings forth endless bloodshed. Long Jian approached Akimichi Dingswa, who had arrived early and was conversing with Hinata. Long Jian greeted Dingswa, who then turned to Long Jian and remarked, "This is the one who defeated Kakashi." Recognized as the strongest of the new generation, Long Jian. Dingswa nodded, and Long Jian politely saluted Hinata, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Senior Hinata. I have heard much about your esteemed name from Teacher Dingswa." Hinata acknowledged Long Jian with a nod and added, "An excellent young man indeed, and a direct disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Dingswa, you are fortunate to have such an admirable subordinate." Dingswa's rugged face radiated joy. As Long Jian commenced his own preparations, Hinata continued speaking to Dingswa. "I did not expect the village to start dispatching their generation to test the waters of war." Dingswa's expression darkened as he sighed. Alas, they are still just children, forced to endure the baptism of war so soon. At times, I find it truly difficult to witness their desperate struggles. Hinata patted Dingswa on the shoulder and replied, "You have always been like this, Dingswa. so sentimental and soft-hearted. I too do not wish for the children to partake in such matters. He then shifted the conversation. But this is the reality of war. Dingswin nodded in understanding. Having served as a jonin for quite some time, he would not allow his emotions to interfere with the mission at hand. By 5 o'clock, the Konoha transport escort team, comprised of 24 ninjas, had assembled. Dressed in the combat attire of a jonin, Hinata surveyed the group and commanded, "Proceed according to the established route." The team, laden with supplies in several carts, quietly departed through the village gates, heading toward the front lines of the Land of Fire. The initial stretch of the journey from Konoha was relatively safe, as the enemy would not likely venture so close unless they were seeking their own demise or were exceptionally bold. Long Jian observed the ever-vigilant Lao Ma, who remained alert to their surroundings, embodying a sense of paranoia. With a sigh, Long Jian patted Lao Ma's shoulder, intending to provide reassurance. To his surprise, Lao Ma sprang into action like a startled bird, drawing the attention of nearby ninjas. Embarrassed, Lao Ma turned away and whispered, "What are you doing, Long Jian?" Long Jian shook his head in exasperation. "Lao Ma, this section of the journey is the safest of the entire mission. If you remain this tense, you will tire yourself out before we reach the critical moments requiring your full focus. Do you understand?" Hong, standing nearby, added, "Lao Ma's behavior is a bit embarrassing." Lao Ma sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, "Isn't this my first time on the battlefield? Previously, we always completed missions in small teams, and I often heard the adults speak of how terrifying war is. I have never experienced such a large group heading to battle. It feels like at any moment, a few Sunan ninjas might spring from the shadows." Hong quietly confided to Long Jian, "To be honest, as I prepare to truly head to battle for the village, I can't help but feel a bit anxious myself. Yet you, Long Jian, seem unaffected." Long Jian merely smiled faintly, pondering internally. If only you all had known from the onset that this war was inevitable, and understood the entire sequence of events. The primary goal of enhancing our strength was to survive this very conflict. Then perhaps your reactions would not be so pronounced, such as the allure of being a player with foresight. Just then, the amiable voice of Wanqing Gu Jie chimed in. "You must learn to manage your energy, maintaining a balance. Otherwise, during prolonged missions, your body will not endure." Lao Ma looked at the friendly-faced uncle and politely responded, "I understand. Thank you, uncle." Long Jian enthusiastically greeted Wanqing Gu Jie. "Uncle Gu Jie, what a coincidence to be on a mission with you." Gu Jie smiled and nodded at Long Jian, saying, "It has been a while, Long Jian." Lao Ma and Hong exchanged curious glances at the rapport between the two and asked, "Long Jian, do you know this uncle?" Long Jian nodded and introduced, "Do not let Gu Jie's status as a genin fool you. His strength is formidable, rivaling that of a jonin." Lao Ma and Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing that Long Jian would not jest about such matters. Gu Jie squinted his eyes, radiating tranquility, and remarked, "It is because I still have room for growth that I remain a genin." This statement left Lao Ma and Hong perplexed, while Long Jian understood the reason behind Gu Jie's self-imposed limitations. Indeed, those with squinted eyes often harbor extraordinary abilities. Lao Ma curiously inquired, "Uncle Gu Jie, if your strength is so great, why do you say you are not enough and have not advanced?" In his heart, Lao Ma contemplated what constitutes enough strength. What more could one desire? Gu Jie earnestly replied, "As a ninja, it is not only strength that matters, but also one's inner self. My heart is only worthy of being a genin, regardless of whether one is a jonin, chunin, or a genin. Their strength or lack thereof ultimately serves the purpose of the village's development. For the sake of the village, I am prepared to sacrifice my life." Lao Ma and Hong listened attentively to Gu Jie's teachings, nodding in a state of partial understanding. However, Gu Jie's words profoundly revealed the determination of this middle-aged genin. At that moment, two other genin approached Gu Jie, glancing at the chunin uniform worn by Long Jian. They remarked, "But Uncle Gu Jie, Long Jian's promotion has indeed been rapid. None of us from the last cohort succeeded in becoming chunin, while he, as a new generation, shines brightly." Gu Jie maintained his calm demeanor, responding, "Long Jian possesses a formidable inner strength that matches his abilities. Thus his advancement is hardly surprising." The names of Gu Jie's two genin companions, by Yun Zhao Jian and Shou Jiuyi, sounded familiar to Long Jian. After much contemplation, he finally recognized them. It turned out that they had been part of Gu Jie's team for quite some time. Initially feeling somewhat anxious, Asuma, and Hong gradually calmed down, guided by Long Jian and Gu Jie's words, restoring their composure. Long Jian surveyed his surroundings, truly surrounded by a gathering of renowned individuals. With an assurance regarding his own safety, Long Jian gained further confidence. The entire Konoha transport unit continued its steady pace towards the borders of the Land of Fire. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed since Long Jian and the others departed from Konoha, having completed 2/3 of their journey. As they drew nearer to the borders of the Land of Fire, the march of the squad became increasingly cautious, for their adversaries were the Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, not to be underestimated. Within the squad, Long Jian was primarily tasked with rear defense and escort duties, allowing him a relatively leisurely pace. He would often engage in light-hearted conversations with Gu Jie, Ding Zhuo, and playfully teased by Yun Zhao Jian and Shou Jiuyi, maintaining a positive mindset. As for Asuma and Hong, despite their adjustments, their tension visibly increased as the distance to the borders lessened. This was entirely natural. Even by Yun Zhao Jian and Shou Jiuyi had spoken less, becoming increasingly alert. After all, life is precious, and no one wishes to fall in battle easily. On this day, Long Jian felt perplexed. While he was in the woods attending to nature, he spotted a small creature resembling a diminutive raccoon. After gazing at it for a while, he finally recalled its name. This creature was a meerkat, akin to Timon from the animated film The Lion King. Adorably, many affluent families in his previous life kept them as pets. Aside from its resemblance to Timon, Long Jian was astonished to discover that this little creature was unafraid of humans. Unlike typical animals that would flee at the sight of him, it not only remained but stood upright to observe him, leaving Long Jian utterly baffled. Was he encountering a rogue of the animal kingdom? Long Jian attempted to intimidate the creature to scare it away, but it stubbornly refused to budge, locking eyes with him. In a fit of frustration, he seized the little creature. The meerkat, undeterred, bit Long Jian's hand, causing him to instinctively toss it away. The little creature spun gracefully in the air before landing, only to unexpectedly slip on an unidentified liquid beneath its feet and crash backward onto a sharp stone, piercing its head. Long Jian gasped. What a grave misfortune! Yet before he could finish his sentence, his words choked in his throat, and silence enveloped him. Instead of crying out in pain or fleeing like most animals would, the meerkat remained motionless and transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing before Long Jian's eyes. Stunned, Long Jian pondered, what is happening? Is this meerkat someone's summoning beast, dispatched to spy on me while I was indisposed? At that moment, Lao Ma called out gently from the edge of the forest, urging Long Jian to rejoin the squad as they were preparing to depart. Reluctantly, Long Jian suppressed his intrigue and returned to the group. As they walked, he couldn't shake the peculiar scene from his mind. It was undeniably strange, provoking an indescribable feeling that eluded his grasp. Sensing Long Jian's distraction, Gu Jie approached him and inquired, "What troubles you, Long Jian? You seem lost in thought." Long Jian replied, "I'm well, Uncle Gu Jie, merely contemplating a curious matter." Gu Jie, with a glint of curiosity, asked, "What is it? Care to share?" Long Jian considered for a moment and then asked, "Uncle Gu Jie, could you tell me who is responsible for the reconnaissance and alert duties within our squad?" After careful thought, Gu Jie responded, "In terms of reconnaissance, aside from Captain Richa, there's a member of the Hyuga clan at the front, using their Byakugan to survey the surroundings." He proceeded to identify 3 ninjas in the front, middle, and rear of the squad, known for their exceptional sensory abilities and tasked with reconnaissance and vigilance. Gu Jie added, "As for whether Captain Richa has assigned anyone else to carry out similar duties, I cannot say." Long Jian's vigilance heightened. This indicated that the meerkat was at least not a summoning beast meant for reconnaissance and alert. With this thought, Long Jian quietly approached Richa at the back of the squad and discreetly asked, "Richa Dano, may I inquire if any of those observing and keeping watch are using a meerkat as a summoning beast?" Richa's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he replied, "No. Why do you ask, Long Jian?" In a hushed tone, Long Jian responded, "I may have inadvertently stumbled upon something significant. We might be under surveillance." Richa's countenance changed, and he urgently inquired about the details. Long Jian recounted the entire incident, leading Richa to adopt an even graver demeanor. At that moment, Long Jian finally understood the source of his unease. Meerkats typically inhabit arid, open environments, thriving in semi-desert regions. So why had one appeared in the forest of Konoha, a habitat unsuitable for such creatures? After Long Jian finished recounting the incident, Richa swiftly recognized this oversight and gestured for Long Jian to remain silent to avoid alarming any potential watchers. Subsequently, at the rear of the squad, Richa discreetly activated his Byakugan. Suddenly, the veins around Richa's eyes bulged, and his Byakugan rapidly scanned the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. After a thorough search yielded no results, Richa deactivated the Byakugan and shook his head at Long Jian. At that moment, a shared thought emerged in both of their minds. There was likely a mole within the ranks, possibly a spy from the Suna ninjas. It was a classic case of espionage. With an internal traitor among them, the transaction must be halted. Richa instructed Long Jian to return to the team as he sought to identify the hidden adversary lurking in the shadows. He subsequently issued commands to alter their course, as their route had likely been compromised, and continuing onward could prove perilous. Simultaneously, the cancellation and alteration of their information would compel the potential infiltrator to act. Unable to resist the urge to relay information, Richa's strategy was, indeed, a dual-purpose maneuver. However, as night fell, neither Long Jian nor Richa detected any further suspicious activities or individuals. Yet, both remained vigilant. This was wartime, a period of conflict. A minor detail or oversight could spell doom for the entire squad. As the captain of the transport team, Richa would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Long Jian, for his part, simply wished to avoid an untimely and unjust demise. At the change of the guard for the transport team, Long Jian, who appeared to be sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. If anyone had been awake and observant, they would have noticed the shadows beneath him quietly expanding, extending in all directions under the cover of night. The individual concealed within the transport team, known as Xiangjia, just as Richa and Long Jian had surmised, could no longer contain himself and prepared to seize the cover of darkness to transmit the damning intelligence while majority slumbered. A Chunin from the Konoha transport team rose, groggily wandering to the side while adjusting his trousers, portraying the visage of someone urgently needing to relieve himself in the dead of night. At that moment, a vigilant ninja jested at him. "Oh, Xiangjia, feeling the urge again?" The Chunin, still in a daze, retorted, "Quit your chatter. Just stand your post." The watchful ninja chuckled in response. "I must say, you ought to consult some specialists about that issue of yours. I know a few good doctors." Xiangjia, without turning back, replied in a slightly embarrassed tone, "Let us see how you fare first." He then proceeded into the woods. Once Xiangjia was out of sight of the transport team's guards and assured that no one was watching, all traces of fatigue vanished from his eyes, replaced by a fleeting glint of determination. While feigning a trip to the restroom, he discreetly retrieved a piece of intelligence and began to rhythmically stomp his feet on the ground. Shortly thereafter, several meerkats, previously observed by Long Jian, stealthily approached him. These meerkats were Xiangjia's summoned beasts, conjured upon learning of the mission, accompanying the Konoha transport team and ready to assist in relaying the intelligence to his superior in contact. The reason for multiple meerkats was their utility. They would mitigate the risk of failure in transmitting the information and ensure a backup was always available for Xiangjia to dispatch new intelligence. After all, if he were to suddenly summon a spirit while on the move, anyone would suspect something was amiss. On that day, when Xiangjia sensed the sudden demise of one of his summoned beasts, he initially assumed it had fallen prey to a forest predator. After all, his summoned meerkats were merely ordinary animals, classified as low-level summoned beasts, possessing combat capabilities akin to typical meerkats. It was entirely plausible for one to be devoured by a ferocious beast in the woods. Moreover, crucially, the information relayed back upon the death of his summoned meerkat showed no signs of chakra flow, indicating that it had not been slain by a ninja's hand. Xiangjia could hardly have imagined the fantastical nature of his summoned beast demise. When Xiangjia noticed that Richa had altered the team's course, an ominous premonition surged within him. He pondered, could they have caught on? Nevertheless, he maintained an outward facade of obedience, trudging along. Internally, he was anxious. According to their original plan, if they proceeded in the initial direction, they would soon encounter Suna ninjas lying in wait. At that juncture, neither the supplies nor the fresh recruits from Konoha would be able to reach the borders of the Land of Fire. Now, as the transport team had already strayed a considerable distance from the designated location, Xiangjia felt urgency. Yet he dared not send his intelligence outward too hastily. If this continued, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Thus, as he felt the others around him gradually succumb to sleep, Xiangjia could not resist the urge to rise and make one final attempt. Unbeknownst to him, Every action he took was being meticulously observed by the shadowy ghost soldiers hidden in the darkness. These ghostly figures peeked out to silently monitor Xiong Jie's movements before retreating to relay information back to Long Jian. Upon receiving the news, Long Jian first informed the equally alert Richa. He then feigned sleepiness, mimicking someone heading to relieve themselves, and made his way to Xiong Jie's position. Upon sensing an approaching presence, Xiong Jie, who had already entrusted the intelligence to his meerkats, hurriedly instructed them to retreat with the information while maintaining a facade of needing to relieve himself. Long Jian approached Xiong Jie with an expression of feigned confusion, greeting him. Xiong Jie nodded in response, thinking he would slip away once finished. However, he observed Long Jian behaving furtively, as if verifying that no one was paying attention to their exchange. Xiong Jie was bewildered. What was this child up to? Why was he mimicking his own mannerisms? Then, Long Jian's next words dropped like a bombshell. So, the village only sent you? Xiong Jie's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing at a frantic pace. Wait, didn't the contact mention there would be another spy? If there was one thing Xiong Jie excelled at, it was managing his expressions. He maintained an air of confusion and inquired, "What are you talking about, Long Jian? What does this mean?" Long Jian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Stop pretending. The village informed me they would send someone for this mission, and I've been observing you for quite some time. By the way, the latest intelligence has already been dispatched, and the village's plans will likely change. I didn't expect Richa to suddenly change the course. Damn, it seems you did something to raise his suspicions. He shouldn't have been able to detect my presence." Xiong Jie stared in astonishment at Long Jian, who maintained a calm demeanor while revealing such information. Internally, he was in turmoil. No way, is this for real? Are you also one of us? Long Jian, witnessing Xiong Jie's shocked expression, shook his head in disdain. The quality of the individual sent this time is rather mediocre. How could the village dispatch someone who cannot even distinguish between friend and foe as a scout? Forget it. As long as the intelligence is transmitted, I shall take my leave. Sigh, if you weren't one of our own, I would have long sent you to that old fellow Richa. Long Jian shook his head while stepping back, clearly unfazed by the unimpressive performance of Xiong Jie. Upon seeing Long Jian about to leave, Xiong Jie hurriedly grasped his arm and inquired in a hushed tone, "Are you also one of the village spies?" Long Jian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of amusement within. Aha, this could be interesting. He then looked at Xiong Jie with disdain and replied quietly, "What else could I be? I've already established my foothold in my. If I can avoid exposing myself prematurely, I certainly will. There are far more pressing matters awaiting my attention. However, you have proven somewhat competent. At least you have managed to relay information for this long, just recently causing Richa, that old rogue, to sense something amiss." Xiong Jie, upon hearing this, mused to himself, "This guy is quite a figure. His status must be higher than mine. His actions are far more impressive than mine. He is indeed playing the long game to catch a big fish." Subsequently, Long Jian, feigning helplessness, asked, "Did you truly come alone for this mission? Or are there others of whom you are completely unaware?" Xiong Jie, feeling insulted by Long Jian's "Are you capable?" expression, confidently thumped his chest and assured him, "Rest assured, I am the sole spy for this mission, specifically tasked with relaying information to the higher-ups. Just wait for us to catch my off guard." Long Jian nodded and then inquired, "The originally intended strike point is no longer viable. Then what suggestion do you have?" Xiong Jie, brimming with pride, replied, "You needn't worry. I have employed a specialized secret technique, leaving traces beneath my feet that extend all the way from where we turned. When our troops discover that my transport team has not arrived on time, they will find my special marker after a short search. Thus, even without receiving intelligence, they will come, albeit with some delay. We can still catch them off guard." Long Jian's heart trembled at this revelation. These fellows truly possess an array of cunning techniques. It is utterly unpreventable. Oh, by the way, did you not notice the traces of that secret technique? Or did you? Xiong Jie abruptly realized something was amiss. How could one not notice? That is a secret technique that all Sand Shinobi spies must master when executing missions. The only explanation is that Long Jian simply does not know it. At this moment, Long Jian's smile broadened. In Xiong Jie's eyes, Long Jian had transformed into a grinning demon. Just as he was about to retrieve something from his pocket, he suddenly found himself utterly immobilized. The shadow mimicry technique had succeeded. Richa emerged behind Long Jian, his Byakugan activated, casting a stern gaze at Xiong Jie. Xiong Jie understood his fate was sealed. His life was effectively over. if he realized that the mongoose he had inadvertently let slip earlier in the day was his greatest blunder, and that this blunder had fortuitously led him to Long Jian, he would surely look at Long Jian and exclaim, "I fell victim to this guy." After Richa's appearance, he commended Long Jian. "Thanks to your efforts, we were able to uncover the Sand Shinobi spy early and thwart their scheme. In this first confrontation, you have made significant contributions." Long Jian responded to Richa, "Thank you, Senior Richa. But this fellow has left behind a special secret technique that will likely only be recognizable and usable by their spies." Richa nodded and then instructed the ninjas behind him, "Find a way to extract more information from him. If he proves uncooperative, eliminate him." Several Konoha ninjas, who appeared adept at coercive interrogation, stepped forward with sinister grins towards the immobilized spy, Xiangjia. Xiangjia, glaring at Long Jian, shouted, "Long Jian, the latest intelligence has already been sent out. You can only await your demise alongside me." Long Jian gazed at the frantic Xiangjia and silently asked, "Is this the intelligence you refer to?" Then, several ghostly figures emerged, each holding a mongoose that Xiangjia had just dismissed, showcasing them one by one for Xiangjia to see. Upon witnessing this scene, the arrogance that had just ignited within him was extinguished in an instant. He stared at Long Jian, rendered speechless. However, Long Jian could perceive the four characters written clearly in Xiangjia's eyes. "I am doomed." Meanwhile, the Chunin who had been on duty and had seemingly shared a good rapport with Xiangjia looked on in agony and disbelief, questioning, "Why would you do this? Xiangjia, how can you justify your actions towards Konoha?" Unexpectedly, Xiangjia merely scoffed dismissively and replied, "Konoha? I only care that my actions are justified to my village." Upon hearing this, the Chunin's pain deepened, now tinged with resentment. He gritted his teeth and turned away. No longer looking at Xiangjia, Long Jian maintained control over Xiangjia, watching him endure his punishment. The scene was not suitable for younger audiences, so shall not be broadcasted. Unfortunately, the transport team dispatched by Konoha primarily consisted of combatants, lacking members from the analysis team. Otherwise, they might have extracted even more useful information from Xiangjia, such as the identity of his superior, the team leader, or whether there were any other moles that Xiangjia was aware of. Regrettably, since Xiangjia realized he had inadvertently revealed much information to Long Jian, he refrained from speaking further, displaying a demeanor reminiscent of one prepared to face a heroic death. The ninjas torturing Xiangjia understood that time was of the essence. After all, they could not predict when the Sand Shinobi might launch an attack. Not daring to squander precious moments, and confirming that Xiangjia would not divulge any new intelligence, they decisively proceeded to extract the information from the now thoroughly broken Xiangjia. Long Jian observed the entire process, his complexion paling somewhat. Upon finally releasing the shadow mimicry technique that had rendered Xiangjia incapable of standing, Long Jian shook his head, reflecting, "You truly excel in your craft." Returning to his team, Long Jian noticed that everyone had regained consciousness and was gathered around Richa, where several Jonin were engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Long Jian return, Richa waved him over and inquired, "Long Jian, what do you think we should do next? I would like to hear your opinion." Long Jian considered for a moment before responding swiftly, "We essentially face two paths. One is to continue onward, altering our course. The uninformed Sand Shinobi may lose track of us. However, a Jonin from the squad with Gu Jia interjected skeptically, but we are transporting essential supplies. And in terms of speed, we cannot possibly match those sent by the Sand Shinobi. If we are caught, combat is unavoidable, and we may find ourselves in an even more passive position." Long Jian nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, this is the primary drawback of the first approach. It places us at a disadvantage. The second option, I believe, is to remain in place and await the arrival of the Sand Shinobi, allowing us to strike while they are unprepared." Upon hearing this, Hinata and Nichi nearly nodded before turning to Long Jian and inquired, "How can we ascertain whether this squad from Sunanin is one we can contend with? Should we ultimately face defeat in battle, both our resources and lives would be lost here." Long Jian, upon hearing this, presented his reasoning. "Firstly, it is highly probable that the Sunanin squad consists of few members, likely being the elite forces of Suna. After all, this territory belongs to the Land of Fire, where a large number of infiltrators would struggle to remain undetected. Secondly, there exists an information disparity between us and the Sunanin." Hinata Nichi, puzzled, asked, "Information disparity? What do you mean?" Long Jian cast his gaze upon several Jonin and said, It is likely that the Sunanin have gathered intel about our team composition and your status as captain. However, what they cannot account for is... Long Jian turned to the crowd and pointed at Maru Shingujia, stating, among these lower-ranked ninjas, there is one whose strength is equivalent to that of a formidable Jonin. Uncle Gujia, I am also confident in my ability to confront a Jonin, alongside teacher Dingzhua and you as captain. Moreover, we can set a trap for the Sunanin, taking advantage of their moment of relaxation to launch a surprise attack. We can turn the tables on them. Hinata Nichi nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Kunyan, you resonate with my thoughts. Anyone who claims that Longjin lacks intelligence shall face my wrath. Subsequently, Hinata Nichi inquired of Longjian. Did you manage to obtain the information that the traitor intended to transmit? Longjian nodded and replied, I have captured the summoning beast. But decoding the intelligence may prove to be a significant challenge. Hinata Nichi chuckled, saying, no need for decoding. Simply release all the summoning beasts, allowing them to convey the information back. Longjian was initially taken aback, but soon grasped Hinata Nichi's objective, marveling inwardly at the wisdom of one appointed as captain. Even without Longjian's suggestion, Hinata Nichi would have likely decided to stay behind and thwart the Sunanin. Was this a self-assessment opportunity? Longjian pondered silently. He then instructed the ghostly soldiers to release the meerkats they held. The meerkats, as if granted amnesty, scurried away swiftly, vanishing into the night. Simultaneously, an elite Sunanin squad, composed of 18 Jonin, advanced rapidly under the command of an elderly man of modest stature, his head wrapped in bandages, with long, graying eyebrows cascading down the sides of his face, heading towards the location of the Konoha transport team. At this moment, a ninja beside the old man respectfully announced, Lord Kairozu, we have received new intelligence. Kairozu's aged voice responded, what news from the Needle? The Sunanin Jonin continued, the Needle has relayed the latest position of the Konoha transport team and indicated that Hinata Nichi may be aware of our presence. Yet no concrete abnormalities have been detected thus far. Kairozu nodded, stating, the direction aligns with the secret techniques left by the Needle. The intelligence is sound. Proceed, and aim to reach them ahead of time to intercept this squad. All the Sunanin Jonin replied in unison, yes, and hastened their pace. Meanwhile, Chiyo Baba led a significant force from Suna village, boldly charging towards the border of the Land of Fire, launching the first large-scale assault against Konoha's garrison. As the two factions clashed, Konoha's forces, outnumbered, began to retreat. The more critical factor was that Konoha lacked a shadow-level powerhouse to match Chiyo Baba, rendering her virtually unstoppable on the battlefield as she felled numerous Konoha ninjas. At this moment, the war between the two ninja villages had been thrust into a critical phase by the sibling duo of Chiyo and Kairozu. The conflict had descended into genuine ferocity. At this point, Konoha remained unaware that Chiyo had unleashed a large contingent of Suna ninjas upon the borders of the Land of Fire. Furthermore, within the dispatch transport unit, there were undercover agents arranged by Kairozu, who were now ensnared by the elite Sunanin squad led by Kairozu himself. In an instant, the war between Suna and Konoha had tilted in favor of Suna village. Kairozu, accompanied by 17 Jonin, advanced swiftly under the cover of darkness. Finally, just before dawn, they caught up with the Konoha transport team, which was preparing to move forward. Concealed in the shadows, Kairozu observed the Konoha ninjas gradually awakening from their slumber, packing their belongings for departure, with Hinata Nichi standing at the rear of the formation, his expression grave. A voice echoed in his mind, proclaiming that there was no better opportunity than now to launch a surprise attack on the Konoha forces. The current state of the Konoha transport team was such that some members were still groggy from rest, their vigilance lowered, rendering them unprepared for immediate combat. The limited combat strength was confined to Hinata Nichi and a few Jonin, while the enemy lay in wait, hidden from sight. The advantage was unmistakably in their favor. Kairozu promptly resolved, let's proceed, my brothers. He then signaled to all the Suna ninjas. Upon witnessing Kairozu's gesture, the elite Suna ninjas comprehended, bracing themselves for battle. Several Jonin adept in puppet techniques unleashed their puppets, securing a relatively safe position, preparing to launch an attack at any moment by manipulating their chakra strings. With a piercing gaze, Kairozu's expression hardened, and he roared, attack. He was the first to charge into the fray. All the Suna ninjas, upon receiving the command, followed suit without hesitation, commencing a merciless assault on the unsuspecting Konoha ninjas. In an instant, the Konoha transport unit was encircled by Suna ninjas, cries of battle echoing throughout. Kairozu sought out Hinata Nichi specifically, having learned that the captain of this Konoha transport unit was indeed Hinata Nichi, prompting him to personally lead the charge to ambush this squad. Upon their encounter, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. As Hinata Nichi recognized the Suna ninjas, he swiftly activated his Byakugan, locking eyes with the approaching Kairozu, and the two plunged into combat without hesitation. Simultaneously, under the relentless onslaught of Kairozu, Hinata Nichi found himself distanced from the primary battlefield. This was, in fact, Kairozu's strategy to engage Hinata Nichi directly, preventing him from aiding others and drawing him away from the main conflict. Once his subordinates had swiftly dealt with the majority of the Konoha forces, they could then assist Kairozu in capturing Hinata Nichi. The ploy was successful, but sometimes a successful strategy is not solely a product of one's intellect. More often, it is a result of one's adversary inadvertently playing into the plan. All these events transpired within mere moments. Soon after, the elite Suna ninjas discerned something amiss. They found that the Konoha Jonin they had ambushed were not what they seemed. One corpulent figure transformed into a clay substitute, melting into a puddle of earth, while another vanished in a puff of smoke. Simultaneously, such occurrences unfolded across the battlefield. In an instant, a terrifying realization dawned upon the Suna Jonin. They had fallen into a trap. One frantic Suna ninja shouted, "We must retreat." At this moment, a handsome specter soldier, concealed in the shadows, stealthily emerged from the nearby thicket, revealing only his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignited the lighter stolen from Old Ma and hurled it towards the cart laden with supplies. The instant the lighter made contact with the rear of the cart, it ignited the gasoline that had been poured over it. A tremendous explosion ensued, accompanied by waves of shock and heat, unleashing a blinding brilliance that rendered the Sand Village's elite shinobi unable to open their eyes. In an instant, the air was filled with screams and wails. Earlier, when Long Jian and his companions resolved to counterattack the elite forces of the Sand Village, Long Jian had proposed his ambush strategy, which was promptly adopted by Hinata Nichijutsu. Given the manpower of the Konoha transport team, it would have been exceedingly challenging to set up a perfect trap in such a short time. However, Long Jian asserted that everyone merely needed to leave their shadow clones, ensuring no weaknesses were exposed. They followed Hinata and Nichijutsu's instructions, concealed themselves, and prepared to counterattack the Sand Shinobi, leaving the rest to Long Jian. After all, what they lacked was not manpower. Soon, several carts worth of goods were swiftly relocated by numerous Spectre soldiers. As for the explosive tags within the supplies, they were retrieved by Long Jian Spectre soldiers to set up the traps. Ever since the Spectre soldiers returned from their training, their minds had become rather devious. Not only did they deploy explosive tags, but they also included numerous shuriken and various sharp weapons used by the Shadow Legion. Long Jian even observed several Spectre soldiers stuffing shards of glass and large bricks into the cart. Seeing this, Long Jian nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, my soldiers are remarkable." Once everything was prepared, Long Jian settled down beside another member of the Hinata clan, discreetly providing Dingzu with a clay clone for cover. They then began to quietly await the Sand Shinobi to unwittingly stumble into the net Long Jian had crafted. Hinata Nichijutsu chose to remain at the back of the formation, ready to lure the enemy. After all, the adversaries were aware of his presence and would undoubtedly devise a countermeasure. As Nichijutsu had anticipated, Ebizong led the charge specifically to confront him. However, the Sand Village's unit was indeed elite. Upon realizing they had fallen into a trap, they swiftly took action, whether to support Ebizong or to make a hasty retreat. In any case, they departed the vicinity of the carts at their utmost speed. Yet, 3 or 4 Sand Shinobi, having ventured too deeply, were unable to withdraw in time. In a moment of desperation, they resorted to using ninjutsu for defense. However, the explosive center's power was not so easily mitigated. 2 Sand Shinobi were flung away by the blast, perishing instantly. The remaining 2 sustained significant injuries. Their combat effectiveness diminished to nearly 0. The rest of the Sand forces also suffered varying degrees of damage from the explosion's aftermath. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas, who had been lying in ambush for quite some time, revealed themselves, launching shuriken, kunai, and an array of ninjutsu with reckless abandon. They commenced a second wave of relentless bombardment against the Sand Shinobi. The Sand Elite Shinobi hastily stabilized their positions and began counterattacking the Konoha transport team. Among the casualties from the recent explosion, the puppet masters of the Sand Village experienced the least loss. Out of the 8 puppet masters, only 1 had their puppet damaged, while the remaining 7 successfully retrieved theirs without significant impact. Upon discovering the presence of the long-hidden Konoha ninjas, the concealed puppet masters swiftly prepared to manipulate their puppets against the Konoha shinobi. At that moment, 4 puppets, equipped with various weapons, surged forward into the Konoha ranks, poised to unleash havoc. Yet, to their astonishment, the Konoha shinobi noticed that the 4 puppets had come to a complete standstill. Meanwhile, the faces of the 4 puppet masters were etched with terror. Their hands remained suspended in the air, chakra threads still connected to the puppets. Despite the enemy being right before them, they found themselves unable to take any action. With the last glimmers of moonlight, a closer inspection revealed that the shadows beneath their feet were elongating ominously. The ends of the shadows belonging to the 4 elite puppet masters converged at Longjin's feet. With an air of calm, Longjin raised his hands, performing the shadow stitching technique, Black Higanbana. This was precisely why Longjin was partnered with another member of the Hinata clan. The 2 were responsible for locating the first wave of hidden puppet masters while also eliminating this troublesome group. Nichijitsu's intent was clear. Every puppet master they could take down would be a victory. After all, the puppet masters of the Sand Village, who had attained the rank of elite shinobi, were formidable and perilous adversaries. Often, one would perish without even laying eyes upon them. Each puppet was fully armed, concealing poison and weaponry. Hence, Nichijitsu assigned this arduous task to Longjin and another member of his branch family. Acknowledging that Longjin's unique bloodline limit combined with his clan's secret techniques made him exceptionally suited for this endeavor, Longjin centered himself, simultaneously binding the movements of the 4 puppet masters with shadows. From above, it appeared as if a black Higanbana was blooming in the darkness, flourishing. Observing Longjin's success, the Hinata clan member beside him exclaimed in excitement, "Well done, Longjin." Meanwhile, Ebizong, engaged in a fierce battle with Hinata Nichijitsu, realized that everything was a trap set by the Konoha side. They were already ensnared. Gazing at the Byakugan-activated Nichijitsu, Ebizong remarked, "The younger generation is truly formidable. You have managed to outmaneuver us to this extent." Nichijitsu, poised in a gentle fist stance, coldly replied, "Ebizong from the Sand Village, you truly hold us in high regard. However, you are correct in your observation. The younger generation is indeed formidable." He then cast a glance in Longjin's direction. Longjin's performance in the battle could not merely be described as commendable. It could be said that he possessed the capability to alter the course of the conflict. In both intellect and strength, he far surpassed his peers, exhibiting extraordinary calmness and decisiveness even in his first encounter with war. Nichijitsu's inner acknowledgement of this outstanding junior deepened once more. At this moment, Longjin, controlling several puppet masters, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead involuntarily. It must be said that the Black Higanbana was indeed challenging to wield, especially when simultaneously controlling so many elite shinobi from the Sand Village. If it were Jiku, the next step would likely involve employing the shadow stitching technique or the shadow strangulation technique to eliminate several puppet masters. However, regrettably, Longjin's proficiency was not yet adequate. Managing multiple elite shinobi at once was already proving to be quite taxing. Fortunately, Longjin did not require an exceptionally high level of skill. Merely controlling them was sufficient. From the extending shadows, several clawed specter soldiers emerged, their steel claws reflecting a menacing gleam in the moonlight. The puppet masters stared wide-eyed in terror at the unfolding scene, desperate to flee but firmly held in Longjin's grasp. The remaining Sand elite shinobi, attempting to intervene, were swiftly restrained by the suddenly appearing Konoha elite. Only 2 elite shinobi managed to rush forward, but suddenly, Maruhoshi Kogen appeared, brandishing a sword, positioned between Longjin and the 2 Sand shinobi. The slanted eyes revealed a resolute and fearless spirit as he proclaimed loudly, "This path is blocked." After a few figures of claw shadows appeared, without uttering a word, they immediately leapt into action, executing a mighty wood-leaf great whirlwind that had been learned from Akai, combining both upper and lower kicks. The claw shadows spun at high speed. With limbs formed of steel claws or spikes, they unleashed Akai's wood-leaf great whirlwind with ferocious momentum. Though the claw shadows were mute, Longjin could discern from their movements a chorus of ada, an exuberance of youthfulness. In the blink of an eye, several puppet masters witnessed their comrades dismembered, their eyes wide open in shock, terror, and resentment before death claimed them. At the same moment, Hai Lao Tsang engaged in battle. Notice the commotion on Long Jian's side. His previously small eyes were now filled with astonishment. A somber voice emerged from Hai Lao Tsang. That ability belongs to the possessor of the newly reported bloodline limit from the Woodleaf, does it not? I never expected that little brat's power to be so troublesome. Hinata Hayashi retorted coldly. You should be more concerned about yourself, Senior Hai Lao Tsang. Following this, Hayashi intensified his assault with renewed ferocity. Long Jian turned to assist Gu Jie, who was entangled in combat with two Jonin. Just as he was about to rush in, he saw Gu Jie, utilizing the recoil from a clash with a sand ninja, retreat to Long Jian's side and quickly urge, go assist the others, Long Jian. I can handle this. With that, Gu Jie unleashed a flurry of shuriken before swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique of shuriken. Countless shuriken clones erupted forth, continuously bombarding the two sand ninjas before them. As they desperately attempted to defend themselves, the two sand ninjas inwardly cursed. Is this the level of a lower ninja from the Woodleaf? A-rank ninjutsu just thrown around like that. What is this madness? Refund. Without hesitation, Long Jian drew Moxia and charged towards several beleaguered Woodleaf Chunin and Genin. They were struggling against the remaining puppets, primarily focused on evasion, yet many bore wounds, with two Chunin gravely injured and lying nearby, their fates uncertain. As Long Jian and a member of the Hyuga clan rushed toward them, he cast a glance at Hai Lao Tsang, secretly contemplating. Chio Baba's brother has personally led the team into the fray. It seems Chio Baba must be launching a large-scale offensive at the front lines. Since his youth, Hai Lao Tsang had been primarily responsible for intelligence and espionage, establishing numerous hidden networks across various nations. Unlike Chio, who was more action-oriented, Hai Lao Tsang preferred meticulous planning and strategy to confound the enemy. Thus, intercepting supplies, eliminating high-ranking officials, and wreaking havoc behind enemy lines were his forte, along with his subordinates. Moreover, like his sister, he possessed an extraordinary longevity, having survived numerous wars to reach the era of Shippuden, earning admiration. As Long Jian plunged into the fray, he unleashed the domain of shadowy figures. When dealing with puppets, the most troublesome aspect was that ninja attacks could not inflict any harm on the puppeteers. While the puppets' assaults were not only vicious and unpredictable, but also potentially laden with toxins, making even the slightest contact perilous. Hence, encountering hidden puppeteers on the battlefield often left many ninjas feeling exasperated. For instance, techniques like Dingzhua allowed one to enlarge themselves, but whether they could win was secondary. Merely being such a large target, the puppeteers could easily bombard them with perplexing toxins and poison weapons. However, Long Jian was not the type to confront puppets with brute force. He valued his life. You have your puppets, but I possess an even more unreasonable army of shadows. Various soldiers from the 5 Great Shadow Corps materialized around Long Jian. The Shadow Army, under Long Jian's careful cultivation, increasingly evolved towards a military formation. Remember, in this era where no one has yet unlocked the heights of power, even the most skilled martial artist fears a sharp blade. No matter how proficient one may be, a swift strike can bring them down. While it may be challenging to face a Jonin with a single shadow soldier, what if there were 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? Li Bai could slay a man every 10 steps, but to kill 100,000, he would need to traverse 700 kilometers. All shadow soldiers, their eyes of vivid crimson, zeroed in on the puppets. Before the colossal shadow soldiers, the puppets appeared as mere chicks, and against the claw shadow soldiers, the puppet speed was rendered insufficient. In terms of weaponry, the shadow soldiers wielded shadow samurai swords at the ready. Aspiring to ascend, the flying shadow soldiers had already seized air superiority. Even the ghostly shadow soldiers had transformed. A battalion of them emerged, each wielding a samurai sword, soaring into the night sky under the moonlight. A trio of ghostly shadow soldiers swiftly appeared before the enemy, attacking their vital points from the left, above, and right. If a Woodleaf ninja were present, they would immediately recognize that this group of ghostly shadow soldiers was executing the Woodleaf-style sword technique, the Mikazuki no Mai. The speed of the ghostly figures was akin to the body flicker technique, flawlessly mastering this move. The signature skill of the protagonists in Shippuden was thus grasped and magnified by the ghostly shadow soldiers. The puppets swiftly lost their previous arrogance, being driven back by Long Jian's shadow army. Occasionally, An arm or leg would be dismembered in the process. The hidden puppeteers were now drenched in sweat, exclaiming internally, "Goodness, this kid's abilities are too bizarre." When puppets encounter soldiers, he speaks no logic. While puppets are indeed not human, Long Jian, you truly are a rascal. The shadow army surged forth in layers, organized and disciplined, systematically dismantling the puppets. But my puppets are costly to create. Each one is precious. Just as the puppeteers found themselves in a dire predicament, wishing to eliminate Long Jian, the root of their troubles. Long Jian was continuously searching for the hidden puppeteers through the reconnaissance of the flying shadow soldiers and the Byakugan of his Hyuga companion. Following the conclusion of this battle, Long Jian acquired a new title. The puppeteers from the sand referred to him as the little brat with the repugnant bloodline limit, while those from the wood leaf dubbed him the Puppet Master Slayer. The Hyuga clansman beside Long Jian activated his Byakugan, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a tree behind Long Jian. Instantly, he shouted, "Long Jian, there's a sand ninja puppeteer on the tree at your 7 o'clock. Without a moment of hesitation, Long Jian swiftly turned around and extended his hand toward the tree, invoking the shadow, snake hand. Numerous ferocious venomous snakes erupted from Long Jian's sleeve, each with a distinct role: to threaten, restrain, or capture. They darted toward the hidden sand ninja puppeteer. The puppeteer had just witnessed his puppet's arm being torn off by a colossal shadow soldier, and, in the next moment, found his position compromised, plunging into a crisis. There was no time to retract the battling puppet. Survival could only be achieved by sacrificing an arm. In an instant, the seasoned Jonin released a new puppet from the scroll, severing the chakra threads of the original puppet and re-establishing the connection with the new one. Naturally, these fresh puppets were typically reserved as backups by the puppeteers, ensuring that if their most formidable puppet were to be destroyed, the puppeteer would not lose their combat capabilities entirely. Much like the puppeteer who had just lost their puppet in the first wave of explosions, they still maintained control of their backup puppet to continue the fight. It was a rare talent to manipulate 10 or even 100 puppets simultaneously, a skill exhibited only by the likes of Xie and Chiyo. Even the later Kankuro could manage a maximum of 2 to 3 puppets at once. For focused and meticulous control, operating a single puppet was deemed optimal. Long Jian observed the sand shinobi puppeteer, who had leapt from the treetops and summoned a brand new puppet, his expression remaining unchanged as the serpent continued its assault on the puppeteer. Meanwhile, the puppeteer's gaze was fierce as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Explode!" To everyone's astonishment, the previously immobilized puppet, which had lost an arm and collapsed on the ground, began to tremble violently. Following this, a thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a barrage of senbon, shuriken, and kunai shooting forth from the puppet. In an instant, a significant portion of the shadowy troops surrounding the puppet was obliterated, and some of the swiftly launched weapons even struck the unsuspecting Konoha ninjas assisting in the battle. Before Long Jian could arrive, the Elder Ma had already braced himself against the puppet's assault to protect the nearby Hong. His efforts were not in vain. He swiftly formed seals and unleashed haze accumulation burn. The puppet, unwilling to relent, retaliated by firing several kunai from its mouth. Elder Ma, armed with a chakra blade and resolute, deftly deflected all the kunai while a spark ignited in his mouth, landing on the haze accumulation burn and triggering an explosion. Using the force of the blast, he hastily retreated, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, the puppet unexpectedly produced a shield-like object from somewhere, effectively blocking Elder Ma's accumulation burn. Although the shield was left in tatters, the puppet itself sustained no significant damage. As the explosion subsided, the puppeteer manipulated the puppet to hurl the shield like a frisbee. The shield hurtled through the smoke, aimed directly at Elder Ma. Initially believing he had succeeded, Elder Ma relaxed momentarily, only to find a massive shield speeding towards him. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms and braced himself with the chakra blade. The immense force transferred through the blade caused him to spit blood. The puppet's next attack was imminent, and Hong quickly grabbed the disoriented Elder Ma, pulling him to safety. The surrounding Chunin rushed to confront the puppet's assault, temporarily stalling its attacks. As Long Jian's shadowy troops arrived, both Hong and Elder Ma stood back, merely casting a few ninjutsu and tossing shuriken. Unexpectedly, Elder Ma's luck took a turn for the worse. The puppet he was targeting was the very one manipulated by the sand shinobi that had just exploded. The moment Elder Ma noticed the puppet starting to tremble, he sensed the impending danger and turned to flee with Hong. However, the impact of the previous blow hindered his movements. While Hong managed to escape the explosion's range and the rain of Senbon, several Senbon fortuitously struck Elder Ma's thigh. He grimaced in pain and collapsed nearby. Hong covered her mouth, watching the blackish-purple blood flow from his wounded leg. She swiftly tore away Elder Ma's pants, revealing that the wound was beginning to turn purple. A thought flashed through her mind. Poison. Immediately, Hong retreated with Elder Ma to tend to his injury. Meanwhile, the puppeteer who had detonated his own puppet leaped from the tree, manipulating a new puppet to raise a shield and desperately fend off Longjian's serpent hand. Unbeknownst to him, utilizing the last remnants of the night's cover, several light waves emitted from the flying shadow soldiers raced down towards the sand shinobi. Sensing the danger above, the sand shinobi swiftly spun in midair, barely managing to maneuver the puppet to block the incoming light waves. Nevertheless, the puppet was riddled with large holes, bearing severe damage. The puppeteer himself was dazed from the impact, plummeting towards the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Longjian wasted no time and advanced swiftly. With a forceful push off the ground, he leaped into the air, simultaneously turning. In that moment, the blade Mo Xie, held in Longjian's grasp, was thrust upwards with a rapid motion. The speed was so intense that it created a sharp sound akin to a bird's cry. An eerie phantom materialized, resembling a bird turning to gaze at the moon from a distance. Longjian executed the fourth technique of the Mo Xie 9 styles, Bird's Tail Flick. After mastering the first three techniques, three new sword techniques appeared in the ancient texts: Bird's Tail Flick, Crane Featherfall, and Tiger's Roar Slash. Montaxi, imbued with the aura of death, swiftly pierced through the unprepared sand shinobi, leaving him cold and lifeless. Longjian withdrew Mo Xie, coldly shaking off the blood from the blade, and declared to the surroundings the first. Subsequently, the long-sought Hyuga ninja made another discovery, shouting, "Longjian, there are two at your 2 o'clock." As Hai Aizang engaged in a fierce battle against Hinata Hayashi, he remained vigilant of the battlefield's dynamics. The two sides, initially evenly matched, with their forces seemingly favored, found themselves in dire straits due to the unreasonable prowess of that Konoha bloodline limit child, which had disrupted their sand shinobi puppetry. Frustration welled up within Hai Aizang as he watched his comrades struggle against overwhelming odds. He realized that this conflict targeting Konoha's rear had culminated in their utter defeat. Being a decisive person, Hai Aizang understood that prolonging the battle would only lead to mutual destruction, a result contrary to their intentions. He let out a long howl, signaling to all the sand shinobi engaged in combat that it was time to retreat. At that moment, Longjian, unwilling to underestimate his opponents, opened his eyes once more, revealing a striking crimson hue. His speed surged, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Grasping Mo Xie, he charged towards the two sand shinobi, aware of Hai Aizang's retreat signal. The two puppeteers had no interest in continuing their battle with Longjian. They decisively abandoned their puppets besieged by shadow troops, each summoning a new puppet to charge at Longjian. The remaining sand shinobi also began to look for an opportunity to exit the battlefield. Hinata Hayashi, recognizing Hai Aizang's intentions, narrowed his eyes and shouted, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He immediately launched an attack towards Hai Aizang. Meanwhile, Longjian's Mo Xie began to dance through the air with grace and agility. In the eyes of the two Sunan ninjas, it appeared as though an increasing number of purple feathers were descending from the sky, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Even more terrifying was the fact that each feather that landed upon the puppet left behind deep gashes. The two Sunan ninjas, witnessing this scene, felt a profound shock within their hearts. They hastily retreated while defending themselves, resolutely avoiding the range of that technique. Longjian's gaze was filled with murderous intent as all the feathers coalesced into one final, ferocious strike, soaring past the puppet directly toward the retreating Sunan ninjas. Crane Featherfall. The overwhelming scent of death infiltrated the hearts of the two Sunan ninjas. A singular thought emerged, sacrificial. Subsequently, one of the Sunan ninjas bit his lip and forcefully pushed his companion aside, his eyes brimming with madness. He shouted, "Damn those Konoha brats, come die with me." He then focused on Longjian, activating the reserve hidden energy of the puppets. Instantly, all of his puppets surged forth with great momentum toward Longjian. He paid no heed to his own safety, and an explosion ensued, releasing a cloud of purple poison, intermingled with countless weapons, aimed directly at Longjian. The other Sunan ninja, filled with hatred, chose to disengage from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Zhang endured a few blows from Risha and managed to retreat safely. The Suna ninja, who had sacrificed himself for his companion's escape, was reduced to ashes by Longjian's crane featherfall. The area where Longjian had been standing was suddenly enveloped by the poisonous gas and the sounds of the explosion, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The Suna ninja, who had desperately sought to take Longjian down with him, felt a sense of vindication as he witnessed Longjian being engulfed by the poisonous smoke and weapons released by his own puppets. In his final moments, he felt a certain relief, believing that at least this damned Konoha brat would die here alongside him, burying them together with his comrades. A flicker of gratitude surged within the Suna ninja's heart for the opportunity to eliminate Longjian. He could scarcely fathom how many puppet masters would perish at Longjian's hands if he reached the main battlefield between Suna and Konoha with such bizarre and effective abilities against puppet users. The elite team of Suna ninjas, led by Zhang, had originally aimed to infiltrate the rear of the Fire Country, utilizing espionage and their own mobility to ambush Konoha's reinforcements or transport units, thereby disrupting Konoha's rear. However, the result of the first skirmish was a loss of 10 corpses and a hasty retreat, marking a significant failure. Risha activated his Byakugan, realizing that Longjian's figure had vanished within the poisonous smoke, filling him with anxiety. He urged the ninjas beside him, quickly, disperse that toxic smoke. The surrounding ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful wind release technique. In an instant, several ninjas combined their wind release into a tempest that swept through, dispersing the poisonous smoke and preventing further harm to Konoha's transport team. As the smoke cleared, while Risha anxiously searched for Longjian's figure with his Byakugan, Longjian's head emerged from the shadows, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. Confirming his safety, he slowly rose from the shadows. In critical moments, the ability to traverse shadows truly proved invaluable. Had the Suna ninja, who sought mutual destruction, known that Longjian effortlessly evaded his desperate attack, he would have likely been overwhelmed with despair. Upon seeing Longjian unharmed, Risha exhaled a breath of relief, realizing how truly alarming this boy could be. However, he soon marveled once more at the might of Longjian's bloodline limit, which allowed him to survive such intense attacks. This ability was indeed a must-have for every occasion, be it travel or combat. Longjian, having scanned the area and confirming that Zhang had retreated with the remaining members, exited the fusion mask state. He shook his head, casting off the uncomfortable sensations within, and reopened his eyes, which had reverted to their normal black hue. At this moment, Risha quickly commanded those around him, hurry, treat the wounded, assess the casualties. Longjian sheathed Mo-Sia, surveying the surroundings, when his gaze suddenly fell upon the anxious expression of Hong in the distance, and the pale-faced Ryuuma leaning against a tree. Ryuuma was currently surrounded by several Chunin, tending to his wounds and dealing with the poison. Alarmed, Longjian hurried over. Upon seeing Longjian approach, Hong's anxious face nearly broke into tears as she recounted the events that had just transpired. Longjian looked at the pained expression on Ryuuma's face and felt a rush of urgency. Ryuuma opened his eyes, gazing at Longjian, and weakly uttered, "Big brother, why do I see you with two heads? When did you learn the art of head division?" Longjian realized with alarm that the child had been poisoned to the point of hallucination. Ryuuma then turned to Hong, continuing, "Hong, why do you have two heads as well? But you still look lovely." Longjian was a loss for words. The boy truly was a romantic, utterly love-struck. "Both of us look lovely." The surrounding Chunin examined the situation and shook their heads, stating, "The poison used by the Suna ninjas is something we've never encountered before. The antidotes we've had before are ineffective against this toxin. If we cannot find a more effective antidote, Asuma will likely be in grave danger." Longjian's mind momentarily stalled. "No way, brother. The script doesn't have you in trouble at this point." Ryuuma seemed to have been plagued by misfortune throughout this ordeal. Upon hearing this, Hong's eyes brimmed with tears. Gripping Longjian's hand, she pleaded pitifully, "Longjian, think of a way to save Asuma." Oh, she was on the verge of dropping to her knees, crying out for the medicine. Longjian's expression turned grave as his mind raced. What could he possibly do? Didn't he know how to detoxify or formulate an antidote? Wait a moment. Detoxify? Formulate an antidote? Suddenly, Longjian recognized a pivotal insight. While he was indeed incapable of detoxifying or creating an antidote, his master, Snake Uncle, was a specialist in that field. During this time, aside from Tsunade, who had already left Konoha, Snake Uncle was undoubtedly the most adept at detoxification. Long Jian hurried to Ryuuma's side, retrieving a test tube he always carried with him. As Snake Uncle's disciple, it was essential to have research equipment on hand. He collected a blood sample from Ryuuma and briefly described the situation, sealing the information within an empty scroll. Then, Long Jian formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A white snake appeared before him. Long Jian instructed the white snake to swallow the scroll, and with a resounding thud, the snake vanished. After a while, in Konoha village, Snake Uncle, working in his laboratory, seemed to sense something and turned towards the preset technique, where a white snake appeared. This type of snake was generally utilized by Orochimaru for delivering messages during wartime, and now that Long Jian had become Snake Uncle's disciple, he too could summon such a white snake. The white snake approached Snake Uncle and regurgitated a scroll. Shishu raised an eyebrow and unfurled the scroll to peruse its contents. Subsequently, he sealed dozens of vials of the newly formulated antidote, designed to counteract the toxins used by the Sunanin, into the scroll and tossed it to Baisha. Without hesitation, Baisha swallowed it whole once more. Shishu performed a hand seal, and Baisha vanished again. At that moment, Long Jian, who was anxiously observing Ryuuma, was startled as the earlier Baisha reappeared from the sleeve of his robe. The little white snake regurgitated the scroll that Shishu had provided, prompting Long Jian to hastily open it. Upon reading the message from Shishu, Long Jian felt an immense admiration swell within him. Truly, Shishu was a master of core techniques. He then retrieved the latest antidote crafted by Shishu and administered it to the now cross-eyed Ryuuma. Meanwhile, he began to move about, ensuring that every Konoha ninja affected by the Sunanin's poison received a vial. At this juncture, Hinata Hayashi approached and inquired, "Is this the new antidote formulated by Lord Orochimaru?" Long Jian, while continuing to distribute the medicine, replied, "Indeed. Lord Orochimaru indicated that this antidote may not completely eliminate the toxins, but it can significantly preserve their lives. Once the appropriate antidote for this toxin is developed, I will be informed." Hinata Hayashi nodded, expressing gratitude. "We are fortunate to have Lord Orochimaru with us." During this battle, Konoha's supply convoy suffered considerable losses. Aside from the explosive tags, all other supplies remained intact. In terms of personnel, one Jonin perished, one sustained serious injuries, while the others experienced varying degrees of harm. Among the 13 Chunin, 7 were killed, and the remaining were also afflicted to some extent, with some severely incapacitated by the poison. Fortunately, all 5 of the genin survived, aside from Ryuuma, who succumbed to the poison, and Baiyun, whose mouth bore a deep scar from a cut. The other genin emerged largely unscathed. However, compared to the elite forces of the Sunanin, the casualties of Konoha's supply convoy were remarkably contained. After all, the disparity in combat prowess was stark, and Hai Tsang had originally aimed to annihilate the unit led by Long Jian. Ironically, the Sunanin lost more elite fighters than Konoha did. Upon learning this outcome, Long Jian couldn't help but reflect once more on how Chunin are indeed the most perilous class of ninja in warfare. They're often caught in limbo, making them the most vulnerable to peril. Hinata Hayashi, observing the industrious Long Jian, was deeply impressed by his recent achievements. Although there was an element of surprise in his success, the efficiency displayed was astounding. Out of the 10 fallen Sunanin, Long Jian single-handedly eliminated 6, all of whom were puppeteers. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi began to envision in his mind just how formidable Long Jian might become with further growth. Surely, he would attain a level of power that instills fear in all adversaries. In his eyes, it seemed as though a new star was rising in the ninja world. As the sun gradually ascended in the sky, the perilous night filled with danger finally passed. Long Jian and the remaining lightly wounded ninjas gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades. After a brief rest, they set forth once more, heading directly towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Their mission was not yet complete. They still needed to deliver the supplies to the border. As for those with more serious injuries, such as Ryuuma, they could only be carried by Long Jian's shadow soldiers. Throughout the journey, Long Jian transformed into a porter, managing both people and goods with remarkable ease, leaving Hinata Hayashi feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, with the cart destroyed, the remaining ninjas could not be entirely dedicated to transport. Some needed to remain vigilant, watchful, and defensive. Thus, the burden fell upon Long Jian, who had an abundance of people at his disposal. Ding Zhuo observed the massive shadow soldiers diligently transporting supplies behind him, and for the first time, he felt a sense of diminutiveness. Nevertheless, he approached Long Jian with concern. asking, will using your bloodline limit for such an extended period be too taxing on your body? Long Jian, if you feel overwhelmed, please do not hesitate to speak up, and we shall rest according to your pace. Long Jian, smiling at Ding Zuo's genuine concern, reassured him, it's all right, Ding Zuo-sensei. If I feel the strain is too great, I will take the initiative to rest. After all, we are in wartime. I cannot afford to exhaust myself, lest we encounter sudden enemies. Though Ding Zuo did not comprehend the meaning of GG, he felt gratified that Long Jian could adapt his mindset so swiftly. He hardly resembled a novice. After several days of enduring the elements, Long Jian and his companions finally arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire, near the Land of River. Fortunately, they had not encountered any Sunanin forces along the way and traveled without incident. However, Long Jian and his team observed that the location of Konoha's border defense unit was significantly closer to the interior of the Land of Fire than before, and they arrived ahead of schedule. Hinata Hayashi, sensing an ominous feeling as they approached the outpost, led the supply convoy forward. As they traversed the path, Long Jian witnessed numerous injured individuals moaning on the ground, which was covered with cardboard. The medical ninja were already overwhelmed, seemingly with even more waiting for their aid. Hayashi quickly organized personnel to transport the more critically injured to the medical unit while he, along with Long Jian and the remaining combat-ready ninjas, sought out the person in charge of the Konoha border outpost to ascertain the situation. Through the explanation provided by the officer, Long Jian and his team learned the gravity of the circumstances. On the very night, they were ambushed by Hai Lao Tsong and his elite Sunanin. Chiyo led a significant force of Sunanin to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha under the cover of darkness. What had originally been a series of minor skirmishes between the two villages suddenly escalated into a large-scale war. Konoha, unprepared for Chiyo's mobilization of the entire village, found itself thrust into an all-out conflict between the two great ninja villages. Although the station ninjas fought valiantly, they were gradually forced to retreat. Moreover, Konoha lacked a shadow-level powerhouse to match Chiyo, as the commander on their side decisively abandoned the outermost outposts, retreating to consolidate forces in response to the Sunanin's onslaught, all in hopes of delaying until reinforcements from the village could arrive. It must be said that this strategy significantly hampered the Sunanin's advance. While certain cost was paid, the outposts along the outer edge of the Land of Fire had mostly fallen, yet the Sunanin were unable to completely dismantle Konoha's border defense forces in the short term. In the following days, reinforcements began to arrive at the village, gradually initiating a protracted struggle against the Sunanin. However, this drawn-out battle resulted in daily casualties among the ninjas from both villages. The number of injured continued to rise almost every day. Upon receiving news of the Sunanin's full-scale attack, the village was taken aback, hastily dispatching a large force to the front lines, prepared to confront the Sunanin in earnest. The overall commander of this war against the Sunanin was none other than Shishu, one of the legendary Sannin. Shishu was directly appointed by the third Hokage and hurriedly led a large contingent of Konoha's forces to the battlefield of Sunagakure. It is expected that they will arrive in a few days. The officer in charge of the outpost, with one eye already bandaged, grumbled with resentment. Once Lord Orochimaru arrives, it will be time to settle the score with those Sunagakure scoundrels. Richa nodded slightly, realizing that the war had indeed been ignited. However, Richa remained unaware that the recent actions of Sunagakure had not only reached Konoha. To the north of the Land of Fire, two other onlookers, the third Raikage A and the third Tsuchikage Inoki, were thoroughly entertained by Sunagakure's apparent determination to confront Konoha. The two men swiftly came to an agreement. This opportunity must not be missed. Without further ado, they decided to take action. Just a few days prior, Kimogakure and Iwagakure united, boldly seizing the chance to attack while Konoha was engaged with Sunagakure, declaring war on Konoha. In an instant, Konoha's situation worsened, facing the fierce assault of three major ninja villages from three directions. The Land of Fire was swiftly engulfed in the flames of war, with countless ninjas either perishing or being injured each day. The air was thick with the scent of rust, a harbinger of the bloody atmosphere. Long Jian stepped out of his room, hearing the wails echoing in the air and witnessing the injured lining the corridor, truly experiencing for the first time the profound suffering that war brings. Hearing alone is often misleading. Only seeing with one's own eyes reveals the true reality, allowing one to empathize deeply. Long Jian and his companions were assigned to rest at the outpost, awaiting Lord Orochimaru's arrival to determine their next course of action. In recent days, Sunagakure had also quieted down after achieving a partial victory following their initial assault. However, further offensives have been delayed by the ninjas stationed at Konoha's borders, who fought valiantly, sacrificing their lives. Sunagakure began to pause their offensives, gathering strength to deliver a crushing blow to Konoha. After all, they had received word that Kunovikure and Awagakure had declared war on Konoha. Currently, Konoha was far more anxious than Sunagakure. The urgency lay not with them. Thus, during this period, Longjin and his companions were not deployed to the battlefield, instead granted time to recuperate. Yet, although they were ostensibly resting, the oppressive atmosphere of the war-torn border instilled a profound weariness within them. 3 days after Longjin and his companions arrived at the border, he found himself sitting across from Ryuuma, with Hong seated beside him. At this moment, Ryuuma appeared pale, resembling someone recovering from a grave illness, barely possessing the strength to speak. In a weak voice, Ryuuma remarked, "I thought I was going to be poisoned to death. That would have been truly unfortunate." Longjin looked at Ryuuma and replied, "Lord Orochimaru mentioned that this antidote will leave you weak for a while. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary movements for now. The outside is quite perilous. My little brother, the foolish son of the landlord, must be well taken care of." Hong interjected, "I heard that Lord Orochimaru is leading a large force and will arrive here today. Then we shall know the next steps." Nodding in acknowledgement, Longjin turned to Ryuuma and said, "You, in your frail state, will likely be sent back to the village." Ryuuma, upon hearing Longjin's words, shook his head helplessly. Given his current condition, his combat ability was indeed nearly zero. Not only would it be difficult for him to enter battle, but even getting into bed was a challenge. Before he could finish speaking, a ninja rushed into the room, addressing Longjin and Hong. "All ninjas except the injured are to gather outside immediately. There are important arrangements to be made." Longjin and Hong sprang to their feet, following the ninja outside the outpost. They found many ninjas already assembled, including numerous unfamiliar faces. At the forefront stood several esteemed individuals, including the outpost commander, Richaryo, and Shiodao Dingzhua, among others. In the center stood the man Longjin was exceedingly familiar with, clad in battle attire, exuding a commanding aura, Shishu. The supreme commander of the Sunagakure battlefield, Orochimaru, had arrived to lead Konoha's forces into war. Shishu immediately spotted the hurriedly approaching Longjin and Hong. His golden serpent-like eyes swiftly scanned his beloved disciple, confirming Longjin's gaze upon him. Recognizing the right person, Shishu maintained his unwavering demeanor. During wartime, the once subtle aura of menace around him became palpably intense, signaling that anyone who provoked him would be met with dire consequences. Shishu observed as all capable ninjas quickly assembled. After surveying the crowd, his raspy voice resonated. "I am Orochimaru. From this day forth, I will serve as the supreme commander on the battlefield against Sunagakure. I hope everyone will cooperate." Listening to Shishu's words, Longjin mused inwardly. "Who would dare to defy you, Shishu? That would be a swift ticket to becoming experimental material." Orochimaru continued in his magnetic voice. "Subsequent special task arrangements will be assigned to you individually. For now, your priority is to adjust your states and be ready to seize the opportunity to drive Sunagakure out of the land of fire." The ninjas below, inspired by Orochimaru's speech, felt a surge of confidence. They had been under pressure from Sunagakure, their defenses breached, and even the borders lost. The embers of vengeance had long ignited within their hearts, unquenchable by any means. With one of the legendary Sannin now in command, Sunagakure would surely be unable to stir up any significant turmoil. Orochimaru's presence felt like a potent stimulant to the Konoha ninjas stationed at the border. Subsequently, Orochimaru outlined several immediate tasks for a select few, instructing the rest to return to their posts while retaining Richaryo's transport team. He turned to the few individuals before him, handing Richo a list and stating slowly, "Ryokun, you and part of the transport team will remain to assist me. This is the list I have prepared. I look forward to your cooperation." Richa accepted the list, glancing over it before responding, "It is an honor to fight alongside you, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru nodded and added, "As for the severely injured, these individuals will be responsible for escorting them back to the village." After making a series of arrangements, Orochimaru entered the hastily constructed command post, contemplating the next course of action and strategy. Upon hearing Orochimaru's directives, Longjin realized his forthcoming actions. Ryuuma, as an injured party, was directly included in the list to return to the village. Maruhoshi Kokai, Baiyun Zhaojin, and the team of Shoujo Yano were designated as escort personnel to accompany the injured back to the village. Hong was also listed among the escort personnel. But Long Jian surmised that perhaps due to Hong's current strength, being in such a frontline battlefield would not confer any advantage, hence the arrangement. Even Dingzhou was summoned back to the village, likely to regroup with Long Jian's uncle Nara Shikahisa and Yamashiro Aoi to reform the team, collectively known as Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka, to exert their utmost power. Notably, while Dingzhou was indeed powerful, his capabilities would be restricted on the battlefield of Sunagakure, where the adept use of poisons would inhibit his efficacy. Long Jian, as expected, remained at the front line, with Orochimaru specifically designating him to stay. Becoming the sole survivor of the Sand Ninja battlefield from Class 6, Dingzhou and the others understood that, at such a moment, time was of the essence. Thus, after a brief gathering of their belongings, they prepared to return to Konoha. Long Jian approached to bid them farewell, and Dingzhou earnestly advised him, be cautious on the battlefield. Long Jian, do not act impulsively. War is not as simple as it seems. If you are uncertain, consult Lord Orochimaru. Hong and Old Ma echoed his sentiments, urging Long Jian to exercise utmost caution, for the Sand Ninjas were already aware of his abilities and might devise strategies against him. Long Jian nodded, reassuring them. He thought to himself that, regardless of the circumstances, his mentor, Snake Uncle, was still present. If he could not contend with the Sand Ninjas, he could always retreat to his mentor's side. If anything arises, seek my brother. Do not come to me. After confronting Snake Uncle, you are forbidden from attacking me. He mused. Maruxing Gujia, ever with his squinting eyes, departed with Baiyun Zhaoken and Shoujo Yi, offering encouragement to Long Jian. Keep it up, Long Jian. I believe you will shine brilliantly on the battlefield. Long Jian enthusiastically responded to the esteemed Eternal Genin. It must be said that the third Hokage was quite concerned about his foolish son. Observe how Old Ma was immediately reassigned from the front lines upon sustaining an injury, specifically arranging for Maruxing Gujia's squad to escort him back to the village. After all, the third Hokage was well aware of Maruxing Gujia's capabilities, and the squad's leader was also a Jonin. Coupled with Dingzhou, this arrangement could be deemed quite lavish. Once they had seen off Dingzhou and Old Ma, Snake Uncle sent for Long Jian to come to the command post. Long Jian hurried to the temporary headquarters. Upon entering the tent, he discovered not only Snake Uncle, but also Hinata Nikarashi and several other Jonins gathered around a tactical sand table, seemingly engrossed in their analysis. Upon noticing Long Jian's arrival, Snake Uncle lifted his head, his raspy voice resonating. So you are quite capable, Long Jian-kun. Nikarashi has been praising you for quite some time. Long Jian smiled at Snake Uncle. Scratching his head, Nikarashi, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, Indeed, Long Jian has exhibited exceptional skill, effectively utilizing his abilities to eliminate most of the puppet masters under the command of Kaido Zhang. Snake Uncle raised an eyebrow and continued, Long Jian-kun, your bloodline limit indeed counters puppet masters. This implies that as long as you can ascertain their positions, it will essentially lead to unilateral suppression. Therefore, I have assigned you a special mission, Long Jian-kun. Long Jian looked at Snake Uncle, puzzled. What is the mission, Lord Orochimaru? Snake Uncle pointed to several small flags on the tactical sand table, explaining, Nikarashi will lead you and another member of the Hyuga clan to reclaim these outposts. Long Jian observed the locations indicated by Snake Uncle, all of which were Konoha outposts occupied by the Sand Ninjas. He couldn't help but think, Snake Uncle truly trusts me. He assigns me all the tasks. Under Snake Uncle's command, one must possess the ability to subdue dragons and dare to tame tigers, dancing before the phoenix. It seemed that Snake Uncle discerned Long Jian's thoughts, as he added, We have received clear intelligence indicating that these outposts are primarily guarded by Sand Ninja puppet masters. With Nikarashi backing you, Long Jian-kun, you are free to unleash your full potential. Moreover, the night is your domain when it comes to your bloodline limit, and I have great confidence in you. Long Jian could not defy him in front of so many people. He nodded in agreement, resolutely stating, I will ensure the completion of the mission, Lord Orochimaru. Snake Uncle then proceeded to share some potentially useful intelligence, concluding with, Nikarashi has relayed the information regarding your previous engagement with Kaido Zhang's elite forces back to the village. Furthermore, Nikarashi expressed his desire to recommend you for the position of Special Jonin, as your current strength is quite sufficient. Long Jian lifted his head to gaze at Snake Uncle and Nikarashi, astonished. Is that true, my adoptive father? Am I about to be promoted? Oh no. Does this mean I am to escape this perilous title? Snake Uncle continued. I too believe that your current prowess warrants the title of Special Jonin. Hence my recommendation for your promotion. Perhaps upon your return from this mission, you will indeed be a Special Jonin. Long Jian regarded Snake Uncle's seemingly enticing words with confusion, pondering whether Snake Uncle thought him to be power-hungry, when in reality, he merely found the title of Chunin to be rather hazardous. The following afternoon, Long Jian departed the outpost alongside Nikarashi and another member of the Hyuga clan. Snake Uncle had dispatched several elite squads, including Long Jian and others, specifically to reclaim these scattered, strategically crucial outposts. This would effectively divide the Sand Ninja's forces and disrupt their formations. When Long Jian and his companions succeeded, it would signal the onset of Snake Uncle's fierce offensive against the now fragmented Sand Ninjas. Long Jian and his team were like needles dispatched by Snake Uncle, quietly piercing through the Sand Ninja's defenses to create several openings, subsequently employing a larger force to infiltrate and connect the entire battlefield. In contrast, the Sand Ninjas would be isolated and dispersed, unable to mount a cohesive defense. Long Jian remarked, "Needlework is truly delightful, Snake Uncle." The other Hyuga clan member accompanying Long Jian and Nikarashi on this mission was none other than the ninja who had previously assisted Long Jian in locating the Sand Ninja puppet masters within the transport team. Having observed their cooperation during their last encounter, Nikarashi recommended this ninja to Snake Uncle, allowing him to join the mission. The trio hastened towards the designated outpost marked on a map. Along the way, Long Jian suddenly realized he did not yet know the name of this Hyuga ninja. Thus, he turned to the individual and inquired, "By the way, brother, we have fought together for quite some time, yet I am still unaware of your name." The Hyuga ninja smiled and replied, "My name is Hinata Dairen. You can call me Dairen, brother Long Jian." Meanwhile, readers silently grumbled that, indeed, a minor character with little screen time did not deserve a name. Long Jian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name. Then, with mild confusion, he asked Hinata Dairen, "Is there a problem?" Dairen, equally puzzled, responded, "What is it? Is there an issue?" Long Jian observed Dairen and thought, "Goodness, your name is rather unconventional for a man. Are you not going to create a world of who?" He quickly managed his expression, smiling at Dairen, "No problem. It's just that your name resembles that of a friend of mine." Dairen, smiling back, replied, "Is that so? What a curious coincidence." Long Jian then asked, "By the way, Dairen, do you have a particular admiration for any special girl or a white moonlight figure?" Dairen was momentarily stunned by Long Jian's question. Do children today often discuss such matters? He pondered. Nevertheless, Dairen awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Well, I'm already married, Long Jian. My child is enrolled in the Ninja Academy, so naturally, I married someone I love." Upon hearing this, Long Jian visibly relaxed and muttered softly, thank goodness, he already has a child. He probably will not wish to annihilate the world." Nikarashi, listening to their conversation, found Long Jian's curiosity about Dairen's name and romantic history rather intriguing. Indeed, is the realm of geniuses incomprehensible to ordinary individuals? Dairen added a remark. "If only my son could be as exceptional as you, Long Jian." Long Jian felt an odd sensation, while Dairen appeared to regard him as a brother. It seemed he wished for Long Jian to become a companion to his son. Nevertheless, Long Jian, renowned for his amiable nature, responded warmly, "It shall be no problem, Dairen. May I inquire about your son's name?" With pride, Dairen replied, "My son is named Yilbo, Hinata Yilbo." Long Jian stroked his chin. Was this not the renowned character often featured in fanfiction from the Hinata clan? Although he had not encountered the boy himself, he had indeed met his father. What a small world this is. The trio continued their journey towards their destination. They finally arrived at the first Sand Ninja stronghold to be cleared just before sunset. Hinata and Nikaratsu unfolded the map, confirming that this was indeed their initial target. He spoke, "Let us rest here. Dairen, please attempt to identify the visible sentinels while we scout for hidden ones nearby. When darkness falls, Long Jian, you shall take the lead in the assassination." Long Jian and Dairen replied in unison, "Understood." As dusk gradually enveloped the land, Long Jian awakened from his rest, ready for the hunt. Hinata, Nikaratsu, gestured to Long Jian and Dairen, and the three stealthily approached the nearest patrolling ninja. Long Jian unleashed his Shadow Realm. The night was the domain of the Shadow Legion. Under the cover of darkness, many Sand Ninja were unwittingly positioned within the Shadow Realm, oblivious to the ominous presence creeping up from beneath. Unbeknownst to them, numerous crimson eyes were fixated upon the Sand Ninja. Hinata, Nikaratsu, and Dairen activated their Byakugan, scanning the surroundings to ascertain the Sand Ninja's personnel distribution. Meanwhile, Longjin commanded his Shadow Legion to emerge from the shadows, executing their strikes with ghostly precision. A Sand Ninja, stationed atop a platform, surveyed the area, entirely unaware of the shadowy soldier rising silently behind him. As he turned, sensing something amiss, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Just as he was about to scream, a pale blue hand swiftly covered his mouth, rendering him completely silent. The shadowy soldier wasted no time, plunging his dagger into the Sand Ninja's heart. Moments later, silence enveloped the fallen warrior. Two shadowy soldiers carefully positioned the Sand Ninja's lifeless body against the railing, gazing into the distance, before seamlessly melding back into the shadows. A patrolling Sand Ninja suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. Confused, he scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss. Cursing under his breath, he muttered about the strangeness of the day, sensing something was off. As he was about to move forward, he glanced down. At last, he realized the source of his unease. The moon hung silently in the sky. Yet beneath him lay a patch of utter darkness, devoid of shadows. Alarmed, he thought enemy attack, just as the Sand Ninja prepared to signal for help. Several shadow soldiers appeared instantly, restraining his legs, pinning his arms, covering his mouth, and swiftly slitting his throat, all in one fluid motion. Another Sand Ninja, observing from above, sensed the disturbance and called out, "Hey!" But before he could utter another word, he too fell victim to the shadow soldier's swift assault. The two Sand Ninjas' bodies gradually crumpled to the ground, void of life. As for the Sand Ninja resting within the building, they were met with ease. Longjin did not burst through the door, but rather instructed the shadow soldiers to act simultaneously, ensuring that no one fought over the spoils. One by one, the Sand Ninja, still in slumber, felt but a fleeting pain before succumbing to death. The stronghold soon became permeated with the scent of blood. A patrolling ninja, close to the stronghold's interior, sensed something amiss. The silence was unnaturally profound. It was as if you were the only one left patrolling. He felt enveloped by the metallic scent of blood, a foreboding sense of danger creeping in. Something was definitely very wrong. The patrolling ninja hastily grabbed his whistle, intending to alert his comrades, realizing that the Leaf Village ninja had likely launched an attack. However, his hand froze mid-air, for three figures had materialized before him. Each bore the Leaf Village headband. Two possessed the distinctive white eyes, veins prominently protruding around them. The third appeared youthful, wielding a blade reminiscent of the one utilized by the esteemed Jiajin Jusher, exuding an eerie purple aura despite remaining sheathed. Nikaratsu, activating his Byakugan, surveyed the surroundings and confirmed to Longjin. "Have the others been dealt with?" Longjin replied, "We have methodically cleared from the periphery towards the center. Aside from the Sand Ninja before us, the remaining 33 have been eliminated." Nikaratsu nodded and stated, "Excellent. Let us dispose of him and proceed to our next target." The Sand Ninja looked upon Longjin and his companions, despair etched across his face. It was not that he did not wish to flee. Rather, several shadow soldiers had already encircled him, their daggers poised against his vital points. The patrolling ninja's countenance turned ashen. It was over, he thought. This life was at its end. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes in resignation. Under the cloak of night, Longjin and his comrades approached the nearest outpost. At this hour, it was more opportune than when they had cleared the first outpost. For it was the latter half of the night when the Sand Ninja were most susceptible to fatigue and distraction, sleeping soundly. The trio stealthily approached the outpost, prepared to adhere to their earlier plan of prioritizing assassination. After all, Nikaratsu had remarked upon Longjin's abilities, proclaiming them exceedingly effective. Each time, they witnessed Longjin effortlessly unleash his Kekkei Genkai, summoning the Shadow Legion soldiers to emerge like phantoms, effortlessly claiming the lives of the Sand Ninja. Both Nikaratsu and Dairen marveled at his prowess and achievements at such a young age. This ability was a veritable nightmare for their foes on the battlefield. A person is most vulnerable while asleep, aside from when engaged in mundane tasks, such as using the restroom or cleaning their ears. General Michael O'Hara once remarked, "While you sleep, a child with a knife could easily slay you, let alone a group of towering figures with eyes aglow in crimson." Longjin and his companions had clearly defined roles. Adhering to the original plan, Nikaratsu and Dairen would ascertain the distribution of the Sand Ninja, while Longjin's Shadow Legion executed their ambushes. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Upon reaching a tent, Longjin followed the established protocol, directing the shadow soldiers to infiltrate the room and prepare for the assassination. As they approached this tent, Dairen informed Long Jian that it housed but a single occupant. It is likely that the leadership of this batch of Suna shinobi has made Long Jian cautious. Long Jian remarked, regardless of whether he is a leader or a fool, as long as he does not wield Susanoo, a single strike will surely invigorate him. Just as the ghostly soldiers stealthily emerge from the shadows, preparing to stifle him with a pillow and restrain his legs, causing him to regret his arrival in the land of fire, the Suna shinobi man lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. He locked gazes with the ghostly soldiers, who were armed with pillows and various weapons. The ghostly soldiers were equally stunned. What on earth is this fellow doing awake at such an hour? Is he keeping vigil? The Suna shinobi expressed his frustration, exclaiming, "Am I not allowed to suffer from insomnia?" This Suna shinobi bellowed, "Who goes there?" The ghostly soldiers could not afford to remain idle. As the Suna shinobi prepared to speak, their weapons lunged towards his vital points. Perhaps the man was the captain of this Suna shinobi unit. He reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai from a pouch beside him and leaping directly from a bed. In an instant, he engaged in a few exchanges with the ghostly soldiers. After deftly dispatching one of them, the Suna shinobi captain shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Immediately, this cry echoed out of the tent, piercing the stillness of the night. Long Jian realized they had been exposed, having not anticipated encountering a night owl. Fortunately, nearly half of the ninjas at this outpost had already perished at the hands of Long Jian's shadow soldiers. Suna shinobi began to emerge from their tents. While patrolling ninjas rushed to the scene, Hinata Nichiju activated his Byakugan, targeting the surrounding ninjas to unleash his gentle fist technique. The sudden assault from Nichiju caught the Suna shinobi off guard, and his allies quickly joined the fray. The Suna shinobi captain, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, which bore a ninja tool pouch, burst from the tent. Observing the chaos of the outpost and the noticeably fewer comrades, he glared fiercely at Long Jian. Damn those Konoha ninjas for resorting to assassination. Long Jian regarded the scantily clad Suna shinobi, and without hesitation, unleashed a full assault from his shadow soldiers. Since you refuse to allow us to execute a stealthy strike, I'm also well-versed in powerful martial techniques. In an instant, the trained version of the shadow soldiers reappeared, charging directly at the Suna shinobi. The Suna shinobi quickly formed hand seals, declaring, "Futon, Shinkijyoku." Instantly, the Suna shinobi captain inhaled sharply and then exhaled forcefully. As he breathed out, the chakra in the air shot forth like bullets towards the shadow soldiers. In an instant, several waves of wind appeared, creating a gaping hole in the abdomen of the foremost giant shadow soldier, who then dissolved into shadows and melded into the ground, momentarily halting the shadow soldier's advance. Nichiju was besieged by a group of Suna shinobi, with various ninjutsu and weapons flying towards him. Yet, Nichiju remained unfazed, calling out to Long Jian, "Finish this quickly, Long Jian." He then assumed a stance. Beneath Nichiju's feet, a massive Bawa diagram gradually emerged, and with it, he unleashed the 8 trigrams palm. In an instant, Nichiju spun like a top at high speed, deflecting all kunai and shuriken back, while even various ninjutsu could not approach him in the slightest. This was the legendary absolute defense of the Hyuga clan. Long Jian had no intention of lingering with the Suna shinobi captain. As the captain used his ninjutsu, Long Jian seamlessly merged with his ninja mask, wielding the mo xie, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Long Jian's figure melded into the shadows. Subsequently, swarms of shadow soldiers began to materialize around the Suna shinobi captain, fearlessly charging towards him, all seeking to leave a mark upon his body. The Suna shinobi captain unleashed a series of wide-ranging ninjutsu while retreating towards the area with more comrades. However, the knives that occasionally sprang from the ground forced him to remain on the move, continuously darting between the tent's top and the trees. A bare-chested giant continuously spun and leapt through the air, occasionally spewing forth waves of wind and hurling shuriken. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Just as the Suna shinobi captain, covered in wounds, finally began to escape the encirclement of the shadow soldiers and let out a sigh of relief, Long Jian, hidden in the shadows, sprang into action. Long Jian's figure emerged from the shadows, perfectly positioned in the Suna shinobi captain's path of escape. With a technique favored by General Nija, he drew the mo xie, unleashing a massive black-purple blade of light aimed directly at the Suna shinobi captain's face. Utilizing the shadows, Long Jian executed a swift strike, sending the Suna shinobi captain sprawling. The captain had not anticipated Long Jian's sudden appearance and aggressive attack. The speed of the blade left him no time to form seals, forcing him to awkwardly evade. In an instant, blood spattered as Long Jian carved a massive wound, emanating an eerie purple aura, into the left side of the Suna shinobi captain's body. The injured captain was thrust back into the encirclement of the shadow soldiers, once again ensnared in an endless onslaught. However, his speed had significantly diminished, and his response time faltered, unable to keep pace with the rapidly flying shadows and clawing phantoms. Gradually, the injuries accumulated, and his movements became increasingly distorted. Eventually, he could no longer endure, as the giant shadows seized his hands and feet. This Suna shinobi outpost captain, clad only in shorts, after a period of resistance, ultimately met his demise beneath the relentless blades of Long Jian's shadow soldiers. As for Long Jian, once he confirmed that capturing the Suna shinobi captain was merely a matter of time, he proactively rushed to assist Nichijou and his companions in breaking free, and then led them to confront the unfortunate Suna puppet masters. Upon witnessing their puppets being overwhelmed by a group of ninjas clad in black, varying in stature and build, the Suna puppet masters were utterly bewildered. The rumors were true. Konoha indeed possessed a despicable brat endowed with an unreasonable and exceedingly vile bloodline limit. There was no chance of fighting back. It was utterly futile. This version was exceedingly unfriendly to puppet masters, and it was advisable to hastily prepare for the next season. The conclusion of one battle signified the commencement of another. Over the next 3 days, Long Jian, Nichijou, and his companions reclaimed the 6 outposts assigned to them by Uncle Shi. Simultaneously, Uncle Shi acted swiftly. Upon receiving word of the trio's success, he dispatched personnel to don the garb of Suna shinobi, laying an ambush at various outposts to thwart any counterattack while also serving as a strategic advantage. After completing their mission, Long Jian, Nichijou, and his companions returned to the outpost where Uncle Shi was stationed. Upon entering Uncle Shi's temporary command tent, he looked up at the trio. His resonant voice filled the air. "Well done, Nichijou." The mission was executed flawlessly. Nichijou, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "Thanks to Long Jian's abilities, we were able to efficiently reclaim these outposts, with many Suna shinobi never even seeing our faces before meeting their end at Long Jian's hands." Uncle Shi nodded, continuing, "Excellent work, Long Yankun." Hearing Uncle Shi's praise, Long Jian, as a representative of the new generation, promptly began to engage in mutual flattery. Oh no, it was all thanks to the support of Senior Nichijou and Brother Daitu. Without the support of others, I could never have accomplished this task so smoothly. The esteem held by Richa and Dai Run towards Long Jian has once again risen. Look at how he conducts himself. There are no flaws. He is neither arrogant nor complacent, and most importantly, he understands the essence of respect. This young man is truly endearing. Uncle Shi nodded and addressed Long Jian, cautioning him. However, Long Jian, you must be vigilant. Intelligence reports indicate that you have entered the assassination list of Granny Chio from the Sand Village. A significant reason for this is your bloodline limit, which severely counters puppet techniques. Your recent victories have also come to the attention of the Sand Ninja. Granny Chio is renowned in the ninja world for her mastery of puppet techniques. Long Jian nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Granny Chio herself is cognizant of her prowess, having once commanded the formidable Jin Song 10. It is said that she single-handedly conquered city with them. Nevertheless, Long Jian mused internally that this was merely due to the fact that his Black Shadow Brigade generals were currently unable to summon all their forces. In a hypothetical 10 versus 10 battle, he felt confident he could leave Granny Chio bewildered to the point where she would not recognize her own grandson. Richa, standing beside him, reminded him, Granny Chio is a powerful ninja who made her name in the ninja world long ago. Her strength is unfathomable. Long Jian, do not underestimate her. Her puppet techniques far surpass those of our previous adversaries. Long Jian assured him that he was well aware and would not allow Granny Chio to bestow upon him the title of a genius who met an untimely end. After all, it was widely acknowledged that the disparity in skill was not due to the profession of puppet master, but rather that Kankuru was indeed lacking. Subsequently, Uncle Shi instructed Long Jian to return and rest, awaiting further orders once all preparations were complete. Thus, Long Jian began his leisurely life at the outpost. However, after a mere 2.5 days of idleness, Uncle Shi summoned Long Jian and the others once more. This time, they were not alone. along with Richa and Dairon. Nearly 50 additional Konoha ninjas arrived one after another. Upon witnessing such a gathering, Long Jian's heart surged with anticipation. Uncle Shi was preparing for action. His golden, serpent-like eyes swept over the assembled ninjas, and his magnetic voice resonated. Everyone, it is time to reclaim our rightful territory in the land of fire. The Konoha ninjas, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. They instinctively thought, finally, we are about to launch a counteroffensive against the Sand Ninja. Uncle Shi continued, this mission will see your group of 55 ninjas led by Richa as the captain, with all external actions directed by him. He then pointed to the tactical sand table, addressing Richa and several standing jonin at the forefront. Your objective is singular. Swiftly capture the strongholds along the southwest route, driving the Sand Ninja into this designated area, and then regroup with the main force. Richa and the others solemnly responded, understood. Uncle Shi quickly arranged, since the Sand Ninja prefer nocturnal ambushes, we shall return the favor. After sunset tonight, your combat teams will set out simultaneously. By dawn, I expect to see all Sand Ninja who have entered the borders of the land of fire within this area. At that moment, we will expel the Sand Ninja from the land of fire. All the Konoha ninjas were ignited by Uncle Shi's words, displaying a determination akin to those who would not return until victory was achieved. Uncle Shi then dismissed the gathering for pre-battle preparations, leaving only Richa and a few jonin to discuss further matters, seemingly indifferent to Long Jian's presence. Long Jian felt a pang of discontent, muttering to himself, well, Uncle Shi, not even a word of concern for your beloved disciple heading into battle. He believed he had fallen out of favor. Just as he was about to exit the tent, Uncle Shi seemingly sensed Long Jian's thoughts and raised his head, his hoarse voice carrying, Long Jian, make sure to demonstrate your full capabilities. And remember, do not wander off. It could be fatal. Long Jian was taken aback, pondering whether Uncle Shi had mastered the art of mind reading. Nevertheless, he returned a smile to Uncle Shi, reassuring him, fear not, teacher Orochimaru. I am the fastest to flee when faced with an insurmountable foe. Uncle Shi merely raised an eyebrow in response, choosing not to comment further. Long Jian departed the tent, commencing his pre-battle preparations. Hours flew by as the sun set gently. The ninjas of Konoha began to congregate. Long Jian found himself behind Richa, affected by the solemn expressions surrounding him. It was indeed stifling. Long Jian thought to himself, this time, Uncle Shi dispatched 6 teams identical to Long Jian's to encircle the Sand Ninja from various directions, launching attacks and driving them back. These 6 teams moved in a coordinated manner. Some connected front and back, alternating attacks, while others shifted laterally, gradually tightening their encirclement like a constricting pouch. The goal was to gather all Sand Ninja who had entered the land of fire into one area, where Uncle Shi would lead the main force to deliver a decisive strike while the Sand Ninja were caught off guard. This was a mission Uncle Shi felt compelled to complete to provide accountability to the village leader and the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire, as well as to maintain his authority as the commander on the battlefield against the Sand Ninja. Since his arrival, Uncle Shi had resolved to execute his pouch strategy. The earlier dispatch of Long Jian and his teams for assassination missions was intended to disrupt the Sand Ninja's defenses, facilitating the subsequent combat teams in executing their maneuvers. Additionally, the remaining Konoha ninjas, disguised in clothing similar to that of the Sand Ninja, were likely to create an element of surprise during the implementation of the pouch strategy. This daring approach allowed Uncle Shi to personally lead the main force to the designated location, ready to strike at the Sand Ninja's morale, which would inevitably be disrupted. Uncle Shi, known for his cunning strategies, orchestrated his military tactics with precision, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait, ready to strike with unrelenting ferocity when the moment was right, leaving the enemy with little chance to recover. With Uncle Shi's command, the various combat teams, led by their respective captains, stealthily departed the outpost under the cover of night, swiftly advancing toward their designated battlefields. Long Jian closely followed Richa, bracing himself for the turbulent night ahead. The combat team that included Long Jian and Richa, upon leaving the Konoha outpost, made their way southwest under the cloak of darkness, heading toward the combat line assigned by Uncle Shi. They were designated as the first combat team, tasked with severing the connection between the Sand Ninja operatives on the battlefield of the Land of Fire and those from the Wind Country. Disrupt the Sand Ninja's formation with unexpected assaults, instilling chaos in the hearts of their combatants and rendering them increasingly flustered. In simple terms, It is imperative to create a ruckus at the border of a land of fire, create disturbances as one sees fit, and employ any tactics available. As long as we scatter the Sand Ninja and lead them into Uncle Shi's meticulously designed pocket, the mission shall be deemed a resounding success. Following a certain distance behind the first combat team, which includes Long Jian, is the second combat team, slightly larger in number. Their primary role is to mount a second wave of attacks on the Sand Ninja, who remain disoriented after the initial assault by Long Jian and his team, before they can establish effective resistance. This will further force the Sand Ninja into Uncle Shi's grand pocket. Long Jian follows closely behind Hinata Nakaira, who is focused on the path ahead. Beside him, Hinata leads a group while consulting a map, confirming their current position on the battlefield. Suddenly, Hinata addresses Nakaira, saying, "According to the map, we will encounter the first Sand Ninja outpost in approximately 3 kilometers. Nakaira nods in acknowledgement, his expression serious as he speaks in a low voice. Ensuring all team members can hear, everyone prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, all the Konoha ninjas draw their weapons or tense their bodies, ready to confront the Sand Ninja who will soon appear. Nakaira continues, "We have no elaborate strategies or intricate techniques. My only requirement is speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Do not linger in battle. Eliminate what you can and drive away what you cannot. Our primary objective is to disrupt the Sand Ninja's defensive arrangements as swiftly as possible, instilling panic and chaos within their ranks. Other matters will be handled by the other combat teams." Long Jian, along with all the Konoha ninjas, responds in unison, "Understood." Subsequently, Nakaira activates his Byakugan, addressing Long Jian and Hinata's group. "Long Jian, you will lead the team in action. Do your utmost to prevent the Sand Ninja's puppeteers from inflicting significant casualties upon us." Long Jian, gripping his weapon with a calm demeanor, replies, "Understood, Nakaira-senpai." Hinata's group then puts away their map and responds, "Yes, head of the family." Nakaira cautions Long Jian, "But remember to be cautious. Do not engage in prolonged combat. The Sand Ninja already possess detailed intelligence about you and may target you specifically." Long Jian nods, indicating his understanding. As he assesses the distance, he unfolds his shadow domain beneath him, instantly enveloping over 50 Konoha ninjas, including Nakaira, who senses a chilling aura emanating from the ground, as though innumerable eyes were watching him. With the shadow domain activated, soldiers from the 5 major shadow legions emerge from Long Jian's shadow, appearing at various locations within the domain. The Kiki Flow Phantom soldiers wielding shadow daggers, and the Konoha Flow Phantom soldiers gripping shadow katanas manifest in the night, their crimson eyes gleaming like a pack of wolves. Each moves with swift precision, akin to phantoms, following Long Jian's lead. The Claw Phantom soldiers, equipped with sharp weaponry, maneuver seamlessly among the Konoha ninjas and the Phantom soldiers, their steel claws reflecting the moonlight. The Night Bat Corps emerges in droves, exuding an imposing presence. Long Jian had instructed them to gather energy waves beforehand, and upon encountering the enemy, they would unleash a barrage without hesitation. This exemplifies the correct utilization of charge skills. For instance, if you, the Flame Emperor, had listened to your martial ancestor while entering the Yunlin sect and had prepared your Fire Lotus en route, you might have overwhelmed them in one fell swoop. The giant shadow soldiers maintain an overwhelming presence, not the largest in number, yet they convey the impression of being the most formidable segment of Long Jian's summoned Shadow Legion. As they charge forth, they appear bulkier compared to the other soldiers, but the resounding thuds emanating from their steps strike fear into the hearts of their adversaries. The armored shadow soldiers, embodying a disciplined formation, march in unison, their movements remarkably synchronized. Despite the multitude, they seem to move as one. Long Jian remarks, "Do you comprehend the immense value of our invincible military secret? Orders must be obeyed." The Konoha ninjas surrounding Long Jian, including Nakaira, are rendered speechless by the growing number of shadow soldiers. One might think, if only you had revealed this capability earlier, the Sand Ninja would have thought twice before confronting us. Nakaira gazes back at Long Jian, contemplating, so this is the full extent of Long Jian's power when unleashing his bloodline limit. Truly a genius known in the village as a one-man army. However, this team seems rather large. In the first combat team, one can observe a scant few Konoha ninjas amidst a sea of Shadow Legion soldiers. Long Jian's unintentional display of power significantly bolsters the confidence of the Konoha ninjas. The Sand Ninja and their puppeteers should remain on guard before Long Jian. With a mere wave of his hand, Long Jian could easily stage a grand display, with weapons in hand. Follow me. Such power is truly exhilarating amidst the turmoil of war. Before long, the first Sand Ninja outpost appears before Long Jian and his comrades. Upon seeing this, Nakaira refrains from further words, taking the lead and charging forward. With such a large contingent, there is no intent to conceal their presence. They boldly confront the Sand Ninja patrol. This is a surprise attack. There is no time to waste. Long Jian and his team aim for a lightning-fast strike. Moreover, the sheer size of the first combat team makes concealment impossible. The station Sand Ninja and patrolling ninjas are utterly bewildered by the sight before them. Is this a violation of heavenly laws? Are so many coming to attack us? One might think assaulting us is one thing, but why do their eyes glow crimson? Long Jian reassures them. Rest assured, I, Long Jian, and the Shadow Legion adhere to principles. Our shadow katanas spare neither the young nor the old. However, it is unfortunate that your children are not old, nor are your parents young. Upon hearing this, the Sand Ninja exclaim, 6. The station ninja at the Sand Ninja outpost finally regains composure, sounding the alarm while shouting, enemy attack. Enemy attack. The patrolling ninjas rush to report to the outpost captain. Bursting into the tent, gasping for breath, and exclaiming in a panic, it's bad, Captain. Konoha ninjas, with many red-eyed monsters, are attacking. The captain, now gathering his ninja tools, bellows, why are you in such a fluster? Come out and face the enemy. Drive away those from Konoha. With that command, the Sunanin captain dashed out of the tent. In the distance, he spotted countless crimson eyes advancing through the night towards the outpost. The sheer density of them obscured even the moonlight, evoking a sense of claustrophobic dread within the captain. He stood frozen for a moment, before finally uttering, what on earth are we even fighting against? This isn't a mere raid to disrupt their formation or drive them away. This is an all-out extermination. Breaking free from his despair, the Sunanin captain swiftly approached the outer edge of the outpost, gazing at the multitude of crimson eyes. He began to form hand seals while shouting, stop dawdling. Anyone who wants to live needs to help devise a plan to halt their advance. He then unleashed a jutsu. Futon, Shinkaha. A series of massive chakra-infused airwaves erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the front ranks of the Hyuga and the towering Giga Shadows. The other Sunanin, roused by their captain's fierce command, began to respond in kind, launching counterattacks. Some reacted quickly, even before the captain spoke, hurling kunai, shurikens, and explosive tags at the oncoming Konoha forces, while a barrage of jutsu was unleashed by the Sunanin. Leading the charge, Hinata Hayashi halted close to the Suna outpost, observing the flurry of shurikens and jutsu in the air. He assumed a defensive stance. Bagwazang, Huitian, Hiyashi spun rapidly, creating a large semicircle around himself that deflected most of the incoming jutsu, shurikens, and explosive tags, some even rebounding back towards the Suna outpost, resulting in a series of explosions. Under Hayashi's absolute defense, only a fraction of the jutsu and weapons managed to harm the Giga Shadows at the forefront. Nevertheless, the first combat team maintained their momentum, swiftly approaching the outpost. The Sunanin realized too late that they could not stop the advance. They watched as several Giga Shadows, with their immense size, crashed through wooden observation platforms. At the same moment, concentrated light wave attacks from the flying shadows were unleashed upon the Sunanin. The aerial strikes descended like bombers, executing the first wave of air-to-ground assaults on the outpost. Some Sunanin, caught in the open, were unable to evade in time and were obliterated by the beams of light. On the ground, Ryukin led the army of Giga Shadows and Konoha ninjas into the outpost, each seeking their nearest target. Chaos erupted instantly. Hayashi charged towards the Sunanin captain who had just given orders, casually dispatching several lower-ranked Sunanin in his path. Ryukin observed, feeling a jolt of annoyance. He thought to himself, indeed, aside from Konoha's lower ranks, those from other villages are merely fodder on this battlefield. How pitiful! If Hayashi had been privy to Ryukin's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly abandoned the Sunanin captain and turned back to deliver a flurry of bagwazang. Remarking that while he merely dispatched a few Sunanin in passing, Ryukin's Giga Shadows relentlessly pursued them without regard. Ryukin, holding the blade Moyu, sensed the weapon coming alive, voraciously absorbing the myriad of negative emotions emanating from those around him. Resentment, despair, pain, anger, and sorrow, each contributing to the power coursing into Moyu, which in turn empowered Ryukin. As Ryukin felt the strange energies flooding his body, he considered the implications of this newfound strength. This method of becoming stronger feels rather dubious. If I continue down this path, I might find myself lured into becoming a warmonger. While contemplating these dangerous thoughts, he skillfully dodged an attack from a young Sunanin, only to discover the attacker was a child of similar age. Without hesitation, Moyu was thrust forward. To Ryukin's surprise, the Sunanin dodged with remarkable agility, rapidly forming hand seals. Futon, Kazakiri. A series of powerful wind blades solidified and hurtled towards Ryukin. He felt a jolt of alarm. What a prodigy from Suna. In a split second, he made a decision. Such youth, truly impressive. This one cannot be spared. You have chosen your demise. As he swiftly evaded the wind blades, Ryukin thought, you dare to cross paths with someone like me at this stage of your growth? You are audacious. With swift motions, he pointed his right hand forward while forming seals with his left. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. A multitude of poisonous snakes emerged, darting towards the Sunanin. Unexpectedly, the young Sunanin pressed forward rather than retreating, hastily forming seals. Futon, Kazakiri. In an instant, the ninja's blade glimmered ominously, surrounded by compressed wind blades, exuding lethal precision. Utilizing exceptional swordsmanship and agility, the Sunanin carved a bloody path closer to Ryukin. However, as the Sunanin approached, Ryukin remained unfazed. He swiftly retreated, forming seals with both hands. Within moments, the Sunanin froze in shock, his blade stilled in mid-swing. Kaja no Mai. Under the moonlight, Ryukin's shadow technique ensnared the Sunanin's shadow, immobilizing him. With a resigned shake of his head, Ryukin remarked, did no one inform you that I am not only a wielder of bloodline techniques, but also a practitioner of the Nara clan shadow arts? The Sunanin, now filled with disbelief, failed to comprehend how his shadow had ensnared him. Sensing the young ninja's frustration and apparent desire to protest, Ryukin decisively interrupted. All right. It's over. Just be more cautious in your next life. Then, several shadow soldiers advanced swiftly, targeting the Sunanin's neck, chest, and waist, delivering swift strikes. The sharp blades of the shadow warriors severed the body of the unsuspecting young prodigy, blood spraying forth. Ryukin declared, in this narrative, there will only be one Ryukin. And that is I, Nara Ryukin. Initially, the Suna puppeteers have been skeptical of the intel regarding Ryukin, considering it somewhat exaggerated. They believed that it was merely a counter to their puppet techniques. However, upon witnessing Ryukin's arrival, they finally understood the true meaning of being countered. This is utterly unplayable for his grandmother. The puppets were swiftly surrounded by a legion of shadowy soldiers, even more puppet-like than the puppets themselves, and were torn apart as if dismantling a toy. Even those with sturdier constructs or more refined puppet techniques, capable of barely withstanding the onslaught of the Longjian's shadowy troops, found themselves devoid of the energy to confront others or engage in additional tasks. The once formidable puppeteers at the outpost now resembled players disconnected from the game. Those with puppets lacked the stamina, while those without sought to escape. The Longjian, unrelenting, led Hinata and others through the ranks, calling out names one by one. No one could protest, nor could anyone retreat. They all descended together to become brothers in arms. After a sweep reminiscent of locusts descending upon a field, the Longjian and his comrades executed their first successful raid. The efficacy of the assault was astounding. Within this outpost, all the Sunan ninjas were completely annihilated by a single strike from the Longjian and his allies. Following their extraordinary and swift completion of the mission, they hastened to the next border outpost, racing towards the subsequent target of the first combat team. The long night had only just begun, and the scent of blood had yet to reach its zenith. Along the way, the Longjian led the 5 fully unleashed shadowy troops, crushing one Sunan outpost after another with a force akin to a natural disaster. The Sunan and Konoha ninjas who experienced the night's battle bore witness to the terror embodied by the so-called war machine, the shadowy troops. Those who survived the night, whether through sheer strength or by mere luck of evasion, propelled the Longjian's reputation, albeit infamously, to unprecedented heights. The second combat team, trailing behind the Longjian and his cohort, found themselves utterly bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that they would handle the secondary strike while the first team executed a single raid? Yet, there was not a living soul left for them to target. Moreover, the first combat team's pace was astonishingly rapid, as if the Sunan outpost had not posed any significant hindrance, resulting in their total annihilation. The squad leader of Konoha's second combat team, an experienced Jonin who had participated in the Second Shinobi World War, surveyed the scene of devastation and the scattered Sunan ninjas fleeing towards their planned escape route. He couldn't help but ponder. How could he remember the second combat team being larger than the first? Why did the aftermath of the battle make it seem as if a massive force led by Snake Uncle had descended upon them? Had it not been for the discovery of Sunin corpses left in the wake of the Longjian and his team, this seasoned Jonin might have seriously doubted whether they had taken a wrong turn or if everyone had fallen under an illusion, endlessly circling in place. It wasn't until some time had passed that the second combat team began to intercept the fleeing Sunin ninjas. At last, their efforts bore fruit. However, it seemed that most of the Sunin ninjas who had clashed with the first combat team were filled with shock, fear, and disbelief, as if they had just endured a battle that would haunt them for a lifetime. This deepened the Jonin's curiosity about who in the first combat team possessed such extraordinary capabilities to achieve this outcome. Nonetheless, the second combat team expressed strong condemnation towards the first combat team for their thorough consumption of resources, leaving nothing for their comrades behind. In the early hours following a night of slaughter, the first combat team, under the Longjian's command, successfully captured all the lookout posts designated in Snake Uncle's mission. The results were remarkable. Originally a team of 55, they had dwindled to fewer than 40, many bearing the marks of battle. The sight of the Longjian, crouching and gasping for breath, revealed the toll that a night of intense combat and continuous summoning of shadowy troops had taken on him. A sensation of physical exhaustion long forgotten. He hastily sought sustenance for both their sakes. Hinata bandaged his injured left arm and glanced around at his companions, his gaze ultimately resting on the Longjian, who was focused on regaining his strength and vitality. The toll of the battle and the achievements they had secured left Hinata speechless with satisfaction. Before their departure, Snake Uncle had explicitly warned Hinata that the first combat team would bear the brunt of the danger, with the fewest numbers facing the most enemies, necessitating rapid and prolonged assaults. The psychological strain and clashes with the Sunin's strength could easily lead to casualties. They were, without a doubt, the critical components of Snake Uncle's plan, yet also the two teams expected to suffer the highest losses. Hinata also found it surprising that Snake Uncle would allow the Longjian to be under his command as part of the first combat team. Snake Uncle had remarked that the Longjian might bring unexpected surprises. The results proved that the disciple had indeed surpassed the master's expectations. The surprises the Longjian had provided were plentiful, but this time, as Snake Uncle had predicted, he showcased his ability to generate astonishment once more. Hinata had prepared himself for the possibility that this combat team would suffer losses exceeding 70%. However, due to the Longjian's formidable prowess, each encounter became a battle of many against few. Although they did encounter some strong adversaries from Sunin's side, the casualty rate among the first combat team was significantly reduced, primarily thanks to the Longjian's singular strength. Hinata now regarded the Longjian with increasing admiration. How could such an exceptional young man exist? If he were to have a daughter in the future, he would wish for a son-in-law like him. And if he had a son, he would aspire for him to be as remarkable as Nara Ryu. The gazes of the surrounding Konoha ninjas towards the Longjian gradually transformed, filled with gratitude, admiration, and respect for his strength. Many understood that without the Longjian's presence, they too would have met the same fate as their fallen comrades, lying lifeless in some distant place. Not to mention that the Longjian had genuinely saved many lives during the night's battle. After a brief respite, Hinata led everyone according to their final planned route, heading straight for the decisive battleground designated by Snake Uncle, the location of the pocket. During this process, the combat teams moving in the same direction would gradually converge, forming a renewed and more formidable force to encircle the Sunin ninjas, preventing them from regrouping. At this moment, the Longjian was drenched in the scent of blood. However, apart from the considerable exhaustion he felt, his injuries were not severe. The shadowy troops on the battlefield were willing to sacrifice themselves entirely to protect him from harm. Only those fierce enough to breach the protective layers of the shadowy troops could inflict injury upon him. As long as the Longjian remained cautious, it was nearly impossible for him to sustain any significant wounds. As for those fierce individuals, Hinata would handle them should they dare to confront the Longjian. The Longjian would simply ensure they understood the consequences of their actions. Summoning is my innate talent. Combat, too, is my passion. As dawn broke, all battle squads in the Longjian direction had assembled and marched towards the designated pocket arranged by Shishu. At that moment, the pocket was a battlefield where Shishu's main force clashed fiercely with the Sand Ninja troops, led by Chiyo Baba, which included sand ninjas who had gradually either escaped or retreated from two directions. Shishu personally entered the fray, engaging directly with Chiyo Baba and Hozuki. The coordination between Chiyo and Hozuki was remarkably seamless. One unleashed a barrage of various ninjutsu and secret techniques, while the other utilized the renowned 10 men of Minazawa to launch frenzied attacks against Shishu. For a moment, Shishu found himself subtly suppressed by the two, temporarily at a disadvantage. Witnessing this scene, Longjin felt displeased. "Oh, are you two ganging up on my teacher? It's 2 against 1, you old geezers. No, wait. It's 12 against 1. Just you wait. I'll show you what the Black Society is all about." With this thought, Longjin reactivated his shadow domain, ready to disrupt Chiyo and Hozuki. Meanwhile, Hinata Nichi, sensing Longjin's intentions, firmly grasped his arm and stated seriously, "That battle is not for you to participate in, Longjin. Focus on dealing with other enemies. I will handle the situation over there." Subsequently, Hinata Nichi activated his Byakugan and dashed through the battlefield directly towards Hozuki. In his mind, Longjin had already become a rare prodigy in their sect, and he preferred to face the danger himself rather than allow the newly emerging Longjin to take risks. Longjin had no choice but to accept Nichi's goodwill, as many sand ninjas had already noticed him, gradually surrounding him. The surrounding ninjas instantly joined the chaos, and 2 newly emerged forces on either side caused the already shaken sand ninjas to become even more flustered. If not for Chiyo Baba and Hozuki still battling Shishu, it was likely that desertion would have begun among the sand ninjas. However, the 2 leaf reinforcements significantly impacted the situation, cornering the sand ninjas into a predicament of being attacked from 3 sides. In an instant, the morale of the leaf side surged, launching a vigorous assault from 3 directions, compressing the sand ninjas' operational area and pressuring them extensively. Amidst this, surrounded by a group of sand ninjas, Longjin mused, "I am the one who usually surrounds others. How can I be the one surrounded?" Suddenly, he noticed someone among the encircling sand ninjas who appeared strikingly familiar. That person also noticed Longjin's gaze and met it defiantly. Upon closer inspection, Longjin realized, "Oh, is that Yakura, now looking even more beautiful?" Ignoring his encirclement, Longjin called out, "What a coincidence. Are you here for a cupping session?" Yakura, slightly taken aback, pressed her lips together and remained silent. However, a rather handsome sand ninja beside her shouted at Yakura, "Do you know this guy Yakura?" Just as Yakura was about to respond, Longjin interrupted, "I wouldn't say we know each other. We're merely old acquaintances in the rivers and lakes. So why must we be formally introduced? Wouldn't you agree?" "Akira?" Yakura became flustered, her mind racing. What is this person babbling about? It sounds as if there's something between us. This is too much. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but acknowledge the literary flair in his words. The sand ninja beside Yakura, upon hearing Longjin, felt a surge of anger. This madman, does he not realize he is surrounded? To flirt with my crush in front of so many people. He clearly disregards me. Contemplating this, the sand ninja shouted at Longjin, "You are Longjin, right? Is every genius from Leaf as arrogant as you? Spare me the nonsense. Today is your day to die." Longjin raised an eyebrow and replied casually, "I understand your impatience, but hold on a moment. As for you, Yakura, you've really grown. Knowing you can't win in a one-on-one, you've started calling for backup." Yakura did not retort, but responded, "Longjin, this is war, a war between our 2 villages. Do not blame me for breaking my promises. Too many have already perished at your hands. I acknowledge your strength, but I must stop you." Longjin chuckled, shaking his head. "No worries, but if you lose this time, you might miss your chance for that cupping session. You'll be dead." Yakura did not respond, but firmly stated, "Let us talk about other matters once we both survive this war. But today it will be you who dies." Yakura grasped a kunai, preparing for battle. The sand ninja beside her, unable to contain his eagerness, summoned a puppet from a scroll. He was also a puppet master. Other sand ninjas began to form seals or draw weapons, eager to charge. Standing within the shadow domain, Longjin reflected, "In that year, I stood with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what a true opponent was. The shadow army surrounding me will teach you the harsh truths of strength." Yakura's expression turned grave. This was not her first encounter with the shadow army. She was fully aware of Longjin's power and the might of his bloodline limit. Yakura solemnly warned the nearby sand ninjas, maintain coordination and find a way to breach his defenses to eliminate him. His bloodline limit can hardly be extinguished. Turning to the sand ninja beside her, Yakura whispered, "Let us stick to the plan." The sand ninja nodded in understanding, signaling to a few others. Yakura led the charge, confronting the advancing shadow army. Aside from 3 or 4 sand ninjas who followed closely behind her, the rest focused their attacks on the shadow army surrounding Yakura. Various ninjutsu and secret techniques were unleashed. Shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags flew through the air. In an instant, the sand ninjas' effective cooperation managed to tear a gap in the encirclement of the shadow army. Yakura and her companions navigated through the onslaught as if traversing a garden of flowers, untouched. They headed straight for Long Jian, who was shielded by the shadow army. Upon noticing Yakura and the others approaching, Long Jian began to form seals, directing his shadow imitation technique towards Yakura. However, Yakura seemed to have anticipated this move. She spun, leaped, and closed her eyes, skillfully evading the grasp of Long Jian's shadow. The dawn had fully arrived, making it easier for them to detect the shadow imitation technique, which emboldened Yakura and her companions to boldly venture into Long Jian's shadow domain. They intended to capture the king before dealing with the minions. Before long, Yakura realized that this time, the shadow army she faced was entirely different from the one she had encountered in her first battle against Long Jian. The strength displayed was not only formidable, but also terrifying in its evolution, as they had begun to employ various techniques. Yitsong had previously encountered these techniques in the intelligence reports of other Konoha ninjas, leaving him profoundly shocked. Could it be that they were capable of further growth? The abilities of this individual were indeed daunting. With renewed determination in his gaze, Long Jian had firmly established himself in Yitsong's mind as the foremost enemy of the Sand Ninjas. The shadow troops were relentless in their coordination, demonstrating an impressive synergy. A number of ghostly soldiers leaped over Yitsong, heading straight for a sand ninja behind her. They attacked from multiple directions, launching a sword technique known as the secret skill, Dance of the Dual Suns. The targeted ninja had just evaded the assaults of the armored shadow and the claw shadow's great whirlwind of Konoha. Before he could regain his footing, he found himself surrounded by the ghostly soldiers, and the Dance of the Dual Suns was poised to strike. With eyes wide in horror, the sand ninja realized it was too late to escape, plunging into despair. Yitsong acted swiftly, noticing the ghostly soldiers bypassing her. Without hesitation, she rushed to provide assistance. However, Long Jian was not about to grant her that wish. From within the realm of shadows, dark hands emerged, wielding steel claws and shurikens, intent on obstructing and injuring Yitsong. Yet, Yitsong was thoroughly prepared this time. She vividly recalled their last encounter during the Chunin exams, when shadowy hands had reached out to her. Gathering several blazing fireballs of the ignition release in her hands, she opted not to throw them. Instead, she clapped her hands together and exclaimed, "Ignition release, flame armor." The fireballs, animated as if sentient, slowly integrated into her legs and feet, forming a protective armor of blazing flames around her vulnerable areas. Long Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued by this new technique. He was astonished that Yitsong, in her determination to counter his abilities, had devised a move not even depicted in anime. Truly, she was a powerful kunoichi with the potential to surpass Chiyoba. Although her technique had yet to achieve full body coverage, it was sufficient to thwart some of the shadowy assaults from Long Jian's troops. With newfound speed, Yitsong dashed to the side of the sand ninja, who was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the ghostly soldiers. Once again, she concentrated several fireballs of ignition release in her hands and forcefully collided them together, shouting, "Ignition release, flame burst." In an instant, a blazing inferno erupted around Yitsong, the intense heat melting the ghostly soldiers that surrounded them. Long Jian's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What on earth? A miniature Buddha's wrath fire lotus. You truly are a genius. Despite being astonished by Yitsong's brilliance, Long Jian's movements remained unceasing as he executed the Mo Xie sword technique in conjunction with Uncle Snake's serpent-style ninjutsu, creating a whirlwind of attacks. Seizing the moment when Yitsong had provided cover, he dispatched the 2 remaining sand ninjas who had attempted to assault him. Simultaneously, Long Jian noticed the emergence of several puppets, manipulated by an unseen force, gradually encircling him. Without hesitation, he summoned a squad of shadow troops to charge toward the puppets, while he himself, wielding Mo Xie, aimed a snake shadow strike directly at Yitsong, who had just secured her ally. Seeing Long Jian approach was precisely what Yitsong desired. She welcomed him without a moment's hesitation. Another sand ninja, regaining his composure, joined forces with Yitsong, and the 3 engaged in a fierce melee. The more they fought, The greater Yi Tsong's astonishment grew. She had believed that since their last battle, she had made significant progress. However, upon clashing with Long Jian once more, she realized that his swordsmanship and overall abilities had improved beyond her expectations. In close combat, he was able to dominate both of them. Were it not for Yi Tsong's ignition release and oversteaming kill, Long Jian would have had to evade rather than withstand the blows, as he had no intention of being drained of his strength. At this moment, Yi Tsong and her companion were effectively being suppressed by Long Jian. The conflict escalated to a fever pitch, while the remaining Sand Ninjas found themselves embroiled in desperate battles. The shadow troops had encircled most of them, many struggling for survival against the relentless onslaught. Several Sand Ninjas had already succumbed to the chaos wrought by the shadow troops. Unless something changed, their assault against Long Jian would inevitably lead to failure. Just as Long Jian narrowly evaded Yi Tsong's ignition release and oversteaming kill, he pivoted and executed a sparrowtail flick aimed at another Sand Ninja. To his astonishment, the Sand Ninja displayed no intention of evasion, and instead braced himself to block Long Jian's mo with his legs. The clash produced a resonant metallic sound. Long Jian's expression was one of disbelief. What in the world? Iron hips. He began to question whether his mo had dulled from disuse or if he had fallen victim to an illusion. What was happening? Just then, Yi Tsong's attack surged forth again, ignition release, oversteaming kill. A fireball, larger in diameter than Long Jian's head, hurtled toward him, seemingly intent on eliminating both him and the Iron Hips Sand Ninja. Long Jian thought, has this woman lost her mind? As he attempted to withdraw his blade to evade, he found mo seemingly stuck, refusing to budge. Cursing inwardly, he rapidly communicated with and fused the mask. The moment the mask fused, he prepared to utilize shadow shifting to evade Yi Tsong's lethal strike. Suddenly, Long Jian became acutely aware that his feet had left the ground. A puppet resembling Kanjiu Lang, known as Black Ant, hidden among the trees, extended its mechanical joints and seized the moment to bind Long Jian. He was hoisted up, rendering him unable to instantly plunge into the shadows below for the shadow shifting. In that instant, Long Jian was powerless to do anything but watch as Yi Tsong's ignition release bore down upon him. The battlefield shifted dramatically. Long Jian, ensnared by the mechanical arms of the puppet concealed in the trees, could only helplessly witness Yi Tsong's ignition release rushing toward him. Nearby, Konoha ninjas, noticing the perilous situation, exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. Long Jian is in danger. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted as the ignition release struck Long Jian's body, creating a cloud of smoke that billowed from the intense heat. Just as Yi Tsong believed she had finally succeeded, a mix of emotions, whether admiration or regret, began to swell within her. The puppet master Sand Ninja, who had been standing beside Yi Tsong, suddenly shouted, "Fall back, Yi Tsong!" He asked, completely unscathed. He quickly began to tug at the chakra threads. The puppet, which had been hidden in the trees and resembled the Black Ant, opened its abdomen as if it were a gaping maw, rushing into the smoke. Yi Tsong was taken aback, yet she did not falter, retreating while dodging the advancing shadow troops. How could he possibly be unharmed? As Long Jian remained suspended by the puppet, his mind raced. He was not one to sit idly by, especially since he had fused with the mask representing General Samo's power, a mask renowned for its overwhelming strength and formidable defense. Long Jian's scarlet eyes glowed fiercely as his muscles swelled dramatically, revealing a transformation that, upon close inspection, would astonish any observer. It seemed as if Long Jian's entire skeletal structure and height had significantly increased, resembling a muscular warrior with bulging veins. In an instant, he broke free from the constraints of the puppet's mechanical arms, wielding mo with unwavering strength, positioning it defensively before him. Simultaneously, Long Jian summoned the full extent of his shadow power, harnessing the might of the giant shadow mask. He transformed this shadow energy into the formidable defensive technique known as the shadow barrier, a specialty of General Simo, coalescing it around his arms. At the height of his prowess, General Simo could create a true mobile fortress using this method. Though the duration was brief, Long Jian managed to form a layer of shadow barrier on his arms, enduring Yi Tsong's searing lethal attack with sheer resolve. The tremendous impact forced him to spit blood, and his arm momentarily felt numb. All of this transpired within the span of a breath, concluding swiftly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the puppet Black Ant opened its shell, enclosing Long Jian within. The sand ninja, clutching the puppet, roared fiercely. Black's secret technique, mechanical strike. Originally equipped with 6 mechanical arms, the black ant now bore only 5, which transformed into sharp blades, poised to penetrate the slots on its body. Meanwhile, the sand ninja, whom Long Jian had previously assumed to be the iron hips, began to shed its skin, which gradually disintegrated into sand, revealing its true nature, a puppet controlled by the same sand ninja. This puppet unveiled its true form and launched several poisoned daggers from its body, aimed directly at the slots, intent on ensuring Long Jian's demise. The black ant's purpose was to devour, and once the opponent was ensnared within its body, its own poisonous blades, along with the daggers from the other puppet, could be inserted into the slots, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Just as the 5 blades of the black ant and the poison daggers from the other puppet were about to penetrate the slots, a fierce crimson light surged within Long Jian, and a voice filled with brutality and murderous intent resonated from the puppet. Tiger's roar slash. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from the puppet, accompanied by a terrifying killing intent and the echoing growl of a ferocious tiger. At the moment the blades and daggers were poised to strike, the entire black ant puppet exploded. A black-purple phantom of a mighty tiger emerged, howling skyward in a display of immense fury. Long Jian maintained the stance of just having drawn his blade, his eyes filled with ferocity. The blade of Mo Xie emanated an eerie glow. This was yet another technique of General Simo, utilizing shadow power to absorb and merge, significantly enhancing one's strength and destructiveness. Empowered by the giant shadow mask, Long Jian unleashed the 6th form of Mo Xie's 9 styles, Tiger's roar slash. Unlike the concealed lethality of Crane Feather Drop, Tiger's roar slash demanded utmost power, killing intent, and devastation. The sand ninja puppet master controlling the black ant was momentarily stunned by the impact. He could not fathom the terrifying destructive capability that allowed Long Jian to shatter the black ant's shell from within, despite being trapped. The durability of the black ant was almost exaggerated, designed specifically to devour foes, and crafted by that man. Its artistry was undeniable. The surrounding sand ninjas were likewise left bewildered by Long Jian's display, hesitating to approach him again. Long Jian shook his hand, his murderous intent intensifying. Truly troublesome. It almost led to your demise. He then turned his gaze toward the figure he had mistaken for the iron hips, now revealed to be a puppet beside the puppet master. With keen interest, he remarked, "So, it was a puppet after all, no wonder. Yitsong, your meticulous planning is commendable. This entire ambush was meticulously orchestrated to counter Long Jian's abilities." Yitsong was among the few who had witnessed Long Jian's capabilities firsthand. Upon learning of his presence on the battlefield, she devised a series of strategies aimed at subduing him. After extensive preparation, they finally set their plan into motion. Long Jian now understood why Yitsong was so eager to assist the sand ninja in his plight. It was not merely to rescue him, but to prevent the early revelation that he was, in fact, a puppet controlled by the puppet master. Yitsong also gambled that Long Jian could only activate his uncanny shadow traversal ability through contact with shadows. It proved to be a correct assumption, as Long Jian was momentarily caught off guard by their coordinated efforts. He had sustained injuries as a result. Regrettably, I am still unable to directly shift into shadow form. Otherwise, I would not have sustained such injuries. Nevertheless, a single misstep in strategy. Contemplating this, Long Jian raised Mo Xie, a wild smile spreading across his face. "Be cautious. It is my turn now." He then melded into the shadows once more. Yitsong immediately adopted a defensive posture, contending with the advancing phantoms while scanning her surroundings. She believed this plan to be foolproof. However, she had not anticipated the sheer power and destructiveness Long Jian could unleash. Once again, she found herself questioning how many more hidden cards he possessed. The puppet master, her devoted admirer, maneuvered his remaining puppets to fend off the shadow soldiers while remaining vigilant. He felt as though a ferocious beast was fixated on him. Long Jian suddenly materialized behind a giant shadow soldier, concealed by its massive form, unnoticed by the sand ninja before him. Upon lifting his gaze, Long Jian had already seized Mo Xie and leapt high, executing Eagle Strike. The immense force cleaved the sand ninja's head in two, blood spraying forth. Long Jian, bloodied yet resolute, melded back into the shadows, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He began to traverse the battlefield, each appearance heralding the demise of several sand ninjas. Yitsong realized her scheme to ambush Long Jian had utterly failed. She too might perish here. Nevertheless, she fought valiantly to reap the lives of the shadow soldiers and the infiltrating Konoha ninjas. Just as Yitsong and the puppet master pondered how to confront Long Jian, a signal flare appeared in the sky. Yitsong glanced up, recognizing it as the signal for retreat from the sand ninjas. A weight seemed to lift from her heart. The pressure Long Jian imposed was overwhelming. She was utterly unsure how to defeat the man before her. The sand ninjas began to withdraw, seeking opportunities to escape the battlefield, while Yitsong unleashed her scorching techniques, providing cover for her comrades. Yet Long Jian, using the shadow soldiers as a shield, emerged from the shadows once more. An unexpected and direct strike swept across the battlefield. Yuan Bai saw. The target was none other than the puppeteer. The puppeteer, displaying a look of horror, hastily maneuvered the puppets to block the attack. However, after a brief struggle, the remaining puppets shattered with a resounding crash. The puppeteer himself was left with a deep wound visible to the bone, inflicted by Long Jian's mo xia, causing him to spurt blood and be flung backwards. At that moment, Hai Lao Song suddenly appeared, swiftly catching the puppeteer and retreating. Long Jian raised an eyebrow, observing the nearly retreated sand shinobi, while Uncle Snake refrained from issuing any orders to pursue. He boldly addressed Yitsong, who was looking at him. "Can you guess why my shoe left no floral imprint in the mud?" Yitsong responded with confusion. Long Jian continued, "Because the mud has no edges." As Long Jian stood there, exuding confidence, Chio Baba controlled the Jinsong Ten, two of whom, one wielding a large sword and the other brandishing twin blades, charged at Long Jian, clad in white coats. Sensing the commotion, Long Jian, undaunted, faced them with mo xia. A fierce battle ensued, with Long Jian delivering a horizontal slash, met by the twin blade puppet's defense. Seizing the opportunity, the large sword puppet leaped high from behind Long Jian, delivering a powerful downward strike. Long Jian exerted force with both hands, pushing the twin blade puppet back, then pivoting on his foot and using the blade as an arm. He executed a sweeping motion from low to high. Yuan Bai saw. The clash resonated against the large sword puppet's powerful strike. Instantly, two forces collided in the air, unleashing a violent gust that radiated from the epicenter of Long Jian and the large sword puppet, causing the surrounding ninjas to wince in pain from the reverberating sound. The formidable large sword puppet, renowned for its strength, encountered the even more ferocious Long Jian, who embodied the might of the ogre mask. After a brief confrontation, the large sword puppet was sent reeling backwards by Long Jian's uncanny power. Just as Long Jian engaged the two puppets in a flurry of strikes, he remained poised for a charge. With the mask fused to him, Long Jian felt undaunted, daring to confront not only the puppets, but even Chio Baba herself. Uncle Snake and Hinata Hayashi appeared beside Long Jian in an instant. Uncle Snake placed his cold hand on Long Jian's shoulder, restraining him from advancing further. Aware of Uncle Snake's presence, Long Jian reluctantly flicked mo xia and remarked, "Teacher Orochimaru, your opponent has come to me." Uncle Snake smiled faintly as Chio Baba, controlling the Jinsong Ten, emerged before Long Jian and his companions, clearly having just survived a fierce battle, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as they locked onto Long Jian. Chio Baba spoke to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, is this little brat your disciple, the one labeled as the puppeteer slayer by your Konoha?" With a scoff, she added, "You dare speak so boldly. Do you not fear that I might just take a fancy to this little brat and eliminate him?" Uncle Snake's golden, serpent-like eyes glinted with menace as he licked his lips, his gravelly voice responding. That title was earned by Long Jian himself on the battlefield, not merely bestowed by Konoha. However, it is quite impolite to propose slaying your opponent's disciple, Chio Baba. Long Jian, undeterred by Chio Baba's murderous gaze, retorted boldly, "Old hag, at your age, you ought to refrain from making grandiose claims. Be wary of straining your back. Let me offer you a friendly reminder. You might end up being killed by this little brat before you manage to kill me, thus tarnishing your illustrious reputation." Chio, observing the perilous presence of Orochimaru and listening to Long Jian's equally threatening words, left with a parting remark. "You sharp-tongued little brat, Orochimaru, keep a close watch on your disciple." She then maneuvered the Jinsong Ten to retreat alongside the Sand Shinobi. This conflict, initiated by the Sand Village against the Fire Country, had seen the Sand Shinobi initially advancing rapidly, seizing much of the Fire Country's borders. However, after Hai Lao Tsong ambushed Long Jian and the transport team, led by Hinata Hayashi, faltered, Uncle Snake arrived with a large contingent to stabilize the situation. Ultimately, the Fire Country reclaimed its borders, forcing the Sand Shinobi to retreat. It seemed that the war between the two great ninja villages was poised to devolve into a protracted tug-of-war, likely a struggle of national and village strength. Especially since the Sand Shinobi were aware that the Iwa and Kumo villages were also attacking the Fire Country. They were determined not to relinquish this advantageous opportunity. However, the battlefield had shifted from the Fire Country to the nearby small nation of Kawa no Kuni. The age-old truth remains. When great nations clash, the small ones suffer. Chiyo and the remaining Sand Shinobi retreated towards the Wind Country. Along the way, witnessing the puppeteer grievously injured by Long Jian and ultimately rescued by Hai Song, a wave of agitation surged within Chiyo Baba. Although her animosity towards Konoha remained unabated, seeing Long Jian today compelled her to acknowledge that Konoha was indeed abundant in talent, far surpassing that of the Sand Shinobi. It seemed that regardless of the era, Konoha continuously produced rising stars. As the inheritors of Konoha's spirit, they sustained its strength through generations. From the legendary Konoha White Fang to Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the recently acclaimed Namikaze Minato to the present-day Nara Long Jian, Chiyo felt an overwhelming sense of how Konoha consistently produced excellence while the Sand Shinobi had only a few to uphold their reputation. Her grandson, Scorpion, was indeed skilled, yet it had been a long time since she had seen him. Glancing at Yi Tsong beside her, she felt a slight comfort. This child was also a genius, who might one day surpass her. At that moment, Yi Tsong spoke up. Lady Chiyo, the black ant puppet controlled by Yurun, was destroyed by Long Jian, and Yurun was severely injured. Chiyo nodded in silence. Yurun had been the puppeteer who had previously attacked Long Jian alongside Yi Tsong. Chiyo Baba regarded his talent as commendable. After all, at such a young age, he could manipulate two puppets simultaneously. Thus, she had gifted him a black ant puppet crafted by her grandson. Yet today, this promising puppeteer, whom Chiyo had deemed talented, had fallen to Long Jian. Chiyo spoke slowly. The black ant puppet originally came in pairs. Once Yurun is out of danger, he can use the other one to continue fighting. Yi Tsong quickly responded, "Thank you. Lady Chiyo, Yi Tsong and Yurun have been childhood friends, knowing each other since they were young. Their bond remained strong, and although they were not on the same team, they fought well together." Yi Tsong had a faint understanding of Yurun's feelings towards him. Regrettably, Yurun was not the type to inspire any romantic feelings in Yi Tsong. Chiyo led the remaining Sand Shinobi forces as they continued their retreat towards the Wind Country. She understood that persisting in the recent battle would only result in heavy losses. She could not gamble the entirety of the Sand Shinobi's strength on a war with Konoha. For a great ninja village, losing its accumulated strength would be tantamount to annihilation. The grand battle that expelled the Suna Shinobi from the Land of Fire and reclaimed its borders has now been a week past. Long Jian, as a casualty, has been resting for a week in the new command post established by Snake Uncle. Indeed, Long Jian had endured consecutive high-intensity combat and relentless summoning of the Kurwakage troops. Coupled with the subsequent integration of Mask, he found himself engaged in fierce battles for an extended period. The exhaustion, depletion, and accumulation of fatigue eventually culminated in a sudden disconnection from the mass communication and fusion, leading to his abrupt powering down. Fortunately, Snake Uncle, quick of reflex, caught the collapsing Long Jian and secured him with a snake to prevent him from falling during his movements. He promptly carried Long Jian to the medical room for examination. Aside from some fractures in Long Jian's arms and numerous wounds across his body, he exhibited no significant injuries other than the immense consumption of chakra, leaving him nearly devoid of any signs of chakra within. Moreover, he had fallen into a profound state of unconsciousness. Upon confirming that his disciple was not in any immediate life-threatening danger, but required a period of rest and was unlikely to return to battle anytime soon, Snake Uncle exited to attend to the aftermath of the battlefield, leaving Long Jian alone on the bed. Observing closely, one could discern the deep furrows of worry etched on Long Jian's brow. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, akin to being ensnared by a python. During the moment, he was carried away in his unconscious state. On another morning, Long Jian emerged from the tent, clad in a white patient-esque garb, inhaling the crisp air. Unlike before, his arms were now swathed in bandages resembling mummies, resembling cylindrical forms. As he observed the busy Konoha ninjas around him, he couldn't help but muse about the joys of leisure. Just as he reached to stretch lazily, preparing to relish this peaceful morning without the need for battle. A Konoha ninja suddenly appeared beside him and announced, "Long Jian, Lord Orochimaru is looking for you." His moment of relaxation was abruptly interrupted. Indeed, one should refrain from expressing contentment during idle moments. Otherwise, tasks will invariably come knocking at the door. Acknowledging the message, Long Jian donned his patient attire and proceeded to seek out Snake Uncle. As he walked, each passing Konoha ninja would momentarily salute him upon recognition. This was not solely due to his striking appearance, but also because Long Jian had made a profound impression on the ninjas of Konoha through his capabilities on the battlefield. Some of these ninjas had fought alongside him in the first combat team, and a few even owed their lives to his interventions. Following the conclusion of that battle, Long Jian learned that the sixth combat team, corresponding to his own, had suffered grievously during a nighttime raid, experiencing 2 reinforcements and returning with only 9 survivors from an original 57, with 2 left permanently incapacitated. This instilled a sense of gratitude among the former members of the first combat team towards Long Jian. Many of the older ninjas in Konoha found themselves pondering, "This child is truly exceptional. If I had a daughter, I would introduce her to Long Jian. My son would surely become his subordinate." Young people ought to associate with other young individuals, after all. Upon entering Snake Uncle's current command tent, Long Jian found him standing alongside Hinata Hizashi and several other Konoha jonin. Long Jian greeted them warmly. "Good morning, Lord Orochimaru, Senior Hizashi, and esteemed elders." Upon noticing Long Jian's arrival, everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Snake Uncle lifted his gaze to the bandaged Long Jian, raising an eyebrow and addressing him with his characteristic magnetic voice. "How is your recovery, Long Jian-kun? Do you feel any better?" Long Jian nodded, responding, "My body is recovering well. You may assign me any tasks, Lord Orochimaru." In a rare display of exasperation, Snake Uncle shook his head gently and remarked, "In your current attire, it is quite challenging for me to assign you any tasks, Long Jian-kun." Internally, Long Jian rejoiced, relishing the prospect of continuing his leisurely pursuits. However, curiosity compelled him to inquire, "What brings you to summon me today, Lord Orochimaru?" In response, Snake Uncle produced a scroll and casually tossed it to Long Jian. As he reached out to catch it, he suddenly realized his hands were entirely wrapped in bandages, forcing him to awkwardly grasp it with his cylindrical arms. After a brief struggle, he finally managed to secure the scroll. With a look of exasperation directed at Snake Uncle, Long Jian silently lamented that such a state made it difficult to receive anything. Yet Snake Uncle's golden, snake-like eyes gleamed with interest as he observed him. How amusing it was! Snake Uncle seemed to have changed, now taking the initiative to create opportunities to witness his disciple's clumsiness, no longer the cold, intimidating figure he once was. Snake Uncle then returned to his usual demeanor, instructing, "Do take a look, Long Jian-kun. It pertains to the village's arrangements for you." Long Jian, puzzled, unfurled the scroll, wondering what could warrant such formality. Upon laboriously opening it, he diligently read the contents. The information was succinct, summarizing that due to Nara Long Jian's exceptional performance and remarkable achievements on the battlefield against the Suna shinobi, the village as higher-ups had unanimously decided to promote him to a special jonin of Konoha. Furthermore, once the war concluded or upon Long Jian's return to the village, he would be eligible for promotion to jonin, contingent upon passing the requisite assessments and tests, including theory, practical skills, mission counts, and various accolades. Long Jian contemplated while stroking his chin with his cylindrical arm. "So, I have become a special jonin. Quite impressive, indeed, as it carries more prestige than simply being a chunin," he thought to himself. Observing Long Jian's calm demeanor, Snake Uncle continued, "You are now the village's special jonin, Long Jian-kun. Focus on your recovery. In due time, new assignments will surely come your way, as the war is not yet over." Long Jian nodded, saluting with his cylindrical arms. Hizashi chimed in from the side, "Keep pushing forward, Long Jian. At this rate, you may become the fastest jonin in Konoha's history." Meanwhile, Kaizuko expressed his displeasure. "Damn it, from chief to various genius titles, Long Jian. Are you just targeting me?" Simultaneously, while Long Jian and Snake Uncle were engaged in discussions after enduring multiple battles against the Suna shinobi at the border, the AB team from the Cloud Village was launching an advance attack on Konoha from another direction. The AB team had gained unprecedented renown in the ninja world, their reputation bolstered by the valor and fame amassed during the ongoing war. After careful consideration, the Konoha faction devised a strategy of using poison to counter poison. They dispatched a team led by Feng Shui men to confront the renowned duo of cloud ninjas famed for their unparalleled speed. On the battlefield, Shui men soon faced AI and Karabi. Upon meeting, they felt an immediate camaraderie, as if they had heard of each other's reputations beforehand, instantly recognizing one another's identities. Thus, two formidable ninja masters, distinguished by their swiftness, commenced a deadly duel unseen by ordinary eyes. Do not inquire why. Simply put, it was too fast to perceive. The son of the third Raikage, AI, and Karabi engaged in battle against Konoha's legendary speedster, Feng Shui men. It is no wonder that the ever-reliable Mei displayed exceptional prowess, as Shui men held his ground against two opponents, utilizing his formidable combat awareness to create an equilibrium in the encounter. Observing this, the subordinates from both sides quickly grasped a crucial truth. Engaging these three titans was akin to playing ball, an endeavor futile against such overwhelming strength. Consequently, both factions unanimously chose to retreat. However, following this encounter, Long Jian found himself contemplating a particular question. Since Shui men had already marked AI and Karabi with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could seize the opportunity to strike during a moment of vulnerability. Perhaps while they were preoccupied, a swift Rasengan could be unleashed, dealing a blow at their weakest moment. An idea that seemed promising. In a land of wind, amidst swirling sands and harsh conditions, the village hidden in sand lay adjacent to the largest oasis in this desert expanse. As a gust of wind swept through, a man clad in a flowing purple robe, wearing a conical hat, struggled against the sandstorm. He lifted his gaze, observing the swirling sands above, and sighed. This was none other than our recently recovered Long Jian. Having just regained his health, he was summoned by Uncle Shi, who entrusted him with a formidable task: infiltrate the land of wind, fragment into smaller units, and create chaos behind enemy lines for the Sand Ninjas. Additionally, he was to investigate the whereabouts of the third Kazekage. Was he missing, deceased, or pursuing ulterior motives? Uncle Shi's reasoning was sound. After driving the Sand Ninjas out of the Land of Fire and reclaiming the borders, he had previously dispatched numerous spies into the Land of Wind. This was a strategic preparation for war, aimed at igniting turmoil in the Sand Ninjas' rear, preventing them from coordinating effectively. Currently, the Sand Ninjas and Konoha were embroiled in a stalemate. Ultimately, victory would hinge upon a decisive battle. The Sand Ninjas' most critical weakness, compared to Konoha, was their scarcity of resources and the arduous transportation of supplies. Transporting goods from the village to the front lines was exceedingly laborious. Encountering a sandstorm mid-journey could result in significant losses for the Sand Ninjas. Thus, Uncle Shi resolutely decided to dispatch various talented individuals to disrupt the Sand Ninjas' operations behind the lines. Moreover, Uncle Shi's cautious nature led him to repeatedly ponder the veracity of the third Kazekage's disappearance. After all, the sudden vanishing of a village leader was unprecedented. His concern was that this news could be a smokescreen, a tactic to provoke Konoha into declaring war, while the Kazekage himself lay in wait, ready to strike when vigilance waned. Despite receiving reports from spies in the Sand Ninja camp confirming the Kazekage's disappearance, Uncle Shi maintained a reserved stance on the matter. Additionally, Uncle Shi had other plans. He aimed to decisively defeat the Sand Ninjas on the battlefield. This objective was not solely for Konoha, but also to solidify his own future ambitions. As one of the leading contenders for leadership within Konoha, achieving a monumental victory was paramount. The fate of the third Kazekage, under these circumstances, became exceedingly significant. A shadow-level powerhouse could fundamentally alter the dynamics of the battlefield. Uncle Shi would not allow such a variable to jeopardize his plans. Therefore, he assigned his most trusted individual, his disciple Nara Long Jian, to the Land of Wind to ascertain the truth of the situation. Upon learning of Uncle Shi's assignment, Long Jian's initial reaction was one of refusal. In his heart, he struggled to comprehend the nature of this task. Aside from Xie, he was perhaps the most knowledgeable regarding the whereabouts of the third Kazekage. However, he felt powerless to voice this to Uncle Shi. Thus, Long Jian ultimately chose to shoulder his burdens and departed the village. After several days of arduous travel, he came to fully appreciate the absurdity of the task. Regardless of whether he investigated the Kazekage's fate, he had yet to even catch sight of any Sand Ninja transporting supplies. Long Jian pulled out a map to confirm his current position, ruffling his hair and muttering to himself about the inhospitable conditions of this place. After wandering for a few more days without encountering any Sand Ninjas, He resolved to return and inform Uncle Shi that he had confirmed the third Kazakage's demise, allowing him to rest easy. As he pondered this, he devised a clever strategy for how to respond if Uncle Shi inquired about the basis of his certainty. He would fabricate a tale about encountering a young boy with red hair controlling a puppet of the third Kazakage, even capable of using magnetic release. Perfect. Long Jian rated his ingenious idea an 82 out of 100, reserving the remaining 18 points for himself in a humorous manner. Indeed, no one understood the art of idleness better than he did. After confirming his direction, he continued onward toward areas likely frequented by the Sand Ninjas. Unexpectedly, as Long Jian prepared to indulge in leisure for a few days before returning to the Land of Fire, he stumbled upon a small oasis. Without hesitation, he decided to wash up and take a well-deserved rest. The relentless winds and sands had left him feeling akin to an aged man, far removed from his youthful appearance. Now, Long Jian found himself increasingly admiring Yi Tsang for maintaining such flawless skin. It must require an extraordinary amount of cosmetics. He dashed toward the oasis, quickly disrobing and plunging into the shimmering blue waters. After a moment, he emerged, feeling invigorated and reflecting on the newfound significance of life. If only he could enjoy a refreshing cold drink and a platter of sliced fruits. Ah, such is the essence of existence. Before Long Jian could fully immerse himself in this delightful reverie, he suddenly heard voices approaching, as if a group was heading his way. Instantly, he leaped from the water, hastily covering himself, and grabbed his clothes, darting toward a nearby boulder. Before long, a contingent of Sunagakure ninjas, leading several horse-drawn carts, entered the oasis. One of the Sunagakure ninjas remarked, "Fortune smiles upon us. A new oasis has unexpectedly emerged here." The apparent leader among them, however, calmly instructed, "Everyone, halt and recuperate. We must promptly deliver our supplies to the front lines." Concealed in the shadows, Long Jian, draped in a voluminous robe, discreetly observed the actions of the Sunagakure ninjas. He silently lamented that one should not indulge in idleness at work, for even a moment of leisure could lead to trouble. Yet, as one of the fundamental principles of China dictates, since we are here, we must make the most of it. Long Jian swiftly began forming hand seals, summoning several small serpents that matched the hue of the sand. After forming another seal, these serpents stealthily buried themselves into the surrounding sand, gradually slithering towards the Sunagakure ninjas. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the path the serpents traversed left behind faint black traces, subtle yet persistent, barely noticeable at first glance. Long Jian then concealed himself behind a rock, patiently awaiting the serpents' movements. As the serpents approached their targets, one of the Sunagakure ninjas suddenly noticed the sand at his feet stirring. Years of desert living had accustomed them to such occurrences. He called out to his companion, "Hey, Jiro, be careful. It looks like there's a snake by your feet, considering you an intruder in its territory." Jiro, the ninja in question, casually glanced down, dismissing the presence of various predators hidden in the sand, too numerous to concern himself with. He nonchalantly drew a kunai, preparing to strike at the snake concealed beneath the sand. Just as he was about to throw the kunai, a look of panic suddenly crossed Jiro's face, and his hand froze midair. His body trembled slightly, yet he made no further movement. Observing Jiro's reaction, his nearby comrade assumed he was merely jesting, laughing as he exclaimed, "What's the matter, Jiro?" However, before he could finish, he realized that he, too, could not lift his outstretched hand, panic washing over him as he remained oblivious to what was transpiring. At that moment, the leader of the Sunagakure ninjas lowered his head with great difficulty, glancing at his feet, where a long shadow extended toward a nearby rock, ensnaring many of his comrades in a similar predicament. Behind the rock, Long Jian formed a hand seal and whispered, "Kage, Fuin no Jutsu, Kuro Bienhua." The leader of the Sunagakure ninjas swallowed hard, shouting, "Be on guard. Enemy attack." The few remaining ninjas who had not been ensnared braced themselves for battle. Meanwhile, the leader felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, as in that instant of being ensnared. An image of a Kanahagakure ninja flashed through his mind. Surely, he thought, it cannot be that unlucky to encounter that individual. As shadows began to encircle them, the leader's heart sank entirely. When his head was severed, he beheld a figure emerging from behind a rock, cloaked in a large robe, the lower half obscured. And his final thought was one of dread. Alas, this person is not only formidable, but also a psychological deviant. In the ensuing chaotic scene, Long Jian, clad in a purple battle robe and adorned with his mosaic disguise, swiftly dispatched the Sunagakure supply team, composed of Chunin and Jinin. Now, squatting by the carts, Long Jian examined the supplies, hoping to discover some unique equipment. However, he found nothing of note. Had there been anything exceptional, they would not have dispatched such low-ranking ninjas for transport. Just as he prepared to don his attire and continue his wanderings, he spotted a figure approaching from a distance. Cursing under his breath, Long Jian thought, "What a cursed place this is, a monster magnet." He quickly ducked behind the familiar large rock, reasoning that it was the most reliable refuge. After hastily putting on his pants, he finally freed himself from the mosaic-esque grasp. As he gazed at the approaching figure, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What luck is this?" he mused, vowing never to haphazardly script his own fate again. Just as he pondered how to explain to Uncle Snake that the third Kazekage had perished, he turned to encounter none other than the person most qualified to elucidate the matter within the ninja world, Akatsuki S. Sasori. A boy with striking red hair and a delicate visage strolled forward, appearing youthful and unaltered, as he had yet to transform himself into a puppet. As a genius puppeteer born on the same day as Kishimoto, who inadvertently triggered the Third Shinobi World War, Long Jian recognized the necessity of treating this young prodigy with utmost seriousness. Sasori calmly approached the oasis, cupping his hands to wash his face. Meanwhile, hidden behind the rock, Long Jian's mind sparked with an audacious idea. At this moment, Sasori had yet to be swayed by Conan. This presented an opportunity. Indeed, adolescent boys are easily deceived. Just observe how both Sasori and Deidara were lured into the Akatsuki organization through a combination of manipulation and force. After a brief contemplation, Long Jian resolved to take a significant step. He had been contemplating the establishment of his own faction since he summoned the Shadow Army and began amassing formidable strength. Furthermore, he ruminated on how the village's higher-ups would react once Uncle Snake defected. Unlike the past, Long Jian was not akin to the likes of Akatsuki's former member, who was unwavering in their commitment to protect Kanehagakure. Rather, Long Jian had already begun to emerge as a formidable force, earning a reputation on the battlefield that positioned him among the strongest of the new generation, gradually closing the gap with the preceding era's legends. Long Jian was deeply concerned, with ample reason to suspect that should Uncle Snake follow the same path of defection, he would likely become a target of various protective measures orchestrated by the higher echelons, led by Danzo. Moreover, the third Hokage would probably express support for such actions, as the elder was notoriously conservative, allowing Danzo and his cohorts to act with impunity. Additionally, as a unique bloodline limit, the third Hokage would strive to keep Long Jian firmly under control. If he cannot be kept in check, then he would be buried. Thus, the overarching principle was clear: consolidate power. Long Jian sought to avoid living in such oppressive circumstances. Although the initial dream was merely to survive, it seems that even that has become unattainable. As someone who has never truly engaged, being forced to navigate the expressions of others for survival sends a chill down my spine. Indeed, it is profoundly unsettling. Long Jian, although not a fervent warrior, feels the necessity to carve out an escape route for himself. Should the day come when he must confront the high-ranking officials of the organization, he must have a way to retreat. This does not affect his facade as a congenial gentleman, does it? Before him stands a ravenous red-haired youth, eagerly awaiting Long Jian's approach to conquer him. Long Jian is resolute. Why not give a try? After all, trying costs nothing. Thus, he emerges from behind the stone, maintaining a state of heightened focus, ready to respond to any potential attack from Xia. Xia, sensing the presence of another, pauses his actions and turns to see Long Jian. Momentarily taken aback, Long Jian, clad in a voluminous purple windbreaker with trousers on his lower half and his upper body bare, resembles a devotee of some obscure sect or perhaps an avant-garde fashionista. Xia muses within himself. Is this person harboring some peculiar obsession? Noticing the questioning look in Xia's eyes, Long Jian realizes that his attire appears merely passable. He quickly interjects, "Please wait a moment," and proceeds to change his clothes right before Xia's eyes. After hastily donning his outfit, he clears his throat and elevates his tone, speaking gravely. The leader of one of the 5 great shinobi villages has fallen overnight. This is all part of your scheme, isn't it, Chi-Sha Ji Xia? Upon hearing this, Xia's previously calm expression shifts to one of confusion and astonishment. He believed he had executed this plan with sufficient secrecy, and as far as he knew, no one else was aware. How did this individual acquire such information? Long Jian feels a sense of triumph. Surely, upon their first meeting, he must exert pressure to demonstrate that Xie is but a blank slate before him. He aims to establish a formidable image and anticipates applause. However, Xie is rather unconcerned. After all, having committed such acts, he fears no exposure. He has long decided to defect from Asuna village. Xie coldly inquires, "Who are you exactly?" Long Jian slowly responds, "I am here to invite you to join us." Xie scoffs. "Join Konoha, you say? What a joke." He then unfurls a scroll from within his clothing, quickly revealing a large characters emblazoned upon it. With a swift bite to his finger, he slams it onto the scroll, causing a plume of smoke to erupt. As the smoke dissipates, a puppet crafted in the likeness of the third Kazekage materializes before Long Jian. Holding the chakra strings, Xie declares coldly, "Since you are aware of this matter, allow me to present to you my most exquisite masterpiece." Without further ado, he launches into an attack. Long Jian hastily gestures, attempting to pacify Xie before he makes his next move. "I assure you, it is not an invitation to Konoha. I am here to invite you to join our artist association." Upon hearing the term art, Xie halts his actions, looking at Long Jian with curiosity. "Artist association? What on earth is that? I have never heard of it." Long Jian perceives the glimmer of interest and presses on. "It is an organization aimed at gathering artists of all kinds from around the world. Here, no one cares about your village affiliation, nor whether you are a rogue ninja, and certainly no one cares about your past deeds. Everyone has but one goal, for the sake of art." Xie ponders this, stroking his chin. This is intriguing. A novel concept indeed. However, does this fellow's notion of art pertain to his earlier odd attire? If so, this artist association must be a trivial organization. Xie glances skeptically at Long Jian and cannot help but ask, "Do you truly understand what art is?" Long Jian, observing the evident disbelief in Xie's expression, replies calmly, "Art is subjective. Each person possesses their own interpretation. You have your art, which earns you the title of artist, while I too have my own form of life art. Art knows no hierarchy. It is the passion for art that beautifies the world, defined solely by the sincerity of those who pursue it." Xie's movements falter for a moment. He finds himself somewhat less irritated with this Konoha individual. It appears he possesses a rather profound understanding of art. However, it seems this fellow is oblivious to the essence of Xie's own art. Xie interrupts Long Jian, stating, "Art must be enduring and beautiful. True art embodies eternal beauty." Long Jian, shaking his head, counters, "In my view, eternal beauty certainly constitutes art. However, as an artist, you must have your own motivations." Xie gazes at Long Jian in confusion. Long Jian continues, "The desire for the eternal stems from a fear of loss. It is precisely due to an awareness of the ease with which one can lose and the pain of disappearance that one becomes obsessively dedicated to the pursuit of eternity. Does it not, Xie?" Although Xie is reluctant to admit it, Long Jian's words resonate deeply within him, reflecting his true thoughts. This individual has so audaciously revealed the innermost feelings of his heart. How does he seem to understand me so well? Xie muses, while he feels a twinge of urgency. He cannot deny that Long Jian's words have struck a chord. Regaining his composure, Xie pulls the third Kazekage puppet closer, his gaze turning icy. "You possess some understanding of art, it seems. But to think that such a level of comprehension could entice me to join is rather preposterous. Perhaps transforming someone like you, who claims to understand art, into a puppet will better affirm the validity of my art." He then manipulates the third Kazekage puppet to charge at Long Jian. Long Jian, bemused, thinks to himself that perhaps pleasant discourse is ineffective after all. It appears he must engage in combat. Since the esteemed individual does not wish to discuss the true essence of art, allow me to demonstrate some tactics of my own. The puppet version of the third Kazekage extends blades from its sleeves, spinning forward to strike at Long Jian. Long Jian, witnessing the fierce assault from the third Kazekage, closes his eyes momentarily. A day has passed, and he opens them again, his pupils now a blood-red hue. He then vanishes from sight. The third Kazekage's attack misses, and Xie's expression shifts to one of seriousness as he scans for Long Jian's whereabouts, realizing he may have underestimated him. Utilizing his acute sensory abilities, Xie swiftly directs the third Kazekage puppet to strike at an empty space. Suddenly, Long Jian reappears, wielding Mo Xie, and intercepts the third Kazekage's attack. His crimson eyes, devoid of emotion, fixate on Xie as he coldly states, Since reason fails to persuade you, allow me to demonstrate the significance of joining us through strength. At this moment, Sierra reveals a disdainful smile. You are merely a child. Is this not simply a matter of fighting? Bring it on. Who is afraid of whom? I would be a coward to back down. Observing the stark contrast in Long Jian's demeanor compared to before, Xie cannot help but scoff. Honestly, you are quite the confident one. How audacious you are. Subsequently, as the chakra thread swayed, the third Kazekage opened his mouth wide, releasing a torrent of sand and iron akin to crashing waves. Scorpion was prepared to engage in earnest. Noticing this, Long Jian swiftly evaded the attack range of the third Kazekage, his crimson eyes betraying no change in expression. Then, a stunning spectacle unfolded before Scorpion's eyes. Two enormous black bat wings suddenly extended from Long Jian's back, stirring the air around him with a resonant whoosh. Channeling the power of the Yi Fu mask, Long Jian ascended into the sky, wielding the enchanted blade Moxia. From Scorpion's vantage point against the light, all that could be perceived were the striking crimson pupils and the ominous aura emanating from the black-purple blade. Scorpion silently marveled at this extraordinary ninjutsu. Unceasingly, he manipulated the chakra threads, condensing the emitted sand and iron into countless fine needles, which he hurled towards Long Jian at breakneck speed. Magnet release, sand iron rain. This ninjutsu was familiar to Long Jian, renowned for its extensive range and prolonged duration, a signature move of the third Kazekage. However, as Long Jian flared his wings, he vanished from sight once more. Scorpion's eyes widened in astonishment. His speed was astonishingly swift, far beyond what could be easily captured. Initially, Scorpion had believed that although Long Jian was fast, he could simply overwhelm him with firepower, rendering evasion impossible. Yet, upon unfurling his bat wings, Scorpion realized that his sand iron rain could only follow behind Long Jian. Trailing in its wake, Long Jian flapped his wings with renewed velocity, leaving afterimages in the air. Each time, he skillfully dodged the onslaught of sand iron rain. The integration of the Yi Fu mask not only enhanced Long Jian's speed, but also significantly amplified his perception and reflexes. The exhilarating speed was intoxicating for Long Jian. Haha, cannot best me, can you? There's nothing I can do. I am simply this formidable. Ha ha ha, cannot catch up to me, can you? La la la. Scorpion concentrated, unleashing more sand iron from the third Kazekage's mouth. The chakra threads danced in his hands, his gaze filled with lethal intent. The expelled sand iron began to transform into fine particles, dispersing through the air, as Long Jian sped past, scattering the sand iron needles with Moxia. More sand iron filled the battlefield. Scorpion perceived his objective achieved, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Magnet release, sand iron domain." A vast expanse of scattered sand iron rapidly coalesced, merging in the air to form a large, spiked barrier that pierced towards Long Jian with ferocity. This technique represented the third Kazekage's most potent form of attack, capable of restricting range and density. Even with the Yi Fu mask, Long Jian could not traverse the sand iron domain at will. The inherent magnetic properties of the sand iron made evasion exceedingly difficult, not to mention the extensive barrier and the barrage of attacks akin to a hailstorm. Most remarkably, Scorpion could manipulate the third Kazekage, moving and attacking freely within a barrier. A series of thunderous crashes echoed, accompanied by swirling sand kicked up by the violent assault. Instantly, a sandstorm arose, forcing Scorpion to shield his eyes from the fine particles. Yet, a hint of disappointment flickered within him. Alas, such a degree of attack will not suffice to turn the body into a puppet. What a pity. It was rather fine material. This fellow seems to understand me well, but alas, Scorpion thought to himself. As the dust settled, Scorpion surveyed the aftermath of the assault. The towering sand iron domain encapsulated a vast area, filled with a multitude of jagged spikes, presenting a terrifying level of threat. However, Scorpion was puzzled. He did not see Long Jian's body. Surely, such an onslaught could not have reduced him to ashes? Just as Scorpion pondered this, a shadow that appeared liquid-like began to emerge from the sand iron domain, spreading towards him. Scorpion's instincts alerted him to danger. He swiftly commanded the third Kazekage to retreat. Gradually, Long Jian's figure ascended from the shadows outside the sand iron domain. Scorpion squinted, gazing at the unharmed Long Jian, his astonishment deepening. This could be considered one of his most powerful strikes, employing his intellect to set a trap for Long Jian. He never anticipated that this fellow would evade it so effortlessly. What ability is this? Is it related to shadows? Scorpion's mind swirled with questions. Long Jian unfurled his enormous bat wings once more, swirling mo xia in a flourish as a chilling voice resonated. Finished already? Now it's my turn. You see, I am not particularly honorable. Those in my line of work say I bully the weak. However, I trust our esteemed artist. Chisa no Scorpion would not mind such trivialities, would you? A foreboding sensation surged within Scorpion, for he perceived a glimmer of playful intrigue in Long Jian's eyes. Observing Long Jian hovering in the air, Scorpion felt a sense of indignation. Indeed, your abilities are formidable and peculiar, with astonishing speed and elusive maneuvers that make it exceedingly difficult for Chisa no Scorpion to subdue you. Yet, this does not imply you can defeat me. When it comes to a face-off, the outcome remains uncertain. Scorpion mused. The notion of bullying the weak was still fresh in his mind, and he was eager to ascertain just how formidable Long Jian truly was. Just as this thought crossed Scorpion's mind, a figure began to rise from the shadow beneath Long Jian's feet, its skin pink, green hair flowing, a katana at its waist, and elongated fangs protruding. Meanwhile, a towering figure, green-skinned and menacing, stood behind Long Jian, towering at a staggering height of 5 to 6 meters. Simultaneously, a fleeting shadow zipped by, revealing a lithe form adorned with bat wings identical to Long Jian's, its speed so rapid that Scorpion struggled to track its movements. Long Jian's voice rang out, "Long time no see. Let's enjoy the fresh air, my 3 generals." Nai Jia, Sa Mo, and Bate opened their eyes, their gaze aflame with a predatory intensity directed at Scorpion. Under the scrutiny of 4 pairs of blood-red eyes, Scorpion felt an involuntary shiver creep up his spine. What kind of technique is this? Summoning? Puppetry? Or something else? Scorpion pondered in confusion. Although Long Jian was not inherently combative, his generals were driven by an insatiable desire for battle. A day without conflict left them restless. The purpose of the Shadow Legion was endless conquest, slaughter, and domination. Having finally emerged from the Shadow Kingdom, even the typically composed Nai Jia exhibited a hint of excitement. Nai Jia had thought the king might have confined him due to a prior mishap, but being summoned by Long Jian once more alleviated his concerns. Long Jian, gazing at his 3 formidable generals and then at Scorpion in the distance, spoke, "Scorpion, if you could defeat me and my generals, then the earlier invitation will be rendered null and void. However, I do not believe you possess the capability to win." Faced with this prodigious puppet master from the land of wind, who had vanquished the 3rd Kazekage, Long Jian showed no mercy. He unleashed his 3 generals, preparing to impart a valuable lesson to Scorpion. In the present moment, Scorpion has yet to fully transform into a puppet, and his power has not reached its zenith. Even if Long Jian were to falter, Scorpion would be utterly incapable of hindering his departure. This is the source of Long Jian's confidence. However, Long Jian believes that Scorpion's abilities are still within his control, which is why he feels assured about this battle. In ancient times, 3 heroes contended against Lu Bu. Now, Long Jian has dispatched 3 generals to confront Qi Sha. Scorpion, observing Long Jian with his bat-like wings and the 3 fierce generals, retorted defiantly, "Humph. Speak of victory only when you can achieve it." Long Jian addressed his companions, "Treat our guest well and let him witness the strength of the Heiying Corps." Simultaneously, Nija and the others responded, "We shall obey our king's command." As soon as the words left his lips, General Ba Te surged forward, propelled by his remarkable speed. Charging directly at Scorpion, Scorpion's pupils constricted, and he swiftly executed his technique, magnetic escape, sand iron wings. This technique, developed by the 3rd Kazekage, is designed for aerial combat. High-density, sand iron coalesced on the shoulders of the 3rd Kazekage, forming massive bird-like wings. Ascending into the sky, he met General Ba Te head-on. General Ba Te, upon seeing this, thought, a flying opponent. However, the sky is General Ba Te's domain. He unleashed a barrage of concentrated light waves, resembling a machine gun, bombarding the 3rd Kazekage. Scorpion, maneuvering the 3rd Kazekage, retaliated with countless sand iron feathers shot from the center of the wings, launching long-range assaults against General Ba Te and the approaching Nija and Samo. This type of attack from the 3rd Kazekage is lethal to ordinary ninjas. Mere contact could incapacitate them, and the speed is so swift that it is nearly impossible to perceive, each feather possessing homing capabilities. Regrettably for Scorpion, he is not facing ordinary ninjas, but the indomitable Hei Ing core. Nija seamlessly merged into the shadow realm expanded by Long Jian, vanishing just as his katana erupted with a dark purple glow. Samo, in a more exaggerated manner, crossed his arms and absorbed the shadow power, coalescing a shadow barrier before him, charging headlong through the onslaught of feathers towards Scorpion. Meanwhile, Bak-te, reveling in the challenge, engaged in a clash with the magnetic escape of the third Kazekage. The sky erupted in a dazzling display akin to fireworks. Long Jian, holding Mo Xia, observed with a detached gaze as Scorpion was besieged by the three generals. Scorpion found himself enveloped by his own shadow realm, lacking any intelligence on Long Jian's capabilities and combat characteristics, while Long Jian was all too familiar with Scorpion's various abilities. Though this battle appeared superficially balanced, the scales of victory had already tilted in Long Jian's favor. General Bate continuously inflicted wounds upon the third Kazekage puppet, while Samo charged directly at Scorpion, seizing a massive boulder and unleashing a powerful strike towards him. Nija, with fervor, emerged from the shadows, each appearance marked by a cunning, ethereal blade of light aimed at Scorpion's vital points. Under the relentless onslaught from the three generals, Scorpion found himself completely on the defensive. With Bate soaring through the skies alongside the third Kazekage, Nija's elusive presence, and Samo, who was unfazed by Scorpion's abilities, Scorpion felt overwhelmed. Just as he struggled to maintain his composure, Long Jian's thoughts shifted, and General Bak-te vanished from the air, reappearing behind the third Kazekage. His light waves surged toward the puppet, transforming in an instant into a binding light that ensnared the third Kazekage. With excitement gleaming in his crimson eyes, Bak-te exclaimed, "Gotcha!" He then forcefully swung the third Kazekage toward Samo. Samo, with powerful strides, unleashed a forceful punch, the wind howling around him. The fist, pulsating with shadow power, exuded a menacing aura, crashing into the puppet and sending it flying. Materials began to fall from the third Kazekage, scattering to the sides. Following this, Nija emerged from the shadows, his eyes ablaze with red energy. Draw slash. He executed a swift draw and sheath of his blade in one fluid motion. A stunning dark purple blade of light streaked across the air like a brilliant meteor. In the blink of an eye, the third Kazekage puppet was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Scorpion, with a grave expression, gazed at Long Jian and the three shadow generals beside him, his mind overwhelmed with astonishment. He looked down at the ground beneath him, now shrouded in shadows, realizing that Long Jian, with his enigmatic abilities, could have easily ended his life in the recent battle. Yet, Long Jian refrained from striking, opting instead to decisively defeat his prize puppet. It was as if he was conveying that he possessed the power to eliminate me. It chose not to. Scorpion began to comprehend Long Jian's intentions, reflecting inwardly. Then, with a single hand gesture, Scorpion whispered, "Ha!" The now severed third Kazekage puppet transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. After a cordial exchange, a now enlightened Scorpion spoke calmly, "I concede. I have no choice. Take me with you." Long Jian, witnessing the successful persuasion of Scorpion, smiled with satisfaction. Observing Scorpion's fearless demeanor, he remarked, "You are far more understanding than I anticipated, Scorpion." Subsequently, he withdrew from the battle form of the fusion mask and sheathed Mo Xia. "We prioritize sincerity, a true exchange of intentions. Since you have laid down your arms, we too shall not remain on high alert." Suppressing the discomfort in his mind, Long Jian extended his hand toward Scorpion, sincerely stating, "Welcome aboard." Scorpion grasped Long Jian's hand, replying, "I merely wish to see what the other members of this organization, which invites artists, are like." He then looked at Long Jian, stating earnestly, "Just like your ninjutsu and abilities, I hope to find more inspiration there to pursue my art." Long Jian, somewhat awkwardly, chuckled. You're the first. However," he continued, "as for our organization, it possesses a unique nature. Within it, there are no rigid constraints like those of other groups. As long as you are like-minded, you will fulfill your responsibilities. As for the rest, you are entirely free." Turning to Scorpion, who now bore no forehead protector, Long Jian added, "Of course, the organization will provide some degree of protection for renegade ninjas like yourself. However, if you push too far and meet your demise, you cannot blame others." Scorpion nonchalantly nodded, indicating his understanding. Matters of life and death had long ceased to concern him. The meaning of his existence now lies in the pursuit of his eternal art. Yet he silently mused that this organization sounds rather appealing. There are no personal restrictions, nor are there many demands. All that is required is that you exert yourself diligently when called upon, and during other times, you may do as you please. When not busy, there is a group of fellow patients, no artists, exchanging their artistic maladies. In times of conflict, one can rally support to aid oneself. Everyone is welcome to join this venture. If Xia were aware that, in this so-called artist association mentioned by Long Jian, he is the first member aside from Long Jian, what do you think? Long Jian reassures that there is no need for haste. Growth and strength will come in due time. Although Xia had always perceived himself as exceptionally formidable, after being outnumbered by Long Jian today, he silently resolved that in future confrontations, he too would relish the thrill of overwhelming others with numbers. Even if no allies are present, he must embody the spirit of one who stands alone as an army. Let not be forgotten, he is indeed a great puppeteer. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, the wheels of fate, influenced by Long Jian, have begun to turn quietly. Xia follows Long Jian, traversing the desert, continuously conveying his artistic style and thoughts. Long Jian responds with a calm demeanor, employing the principles of 21st century Tai Chi to leave Xia bewildered. Eventually, Xia cannot help but inquire, "What is your art, Long Jian?" After a brief contemplation, Long Jian replies, "Cloud heart without self, cloud self without heart." Xia's mind fills with confusion, questioning the meaning of such words. Long Jian slowly raises his hand, pointing to the clouds drifting above, and explains, "Clouds roll and disperse, serene and carefree, devoid of self-attachment, unburdened by concerns. When I gaze at the clouds, I am free from their constraints and the complexities of my thoughts. My state of mind is as carefree as the clouds." Xia gazes thoughtfully at the slowly drifting clouds, acknowledging that he does not fully comprehend, yet senses an air of sophistication. He appears both perplexed and impressed, feeling that Long Jian's art is indeed of a high caliber. Long Jian asserts, "These 8 characters encapsulate 5,000 years of profound heritage. Can you grasp their essence?" He then gazes calmly at Xia and continues, "In truth, my greatest artistic endeavor is to seek, discover, and unite you artists, inviting you into the same organization. The collision of diverse arts is the essence of 100 schools contending, the luminous moment of art." As Xia observes Long Jian at this moment, it seems as though a divine light emanates from him, rendering Xia momentarily blinded. How magnificent! This person is truly remarkable. The persistence of art is sustained by individuals like Long Jian. Those who tirelessly strive for its advancement can undoubtedly be considered kindred spirits. In Xia's heart, he begins to acknowledge Long Jian's artistry and mindset, forming a sense of belonging to this association comprised solely of him and Long Jian. Thus, Long Jian and Xia meandered within the Wind Country for several days, amicably sharing their perspectives on art while deepening their bond. One day, Xia led Long Jian to a small ninja village, allowing him to witness the creation of Xia's eternal art up close. It must be said, it indeed left Long Jian feeling somewhat unwell. Xia, with an innocent visage, engaged in activities that were anything but harmless. Long Jian reflects inwardly, realizing that true genius stands on one side, while madness looms on the other. They're merely a thought apart. The days of interaction have led Xia to regard Long Jian as a teammate. While not yet a deep camaraderie, a collaborative relationship has been established. As Long Jian, holding a map, scans their surroundings, he turns to Xia and says, "I shall return to the Fire Country first. Do you wish to accompany me, Xia?" After a moment of thought, Xia shakes his head and replies, "I intend to continue searching for materials in the Wind Country for a while longer, so I will not accompany you. Regarding the task you mentioned about the dragon veins and the land of ghosts, I will seek out and monitor relevant information. I will contact you as soon as I have news." Long Jian nods, patting Xia on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. Should there be any developments, or if you require assistance, simply reach out to me via the informant snake I provided." Such is the advantage of organization. Tasks can be directly assigned to members, saving both time and effort. Long Jian shares his thoughts with Xia about seizing the dragon veins and the Witch of the Land of Ghosts, emphasizing that these are invaluable treasures of the ninja world that should not be squandered. However, Long Jian suddenly finds himself envious of Nagato's ability to connect everyone through video calls, facilitating the exchange of information and coordination of tasks, a convenience that eludes him, forcing him to rely on various summoning beasts or the most rudimentary method of carrier pigeons. He ponders the necessity of establishing a dedicated communication role within his organization. Xia, observing Long Jian lost in thought, turns to leave, but Long Jian suddenly calls him back. Tossing a few items to him, Xie raises his hand to catch them and looks down to find a loose black and purple robe adorned with golden patterns, exuding an air of sophistication. The most striking feature is the two large white characters emblazoned on the back, Justice. Xie gazes at Long Jian in confusion, to which Long Jian naturally responds, "This is the exclusive attire for our association members. It must be worn when carrying out tasks or to signify our identity. It looks quite cool." Xie, with an expression of disdain, examines the robe. It must be said, the fabric and craftsmanship are indeed exquisite and refined, possessing a certain elegance suitable for both cold winters and hot summers. Long Jian affirms, "Of course. This was crafted by the Ninja Brigade, working tirelessly overnight." Xie, puzzled, inquires, "What does this justice signify?" Long Jian, with an air of certainty, replies, "Justice, of course. Do you not understand? Everything we artists do is inherently just. We are the bearers of justice. Should anyone disagree, we shall make them feel the true essence of our justice." After hearing Long Jian's explanation, Xie wishes to retort, but finds himself at a loss for words. He resigns himself, thinking, "You are the boss," and subsequently dons the robe. To his surprise, paired with Xie's youthful visage, it indeed creates a unique charm. Long Jian, pleased with Xie's compliance, nods approvingly. Xie then picks up another item, a finely crafted ring. Unlike the rings of the Akatsuki, this one is engraved with the pattern of the shadow soldiers' masks, emanating a mysterious allure. This too was crafted by us overnight. The design of Xie's ring, featuring the mask motif of the Ninja Brigade, holds significant meaning as the first member of the artist organization and as the first summoned shadow soldier by Long Jian. Thus, the ring is designed accordingly. After examining the ring, Xie slips it onto his left index finger and waves his hand, remarking, "This token possesses a certain artistic flair, far superior to the robe." He then turns and departs. Long Jian gazed at the retreating silhouette of Xie, adorned with the grand characters of justice emblazoned on his back, and a genuine smile of satisfaction blossomed on his face. The future holds promise indeed. Let us thrive and achieve greatness once more. After parting ways with Xie, Long Jian journeyed for over half a month, meandering along the path and dispatching 2 small squads of Sunanin, ultimately returning to the borders of the Land of Fire. Upon reaching the boundary, Long Jian made his way directly to the command post of Uncle Shi. Given that this mission was entrusted to him by his mentor, it was essential for Uncle Shi to perceive his earnestness. Long Jian requested a ninja stationed outside the command post to inform Uncle Shi of his return, and then he awaited outside the tent. The familiar raspy voice of Uncle Shi echoed from within. "Enter, Long Jian-kun." Upon hearing this, Long Jian stepped inside the tent, only to find that Uncle Shi was alone, likely having taken others out to engage in battle with the Sunanin. Uncle Shi regarded Long Jian, who appeared weary from his travels, and hoarsely inquired, "You have worked hard, Long Jian-kun. How did the mission fare?" Long Jian took a moment to collect his thoughts. Xie was now his ally, and he needed to carefully consider how to convey the fact that the third Kazekage had perished without revealing Xie's identity. He spoke, "Orochimaru-sensei, I can confirm that the third Kazekage is dead." Uncle Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this revelation. "Oh, what transpired, Long Jian-kun?" Long Jian replied, "I ventured deep into the Land of Wind, intending to intercept small squads of Sunanin while investigating this matter. A few days ago, while resting near a village, I witnessed a mysterious figure clad in a voluminous robe manipulating a puppet to massacre the villagers. I observed for a long while, and the puppet exhibited remarkable strength. The jutsu employed by that puppet was none other than the unique magnet release bloodline limit of the third Kazekage." Uncle Shi fell into contemplation upon hearing this. He trusted Long Jian's words. After all, if he did not, he would not have assigned Long Jian to such a significant task. However, the assassination of the third Kazekage and his transformation into a puppet, retaining his original magnet release abilities, was indeed a curious affair. Uncle Shi pondered and then addressed Long Jian. "Did you not engage with this enigmatic figure in black?" Long Jian, upon hearing Uncle Shi's question, appeared troubled and replied, "Sensei, that person is likely the ruthless individual who dealt with the third Kazekage. I am but a slender youth. How could I dare to challenge such a formidable opponent? A moment's carelessness could lead to my demise in the Land of Wind. I trust that you, Orochimaru-sensei, would not wish for your beloved disciple to become a puppet." Uncle Shi nodded in apparent agreement, acknowledging Long Jian's rapid growth in strength. Yet, Pitting him against an unknown, likely shadow-level adversary was indeed a considerable burden. Nonetheless, confirming the death of the third Kazekage was sufficient. Uncle Shi regarded the travel-worn Long Jian and spoke in his gravelly voice. You have truly exerted yourself, Long Jianquan. Take this time to rest well. Long Jian, upon hearing this, felt an immense relief wash over him. A vacation was in order. He quickly responded to Uncle Shi. It was no trouble at all. It brings me joy to alleviate my teacher's burdens. His words prompted a slight nod from Uncle Shi. Regardless of the sincerity behind his statement, it was comforting to hear. Subsequently, Long Jian prepared to depart from Uncle Shi's command tent. Before he exited, Uncle Shi's voice called out once more, be sure to adjust your state of mind, Long Jianquan. The final battle may be upon us soon. Acknowledging Uncle Shi's subtle reminder, Long Jian nodded in agreement, indicating his understanding. The decisive confrontation with the Sunanin appeared imminent. During his respite at the border, Long Jian also gleaned some of the latest developments in the ninja world from Uncle Shi. Recently, the forces of Kumogakure had not gained significant advantages on the battlefield in the Land of Fire due to the presence of Namikaze Minato. Consequently, the higher-ups of Kumogakure, unwilling to return empty-handed, issued new orders to the AB team. After receiving these new directives, the AB team, alongside the third Raikage, turned their attention to the tumultuous Sunanin. At this juncture, the Sunanin appeared to be in a state of disarray akin to a turtle in shallow water. They fancied themselves as the dominant force. Yet when faced with adversity, they wished to retreat, unwilling to take responsibility. Meanwhile, Chiyoba and the siblings, Hozuki and Chiyo, were embroiled in a fierce tug-of-war with Uncle Shi. This only exacerbated the already strained resources of Sunanin families. To compound this, Uncle Shi deliberately allowed the news of the third Kazekage's assassination to circulate and gradually solidify. He even added his own embellishments, spreading rumors that the third Kazekage had been transformed into a puppet, possibly at the hands of Chiyoba, while Hozuki acted as her accomplice. The two had conspired to eliminate the third Kazekage in a bid to seize control of Suna village and the Land of Wind. This led to heightened chaos among the already anxious Sunanin as various factions emerged, each believing themselves capable of vying for the position of village leader. Yet, they were all reluctant to commit their own forces to external conflicts. Even the daimyos of the Land of Wind issued an ultimatum to Suna village. Failing to defeat Konoha would be disgraceful enough, but allowing Kumogakure to seize their territory would be the end of their play. On the front lines, Chiyoba and Hozuki felt their thinning hairlines become even more pronounced under the strain of the impending conflict. One head was troublesome enough. Exhausted, let all be annihilated. Long Jian couldn't help but marvel at Uncle Shi's talent for rumor-mongering. He truly lived up to his reputation as the disaster wind, crafting such targeted speculations. Remarkably, the death of the third Kazekage was indeed connected to Chiyoba. However, it was not due to the unfortunate sibling duo, but rather the handiwork of Chiyoba's grandson. My new ally, the illustrious Akasuna no Sia. They had dealt with the younger generation, and now the older generation was suffering. Meanwhile, Uncle Shi keenly seized the opportunity to resolve to engage in a final showdown with the Sunanin. The battleground was designated at Kikyo Mountain. Upon hearing Uncle Shi's plan, relevant memories surged forth in Long Jian's mind. Surviving this decisive battle would likely signal the end of the conflict for the Sunanin. Long Jian mused quietly to himself. However, he found it difficult to relax. He was acutely aware that many significant events in the Third Great Ninja War had yet to unfold, and that numerous tasks remained undone. Long Jian's heart harbored a multitude of changes he wished to enact. Otherwise, he would not have taken Xie from the clutches of the Akatsuki. As a player of this narrative, having lived through it once, it was not in Long Jian's nature to refrain from attempting to alter the course of events. Thus, he was fully prepared to stir up trouble during this ninja conflict, with the unwavering condition of preserving his own life. After all, Long Jian has always adhered to a fundamental principle. A dead comrade is better than a living practitioner. Following nearly a month of recuperation, Long Jian was abruptly awakened by a piercing whistle. Momentarily disoriented, he quickly regained his composure. This was the signal for all combat personnel to assemble. Hastily donning his combat attire and grabbing his ninja toolkit, Long Jian dashed out of the resting tent. However, he was still clad in the attire of a chunin, having had no opportunity to return to the village for a change. Nonetheless, this suited him well, allowing him to maintain his unpredictable persona. Upon stepping outside, Long Jian noticed that many of the Konoha ninjas had already gathered, seemingly having received prior notification, standing in formation according to their respective battle teams. Long Jian felt a bit bewildered, pondering where he should position himself. Why did everyone appear to know what was happening while he was left in the dark? It seemed he had been excluded from the prearranged rehearsal. He silently lamented, "Why am I isolated by Konoha?" Just as Long Jian was about to slip into a gap in the ranks, he caught the gaze of his instructor, Orochimaru, who stood on a high platform in full combat gear, observing him with a mix of exasperation and concern. This disciple was certainly embarrassing him. Clearing his throat, Orochimaru fixed his eyes on Long Jian. Feeling a sudden awareness, Long Jian turned and met Orochimaru's gaze. Orochimaru conveyed with his eyes, "What are you sneaking around for? Come over here." Long Jian responded with confusion. "Huh? Where?" Orochimaru gestured. "On the platform." Long Jian stammered. "Me? Next to you, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru replied, "What else? Should you stand on my head?" Long Jian quickly ascended the platform, feeling both anxious and honored. On the platform, it was not just Orochimaru. Behind him stood the various Jonin, the leaders of each battle team. As a distinguished ninja who had achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield of Suna, Long Jian had been recognized as a special Jonin by the village, thus deserving a place beside Orochimaru as elite forces of Konoha prepared to mobilize. His presence was meant to inspire confidence among the Konoha ninjas, reassuring them that they had formidable allies. Long Jian mused, "Sorry, folks, I'm just getting used to this. It's my first time being the pillar of support in front of everyone, and it feels quite strange." Orochimaru, feeling a sense of responsibility as a teacher, thought to himself how challenging it was to showcase his pupil. Long Jian stood beside him, noticing a familiar face, Hyuga Hisashi, on the platform. He turned to greet Hisashi, who nodded back in friendly acknowledgement. With most of the personnel gathered, Orochimaru began the final pre-battle mobilization. His resonant voice echoed with two simple words, "Move out." All Konoha combat personnel surged forward, a formidable force, heading straight for Kikyo Mountain. Meanwhile, the Suna ninjas, under immense pressure from the daimyo of the Land of Wind and Orochimaru's relentless schemes, found themselves exhausted and demoralized. The morale was so low that there were whispers of retreat. Chiyo, the commander of the Suna forces, understood that this battle would determine the war's outcome. Should they fail again, it would result in Konoha's victory, leaving Suna with no choice but to withdraw, facing dire consequences such as reparations and territorial concessions that would further impoverish their already struggling village. Observing the despondency among the Suna ninjas, Chiyo felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if defeat was inevitable. However, she had never been one to retreat without a fight. Rallying all the Suna combat personnel, they charged towards Kikyo Mountain to face Konoha in their final showdown. The two forces soon converged upon Kikyo Mountain. Orochimaru, standing on the rocks with Konoha's troops, surveyed the gathering Suna ninjas below, exuding an air of superiority. Chiyo, leading her troops through the forest to this open ground, lifted her gaze to see Orochimaru, who perpetually wore a confident smile, as if victory was already assured. Fuming, she remarked that brat Orochimaru, just like his deceased disciple, is insufferable. Long Jian, standing behind Orochimaru, suddenly sneezed. "Who is thinking of me?" He pondered, rubbing his nose. Yet, he observed the two sides, Konoha and Suna, standing in silence, each casting murderous glares at the other, waiting for their leaders to issue the command to charge forward. Long Jian thought to himself, "I guess I'm playing the role of the leader now." He even began to hum a tune, feeling unfazed in the tense atmosphere. Hisashi beside him couldn't he help but admire Long Jian's ability to remain relaxed even in such a nerve-wracking moment, even humming an odd melody. Chiyo called out to Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, are you bringing this many people to accompany an old woman like me to the grave?" Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of danger in his expression. His raspy voice replied, "Chiyo, you truly have a sense of humor. Who could guarantee the defeat of someone as formidable as you? However, it would be wise for someone of your age to stay home and enjoy your twilight years, rather than run about. After all, injuries at your age can be quite troublesome." Chiyo retorted coldly, "Then you might as well come and see for yourself if I have truly aged, and whether I can still handle a brat like you from Konoha." Orochimaru, with his characteristic gesture of licking his lips, chose not to respond further, but instead raised his right hand. Chiyo, noticing this, braced herself for battle. Orochimaru swiftly brought his hand down, signaling the Konoha ninjas to grasp their weapons and charge at the Suna forces. The Suna ninjas, not to be outdone, met Konoha's advance head-on. Instantly, the air was filled with shouts, chaos, and the sounds of jutsu and weapons clashing. The ninjas from both sides converged on the front lines, like two raging torrents colliding in a fierce battle. The battlefield erupted into chaos, a scene of grandeur that even Long Jian could not help but feel inspired by. Grasping the sword Magia, he charged forward alongside the ninjas below, shouting fervently, "Let us go, brothers! Cut them down!" His commanding presence resembled that of a formidable leader from Coppergong Bay. Strikingly, the surrounding Konoha ninjas seemed to be influenced by Long Jian's fervor, echoing his battle cries. "Kill them! Cut them down!" They rallied, their voices rising in a fervent chorus. The atmosphere was electric, stirring the spirits of the Konoha forces. Uncle Shi, with a resigned expression, rubbed his forehead, acknowledging that his disciple was indeed a remarkable genius, managing to elicit unexpected reactions from everyone around him. The renowned battle of Jeking Mountain commenced amidst the cacophony of shouts for bloodshed. The forces of Konoha and Sunagakure collided like two torrential rivers, each side seeking their respective adversaries, revealing their hidden cards. Some ninjas faced off against old rivals, their comrades or friends having perished at the hands of the other. The sight of enemies ignited their animosity further, as they unleashed their full power to vanquish one another. For many ninjas on both sides, this conflict had devolved into a tormenting ordeal. The relentless warfare exhausted even the most steadfast of ninjas, as they yearned for victory to return home, perhaps earning a reprieve from the brutality of war. Conversely, the Sunagakure ninjas were desperate not to falter, having ignited the conflict. They found themselves besieged and retreating under the pressure. A decisive victory on the battlefield was essential for Sunagakure to redeem their honor. Otherwise, they would be relegated to the status of the defeated in this sweeping third great ninja war, stripped of dignity. Chiyo was at the forefront, energetically manipulating four puppets, charging alongside the vanguard of Sunagakure into the Konoha ranks. Her chakra danced as the puppets provided impenetrable protection while mercilessly reaping the lives of Konoha's ninjas. Ordinary captains dared not approach Chiyo. Meanwhile, Uncle Shi entered the fray with Konoha's elite forces, resembling a colossal meat grinder, crushing the lives of the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas. On the battlefield, Uncle Shi unleashed his prowess, employing various lethal techniques. Most terrifying were the snakes under his command, displaying remarkable intelligence as they stealthily prowled the battlefield, seeking their prey. One moment, a ninja might be engaged in combat, and the next, they could find themselves bitten, succumbing to dizziness, convulsions, and ultimately death. Even more disheartening for the Sunagakure forces was that most of Konoha's elite jonin suffered no significant injuries despite fierce counterattacks from the Sunagakure ninjas. Uncle Shi, in contrast, emerged from the chaos unscathed, his attire scarcely soiled. Upon returning to the village, his description of the war varied greatly. To the third Hokage, he expressed extreme anxiety. To Long Jian, he merely noted a slight smudge on his clothing, and to his social circle, he shared tales of minor wear and tear. After leading Konoha's elite into battle, Uncle Shi sought out Chiyo, who was wreaking havoc. Their fierce confrontation resumed. Meanwhile, Aizo led a contingent of elite Sunagakure ninjas and puppet masters, weaving through Konoha's formation, disrupting their strategies. Hinata Hayashi activated his Byakugan, immediately spotting Aizo, an adversary he had faced numerous times. He swiftly gathered a group of Konoha's elite and charged toward Aizo's ranks, determined not to let Aizo operate freely any longer. Along the way, he enlisted Long Jian, who had just dispatched two Sunagakure chunin, recognizing Long Jian as notorious prowess against puppets. Long Jian was akin to a college student, effortlessly joining the fray without a moment's hesitation. Aizo, meanwhile, rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of wind-based attacks akin to machine gun fire, aiming to decimate the Konoha ninjas before him. However, Long Jian and Hinata Hayashi arrived just in time. Hinata Hayashi positioned himself before Aizo, declaring 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. His rapid rotation executed Konoha's absolute defense, nullifying Aizo's ninjutsu. Aizo, filled with murderous intent, glared at Hayashi. "So it's you again, boy with the Byakugan. Do you think I can be easily bullied?" Hayashi offered no retort, merely assuming a gentle fist stance, asserting his readiness. Enraged, Aizo lunged forward, engaging in combat with Hayashi, observing the multitude of puppets around him. Long Jian's eyes gleamed with opportunity. This was experience. As he had previously subdued Scorpion, the Shadow Core had hardly moved. However, against these half-hearted puppet masters, the Shadow Corps would easily dominate. Long Jian led the Shadow Corps like a gang leader commanding a fierce crew, launching a slaughter against the Sunagakure ninjas surrounding them. Slice, slice, slice. Give them hell. After dispatching the nearby Sunagakure adversaries, Long Jian turned to Hinata Hayashi, saying, "Brother, help me locate the puppet masters." Hayashi, accustomed to working with Long Jian, immediately engaged his Byakugan to scan for the location of the Sunagakure puppeteers. Long Jian felt at ease, as the more formidable Sunagakure ninjas had been drawn away by Uncle Shi and others, leaving only those who were no match for him. Long Jian thrived on overwhelming his foes with numbers. He had 3 keys to his success: a multitude of brothers, an abundance of brothers, and, indeed, plenty of brothers. As Long Jian led the Shadow Corps through the fray, he fondly recalled that fateful battle, relishing the memories of his relentless assaults across Jacking Mountain. Of those days, with my demon blade, I carved my way from south to north for 3 days and nights without batting an eye. Upon returning to work, he would ensure he was addressed by his title. "Please call me Jacking Shan, the boss." As Long Jian was relentlessly dispatching the puppet masters, a stunning figure, radiating intense heat and exuding a formidable presence, charged toward him, none other than Yi Tsong, the target of Long Jian's cupping therapy. Without hesitation, Long Jian unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, impenetrable and intricate. Yi Tsong, seemingly invigorated, danced gracefully, wielding her kunai with an ethereal lightness. Each attack aimed directly at Long Jian's weaknesses. Long Jian raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the remarkable growth of this young girl. Meanwhile, Yi Tsong had reflected on her previous defeat against Long Jian, diligently exploring and developing her bloodline limit. With each battle, her courage had only intensified. This time, she approached Long Jian wielding her newly acquired abilities. The two clashed blades, testing each other's strength as their eyes met. In Yi Tsong's gaze, Long Jian discerned a mixture of defiance and eagerness. However, Long Jian was known for suppressing any form of rebellion. Under Yi Tsong's watchful gaze, his eyes gradually turned a deep crimson, and an ominous dark aura began to emanate from him, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Even the sword in his hand, Imo Xia, seemed to pulsate with excitement, continuously absorbing the resentment and life force of fallen ninjas, thereby augmenting Long Jian's power. The battlefield was Long Jian's dominion. He felt an inkling that, if this continued, he would soon shatter the barrier of his fourth mask. War truly was a lucrative endeavor, he mused, while Yi Tsong, observing Long Jian's rising intensity, felt a weight of seriousness settle upon her. Was he once again enhancing his strength through his bloodline limit? Yejank pondered it. Her resolves solidifying. I could do it too. Long Jian noted with surprise that Yi Tsong, who had appeared somewhat dispirited, was now subtly increasing her power. Steam began to rise from her body, her skin visibly reddening. The air around Long Jian warped under the intense heat. Yi Tsong's fiery aura surged against Long Jian's dark energy, a clash of black and red, each vying to consume the other, causing nearby ninjas to hesitate in approaching their battlefield. Long Jian's crimson eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, Yi Tsong has developed a new skill. I wonder about its quality. Yi Tsong's eyes, too, bore the mark of her bloodline limit, turning a vivid red, reminiscent of Long Jian's own transformation. This time, you won't have it easy, she declared defiantly. Long Jian, slightly taken aback by Yi Tsong's rapid advancement under his influence, was impressed. He had not anticipated her growth to be so swift. Yi Tsong humbly attributed her progress to being an ordinary yet studious and talented kunoichi. Since her last defeat at Long Jian's hands, Yi Tsong had been fixated on his method of enhancing strength through the bloodline limit. As a tenacious woman of the new ninja era, she firmly believed that if Long Jian could achieve it, so could she. After a series of contemplations, she devised a remarkable technique to harness her bloodline limit for similar effects. Through relentless experimentation during training and combat, she successfully discovered a way to utilize her chakra to generate heat within her body, maintaining a miraculous balance that prevented her from fully unleashing her fiery abilities while still allowing for energy production that her body could withstand. By channeling this energy throughout her body, she could elevate her strength through her bloodline limit. Concentrating this energy at her heart allowed her to utilize her mind's eye as a pressure pump, enhancing her power from multiple angles. This was the state Yi Tsong had achieved. She named this technique Zhuoduan Qiangong. However, this technique had not come without its trials. as it posed significant risks if not properly controlled. Yi Tsang, renowned as a genius bloodline ninja of the sand, persevered through the pain and mastered this technique amidst the life-and-death crises of the battlefield. Thus, she eagerly prepared to showcase her new skill against Long Jian. If Long Jian were to comprehend the principles behind Yi Tsang's technique, he would undoubtedly exclaim in admiration at her genius. This technique reminded him of a long-lost acquaintance, capable of transforming and stretching freely. Long Jian and Yi Tsang retreated to their respective sides, then, without further ado, charged forward, their weapons clashing in an instant. Yi Tsang's speed and strength surged to new heights, while Long Jian emanated a more terrifying aura, each movement releasing shadows and the essence of death. The demonic blade MOCF functioned as an eternal engine, perpetually fueling Long Jian's power. As Yi Tsang engaged him, she unleashed a barrage of joie doing fireballs from her hands and mouth, momentarily appearing to suppress Long Jian. Long Jian's array of serpent techniques summoned small snakes, which met a grim fate upon nearing Yi Tsang. The soldiers stationed beneath her feet found it exceedingly challenging to execute their plans. Yi Tsang had endured too many losses at Long Jian's hands, fostering a deep wariness toward him, constantly attuned to the movements beneath her feet and around her. In this first one-on-one confrontation, Yi Tsang managed to gain the upper hand against Long Jian, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Ignoring the peril, she intensified her internal combustion engine, instantly amplifying her power. The Zhuoduan fireballs swirled chaotically, and her speed nearly doubled, as if she aimed to seize victory in one fell swoop. Long Jian remained impassive, his crimson gaze devoid of emotion, relying on his exceptional reflexes to fend off Yi Tsang's relentless assaults. Seizing an opportunity, she concentrated a massive Zhuoduan fireball aimed directly at him. Zhuoduan Chao, Guojing Sha, she shouted, launching at breakneck speed. Long Jian, unfazed, melded into the shadows beneath him, disappearing in an instant. Yi Tsang's fireball soared through the space he had occupied, dispersing a legion of shadow soldiers behind him. Watching her long-prepared ultimate attack effortlessly evade capture, she bit her lip in frustration. That infuriating ability, she exclaimed. At that moment, Long Jian's voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Speaking ill of others behind their backs can lead to repercussions. With that, MOCS surged forward with lethal intent, aiming for her heart. Xing Ci. Yi Tsang barely had time to react. In the nick of time, she cranked up the power of her internal combustion engine and instinctively dodged to the side. With a swift motion, a scorching escape technique was unleashed, resulting in a dazzling explosion of flames and a flurry of knife-like shadows. Dark purple and fiery red lights erupted, sending Yi Tsang crashing into a tree, where he finally came to a halt. Blood gushed forth as he was hurled backward, cascading through the air. Long Jian flicked the blood off the blade of Mo Xie, gazing at the slowly rising Yi Tsang, who was clutching his bleeding arm. It seems you're quite confident in your speed and reflexes, Yi Tsang, to attempt evasion in such a dire situation, he remarked. Yi Tsang, his expression grave, remained silent as he tore off a corner of his garment to bind his injured and still bleeding left arm. Long Jian tilted his head slightly, casually stating, "If that's the case, allow me to demonstrate what true speed and reaction mean." He then spread his arms wide. Yi Tsang, feeling the tension rise, watched Long Jian's movements with trepidation, knowing she needed to recalibrate herself to ensure she could once again employ the scorching escape technique and blazing flames in the upcoming battle. Suddenly, a shocking sight unfolded before her. A pair of enormous black bat wings unfurled from Long Jian's back, beginning to flap gently. With each stroke of the wings, Long Jian gradually lifted off the ground, ascending into the sky. Yi Tsang's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this also a manifestation of bloodline limit development? He sprouted wings directly? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, all parties noticed the commotion surrounding Long Jian. The ninjas from I stare at the sky in astonishment, shouting, "Look up there! It's Long Jian. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Are those wings on his back? He actually possesses the ability to fly. This is utterly outrageous." Ven Hai Lao Gang, who had previously squinted his eyes, widened them in shock. What kind of power does this young man possess? Richa was equally taken aback by Long Jian's display, marveling once more at his abilities. In the distance, the snake uncle, locked in a fierce battle with Chio Baba, gazed at Long Jian flapping his wings and soaring into the sky, his golden serpent eyes filled with keen interest, truly a source of endless surprises. Long Jian. Chio Baba, however, looked up at Long Jian with a furrowed brow, her face etched with additional wrinkles. Her expression then hardened, as if she had made a resolute decision. Long Jian regarded Yi Tsong, who appeared to be preparing for a formidable challenge, gripping Mo Xie tightly. With a powerful flap of his massive bat wings, he vanished from his position in an instant. Yi Tsong's pupils constricted, her heart pounding. So fast. She quickly activated her internal combustion engine and instinctively raised her hand to block. Long Jian left behind fleeting shadows in the air, and when he reappeared, he was already before Yi Tsong, raising Mo Xie with an unmatched aura to strike down upon her. Eagle strike. Yi Tsong barely managed to deflect the blow with a kunai, slightly altering the trajectory of Long Jian's attack. Yet, the razor-sharp blade of Mo Xie still struck her, overwhelming her defenses. Not one to be outdone, Yi Tsong simultaneously unleashed a scorching escape technique, leading to another explosive confrontation. Long Jian, undeterred, sidestepped slightly to avoid Yi Tsong's attack. Is this what you call ultimate reflexes, little brother? Long Jian's blood-red eyes scanned Yi Tsong, as if appraising his prey, his form gradually melding into the encroaching shadows beneath him. A calm voice resonated in Yi Tsong's ears. Now, let us see whether your reflexes are quicker than my speed. Do your best, Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong, wary of the disappearing Long Jian, surveyed her surroundings with heightened alertness. Battling him was an immense strain, making her feel as though she were perpetually being overwhelmed in every encounter. After retreating to enhance her abilities, she would once again find herself suppressed and defeated by Long Jian's newly manifested powers. There seemed to be no glimmer of victory in sight, ensnaring her in an endless cycle. Yi Tsong began to doubt whether she had wronged Long Jian in a past life, resulting in his relentless pursuit of dominance over her in this life. Just as she speculated on which direction Long Jian would strike from, his voice echoed from behind her. Be careful. Yi Tsong's eyes narrowed, and she quickly turned, swinging her kunai. Simultaneously, her other hand conjured a fireball of scorching escape, which she hurled forward. However, upon turning back, she found herself utterly alone. A sense of dread washed over her. This cannot be good. As she felt the rush of wind from the side, she instinctively braced for impact. The sound of metal clashing rang out as she was abruptly thrust off balance by an overwhelming force. Long Jian executed a swift retreat, vanishing once more into the shadows. Just as Yi Tsong regained her footing, she sensed a menacing aura behind her. Realizing that Long Jian was toying with her, anger surged within her heart. Even a beautiful woman has her limits. Without further contemplation, a fierce glint appeared in Yi Tsong's eyes as she rapidly conjured several fireballs of scorching escape. She then unleashed them, commanding the fireballs to collide violently. Scorching escape. Flame explosion. A wave of searing fire surged outward from Yi Tsong, devastating everything in its path. Flowers, trees, and various creatures were all drained of vitality. Even the earth appeared parched, cracked in numerous places from the intense heat. Just as Yi Tsong completed her flame explosion, Long Jian erupted from the shadows beneath her, moving with astonishing speed, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in his wake. You guessed wrong. His voice reached Yi Tsong's ears, and in the next moment, she was struck by an immense force, propelling her into the air. With no leverage to support herself, she faced the winged Long Jian, now relegated to a one-sided assault. Yi Tsong had only miscalculated one thing. The true nature of his mockery was only just beginning. Long Jian flitted through the air, his wings flapping as he darted around, while Yi Tsong struggled to protect her vital areas, bearing the brunt of his relentless strikes. Despite the continuous onslaught, her mind grew increasingly calm. A flicker of doubt crept into her heart. Why had Long Jian not taken the opportunity to finish her off, despite having the power to do so? Meanwhile, Chio Baba seemed to have lost interest in her battle with the Snake Uncle, seeking an opportunity to disengage. The Snake Uncle, who had been locked in combat with Chio Baba, also appeared to have lost interest or perhaps sensed her intentions. He glanced at the distant Long Jian, licking his lips as curiosity flashed in his eyes. With a series of agile rolls, he retreated to the side, biting his finger and swiftly forming hand seals. In a raspy voice, he intoned, summoning technique. As the smoke cleared, a massive purple serpent materialized on the battlefield, its dangerous gaze sweeping the area, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. This was the legendary summoning beast of the Snake Uncle, known as Wan Shi. The deep voice of Wan Shi resounded across the battlefield. Hey, Orochimaru, if you've come to disturb my rest, you better have a good reason, or I'll swallow you whole as an offering. The tone of Shishu carried an ominous air as he remarked, "Sacrifices, you say? The Suna ninjas here are all offerings for you, Wan Shi." Upon hearing this, an excitement crept into Wan Shi's voice. "In that case, I shall excuse your interruption." Subsequently, Wan Shi's eyes gleamed with malice as he twisted his gigantic form, stirring up a cloud of dust, and charged directly towards the throng of Suna ninjas. In the blink of an eye, many Suna ninjas were devoured whole. Chiyoba's expression grew grave as she unfurled the scroll she had procured. With a vigorous clap, she bellowed, "White secret technique, Jin Song 10. To everyone's astonishment, Chiyoba manipulated her puppets, directing them towards the nearby Ryuuma, seemingly indifferent to the carnage that Shishu and Wan Shi were wreaking upon the Suna ninjas. Shishu raised an eyebrow, as if sensing something. His gaze shifted to the distance where a young ninja with brown hair and dark circles around his eyes had arrived, accompanied by a contingent of Suna ninjas, charging towards Wan Shi, who was voraciously devouring the Suna warriors. Beneath this ninja, an increasing amount of sandy gold began to coalesce, transforming into a colossal hand that reached out to grasp Wan Shi. Wan Shi noticed this and nimbly twisted his massive body to evade the attack, his serpent-like eyes locking onto the ninja controlling the sandy gold. Shishu regarded this ninja and rasped, "Suna Ninja Luo Sha. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet your esteemed name." Meanwhile, Chiyoba, maneuvering Jin Song 10, broke through the encirclement of the shadow soldiers, making a beeline for Ryuuma, who had attacked Leaf Warehouse. Ryuuma glanced at Chiyoba's movements and then struck a powerful blow to Leaf Warehouse's nape with the hilt of his knife, rendering him unconscious as he flew towards Chiyoba, who was advancing with her puppets. Chiyoba caught the fainted Leaf Warehouse, gazing up at Ryuuma, who was also fixated on her. She declared, "Young one, allow me to show you what it means to be a so-called new genius of Konoha." She then directed her puppets to deliver Leaf Warehouse to several Suna ninjas while adopting a battle stance, each of her fingers connected by a thread of chakra. The Jin Song 10 surrounded Chiyoba, poised for action. Ryuuma spun his blade, his eyes blazing with crimson light as he addressed Chiyoba. "That is precisely my intention, Chiyoba. I wish to see if my title as a puppet master killer can be validated through this battle." Chiyo's expression hardened at his words. She coldly retorted, "You, who knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of earth, will learn a lesson from me on behalf of your teacher." Without hesitation, Chiyoba initiated the attack. Her 10 fingers, deftly maneuvered as chakra, danced along the threads. 10 puppets, each distinct in form, brandished their weapons and charged towards Ryuuma. Ryuuma observed the approaching Jin Song 10, licking his lips as he remarked, "To overwhelm the few with many is hardly the demeanor of a senior." In response, countless shadow soldiers rose from the shadows below, filling the area around Ryuuma with soldiers from 5 formidable legions. The flying shadows ascended, hovering around him, casting a dark pall over the sky that instilled an inexplicable sense of dread among the distant battling Suna ninjas. The skies seemed to darken, while on the ground, the colossal shadows, clawed phantoms, and armored figures formed ranks, weaponry in hand, displaying meticulous military organization. The shadow soldiers, eyes aglow with red light, faced the advancing Jin Song 10 without a hint of fear. Ryuuma, suspended in the air, regarded the cold-faced Chiyoba commanding her puppets and glanced at his shadow soldiers. Musing to himself, "Chiyoba, with the Jin Song 10, you can match the prowess of Scorpion S-100 machines. I wonder how you will fare against my immortal shadow soldiers." With a blade raised toward Chiyoba, he commanded the summoned shadow soldiers, their eyes igniting with crimson fury as they surged forth to confront the Jin Song 10. In mere moments, the two forces clashed, blades drawn, igniting a chaotic melee. The Jin Song 10 coordinated seamlessly, infiltrating the ranks of shadow soldiers, unleashing a myriad of weapons and jutsu in a display of devastating combination attacks. 2 puppets locked their arms together, and one of them forcefully flung the other into the fray, where it transformed an arm into a chakra-infused spinning blade. The connected arms extended a thick iron chain, resembling a meteor hammer, while several armored soldiers charged forward, wielding their shadow swords with ferocity. Amidst the clash, the Jin Song 10, Chiyoba's trump card, proved their worth by cleaving through several armored soldiers and their armor, maintaining their momentum as they arced through the air, scattering numerous low-flying shadow soldiers. As the clawed soldiers seized the opportunity during this combination attack, they swiftly approached from various angles, executing their learned Eikai fluid techniques, Konoha Great Whirlwind, Konoha Strong Whirlwind, and Konoha Bad Rock ascend, with several clawed soldiers synchronizing to unleash the Konoha Double Whirlwind, aimed directly at the puppets' heads. The clawed soldiers, with limbs of sharp steel claws and spikes, inflicted grievous wounds even with mere brush of their force. Chiyo, commanding a robust puppet, descended from above, crashing down to disrupt the offensive of Ryuuma's shadow soldiers. The battlefield erupted in clouds of dust, capturing the attention of many exhausted ninjas who turned their focus to the fierce confrontation between Ryuuma and Chiyoba. The ninjas of Konoha, witnessing Ryuuma summoning an uncountable number of shadow soldiers, not only varied in form, but also striking with remarkable speed and coordination, felt invigorated. They rallied behind him, cheering, "Go Ryuuma! Show her the strength of our new generation from Konoha. Ha ha! It is no wonder you are the puppet master killer of Konoha. Even Chiyoba of Suna cannot best you." Conversely, the Suna ninjas, observing the intensity of the duel, felt a wave of apprehension. They were not concerned about Chiyoba's victory. Their faith in the Elder's capabilities remained steadfast. Despite Ryuuma's recent rise to prominence, they believed Chiyoba would surely overcome this junior. Their worries stemmed from the fact that, even with Lord Luo Sha having joined the fray with reinforcements, the battlefield still seemed to favor Konoha. Not only were there elite forces engaged by Konoha's finest ninjas, but even Chiyoba, who had just disengaged from her battle with Shishu, found herself embroiled in conflict once more due to Shishu's apprentice, Nara Ryuukansas. Meanwhile, Konoha still boasted several formidable jounin who remained unchallenged by the Suna elite, weaving through the battlefield and showcasing a plethora of offensive techniques, ruthlessly reaping the lives of Suna ninjas. Several puppeteers from Suna who had previously endured the sanctions of Longjian and were fortunate enough to survive seemed to be in a state of urgency, shouting, "Chiyo die! Slay that damned Konoha brat and vindicate us puppeteers." Indeed, they cheered, "Go Chiyo die! You are the best!" The Konoha ninjas nearby could not help but ponder. Even if Chiyo were to triumph, it would be her own prowess. What relevance did it hold to these peculiar puppeteers? Chiyo's hands moved with remarkable speed, orchestrating 10 puppets in flawless harmony, their movements fluid and devoid of any interruption. Meanwhile, the shadow army of Longjian advanced relentlessly, akin to a black tide, gradually engulfing the 10 men of Chikamatsu. After all, the shadow army was indestructible. As long as Longjian possessed strength, the army would continuously emerge from the shadows to strike. Despite the ferocity of Chiyobaba's Chikamatsu puppets, they remained confined within the realm of puppetry. Being puppets, they were subject to wear and tear, while the shadow army excelled at exchanging lives for damage. Upon engaging in combat, Chiyobaba conducted a preliminary analysis and began to discern the characteristics of Longjian's shadow army. Utilizing her extensive combat experience, she devised a strategy tailored to counter Longjian. However, in her endeavor to ensure the sustained combat effectiveness of the Chikamatsu puppets and to deal a decisive blow to Longjian, she found herself somewhat constrained. The operational range of the Chikamatsu puppets was increasingly restricted by the relentless assault of the Shadow Army soldiers. With a glint of determination in her eyes, Chiyo contemplated. This young brat's abilities are indeed formidable. Even my Chikamatsu puppets struggle to gain the upper hand. Truly, it is no wonder that this bloodline limit is recognized as a significant counter to puppeteers. Had Longjian been aware of Chiyo's thoughts, he would have shaken his finger at her and stated, "It is not the Shadow Army that counters you puppeteers, but rather the Shadow Army equally counters everyone." Without pausing, Chiyo executed rapid hand seals and exclaimed, "Sanbao Shikue." Instantly, 3 of the Chikamatsu puppets formed a triangular formation, performing the same hand seals as Chiyobaba. Their mouths opened, unleashing the mechanisms of Buddha, Law, and Monk, which triggered a fierce tornado that drew many of the Shadow Army soldiers into its center. The absorbed soldiers were then completely compressed and expelled from the back of the formation. The tempestuous whirlwind swiftly drew in the surrounding shadow soldiers, subsequently obliterating them. Meanwhile, Longjian remained undeterred, gathering the power of shadows in his hands, akin to the light wave amassed by General Bart. Longjian prepared to unleash a devastating blow upon Chiyo. However, unlike General Bart, the light wave Longjian gathered was of a dark hue. Feeling the overwhelming pull of the tornado, he was being drawn toward the Sanbao Shikue formation. His bat-like wings flapped rapidly, resisting the tremendous force. With a surge of crimson energy in his eyes, he amplified the shadow wave he had been gathering through the conduit of Moi, before launching it forth explosively, declaring, "Purgatory's dual explosive wave." Longjin's hands gripped Moi tightly as he aimed at the formation center. The blade of Moi glowed with a purple radiance, exuding a terrifying energy. The amassed shadow wave spiraled at the tip of the blade and, with Longjin's bellow, was unleashed. A robust and eerie dark purple wave surged toward Sanbao Shikue. The sky darkened ominously. Upon collision, nearby ninjas experienced severe ear-ringing, followed by a tremendous explosion that reverberated across the battlefield. All combatants instinctively turned their gazes toward the epicenter of the explosion, awestruck by the ferocity of the clash. The three puppets utilizing Sanbao Shikue bore the brunt of the explosion, suffering significant damage from Longjin's shadow wave. Remarkably, the shadow wave, having breached Sanbao Shikue, retained enough power to surge toward Chiyo Baba. Though her expression reflected a hint of shock, Chiyo's fingers remained in motion. Two puppets rushed to her side, raising their arms as an immense chakra enveloped them, forming a colossal and sturdy blue shield designed to absorb all attacks. Jiguang Dunfeng. Chiyo successfully deflected Longjin's shadow wave. Observing the scene below, Longjin mused to himself, whether the Chikamatsu puppets are indeed formidable is debatable, yet they possess an abundance of defensive shells. Without hesitation, he flapped his massive wings with remarkable speed, charging toward Chiyo. Almost instantaneously, as Longjin dove, Chiyo had left behind a small sphere during the explosion, which was then manipulated by chakra strings to launch from Longjin's blind spot. The sphere's velocity was astonishing, and given its proximity to Longjin, he had no time to halt his momentum. Perceiving the impending danger, Longjin's pupils constricted. As the small sphere approached, it suddenly expanded, transforming into a terrifying visage with a blood-red eye, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. It clamped onto Longjin's body, and blood erupted into the air. Chiyo maintained her composure, deftly manipulating the chakra strings as if everything had been anticipated. Seeding technique, Ryuuma. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield transformed dramatically. Longjin found himself ensnared by Chiyo Baba's concealed sealing technique, Lion's Roar, which bit into his form, causing blood to flow profusely. Chiyo Baba squinted her eyes, observing the injured Longjin plummeting from the sky. She shook her head in disbelief, remarking, "I did not expect that even this would not suffice to slay you, young brat. Your vitality is remarkably tenacious." Chiyo Baba's combat experience far surpassed that of Longjin. In light of Longjin's abilities and the intelligence Chiyo Baba had acquired, she had devised a plan to eliminate him shortly after their initial confrontation. From the onset, the Chikamatsu puppets had displayed a strategy of avoiding direct conflict with the Shadow Army. Following the breach of Sanbao Shikue by Longjin's Shadow Wave Cannon, Chiyo feigned weakness, allowing Longjin to lower his guard. Ultimately, with the Jiguang shield, Chiyo gambled that Longjin would charge in with his incredible speed, capitalizing on the aftermath of her technique. At that moment, the sealing technique, Lion's Roar, concealed amidst the smoke, would exert its full potential. Chiyo Baba believed that given Longjin's velocity, the time and distance required for him to halt would be considerable. Thus, this technique was virtually guaranteed to succeed if Longjin dared to approach. The outcome proved Chiyo Baba's strategy to be exceedingly successful, as Longjin was indeed ensnared by Lion's Roar. Were it not for the critical moment when Longjin utilized the instantaneously condensed shadow power to shield his vital points, enveloping himself with his massive wings to mitigate the blow, Chiyo Baba's sealing technique would have undoubtedly delivered a fatal strike. However, Baba Chinya had no intention of solely relying on her current attack to eliminate Longjin. With her extensive combat experience, she understood that every attack is interconnected, persisting until the enemy is utterly defeated. Her fingers danced as she manipulated chakra strings, directing the remaining 7 puppets, unaffected by the chaos, to charge like mad towards the descending Longjin. Various weapons emerged in their hands, poised to slay the trapped Longjin. Meanwhile, Baba Chinya's potent sealing technique held even greater efficacy, capable of completely sealing the chakra of its target. At that moment, Longjin found himself ensnared in such a predicament. As the Jinsong 10 were propelled forward by Baba Chinya, aiming for Longjin, the shadow soldiers summoned by Longjin could not idly watch as these puppets advanced upon their king. The soldiers of the Shadow Legion, their eyes ablaze with a crimson glow, recklessly unleashed a flurry of attacks to thwart the puppets' advance. It was at this moment that Baba Chinya's Jinsong 10 finally unleashed their full potential. Engaging in both ranged and melee combat, they executed a coordinated assault, carving a path through the encirclement of the Shadow Legion. With a fierce determination to slay Long Jian, the battle grew increasingly brutal. Both the puppets and Shadow Legion seemed blinded by fury, and the Jinsong 10 began to accumulate more and more wounds, with some puppets even losing their arms. Nevertheless, undeterred by their injuries, they pressed onward, relentlessly pursuing the plummeting Long Jian. Just as the Jinsong 10 reached beneath Long Jian, preparing to deliver the final blow, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A purple figure erupted from the shadows on the ground, moving with astonishing speed. In a split second, it executed a split, piercing through the two puppets closest to Long Jian. Indeed, it was a direct penetration. The purple figure, with its stout, conical legs resembling razor-sharp weapons, shattered the cores of the two puppets in an instant. Baba Chinya was taken aback by this unforeseen twist. She had believed that capturing Long Jian was a certainty. Yet such a complication arose. Before Baba Chinya could react, this devilish figure, entirely purple, with a twisted face, horns upon its head, and a mouth full of fangs, shot upwards, charging directly toward the sealed Long Jian. Its colossal claws, sharp as divine weapons, cut through the air with a fierce momentum, revealing the shadowy power leaking into the atmosphere, and tore apart the sealing technique with ease. Instantly, fragments scattered across the ground. Long Jian unfurled his wings once more, his form trembling slightly as he hovered in midair, his body marred by deep wounds left by the sealing technique, blood oozing out. His crimson pupils brimmed with murderous intent as he addressed Baba Chinya, stating, "To battle you, one must indeed be exceedingly cautious. You nearly claimed my life, old woman." Baba Chinya, observing the freed Long Jian alongside the formidable, menacing purple figure beneath him, let out a cold snort, retorting, "What a remarkably tenacious fellow you are. You have escaped my grasp." The entity that had aided Long Jian's escape was none other than the energy absorbed through Moi during his time on the battlefield, culminating in a full transformation. Finally, his efforts bore fruit, achieving 100% progression with the Thornblade Mask. During the battle with Baba Chinya, he had sufficiently broken through the barrier of the mask, summoning the formidable General Razzo of the Thornblade Corps. As Long Jian sensed the opportune moment to summon General Razzo, he did so without hesitation, allowing Razzo to conceal himself within his shadow domain. Long Jian had intended to engage Baba Chinya directly, unleashing Razzo as a surprise attack. Little did he know that what was meant to be a trump card for Baba Chinya had turned into his own safety net. This recent injury served as a wake-up call for Long Jian. He was far from invincible in the ninja world, and he had yet to fully develop the immortality of the Shadow General. Engaging in combat against a seasoned veteran like Baba Chinya, who had navigated the ninja world for decades, required absolute vigilance. Otherwise, he could easily find himself in dire straits. Wiping the blood from his wound, Long Jian looked down at Baba Chinya and commanded Razzo, "General Razzo, lead the Shadow Legion into battle." Clad in armor, Razzo's visage was even more fearsome than that of General Nika. With a menacing growl, he replied, "As you command, my king." He then surged past the Jinsong 10, charging towards Baba Chinya, flanked by numerous clawed shadow soldiers providing cover. Baba Chinya's gaze sharpened as she swiftly withdrew the Jinsong 10, preparing to confront the onslaught of Razzo. Razzo's attack style was exceedingly sharp, with limbs that functioned as weapons, infusing each movement with lethal intent. His combat approach was more frenzied than that of other generals, embodying the very essence of a war maniac. He retaliated against every enemy around him indiscriminately. "You strike me, and I shall return the favor." As Long Jian soared in the air, his aura intensified dramatically. The blood that flowed from his wounds did not descend but rather reversed, gathering upon the blade of Moi, infusing it with a sinister red hue. Around him, black and purple flames appeared to ignite, intertwined with a hint of blood red, creating an eerie yet beautiful spectacle. A phantom of a phoenix subtly emerged around Long Jian, though not fully formed. It emanated an unmatched aura that drew the attention of many ninjas. It was a presence that felt sacred, yet shrouded in an ominous darkness. As Long Jian pointed Moi towards the heavens, a soft voice echoed, "Heavenly flames, phoenix cries across the skies. The phoenix rises, reborn in blood." At that moment, the ethereal figure emitted a piercing shriek. Long Jian then directed his blade at Baba Chinya, commanding with authority, Moi S9 style, 7th form. Phoenix Dance. Instantly, a phantom of the phoenix spread its wings wide. As Long Jian swung his blade, infused with the essence of life and death, it surged towards Baba Qinya. In her eyes, an unprecedented gravity emerged, for she sensed the looming presence of death within Long Jian's strike. Reacting swiftly, Baba Qinya pulled 3 puppets back to her side and manipulated them into a triangular formation, executing the defensive puppet technique, the machine light shield. The triangle offered stability. Subsequently, the figure did not cease its movement, retreating frantically. In a remarkable display, an arm was detached, and, at the joint, a more substantial chakra shield was coalesced. This same technique reemerged, but this time it was employed with the utmost urgency for survival. In an instant, the ethereal dance of the Luanfeng arrived before him. Then, with a thunderous crash, it collided with the colossal chakra barrier formed by the 3 puppets. In that fleeting moment, the world fell silent. Contrary to expectations, there was no violent explosion, nor was there a dazzling display of light. Instead, a singular, otherworldly Luanfeng appeared, moving at a seemingly languid pace, yet emanating an irresistible force that rendered evasion impossible, quietly devouring the 3 treasures released by the puppets, clashing and consuming one another. This seemingly tranquil maneuver released a chilling aura of death into the atmosphere. Within mere breaths, the combined efforts of the 3 puppets, manipulated by Chiyo, were obliterated by the Luanfeng. The puppets appear to be consumed, their attire dissolving into components, ultimately disintegrating under the lethal essence unleashed by the Luanfeng. The 3 puppets seemed to have utterly lost all means of resistance, cast aside and rendered limp upon the ground. The Luanfeng, undeterred, surged towards the already fortified Chiyo. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Chiyo's pupils constricted in alarm. She silently intensified her chakra output, solidifying and reinforcing her chakra shield. Chiyo transformed her hand into a puppet's appendage, allowing her to directly channel chakra to fortify this defensive technique, known among puppet masters as a shield capable of withstanding anything, provided one's chakra reserves were vast enough. The Luanfeng remained unhurried, crashing into the chakra shield at Chiyo's arm. However, unlike the prior encounter, the Luanfeng exhibited an intensity of fury and savagery towards Chiyo, causing instability in the shield she upheld. A deafening roar began to resonate as layers of dust swirled outward from Chiyo's center. Her eyes widened in shock as she observed the cracks forming in her shield, which continued to spread. A fierce realization struck her. This could not continue. The shield could not withstand this onslaught. Immediately, Chiyo dramatically increased her chakra input, sacrificing the balance of her shield. The rampant chakra surged wildly, initiating a tumultuous clash with the erratic Luanfeng. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, flames reaching the heavens. At the heart of the explosion, a mushroom cloud ascended, and a powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield, hurling less formidable ninjas into the air. As many ninjas regained their footing, they stared in astonishment at the epicenter of the explosion, filled with disbelief. What technique did that boy employ to yield such terrifying power? Did Lady Chiyo truly manage to fend off that attack? Meanwhile, in the air, after executing Luanfeng dance, Longjin's presence visibly waned. This 7th technique was newly unlocked upon his return from the Land of Wind, yet he had never successfully utilized it. Partly due to his insufficient strength to wield the mightiest of the latter techniques, and partly because the application of Moiji's 9 techniques required synchronization of mindset and comprehension to unleash their true potential. In this battle against Chiyo, Longjin, by chance, was fortunate. First, he had lifted the seal placed by General Razzo while on the battlefield. Then, through his progress in mindset and the pressure exerted by Chiyo, he directly grasped the Luanfeng dance. Although Longjin found himself weakened after its execution, he profoundly absorbed the experience gained from battling Chiyo. He unfurled his bat-like wings, gradually descending to the ground. Upon contact with the shadow, Longjin could instantaneously use shadow traversal to evade most attacks. General Razzo stood vigilantly beside him, keenly observing their surroundings, determined to protect Longjin at all costs. Meanwhile, the other 3 generals had also been summoned, concealed within the shadows at Longjin's feet, ever watchful. Should any threat arise, the generals would join the fray with utmost swiftness to eliminate any adversary's intent on harming Longjin. Often, the hidden serpent proves more lethal than its exposed counterpart. Longjian's crimson gaze fixated on the center of the smoke. Though the smoke may conceal harm, he believed it was meant for the protagonist. Those without the protagonist's fate might find themselves reduced to naught as the smoke dissipated. As the smoke cleared, Chiyo's figure reemerged. Unlike before, her previously composed demeanor was now disheveled, resembling someone with unkempt hair. Her garments were tattered, and her body bore numerous wounds, continuously seeping blood. Chiyo gasped, half kneeling on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Observing the similarly weakened Longjian before her, her voice grew hoarse as she remarked, "What a terrifying technique, boy. You nearly brought me to my end." Longjian regarded Chiyo, leaning on Moijia, and retorted coldly, "Old hag, what a pity, just as you failed to extinguish my life." With a huff, Chiyo rose, hands weaving chakra threads, seemingly preparing to strike again. Longjian remained undeterred, fixating on her, ready to demonstrate the true meaning of the term dark society. Though weakened, he still had his subordinates. Just as Longjian braced himself for Chiyo's impending assault, several figures materialized beside him. Among them were Uncle Shi, Hinata Hayashi, and several elite Konoha ninjas. Simultaneously, beside Chiyo, stood Hyuzong, Rasha, and several Suna ninjas, having arrived as well. Rasha addressed Chiyo, saying, "Enough, Elder Chiyo, we must retreat." Hearing this, Chiyo lifted her gaze to the young Rasha and then glanced at the weakened Longjian nearby, remaining silent as she formed a seal. She recalled the severely diminished Jinmatsu 10-man squad. Following this, Hyuzong supported Chiyo's frail form. They all understood that if the conflict between Konoha and Suna continued, the casualties on Suna's side would be insufferable. In contrast, Konoha appeared to be managing the situation with relative ease. Not only was there a disparity in high-level combat prowess, but Suna's forces were also being suppressed overall. More critically, the Yunin trio had already breached the Land of Wind. Rasha needed to devise a plan to counter the Yunin, while Suna had fallen into a state of passive defense, unable to withstand the devastation of their resources. Following this, a series of loud bangs echoed as signal flares lit the sky. The retreat signal of the Sunagakure shinobi has been sounded. Having endured a fierce battle, the Sunagakure ninjas began their orderly withdrawal from the battlefield. Chiyoba took one last glance at Ryukin, a sense of lament rising within her. Alas, yet another prodigious young talent. When he matures, Konoha will gain another figure who rivals the likes of Konoha's White Fang. Perhaps he may even surpass White Fang. Chiyo felt that throughout the prolonged conflicts between Sunagakure and Konoha, the former had always been at a disadvantage, with their number of geniuses significantly inferior. A feeling of helplessness in the face of adversity began to take root in her heart. Raza also cast a deep glance at Ryukin, who stood beside Orochimaru, seemingly determined to remember this young man. Subsequently, he led Chiyoba and others towards the border of the Land of Wind. Orochimaru glanced at General Razo, who was gradually merging into the shadow beneath Ryukin, then looked at the weakened Ryukin. Suppressing the urge to draw blood from Ryukin, he spoke in a resonant voice. "Do not pursue the retreating enemy. Secure the battlefield and confirm the casualties." A defensive line was methodically established, and the Sunagakure shinobi were deterred from making any further moves for the time being. He then supported the feeble Ryukin. After Ryukin met Orochimaru's gaze, he dispelled the merging shadow mask. Just before Ryukin was turned off, the sounds of joyous cheers and shouts from Konoha ninjas celebrating their victory echoed through the battlefield. In this initial confrontation of the Third Shinobi World War, the fierce battle between Konoha and Sunagakure ultimately culminated in a temporary conclusion with Konoha's triumph. Pain, such excruciating pain. It felt as if a ferocious beast had savagely torn at his entire being. His head remained in a fog, as though he had been confined for an entire month. His brain had entered a semi-failed state. Ryukin furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the discomfort radiating from various parts of his body. His mind resembled a muddled mass, akin to someone hammering incessantly on his head while he remained unresponsive. Even his temples throbbed ominously. Ryukin's throat constricted, and he struggled to swallow. Realizing his throat was parched, he hoarsely inquired, "Is there any water?" After a while, a refreshing liquid moistened Ryukin's lips. He relished the sweet relief, his throat quickly moving to replenish his body with hydration. At last, Ryukin felt he had regained control over his body. Guided by instinct, he reached for the cup of water and opened his eyes. Before him stood a young boy, fair of face and slight of stature. His hair was a pale gray, with a bandage adorning his head. Upon noticing Ryukin's awakening, The timid child shyly offered the cup of water, then scampered back to sit on the adjacent bed. His eyes blinked rapidly as he furtively observed Ryukin. Struggling to sit up, Ryukin leaned against the bed, realizing he was in a makeshift infirmary constructed from tents. There were only 2 beds in the room. The other belonged to the gray-haired boy. Ryukin raised the cup and drank deeply. Finally, his throat, which had felt as if it had been scorched by fire, began to feel considerably more comfortable. After coughing a couple of times, he turned to the young boy who was secretly studying him and weakly asked, "Little brother, thank you for the water. What is your name?" Upon hearing Ryukin's question, the boy looked up at him, but after a moment of contemplation, his eyes dimmed. He replied, "I don't remember my name." Ryukin was taken aback. Not remembering one's name? What could this mean? If he had said, "I don't know," it might suggest he was an abandoned orphan from a young age. However, "I don't remember" indicates a possibility of amnesia. Ryukin pondered, glancing at the bandage wrapped around the boy's head, silently considering, did this child suffer a head injury that led to his memory loss? Just as Ryukin was about to respond, a young female medical ninja entered the tent, seemingly having heard the sounds within. Upon entering, she noticed Ryukin sitting up against the bed and exclaimed joyfully, "You're awake. That's wonderful. Do you feel any discomfort?" Ryukin looked at the medical ninja and replied with a weak voice, "I'm all right, just not very comfortable anywhere." By the way, before he could finish, the medical ninja interrupted herself, exclaiming, "Oh, I must report this to the attending physician. I almost forgot." With that, she hurriedly turned and dashed out of the tent. Ryukin watched the flustered medical ninja, raising his hand in midair, his voice tinged with helplessness. "I was going to ask if there's any more water for the child." Upon hearing this, the young boy leapt off the bed. He pushed a large water jug from the corner of the room, one that was wider than his own body. Ryukin was moved to tears. What a dear little brother. Then, he observed the boy straining to maneuver the water jug and prepared to get out of bed to pour some water himself, feeling a pang of guilt at burdening such a cute child. However, the moment Ryukin stood, a wave of profound weakness surged through him, causing him to black out and collapse to the ground. The young boy, who had been moving the water jug, looked at Ryukin sprawled on the floor with wide, puzzled eyes. "Big brother, you're not supposed to sleep here." The boy rushed to Ryukin's side, attempting to pull him back onto the bed so he could sleep comfortably for a while. If Ryukin had known, he would have given the boy a thumbs up for his kindness. At that moment, the medical ninja who had just exited returned, accompanied by another woman. And upon witnessing the boy struggling to drag the limp Ryukin, she let out a sharp gasp. This sound jolted Ryukin back to consciousness. The 2 women helped him back onto the bed, seemingly stripping him of all resistance. When Ryukin opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a completely new face. The woman, dressed similarly to a nun, wore a white headscarf atop her shoulder-length brown hair, her striking green eyes standing out. Clad in a loose black robe, she was hovering her hands, glowing with green light, over Ryukin. Seeing Ryukin awake once more, the woman spoke, "Ryukin Jonin, you're awake. How do you feel? What caused you to fall?" Ryukin weakly replied, "I was just trying to pour myself some water, and then my brain just shut down." The woman responded seriously, "Ryukin Jonin, you are severely injured. Not only are there external wounds, but the level of internal exhaustion from overexertion is something I have never encountered before in my life. If it weren't for a unique energy within you continuously nurturing your body, I would be genuinely concerned about your recovery. Therefore, it is best for you to remain in bed and rest for the time being." Ryukin nodded eagerly, indicating his understanding. As the medical ninja sister broached the topic of physical health, she appeared rather fierce, Longjian mused internally. After a series of examinations and treatments, the woman ceased her medical ninjutsu and addressed Longjian. "Well, Longjin Shinobi, your recovery is indeed quite satisfactory, though you remain somewhat weakened. Coupled with prolonged fasting, it is only natural that you would experience some adverse reactions. However, I believe that with your remarkable recuperative abilities, you will soon return to your former self." Upon concluding her words, the woman offered Longjian a glass of water, continuing to advise, during this time, it is best to avoid strenuous activities and allow your body to rest adequately in order to expedite your return to peak condition. Longjian accepted the life-giving elixir with gratitude, drinking it down in one go and nodding appreciatively at the woman. "Thank you so much for your treatment, sister. I'm truly indebted to your medical ninjutsu. Please, just call me Longjian. Referring to me as Longjin Shinobi feels rather awkward. By the way, how shall I address you?" The woman revealed a gentle smile, her eyes curving beautifully as she replied, "I am Yenoyu. You may call me Yenoyu Jia if you prefer." Long Jian. Long Jian instinctively nodded and responded, "All right then, Jack." Suddenly, Long Jian's mind experienced a momentary lapse. The name echoed in his thoughts, and he sensed something amiss. Hastily, he inquired, his tone slightly stammering, What a lovely name. But which you are you? Oh wait, what is your surname? You regarded Long Jian, who had seemingly grown somewhat flustered, but patiently answered, "My surname is Yaoshi, you." Upon hearing this, Long Jian involuntarily swallowed hard. Casting another glance at the small, obedient boy sitting across the bed, his heart became restless. No wonder he found that little boy somewhat familiar. It seemed he had inadvertently encountered the child version of Master Yuanding. You perceptively noted Long Jian's reaction, a hint of curiosity arising within her. Why did it seem as though Long Jian recognized her? Yet they had never met before. Could it be due to the roots? You pondered silently. Long Jian quickly composed himself, his tone imbued with sincerity. Jack, you're the head of the Konoha orphanage, are you not? That is truly remarkable. Thanks to you, many orphans have a chance at survival. You, relieved, smiled warmly in response. I had no idea that you, Long Jian, were aware of me. It is quite flattering. This is simply my duty as the head. Just as you, Long Jian, fight valiantly on the front lines for the village, unafraid of losing your life. Long Jian internally scoffed at the comparison, thinking, do not say such things. I am quite fearful in reality. Then, Long Jian casually shifted the topic. So, is this little boy one you rescued from the battlefield? Jia? He seems rather adorable. You nodded without further thought. Yes, I discovered and saved this child during the fierce battle a few days ago. Her expression darkened as she continued. This boy has endured great suffering. He sustained a head injury and has lost his memory. He cannot even recall his own name or who his parents are. Long Jian's heart sank further as he confirmed the identity of the gray-haired child before him. The future assistant of Master Yuanding, the #1 aide of Snake Uncle, and the most industrious worker in history, Yaoshi Do. Long Jian regarded Do as a model of perseverance, a representative of the common folk, an unassuming hero. In a world where lineage was paramount for survival, Do had encountered numerous hardships, outlasting several superiors, ultimately emerging as the last victor. The leaders Do had served, from Hokage to rogue ninjas within the Akatsuki, were all formidable in their own right. Yet, truth be told, few had survived longer than Do, save for that one man. Just keep living. Who could possibly outlast you, Snake Uncle? Long Jian had always viewed Do as a paragon of inspiration, an embodiment of the common man struggle. He had transformed himself from B-rank Do into S-rank Long Do, while many jokingly referred to Do as a harbinger of doom, bringing misfortune to those he encountered. The most resilient figure in the ninja world, Snake Uncle, remained unperturbed, and naturally, his disciple Long Jian held no fear. Long Jian gazed at Do, who had yet to receive his new name, looking adorably innocent, and then at the gentle expression of Yaoshi. He sighed softly, recognizing that this mother-son duo had also suffered severely at the hands of Danzo. Danzo's insidious schemes had thrust them into a tragic narrative of maternal devotion and filial piety, dragging Do into darkness and leading him to join Snake Uncle's ranks. Observing Long Jian's expression, you assumed he was lamenting the plight of the child Do. She rose and addressed him. Lord Orochimaru has been quite concerned for your safety, Long Jian. I must report your condition to him, so please rest well here. Then, turning to the adorably innocent Do, she said, Little one, you must be good and not disturb your older brother's rest, understand? Do nodded solemnly, his little face serious, indicating his intent to be obedient. You affectionately ruffled Do's hair before departing the tent with another female medical ninja, leaving Long Jian and young Do exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Long Jian was about to engage Do in conversation when he noticed Do had suddenly lain down on the bed, turning his back to him and even covering his head with the blanket. He appeared resolute in not speaking, determined not to disturb Long Jian's rest. The words Long Jian had ready to say were swallowed back. This little fellow is quite committed to his promise. After a few days of recuperation, Long Jian had mostly returned to his normal state, at least no longer prone to lying on the ground with a casual sleep when I feel like it attitude. Moreover, through diligent effort over the past few days, Long Jian had finally established a friendly rapport with young Do. This was accomplished only after Long Jian had repeatedly assured Do that conversing with him would not disturb his rest. At this moment, Do was still a child. Although he was already more obedient than many other rambunctious kids, he still possessed the innate restlessness of youth. The need for conversation was almost palpable, and Longjin's guarantees had convinced Do that engaging with him would not tarnish his image in Yenoyu's eyes. Thus, Do grew increasingly familiar with Longjin, even beginning to pester him daily like a keen apprentice eager for knowledge, asking questions left and right. Longjin couldn't help but marvel at Do, thinking truly, he is the future's finest assistant to Snake Uncle, a true aide, with such a thirst for knowledge and an indefatigable spirit of learning. He is indeed perfectly matched with Snake Uncle, a match made in heaven. Do, Longjin Gij, I heard from Dean Yinayu that you are Jonin. Are all Jonins exceptionally powerful? Do gazed at Longjin with sparkling eyes. Longjin, well, it's not that remarkable. Among Jonins, there are those who are extraordinarily strong, as well as some who are rather average. However, generally speaking, there are more skilled individuals. Do, filled with curiosity, inquired. Skilled? Just how high must their strength be? Longjin extended his hand, gesturing to a height above his head, and replied, approximately this high. Do, Longjin Gij, where do you think I came from? And what name do you think I have? Longjin pondered for a moment and responded, I truly don't know where you originated, but I have a strong suspicion about how you came to be. As for a name, if you wish, I could bestow one upon you. Do, Longjin Gij, your strength must be due to the character dragon in your name, as dragons are indeed formidable. Longjin, well, don't be hasty. There is a high probability that you too will become a dragon in the future. After all, Do Long is quite powerful. Once Longjin had recovered well and could move freely, he went to visit Uncle Shi. Uncle Shi's workload had significantly lightened during this time. The Sand Ninja had already been invaded by the Cloud Ninjas trio, known as the Three Thunder Children, and were currently regrouping to engage in a territorial defense battle against the Cloud Ninja. They had neither the will nor the capacity to fight on two fronts against Konoha. Therefore, Uncle Shi's task was to safeguard the fruits of victory and, once the war had calmed down, to approach the Sand Ninja for land compensation. Upon seeing Longjin vibrant and lively again, Uncle Shi surprisingly did not assign him any new tasks. Instead, he first praised Longjin for his outstanding performance during the recent battles, particularly in the final battle at Jeking Mountain. Longjin had not only excelled in various tasks, but had also eliminated numerous enemies, even severely injuring one of the opposing leaders, Chiyoba, achieving remarkable results. Subsequently, he provided sharp analysis regarding Longjin's overall performance in the battle. Uncle Shi pointed out that when facing an elder like Chiyoba, Longjin had not exercised sufficient caution, which led to his own injury in a moment of being on the defensive. After hearing this, Longjin thought that the teaching profession could not do without Uncle Shi, just as the West could not do without Jerusalem. He promised to learn from Uncle Shi and to remain composed in the future. Finally, Uncle Shi's words sparked a glimmer of joy in Longjin's eyes. Longjin-kun, you have worked hard during this time. The Sand Ninja will likely not stir up much trouble in the short term, so I shall grant you a little holiday. Upon hearing this, Longjin was overjoyed, sliding to kneel beside Uncle Shi. Really, father? The next morning, Longjin donned his combat attire once more, equipped his ninja tool pouch, and made his way to the assembly point at the outpost. A portion of Konoha's ninjas, including many wounded, had already gathered at the meeting place. Some were in serious condition, while others were relatively less so. The holiday that Uncle Shi had mentioned was actually an opportunity to transport the injured back to Konoha, allowing Longjin a brief respite. Should new tasks arise, he would be duly informed later. Among the injured, some required further treatment in the village due to the severity of their wounds, while others were not needed at the front lines for the time being and returned to Konoha to recuperate quietly. Longjin, in this escort mission, served as the captain, leading a group of Konoha ninjas to safely return the wounded to the village. The escort team also included the medical ninja, Yinayu, among others. Their frontline duties had concluded, and they would care for the injured en route, ready to face new battlefields upon their return to Konoha. Our young Do was also part of the team, nestled closely behind Yinayu. Upon Longjin's arrival at the assembly point, the escort ninjas greeted him warmly. Hello, Captain. Longjin, Captain. Although Longjin was not very old, his remarkable performance on the battlefield during this time was evident to all. In the world of ninjas, strength represented everything. Do not speak to me of seniority. Be cautious lest you receive a slap. Respect is merely a courtesy from others. For the Konoha ninjas in the escort team, having Longjin as their captain was met with unanimous approval. After all, Longjin was someone who could stand toe-to-toe with the formidable Chiyoba of the ninja world. With Longjin present, they felt a sense of security. Longjin nodded to acknowledge them. Subsequently, he stood on a platform, surveying the crowd, only to discover a familiar face also assigned to this escort team. Hinata Dairen, who had worked seamlessly with Longjin and inflicted significant losses on the Sand Ninja's puppeteers, had earned the title Longjin SI after the war. Hinata Dairen was also watching Longjin from the crowd, grinning as he made exaggerated expressions toward him. Longjin quickly averted his gaze, trying to suppress a smile at Dairen's antics. It was just like in the classrooms of his past life. When you step onto the stage to give a speech, never make eye contact with your friends in the audience. They often behave like this. Instantly, laughter will surge through your mind like a boundless river. After calming his emotions, Longjin began preparing for their departure. Though it was his first time as captain, Longjin had not been oblivious to the ways of the world. Having followed Uncle Shi for so long, he was quite capable. Longjin's demeanor and strategic arrangements exuded deep reliability, earning him the admiration of the fellow ninjas accompanying him. Before setting off, Longjin instructed a chunin beside him. Count the number of personnel. Once confirmed, we will proceed according to the original plan. The chunin nodded and swiftly began verifying the personnel returning to the village. Once confirmed, Longjin raised his hand. Let us depart. The well-formed team set out from the borders of the Fire Country, embarking on the journey back to the village. The team advanced steadily along the planned route, with Longjin and Dairen bringing up the rear. In the sky, several flying soldiers circled overhead, performing reconnaissance and maintaining vigilance. Meanwhile, the medical ninja Yinayu and Do followed closely in front of Longjin, marching with the group. From an outward perspective, Yinayu, the orphanage director specializing in medical ninjutsu, and Do, a defenseless little child, were the most vulnerable and in need of protection. However, in reality, Longjin wished to place Yinayu at the forefront of the team, given her formidable reputation as a wandering priestess from the Root organization. Longjin turned to Dairen beside him and remarked, I didn't expect you to be assigned to the escort team as well. What a coincidence. Dairen replied with a smile. It seems I'm benefiting from your light, Longjin. I can return to the village for a little holiday too. Speaking of which, I've really missed my little rascal after being away from home for so long. Longjin scratched his head in confusion. What does that have to do with me? A person gently patted Longjin on the shoulder, explaining, this is all due to your remarkable performance during the final battle. Thanks to you, I received accolades as well. This vacation is a reward bestowed upon me by the village. Longjin appeared to understand and nodded. Do, who was in front, quietly turned his small head and glanced at Longjin, seemingly eager to engage in their daily QA session. You tenderly stroked Do's little head and addressed Longjin. Longjin, it seems this child has taken quite a liking to you. Longjin smiled faintly, thinking to himself, it is indeed an honor to bring joy to Dush. He then remarked to Yenoyu, since this child holds such affection for me, perhaps he could live with me. There is no one else in my home, and it would provide me with some companionship. Emulating Uncle Shi, Longjin initiated his plan to entice the child. After careful consideration, Yenoyu responded, Longjin, I can sense your good intentions. However, you are not in a suitable position to take care of this child at present. As a valuable asset to the village, your involvement in ongoing missions could often leave him alone, which would not be beneficial for his growth. Longjin could not dispute this. You spoke the truth. Even if Do were to come to him now, he would lack the time to care for him. As for leaving him with Uncle Shi, that was out of the question. Not only might Uncle Shi not be ready for fatherhood, but Longjin also feared that he might overlook Do's talents and treat him as a mere experiment. Upon hearing this, Do pouted, appearing somewhat discontent. Noticing Do's mood, Longjin smiled and reassured him, it's all right. Although you cannot live with me for now, as long as I am in the village, you are welcome to come and play with me. I will also come to visit you. Upon hearing this, Do's little face instantly brightened with a smile. You affectionately ruffled Do's gray hair and continued speaking to Longjin. Once he is older and capable of self-sufficiency, visiting each other will be much easier, Longjin. For now, let him reside in the orphanage, which will facilitate both our guidance and his growth. While Longjin nodded in agreement, he secretly pondered, I fear you may not see that day come. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Yenoyu, she was about to be targeted once again by that old fox Danzo. After finally escaping the Akatsuki organization, she was unwittingly on the verge of returning to a place that was ill-suited for her. The team escorted the injured along the predetermined route. Although their pace was not particularly swift, it was steady. As they advanced toward Kanahagakure, they drew ever closer to the village. Longjin and the others traversed the entire journey safely, encountering no enemies along the way. After nearly a month of travel, the gates of Kanehagakure finally loomed before them once more. Many shinobi, upon seeing the gates again, felt a surge of relief and joy. Those who survived were grateful to return to their village and reunite with their families, while the fallen would forever remain in that distant land. Their names etched upon the memorial stone. For the bereaved families, the pain and suffering were only just beginning. Such is the nature of war, cruel and beyond one's control. Longjian delivered all the injured and medical shinobi to the entrance of the hospital. The moment they saw so many injured coming from the front lines, Kanehagakure Hospital became instantly bustling. The escort mission undertaken by Longjian and his companions had reached its conclusion. Longjian addressed the ninjas beside him loudly. Thank you all for your hard work and cooperation. Now, enjoy your well-deserved vacation. Dismissed. The ninjas expressed their gratitude to Longjian before eagerly dispersing, hurrying back to their homes. Longjian turned to Yenoyu, who was with Do, and said, Sister Yenoyu, thank you for your efforts. Until we meet again. Yenoyu nodded gently, replying, You have worked hard. Longjian, I will take this child back to the orphanage and ensure his paperwork is in order so he can settle in. Longjian noticed Do's displeased expression upon learning they would be parting ways. He approached Do, ruffled his hair, and said, Don't worry, when I am less busy, I will come to play with you. Do, with a serious face, extended his small hand and stated, Let us make a pact. Longjian hooked his pinky with Do's, smiling as he agreed. All right, pact, hang 100 years without change. Whoever breaks it is a little dog. Upon hearing Longjian's oath, Do appeared somewhat happier. For Do, Longjian was his very first friend, and his regard for him had reached significant heights. In Do's eyes, Longjian resembled a crooked encyclopedia, possessing knowledge that was not always conventional. However, when it came to unconventional knowledge, Longjian excelled, satisfying Do's insatiable curiosity. Soon after, Yenoyu prepared to take Do back to the orphanage. As Longjian watched their departing figures, a sudden thought struck him. He called out to Yenoyu and Do, hastening to their side. Both Do and Yenoyu looked at Longjian with confusion, and Yenoyu asked, What is it, Longjian? Longjian pulled a pair of black-rimmed glasses from the shadows and placed them on the still-dazed Do's face. He then inquired, How does it look? Can you see more clearly now? Do, still bewildered, adjusted the glasses and nodded. Longjian smiled and continued, You look much more comfortable now. This is a gift for you. I hope the prescription is suitable. Yenoyu, darn it. Yes, using my words. Do's eyes immediately welled with tears, cascading down his cheeks. This was the first kindness he had ever received, and it came from Longjian. Longjian ruffled Do's hair again, saying, All right, go back with Sister Yenoyu now and try to be happy. Do sniffled a few times and nodded, gazing earnestly at Longjian, as if to imprint his image in his memory forever. Yenoyu smiled warmly at Longjian and remarked, You are truly thoughtful, Longjian. Such a heartfelt gift. We will head back now, and you are always welcome at the orphanage. With that, she and Do slowly departed. Do, wearing the glasses gifted by Longjian, turned back to glance at him multiple times as they walked away. At that moment, Longjian's status in Do's heart soared to unprecedented heights, and his fondness for him reached its zenith. Satisfied, Longjian made his way to the Hokage building, where he had information to relay to the third Hokage on behalf of Uncle Shi, as well as a report on their escort mission. One could not deny that being a team leader was quite a busy endeavor. In the Hokage building, within the confines of the Hokage's office, Longjian stood before the third Hokage. The venerable third, perpetually engaged with his pipe, diligently perused the reports relayed by Orochimaru concerning various developments and outcomes on the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi. After a moment's contemplation, the third Hokage lifted his gaze to Longjian and spoke, You have worked hard, Longjian. Your commendable performance on the front lines has reached the village. It is surprising that even a ninja as formidable as Chiyo could not gain any advantage over you. You have lived up to the village's expectations and have become a ninja capable of standing on your own. In you, I see the pure essence of the will of fire. Upon hearing these words, Longjian's expression turned serious as he clenched his fist against his chest, exclaiming with fervor, For the village, I shall offer my heart. The third Hokage, observing Longjian's righteous demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. If all the children in the village could embody the excellence and high awareness that you possess, filled with the will of fire, what cause would we have for concern regarding the prosperity of Konoha? Continuing, the third Hokage advised, Longjian, take this time to rest well in the village. Should new missions arise, I will send someone to inform you. Additionally, You may begin preparing for the theoretical examination to become a Jonin. For your current strength is indeed sufficient. Long Jian nodded in agreement, affirming his determination. In the presence of his superior, one must exude motivation and vigor. Yet once the superior departs, one may indulge in leisure and relaxation. Then, as if struck by a thought, the third Hokage remarked, "If you're able to pass the Jonin exam in the near future, you would set an unprecedented record for the village, the youngest and quickest to achieve the rank of Jonin. Such an accomplishment would hold great significance." Long Jian mused to himself, "Do not blame me, Okaze. It is not my desire, it is his insistence." After leaving the Hokage building, Long Jian officially embarked on his holiday. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively declared, "Barbecue, bathing, hot springs, and singing. Let's arrange it all. As for studying? Absolutely not. Let's not underestimate the capabilities of students from our great Tianqiao. We can create miracles and sail through all examinations in just a few nights. Moreover, I earnestly hope that the third Hokage can grant me additional points for routine assessments. Please keep your eyes open and do not make things difficult for me." As time flowed like water and days passed swiftly, Long Jian spent his days in the village enhancing his meals and engaging in heartfelt conversations with Tu. Life was relatively relaxed and joyful. Most of Long Jian's familiar companions had been dispatched to undertake various missions. While they were not on the front lines, like Long Jian, they were nonetheless preoccupied with their own tasks. During wartime, the multitude of responsibilities on the home front could indeed be described as overwhelming. Classmates from Long Jian's generation began to showcase their abilities in various places. He heard that Moonlight Gale had been recruited into the Umbu due to his unique Hotan bloodline limit. Upon returning to the village, the third Hokage also had two assistants, one named Shingetsu Izanami and the other Kozotetsu. As for Akane and Old Ma, Long Jian learned from the third that they had been assigned to a location not far from the village to compile information necessary for wartime logistics. Their work was demanding but not perilous. Consequently, Long Jian could not meet Old Ma and Akane during this visit. The third Hokage indeed displayed considerable care for his son. Since the last incident where Old Ma was nearly fatally poisoned by the Sand Shinobi, it was likely that he had developed a psychological aversion to recklessness. Thus, the third arranged for Old Ma to undertake a busy yet safe assignment, even pairing him with his beloved companion. This was truly a masterstroke of divine intervention and a fine application of authority. Long Jian was confident that Old Ma's essay would surely win first prize in the village, the topic being my Hokage father. Meanwhile, Aikido Dozo had joined forces with Long Jian's uncle Nara Shikaku and the class leader of the Konoha analysis team, Yamasho Ayase, to form the Ino, Shika, Cho team, which was reportedly operating in the border area among Konoha, Iwa, and Suna, engaging in various perilous missions against adversaries, achieving commendable results. The reputation of the Ino, Shika, Cho team was once again resounding throughout the shinobi world. One afternoon, after a delightful nap, Long Jian visited the orphanage to see Tu, who had recently acquired his new name, continuing his mission to strengthen their bond. To be honest, Tu was quite adorable, with a charming little face and a demeanor devoid of mischief, which indeed endeared him to Long Jian. He often took the time to play with Tu. Upon seeing Long Jian, Tu, sporting a purple helmet adorned with two horns, rushed over with a bright smile. This helmet was the source of Tu's name, and Long Jian had once mused that it was a fitting name bestowed upon him by Yao Yu, suggesting that he would be easy to care for. Tu approached Long Jian and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Long Jian, you're here to play with me again. Can you show me the other shadows you summoned this time?" Long Jian nodded with a smile. This little fellow seemed to have had a fascination with bloodline limits from a young age, truly a future ultimate fusion of talents. However, after only a brief period of play, a ninja wearing an Umbu mask suddenly appeared beside Long Jian, speaking in a low voice. "Nara Long Jian, the Hokage has a mission for you." Long Jian nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I will be there shortly." The Umbu ninja then vanished without a trace. He looked up at Long Jian and asked, "Are you going to fight again, brother Long Jian?" Long Jian affectionately ruffled Tu's hair, responding, "The war is not over yet. Tu, it seems the village has a mission to assign to me. Forgive me, we shall play another time." Tu obediently nodded, expressing concern. "You must be careful, brother Long Jian. I will wait here patiently for your return." Long Jian patted Tu's little head, assuring him, "Do not worry." With that, Long Jian swiftly made his way back to the Hokage building. Tu stood in place, watching Long Jian's receding figure, silently resolving to become a powerful ninja himself, so that he could accompany Long Jian on missions. To believe that this way, he would be able to assist brother Long Jian. Next time, I will protect him. To thought resolutely, Long Jian arrived at the Hokage building in a hurry. After reporting his presence, he stepped into the Hokage's office, where he discovered 7 ninjas already standing within the modestly sized room. The third Hokage maintained his usual demeanor, seated in his chair. Upon hearing Long Jian's entrance, the assembled ninjas turned their attention towards him. Long Jian first greeted the third Hokage before surveying the others present. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar face among the crowd. Momentarily taken aback, this individual appeared strikingly familiar. The person also met Long Jian's gaze and nodded amicably in acknowledgement. Then, the third Hokage spoke, Long Jian. There's a new mission for you all. Long Jian regained his composure and answered without hesitation. For the village, I would sacrifice my life without a second thought. The third Hokage observed Long Jian's reaction with great satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He felt that if all the youth in the village possessed such spirit, his burdens would be considerably lighter. Subsequently, he began to elucidate the details of the mission to Long Jian and the others. In essence, although Sunagakure had been severely weakened by the relentless assaults of Orochimaru and the constraints imposed by Kumogakure, they no longer had the capacity to challenge Konohagakure. However, recently, Konohagakure found itself embroiled in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Despite the conflict between Kumogakure and Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, Kirigakure, unwilling to remain idle, dispatched forces to attack. Reliable intelligence indicated that the one-eyed, cataract-ridden AO had taken the initiative to lead a formidable contingent of Kirigakure's elite troops with fierce intent. Naturally, Konohagakure was undaunted and promptly assembled its elite warriors, including Long Jian, who were on leave, to prepare for a counter-offensive against Kirigakure. The third Hokage addressed Long Jian, stating, "You will lead this mission, Long Jian. Let Kirigakure understand that we, Konohagakure, are never to be trifled with." Long Jian solemnly nodded in response, assuring the third Hokage, "I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Simultaneously, Long Jian's mind raced as he confirmed the identity of that familiar individual, Uchiha Shursui. The third Hokage nodded and continued, "Long Jian, you are in charge of arranging the team for this mission, with one stipulation. All members of Kirigakure must be expelled from the Land of Fire." Long Jian acknowledged the task with a serious demeanor, fully aware that their true challenges were about to commence. Uchiha Shursui had already arrived at his side. Observing the composition of the team for this mission, Long Jian felt an involuntary surge of joy. It was rare to engage in such a well-equipped operation. Setting aside doubts about his own strength to contend with AO and his ilk, the presence of Shursui on their side tilted the scales in their favor. Long Jian even speculated that he might not need to lift a finger, as Shursui would likely resolve all issues. After exiting the third Hokage's office, Long Jian, now the captain of the mission, took it upon himself to relay crucial intelligence regarding the enemy to his comrades. He glanced at Shursui and the others, noting Shursui's youthful appearance. Despite his tender years, he had already made a name for himself on the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War, thanks to his Sharingan and exceptional body flicker technique. Much like Long Jian, yet Long Jian believed Shursui's moniker was far more impressive. Shursui of the body flicker technique certainly sounded far more sophisticated than Puppet Master Slayer. Long Jian contemplated whether he should adopt a striking nickname himself and have Scorpion disseminate it throughout the ninja world while gathering materials. This tactic represented a correct application of organizational strategy. Long Jian's team configuration was commendable. In addition to Shursui, they had another Jonin and a cadre of Chunin, collectively forming a small but elite faction from Konohagakure. Long Jian addressed the group. "The enemy we are about to confront is led by AO, a Jonin from Kirigakure who possesses the Byakugan obtained from our very own Hyuga clan and has been placed on the village's wanted list. According to our intelligence, they have already infiltrated the Land of Fire. Therefore, we must act without delay and depart promptly." Shursui and the others nodded in understanding. Long Jian continued, "Let us split up and prepare. We will regroup at the village gates in half an hour, and I will provide further details on the mission during our journey." Yes. Half an hour later, at the village's main gate, Long Jian led the 7 punctual members toward the location indicated in the intelligence report, embarking on their interception mission. Along the way, Long Jian elaborated on the specifics of the mission with Shursui and the others. In summary, the task could be distilled into 3 essential steps. Locate the enemy. Neutralize the enemy and expel the enemy. In Longjin's mind, their current composition was more than adequate. Shui accompanied him on the journey, and Longjin observed the youthful Uchiha, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who had garnered the second Hokage's recognition. Longjin believed it was admirable for Shui to harbor dreams. However, the reality often proved starkly different. Despite being a genuine prodigy with remarkable abilities, he seemed inclined to entrust his fate to others. Sensing Longjin's gaze, Shui offered a friendly nod and remarked, "It is a great honor to fight alongside you, Longjin-senpai." Longjin reciprocated with warmth, initiating a mutual exchange of accolades. Shusui's renown had even reached the battlefield of Sunagakure, and the members of Kirigakure were in for a harsh lesson. Shui humbly smiled and replied, "You flatter me, Longjin-senpai. My achievements pale in comparison to your feats on the battlefield of Sunagakure." Truth be told, Longjin had discerned that Shusui's demeanor and conduct were far removed from the typical Uchiha. It was no wonder that villagers often held a certain disdain for Uchiha ninjas. Their arrogance, whether with or without their Sharingan, made it difficult to endear themselves to others. If only they could embody Shusui's humility, kindness, and politeness. It would be challenging for Danzo and the third Hokage to isolate the Uchiha clan within the village. After all, the villagers were not fools. They observed behaviors and actions beyond mere provocations. Throughout their journey, Longjin and Shui engaged in amiable conversation, with Longjin's past achievements resonating with Shui, who saw in him a kindred spirit, a true bearer of the will of fire. Furthermore, Longjin's formidable strength and reputation as a genius fostered more common ground between them. In fact, Longjin was astutely aware of Shusui's character and aspirations, allowing Shui to feel that every word spoken by Longjin struck a chord with him. Within a brief span of days, Shui developed a profound sense of camaraderie with Longjin, as if they were long-lost companions. He felt compelled to forge a brotherly bond with Longjin. "Longjin-senpai truly understands me," Shui mused, surprised by how many of his thoughts aligned with Longjin's. As if each conversation illuminated his mind, he resolved to seek further opportunities for exchange and learning with Longjin. However, it is worth noting that a man seldom extends kindness without reason. Should one perceive such behavior, caution is warranted, for it is likely that he covets either your wealth or your body. At that moment, Longjin's attitude toward Shui was indeed reflective of the latter. Shui of the body flicker technique, a powerful bearer of Susanoo. Truly, he was a talent that the organization needed. Nevertheless, Longjin found himself pondering how to persuade Shui to join their cause. For this severe patient of the will of fire, the village's peace envoy, who willingly sacrifices his life to protect the village and family, Longjin must truly devise a plan to possibly abduct Jishui. The road ahead is fraught with difficulties. However, the immediate priority is to establish a good relationship with Jishui. After all, without a solid connection, many discussions cannot be initiated. Longjin increasingly feels akin to Uncle Shi. With countless children in the world, those targeted by Uncle Shi will inevitably be led astray. Meanwhile, Longjin diligently learns various skills from Uncle Shi, aiming to build a grassroots foundation for the organization and to assist the characters he cherishes in battling their fates, ensuring the organization does not devolve into an unreliable henhouse. With fervent passion, he traverses the ninja world, unconfused and achieving mastery of his skills. After several days of travel and pursuit, Longjin and his companions, following the faintest clues left by the mist ninjas, finally discerned the whereabouts of Qing and his group. Following the lead, Longjin noticed a small stone that had been turned over on the ground. After observing the dryness on the backside of the stone, he surmised that Qing and his companions had just passed through this area moments ago. He immediately commanded everyone to prepare for battle, as they were very close to the mist ninjas, affirming that they were on the right path. Jishui and the others nodded, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. Jishui felt admiration for Longjin's meticulousness during the mission, recognizing him not as a reckless brute devoid of strategy. Following such a person surely allows one to learn more. Jishui mused internally. Subsequently, the group resumed their pursuit towards the direction of the clues. As the sun slowly set, the night gradually enveloped the forest. The dim surroundings foretold a night of unrest. Qing led his subordinates swiftly through the woods under the cover of darkness. Unaware that Longjin and Jishui had already tracked their movements and were hastening towards them, Longjin and his companions were agile, weaving through the trees and maneuvering ahead of Qing's group. Long Jian drew out Moyu and raised a hand, prompting Jishui and the others to halt beside him. In a low voice, Long Jian stated that, based on their direction, this was an inevitable path for them, and they should set an ambush. When they passed, he would signal, and they would strike together to eliminate all enemies. The others nodded in understanding. However, Jishui, crouched beside Long Jian, spoke up, "Captain Long Jian, at this distance, they have already entered my Jinjutsu range. May I initiate an attack?" Long Jian raised an eyebrow, contemplating, could he truly employ Jinjutsu at this distance? Such strength is rather remarkable. Nonetheless, since Jishui had made a request, Long Jian was inclined to oblige, for one must not dampen the enthusiasm of their juniors. Although Long Jian understood that Jishui's reasoning stemmed from his own ideology of winning without fighting, he believed that eliminating all enemies was the most straightforward solution. Yet, this approach would indeed minimize casualties. Long Jian nodded and replied to Jishui, "In that case, go ahead, but wait until they are a bit closer. I will strike alongside you to deliver a profound lesson to the Mist Ninjas." Jishui nodded in agreement. After all, Long Jian was the captain of this mission. While suggestions could be made, obedience remained paramount. Jishui closed his eyes, and, upon opening them suddenly, they transformed into the crimson three-tomo shape of his Sharingan. Long Jian gazed at Jishui's eyes, reflecting on the coveted Sharingan that countless individuals yearned for. It appeared to complement his own fused mask state quite well. However, according to the prevailing laws of the Naruto world, those overly obsessed with the Sharingan either, like Uncle Shi, never acquire it, or like Danzo, who did attain it, face a grim fate. Alternatively, one might neither gain a Sharingan nor escape a dire outcome. In essence, it seems all paths lead to misfortune, with no one emerging unscathed. Thus, Long Jian maintained a respectful distance from his Sharingan, recognizing that preserving his own life took precedence over achieving Susanoo. Moreover, his own eyes were not incapable of turning red. It hardly mattered. Yet, he would gladly welcome a few teammates endowed with the Sharingan, such as our Jishui. Long Jian observed Jishui, tears of frustration escaping from the corners of his mouth. He then lifted his gaze to the moon obscured by clouds above and the pitch-black shadows below. Secretly thinking to himself, "This truly is my domain." With a few swift movements, he descended to the ground, hands forming seals, ever ready to unleash his ninjutsu. Jishui mirrored his actions, hands poised to form seals, awaiting Long Jian's signal. Before long, Qing and his group arrived at the ambush site set by Long Jian. Qing, flanked by several mist ninjas, moved quickly. Suddenly, the two mist ninjas, closely trailing Qing, collapsed to the side as if all their strength had been suddenly drained. They fell to the ground, clutching their heads, and began to wail in agony. Qing stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him, the abrupt turn of events causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. "Calm down, Jinjutsu. When did this happen?" he exclaimed, quickly forming seals with his hands and murmuring, "Byakugan." Instantly, the silhouettes of several Kanehagakure ninjas appeared in Qing's mind, one of whom stood atop a tree, eyes suffused with green chakra. What terrified Qing further was the presence of another ninja stealthily emerging from behind his group. The shadow beneath Long Jian extended outward, utilizing the dark environment to connect to the feet of Qing's remaining subordinates. The mist ninjas, eyes wide with horror, found themselves utterly unable to control their bodies. Some desperately sought ways to dispel Long Jian's secret technique, while others were drenched in sweat, their expressions betraying sheer terror. Long Jian calmly declared, "Shadow, stitching technique, Black Abyss Flower." Indeed, he had grown increasingly adept. Simultaneously, from the shadows beneath each mist ninja, several soldiers of the Black Abyss Legion rose, swiftly eliminating all the mist ninjas ensnared by the Black Abyss Flower. Blood splattered as the expressions of the mist ninjas ranged from fear to resentment, collapsing into pools of crimson. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Qing reacted, all his subordinates had already been dealt with. The metallic scent of rust filled Qing's nostrils, and upon recognizing Long Jian and Jishui's faces, cold sweat poured down his forehead as he shouted, "Retreat." The mist ninjas arriving later, upon witnessing the standoff, found themselves momentarily at a loss. Qing, wearing a grave expression, addressed the mist ninjas who had narrowly escaped due to their distance from his vanguard. "It is the puppet master killer from Kanehagakure and the instant stop Jishui. We are no match for them. Quickly retreat." Upon hearing this, the remaining ninjas from the Mist Village recognized the gravity of the situation. How could Kanehagakure dispatch these two formidable beings against us? Is this not an undue challenge? This is akin to your endeavor to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples. Subsequently, the ninjas from the mist swiftly assisted their two comrades who had fallen victim to the Shursui Jinjutsu. Under the leadership of AO, they maintained vigilance against Ryukin while making a hasty retreat, scurrying in the direction of the land of water. Ryukin, witnessing this, felt no urge to pursue them. After all, the mission had been deemed successful. It was indeed commendable to have the mist ninjas retreat in the face of adversity. Moreover, Ryukin was acutely aware that the true menace from the mist lay further behind. This encounter could merely be regarded as an appetizer. Hidden atop the trees, the Konoha ninjas observed how Ryukin and Shursui effortlessly dispatched the mist ninjas. They revealed themselves, prompting the mist ninjas to flee without a fight. Their admiration reached a pinnacle. This is the power of reputation, akin to the shadow of a tree. Just behold this overwhelming presence. It is terrifyingly potent. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of emptiness and idleness crept into their hearts. Completing this task was surprisingly effortless. It felt akin to being sent out on a sightseeing tour by the village. We barely had to lift a finger. The great ones were performing all the heavy lifting. This must surely be what it means to earn without exertion. The ninjas accompanying Ryukin mused in their hearts. Shursui approached Ryukin and remarked, "With this, the mist ninjas should be considerably more compliant." Ryukin smiled non-committally and instructed the group. "The battlefield is clear. The mission is accomplished. Prepare to return to the village to report." Shursui and the others nodded in agreement. As Ryukin tidied the battlefield, he mused internally. No wonder Shursui relishes the art of compelling others to yield without conflict. This sensation is indeed quite exhilarating. Primarily, it is impressive. The enemy, upon hearing your name and seeing your visage, abandons their corpses and makes a hasty retreat. Such prestige is unparalleled. Shursui, you truly are a genius. You know how to enjoy life. Ryukin deemed this to be the most effortless mission since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. After a relentless journey, Ryukin and the others successfully returned to the village. Without delay, Ryukin hastened to the Hokage's office to report the completion of the mission. The third Hokage, upon hearing of the ease with which Ryukin and his team had accomplished their task, expressed his approval and praise once more. With a grand gesture, he assigned another mission to Ryukin, instructing him to take Shursui and form a squad to proceed to the border of the Land of Fire, near the Land of Water, to patrol that vicinity and prevent any formidable enemies from the mist from infiltrating the Land of Fire, thereby disrupting Konoha supply lines. This would also enable Ryukin and Shursui to effectively counter the high-level forces from Mist. Ryukin felt a wave of exasperation. Why was this not communicated earlier? Why make me and Shursui run back and forth? The third Hokage remarked, "Who could have known you two would be so formidable, scaring the enemy away upon arrival?" The mission was completed far too swiftly. Even the third Hokage did not have time to issue the next set of instructions. Ryukin returned directly from the border of the Land of Fire. Nevertheless, he was genuinely pleased to undertake missions alongside Shursui. After all, this presented an opportunity to strengthen their bond. Simultaneously, upon receiving news of the Mist declaring war, the third Hokage ordered the deployment of a substantial follow-up force to engage the Mist ninjas, which had already reached the border. They confronted the Mist's main force. Thanks to the Mist's self-destructive tendencies over the past few years, Konoha had suffered significantly. Their numbers had dwindled, and their strength had diminished. Otherwise, facing so many great ninja villages would be quite challenging for Konoha, surrounded as they were by adversaries. In truth, Konoha was beginning to feel the strain. The Idaho ninjas were still watching closely, and the war had not ceased. At any moment, they could amass their forces once more. From a mist, Ao, as a vanguard seeking to infiltrate the Land of Fire, was repelled by Ryukin and Shursui. Meanwhile, the main force of the Mist brazenly landed at the border of the Land of Fire, engaging in a new round of warfare with the Konoha ninja troops dispatched to confront them. Ryukin received his orders, departed the Hokage's office, and made his way to the Uchiha clan's territory, intending to find Shursui, who had recently returned home, and embark on their journey anew. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's domain, two ninjas clad in Uchiha garb suddenly appeared before Ryukin. One, with an air of indifference, spoke in a stiff tone. "This is Uchiha territory. What business do you have?" Ryukin raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "I am looking for Shursui. The Hokage has new task arrangements." The other ninja responded in a similarly cold manner. "Then please wait here. I will fetch Shursui." Ryukin nodded and ceased further conversation. One Uchiha turned and swiftly departed, while the other remained, locking eyes with Ryukin. Ryukin suddenly felt as though he were being scrutinized, as if he were an intruder. This sensation is truly characteristic of the proud Uchiha. Soon, Shursui appeared in Ryukin's line of sight. Upon their meeting, Shursui displayed an expression of apology and addressed Ryukin. I apologize for the wait, Ryukin-senpai. I am ready to depart at any time. Ryukin nodded, stating, then let us set out. I will explain the task arrangements along the way. Observing Shursui's courteous demeanor, Ryukin couldn't help but admire him again. Truly, my Shursui-chan is quite remarkable. Shursui nodded vigorously and promptly fell in step beside Ryukin. The two swiftly departed the village. Along the way, upon learning that Konoha's forces were already engaged in a full-scale battle with the mist ninjas at the front lines, Shursui's expression grew considerably somber. In his heart, he understood that war only begets endless casualties and suffering. He was a person who yearned deeply for peace, yet was born into this tumultuous era. Thus, stepping onto the battlefield for the sake of the village was inevitable. Ryukin, noticing Shursui's demeanor, instantly grasped his sentiments. Seizing the moment, he began to impart wisdom. Shursui, the other day, when we intercepted Ao's forces, your desire to strike first was, in fact, an intention to compel the enemy to yield without conflict. You sought to dissuade Ao and his comrades from advancing, thereby avoiding unnecessary casualties. Shursui was taken aback, pondering internally. Did Ryukin-senpai truly see through my thoughts? He immediately expressed his apologies to Ryukin. I am sorry, Ryukin-senpai. I should not have shown mercy to the enemy. Ryukin shook his head and reassured Shursui. I am not reproaching you, Shursui. Your sentiments are not inherently right or wrong. I merely wish to convey a principle. Shursui gazed at Ryukin, eager to listen attentively. Ryukin proceeded, commencing his tailored guidance. I know you have always believed that using weapons to compel submission and maintaining order through violence cannot be deemed true peace. You have long adhered to the principle of compelling others to yield without battle. Shursui was momentarily taken aback. Ryukin's words resonated deeply within him. He was astonished that Ryukin understood his feelings so well. The analysis is astoundingly precise, articulating thoughts with unparalleled clarity. Such formidable analytical prowess and insight into human nature are indeed remarkable. Longjin remarked that anyone could achieve this level of understanding after reviewing the script. He continued, Jishui, your ideas are commendable. This is indeed an excellent strategy for both siege and psychological warfare. However, you must remember that this is not a universal remedy for all human affairs. Longjin's words left Jishui somewhat bewildered. Could it be that slaughter and warfare are the inevitable norms of the ninja world? Seizing the moment, Longjin continued to elaborate. Human beings are inherently diverse. Not everyone possesses your kindness, selflessness, and profound love. Some individuals have insidiousness and cunning ingrained in their very being. When confronted with such crafty individuals, your benevolence may come across as immaturity and irrationality. Jishui. Listening to Longjin's perspective plunged Jishui into contemplation. He pondered. Must he stoop to the level of deceit if others are deceitful? If others lack kindness, must he also abandon his own? What kind of world would that create? Jishui dared not explore these thoughts further. Longjin perceived the turmoil within Jishui and gently patted his shoulder, imparting wisdom. Jishui, you are still young and exceptionally talented. In you, I see a completely unique member of the Uchiha clan. When you mature, your abilities may bring about significant change. I have never claimed your thoughts are erroneous. But there is one crucial truth you must remember. Jishui raised his head and earnestly gazed into Longjin's eyes. He was curious about what advice someone who saw through him so clearly would offer. Yet, Jishui believed that Longjin's counsel would undoubtedly be invaluable, perhaps even beneficial for a lifetime. The reason was simple. In Jishui's heart, Longjin embodied wisdom. He was a quintessential mentor in life. Longjin spoke softly, regardless of his circumstances. Jishui, you must remember that protecting others is predicated on first safeguarding yourself. Many will worry about your existence. If you wish to accomplish great things in the future, the first step is to ensure your own survival. Jishui nodded earnestly. Longjin continued with earnest gravity. Jishui, a fallen master is forever not a master. Only those who endure until the end are the true victors. His calm words resonated within Jishui like thunder, stirring profound thoughts. Recently, Jishui had become engrossed in discussions about the meaning of life with Longjin. The image of Long Jian in Jishui's mind had reached unprecedented heights, resembling that of a trusted older brother, a meticulous mentor, a guiding light in life. Jishui felt compelled to share many thoughts he had struggled to comprehend in the past. Although Long Jian might not provide precise answers, he always offered reasonable explanations that unveiled new understandings. This led Jishui to the realization that genuine peace necessitates a foundation of strength to be attained. Some of Long Jian's remarks began to sway Jishui's long-held convictions. For a long time, Jishui had believed that achieving victory without conflict was the supreme strategy. As a paragon of the 21st century, Long Jian naturally resonated with Elder AI's hawkish theories. Undoubtedly, achieving victory without conflict is ideal. However, Elder AI also stated that strength is the bedrock of justice. True combat prowess is the genuine support of diplomacy. Jishui once asked Long Jian, Elder Long Jian, since you also agree that coercing others through weaponry and maintaining order via violence does not equate to true peace, why do you seem to harbor such radical ideas? Long Jian smiled nonchalantly and articulated a classic maxim. Because for both the village and the clan, dignity lies only at the edge of the sword, and truth exists solely within the range of ninjutsu. Jishui, what do you believe powerful ninjas and ninjutsu are for? Let me tell you, they are meant to measure the territory of the village. Jishui was profoundly shocked by Long Jian's hawkish theory. For a child who had long yearned for peace, he had never encountered such a jarring challenge to his beliefs. Undeterred, Jishui pressed on, but Elder Long Jian, if that is the case, war will never cease, and suffering will accompany everyone. This does not resolve the issue of peace. Long Jian smiled enigmatically, patting Jishui's shoulder, and quietly remarked, what if you dare to think bolder? If Konoha's strength were formidable enough to annihilate all other villages in the ninja world, then the recent war with the Sand Ninja would not have occurred, and the Cloud Ninja, Rock Ninja, and even the current Mist Ninja would not dare to take advantage of the chaos. Jishui was introduced to the doorway of a new world, and Long Jian's reasoning was compelling. Long Jian continued, speaking to himself, yet conveying a message to Jishui. We belong to a generation born in times of war, and if the next generation desires peace, they must exchange it for formidable strength. There are far too many within the village who fail to grasp this principle, including those who only understand mutual destruction without comprehending what true sin means in contemporary times and the merits that echo through the ages. Jishui felt a surge of terror wash over him. Long Jian's words pierced through the veil that Konoha had long maintained, exposing questions and answers that Jishui had long been reluctant to contemplate. Brother, can such truths truly be spoken? Am I truly allowed to hear this? Jishui glanced around nervously. Brother, please stop. I'm feeling a bit frightened. He then jested, Is this the boss? Please order 2 coffins for me, preferably made of fine mahogany. Yes. Deliver them to the entrance of Konoha. What? If there are sliding lids, that would be even better. Long Jian, sensing the cold sweat trickling down Jishui's face, recognized the tumult within the young boy's heart. He imparted a profound lesson that left Jishui in shock. Long Jian expressed that Jishui could always come to discuss such matters, for he would be more than willing to engage. Meanwhile, he silently mused, Little Jishui, just a few more times, and I will have you captivated. He, a child whom I, Long Jian, have set my sights on will never escape my grasp. After a time of travel, Long Jian and Jishui found themselves back on the battlefield between Konoha and the Mist Ninjas. Unlike other ninjas, Long Jian and Jishui moved with remarkable freedom, primarily confronting the elite forces of the Mist. The main forces from Konoha engaged in direct combat on the front lines, notably to counter the Mist incursions. And given that most Mist ninjas excelled in water-style ninjutsu, often creating dense fog to launch attacks, Konoha deployed the Hyuga clan, led by Hinata Hizashi, as the primary force on this battlefield. The results were remarkably effective, as the Byakugan was particularly adept at countering such techniques. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Long Jian, accompanied by Jishui, promptly reported to Rizu and then proceeded to engage in free activities. To be more precise, they sought out a small contingent of elite Wu-Ren ninjas to join forces. Over the course of several days, Long Jian and Jishui once again made their names resonate across the Wu-Ren battlefield. During this time, the Wu-Ren ninjas, through continuous skirmishes, realized that the Sandren were merely embellishing their own reputation. They scoffed at the moniker Puppet Master Slayer attributed to Long Jian, exclaiming, "What nonsense! He shows no mercy when he slays us." He dispatches us with the ease of chopping vegetables. Long Jian, intentionally, took every opportunity to disseminate his newly coined title among the Wu Ren ranks. The fortunate Wu Ren who survived the onslaught of Long Jian and Ji Shui eagerly assisted in amplifying Long Jian's notoriety. Thus, amidst a series of fortuitous events, Long Jian emerged from the Wu Ren battlefield with an even more formidable title, Master of Shadows. Each time he ventured into battle, he would hum a personal background theme. He would occasionally place his hands on his hips, palms facing downward, rhythmically swaying his hips to the music he curated. He would oscillate as he walked, and with exuberance, he would shout, "Shadow Prison Killing Formation." Instantly, he summoned a row of ghostly soldiers, flanking him on either side. As he moved, all the ghostly soldiers promptly assumed their positions. The victorious MVP screen left Ji Shui in awe. Long Jian, is this Master of Shadows truly the real deal? The elite Wu Ren ninjas, if they beheld this spectacle, would surely voice their disbelief. What a joke. We were thoroughly trounced by this fellow. Meanwhile, before the titles Master of Shadows and Instantaneous Water echoed across the Wu Ren battlefield, a distant figure from the Land of Water, having endured defeat at the hands of Long Jian and Ji Shui, returned to report his humiliating experience to the current leader of Wu Ren village, the Third Mizukage. Upon learning of this event, the Third Mizukage expressed immense incredulity. How can such individuals exist in the ninja world? Whose subordinates are they? However, since the Third Mizukage had chosen to engage in this high-stakes game, he was not inclined to accept defeat. Thus, he declared his intent to take serious action. Without much deliberation, he dispatched the elite team known as the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, a group renowned for executing high-difficulty missions under the command of past Mizukages. Upon receiving the Third Mizukage's orders, the Seven Ninja Swordsmen swiftly made their way to the Land of Fire's Konoha Forest. Meanwhile, the Third Hokage, upon receiving this news, prepared to respond immediately. Concurrently, the IWA ninja, embroiled in constant friction, dispatched their formidable general, Dong Shuren, further intensifying their offensive against the Land of Fire. This infuriated the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. While he acknowledged the need to retaliate against Wu Ren, he was also troubled by the situation. At that moment, the elite forces of Konoha were preoccupied. Orochimaru remained stationed at the Sandarin front to prevent any desperate attacks. Jiraiya had ventured to the Cloud Ninja battlefield as a commanding general, unwilling to recall his forces while the conflict persisted. Given the presence of various clans, like the Hyuga, Wu Ren's overall numbers were not as imposing as those of other ninja villages, resulting in Konoha investing relatively little effort. As for Danzo and his cohorts, they had retreated to the Land of Rain, ostensibly to thwart any ambitions of Hanzo, the Salamander, who might seek to capitalize on the chaos and initiate a war against Konoha. In reality, the Third Hokage was uncertain of Danzo's true intentions. In comparison, the high-end combat forces on the IWA battlefield appeared somewhat strained. The Third Hokage was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. Each member was an elite jonin equipped with a blade tailored to their unique ninjutsu. Rumor had it that the Seven could conquer a small nation in a single night, a testament to their formidable power. Yet, on the front lines, few could contend with the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. After much contemplation, the Third Hokage resolved to dispatch the Rising Stars, Long Jian and Ji Shui, to engage and distract the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. In the Hokage's eyes, while Long Jian and Ji Shui were indeed prodigious talents with considerable strength and recent accolades, the Seven Ninja Swordsmen had been notorious since the Hokage's own youth. The Third Hokage was reluctant to risk the lives of these two promising talents due to a misjudgment. However, at that moment, he had little choice. Minato Namikaze was needed on the IWA battlefield as a formidable presence. Thus, the Seven Ninja Swordsmen of Wu Ren appeared to be the only option left. Determined, the Third Hokage relayed his orders to the front line at the Wu Ren battlefield. Upon receiving the news, Rizu fell into a moment of contemplation. He was taken aback that the village had reached the point of dispatching a new generation talent like Nara Longjian to confront the elite forces of Wu Ren. Despite his internal reservations, Rizu, a man of strict hierarchy, recognized his lack of authority to question the Third Hokage's judgment. Obedience to orders was paramount. When Longjian and Jishui returned to the outpost at the designated time for rest and to report their achievements, Rizu assigned them the task laid out by the village. Simultaneously, other Konoha ninjas present in Rizu's command center cast various expressions towards Longjian and Jishui. Their gazes ranged from disbelief to sympathy and even indifference. Long Jian was a disciple of Orochimaru and had achieved notable success on the Sandrin battlefield, recently gaining fame on the Wuren front. Meanwhile, Ji Shui, known as Instantaneous Water, was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Yet, these two young talents were assigned a mission that seemed akin to a death sentence in their eyes, to confront the 7 infamous elite Jonin of Wuren. To put it bluntly, apart from a few long-established figures in the village, the odds appeared overwhelmingly against them. Roshan lacked confidence in successfully thwarting the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and retreating unscathed. Ji Shui sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, his expression slightly tense. Yet he maintained his composure. Long Jian raised an eyebrow and, without uttering a word, accepted the mission. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of numerous Konoha ninjas, he turned and departed the command post with Ji Shui in tow. Following Long Jian, Ji Shui exited the outpost. Long Jian remained silent throughout their journey, while Ji Shui found himself grappling with many unanswered questions. In his heart, he could only perceive this mission assignment as a reluctant choice by the third Hokage. Although this was likely the case, he could not help but entertain certain unsettling thoughts. Moreover, Long Jian's recent endeavors in manipulation added to his confusion. Finally, Ji Shui could no longer contain himself and addressed Long Jian senpai. About this mission. Long Jian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight within, realizing Ji Shui had finally spoken up. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained calm as he replied, "This mission, personally assigned by the third Hokage, requires us to exert all our efforts in confronting the 7 ninja swordsmen. I trust one need not elaborate on the nature of this unit. However, Ji Shui, rest assured, I will ensure your safety." Listening to Long Jian's calm, yet caring words, a warm current surged within Ji Shui, though lingering doubts still clouded his mind. He found it peculiar that no one truly knew Ji Shui's real strength. While Long Jian's abilities might be somewhat concealed, they were likely not hidden to a great extent. Why then would the third Hokage dispatch the two of them on a mission that appeared, on paper, to be somewhat disproportionate? Long Jian sought to plant the seed of doubt in Ji Shui's mind, allowing it to take root. In reality, Long Jian did not regard the 7 ninja swordsmen with as much gravity as others. After all, regardless of whether he could defeat them or not, if things went awry, he could simply take flight and abandon them. Moreover, this scenario was originally crafted by Might Dai. With a formidable deity backing him, Long Jian felt unafraid. Furthermore, with Ji Shui by his side, a fierce warrior in his own right, he could easily incite rebellion among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet, why then did Long Jian maintain an appearance of grave concern, adorned with an air of disbelief? This was, of course, to utilize his acting skills to erode Ji Shui's unwavering trust in the Hokage. What an opportune moment it was. In the eyes of the third Hokage, given Long Jian's prowess and the emerging talent of Ji Shui, it seemed unlikely for them to fail against the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, a confrontation should be manageable. After all, even seasoned ninjas like Chiyo had not fared well under Long Jian's command. The third Hokage truly did not believe that Long Jian and Ji Shui could triumph over the 7 ninja swordsmen, but he certainly did not intend for them to perish. Long Jian's performance successfully misled Ji Shui, diverting his thoughts. Soon after, Long Jian, perceiving Ji Shui's inner turmoil, spoke earnestly, "Ji Shui, the objective of this mission eludes my understanding as well. However, we must exercise utmost caution. I do not wish to perish inexplicably on the battlefield, nor do I want a more talented individual like you to meet the same fate." He reiterated, "Until our strength reaches a certain threshold, we often find ourselves in such predicaments. Nonetheless, I will not allow those adversaries to have their way." As Ji Shui listened to Long Jian's seemingly comforting words, his mind raced, and he astutely detected an undercurrent of deeper meaning, prompting further contemplation. Long Jian and Ji Shui traversed through the dense woods at a rapid pace, following the border of a land of fire. According to the mission intelligence, they hurried towards the Konoha forest, where the 7 ninja swordsmen were likely to have ventured. Time continued to elapse since the third Hokage had relayed the information, and the mission was assigned and communicated to Long Jian and Ji Shui. The 7 ninja swordsmen had already infiltrated the territory of the land of fire. Utilizing his exceptional judgment, actually stemming from his familiarity with the script, Long Jian guided Ji Shui through a series of known answers and deductive reasoning. He deduced that the 7 ninja swordsmen had likely reached a forest situated midway between the village and the border. This area frequently served as a supply route for Konoha transporting resources to the front lines of the conflict with the Mist Ninja. The primary objective of the 7 ninja swordsmen, akin to their initial incursion into the Land of Fire, was to exert immense pressure on Konoha, dispersing their forces and significantly amplifying their losses. Indeed, the 7 ninja swordsmen were executing precisely this strategy. As Long Jian and Jishui strategized to locate and confront the 7 ninja swordsmen, this enigmatic ensemble had already commenced their unilateral slaughter in the rear of Konoha, inflicting considerable damage. It must be noted that the 7 ninja swordsmen exhibited substantial lethality when dealing with most ordinary ninjas, living up to their notorious reputation. The original 7 ninja swordsmen were emblematic of the Blood Mist Village moniker during the 4th Mizuki's reign, employing increasingly brutal tactics. Long Jian even speculated whether it was from this period that the Mist Ninja began to embrace such a trajectory, with the 4th Mizuki merely furthering the infamous legacy of the Blood Mist Village. Wherever the 7 ninja swordsmen roamed, the Konoha ninjas met with grim fates. At that moment, Guy and his 2 comrades, Hibi and Shiranui Gima, were sprinting frantically towards the village, their faces etched with terror, daring not to pause even for a moment, as if pursued by a relentless beast. Hot on their heels were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Admittedly, when Guy's trio first laid eyes upon these 7 formidable foes, they were left utterly bewildered. 7 elite jonin. How could 3 mere children contend against them? Do we charge at them head-on? Guy exclaimed, incredulously. At this juncture, although Guy had ascended to Chunin rank and was tasked with inspecting supply shipments from their Konoha encampment, situated some distance from the battlefield, he and his team returned to find their base transformed into a veritable river of blood, rife with the stench of death. In their astonishment, the 7 ninja swordsmen had also spotted Guy's trio, grinning wickedly as they commenced a deadly game of cat and mouse. In their eyes, Guy and his companions were mere children, easily dispatched. The thrill of tormenting their enemies and relishing in the chase fueled the sadistic delight of these 7 twisted individuals. Thus, while Guy and his teammates fled desperately, the 7 ninja swordsmen pursued them at a leisurely pace, tossing shuriken to unerringly disrupt their flight. Guy vowed, "Those scoundrels may think they can bully me in my youth, but once I fully develop my strength, I shall send all 7 of them reeling." However, at present, for Guy's team, these 7 adversaries, seamlessly coordinated and ruthlessly efficient, posed a formidable threat. To possess strength is essential, and to be ruthless is equally vital. When faced with them, apart from a more aesthetically pleasing demise, Kai and his companions truly found themselves at a loss for any other form of prayer. With a sunbon gripped between his teeth, Buji Huoxian Jian displayed a hint of anxiety as he addressed Kai. Those individuals are merely toying with us. They are contemplating how to kill us in a manner that offers them the utmost satisfaction. Kai nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Although I truly despise the idea of fleeing any longer, those 7 individuals are simply beyond our capabilities at this moment." Beside them, wearing dark glasses, Hibi Sui felt cold sweat trickle down his brow, as if he could already see the specter of death beckoning him. At that moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen seemed to have grown weary of their game. They swiftly closed in on Kai and his companions, effortlessly surrounding them. Kai, Buji Huoxian, and Hibi Sui crouched on the ground, gazing at the diverse forms of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a wave of helplessness washing over them. Kai spoke gravely, "This is bad. We are surrounded, and there is no escape now." Buji Huoxian leaned against Kai, his expression grave as he asked, "What now? We cannot hope to contend with them." The brash Pai Ji Shizong raised an eyebrow, sneering, "I didn't expect even the youngsters from other ninja villages would recognize us. We have become quite the celebrities." He then raised his decapitating blade, grinning maliciously, "Ah, my blade has a small nick. It needs to taste some blood to restore its edge." Coupled with his terrifying visage, Kai and his companions felt an even greater weight upon them. It seemed that their fate was sealed today. As they pondered strategies to break free, a figure emanating a vibrant green aura descended from the heavens. It was none other than Medo Dai, the eternal genin of Konoha and father of Kai. Simultaneously, Medo Dai's voice resonated in the ears of Kai and his companions. Just in time, upon recognizing the newcomer, they exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Medo Dai's purpose as a mere genin in this dire situation. Kai, astonished, exclaimed, "Father, what brings you here as a genin?" The 7 ninja swordsmen, upon noticing Medo Dai, scoffed dismissively, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Even Kirasame Kuran, observing Mado Dai's peculiar attire, could not help but mock him. No wonder you're a genin. You hardly look like a ninja at all. If Long Jian were aware of their audacity, he would surely have let them experience the true strength of a Konoha genin. What a boast! You are the 7 ninja swordsmen, capable of annihilating a nation? Can you even survive this? This is the 8th gate. What are the 7 ninja swordsmen? They will not survive. Do you comprehend what Death Gate, open, signifies? This is true strength. With a robust aura, Mado Dai addressed Kai and his companions. Enough chatter. You must flee. I will buy you some time. Kai, astonished, quickly replied, We must escape, father. They are all Jonin, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. You alone cannot contend with them. Mado Dai, glowing with a brilliant green light, resolutely declared, I possess the 8th gate formation. Kai was taken aback, his heart racing. He understood that activating the 8th gate formation, particularly the Death Gate, came at the cost of one's life. Mado Dai's voice rang out once more, self-restraint. Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his father. Mado Dai gave him a thumbs up, calmly stating, Now is the moment to protect the things we hold most dear, even at the cost of our lives. Kai was profoundly moved by his father's lifelong commitment to self-restraint. After 20 years of honing his skills, he was prepared to sacrifice himself for those he cherished. Mado Dai had unwavering faith that his son had perfectly inherited his will. Kai gritted his teeth, determined to lead Buji Hua, Xian Jian, and Hibi Sui away from the battlefield. Mado Dai, observing Kai's resolve, felt a swell of pride, his green aura intensifying. Just as Mado Dai prepared to unleash the final 8th gate, the Death Gate, a voice suddenly resonated from above. Hold your ground. 2 figures descended from the sky, landing beside Mado Dai, Long Jian and Shi Shui, who had rushed to intervene. Kai and his companions gazed in astonishment at the timely arrival of Long Jian and Shi Shui, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Long Jian's battlefield exploits had reached their ears. Perhaps with him present, his father could be spared. Long Jian dusted himself off, eyeing the 7 imposing figures before him, and remarked, 1 against 7? How unfair. You have 7, and we have 2 more joining the fray. Is that not a fair match? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Long Jian and Shi Shui had arrived, first discovering the ravaged camp. A flicker of anger flashed in Shi Shui's eyes as he noted the 7 ninja swordsmen seemingly pursuing a singular direction, as if hunting down survivors. Long Jian deduced the answer. Kai and his companions were being hunted. Thus, he and Shi Shui hastened to follow the trail left by the 7 ninja swordsmen. To ensure they did not lose their way and arrive too late, Long Jian summoned a squad of flying soldiers to survey the area from above. They quickly spotted the 7 ninja swordsmen, who were zealously pursuing Mado Kai and his companions. With the aid of the flying soldiers, Long Jian and Shi Shui arrived just in time to prevent Mado Dai from opening the Death Gate, showcasing a dramatic intervention. Upon witnessing Long Jian and Shi Shui's descent, the 7 ninja swordsmen were filled with murderous intent. Suijitsu Hozuki, his massive form looming, grumbled. These 2 youngsters look strangely familiar. They seem to have appeared on our assassination list. Meanwhile, the user of blunt knives, Dogo, recognized them as the formidable leaders of the Shadow Flow and Shunshin Shi Shui, yet dismissed them as mere children. Pai Ji Shi Zong, hefting his decapitating blade, scoffed, Their titles sound fearsome, but I wonder if they possess the strength to match them. My great sword, however, is long overdue for a taste of battle. Long Jian regarded the audacious 7 ninja swordsmen before him. A fleeting impulse to abandon his mission and respect their destinies arose within him. Had these youngsters always been so bold? Did they not realize that, aside from himself, even Xing Chun's father was a skilled martial artist? Long Jian mused inwardly. Mado Dai, emanating a green aura akin to flames, turned to Long Jian and Shi Shui, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the support, Long Jian Jonin. The adversaries opposite should not be underestimated. If things take a turn for the worse, I would trouble you to lead my son and the others to retreat first. I will hold them off. Upon hearing this, Long Jian felt a moment of helplessness in his heart. Youthful father, is that truly holding them off? You are about to send an entire family of 7 flying like the auspicious 3 treasures. Such is the essence of youth. On the surface, a mere chunin of Konoha, walking dogs and accompanying wealthy ladies. Yet behind the scenes, a master of taijutsu from Konoha, unleashing the 8 gates to crush foes. Nevertheless, Long Jian spoke up, addressing Might Dai. Rest assured, Senior Might Dai, We will face them together and demonstrate our strength. They are not to be trifled with. His words ignited the youthful spirits of Kai and his father. Never mind the 7 ninja swordsmen. This is the quintessence of youth. Suddenly, Long Jian felt that Might Dai beside him radiated a dazzling brilliance, so bright that it nearly blinded him. Long Jian silently shouted, "Quickly, restrain your divine powers, great sage." Subsequently, Long Jian turned to the calm-faced Shizuku. Although he knew Shizuku was formidable, he had promised to protect him on their journey. To let him handle the majority of the enemies now would be a blow to Long Jian's pride. Long Jian said to Shizuku, "Choose one as your opponent." Shizuku regarded Long Jian thoughtfully and pointed at a peculiar-looking individual across the way, sporting a striking blue, spiked hairstyle, clearly held up by a copious amount of hair gel. It was evident from his demeanor that he was incredibly formidable, a dual-wielding user of the sword, Hiramiki. Shizuku declared to Long Jian, "Leave that fellow to me, Long Jian senpai." Long Jian nodded. In truth, he had no idea what that boy's name was, and leaving him to Shizuku would allow them to achieve a victory. Yet Shizuku thought to himself, if the situation changes and Long Jian senpai and Might Dai find themselves in peril, I shall unleash my full power and eliminate them in seconds. First, I must swiftly deal with that guy and then assist Long Jian senpai. Shizuku contemplated inwardly. Turning to the side, Long Jian addressed Might Dai. "Senior Might Dai, how many can you handle without opening the 8th gate?" Might Dai pondered for a moment before responding. "I should be able to contend with 3 or 4 at once." But as for the rest, Long Jian interrupted him, quickly stating, "That will suffice, Senior Might Dai. Leave the rest to me." Then, Long Jian called out to Kai, "Take Nara Shinkai and Haibizu and retreat. This battle is beyond your current capability." Kai and the others, witnessing Long Jian, who was of the same generation as them, had grown to confront multiple elite mist ninjas, felt an undeniable wave of anxiety. The gap between them seemed to be widening. They understood that in such a battle, their presence would only hinder matters. Therefore, they stood up, preparing to withdraw. Before leaving, Kai looked at Long Jian as if he wished to say something. Anticipating Kai's words, Long Jian spoke earnestly. "Kai, do not worry. With me here, all Might Dai will surely be safe. I promise you, this is a pact among men." Upon hearing this, Kai's eyes welled with tears. The bittersweet sensation of a loved one departing struck him deeply, affecting even his typically straightforward demeanor. He nodded resolutely and swiftly departed with the others, silently vowing, "Long Jian, I owe you a monumental favor. If you succeed, our family owes you a life." The 7 ninja swordsmen observed Long Jian's calm and brazen arrangements, and a wave of fury surged within them. Indeed, they had not regarded you as a worthy opponent. Yet this insufferable brat from Konoha seemed to have no intention of taking them seriously. Baka, how remarkable was that he could even choose his opponents. The slender, long-limbed figure, masked and wielding a long blade, the user of the sewing needle, Kurisuke, twisted his neck, his voice dripping with malice. "You insolent brat. I'm already anticipating binding you to a tree and relishing your struggles before your demise." Long Jian merely scoffed, unperturbed. He even turned to Shizuku and said, "Find a way to keep a few of their swords. Let us partake in the so-called 7 ninja swordsmen and see how formidable they truly are." The 7 ninja swordsmen were further infuriated by Long Jian's audacity. The swords represented their very existence. Losing their swords not only meant losing their eligibility to be part of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also signified the forfeiture of their lives. Their anger stemmed from the fact that a mere child dared to speak so brazenly. Yet they failed to realize that Long Jian's words were spoken from the heart. He was not one to boast merely for the sake of enjoyment. His resolve to confront the 7 ninja swordsmen was driven by deeper intentions. To seize their swords was not mere bravado. Long Jian truly intended to claim their weapons. However, Long Jian did not aspire to become the new 7 ninja swordsmen. This organization was not worth him abandoning everything he currently possessed. Long Jian's motives, beyond simply vexing the mist ninjas, held greater significance. He had set his sights on the many talents among the mist ninjas. If rogue ninjas proliferated and internal strife ensued, those talents could be utilized for his own purposes, thereby expanding the strength of the Artists Association. And what is paramount in attracting talent? Wealth and treasures. Long Jian was unwilling to part with his own riches. So how could he hesitate to seize others' treasures? Naturally, at present, Long Jian's candidate list for the Artists Association did not include the 7 formidable figures before him. However, The swords they wielded had fully captured Long Jian's attention. He deemed it the ninja sword combat plan for future recruitment into the Artists Association. The 7 ninja swordsmen raised their weapons and vanished in an instant, dashing towards Long Jian and his companions. Shizuku's body flickered faster, reaching his predetermined opponent first. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. A keen observer would note that Shizuku's eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson hue. 3 Tomo Sharingan. The first dual-wielding user, Hiramiki, glanced at Shizuku's eyes, his heart racing with shock. He could not help but ponder, is this the legendary Sharingan? Soon after, the two were engulfed in battle. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen, seeing Shizuku charge forward alone, instinctively sought to coordinate their attack. However, before they could act to encircle Shizuku, Might Dai's verdant aura surged ever more fiercely, akin to a blazing inferno, with a youthful voice ringing out, "This is youth." The 7th gate, the gate of shock, is opened. Instantly, a powerful aura swept across the battlefield. Might Dai, propelled by his speed, vanished, only to reappear above the 7 ninja swordsmen attempting to surround Shizuku. Descending from the heavens, he unleashed a kick. A thunderous crash ensued, and smoke billowed forth. The immense force of the attack directly created a deep pit in the ground, thoroughly fragmenting the battlefield. Jishui led his adversary to a secluded area, untouched by the chaos. Meanwhile, Might Dai relied on his remarkable speed, formidable offensive capabilities, and keen reflexes. After dividing the battlefield, he instantly launched a ferocious assault on Wu Li Shanba, Shiguashan He Tun Gue, and He Chualeya, initiating his youthful 1vs3 mode. The air was filled with the sounds of explosive blades, the crackling of lightning, and the sonic booms created by his punches and kicks. However, at that moment, Shiguashan He Tun Gue found himself at a loss. The characteristics of the Dadao and Jiaoji involved absorbing an enemy's chakra for their own use. Yet, Might Dai, as it happened, possessed little chakra to speak of. He was relying solely on his superhuman physique, so feel free to absorb whatever chakra you desire. Long Jian began to comprehend the situation. After all, youth has always been able to conquer Jiaoji. The 4 warriors commenced their grand battle. On the other side of the battlefield, 3 members of the Ninja Blade 7 remained. The sandal-marked war deity, Paiba Shizong, the mysterious masked man, Li Sanchuanwan, and the dull-bladed user Tong Chao Yi Erren. The trio naturally headed straight for Long Jian, eager to teach this young man, whom they deemed excessively arrogant, a lesson. Holding Mo Xia, Long Jian's expression remained calm. Upon opening his eyes again, they gleamed a striking crimson. Sharingan, activate. Apologies for the interruption. Mass fusion, centered around Long Jian. Shadows began to spread outwards, expanding their reach. Paiba Shizong and his companions gazed at this spectacle, their eyes flashing with astonishment. This ability was indeed as peculiar as the reports had suggested. Paiba Shizong even had an inexplicable premonition that Long Jian's powers were more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Simultaneously, soldiers from the Shadow Legion began to emerge from the expanding shadows, appearing in various corners of the battlefield. With pupils equally crimson, they seized an array of shadow weapons, rushing towards Paiba Shizong and his companions. However, the trio was not to be trifled with. They coordinated seamlessly, supporting each other's backs as they were besieged by the Shadow Legion. Their swift use of the ninja blades displayed their strengths and unique traits. The glint of their blades wove into a vast net, akin to a meat grinder. They broke through the blockade of the Shadow Legion, advancing toward Long Jian. The 3 approached him with unwavering speed. Paiba Shizong, positioned in the center, swung his severing blade with ferocity, poised to cleave Long Jian in twain. Li Sanchuanwan, on the right, brandished a long blade, aiming for Long Jian's heart, intent on piercing through him. Tong Chao Yi Erren leaped into the air, wielding a hammer in his left hand and a knife in his right, descending with the intention of splitting Long Jian in half. Their fierce onslaught seemed to seal off all escape routes for Long Jian. This vicious assault even drew the attention of Might Dai and Jishui, who were engaged in battle afar. Might Dai's eyes brimmed with resolve. He would not allow Long Jian or Jishui to perish here. If the Ninja Blade 7 remained obstinate, he would unleash the 8th gate, activating the 8 gates of Duanjia formation, and deliver a lethal kick. Just as Might Dai was on the verge of opening the 8th gate, the tide of battle shifted. A colossal green figure suddenly rose beside Long Jian. followed by a mighty bull charge that barreled directly into Tong Chaoyi air run, sending him hurtling sideways. The tremendous force shattered several trees before finally slamming him against a massive rock. Meanwhile, a robust yellow figure emerged abruptly, swiftly surfacing from the shadows. Spreading a pair of enormous bat-like wings, it seized Li Sanchuan by the throat, lifting him into the sky, ascending higher and higher. Before Long Jian, a familiar pink figure appeared, resembling an ominous specter with blood-red eyes, exuding an intense aura of killing intent. Brandishing a pristine white katana, she effortlessly blocked Pai Ba Shi Zhang's powerful strike. The two then engaged in a contest of strength. Pai Ba Shi Zhang was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Although they had easily traversed the Shadow Legion to reach Long Jian, the trio had believed that despite the Legion's considerable numbers, they could overcome them with ease. Even with the intelligence that Long Jian's Shadow Legion could manifest anywhere within his shadow's reach, they felt confident in their impending victory. However, upon encountering the imposing General Nijia, who stood in their way, Pai Ba Shi Zhang was shaken by the merciless crimson gaze that met his own. What kind of ability was this? Did this too originate from that young brat? Meanwhile, Tong Chaoyi Aren was caught off guard and slammed against the enormous rock by Sa Mo, who appeared almost frenzied, towering several meters high, grinning maniacally. He relentlessly pummeled Tong Chaoyi Aren, who was left bewildered by the sudden assault. The lack of information and Sa Mo's overwhelming strength left him in a position of passive defense, raising his dull blade only to protect himself. Blood filled his mouth, and he had lost count of how many bones Sa Mo had shattered. In the skies, General Bate, with a sinister grin, clutched Li Sanchuan's throat with his claws, while his other hand seized the one holding the long blade, rendering him immobile. The expression beneath Li Sanchuan's mask was one of horror and agony. He struggled to strike at General Bate, but it seemed as futile as scratching an itch. General Bate moved with incredible speed, having emerged from the shadows without affording Li Sanchuan a moment to prepare. One of his hands was restrained, and as his body was lifted into the air by General Bate, panic set in, leaving him devoid of any capacity to resist. Amire blinding imba desgracipe. After all, the sky was Bati's domain. In an instant, the tides of battle had shifted. The remaining members of the Ninja Blade 7 were profoundly shaken by the unfolding events. They had underestimated the rumored prowess of the Master of Shadows. The intelligence brought back by Qing and the information circulating from the Sand Ninja battlefield had failed to convey the true nature of this threat. Meanwhile, Ji Shui and Kai could focus entirely on their respective foes, intensifying their offensive. Ji Shui glanced at Long Jian, whose eyes mirrored the same crimson hue, and silently mused, I did not expect the prowess and bloodline limit of Long Jian to be so formidable. The ninja world has certainly underestimated him. Seizing the opportunity amidst the clash between Pai Ba Shi Zhang and General Nijia, Long Jian thrust Mo Xie unhesitatingly, infused with a fierce killing intent and a gleaming blade, aiming for Pai Ba Shi Zhang's flank. Xing Ci. Pai Ba Shi Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Long Jian's emotionless voice echoed in his ears. Next, we shall turn the tables by outnumbering you. Pipa Shirtsong felt the ruthless strike from Long Jian, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, igniting a surge of anger within him. By the heavens, this rascal aims to cripple me. With a sudden exertion of force, Pipa Shirtsong deflected Nijia's katana, swiftly positioning his executioner's blade before him. The clash of weapons echoed through the air. Pipa Shirtsong was thrust backward by Long Jian's serpentine assault, carving furrows into the ground. His mind raced as he relied on his extensive combat experience, slightly shifting his body to dissipate the force. Long Jian's moxie followed the direction of Pipa Shirtsong's evasion, skimming the tip of the executioner's blade as it lunged sideways. A fierce glint flashed in Pipa Shirtsong's eyes as he swung his blade to sever Long Jian. Yet, Nijia's attack surged once more, unleashing a torrent of ominous purple blade light. Pipa Shirtsong was compelled to continue parrying with his blade. Utilizing the recoil, he retreated rapidly, maintaining a safe distance from both Long Jian and Nijia. Steadying himself, Pipa Shirtsong gazed at the executioner's blade, his pupils constricting. The blade bore several noticeable nicks. He lifted his gaze to Long Jian's moxie and the shadowy katana wielded by General Nijia, his heart sinking further. A weapon capable of damaging 7 ninja blades. This young rascal's sword is no ordinary tool. The peculiar nature of it far exceeds my executioner's blade. Peepa's shirt song mused inwardly. At that moment, a figure shot past him from behind. To be precise, it was not merely flying by, but propelled forcefully by an immense power. Blood floated in the air, escaping from the mouth of the individual. Peepa's shirt song sensed the commotion behind him, terror mounting in his eyes. He caught a glimpse of the person's identity. It was his teammate, Bao Dao, the user of Famo, Wuli Shunba. At this juncture, Wuli Shinba's chest had caved in significantly, blood continually gushing from his mouth, having collided with several large trees before coming to a halt. Though he still clutched his ninja blade tightly, his condition was dire, resembling one who was more likely to breathe their last than survive. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhishui, engaged in battle with the dual-wielding user of Pai Di, felt his Sharingan whirl rapidly. The user of Pai Di was also a skilled water-style ninja, unleashing an array of water techniques. He had previously suppressed Zhishui effectively. Now, Zhishui formed hand seals swiftly, gripping his short blade horizontally across his chest. In an instant, numerous clones of Zhishui materialized on the battlefield, all mirroring each other's movements. The Phantom Body Flicker technique. All the Zhishui clones simultaneously surged toward the dual-wielding Pai Di user. To his astonishment, he initially believed that Zhishui's clones, though indistinguishable, were merely illusions that would dissipate upon being struck. He thought the real Zhishui lay hidden among these phantom clones, waiting for the opportune moment to launch an attack. Thus, he assumed the source of the genuine assault could only be one. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that Zhishui's clones would not vanish upon receiving damage. Even more astonishingly, Zhishui's body flicker technique comprised both illusions and tangible forms. In simpler terms, when Zhishui was struck, he was always a shadow. When he struck, he was always real. This rendered the Pai Di user utterly defenseless. This was absurd. 666. This individual is truly remarkable. At that moment, the Pai Di user narrowed his eyes, grasping the secret of Zhishui's body flicker technique, identifying the gaps in Zhishui's movements. In other words, he truly caught sight of Zhishui's real form. The Pai Di user unleashed a surge of power, rapidly forming hand seals, casting several formidable water-style techniques, and then executing a sweeping strike, repelling a multitude of Zhishui's clones. Armed with dual blades, Pai Di charged toward Zhishui's true form. His speed doubled in an instant. This was the culmination of his long-hidden prowess, and he had been waiting for this moment to eliminate Zhishui in one decisive blow. Zhishui's crimson Sharingan widened, his pupils constricted. He watched as the dual-wielding Pai Di aimed to cleave him. The Pai Di user let out a sinister laugh, shouting, "Damn it, Konoha brat die!" Yet before he could revel in his victory, a sudden wave of excruciating pain pierced through his chest. Blood involuntarily spilled from his mouth. The Pai Di user's eyes brimmed with disbelief and agony. When had this happened? Meanwhile, the true Zhishui, with a resolute expression, plunged his short blade into the chest of the Pai Di user. The Pai Di user would die unaware that from the very moment he locked eyes with Zhishui, a seed of illusion had been quietly sown within him. Due to the unfavorable circumstances, Zhishui had maintained a facade of being suppressed, ultimately seizing the opportunity when the Pai Di user believed he had the upper hand to unleash the illusion. To Longjian and the others, it appeared as though the Pai Di user had barreled directly into Zhishui's short blade. In reality, he had merely attacked a shadow clone. Longjian once again shouted inwardly, "This is no performance. This person is truly exceptional." Might Guy, growing increasingly invigorated, noted that Shiguashan Hitangue was severely injured, while Heichu Leia was also faring poorly. One of his arms bent at an exaggerated angle, as if it had been broken. After a split-second decision, Peepa's shirt song resolved to flee. By the heavens, these Konoha individuals are relentless. Each one acts like a lunatic. Better to part ways than perish together. I shall retreat first. Subsequently, he swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the misty concealment technique. The air thickened with dense fog, obscuring all visibility. Simultaneously, Longjian unleashed a long-prepared technique with uncanny elegance. Dark purple feathers cascaded from the sky, piercing through the fog, creating ripples of energy. The crane feather fall. The sky was blanketed with feathers, enveloping the area in front of Longjian entirely. Meanwhile, General Naija melded into the shadows, wielding a powerful draw technique, racing toward the fleeing Peepa shirt song. Sensing the immense power of Longjian's technique, Peepa Shirtsong dared not look back and dashed away, taking the barely conscious Shigua, Shan Hitungue with him. Observing this, Heichu Leia seized the opportunity amid the mist to retreat as well. General Naijia suddenly materialized behind the three, unleashing a tremendous purple blade of light. This strike, if unimpeded, would spell doom for all three. Heichu Leia, feeling the intense murderous intent behind him, his eyes flashing with resolve, bore the pain and swiftly formed hand seals. Almost simultaneously, Naijia's blade light reached him. Then, a cloud of smoke erupted. The previously beleaguered Kurishan Tuamaru, who had been toyed with by General Bate, suddenly appeared before Heichu Leia. Just as Kurishan Tuamaru believed he was saved, he was met with the overwhelming blade light approaching him. With no time to think, survival instincts kicked in, prompting Kurishan Tuamaru to raise his blade defensively. The immense blade light clashed, emitting a piercing screech. Yet, within mere breaths, the blade light pierced through Kurishan Tuamaru's body, a line of blood trailing from his head to his feet. Until his last moment, Kurishan Tuamaru remained unaware that the technique he thought would save him was merely a ploy by Heichu Leia to buy time for their escape. Kurishan Tuamaru had become a pawn in this deadly game. After employing this technique, Lei Chua and Lei Yo appeared utterly drained. Yet they were swiftly seized by Paipa Shirzong, who vanished into the thick fog. General Bate, feeling disgruntled, soared to Long Jian's side, observing the gradual emergence of Nijia. This fellow, how dare he snatch the kill? Nijia retorted, I did not. He crashed into me. It wasn't my doing. Meanwhile, General Sa Mo dragged his towering frame, pulling along the battered and lifeless form of the Tong Chao Yi air run, arriving with a resounding thud beside Long Jian to report back. His eyes glinted with mockery as he glanced at Nijia and Bate, as if to say, see, I am the reliable one. I always accomplish the tasks assigned by the king with composure. There was no denying it. His impressive stature and muscular build commanded respect, leaving no room for anyone to question his steadiness. Mai Tai Dai returned to Long Jian's side, dispelling the state of 8 gates of Duanjia. He collapsed to his knees, but Long Jian, quick-witted, steadied him. He too removed the fusion state of his mask. Ji Shui, accompanied by the corpse of the user of the flounder and dual blades, approached Long Jian. Thus, this professional rescue concluded successfully thanks to Long Jian's efforts. The poor members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, though they missed witnessing the shocking scene of Qin Chun's father opening the death gate, would forever carry this battle as an indelible memory. With the joint assistance of Long Jian and Ji Shui, the misty ninja swordsman transformed once more into a classic style. The auspicious 3 treasures. Long Jian shook his head, attempting to rid himself of the discomfort following the removal of the fusion mask. Enduring the waves of dizziness, Long Jian leaned Mai Tai Dai against a tree and inquired, How are you, Mai Tai Dai senpai? Is your body holding up? Despite being overwhelmed by the side effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia, causing him to sweat profusely, Mai Tai Dai managed to flash his signature grin, weakly responding, Absolutely. This time, it was truly thanks to your support. Without you, I would have had to pay a greater price to achieve such results. I am immensely grateful. Long Jian replied, Do not say that, Mai Tai Dai senpai. Your strength is already formidable. You are more than capable of reaching the level of a Jonin. Besides, I consider both you and Akai as friends and classmates. How could I allow you to face a strong enemy alone? Ji Shui nodded in agreement. To be honest, while Long Jian's combat prowess astonished Ji Shui, Mai Tai Dai's display of strength today was nothing short of terrifying. Ji Shui had previously noticed these 2 conspicuous figures, exuding an aura of youthfulness within the village. Upon learning that both father and son were solely practitioners of taijutsu, Ji Shui felt a twinge of regret. In Ji Shui's eyes, it was truly unjust that such diligent individuals could not become exceptional ninjas. However, participating in today's battle alongside Long Jian taught Ji Shui a valuable lesson. Never underestimate those who strive relentlessly. The Mai Tai Dai duo embodied this spirit. During their training sessions, they grasped their taijutsu as if it were a lifeline. One day, everyone would discover that what they held was a towering tree that commanded admiration. Ji Shui couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for the man before him. In Mai Tai Dai, he recognized the embodiment of tenacity and perseverance. The concept of self-restraint, often voiced by the father and son, was not mere talk. As the uncomfortable sensation in Long Jian's mind gradually receded, he rose to his feet, picked up a dull blade, and examined it closely, finding nothing particularly special about it. Long Jian mused that the effects of this weapon paled in comparison to his own Mo Xie. Sensing Long Jian's thoughts, Mo Xie glimmered slightly, expressing its delight. Ji Shui looked at Long Jian and asked, "What shall we do with these ninja swords?" As he picked up a long blade and a sewing needle, Long Jian replied, "Of course, there are spoils of war." He then raised the two ninja swords, turning to Ji Shui to inquire, "Do you fancy any of these, Ji Shui? Choose one. These are the 7 swords of the Mist Ninja, quite prestigious indeed." Long Jian was generous towards his intended comrade, willing to share. Ji Shui glanced at the swords in Long Jian's hands and shook his head, saying, "I am more accustomed to my short blades. You should keep these for your collection." Long Jian had his own pair of blades, which were equally effective as the 7 swords, hence he had no intention of using these. While he claimed he would collect them, it was also part of his plan for future fishing endeavors, as they served as bait. Manuile, my Tidai interjected. "I cannot wield a sword, and a kai is not suited for one either, so you may keep them for now, Long Jian Jonin." Hearing this, Long Jian remarked, "Very well, I shall graciously accept." He then tossed the 2 ninja swords onto the shadow beneath his feet, where they slowly sank into the darkness. Thus, after this battle, 4 of the 7 swords had found their way into Long Jian's possession: the dull blade, the long blade, the explosive blade, the flounder, the dual blades, the flounder. After gracefully collecting the 4 ninja swords, Long Jian and Ji Shui commenced the task of cleaning the battlefield. They utilized scrolls to gather the bodies of the fallen members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. These were indeed the records of life and death. Subsequently, Long Jian, with a Maite Dai who had slightly recovered from the side effects of the 8 gates of Dunjia, set forth towards the village. The negative effects of releasing the 7th gate were glaringly apparent, as his body became rigid and painful with every touch. Long Jian and Ji Shui would not abandon Maite Dai. Thus, Long Jian decided to escort Maite Dai back to Konoha, while Ji Shui returned to the front line of the Mist Ninja battlefield to report on the withdrawal of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Moreover, the efforts of Long Jian and Ji Shui could not go unrewarded. The renowned elite force of the Mist Ninja, the 7 ninja swordsmen, had lost 4 of their members and 3 had fled. This was significant news that would bolster the morale of the frontline ninjas. Ji Shui hurried to the frontline command of the Mist Ninja battlefield, while Long Jian guided Mai Taidai along the path back to the village. After several days of travel, Long Jian and Mai Taidai once again beheld the gates of Konoha. Along the way, they encountered reinforcements dispatched from the village. The very team of ninjas led by Mai Tai Kai, who had come to aid Long Jian and his companions. The squad of ninjas looked at Long Jian supporting Mai Taidai, feeling quite astonished. After all, in their eyes, Mai Taidai was merely a long-standing low-ranking ninja, known only for his proficiency in taijutsu. Long Jian, though recently gaining fame and recognition, had carved a name for himself within the ninja world. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen were a storied elite unit of the Mist, undoubtedly representing their top-tier strength. Thus, the Konoha forces that arrived for support initially felt a sense of trepidation, as they lacked confidence in their ability to confront this formidable team of renowned Mist Jonin. Upon witnessing the seemingly unscathed, albeit slightly soiled, Long Jian alongside the gravely injured Mai Taidai, a squad of Konoha ninjas stood utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? A terrifying thought gradually emerged in their minds. Had Naoyang Long Jian and Uchiha Shursui, 2 of Konoha's new generation powerhouses, grown formidable enough to rescue an individual from the clutches of the 7 ninja swordsmen and retreat unscathed? Upon learning that Long Jian, Shursui, and Maite Dai not only successfully thwarted the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also forced them to flee from the land of fire in utter disgrace. The collective jaws of the ninjas dropped in astonishment. What a joke. After all that, were they truly that formidable? Their arrival to provide support now seemed rather superfluous. However, the Konoha ninjas silently attributed the accolades to Long Jian and Shursui, acknowledging that for Mai Taidai to survive such a fierce battle was already a feat in itself. They surmised that he must have merely benefited from the extraordinary prowess of Long Jian and Shursui. As for Mai Taidai's remarkable performance during the skirmish, which decisively influenced the outcome, such notions were beyond their wildest imaginings. Mai Taidai was not taken aback by their reactions, nor did he refute them. He naturally allowed the credit to rest with Long Jian and Shursui. In Mai Taidai's heart, these accolades were of little significance. What truly mattered to him was that he had rescued his son and emerged unscathed himself. For him, that was already a considerable achievement, while everything else was merely peripheral. The fame and accolades were rightfully deserved by Long Jian and Shui. He remained unaffected by external validation, embodying the essence of a true warrior. Upon returning to the village, Long Jian spotted the anxious figure of Akai waiting at the village gate, alongside the equally expectant Shiho Hoka and Haibisu. Upon seeing Long Jian return with his father, Akai's eyes brimmed with tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, he hurried to greet them. His first words were, "Dad, are you all right?" Maite Dai, supported by Long Jian, embraced Kai tightly and replied in a deep voice, "Son, I am fine. There's no need to worry about me." Kai klungtao mai zai. While Shiho Hoka and Haibisu also felt their eyes moisten. In their moment of utter despair, it was this very figure that had unhesitatingly shielded them, using his own strength and resolve to fend off the enemy and protect his son and his comrades. Following this battle, Shiho Hoka and Haibisu developed a profound respect for Maite Dai. Long Jian, in turn, faithfully relayed Maite Dai's heroic deeds to everyone. Maite Dai was indeed not a seeker of hollow fame. He wished to bestow all the credit upon Long Jian and Shui. Yet, Long Jian was not the type to casually snatch away the hard-earned accolades from others. The recognition was offered to him by Maite Dai, stemming from a place of gratitude and magnanimity. Long Jian understood that, for the father and son, particularly Kai, it was essential for their standing within the village to improve through this event. Currently, Maite Dai and Kai's lives in Konoha were far from easy. Maite Dai had toiled for most of his life, yet remained merely a genin, engaged in menial tasks such as walking dogs and accompanying wealthy women on shopping sprees. He worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, earning only a meager income, and could not even afford a modest dwelling in Konoha. Instead, he resided in a dilapidated house far from the city center. Long Jian admired Maite Dai for his perseverance in raising his son on such a meager salary. Furthermore, Maite Dai's guidance to Kai was emblematic of a commendable father. This could also be seen as Long Jian's way of reciprocating the unwavering support Maite Dai had provided during his training in the Shurentuan. While many villagers initially reacted with skepticism to the news of this victory, the testimony of Long Jian, as a principal actor in the events, gradually lent credibility to what seemed utterly implausible. More and more people began to believe that Maite Dai was indeed a low-profile taijutsu master. After all, Long Jian had no reason to fabricate tales of valor, nor would it serve any purpose. The reputation of the father and son duo in Konoha finally transformed from that of outcasts to recognized strong warriors. Long Jian and Kai first took Maite Dai to the hospital before Long Jian made his way directly to the Hokage building. Upon entering the Hokage's office and reporting, he found the third Hokage engrossed in paperwork. Upon noticing Long Jian's entrance, he set aside the documents and spoke slowly. "Long Jian, you have worked hard. Have the issues with the 7 ninja swordsmen been resolved?" Long Jian recounted the details of the battle to the third Hokage, earnestly stating that, with 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen eliminated, the remaining 3 were severely injured and unlikely to return to the battlefield anytime soon. The only remaining formidable force from the Mist Village, aside from the various bloodline limit users, was the 3rd Mizukage. While Mist did boast a plethora of bloodline limit ninjas, Konoha had its own share. The Uchiha clan had already dispatched reinforcements to the Mist battlefield. When it came to bloodline limits, Konoha was not afraid. The 3rd Mizukage, being a village leader, would not easily enter the fray. If he did, it would signify that the 3rd Hokage would also be compelled to join, leading to a no-holds-barred confrontation with Konoha. A village leader would consider many factors before taking such action. Thus, the situation in the Mist was likely to stabilize for Konoha. The remaining task was to steadily push the Mist ninjas out of the Land of Fire and decisively defeat them on the front lines. The decisive blow dealt to the 7 ninja swordsmen by Long Jian, Shui, and Maite Dai had undoubtedly altered the course of the battlefield. Had there been no one from Konoha to intercept the 7 ninja swordsmen, the rear lines of Konoha would have faced significant repercussions, which would have profoundly impacted the front lines dynamics. The 3rd Hokage acknowledged Long Jian and Shui's timely intervention, deeming it crucial. Long Jian remarked, "I do indeed relish playing the role of the pivotal player." While the 3rd Hokage took a moment to enjoy a cigarette during Long Jian's report, he interjected, "Long Jian, you have also contributed significantly on the battlefield against the Mist, truly deserving of the will of Fire's legacy. What reward do you seek?" He continued, "Since you have recently returned to the village, let us announce your promotion to Jonin. is well-deserved. Long Jian, upon hearing this, replied with utmost seriousness, "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your recognition. I do not have any grand requests for rewards. Rather, I am an avid collector of renowned ninja swords. In this battle, I acquired 4 swords from the 7 ninja swordsmen, and I hope you will allow me to keep them as my reward." The third Hokage responded, taking a drag from a cigarette, "These are indeed your spoils of war, and you have every right to them. Therefore, I shall grant you permission to keep them as part of your collection." Long Jian's spirits lifted considerably upon hearing this. With a composed demeanor, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I shall remain steadfast in my purpose and strive tirelessly for the will of fire." The third Hokage nodded with approval, pondering whether he should allow Long Jian to conduct classes for the new generation of students. This child, truly remarkable. He had never encountered anyone who so thoroughly satisfied the third's expectations. Addressing Long Jian, the third remarked, "Long Jian, you have established a record for Konoha. You are the youngest to attain the rank of Jonin, and among the current Jonin teams of the village, you stand as the youngest. Furthermore, I firmly believe you possess the greatest potential. Strive diligently, Long Jian." Long Jian nodded, his right fist clenched over his heart as he proclaimed loudly, "For the will of fire. I pledge my heart." The third restrained his impulse to rise and applaud Long Jian, maintaining his composure as he stated, "Long Jian, congratulations on officially becoming a Jonin of Konoha. I hope you will always uphold the will of fire and contribute to the growth and advancement of our village." Long Jian nodded in affirmation. Marking the moment as Konoha's youngest Jonin, Nara Long Jian had risen to prominence. Following his appointment, Long Jian voluntarily requested to be assigned to the IWA Shinobi Front. He informed the third that the situation with the Kirigakure forces had stabilized. Should the third Mizukage choose to pursue a path of destruction against Konoha, there would be little Long Jian could do to alter the course. Thus, he wished to contribute his strength to the IWA front once more. The third Hokage regarded Long Jian with admiration, recognizing him as a quintessentially diligent worker, the kind that every leader cherishes. Just after his promotion, he was already considering how to alleviate the burdens of his superiors. This was all part of Long Jian's plan. On the battlefield of Kirigakure, he intended to assist Might Guy and Might Dai. Meanwhile, a significant event was unfolding on the IWA front, one that would alter the course of many future events, a pivotal moment in the narrative of Naruto. Without this occurrence, numerous plot developments would not have transpired. The heart-wrenching beginning of the Kamizukabashi battle, Long Jian aspired to use his strength to effect change. Despite the existence of Kurojitsu's mother-saving schemes, even without Uchiha Bido, figures like Uchiha Rin and others would inevitably arise. However, Long Jian remained undeterred, as the darkened Ibido had caused the untimely demise of many who should have survived. The third Hokage informed Long Jian that recently, a general named Higashishin, leading a large force, had advanced towards the front lines, inflicting severe damage on Konoha's borders. The commander struggling to maintain the front line was named Natsumura Yekjen. Indeed, he was the same commander who had faced the Magic Leech and Giant Stone during Long Jian's first encounter with IWA. Ultimately, he could not escape his fate and engaged in a fierce battle against the IWA forces led by Higashishin. Presently, the situation appeared dire, as he had already sought reinforcements from the village multiple times. Furthermore, Higashishin had a personal vendetta against Long Jian. The first Jonin he had slain during a mission was Higashishin's brother, Nishishin. The two brothers had been inseparable since childhood, and Higashishin now sought revenge, having earned his position as the commander of the IWA forces. Long Jian's reputation as the master of shadow flow grew, increasingly formidable on the battlefield, intensifying Higashishin's animosity towards him. Consequently, his assaults became more frenzied and increasingly difficult to withstand. Natsumura Yekjun had yet to comprehend why Higashishin was attacking with such ferocity, as if driven by an ingrained hatred, disregarding all conventional tactics. Long Jian acknowledged this, having discerned the current timeline. Since Kaseko had yet to become a Jonin, it indicated that the Kamizukabashi battle had not yet commenced. His hurried return from the Kirigakure battlefield was solely for this purpose, and fortunately, he had not missed the opportunity. The third contemplated deeply before articulating, "Long Jian, as a Jonin, you should ideally have your own team by now. However, we lack the personnel to form one for you at this moment. Originally, Shursui was quite similar to you, both exceptionally talented ninjas, but he remains on the Kirigakure battlefield. How do you wish to proceed to the IWA front? The third, having reached an impasse in his thoughts, decided to leave this matter in Longjian's capable hands. After all, Longjian was now one of the village's elite combatants, deserving of the authority to make decisions without being sent alone to the front. Longjian, pleased by this, eagerly expressed his views. Lord Hokage, I believe we are currently surrounded by formidable adversaries. While our village is strong, we must proceed with caution. Among the various battlefronts, the pressure on the IWA side is comparatively overwhelming. I suggest selecting familiar ninjas from the village, perhaps even those from the same generation, to join the battle. The third nodded in agreement. Most of the village's personnel had already been deployed, leaving behind a majority who had little battlefield experience, akin in age to Longjian. Although ninjas like Might Guy had begun undertaking war-related missions, few had the extensive combat experience Longjian possessed after nearly 2.5 years of frontline skirmishes. The third mused that assigning Longjian to lead less experienced ninjas in a battle was indeed an appropriate course of action. He then spoke, in that case, during this period, you shall select some capable ninjas from the village to form a new team and proceed to the IWA front. Longjian nodded in acceptance of his orders. The third continued. Addressing Longjian, Kakashi, the child of Shumo, has also been growing rapidly. I recall the remarkable battle you both had during the Chun exams. He is likely to be promoted to Jonin soon, though still not as swiftly as you. His team seems to be active in the village. You might want to pay them a visit. Longjian, a smile creeping onto his face, thought to himself how perceptive the old man was, clearly aware of his intentions. Then I shall graciously oblige, he decided. Subsequently, Longjian indicated his understanding, rising to leave the Hokage's office. Upon exiting, he made his way directly to Kakashi's home. Seizing the opportunity presented before him, he knocked on the door with a series of firm raps. Kakashi, bewildered, opened the door to find Longjian standing before him, a flicker of joy crossing his features. He then coolly remarked, "You're back in the village, Longjian." Longjian effortlessly bypassed Kakashi, entering the room and pulling up a chair to sit. He raised a cup of water, offering it to Kakashi with the command, "Go, pour me a glass of water." Kakashi, exasperated, thought to himself how the lines between their homes had become blurred. Accepting the cup, Longjian drank it in one go before casually addressing Kakashi, who stood nearby. "Oh, don't mind me. Make yourself at home." On the forehead of Kazigu, a protruding character marked his irritation as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "You little rascal, think you're above the heavens, huh?" Gritting his teeth, he added, "It was meant to be my family, yes." Longjian chuckled, then inquired, "By the way, I heard you're about to be promoted to Jonin?" Quite a rapid assent. At this remark, Kakashi felt a flicker of satisfaction within. In recent times, the various achievements of Longjian on the front lines had continuously reached their village, and word had spread to their cohort. Being the two previously compared by the villagers, Kakashi naturally regarded Longjian as a rival. The dread of his own failures was formidable, yet the success of his brother weighed even heavier on his heart. Each time he learned of another impressive task completed by Longjian, Kakashi would rush out to eliminate a few enemies, secretly competing with him. Kakashi now sensed that in terms of strength, he might have fallen behind Longjian. However, when it came to the speed of promotion, he believed himself to be slightly ahead. Soon, he would ascend to Jonin and set a record in the village. In this competition, Kakashi would claim victory over Longjian. In his mind, Kazigo mused, then feigned indifference as he casually remarked, "It's all right, just a normal promotion speed. But don't forget about my gift. I'll present it to you when you get promoted." Upon hearing this, Longjian smirked, thinking, "Oh, really? Trying to engage in a little humble bragging, are we? Let me show you what true boasting looks like." With a calm demeanor, Longjian replied, "Oh yes, gifts must be exchanged, but..." Kakashi puzzled asked, "But what?" Longjian continued, "But you might have to give me my gift first. Alas, it's quite troublesome. I'm already a Jonin." Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing with questions. Wasn't he supposed to be a special Jonin? When did he become a full Jonin? How could this have happened? Longjian then explained, shedding light on the situation. It just so happened that upon returning to the village, the appointment letter was promptly issued, coupled with the elimination of a few enemies on the battlefield against the Mist Ninja, specifically a group known as the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. Upon his return, the third Hokage had tearfully insisted he be promoted. Otherwise, he would resort to self-harm. Who could one even argue with about such matters? Kakashi. Longjian grinned at Kakashi, who finally realized that Longjian had come to show off his achievements. Without hesitation, Kakashi playfully punched Longjian, who accepted the blow with grace, bursting into laughter. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile, their bond unspoken yet palpable. They were rivals and friends. Kakashi often found himself contemplating many matters he wished to discuss with Long Jian, feeling a unique affinity with him. Moreover, Kakashi was a devoted disciple of Long Jian's theory of supremacy of strength. When faced with confusion, practice. When feeling disheartened, practice. When others spoke ill behind his back. Did they think he trained for nothing? Long Jian then inquired, Obito and Rin have both become Chunin. Haven't they? Are they in the village? Kakashi nodded, replying, Obito and Rin are in the village. We just returned from a mission yesterday, and since my promotion to Jonin is approaching, I'll be staying in the village for a while. Long Jian continued to probe. What about Teacher Minato? Is he still on the front lines? Kakashi confirmed. Teacher Minato will return to the village in a couple of days as my recommender. He is still executing missions on the front lines. You know his speed? Long Jian nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing Minato's reputation as the fastest man in the ninja world, not merely a title without merit. Kakashi added, when Teacher Minato returns, there may be new missions on the horizon. What about you, Long Jian? Do you have any tasks coming up? Long Jian contemplated. Kazuga was indeed thorough in his thoughts. They were truly about to embark on missions, but a battle awaited them that would alter the fates of all involved. Long Jian stated, I hope to go to the IWA ninja battlefield. The third Hokage wants me to select some familiar ninjas to join the fray, and you were the first I thought of. Kakashi, intrigued, looked at Long Jian and asked, are you suggesting we form a team and head to the front lines to fight? Long Jian nodded, confirming, that is precisely my intention. It's not just to gather warmth with my esteemed Jonin Kakashi. What do you think? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Long Jian, who always seemed intent on teasing him. He then asked, what about Asuma and Kurenai? Are they still on other missions? Long Jian pondered, then replied, Asuma and Kurenai have been dispatched for tasks outside the village. It's been a while since I've seen them. Otherwise, they could join us. Kakashi nodded in agreement and said, so how do you plan to arrange this? Long Jian, I'll follow your lead. Long Jian patted Kakashi's shoulder with satisfaction, thinking, good lad, my teachings were not in vain. We are the best. Without hesitation, Long Jian declared, now for our first mission, let us go to the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan and treat ourselves to a feast. Kakashi was momentarily bewildered. Huh? What is this operation? Eating? Drinking? Happiness? Long Jian maintained, a sharp blade does not hinder the woodcutter's work. Let us indulge first. Pulling Kakashi along, he exclaimed, come on, we're off to find Obito and Rin for some barbecue, and you're treating. Kakashi, feeling helpless and baffled, realized he was about to foot the bill for an unexpected meal. Less than half a month later, Hitaki Kakashi became one of the youngest ninjas to attain the rank of Jonin, second only to Nara Long Jian. Although he did not break the record of Konohagakure, his rise caused a significant stir. Within a year, two young Jonin emerged from the village, Nara Long Jian and Hitaki Kakashi. These two formidable young Jonin shone brightly in the war-torn world of ninjas. Simultaneously, as Kakashi achieved the rank of Jonin, the forces of IWA Ninja Village breached the Land of Grass, where the parents of the character Xiang Lin resided, breaking through the borders of the Land of Fire. The IWA Ninja Village deployed substantial combat forces, aiming to swiftly penetrate the borders of the Land of Fire and launch a fierce offensive. The IWA side had 1,000 ninjas stationed on the front lines, while Konohagakure failed to predict the rapid advance of IWA Ninja Village, leaving them in a passive position. In response, Konohagakure immediately dispatched elite troops to counterattack, but faced relentless assaults from the numerically superior IWA forces. Due to the extensive front line and the need to remain vigilant against movements from surrounding nations, they could not mobilize enough strength to repel the enemy's onslaught. To turn the tide, Konohagakure devised a strategy to send elite ninjas behind enemy lines to sabotage their support bases and cut off their supply routes. Concurrently, a team composed of 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin from Minato's squad received special orders to execute a covert mission to destroy the Shinobi Bridge. Notably, Nara Long Jian had prepared for this battle all along. Shinwu Biqiao serves as a crucial supply route for Yenin Village, should the forces of Konoha succeed in breaching it. The collective might of the IWA Shinobi on the battlefield will diminish exponentially. At this juncture, the leadership of the Land of Fire has decided to dispatch a team led by Minato, including Ryujian, to the battleground of Yenin Village. Thus, the formidable battle of Shinwu Biqiao officially commences. For Ryujian, This marks the beginning of a conflict that has been unfolding for the sake of narrative. In a grove where sunlight struggles to penetrate, numerous shuriken and kunai are embedded in the tree trunks. Beneath the trees, 5 individuals are present. Minato is engaged in training with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, both to evaluate their prowess before they venture into battle and to provide them with final, critical guidance. Leaning against a tree nearby is Ryujian, who has joined Minato's team. Minato extends his arm, showcasing his torn sleeve, a testament to the growth of Kakashi and the others. With a gentle expression, he remarks, "You have all grown stronger." Kakashi, Obito, and Rin look up at him, a flicker of joy illuminating their eyes. To earn the recognition of their esteemed Jonin instructor is truly a gratifying experience. Rin, with her hands clasped, gazes adoringly at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Thanks to Kakashi's rapid improvement, we were able to encounter you, sensei." Kakashi, indeed a prodigy, has swiftly ascended to the rank of Jonin. Meanwhile, Obito, witnessing this exchange, feels a surge of jealousy. The youthful pangs of envy are the simplest of emotions. He then exclaims, "Even I could achieve such feats." Ryujian raises an eyebrow, observing Obito's childish antics. Whenever Rin expresses admiration or affection for Kakashi, Obito's composure crumbles. "Look, are you getting flustered again?" Just as Obito is about to voice his frustration, he suddenly feels a weight descend upon his head. Rolling his eyes in irritation, he turns to find a striking figure with red hair, carrying a large basket. Kushina, Obito's mentor's wife, and one of the people he feels he has wronged most in life. Rin rushes over to greet Kushina, joyously exclaiming, "Wonderful. I absolutely adore the meals prepared by Sister Kushina." Upon hearing Rin's praise, Kushina is enveloped in a wave of happiness, her eyes sparkling with delight as she pulls Rin into an embrace, showering her with affection. "What a lovely child. I adore you, Rin. You truly understand the essence of good food." Meanwhile, Obito, feeling exasperated, lets out a huff. Noticing his expression, Kushina approaches him with a mock frown, declaring, "Tonight's dinner is off the table for you." Obito, not one to easily concede, feigns indifference, retorting, "It's just a meal. I can do without it." Before he can finish, his stomach betrays him with a loud growl, interrupting his bravado. Sighing in resignation, Kushina gently pats Obito on the shoulder and says, "I was just teasing you, Obito. How could I deny you dinner? Go on, fill your belly to train better." Obito, still sulking, turns away defiantly, asserting, "I said I want to eat, and I mean it." Just then, he feels a chilling wave of pure, killing intent. When he turns back, he sees Kushina's hair billowing as flames ignite around her. Clenching her fists, she commands, "Hurry up and eat." A swift punch lands on Obito's head, causing him to yelp in protest. "Do not argue, go eat. Your body is your greatest asset as a shinobi. Acting like a child is unbecoming." Obito retorts defiantly, muttering about the violent woman who resorts to force. Kushina's flames flare even brighter in anger. "Who are you calling a violent woman?" Ryujian watches the bickering between Kushina and the obstinate Obito with a sense of helplessness. Sitting beside Kakashi, Minato offers a resigned smile. "You all should eat." "Ryujian, you work hard today." Ryujian is here not merely for a meal, but primarily to assist Minato in identifying the strengths and weaknesses of Kakashi and his companions during their training, as well as to impart essential battlefield insights and experiences regarding their peers stepping into combat. Ryujian waves his hand dismissively, saying, "You are too kind, Minato-sensei. This is my duty. After all, in just a few days, we will be comrades relying on one another." Minato opens a bento box and hands it to Ryujian, stating, "This mission may prove perilous, but with your presence, our chances of success are significantly enhanced." Ryujian, hearing this, thinks to himself that Kushina is truly modest. At that moment, Kushina, still clutching Obito's ear, approaches and tosses him aside, thrusting a bento into his hands. Following that, she delivers a playful punch to his head with fluidity. Watching Obito clutch his head in a comical manner makes Rin giggle, and amidst this light-hearted atmosphere, Ryujian feels a profound sense of relaxation. Since the war began, Ryujian has sensed a growing emotional detachment within himself. Joy seems to drift further away, yet being back in the village, surrounded by friends, provides a temporary reprieve from the oppressive tension of the battlefield, allowing his spirit to recuperate. Sitting beside Minato, Kushina turns to Ryujian, inquiring, "So, how is the bento? Is it to your liking?" Ryujian, heartily enjoying his meal, responds, It is absolutely delicious, Sister Kushina. I shall have to visit your home for meals more often. Kushina beams at Ryujian's praise, and then glances at the corner where Obito shivers. She remarks, a talented child like Ryujian, who progresses so swiftly to become a formidable shinobi, must surely be motivated by his love for food. Meanwhile, some individuals only seek rivalry without recognizing their own weaknesses. Upon hearing Kushina's veiled remark, Obito, feeling slightly miffed, opens his bento box and begins to eat surreptitiously. Kushina watches him with a smile, reminiscent of a nurturing parent. As Ryujian observes this tender scene, he feels a warmth in his heart, yet he is also drawn into contemplation. It is difficult to fathom that the ever-caring Kushina would ultimately meet her demise at Obito's hands. Longjin observed the ravenous Daitu and then glanced at the adorably innocent Rin. Shaking his head with a sigh, Minato noticed Longjin's expression and cast a puzzled glance in his direction, choosing not to inquire further. Unbeknownst to him, Longjin was internally troubled, wondering whether he could alter the fate of the 5 individuals before him to the best of his abilities. An unprecedented pressure weighed heavily on his heart. He had begun to sense that his actions might incite the wrath of the divine forces governing this world. The alterations in the world line caused by his interventions increased, leading Longjin to feel the rising uncontrollability of many circumstances. However, his resolve remained unshaken, embodying the admirable traditions of the Longwa people. He thought, we're here now. Let us just do it. Training continued until dusk, after which Longjin and Kakashi made their way home together. Daitu volunteered to escort Rin, while Minato and Kushina naturally returned to their cozy abode. As Longjin and Kakashi walked along the path, Longjin pondered and then spoke up, Kakashi. Do you recall the technique you employed last time, known as Chidori? Kakashi nodded and replied, of course, it is a technique I developed myself, and its power is quite formidable. I've heard from Minato-sensei that it reaches the level of A-rank ninjutsu. Longjin affirmed with a nod, saying, indeed, your technique possesses great strength, easily qualifying as A-rank ninjutsu. However, I have identified a flaw in your approach. Intrigued by Longjin's comment, Kakashi asked, oh, what do you mean? Kakashi, renowned in the village for his prodigious talent, held a strong confidence in his abilities, believing his technique to be impeccable. Longjin, having analyzed it, possessed a certain understanding of Kakashi's Chidori. Calmly, he articulated the flaw he discerned. This insight, originally shared by Ida, was now voiced by Longjin. The drawback of Chidori lies in its requirement for swift movement towards the enemy. It acts as a buff to enhance overall physical capabilities. However, the speed may lead to a lack of awareness of all actions, resulting in failure to perceive the enemy's movements and leaving oneself open to counterattacks. This revelation struck Kakashi like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. He was aware that using this technique could lead to some physical limitations. Yet, having effortlessly overcome adversaries each time, he had never contemplated these issues. Today, however, Longjin directly pointed out a concern Kakashi had previously mulled over. After reflecting, Kakashi admitted, I have noticed this issue as well, but how can it be resolved? Longjin considered for a moment before answering, it's quite manageable, Kakashi. You simply need to enhance your reaction time. Kakashi glanced at Longjin and replied, reaction time? What constitutes as good? Longjin contemplated before responding, essentially, if you can train yourself to achieve a reaction speed comparable to that of the Sharingan, you should be fine. Kakashi pondered this, mentally demonstrating the concept. After all, one of his teammates belonged to the Uchiha clan. Although he wasn't intimately familiar with the Sharingan, he understood its significance. Kakashi asked Longjin, what level of reaction speed does the Sharingan provide? One admirable trait of Kakashi was his humility. Despite being a genius, he was not ashamed to seek knowledge. Longjin thought for a moment before responding, the Sharingan, while compared to your average Jonin, it provides a significant advantage. However, when you consider Minato-sensei's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, even their reaction speed would seem lacking. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Longjin's assessment. Then Longjin guided Kakashi further, suggesting, have you considered learning the Flying Thunder God technique to enhance your reaction speed? Kakashi paused, realizing the implications of this suggestion. The concept of reaction speed and the Flying Thunder God technique struck him profoundly. Before he could respond, Longjin continued, Minato-sensei does not possess the Sharingan, yet his speed and reaction capabilities far surpass those of many Uchiha. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. A thought buried deep within him resurfaced. Meanwhile, in Minato and Kushina's cozy dwelling. Minato informed Kushina that their team's next mission would take place at the Kamizukabashi Bridge, located between Konoha and the Iwanin battlefield. Upon hearing this, Kushina felt a pang of concern but refrained from voicing it, instead standing quietly by the window, gazing into the distance, uttering, "I hope the war ends swiftly." The following morning, Minato's team gathered at the village gate, preparing to embark on their journey. Longjin was among them. The original configuration of 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin had transformed into 3 Jonin and 2 Chunin. Kushina bid farewell at the village entrance. Looking at Minato and Longjin, she cautioned, "As you embark on this mission into the battlefield, please exercise utmost caution." Both Longjin and Minato displayed obedient expressions and nodded in agreement. Rin and Kakashi promptly responded as well, but Daito remained sulking. Observing this, Kushina pulled Daito aside and offered him a stern admonition. Her tone grew serious. "Daito, your mindset and demeanor are ill-suited for the battlefield. You are far too childish. Therefore, you must be more vigilant than the others. After all, you are quite the fool. If you dare return injured, I will ensure you regret it. Do you understand?" Daito felt deeply moved by Kushina's earnest and concerned words. Though he concealed his emotions and responded defiantly, "I will complete the mission successfully and return to the village unscathed with everyone." This was his promise to Kushina. Hearing this, Kushina responded with a smile, and the two exchanged warm smiles in that moment. Longjin, witnessing the strong bond between them, felt reassured. Whether it was Daito or Madara, to disrupt this emotional connection would require overcoming a formidable obstacle. Nara Longjin. While he might not succeed, Longjin vowed to exert every effort. Much like the protagonists of youthful manga, though he might not achieve his aims, he would certainly give his all. With everything arranged, Longjin and Minato's team officially set off for their destination, Kamizukabashi Bridge, comprising of Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Daito, and Noara Rin. A new member has joined, Narang Longjin. The 5 of them swiftly traversed a grassy expanse, while Daito had yet to detach from the tension of the stimulating mission since departing the village. Kakashi, however, appeared considerably composed. At the rear of the group, Wuffing Shuemin was the first to speak. "To enhance our efficiency during the mission, I have decided that Longjin's team will split into 2 groups. The combat strength of Konoha has never been so insufficient as it is now." Upon hearing this, Daito interjected, "If we separate, then," Shuemin nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, Longjin will assume the role of team leader, guiding Kakashi, Daito, and Rin as a quartet. I shall operate alone." This declaration emanated confidence from the ever-reliable Longjin. At this moment, Rin, positioned in the middle of the group, inquired of Daito with a hint of confusion. "Do we not agree beforehand, Daito, to prepare a gift for Kakashi?" Daito felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. Yet he did not wish to lose face before what he perceived as his rival. "Apologies, I did not hear that," Daito replied nonchalantly. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Daito, remaining silent. Longjin shook his head in resignation, contemplating that Daito should have indeed prepared this gift, lest a grand spectacle of gifting eyes unfold later. Shuemin hastily intervened to ease the atmosphere. Twirling a kunai in his hand, he addressed Kakashi. "Allow me to gift you this, especially crafted kunai. It may feel a bit heavy at first, but you will find it quite useful once accustomed." Kakashi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." As he accepted Shuemin's present, Longjin observed the kunai, emblazoned with the Flying Thunder God technique, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. "Ah, this item is rather extraordinary. It is a treasure. With it, Shuemin could ambush you while you're in the restroom, Kakashi." Just as this thought crossed Longjin's mind, he noticed an object soaring towards him. Instinctively, he caught it, discovering it to be an identical kunai. Stunned, he looked to Shuemin, who met him with a gentle smile. Shuemin spoke, "This one is for you, Longjin. Congratulations to you and Kakashi for becoming Konoha's youngest jonin." Longjin felt a surge of delight within. "Oh, such splendid news." "No worries, Shuemin-sensei. I'm not afraid of you ambushing me during my restroom breaks. This is a protective charm from the realm of shinobi." As Longjin, a disciple of Orochimaru, acknowledged Shuemin, a student of Jiraiya, the connection between their masters was evident. Shuemin's prowess in this regard was naturally commendable. Furthermore, the Flying Thunder God kunai was, in essence, Shuemin's weapon of choice. Given sufficient time, he could even produce them in abundance. Meanwhile, Rin chimed in, "This is my gift for you." She unveiled a delicately wrapped, small package. A personal, specially enhanced medical kit for convenience. Kakashi accepted the medical kit, genuinely expressing, "Thank you." Rin then turned to Long Jian with a look of apology, stating, "I am sorry, Long Jian, I will make it up to you with your gift next time." With a hint of melancholy, she glanced at the ever-enthusiastic Dato, thinking to herself how unfair it was for him to steal her moment of gifting. Having promised to prepare a present for Kakashi's promotion to Jonin, yet he prepared one for Long Jian as well. This makes me look rather foolish, you know? Rin mused internally. Shuemin maintained his ever-gentle smile, embodying tranquility amidst the passage of time. Long Jian smiled and shook his head, addressing Rin, "No need to worry. I truly appreciate your sentiment, Rin." Rin returned his kindness with a sweet smile. At that moment, Kakashi approached Dato, calmly extending his hand. Dato, taken aback, felt a wave of embarrassment and surprise wash over him, stammering, What does this hand mean?" Mustering a brave facade, he retorted, "I have nothing to gift you, you rascal." Kakashi, with his ever-casual deadpan expression, replied, "Well, it's not a big deal. After all, whatever you give me would be of no use." Dato's ire flared at Kakashi's veiled insinuation, exclaiming, "Honestly, it's astonishing that someone like you could become a Jonin. If it were Long Jian, that would be understandable. But I truly do not comprehend how someone so arrogant can claim such a title." Kakashi's annoyance surged upon hearing Dato compare him to Long Jian. Feeling a flicker of anger ignite within. "Not only did you fail to prepare a gift for me, but you also dare to say I am inferior to Long Jian. I must assert my position over you, Obito." Kakashi thought to himself, then coldly addressed Dato. "It's South not your place to speak of Maine." Dato clenched his fists, pointing at Kakashi, declaring loudly, "I am Uchiha Dato. One day I will surpass you, once my Sharingan awakens." Kakashi interjected dryly, "Aren't all Uchiha supposed to be elites? Surely you should be formidable even without relying on such things." Long Jian, witnessing their exchange, hurriedly stepped in to interrupt Dato and Kakashi's escalating confrontation. "For heaven's sake, let's focus on the mission. We should discuss this later." Dato's words suddenly sent a chill down Long Jian's spine. As Rin attempted to mediate between the two, Dato exclaimed, "Long Jian, when we return to the village, I will make it up to you. As for that jerk Kakashi, he gets nothing. This is a flag, Dato. Are you attempting to make me one of the two heroes in this battle wielding Sharingan? If you keep this up, you may lose both of your eyes." Long Jian pondered mischievously. Amidst the bickering, Long Jian and his companions neared the borders of the Land of Fire. This mission was defined as a stealth and sabotage operation, prompting the group to proceed with heightened caution. After all, they could very well encounter Iwagakure ninjas. Carelessness in battle could cost them their lives. Kakashi led the way with vigilance, while Long Jian and Shuemin trailed behind. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, raising a hand quietly. Dato and Rin immediately heightened their alertness. Long Jian too sensed the lurking enemy, even recognizing a familiar presence. Shadows began to creep stealthily around their feet. Shuemin regarded Kakashi's reaction with admiration, thinking, "Well done, Kakashi." A figure hidden among the trees, leaning against a large trunk, felt a jolt of surprise, realizing, have they already detected me? These are formidable opponents. Moreover, that little rascal's figure. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed him. Damn it, that Naran clan prodigy. We meet again. Long Jian gripped Moijia, fixating on the figure's hiding place. Murmuring softly, "It seems I have encountered an old friend." The concealed figure was none other than Moj, an elite Jonin of IWA Shinobi, who had once pursued Long Jian and Dingzhua of Team 6 in the Land of Grass, ultimately leaving behind a lifeless body while sustaining severe injuries alongside his comrades. At this moment, Moj had just diverted his vengeful gaze from Long Jian, only to be captivated by a certain yellow figure. His tone shifted to one of disbelief and shock as the name of a far more terrifying individual flashed through his mind. The yellow flash, both Feng Shui-min and Mo-ji suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His mind raced. Since his last encounter with Long Jian, he had returned to IWA Shinobi Village and doubled his training, enhancing his comprehension and mastery of all techniques, including various skills and abilities. He harbored a simmering resentment towards the lower-ranked shinobi of Konoha, vowing that their next meeting would not end well for them. However, upon seeing Long Jian again, Emoji's thoughts turned to, damn it, that Konoha brat. Am I going to let you off this time? Yet, when he beheld that yellow-haired man, an unsettling realization struck him. The yellow flash. Could he possibly contend with him? Emoji steadied his mind, resolving to observe the situation for the time being. He swiftly formed hand seals, employing his most proficient technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, summoning nearly 20 identical emojis in various directions. Shui Min pointed to the ground and cautiously remarked, "The enemy likely numbers over 20. They are probably shadow clones." Kakashi replied solemnly, "It seems to be the case." At that moment, Long Jian, carrying Emosia, approached the two and casually stated, "That guy is Emoji, an elite jonin of IWA shinobi, highly skilled in the combination of shadow clone and swordsmanship. I fought him during a previous mission." He added, "Dealing with him is straightforward. His swordsmanship is formidable, and if we locate the real body, we can neutralize him." Before Shui Min could respond, Kakashi interjected, "In that case, Sensei, I shall charge in. Please cover me." Shui Min cautioned, "Impulsiveness is the devil, Kakashi. You should hold the rear." Kakashi had already begun forming hand seals, turning to Long Jian and saying, "Long Jian, you're the captain now. I'll follow your lead." His gaze fixed on Long Jian as he added, "I'm ready to test my technique." Long Jian, observing Kakashi's eager expression, nodded reluctantly and said, "All right, but we must attack together. We cannot afford to be injured." Kakashi's eyes sharpened, responding with a firm, "Understood." He gathered electrical energy in his hand. Long Jian watched Kakashi's actions with a sigh, reflecting on his choice of teammates, thinking, "I chose them, and I'll see this through." With closed eyes, he reopened them, now glowing crimson. Shui Min observed Long Jian's transformation with surprise, scrutinizing his state. Long Jian's voice was devoid of emotion as he addressed Kakashi. "Go, Kakashi. If you're injured, you want to be worthy of being my teammate." The brilliance of the electricity in Kakashi's hand intensified. He silently chanted, "Chidori." Then he confidently declared to Long Jian, "Understood, Captain." Hidden in the shadows, Emoji was taken aback, contemplating, "These two brats intend to charge in." Beside him, Dai-Tu and Lin gazed at Kakashi in astonishment, with Dai-Tu pondering. "What is this technique?" Lin thought, "What astounding chakra." Shui Min focused intently on Kakashi's ninjutsu. Kakashi and Long Jian exchanged a glance, then shouted in unison, "Let us go." Long Jian's eyes gleamed crimson, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he melded into the shadows. Kakashi launched forward with an electrifying momentum toward the nearest emoji clone. The concealed emoji's expression changed to surprise as he thought, "They're charging straight at me." Kakashi swiftly dispatched several of emoji's clones. However, Emoji was not one to remain passive. He hurled numerous shuriken and kunai at Kakashi while wielding his ninja sword, moving rapidly with the aid of his shadow clones. In a whirlwind of speed, Emoji and his clones launched their projectiles toward Kakashi. Yet Kakashi remained calm, deflecting every attack with unmatched confidence as he surged toward Emoji. Kakashi mused, "Those shurikens helped me pinpoint the enemy's locations." "Watch this," he exclaimed, shattering one of Emoji's clones with a single blow. Ignoring everything else, he focused solely on the enemy before him. Emoji's clones faltered before Kakashi, unable to withstand even a breath before being swiftly defeated. Meanwhile, Emoji, armed with his ninja sword, was fervently searching for an opening. Kakashi thought, "This is the 10th one." Seizing an opportunity, Emoji struck, aiming for Kakashi's underarm with blinding speed, leaving Kakashi little chance to react. Just as Emoji believed he had succeeded, Long Jian, having just melded into the shadows, suddenly appeared beside Kakashi. Effortlessly raising Emosia, he blocked Emoji's strike. Emoji met Long Jian's crimson gaze, his heart racing. Long Jian smirked and said, "Emoji, you haven't made much progress." Emoji's eyes widened in shock, cursing inwardly, "Damn brat. My fate is mine to control. I'll make you regret this." He then executed an upward slash with his sword. Long Jian raised Emosia to parry the attack, and simultaneously, the recently summoned General Anijia, hidden in the shadows, drew his sword and charged at Emoji. Emoji's pupils dilated in shock as a wave of deathly energy surged toward him. Was he truly to perish here? In that critical moment, Emoji's instincts heightened dramatically as he sensed the looming threat of death from Long Jian. This brat was significantly stronger than before. Drawing upon the IWA shinobi-style swordsmanship he had used against Long Jian previously, he unleashed it instantaneously. "Don't be too arrogant, brats," Emoji bellowed. Hearing his words, Long Jian's crimson eyes flickered slightly as he gripped Emosia, channeling dark purple energy that shot forth. His body moved with agile grace like a sparrow's tail. radiating a palpable intent to kill as he lunged toward Moj, intercepting the blow aimed at him by Nija with a resounding crash. Sparrow Tail Strike. As the General Nija, summoned by Long Jian, unleashed his blade technique, it was evident he had gained considerable experience. The previous feint was merely a ruse. As Long Jian parried the attack, he struck again, aiming directly at Moj. In that instant, Moj found himself ensnared in a life-and-death crisis. Previously, he had relentlessly pursued Long Jian, but now it was Long Jian who sought to settle old scores, making it abundantly clear to Moj the perils of provoking the protagonists. Moj felt the fierce assault from Long Jian and Nija, along with the palpable killing intent emanating from the tip of Nija's blade. His heart sank as he realized that the once innocent Konoha brat who had thwarted him and his comrades in the land of grass had grown to such formidable heights. The bitterness within him swelled, just as Moj had lamented. Failing to eliminate Long Jian alongside his ally Daisher had become their most regrettable decision. Long Jian had matured, and even the masked boy who appeared to be of similar age was proving to be a formidable opponent. The emergence of the Shadow Flow Master indicated yet another formidable ninja on the battlefield, complicating Moj's situation. With a frenzied gaze, Moj understood he could not evade Long Jian and Nija's tactical strike. Though he was prepared to meet his demise, he was determined to drag Long Jian down with him. Meanwhile, after the battle commenced, Obito and Rin had begun to leisurely traverse the battlefield. Moj's shadow clones, nearly subdued by Kakashi, were suddenly revitalized by Moj's frantic command, launching a final offensive. Suddenly, a shadowy figure of Moj, grinning malevolently, appeared beside Obito and Rin, brandishing his blade towards Obito's lower half. Obito, caught off guard, let out a terrified cry. Just then, a kunai pierced through the head of Moj's shadow clone. Minato appeared beside Obito, warning him to remain vigilant. Tears welled in Obito's eyes as he hastily acknowledged the warning. Meanwhile, Moj's true form, fueled by rage, channeled the secret technique of rock and executed a devastating move. Duanyu. In that fleeting moment, a sinister aura enveloped Moj's blade as he seemingly ignored Nija's incoming strike, merely tilting his body slightly, not to evade, but to harness the force of the attack. Long Jian raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar technique. However, he was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. As he sensed the menacing chakra emanating from Moj's strike, he seamlessly merged into the shadows. Simultaneously, Nija's eyes blazed with crimson intensity, a torrent of blood erupted, and an arm flew skyward. On the other side, Moj's severed arm reached for Nija, yet Nija remained unperturbed. With a graceful retreat, he melded into a pool of darkness, becoming one with the earth. At that moment, amidst the rapid exchanges between Long Jian, Nija, and Moj, Kakashi, who had narrowly escaped injury, became the primary target. Kakashi adjusted his breathing and swiftly retreated. However, the encroaching aura of death from Moj's blade weighed heavily upon him. The distance he had initially possessed for evasion diminished as his body struggled to respond after employing the Chidori, experiencing the very delay Long Jian had warned him about. In that instant, Kakashi was gripped by fear, feeling for the first time a loss of control over his own body, leading to a clumsy stumble that nearly sent him crashing to the ground. Rin cried out in alarm, "Kakashi!" Just as Moj's thrown kunai was about to pierce Kakashi's chest, a yellow figure appeared beside him, intercepting the attack and vanishing with it. When Minato reappeared, he had moved far from Kakashi and Obito, redirecting Moj's strike towards a towering tree, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A massive hole erupted in the trunk, and the surrounding earth began to disintegrate. Minato vanished once more, rejoining Kakashi, who had finally steadied himself, his eyes reflecting the terror of narrowly escaping death as he watched the enormous tree succumb to Moj's assault. Breathing heavily, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Minato placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder, a gesture laden with significance. Meanwhile, Moj, having lost an arm, spat blood as he clutched the gaping wound, retreating hastily, his eyes filled with despair. His mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Although he could retaliate against the masked boy, Long Jian had grown to a point beyond his capacity to contend with. Furthermore, the speed of the yellow-haired figure was impossible to track. Moj's spirit plummeted further, realizing his predicament was dire. As Moj desperately sought a way out, he remained oblivious to Long Jian, whose crimson gaze peered out from the shadows, positioned precisely in Mo's path of retreat. With the enhancement of Longjian's abilities, the reach of his shadow domain had expanded significantly, particularly in the dimly lit forest where sunlight scarcely penetrated. His shadow domain had evolved to the point where it seamlessly integrated with existing shadows, rendering it nearly undetectable to unsuspecting foes. Clutching the blade, Longjian's eyes gleamed with a fierce red light. Hiru Luo. In an instant, countless black and purple feathers descended from the sky, transforming into a multitude of lethal blades. As Mo beheld this onslaught, he found himself momentarily entranced, each blade seemingly slicing into his very soul. Longjian's figure materialized before Mo, a blade of condensed feather energy rushing towards his head. Calm and exquisite, the blade cleaved through, severing Mo's head in two. The final expression etched on his face was one of shock and disbelief. As life ebbed away, myriad thoughts cascaded through his mind, but time was no longer on his side. In that moment, the elite rock shinobi, Mo, fell to Longjian's blade. Once a formidable adversary, now reduced to mere remnants of his former self. Death arrived in an instant. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin stood witness as Longjian dispatched the once mighty foe, their minds momentarily frozen in disbelief at the sight of a head severed from his body. The elegant and decisive maneuvers, executed at precisely the right moment, demonstrated an unhesitating ruthlessness and an elusive presence. Each aspect showcased to Kakashi and his companions the remarkable growth of Longjian, honed by the trials of war. Longjian's prowess had escalated to a level far beyond their previous imaginings. Whether it was the formidable General Nija, whose every action was steeped in lethal intent, or Longjian's own razor-sharp swordsmanship, they comprehended why Longjian had garnered an increasingly formidable reputation on both the sand and mist battlefields. The title of Shadow Flow Lord was indeed one that instilled deep fear and respect in the hearts of adversaries. As Longjian became increasingly adept at merging with his mask, the connection between the two seemed to strengthen, and the adverse effects became more bearable. In essence, it was as if he had grown accustomed to pain, raising his threshold for endurance. Longjian stowed the corpse of the magic leech into a scroll and approached Kakashi and the others. The fourth Hokage, Bofeng Shuemin, commended him, stating, "Well done, Longjian. It was an almost flawless victory. I now understand why enemies from other battlefields refer to you, such a young individual, as the Shadow Flow Lord. You truly deserve this title." Longjian humbly smiled and replied, "You flatter me, Teacher Shuemin. Your title as the Golden Flash is far more terrifying to our foes. The mere sight of you causes them to abandon their missions, which is truly impressive." Without hesitation, Longjian engaged in a mutual flattery exchange with Shuemin. After all, Shuemin's skill set was remarkably comprehensive. Encountering him would leave an indelible mark, and with that mark, he could appear at will, teleporting with effortless agility. Was that not a cunning tactic? Shuemin smiled gently, encouraging Longjian, "At your age, I believe that as your strength grows, you too will achieve such feats with ease." Kakashi cast a complex glance at Longjian, who was conversing with Shuemin, his thirst for power intensifying. Deep within Kakashi's heart, a voice reminiscent of the abyss echoed incessantly, questioning him. "Do you desire strength? Do you wish to possess power?" Upon closer inspection, this familiar voice belonged to none other than Nara Longjian. Kakashi pondered over today's battle, realizing the gap between himself and Longjian. Initially, he had thought their strengths were closely matched, with Longjian slightly ahead. However, at this moment, the stark contrast left Kakashi feeling a sense of unacknowledged despondency. Rin, concerned for Kakashi's well-being following the recent battle, was earnestly healing him with her hands glowing green. Shuemin observed Kakashi, Rin, and Obito with a solemn expression. Kakashi's recent performance had been overly eager for success, while Rin, as a support-type ninja, had demonstrated a lackluster presence. As for Obito, Shuemin sighed inwardly, recalling how he had nearly been defeated by an enemy shadow clone, nearly brought to tears by the encounter. To be honest, Shuemin harbored significant concern for his disciples. If Kakashi were to lead a team, he worried whether Kakashi would effectively collaborate with Obito and Rin. Although Kakashi no longer adhered strictly to rules, he had begun to cultivate a mindset that revered strength. For instance, he recognized Longjian's abilities and was content to remain on his team, while he dismissed Obito's contributions as burdensome. This left Long Jian wondering if he had inadvertently led Kakashi astray. Nevertheless, in Kakashi's heart, Long Jian's importance grew and their bond deepened. Long Jian could only silently muse, "Please do not blame me, Obito." In Shui Min's mind, his three disciples were ill-suited for such a challenging mission. However, Long Jian's presence alleviated some of his concerns, providing a reliable safety net. Shui Min addressed the three of them with a serious tone. "Kakashi has expended considerable energy. Let us withdraw from here and regroup." Kakashi quickly turned, standing up to assert, "I am fine." However, Obito excitedly interjected, "How can you be fine? That blow from the magic leech turned that tree into dust. If it weren't for teacher Shui Min's timely intervention, you would likely have perished." Obito struggled to comprehend why Kakashi seemed indifferent to his own life. Yet, being a good-hearted individual, his words came out skewed. "You nearly lost your life. And it was because you disregarded your teacher's advice and acted recklessly." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, responding stiffly, "You are not in a position to lecture me." Obito, who had just been frightened into tears, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but stubbornly retorted, "That was just dust in my eyes." Kakashi scoffed, preparing to say more, when Rin quickly interjected, "Both of you, please stop arguing." Suddenly, Long Jian's serious voice broke through to the trio. Silence. Simultaneously, Shui Min's stern tone echoed, "Enough of this, you two." Taken aback, they all turned to face Long Jian and Shui Min. Shui Min continued sternly, "Long Jian, as the captain, please evaluate the recent battle." Long Jian had been contemplating this very matter, especially since they would soon part ways with the formidable Yom. If the squad operated in such a manner, Long Jian could not guarantee success. He understood well that a disunited heart would lead to a fractured team. Without hesitation, he spoke. "Kakashi, I understand that young warriors yearn for achievements, but you were indeed too hasty just now. Had it not been for teacher Shui Min, I would not have been able to save you in time." Kakashi nodded silently in acknowledgement. Long Jian continued, "You must realize that while powerful strength is essential, the fundamental prerequisite is to be alive to wield it." Kakashi looked at Long Jian earnestly and replied, "I understand, Long Jian." Obito, witnessing Kakashi concede to Long Jian, felt a surge of excitement and pointed at Kakashi, saying, "See." Long Jian then turned to Obito, "And you, Obito, you cannot claim dust in your eyes as an excuse for wearing goggles. As a team, we must indeed care for one another and cooperate. However, self-restraint cannot remain merely verbal. We must cultivate inner strength as well." Obito lowered his head at Long Jian's words. Long Jian then glanced at Rin, contemplating, but refrained from saying more. After all, Rin's strengths lay not in combat, but in support and healing, and her earlier response was quite reasonable. Once again, do not forget that Shunwei finds it difficult to conceal his tears. What if one day he feels disheartened and decides to take drastic measures? Such an endeavor would be futile. Long Jian, observing the shortcomings and issues of his companions in battle, accurately pointed them out. In his heart, he felt a sense of reassurance knowing that Long Jian would lead his three disciples on this mission. However, Watergate, still feeling uneasy, added a word of caution to Kakashi, saying, "Moreover, Kakashi, it would be wise to refrain from using that technique for now. I can see that it focuses on a single point of attack, indeed possessing considerable destructive power and speed. However, moving at such a rapid pace may hinder your ability to respond to counterattacks." As Kakashi listened to Watergate's advice, he suddenly recalled the concerns Long Jian had expressed regarding the Chidori the night before leaving the village. He glanced at Long Jian, who stood before him. Long Jian had previously mentioned this issue, and it was surprising to find that his teacher shared the same assessment. Kakashi, in his heart, admired Long Jian's keen perception once again. Observing Kakashi's reaction, Watergate continued, "It is an immature technique. Once this mission is complete, I will provide training tailored to your weaknesses and reaction time to help you refine this technique." Kakashi acknowledged Watergate's words, responding, "Understood, Watergate-sensei." Since both Long Jian and Watergate had simultaneously pointed out the flaws in Kakashi's self-created ninjutsu, it was evident that this issue was indeed real and significantly affected the technique's power and his safety. Knowing that improvement was possible, Kakashi was not one to toy with his own life. After all, Long Jian had stated that great power requires one to have life to wield it. Without life, nothing remains. Kakashi wholeheartedly agreed with Long Jian's words. Watergate nodded, addressing his three beloved and concerning disciples. "Before we part ways, I must reiterate, for a ninja, the most crucial aspect is teamwork. Kakashi and the others lowered their heads in shame. Furthermore, you must heed Long Jian's commands. There is much for you to learn. Do you understand? Watergate then turned to Long Jian and said, "Thank you for your efforts, Long Jian." Watergate's kindness towards others was truly commendable. Long Jian replied, "Rest assured, Watergate-sensei, I will give it my all." Night quickly descended, and Watergate, troubled, found it hard to sleep. Sitting on a stone, he gazed into the distance. A sense of unease lingered in his heart, as he had a premonition that this mission might not be straightforward. However, Long Jian's presence and the sight of him defeating enemies earlier provided a modicum of comfort. Meanwhile, Obito quietly approached Watergate, initiating a heart-to-heart conversation. Seizing this opportunity, Watergate shared the story of Kakashi's father, White Fang, with Obito, explaining that Kakashi harbored no ill intentions. He merely felt compelled to prioritize strength and rules over the bonds and emotions he held for his teammates. Watergate said to Obito, clearly, "I can see that Long Jian occupies a significant place in Kakashi's heart. Perhaps it stems from a mutual appreciation among geniuses, as Long Jian possesses a remarkable understanding of Kakashi's feelings, resulting in a profound bond between them." Obito nodded in agreement, recognizing that Kakashi was willing to show his connection with Long Jian in front of others, while he himself was often treated as a fool. Watergate spoke earnestly to Obito. "Kakashi's feelings for you are undoubtedly positive. However, he struggles to express them properly, much like you do at times, Obito. Therefore, even if just a little, I hope you both can show some understanding towards one another. Kakashi, like you, harbors no ill will." Obito's gaze grew pensive, lost in thought. The two figures, one large and one small, sat together, gazing into the distance. After Watergate and Obito concluded their conversation, Long Jian climbed onto the stone as well. Watergate looked at Long Jian with concern and asked, "Are you unable to sleep, Long Jian?" Long Jian shook his head and sat beside Watergate, saying, "It was not my intention to eavesdrop on your conversation, Watergate-sensei. I was merely sitting below, contemplating this mission while gazing at the sky. After all, as the captain, I must consider everything comprehensively to ensure our safety." Watergate acknowledged him with a pat on the shoulder. It was remarkable that at Long Jian's age, he possessed such strength along with a remarkably stable demeanor and thought process. It could be said that he was truly exceptional. Watergate worried for his beloved disciples, fearing they might struggle to adapt to the rhythm of war and encounter unforeseen circumstances. Not only was Watergate concerned, but Long Jian himself felt a sense of apprehension. The Rock Ninja group was not new opponents for him, and he believed he could handle them. However, the crucial factor was the man who had set his sights on Obito's boss, Madara. Long Jian did not wish to find himself in a position where he was cornered and asked, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Although Madara might have aged significantly now, Long Jian understood profoundly that the phrase "the dying Madara" is older than I held true. Thus, the three individuals, each lost in their own thoughts and concerns, sat atop the large stone. Night swiftly passed. Long Jian led Kakashi, Obito, and Rin into a bamboo grove. Watergate, positioned at the back of the group, glanced around the surroundings and remarked, "From this point onward, we shall split into two teams. Everyone give it your all. Long Jian, thank you for your efforts." Long Jian, upon hearing this, solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was truly a labor of love. Watergate continued, "The enemies we encountered yesterday were merely scouting alone. Future encounters will likely involve teamwork, so please exercise caution." Kakashi and the others solemnly affirmed. With that, Long Jian led Kakashi, Obito, and Rin swiftly toward their mission site, while Watergate rushed to the front lines, preparing to rescue those from Konoha who had fallen into despair due to the attacks led by the Rock Ninja. Without the hindrance of others, Watergate unleashed his incredible speed. As Long Jian guided Kakashi and the others toward the Shinobi Bridge, he remained on high alert, fully aware that, following the normal course of events, they would soon encounter familiar adversaries from the Rock Ninja, those who had previously left him questioning his very existence, the elite shinobi, Oishi. Had it not been for him abducting Rin, Obito and the others would likely have never stumbled upon Madara's lair. Was this fate's design? No. Long Jian preferred to believe it was the choice of a dying strongman. Long Jian, leading Kakashi and the others, deftly avoided various traps, concealing themselves to evade enemy detection as they cautiously advanced toward the Shinobi Bridge. Just as the four traversed a dark forest and crossed a small stream, an air of foreboding loomed over them. In the rear of the formation, Long Jian's eyes flickered subtly. The moment he stepped into the vicinity, he sensed an unsettling feeling, as though he were being watched. As he contemplated this notion, the surrounding environment appeared eerily familiar. Taking advantage of the dim light, his shadow began to spread quietly beneath his feet. The domain unfurled. As the shadow's expanse grew, numerous spectral soldiers stealthily emerged from the darkness, their crimson pupils glinting as they concealed themselves while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. At that moment, Kakashi, standing within Longjian's shadowy domain, felt as though a multitude of eyes were fixated upon him. Yet, these gazes seemed devoid of malice. The unbidden aura of menace they exuded was merely discomforting. Lin sensed the atmosphere around them growing increasingly frigid, while Obito, despite his recent growth, remained considerably more carefree compared to the other two perceptive companions. He continued to stride forward without a care. At that moment, concealed behind a pile of rubble, a figure with an explosive hairstyle and a confident smile, along with another ninja who appeared composed, robust, and calm, peeked out. They observed Longjian and his companions as they stealthily passed by. Notably, the more composed ninja had half of his face obscured by a mask, which differed from Kakashi's layered mask. His was divided laterally. Beneath the mask lay skin that seemed to have been corroded to a near earthen texture, shriveled and lifeless, creating a stark contrast to his otherwise formidable and steady physique. Should Longjian have seen him now, he might not have recognized him at all. This ninja was none other than Dashi, a key participant in the incident where Team 6 was pursued by elite rock ninja in the Land of Grass, and whom Longjian had slain. The other figure with the explosive hairstyle was their comrade, the elite shinobi Huoguang. Huoguang, watching the four pass by, spoke to Dashi in a teasing tone. "I say, that guy emoji never returned after going out to scout. Could it be that he was taken down by those little brats?" Unbeknownst to Huoguang, Dashi's expression had shifted from calm to one of disbelief upon seeing that visage, followed by an intense hatred and a deeply buried fear. The last little brat in the formation. How could it be? That face must be the same. He could not be mistaken. Even after all these years, it had to be him. The accursed Nara Longjian from Konoha. Dashi's eyes widened as he thought, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. Huoguang noticed a strange expression on Dashi's face and inquired, "What's wrong, Dashi? You don't look quite right." Dashi snapped back to reality and solemnly replied, "Emoji may have truly fallen to these little brats." Huoguang's expression shifted, his curiosity piqued. "Are you joking with me, Dashi?" Dashi shook his head earnestly and discreetly pointed to Longjian at the back of the group, stating, "The Konoha ninja at the end of the line is named Nara Longjian. The injuries I bear were inflicted by him back in the Land of Grass. During that mission, the younger brother of Dong also perished at his hands. And you must understand, that was years ago. He looked even more like a child back then." Huoguang narrowed his eyes. As an elite jonin of Awagakure, his prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu was formidable. Huoguang had honed his abilities through extensive combat, fostering both experience and a combative character. He regarded the youthful Longjian with a slight lick of his lips and remarked, "Nara Longjian. Is it? That name belongs to the one who has carved out a reputation as the Shadow Stream's master on the battlefields of Konoha, Suna, and Kiri." Dashi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we were pursuing his team in the Land of Grass. Not only did he thwart us, but we also suffered 1 death and 2 injuries. Upon returning to the village, both Dashi and Emoji felt a deep-seated regret for not having slain that individual sooner." Huoguang, however, smiled. "To think a little brat could earn such a title is rather irksome. Allow me to test him and see if he truly deserves it." He made a motion to charge forward. Dashi nearly gasped in alarm, thinking this reckless teammate has no sense of danger. He spoke sternly, "Huoguang, I know you relish battling strong opponents, but it is crucial to understand their intentions. They have ventured this deep for a reason. I refuse to believe it is without strategic purpose. Trust me, if we fail, these little brats could plunge the entire battlefield into chaos." Huoguang's eyes narrowed. Although he regarded Dashi and the others as teammates, he sincerely believed that if one lacked strength, they would merely become a liability on the battlefield. It must be noted that Huoguang's mindset closely resembled Kakashi's before his transformation. He was essentially a mini version of Kakashi from Awagakure. Yet, his overwhelming confidence birthed a somewhat arrogant demeanor, which led him to unwittingly become one of the key actors in Uchiha Madara's grand scheme. Nevertheless, Longjian could empathize with Huoguang's mentality. Any self-assured adult would likely underestimate the prospect of battling a group of children. Yet, upon observing Dashi's serious expression, he nodded, choosing not to act immediately. Dashi let out a sigh of relief and stated, "Very well, Huaguang. I will summon the combat team, led by Sima Ji, to join us. You will remain in the shadows, only engaging if absolutely necessary." Although Huaguang yearned to rush in and strike Long Jian, he respected Dashi's wishes for the time being. As a seasoned jonin, he would not instigate discord among allies and merely nodded in agreement. Yet, he still pondered whether Dashi was being overly cautious. After all, Sima Ji commanded a proper combat unit of over a dozen ninjas. Was it truly necessary to mobilize them to eliminate these few little brats? While he had indeed heard of Nara Longjian's exceptional prowess on the battlefield, Huaguang regarded it as nothing more than Konoha's underhanded tactics for nurturing talent. How strong could a mere child truly be? Longjian thought, not strong enough to escape demise. In Huaguang's mind, given his abilities, he could easily compete in speed against the likes of the Uchiha siblings. After all, he was the ninja king, radiating confidence. Huaguang had also learned that since Dashi had narrowly escaped death and returned to the village, he had seemingly uncovered a critical flaw in his technique, prompting him to intensify his training and development of secret arts. Dashi's camouflage ninjutsu had reached a level that even the third Suchikage praised. In Huaguang's heart, the plan was clear. He would attack head-on while Dashi would execute a surprise strike. Dashi stealthily approached, quietly delivering a lethal strike to Long Jian's back. It was a completed task. He simply could not fathom how Long Jian might escape this predicament. Meanwhile, Long Jian, who was nearing the edge of the forest, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What was happening? Where were the enemies? Where was the ambush? It seemed to deviate significantly from the script he had received. Was it not written differently? Increasingly alert, Long Jian silently intensified the reconnaissance efforts of the Gue Ing Bing Tuan surrounding them. At this moment, the four members of Long Jian's team, who were cautiously preparing to traverse the forest, remained oblivious. Due to Long Jian's presence, events had begun to unfold in an unusual manner. Was it a move to return to the original trajectory, or to alter the course? With deep-seated doubts and a palpable tension, Long Jian and his companions made their way through the woods. Upon exiting, Long Jian hesitated and glanced back. How peculiar. Could it be that I misremembered the location of the ambush? Long Jian pondered silently. At this point, Kakashi, at the forefront of the team, noticed Long Jian's unease and halted, turning to him with a quiet inquiry. "What is wrong, Captain? Have you discovered something?" Obito and Rin, observing Kakashi's behavior, also paused and turned their curious gazes towards Long Jian, who was at the back of the formation. Long Jian narrowed his eyes, subtly gesturing before addressing the group. "It's nothing. Let us proceed." Kakashi and the others nodded in understanding, resuming their formation and moving forward. On the surface, everything appeared normal, yet Long Jian's discreet gesture, which seemed unremarkable, was a signal devised after parting ways with Minato, intended for communication when verbal exchanges were unsuitable. Naturally, Kakashi, as the leader at the front, understood the implications of Long Jian's signal. Acting with caution, Long Jian had discreetly conveyed a message that prompted Kakashi to alter their intended course. Without hesitation, Kakashi led the team in a new direction, prepared for any impending confrontation. Hidden in the shadows, Huaguang exhaled softly, contemplating, "I did not anticipate this little brat to be so vigilant. I thought I had been discovered." However, it seems he might have overthought the situation. Huaguang then followed Long Jian's group, marking the path with special symbols for Sure and the supporting IWA shinobi. Yet, as he observed the direction of Long Jian and his companions, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Where exactly were these youngsters headed? What lay in that direction? Huaguang wondered. Long Jian's cautious actions effectively prevented the premature exposure of their true destination to the enemy. Meanwhile, at the front line where Konoha and IWA shinobi clashed, massive boulders flew about, threatening to crush the Konoha ninjas in the trenches. At that moment, a flash of yellow appeared. Minato executed a graceful backflip, landing before Mei Yuan. The beleaguered defense commander of Konoha, who was struggling to lift her head under the onslaught of IWA ninjutsu. Upon seeing Minato, Mei Yuan felt tears welling in her eyes, murmuring, "You have finally arrived." With a serious expression, Minato inquired, "What is the situation?" Mei Yuan glanced at the IWA shinobi across from her, replying, "The enemy likely numbers around 50, while only 4 of us remain alive, including you. That makes 5. Minato scanned the area, observing the scattered bodies of Konoha ninjas. Some had perished by kunai, others crushed by stones, and some had fallen into traps. Their fates were indeed tragic. The IWA commander, Dong Si-run, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shouting to his fellow IWA shinobi, "Push harder, brothers. Victory is within reach. Let's rally our spirits." At this juncture, Minato laid out all the specially crafted kunai from his pack on the ground. He addressed Mei Seiyuan Yiwan and her companions. "Everyone, throw these kunai into the enemy ranks. After that, leave the rest to me. Let us see who dares to claim invincibility. Who would boast of being unbeaten against me?" The great Minato, one of the less astute members, still unaware of the man before him, questioned, "Isn't that a bit reckless?" After all, one person. Mei Seiyuan Yiwan interjected sharply, "Silence. Do as he says. Soon, we shall witness the brilliance of Konoha's yellow flash in battle. In an instant, do not miss it. It must be said." Mei Seiyuan Yiwan understood the significance of aligning with a powerful ally. What the IWA commander, or the 50-strong enemy? I have Namikaze Minato with me. 5 against 50? How laughable. The advantage lies with me. As Minato's golden hair flowed in the wind, he swiftly formed hand seals. Next, he prepared to observe the high point of the yellow flash S display. The sky gradually darkened. Long Jian and his companions arrived at a suitable resting place beside a massive rock, preparing to commence their camping for the night. While they laid out their bedding, Long Jian quietly warned Kakashi and the others, "Be cautious. Something feels off. Beware of enemy ambushes." Kakashi nodded discreetly, and a flicker of seriousness crossed the eyes of Obito and Rin. Long Jian decided that Kakashi and Obito would keep watch during the first half of the night, while he and Rin would take the second half, alternating their rest. Thus time passed gradually. As the night deepened, Long Jian and Rin rose to relieve Kakashi and Obito. The two settled on either side of the large rock, and as Kakashi and Obito's breathing became steady, Long Jian and Rin engaged in light conversation. The moon climbed higher, marking the late hours of the night. A dark cloud slowly drifted by, obscuring the moonlight. Rin seemed to grow drowsy, her head nodding involuntarily. Meanwhile, Long Jian leaned against the rock, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Their vigilance appeared to have diminished to its lowest point. At this moment, shadows darted swiftly through the grass, the rustling wind producing faint sounds. Huoguang's figure emerged, fixating intently on Long Jian, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Suddenly, Huoguang lunged forth, extending 2 wrist blades akin to those from Assassin's Creed, aimed directly at Long Jian. The speed was so swift that only a shadow could be seen darting past under the dim moonlight. Simultaneously, the slumbering Kakashi and Obito found themselves besieged by a deluge of shuriken and kunai. The attacks converged at once. Rin, on the other hand, was targeted by a seemingly ordinary yet self-assured IWA shinobi, a special jonin. Just as Huoguang reveled in his triumph, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Su-mo-ji thrust a kunai into Rin's body, and with his other hand, he lunged for her throat, his eyes filled with malice. Following a pained gasp, Rin transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. Su-mo-ji was momentarily stunned, and then a realization struck him. It was a shadow clone. The relentless onslaught of kunai and shuriken struck the unsuspecting Kakashi and Dato as they lay in slumber, rendering the 2 men utterly silent. In an instant, they vanished into a cloud of smoke. The attacking IWAnin, still reveling in their success, were swiftly overtaken by astonishment. Daisher, having been once bitten by a snake, was now 10 years wary of ropes. He had refrained from engaging in the recent assault, remaining concealed, quietly observing. Prior to making a move, he sensed something amiss. Everything was proceeding too smoothly. So smoothly that Daisher began to suspect that his adversary was none other than Nara Ryukin, the young man who had nearly brought about his demise in the past. Thus, with prudence, Daisher resolved to retain a measure of backup for himself. It soon became evident that Daisher's judgment was astute. Hidden in the shadows, he beheld the unfolding scene, his heart racing as he thought, indeed, they have fallen into a trap. Hoka, too, reacted, for before him lay the very Ryukin, whom he had personally severed into 3 segments, now gradually dissolving into heaps of earth upon the ground. Dutain Raku, as Hoka struggled to comprehend the current situation, a shadow of Ryukin had already descended upon his feet. Not only he, but also the nearby Suma Shur and the other 3 IWAnin in close proximity, felt the encroaching shadow of Ryukin infiltrate their surroundings. Infong Jutsu, Heibianhua, bloomed once more. Daishi's anxious voice resonated from his hidden position. Quick, evade! Almost in unison with his warning, each IWN ensnared by Ryukin's Hei, Bienhua, sensed the peril and attempted to flee, only to discover with horror that they were utterly immobilized. A cold sweat erupted upon Hoka's brow. Damn it, that wretched brat! Yet before he could finish his curse, four ghostly soldiers materialized beside each immobilized IWN, wielding shadowy katanas, their crimson pupils gleaming with murderous intent. Without hesitation, they leapt forth, demonstrating a newly developed technique. The Heiying Lu, Sui Ryuuma Mai, the ghostly soldiers, akin to those employing the body flicker technique, surged forth from the shadows, striking with precision from the left, above, right, and below towards the vital points of the IWN. Unlike the Sui Ryuuma Mai executed by Suki no Kaze, the ghostly soldiers had refined this technique. One soldier emerged from the shadow beneath the enemy's feet, lunging for a crucial spot, delivering a merciless strike. There was no mercy. The blade fell, and the target perished. The scene was heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in those who witnessed it. When Ryukin first observed this, he felt a pang of sorrow in his groin. He began to suspect that the ghostly soldiers might have been influenced by him, each executing their tasks with such ferocity. Yet Ryukin took solace in the fact that as his own ghostly battalion, they should indeed function this way. He perceived in these endearing soldiers a testament to diligence. What? You inquire about sweat? It was, of course, upon the faces of their foes. In an instant, the immobilized IWN, including Sumashur, were met with a flash of blades. Accompanied by the agony of their lower bodies, their screams were abruptly silenced, for their heads had been severed, unable to utter another sound. As long as Ryukin maintained control, he would not hesitate to command the ghostly soldiers against even Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. In the original tale, Sumashur, the elite jonin of Iwa Village, confident and smiling, had led a group of IWN to pursue Kakashi and Rin following Dato's demise, only to be decisively taken down by Ryukin. Until his last breath, Sumashur could scarcely believe it, his face etched with disbelief and shock. How could he, in such an advantageous position, meet his end in mere moments? The other three IWN were likewise consumed by fear, their faces contorted in horror as they fell victim to the ghostly soldiers' relentless assault. Their bodies lay strewn upon the ground, soon permeating the air with a thick stench of blood. As for Hoka, he was aided by his own commendable strength, and Daishi's efforts to serve as a backup played a crucial role. Daishi emerged from his camouflage, unhesitatingly wielding a kunai to fend off the ghostly soldiers attacking from three directions. Yet, unbeknownst to Daishi, a ghostly soldier, katana in hand with blood-red pupils, charged directly towards Hoka's vulnerable lower half. The time Daishi bought allowed Hoka to break free from Ryukin's Hei Bienhua's control. As he regained mobility, he instinctively began to retreat. But it was too late. He was struck by the keen blade of the ghostly soldiers, blood gushing forth. Hoka howled in pain, retreating frantically. Daishi felt a chill run through him upon witnessing this. He hastily formed a hand seal and vanished from sight once more, employing the secret technique, camouflage concealment. In the shadows, Ryukin raised an eyebrow, dark thoughts swirling within him. Would this fellow still carry such confidence in the future? Even if he did, that song could now be sung with more fitting fervor. Sister is the queen, shining with confidence. Hoka retreated to a relatively safe location, urgently bandaging his wound. And upon lifting his gaze again, his eyes were filled with intense, killing intent and hatred. Never before had Hoka harbored such animosity towards anyone. Rage clouded his judgment, leaving him with a singular thought: to eliminate that damned brat, Nara Ryukin. Meanwhile, Kakashi, taking advantage of Hoka's solitary state and limited energy, had switched his form to a shadow clone. He, along with his companions, surged forth from the shadows, engaging the IWN in fierce combat. Dato swiftly formed seals and, with a mighty shout, unleashed Katan Gokaku no Jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the IWN who had just been targeted by their shadow clones. Several IWN scattered quickly to evade Dato's formidable fireball. Kakashi, emerging from the shadows, brandished his white fang, utilizing his agile physique and rapid speed to execute the white fan technique, engaging in a flurry of exchanges with two IWN. As for Rin, being a medical ninja, although she had ascended to the rank of Chunin, her combat prowess was still under evaluation. She merely tossed kunai and shuriken at isolated IWNine, providing distant support. This was a strategy Ryukin had previously discussed with Rin, for she was the focal point of their team as protection and, more crucially, the key to Ryukin's strategy. If Rin were to be captured, their chances would diminish significantly. Thus, when the IWNine realized that amidst the myriad of formidable warriors stood a petite, adorable girl, it became clear that they were facing a grave threat. Many prepared to rush towards this weak target, brimming with aggression. At that moment, Lin quickly retreated while positioning herself within the realm of the Longjian shadow soldiers. Instantly, various soldiers from 5 distinct shadow battalions emerge around her, twisting their heads to face the group of IWA shinobi. The sight of the crimson pupils sent chills down the spines of the IWA shinobi. Meanwhile, the shadow soldiers, eager for combat, bared their fangs and surged forward with overwhelming momentum against the IWA shinobi. The adversary not only refused to surrender, but audaciously launched an attack against us. Let us go, brothers. As Kakashi and his companions engaged their foes, Lin was shielded at the center by Longjian shadow soldiers. At that moment, Longjian emerged slowly from the grass, wielding the sword Moyu with an air of authority. All remaining IWA shinobi, including Huoguang, turned their gazes towards Longjian. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment, shock, and for some, deep-seated resentment. With a hint of arrogance, Longjian spoke. Before we commence our battle, does anyone wish to retreat? The IWA shinobi were momentarily taken aback by his words. How brazen of this Konoha brat, acting as though we are the ones surrounded. Just as their anger surged again, ready to swarm and eliminate Longjian, they found him observing the surroundings with keen interest. Then, as if addressing the air, he declared, Dashi, it seems the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient. Do you not realize that this trick is futile against me? Concealed in the shadows, Dashi seemed to recall something, licking his lips but remaining silent. However, he tightened his grip on his kunai, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Longjian shook his head, thinking, this fellow truly does not yield until faced with defeat. He swiftly formed hand seals, but the IWA shinobi would not allow him to act unchallenged. Various ninjutsu and weapons were hurled his way. Longjian quickly slammed his hand to the ground, invoking the summoning technique. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and a massive python appeared beside him, using its colossal body to shield Longjian. Simultaneously, a small colorful snake reappeared, coiling around Longjian's arm and affectionately nudging him with its head. Longjian whispered, little color, find that hidden foe for me. The small snake flicked its tongue and nodded in understanding. Upon receiving the signal, Longjian closed his eyes and opened them, merging with the night's mask. After all, the deep night is the domain of shadows, and the night sky is the adversary's nightmare. Longjian's pupils turned crimson once more, and the small snake, sensing the change in Longjian's aura, excitedly rubbed against his hand. Gripping Moyu, Longjian unfurled his bat-like wings, gradually blending into the shadows beneath him. While the massive protective serpent retreated into the Longdi cave, the IWA shinobi, who were frantically employing various Earth-style ninjutsu and secret techniques against the great serpent, rejoiced as it vanished in a puff of smoke. They believed their attacks had succeeded in shattering Longjian's snake shell. Huoguang, driven by impatience, charged through the smoke, seeking Longjian's figure. To his dismay, as the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Longjian, only the remnants of the battlefield ravaged by ninjutsu. Huoguang's gaze darted around, his thoughts filled with curses. Suddenly, a chilling voice from behind sent a shiver down his spine. Are you looking for me? He then sensed a foreboding presence rising behind him. Before he could react, a tremendous force struck his neck, nearly severing his head from his body. Huoguang felt himself being lifted off the ground. Straining to turn his head, he looked up to find Longjian gazing down at him with a mocking expression. Even more terrifying was the pair of gigantic black bat wings unfurling behind Longjian, rhythmically beating and lifting both of them into the sky. In that moment, the once supremely confident Huoguang felt his resolve shatter. What use is my training? He can fly. The surrounding IWA shinobi stared in shock at Longjian. Even Kakashi, Obito, and Lin were taken aback by the spectacle. Obito muttered under his breath, this is ridiculous. Longjian has completely broken the rules. Lin, covering her mouth, gazed at Longjian, who seemed entirely transformed from his former self, thinking, Longjian, he is so powerful, yet he seems so different from before. Kakashi's face, hidden beneath his mask, mirrored his astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure, seizing the moment to strike an IWA shinobi, severely injuring him. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder, Long Jian, how much have you truly grown? Can I ever catch up to your strength? However, determination filled Kakashi's eyes. It is precisely because of Long Jian's power that I am inspired to follow in his footsteps. I must double my efforts to enhance my abilities. Otherwise, in Long Jian's eyes, my strength will be of no use to him. Kakashi mused. Just as Long Jian prepared to ascend with Huoguang for an intimate encounter in the sky, Dashi, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly appeared above Long Jian. With a kunai poised for a decisive strike, he aimed directly at Long Jian's head. Long Jian's eyes blazed with crimson light. He swiftly dropped Huoguang and hastily swung Moyu to defend himself, but the blade cut through his arm. Dashi, having struck successfully, retreated. Long Jian's eyes widened in astonishment, and the small snake on his arm wore a look of surprise. The reason was simple. When Dashi had emerged, the small snake had shown no signs of awareness. This meant that Dashi's camouflage technique had completely deceived the small snake's perception. Thus, Long Jian had been caught unaware and ambushed by Dashi, allowing Huoguang to escape while sustaining a deep wound on his arm from Dashi's attack. As Long Jian felt the pain radiating from his arm, his eyes flared crimson once more. I underestimated you, Dashi. Meanwhile, the small snake looked quite aggrieved. Long Jian thought to himself, I must thoroughly test whether I can still detect him. As Dashi, now concealed once more, discarded the kunai that had inflicted harm on Long Jian. His gaze remained fixed on him. Finally, after several years, Dashi had seized the opportunity to prove himself once again, standing before the very same boy, Nara Long Jian. In that moment, Dashi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He had finally reached his shining moment. Long Jian flapped his bat wings, soaring through the air, blood dripping steadily from his wounded arm. Long Jian deftly bandaged his wounds to staunch the bleeding, his crimson gaze sweeping across the IWA shinobi. His hands moved with remarkable speed, weaving intricate seals. 10,000 snakes formation. He soared into the air, mouth agape as an innumerable horde of venomous serpents materialized, descending upon the IWA shinobi below. The sight of this terrifying spectacle made the IWA shinobi break into a cold sweat. However, undeterred, they unleashed a flurry of ninjutsu to counter Long Jian's overwhelming assault. Doton, Dune Shift. Doton, Rock Cannon Technique. Doton, Earth Flow Wave. It must be acknowledged that the combat team led by Somozi truly lived up to the moniker of warriors. Many skilled fighters coordinated their various earth-based techniques to alter the terrain while simultaneously fending off the onslaught of the 10,000 snakes formation. Long Jian's scarlet eyes scanned the battlefield, realizing that the summoned serpents only attacked the known IWA shinobi before them, completely ignoring the concealed Daisher hiding amidst the shadows. Even the small serpent, Kai, coiled around Long Jian's arm, wore a serious expression, constantly flicking its tongue in search of Daisher's presence. Yet ultimately, their efforts proved fruitless. After a series of probing attempts, Long Jian was firmly convinced of this fact. Following his previous defeat, Daisher had refined and enhanced his secret technique, the camouflage concealment technique, effectively eradicating the vulnerability that allowed spiritual beasts like snakes to detect him through temperature variations. He had truly achieved a state of transparency across all aspects: color, scent, sound, and temperature. No wonder this technique had earned praise even from the third Tsuchikage. Concealed in the shadows, Daisher watched Long Jian in the sky, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn that little brat. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, my camouflage concealment technique wouldn't have reached its perfected state. Daisher mused silently, tightening his grip on the kunai in preparation to seize the next opportunity to strike Long Jian from an unexpected angle. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Long Jian shook his head. His voice resonated, reaching Daisher and the other IWA shinobi's ears. While hidden, you certainly know how to play the mouse. That being said, let's first cut down your comrades. I hope you can restrain yourself, Daisher. Long Jian positioned the Mo Xie across his chest, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson light. A surge of shadowy power manifested, rising from the ground and merging with Mo Xie. The eerie purple aura emanating from the blade intensified, harmonizing with the shadow's force, elevating Long Jian's own presence. As two venomous serpents were severed, Huoguang glared menacingly at Long Jian, bellowing, "Do not get too cocky, you wretched brat." He then exchanged glances with his comrades, signaling for action. Several IWA shinobi received the cue and began to weave their seals, while others worked tirelessly to block any openings, ensuring their allies remained unharmed. Doton, earth flow wall. Immediately, towering earthen walls sprang up around Longjian. Almost simultaneously, Huoguang completed his seals, slamming his hand to the ground and shouting, "Doton, rock house collapse." The walls trembled violently, rocks plummeting from above, hurtling toward Longjian. With bat-like wings unfurled, he navigated through the chaos. However, soon a multitude of massive boulders cascaded down, threatening to crush him. A cloud of dust erupted. Huoguang and the IWA shinobi who had just employed their techniques gasped for breath, realizing their coordinated assault had drained a significant amount of their chakra. Creating an artificial cavern and subsequently demolishing it to ensnare their enemy was no small feat, especially for ordinary ninjas. Aside from the likes of Hashirama, who could effortlessly manipulate the terrain, Huoguang's confidence returned as he thought, this level of assault? You won't just soar into the sky. Longjian, you would need to burrow into the earth to escape. Yet, as Huoguang and the other IWA shinobi anticipated the collapse of the walls, Huoguang's smile abruptly froze. There was no trace of Longjian, no body, no blood, not even a single hair. Just as Huoguang and the others began to react, dark purple feathers began to drift down from the sky, both enchanting and ominous. One IWA shinobi, seemingly entranced, reached out to touch a feather hovering nearby, only for his hand to be severed instantly, blood spraying forth. Within moments, the battlefield echoed with the anguished cries of the injured. Huoguang's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Get away! Do not touch those feathers!" But it was too late. Many IWA shinobi found themselves ensnared by countless feathers, their movement restricted as they watched in horror as the ethereal feathers sliced through their flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Spitting in frustration, Huoguang glared with fierce determination. What the hell is this bizarre technique? He quickly extended his arms, unsheathing his hidden blades, and darted away from Longjian's attack zone. Look after yourself first before aiding others. Abandon the impulse to save, respect the fates of others. These thoughts manifested vividly within Huoguang as he prepared to escape the range of Longjian's technique. Just as he was about to break free, Longjian emerged from the shadow of a nearby tree, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. Mo Xie partially unsheathed and aimed directly at Huoguang. Huoguang's pupils narrowed, and without hesitation, he charged toward Longjian with his dual blades. Longjian's tone was cold and devoid of emotion. Crane featherfall. In an instant, Mo Xie was fully drawn. The dark purple feathers in the sky seemed to vanish, converging into the blade in Longjian's hand. Mo Xie radiated an eerie yet brilliant light, not overly dazzling, but exuding waves of deathly energy. Gazing at the scene before him, Huoguang gritted his teeth and roared, "Die, you little brat." Concurrently, Daisher seized a moment when Longjian focused his attack on Huoguang, stealthily approaching from behind, kunai poised to strike. Longjian sensed Daisher's presence, but had no choice but to act, his Mo Xie slashing toward Huoguang. A long, slender feather shot forth, aimed directly at Huoguang's brow. Daisher's expression turned grave as he recognized that Longjian showed no intention of defending himself, but he remained vigilant. He knew that Longjian had yet to unleash the true power of his summoned entities. Daisher cursed inwardly. Huoguang is far too arrogant. He has no idea what kind of adversary he faces. He thrust his kunai toward Longjian with unwavering resolve. As expected, the figure of General Nija emerged behind Longjian, his white katana unsheathed with a thunderous roar as he executed a swift draw, aiming to cleave Daisher in two. Into Shi's eyes, a grave seriousness emerged as he sensed the impending threat. He refrained from confronting it head-on, instead opting to leverage the force of the attack to retreat from Nijia's striking distance. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, two swathes of light resembling blades, yet akin to fearsome claws, abruptly manifested from the shadows beneath his feet. Their velocity was astonishing. Upon closer inspection, one could barely discern a pair of gargantuan purple claws emerging from the shadows, swiftly grasping towards the light. The exaggerated, sharp purple claws surged forward, taking advantage of the unguarded moment to target the lower extremities of Huoguang. Indeed, it was General Lazo of the Li Ren Tuan. Before Huoguang could mount any response, he found his legs severed by Lazo's onslaught. The agonized scream of Huaguang had barely escaped his lips before he was impaled by the swift strike of Long Jian's Hiyuluo, an elite jonin of the Rock Ninja, adept in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Huaguang, who had once exuded confidence, was utterly vanquished by Long Jian. His life, rife with suffering and destined to become an indirect catalyst for numerous pivotal events in the shinobi world, came to a close. Breaking the stalemate was a daunting task, yet the struggle persisted. As the Shi retreated, he cast a glance at the gradually collapsing corpse of Huaguang, his pupils contracting in shock as he pondered. What were those purple claws? Had they not appeared in the previous battle? Ultimately, Huaguang had succumbed to arrogance and underestimation. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. With Nara Long Jian's prowess, he was fully capable of dispatching Huaguang. Unbeknownst to him, both he and Long Jian had undergone significant growth. Cautiously, the Shi formed a hand seal, preparing to invoke the camouflage technique to blend into his surroundings. In this state, Long Jian would be unable to locate him. Even though he found it challenging to eliminate Long Jian, often relegated to witnessing his comrades being slaughtered, the Shi's primary focus was to secure his own survival on the battlefield. Before the Shi could finalize his thoughts, the sound of slicing air from behind abruptly interrupted his concentration and actions. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly turned, his right hand brandishing a kunai in defense, only to be met with an overwhelming force aimed directly at his jaw. The upward thrust sent him hurtling into the air, blood spilling forth from his mouth. As his feet left the ground, the Shi's astonishment was palpable. He steadied himself mid-air to discern his assailant. A figure clad in refined armor, muscular and menacing, with a hideous yellow visage, loomed before him. The shadow of enormous black bat wings fluttered behind him, identical to those of Long Jian. It was General Bart of the Yi Fu Tuan. The Shi's heart raced with astonishment. What new threat was this? The entities conjured during Long Jian's previous confrontation with him and Mo Ji bore no resemblance to these formidable figures. Yet the Shi was all too familiar with General Nijia, his presence evoking a terrifying realization. Had that wretched Konoha brat matured to the point of summoning or creating powerful shadows with varied abilities? Just as the Shi regained his composure, an enormous and exaggeratedly robust figure leaped high into the air. Towering meters above, with green skin and orange fur, its muscular frame seemed poised to burst through its armor. Displaying a ferocious grin, with clenched fists, the figure descended upon the Shi. Despite appearing robust compared to other ninjas, felt as if the heavens had suddenly darkened in the face of General Sumo. As this figure landed atop him, the Shi felt an overwhelming shadow enveloping him. The generals, eager for combat, wore expressions brimming with excitement and murderous intent. It was as if they had conspired to take turns, allowing each to revel in the thrill of battle. In a swift combination of attacks, the Shi could scarcely react, let alone defend himself. Sumo's fists descended like colossal hammers, crashing down upon him with the weight of a mountain. The Shi felt the bones in his body shatter under the impact. His form shot forth like a cannonball, uprooting several trees before finally coming to a halt. A cloud of dust billowed forth as General Bart flapped his bat wings, surveying the rising smoke and lamenting. Sumo, you are far too violent. After this blow, we may not be able to continue our game. Sumo chuckled heartily, despite his fearsome appearance, and replied, I think his physique is quite impressive. He might just withstand this. Just then, Nijia's crimson pupils flickered as he inquired, What do you mean? Sumo scratched his head in uncertainty. I was too excited earlier. Now that I think back, it felt as though an unexpected force helped him withstand it. Bart ascended into the sky and exclaimed, What is the point of guessing? Let us go see for ourselves. With that, he darted into the smoke with remarkable speed. At this moment, Long Jian had also joined Nijia and the others. As they prepared to bow before him, he waved his hand, interrupting their gesture. He then commanded, Eliminate all the enemies. They are yours to claim. Nijia, come with me to ascertain that fellow's fate. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Sumo and the others gleamed with excitement as they grinned menacingly and melded into the shadows, emerging throughout the battlefield cloaked beneath Long Jian's shadow, swiftly claiming the lives of the remaining rock ninjas, unleashing a torrent of carnage. Tai Tu stared in stupefaction as General Sumo suddenly emerged from the shadows and, with a fist larger than a sandbag, crushed the skull of a rock ninja. He couldn't help but reflect on the futility of opposing Long Jian. His Kekiai Jinkai was utterly insufferable. Meanwhile, General Bart flapped his wings and swiftly approached Long Jian, stating, Your Majesty, that fellow has vanished. Long Jian was taken aback. What? He managed to escape? This fellow's resilience rivals that of the protagonists. Just as Long Jian's shadow army and the generals commenced the slaughter of the remaining rock ninjas, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Long Jian suddenly heard Tai Tu's exclamation, "Lin, let her go." His heart jolted, and he hurriedly glanced in the direction Lin had been. At that moment, Tai Tu rushed forward with a kunai, fearless, while the Shi, bloodied and battered, slowly faded from view with Lin in tow. The abrupt turn of events left Long Jian in bewilderment. What was happening? He had released so many of his shadow soldiers onto the battlefield, and several generals were freely traversing the area. How could the Shi, in such a severely wounded state, manage to abduct Lin right from under his nose? I hereby declare that this anime should no longer be referred to as Huaying Rinja, but rather as to Nainai Tying Rinja. My dear brother, your actions render me rather foolish. Had I known of your capabilities, I would not have dared to confront you. Long Jian, for the first time, acutely perceives the relentless force of narrative correction in this world laid bare before him. This revelation plunges Long Jian into a tempest of self-doubt, questioning whether he can still partake in this endeavor. Oh, the absurdity of world correction. Presently, Long Jian is intensely curious about how the Shi managed to extricate himself from such a seemingly fatal predicament. Despite bearing grave injuries, he traversed numerous obstacles and even abducted Lin. As one well-versed in the narrative, Long Jian finds himself at a loss for comprehension. The simplest explanation remains. 666. This is Gue. Time rewinds to the moment when the Shi and Huaguang first detected the presence of Long Jian and his companions. Initially, as Long Jian navigated the forest, he was astonished that his group had not fallen into the ambush at the predetermined location. The Shi chose not to engage Long Jian and his companions directly at that moment. Instead, he resolved to return for reinforcements. Rallying Somozi and the troops, he commanded to jointly confront Long Jian. Meanwhile, in a shadowy, subterranean cavern, an elderly man, frail and emaciated, sat lifelessly in a chair. He appeared as though a gust of wind could easily topple him. At that moment, a pure white figure, whose face bore swirling patterns, suddenly emerged from the earth. Addressing the old man, "Ah, look, that little rascal Obito, along with several ninjas from Konoha, has passed through that area. Yet, it seems the IWA shinobi are too timid to act." Upon hearing this, the figure seated in the chair slowly lifted his head, his eyes revealing a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. Thus, the identity of this decrepit elder became unmistakable. Uchiha Madara, the one who, ever considerate, would inquire, "Would you like to dance as well?" Now, in his advanced years, Uchiha Madara gazed at the white figure before him and spoke in a deep tone. Have the young IWA shinobi become so fearful? Just a few days ago, they claimed to hold a significant advantage on the front lines. The white figure, adorned with swirling patterns, gradually extracted himself from the earth and humorously replied, "Please don't mention it. It's just that there's a little fellow from Konoha in our ranks, quite formidable. I believe his name is Nara Long Jian. Oh, according to intelligence, he is a newly emerged Konoha bloodline limit ninja, perhaps the strongest among Obito's generation." Uchiha Madara scoffed slightly, for in his mind, bloodline limits? That is the domain of my Uchiha clan. What exceptional bloodline limits could possibly arise from the Nara family? Nevertheless, Madara solemnly addressed the white figure. "My time is limited. Before I depart, it is imperative to select a suitable executor for the plan. Obito, he is quite suitable." The white figure raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and replied, "Well, that Nara Long Jian fellow seems rather challenging to handle. I suspect the IWA shinobi may not adhere to our original plan." Madara's gaze suddenly ignited with murderous intent as he looked at the white figure. "Are you implying that I am easy to deal with?" The oppressive aura enveloped the space. The white figure wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow and hastily gestured. "Fear not. I assure you, the task will be completed." With that, he swiftly vanished back into the earth, leaving the cavern in silence, save for Madara's aging voice echoing, "Uchiha Konoha, the new world of infinite Tsuyumi, Obito." Thus, our most formidable worker, the white figure, began his tireless endeavors for Madara's nefarious plans. It can be said that he exerted every effort. Finally, after relentless striving, the white figure found an opportunity to realign the plan to its originally intended course. General Samo did not misinterpret the situation. Indeed, a surge of foreign power had suddenly emerged from the Shi, alleviating his injuries and countering Samo's heavy assault. The source was a spore that the white figure had stealthily implanted within Dashur during his moment of inattention, acting as a vital protective armor at a critical juncture, allowing Dashur to survive what would have been a certain demise. As for the shadow soldiers guarding Lin, they too suffered from the clandestine onslaught of the white figures from below. Should Long Jian become aware of this, he would undoubtedly be furious. After all, he is always the one to launch ambushes, not the other way around. The white figures are manifestations of the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and while they possess numerous clones, most of their combat capabilities are rather weak, primarily serving reconnaissance roles and acting as mere fodder. In comparison to the shadow soldiers, Long Jian perceived that the latter possessed one significant advantage. They were endless and indomitable. However, among the white figures, there existed formidable entities such as Akatsuki's Obito, the very embodiment of the swirling white figure. Utilizing their ability to traverse the earth at will, the white figures, led by the powerful Obito, covertly began to eliminate the shadow soldiers protecting Lin. Simultaneously, the battle on Long Jian's side approached its conclusion. The remaining IWA shinobi were all but spent, their defeat merely a matter of time. Moreover, with Long Jian deploying several generals to the battlefield, he was inclined to believe that Dashur had fled for his life, never suspecting that Dashur would dare to launch a counterattack. With the unexpected assistance of a multitude of white figures, Dashur deftly employed a camouflage technique to abduct the weakest member of the Konoha squad, Lin. The white figures pressed forward with reckless abandon, and Dashur's movements were equally swift. The entire event transpired in an instant. By the time Long Jian reacted, Dashur had already seized Lin, their silhouettes on the verge of vanishing. Fueled by rage, Obito surged forward, seeking to thwart Dashur. At this moment, the two IWA shinobi, who had previously been besieged, unexpectedly unleashed extraordinary strength as they neared death. One of the IWA shinobi broke free from the assault of the attacking shadow soldiers, despite being grievously wounded, and executed a completed Earth-style ninjutsu, forcefully slamming it into the ground toward Obito. Earth-style Earthquake Core. A massive fissure erupted from the palm of this IWA shinobi, rapidly extending toward Obito. Meanwhile, the other IWA shinobi, seizing the opportunity provided by his teammate, staggered forward with his grievously injured body, defiantly positioning himself in front of Obito to impede his advance toward Dashur, who had taken one of their enemies. Their hearts brimmed with resolve, for they knew that, given Long Jian's prowess, their demise was inevitable. It was merely a question of time. Yet, if Dashur could extract any useful intelligence from that girl, it could potentially disrupt Konoha's operations, aiding IWA shinobi in achieving ultimate victory in their conflict against Konoha. In that case, their sacrifice would hold meaning. All fought for their respective beliefs and purposes, devoid of right or wrong. For ninjas beyond the upper echelons, war was a means of sacrificing their lives to fulfill the various desires of their leaders. Yet, within their hearts lay a myriad of convictions and unwavering determination. In the face of choices to protect the village or obey orders, or perhaps to grapple with the notion of guilt in the present while striving for glory in the ages to come, the battlefield ultimately presents a stark dichotomy: to slay the enemy or to be slain. At such a moment, the question arises, how shall one meet their demise? Or more poignantly, how might one's death carry greater significance? Holding a kunai, Daitu found himself amidst the desperate resistance of the IWNine ahead, while another IWNine unleashed jutsu from behind. His heart ached as he witnessed Rin vanish from his sight, powerless to save her due to his lack of strength. He could only watch helplessly as the enemy IWNine took Rin away. In that instant, a torrent of anguish flooded Daito's mind, accompanied by a myriad of reflections. He recalled the first encounter with the cursed leech, Long Jian's evaluation of his participation in battle, and the wise teachings from Minato. Kakashi, who often regarded himself as a burden, also bore his own silent suffering, and Rin's concern for him echoed in his thoughts. Nonetheless, Long Jian, his mentor, Kakashi, and Rin had always endeavored to assist him, even to protect him. Such memories flooded his mind. He lamented his own tendency to rely on others, to merely engage in empty rhetoric, and to be the one who speaks without action. Yet despite the pain in his eyes, Daitu was filled with resolve. In an instant, his body surged forward, accelerating with renewed vigor, his movements subtly shifting. The IWNine before him was caught completely off guard by Daito's sudden transformation. with both hands gripping the kunai tightly. He thrust it forward, weaving past the Idoinin's defenses, piercing directly into the heart of his foe. I refuse to be a person who remains perpetually ensnared in mere words. Daitu shouted inwardly. The Idoinin's eyes widened in shock as life slipped away, witnessing the famed eyes of the Uchiha Sharingan before his demise. As the life ebbed from the Idoinin behind him, Daitu felt the surge of power awaken within him. Ignited by his anguish over Rin's abduction and his own impotence, coupled with his determination to protect his comrades, his Sharingan had awakened and immediately manifested as the two-tomo form. The slumbering beast within him had awakened. Kakashi arrived at Daito's side, gazing into his eyes filled with crimson. "Daitu, your eyes!" he exclaimed in astonishment. Daitu, regaining his composure, looked at his hands and murmured, "It seems that the Sharingan has allowed me to perceive the enemy's chakra formation and flow with clarity." He then called out to Long Jian, "Long Jian, Rin has been captured by that Iwanin. We must hurry to rescue her." In that moment, the Iwanin combat team, save for Oshur, was utterly annihilated. The remaining Iwanin, barely clinging to life, fell victim to the relentless strikes of the Shadow Corps. This served as yet another vital lesson imparted by Long Jian to the Shadow Corps. One must always finish off their foes. Just look at how many have made grave mistakes by failing to do so, right, Kakashi? As Long Jian soared to join Daitu and Kakashi, he dispelled the fusion of his mask. The bat-like wings retracted into his back, and the shadows that had spread across the ground gradually coalesced back into Long Jian's own shadow. With the soldiers and generals of the Shadow Corps vanishing, they melded into Long Jian's shadow, returning him to his normal state. Daitu and Kakashi turned to Long Jian, with Daitu anxiously rushing forward, gripping Long Jian's shoulders and shaking him. "Long Jian, we must pursue. That guy is injured. He can't have gone far. If we delay, Rin might be in grave danger." Long Jian, shaken by Daito's fervor, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, rendering him somewhat unsteady. Kakashi, noticing this, quickly intervened, asking, "Are you all right, Captain?" He supported Long Jian, his gaze heavy with unspoken thoughts. After a moment of pain, he lifted his head and said to Daitu, "We cannot pursue him." Daitu looked up in shock, questioning Kakashi. "Do you even realize what you were saying, Kakashi?" Kakashi's face, hidden beneath his mask, tightened in resolve. The image of the man who had succumbed to the cruel words of the villagers flashed before him. With a deadpan expression, he calmly replied, "We three must continue with our mission." Daitu, frantic, pressed, "What about Rin? What will happen to Rin?" Kakashi responded with a measured tone, "We will find a way for Rin later. The enemy aims to uncover our battle strategies, and they will not kill her immediately. Fortunately, Rin is a medical ninja. Even if captured, she will likely be treated well as long as she agrees to tend to their wounded." As Kakashi spoke, a shadow of pain lingered in his eyes as he glanced at Long Jian, who was regaining his composure. More importantly, the enemy seeks to learn about our operational plans. The risk of exposing our true intentions during our pursuit was mitigated by the captain's prudence. Should the intelligence leak, they will undoubtedly bolster their defenses at the bridge, complicating our mission further. Daitu, astonished by Kakashi's words, vehemently countered, "You're merely imagining that Rin will be safe. What if that guy is a complete fool? A mere lackey? Right now, rescuing Rin takes precedence over completing our mission." Kakashi lowered his gaze, seemingly affected by Daito's words. Yet, he soon regained his composure, meeting Daito's eyes with determination. "If we let our emotions guide us and fail the mission, we will surely regret it later. This is why ninjas must suppress their feelings." Frustrated and unable to articulate his thoughts adequately, Daitu struck Kakashi in the face. Kakashi appeared unfazed, wiping his mouth and standing tall once more. Daitu challenged Kakashi. "You spout rules and missions, talking about suppressing emotions. Do you truly believe that?" Kakashi's eyes dimmed at Daito's words, glancing at Long Jian, remaining silent. Daitu turned to Long Jian, gritting his teeth, and declared, "Forget it. We clearly don't see eye to eye. I'm going to save Rin." Kakashi, unwilling to watch Daitu walk the path to his own demise, or perhaps follow in his father's footsteps, interjected, "You have no idea what happens to those who defy the rules." Daitu halted, about to respond, when Long Jian's voice rang clear, "Enough of your bickering. As the captain, I have decided that we will first rescue Rin." At Long Jian's words, Daitu turned back with elation, looking at Long Jian as he slowly stood. Long Jian patted Kakashi on the shoulder and gently asked, "Do you remember what I told you was the most important purpose of enhancing our strength?" Upon hearing Kakashi's words, he turned to Long Jian and tentatively remarked that one must possess enough strength to execute the rules and, when necessary, have the power to break them. Refusing to be bound by them, Long Jian nodded and then expressed, Kakashi, at this moment, I do not command you as your captain, but inquire as a comrade. Can you truly forsake your companions and disregard emotions entirely? Kakashi, absorbing Long Jian's words, lowered his gaze. Deep within, he knew he was no different from Obito, both yearning to rush forth and rescue Rin. Yet, the death of his father felt like a shackle, restraining him. Obito seized upon Long Jian's statement to articulate a profound truth. Kakashi, I believe White Fang is a true hero. Indeed, in the realm of ninjas, those who violate rules and discipline are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to cherish their comrades are the most worthless of all. Kakashi felt a jolt throughout his being. This was the first time he sensed that Obito had genuinely imparted wisdom to him. Meanwhile, Long Jian, listening to Obito's words, could not help but applaud internally. Truly, such sentiments are best expressed by Obito himself. Why had he struggled to find that feeling? Long Jian continued addressing Kakashi. So what is your choice, Kakashi? Will you remain a so-called true ninja who can easily abandon comrades? Or will you allow me to witness you as a genuine person? Someone whom I have gradually influenced and moved since our initial encounter? Long Jian's gaze was sincere as he looked at Kakashi, whose eyes glistened with emotion. Both Long Jian's and Obito's words gradually pulled him from the confines of his heart. Undoubtedly, from the very beginning, Long Jian had invested considerable effort. From the initial persuasion to today's teaching by example, Kakashi had undoubtedly been influenced by Long Jian. After all, in Obito's heart, the bonds they shared with Long Jian might surpass even those with the current Obito. At this moment, Kakashi finally dared to step out of his cage and face his innermost thoughts, becoming a powerful ninja willing to confront the emotional bonds within. With unwavering determination, Kakashi declared to Long Jian, let us go together to rescue Rin. Long Jian, Kakashi, and Obito hastily pursued the traces left by the gravely injured Ashura. The three darted swiftly through the forest. Obito's Sharingan was perpetually activated, maintaining a state of readiness for battle. It must be noted that when it came to rescuing Rin, Obito was exceptionally serious and diligent. Furthermore, Kakashi's recent display of genuine emotion had shifted Obito's attitude towards him. In Obito's heart, whether due to Long Jian's words or his own emotional response, he felt joy at Kakashi's ability to confront his inner self and transform into a truly emotional ninja willing to face his bonds. After all, as a companion in their team, this version of Kakashi aligned more closely with Obito's ideal image of an accepted partner. Through conversations with Minato and dialogues with Long Jian, Obito came to understand that Kakashi, although appearing cold, rational, and sharp, seldom revealed a smile, was deeply affected by the tragic loss of his father, forcing him to lock away his feelings. Obito could empathize, as he could not fathom the immense pressure Kakashi must have experienced growing up under the shadow of such an esteemed father. Kakashi's extraordinary adherence to tasks and rules, often overshadowing concern for his comrades' lives, was something Obito found difficult to accept. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that these were merely Kakashi's facades, tools for self-protection. Despite his outward demeanor, when it truly mattered, this individual would still rise to defend his comrades. As Obito observed Kakashi, steadfast and rapidly advancing beside Long Jian, he mused silently. A seemingly cold exterior concealing a passionate heart. How proud and tsundere he can be. Noticing Obito's gaze, Kakashi turned to meet his eyes. Obito, having been caught staring, turned his head away in a more aloof manner, feigning anger over the earlier incident. As he did so, he let out a huff of annoyance. Kakashi, witnessing this, opened his mouth beneath his mask, but refrained from speaking. Kakashi was not adept at directly expressing his true feelings. Although he knew that given Obito's character, his heartfelt expression would not be held against him, he still felt a burning desire for retribution against Ashura. As the saying goes, the grudge for a father's murder and the hatred for a stolen wife cannot go unavenged. Kakashi thought, we shall see how this unfolds. Just as Long Jian led Kakashi and Obito in rapid pursuit of Ashura, Uzumaki Baiju returned to the previous underground cavern. Before him lay Uchiha Madara, appearing on the verge of death, his back pierced by numerous tubes. Sensing Baiju's presence, Madara lifted his gaze. Baiju extricated himself from the earth, his voice filled with a comical tone. Ah, you have no idea how many of me were lost to rescue that girl from their grasp. Those terrifying fellows in black cloaks with red eyes took me down one by one, leaving me so frightened that I dared not emerge from the ground. Madara, eyeing Baiju with a penetrating gaze, interrupted. How did the mission proceed? Baiju, upon hearing this, quickly composed himself and saluted Madara formally. Report, Lord Madara. The girl Obito fancies has been successfully abducted by the IWA shinobi and is swiftly retreating to their original hideout. Obito is in pursuit, drawing ever closer. Madara nodded in satisfaction. The IWA shinobi's previous hideout was directly above the cavern Madara had utilized for concealment. Thus, it was all under his control. Baiju's voice continued. However, that little brat with a special bloodline limit and another white-haired boy are also in pursuit. The one using shadows appears to be quite formidable. I wonder if Madara's crimson three-tomo Sharingan seemed to swirl before locking on a Baiju, his voice icy as he inquired. Are you questioning my abilities? Baiju, sensing the tension, broke into a cold sweat and hastily waved his hands. Of course not. That was not my intention at all. What I meant to say is that this little brat might pose some complications for your plans. Madara's aged voice carried an air of indifference. You need only focus on the tasks I have assigned to you. The rest is none of your concern. Upon hearing this, Baiju stood at attention and saluted in a fluid motion. Yes, sir. He then swiftly burrowed into the earth, vanishing from sight. Madara lowered his head, his voice echoing within the cavern. Nara's little brat, I hope you know your place, otherwise I shall. Long Jian and the others continued their pursuit of the Shur, arriving at a cavern formed by numerous large stones, resembling an overturned basin. Long Jian perched on a tree, surveying the location, inwardly cursing. This Dashur is truly troublesome. How did he end up here? Daidu cautiously spoke. I found it. The traces disappeared right here. Kakashi added from the side. Be careful. This place looks like their temporary stronghold. It's uncertain if there are any reinforcements. Longjian nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, Longjian could not guarantee that something peculiar or some ancient monster wouldn't emerge. Meanwhile, within the cave, Dashi had already bound Lin and thrown her before him. Dashi bore numerous marks from his own attempts to treat his wounds. However, he lacked the medical ninjutsu to address more severe injuries like broken bones, rendering him powerless. Inside, Dashi felt a sense of confusion. After losing the ambush battle, he realized that victory was unattainable for his side. He then decided to abduct Lin in hopes of extracting useful information to relay. Surprisingly, the subsequent execution and retreat went remarkably smoothly. So smoothly that Dashi couldn't help but ponder if he might be the true chosen one, perhaps with divine assistance. In reality, there were no gods aiding him. It was merely the work of someone more experienced paving the way. The assistance from a mentor was less valuable than the backing of a father-in-law, and the latter was certainly inferior to a direct charge into the heart of the enemy. Suddenly, Dashi fixed his gaze on the bound Lin, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He was determined to extract useful information from this child. Otherwise, the deaths of others would be in vain. Unbeknownst to Dashi, not only were Long Jian, Kakashi, and Baitu outside, but a white head also quietly emerged from the ground, observing his every move. All actions seemed to be his own decisions. But in truth, they were the thoughts of others. The apparent conflict was, in fact, a triad of forces. Long Jian gazed at the cave, resembling a grave, and after a moment of contemplation, made a resolution. He addressed Kakashi and Dashi. You two keep watch here while I use my abilities to sneak inside. If that fellow is the only enemy, I will find a way to eliminate him and rescue Lin. Kakashi nodded in agreement, while Dashi, anxious, urged Long Jian, Captain, take me with you. Long Jian shook his head, patting Dashi's shoulder, and said earnestly, Dashi, trust me. Your role here is more significant than going in. Help me determine the escape route for Lin. There are no enemies, understood? Upon hearing this, Dashi straightened, replying, understood. Captain, Long Jian reassured the two, do not worry. If the situation inside is beyond my control, I will retreat without alarming anyone and inform you both. We will devise a foolproof plan before entering. Striving to avoid harming Lin, Dashi felt elated upon hearing this, exclaiming, I knew you would be the most reliable as the captain, much better than some people. Casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi, Kakashi remained silent, simply listening to Long Jian's instructions. Long Jian felt a sweat bead on his forehead. Silly child, Dashi, I am not preventing you from showcasing your abilities to save your beloved. I fear that you might inadvertently fall inside and be unable to return. Just look at that cave. It appears perilous. If it were to collapse and crush someone, it would be disastrous. Long Jian sighed inwardly, realizing that today he was playing both father and mother. He turned to Kakashi, once again speaking earnestly. Kakashi, be vigilant regarding your surroundings. Do not enter the cave without my command. Kakashi nodded solemnly, responding, understood, Captain. Long Jian then closed his eyes, beginning to fuse with the most formidable mask he could access. The two Ren Minju. As he opened his eyes, they turned a striking crimson. Kakashi and Dashi glanced at him, acknowledging that in this state, Long Jian's displayed combat prowess and the uniqueness of his abilities were equally as shocking as other bloodline limits, perhaps even surpassing them. Long Jian's figure swiftly vanished, soon appearing at the cave entrance. Then his shadow began to elongate, gradually creeping into the cave. Long Jian's form seamlessly merged with the shadow, utilizing his shadow-walking ability to silently infiltrate the cave. Once inside, he found the space was not particularly large, allowing him to survey the area at a glance. Peering out, he quickly spotted Dashi and the securely bound Lin lying beside him. Long Jian carefully observed, confirming that no other enemies were present. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gazed at Dashi. This time, he would strike with lethal precision. Once more, he melded into the shadows. Dashi remained oblivious to Long Jian's infiltration. However, he was acutely aware that his time was limited. If Long Jian and his companions chose to pursue, it wouldn't be long before they discovered his hiding place. Yet, Dashi harbored another thought. As a ninja surviving in this era, completing the mission was always paramount. Other considerations, companions, emotions, bonds, were expendable in the pursuit of duty. Dashi believed that a significant reason for his potential success was Lin's lack of importance to Long Jian and his mission. Otherwise, they would have recklessly rushed to eliminate him. For personnel deemed less critical to a mission, ninjas typically expend excessive effort to rescue them. This allowed him the opportunity to interrogate Lin and uncover Long Jian's true intentions. What followed would be a race against time, Dashi mused. He swiftly formed hand seals and cast an illusion, awakening the unconscious Lin. Under the influence of the illusion, Lin's consciousness was clouded. However, her strong will prevented Dashi from extracting any information initially. The more he pressed, the less he obtained, increasing Dashi's frustration. Long Jian observed from the shadows, knowing that Dashi's urgency merely spread his influence throughout the cave. As for the intelligence, not to mention whether Dashi could extract anything, even if he did, could he truly carry it out? Just as Dashi grew increasingly desperate, Long Jian sprang from behind him, claws poised for a swift strike. The claws were sharp, aimed directly at Dashi's heart. Simultaneously, General Niji, on the left, gripped his gleaming white katana, executing a classic draw with a swift, slender arc of black blade aimed at Dashi's neck. To the right, General Lazo brandished his purple claws, creating a whirlwind of force. The three coordinated their attack, encircling Dashi. In a surge of anger, Dashi suddenly sensed three formidable killing intents locking onto him. In that moment, he was unsure from which direction the attack would come. In panic, Dashi bit his tongue to react, leaping high to evade. Unfortunately, a meticulously planned assault could not be so easily dodged. Shure's actions merely inflicted an additional wound upon his impending corpse. His eyes were filled with horror as he realized that these young spirits had caught up to him with astonishing swiftness. No, I refuse to believe it. This cannot possibly be the choice of a typical ninja. If Long Jian were aware of Shure's thoughts, he would surely pat him on the shoulder and say, "Child, I never claimed to be a ninja. The Shadow Legion? Understand? It is well known that I do not abide by honesty. Mia plus litu." Shure's body was instantly severed into several pieces. Due to Long Jian's butterfly effect, the one who once had the potential to become the next legendary IWA ninja fell in battle, unable to survive. Long Jian's crimson eyes swept over Shure's shattered remains. After confirming that Shure was irrevocably dead, he exhaled heavily. Inwardly, Long Jian thought with a hint of pride, "Now, let us see how you play this out." Long Jian, with a crooked grin, remained in his fused mask state. The two summoned generals stood silently beside him, assuming a protective stance. Deep down, Long Jian, despite his fervor, understood that beneath this place lay an old man. Though aged, when provoked, it could be uncertain who would perish first. Long Jian swiftly approached and untied the ropes binding Lin. He then placed a hand on her shoulder, using his chakra to help her break free from the illusion's grip. In an instant, Lin's previously vacant gaze regained its luster. Looking at Long Jian before her, she uttered in astonishment, "Long Jian, Seeing that Lin was not gravely harmed, Long Jian sighed in relief. All right, since you are fine, I can let my worries ease. Otherwise, there's a big brother waiting below and outside to corrupt you. Just as Long Jian momentarily relaxed, sensing that matters might finally reach a conclusion, a figure burst into the cave with a fierce momentum. This person rushed in, scanning the surroundings with urgency. His eyes were unmistakably the double Tomo Sharingan. Obito! Long Jian exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Lin followed Long Jian's gaze and said in disbelief, Obito has come too. Obito, having heard Long Jian's voice, quickly approached. Long Jian seized Lin's body, moving to meet him while urgently questioning, Didn't I tell you not to enter recklessly, Obito? Obito, displaying a worried expression, explained, It is like this, Long Jian. Just now, reinforcements from IWA have arrived, over 20 of them, heading this way. Kakashi and I feared they would discover our rescue operation and jeopardize your and Lin's safety. Therefore, Kakashi decided to draw the enemies away himself. Long Jian was momentarily taken aback. Another twist in the plot? Obito continued. Kakashi has diverted most of the enemies, but a few remain outside. I hurried in, hoping to assist you in rescuing Lin. He then looked at Lin, who seemed to be in good condition, and urged, Since Lin is fine, we must retreat quickly and go help Kakashi. There are more enemies on his side. Long Jian sensed a subtle disquiet. Everything they had done over the past few days, including De Shi's actions and the sudden pursuit by IWA, felt as though someone was covertly aiding them, resolving issues, leaking information. While the IWA forces soared, Long Jian's side appeared to be plagued by misfortune. He even felt as though he were being pushed along. However, there was no time for contemplation. Long Jian hastily declared, All right, but our immediate priority is to leave this cave. Obito nodded and turned to lead the way out. At that moment, a rumbling noise began to resonate around them. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and debris from the walls began to fall. Long Jian cursed inwardly upon witnessing the scene. Damn, this wretched cave is perfectly suited for Iwa's earth release. Outside, several IWA ninjas with cold gazes stared at the cave, resembling a grave. With hands striking the ground, they shouted, Earth release, crumbling earth palm. Earth release, rock collapse. Cracks spread from the IWA ninja's hands, racing towards the cave. One ninja pressed his palm against the cave's entrance, unleashing the fire technique known as rock collapse, a flawless replication of a classic. Inside the cave, Long Jian's crimson eyes flickered intensely. A fierce expression appeared as he asserted, Obito, I will protect him. Even Madara cannot take him away, mark my words. At that moment, General Simo's massive form suddenly emerged before Long Jian, shielding the three of them. His gigantic hands swatted away the falling debris, delivering powerful strikes to the tumbling stones. Almost simultaneously with General Simo's appearance, numerous giant shadow soldiers materialized around Long Jian, encasing him and his companions in a protective embrace, preventing the falling rocks from injuring them. This was primarily to ensure that Obito would not be crushed. After all, everything felt far too reminiscent. Long Jian spoke in a serious tone, Obito, Lin, stay close to me to avoid injury. My abilities will safeguard you. Obito's double Tomo Sharingan scanned the surroundings with a hint of panic, while Lin nodded, feigning calmness. The power of this terrain-based, multi-user Earth release was indeed more formidable than anything they had previously encountered. Guided by the path carved by General Simo and shielded by the giant shadow soldiers, Long Jian, along with Obito and Lin, advanced like an unyielding fortress. Caution flickered in Long Jian's eyes as he began to discern that someone was surreptitiously sabotaging their efforts. If that were the case, this person's identity was all too evident. One of the Uchiha's infamous quartet, the Hokage B, Madara, who was known for his ruthless efficiency in battle and his succinct dialogue. Long Jian had always felt that figures like Obito, Kabuto, and Kagaya, who were mired in excessive entanglements, tended to falter at critical moments. However, Madara was different. He would not hesitate to strike decisively, even against formidable opponents like the first Hokage. Long Jian had long believed that Madara, who first made an entrance with God's power, was the true embodiment of a final boss, far surpassing Kagaya. Yet, he had never anticipated that this seemingly invincible figure, a super boss wielding the power of the six paths and divine body, would ultimately fall victim to Black Zetsu's treachery. At that moment, Long Jian felt an urge to curse. Nevertheless, it was precisely because of this that he felt both respect and fear toward Madara, the adversary he was now compelled to confront. Although normally, Madara should be long past his prime, relying solely on the energy of the Outer Path's golem to survive. However, who can definitively ascertain the capabilities of this formidable ancient monster from the Warring States period? What if, in a moment of desperation, it unleashes its hidden powers and ends your life? As Long Jian led his companions upward with cautious determination, an unexpected issue arose beneath their feet. Long Jian felt a tremor and soon found himself teetering on the brink of a fall, a sensation mirrored by Lin and Dai Tu beside him. To Long Jian's astonishment, he clearly observed the colossal shadow soldiers he had summoned being scattered, dissipating into mere shadows. Upon sensing a loss of weight, he promptly commanded the shadow soldiers to safeguard Lin and Dai Tu's day. While the soldiers managed to reach Lin, those approaching Dai Tu were swiftly eradicated by a pitch-black scythe, its movement and ferocity astonishingly rapid. Were it not for Long Jian's state of fusion with the mask, he might have doubted his ability to perceive it. Subsequently, the scythe's wielder, perhaps irritated by the presence of Long Jian's summoned soldiers, approached layer by layer. With a graceful leap, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, it annihilated all the colossal shadow soldiers surrounding Long Jian in one fell swoop. General Samo, too, was caught off guard by a razor-sharp attack that nearly severed his leg, sending him sprawling aside, unable to assist. In an instant, Long Jian and his companions plummeted rapidly, accompanied by several massive boulders. Long Jian's gaze fixated on the scythe that had targeted his shadow soldiers, his eyelids twitching. Could it be that this adversary had begun to act so soon? As Long Jian's mind raced, contemplating how to save Dai Tu, he swiftly merged with a new mask, the Yifu mask. Curling his body, he unfurled a pair of enormous black bat-like wings from his back. Instantly stabilizing himself in the descent, his crimson gaze darted toward Dai Tu. This fleeting moment was punctuated by a faint sound, as if expressing surprise yet tinged with impatience. Then, with the speed and reflexes granted by the Yifu mask, a pitch-black scythe appeared before Long Jian, aimed directly at his vital points. He was unable to continue his rescue of Dai Tu and was forced to grip Mo Xie tightly, leveraging his momentum to execute a sweeping strike. Yuan Bisuip. The collision with the scythe ignited a brilliant explosion of light, sending both Long Jian and the scythe reeling. Dai Tu, in an exaggerated manner, fell from one level to a lower one, disoriented from the impact. Almost immediately, two colossal stones fortuitously struck his arm and leg, eliciting a pain scream before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin, on the other hand, was caught by General Nija, who executed a gallant rescue. Dai Tu exclaimed, "I'll create a password." Yet, Lin's head seemed to have suffered damage during the fall, leaving her in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, General Razzo appeared at Long Jian's landing point, brandishing his enormous violet steel claws to clear away the rubble. Long Jian steadied himself, his crimson eyes now filled with gravity as he surveyed the rising smoke. The overwhelming pressure from the brief skirmish and the sharp, ferocious attacks further solidified his understanding of the formidable enemy he faced. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Long Jian beheld the scene before him. The spot where Dai Tu had fallen was eerily strewn with stones, as if a cruel twist of fate had conspired against him. It resembled an orchestrated descent, where all the stones had fallen uniformly under gravitational acceleration, resulting in three distinct piles. One small heap for Lin, a larger one for Long Jian, and an immense, almost catastrophic mound for Dai Tu, as if he had incurred the wrath of the heavens. It was as though a grave could be marked with several plaques proclaiming at the tomb of Uchiha Dai Tuesday Nija returned with Lin to Long Jian's side. And as he observed the scene, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. What did this signify? Was it a warning to cease his pursuit? Long Jian pondered quietly. Yet, soon his crimson gaze intensified, and with a decisive motion of his blade, shadows of the 5 great military corps surged forth from beneath him, advancing toward the massive pile of stones, determined to unearth Dai Tu's body, even if it meant finding him lifeless. Below them, in the deeper level known as -2, Madara surveyed the grievously injured Dai Tu, whose arm and leg were severely damaged, yet his head remained intact contrary to the narrative. His expression darkened slightly. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze skyward, muttering, "A little brat who refuses to heed warnings." However, over the years, Konoha has indeed produced a somewhat remarkable child. Gradually rising to his feet, the familiar swirling white Zetsu emerged from the ground, exclaiming with excitement, "What's happening? Are we going out to fight?" Without uttering a word, Madara merely extended his arms. The white Zetsu approached him, and then its form erupted, blossoming like a flower, enveloping Madara in a flurry of white petals. Madara's voice resonated softly, tinged with a bittersweet sense of faded heroism. I am getting old. To deal with a child, I must rely on external forces. Clad in the white Zetsu battle attire, his face obscured by a swirling mask, Madara concealed his true visage from others. He glanced back at the tube of the outer path gourd protruding from his back, letting out a quiet sigh. Yet he extended the tube as far as it would reach and proceeded upward. Meanwhile, Long Jian, who was contemplating the depths of the earth, suddenly felt a sinking sensation. In an instant, a formidable aura and murderous intent locked onto him, causing even this battle-hardened warrior, often regarded as an elder by the village's youth, to momentarily lose focus. Long Jian fixed his gaze on a shadowy corner not far away, declaring in a low voice, "Who goes there?" Step forward. Clad in the white Zetsu battle attire and wielding his scythe, Madara emerged from the shadows. The atmosphere in the cavern felt as if it had dropped several degrees upon his arrival. The overwhelming presence and killing intent emanating from him caused beads of sweat to form on Long Jian's forehead involuntarily. Though he had surmised the identity of this individual, he felt compelled to adhere to the formalities, asking, "Who are you?" Stealing a glance at the eye holes of the swirling mask, revealing the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He dared not look any longer. While he believed himself immune to most Genjutsu, the ocular techniques of the Uchiha were an uncertainty. After all, he had never tested it. Should Madara take a whim and extinguish his life, Long Jian would find no solace. Ban gazed into the crimson eyes of Long Jian, momentarily doubting his own vision. Had a new manifestation of the Sharingan emerged within his clan? Soon, the aged voice of Ba appeared, declaring, "I am but a wandering spirit in this world." Ba had no desire to prematurely reveal his identity, as doing so could jeopardize his future plans. Long Jian pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Was it you, senior, who just attacked me?" "What do you mean?" In response, Ba let out a cold snort and replied casually, "Your focus is commendable. Young one, you have disturbed my rest, which I hardly noticed. My strike was merely a warning. Why do you not leave at once?" Long Jian, contemplating the situation, realized that Ba wished to hasten his departure. However, would he simply comply? Such behavior was not characteristic of him. The dragon. With sincerity, Long Jian implored, "Senior, my companion is trapped below. If I can rescue him, I will leave immediately and not disturb your rest again." Ba shook his head and retorted, "The other young one? He is as good as dead. Take that girl and leave at once." Long Jian, feeling the pressure, pressed on, "May I take my companion's body back?" Upon hearing this, Ba's irritation was palpable, as Long Jian's reluctance to leave was evident. The situation was one where no rabbit would be released without a chase, and no tears would be shed until the coffin was visible. Ba's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his voice chillingly cold. "Are you implying you wish to stay and accompany this dying man?" The menace in his tone was nearly tangible. Long Jian, sensing the threat, gripped Imo Xie tightly, while the 3 generals stood on guard, their attention fixated on Uchiha Ba. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point, with the air thick with tension, signaling that battle was imminent. Draped in a white Zetsu combat attire, Uchiha Ba stood poised, wielding a black scythe, his emaciated form resembling a harbinger of death emerging from the depths of hell. Opposite him, Longjian's massive bat wings fluttered lightly behind him. Generals Nia, Samo, and Lazo flanked Long Jian, their bodies taut and ready for combat, prepared to counter Ba's overwhelming presence or to strike alongside Long Jian against a formidable foe. Ba remained eerily still, his scarlet Sharingan fixated on Long Jian, devoid of any superfluous emotion. The palpable pressure in the air made Long Jian's heart race uncomfortably. To be honest, despite having lived 2 lives and recently emerging from the 3rd Shinobi World War, Long Jian felt woefully inadequate when confronted by Ba. It was akin to a child standing before an adult. The oppressive aura exuded by Ba was exponentially more formidable in person than anything depicted in the anime. As the 2 men and 3 generals stood in a tense stalemate, an unexpected sound shattered the silence. A rock tumbled from the cave's ceiling, creating a sharp crack in the otherwise still environment. Longjian's crimson pupils narrowed as he charged towards Ba, wielding Imo Xie. His audacity was not born of arrogance, but from the suffocating atmosphere that made his heart race uncontrollably. He feared that if he did not act soon, he might lose the courage to confront Ba should he choose to strike. The pressure was overwhelming, In that pivotal moment when Long Jian made his move, Nija, Lazo, and Samo sprang into action simultaneously. Samo, with his imposing frame, brandished his colossal black-gray hammer and a shield adorned with peculiar patterns, both weapons symbolizing his duality of offense and defense. He roared as he swung the hammer towards Ba. Lazo's eyes gleamed with a fierce red light, his massive purple claws shielding his chest as he swiftly maneuvered to Ba's side, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, General Nija, wielding a gray-white katana, flanked Long Jian as they advanced, forming a pincer attack against Ba. In midair, Long Jian channeled dark purple energy into Mo-Sia, his aura coalescing into a resounding eagle, as though preparing to strike with its talons at Ba's face. Eagle strike. Ba's three-tomo Sharingan swept across the scene, his hands moving with remarkable speed to form hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A gargantuan fireball materialized before Long Jian, radiating intense heat as it surged towards him. Long Jian's expression turned grave as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, is this truly a great fireball? It feels more like Mars colliding with Earth. This is outrageous. However, Nija moved faster, leaping into the air to intercept the attack. With a swift draw of his katana, he unleashed a massive blade of energy that cleaved the fireball in two, sending its halves tumbling aside. Long Jian surged through the remnants of the fireball, charging directly at Ba. Simultaneously, Lazo and Samo's assaults reached Ba. Yet Ba showcased his formidable combat acumen. He leapt high to evade Samo's hammer strike, while simultaneously using his scythe to exploit a weakness in Long Jian's technique. With a single blow, he shattered the eagle's illusion that Long Jian had conjured. Lazo's claws were deftly evaded by Ba's agile movements. The initial barrage of attacks had been effortlessly neutralized by Ba. Long Jian remained unperturbed. After all, this was Uchiha Ba. If he were like other mere foot soldiers, he would have been dispatched without a second thought. Long Jian began to doubt if he was truly facing the real Ba. Though Ba appeared aged, his speed did not falter once adorned in the white Zetsu attire. Upon landing, he executed a swift kick that sent General Lazo flying against the cave wall, showcasing the sheer force of his attack. Quickly, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his scythe upon Samo, targeting vital points. Samo's size and defensive prowess were his strengths. Yet Ba's relentless onslaught forced him into a defensive position, sustaining numerous wounds from Ba's scythe. After being pushed back, Long Jian regained his footing and charged forward once more. Meanwhile, General Nija melded into the shadows and re-emerged behind Ba, his katana drawn and aimed for Ba's chest. Ba, seemingly unfazed, displayed no signs of panic, his hands continuing their rapid movements to complete his hand seals. Fire release, dust concealment technique. He expelled a cloud of scalding dust, which rapidly spread upon contact with the ground. As Long Jian approached, he was met with an overwhelming heat wave, forcing him to halt. Ba utilized the dust to obscure Nija's line of sight, effectively rendering the general's attack futile. The smoke enveloped the figures of the three generals entirely. Long Jian swiftly formed seals in the air. Summoning technique. A colossal serpent emerged, nearly filling the entire cavern. It opened its gaping maw and charged into the thick smoke, prepared to devour Banyi. However, at the moment the serpent surged forward, the searing smoke that almost engulfed the cave erupted in an explosion. A series of detonations occurred within the cavern, triggering a chain reaction. Rocks from above plummeted recklessly. The entire cave trembled violently, creating an impression of imminent collapse. The intensity of the explosions within such a confined space increased exponentially. Long Jian hurriedly melded his body into the shadows to evade the onslaught. The three generals, at the epicenter of the explosions, moved with heightened agility. Sensing the imminent danger, they retreated directly into the kingdom of shadows. Yet the gigantic serpent summoned by Long Jian met a dire fate. It was violently hurled away by the explosion, its body battered and bruised. With a sorrowful cry, it dissipated into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. As the explosions gradually ceased, the cavern appeared as if it had undergone a significant renovation. Littered with fallen debris and rubble, Banyi emerged from the shadows, surveying the chaotic scene before him with an expression of calm detachment, as if all that transpired had no bearing on him. At that moment, Long Jian's figure emerged from the shadows cast upon the wall, and scathed. Banyi remarked, seemingly in admiration, "Konoha has produced a rather impressive young man." Long Jian replied, "You flatter me, senior. I nearly met my end at your hands." Banyi shook his head. implying that the young man was rather difficult to eliminate. Just as Ban Yi appeared entirely unguarded, the figure of Samo suddenly materialized beneath him. A massive hand seized Ban Yi. Meanwhile, Lazo and Nija appeared on either side, launching a concentrated assault infused with the power of shadows towards Ban Yi. More insidiously, General Bart, who had just been summoned but had yet to appear, seized the opportunity to strike from the shadows. However, unlike the other generals, its target was not to capture Ban Yi, but rather the special task assigned by Long Jian, aimed directly at the tubes connected to the Outer Path Divine Statue, which were embedded in Ban Yi's back. Long Jian, well-versed in the narrative, recognized that these tubes were essential for sustaining Ban Yi's life. If they were eliminated, no matter how formidable Ban Yi was, he would meet his demise. Excitement flickered in Long Jian's crimson eyes. Ban Yi, do not underestimate me. The mightiest of skills can falter before a simple knife. My prowess may be lacking, but I shall sever your life source. Ban Yi, captured by Samo, noticed Bart's intention, who possessed a pair of gigantic bat wings sprouting from its back, much like Long Jian's. His previously calm demeanor finally exhibited signs of agitation. A glimmer of fury flickered in his crimson Sharingan eyes. You fool, are you seeking death? Ban Yi's icy voice resonated, daring to disrupt my life source. You shall learn the meaning of the Uchiha's four madmen, one of the two strongest men of the Warring States period. The three tomo of Ban Yi's Sharingan spun rapidly, coalescing into a unique pattern. Behold, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Subsequently, Ban Yi's aura surged, and blue skeletal structures began to manifest around him, enveloping and protecting him at the center. The blue ribcage shielded Ban Yi entirely, absorbing the assaults of the two generals. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of chakra erupted, sending General Bart flying. Nija and Lazo were also forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Samo, who held Ban Yi captive, found its immense hand unable to maintain its grip due to the explosive force emanating from Ban Yi. With an enraged roar, Samo swiftly melded into the shadows beneath it, disappearing from sight. Susanoo. Longjian's expression turned grave as he beheld Ban Yi encased in the protective ribcage of Susanoo. Internally, he cursed, how on earth do I combat this? Susanoo, the ultimate power residing within the Mangekyo Sharingan, represented the Uchiha clan's indomitable form. It materialized a colossal entity of chakra, a formidable warrior for both offense and defense. More importantly, it evolved in stages alongside the user's ocular prowess. Presently, Ban Yi's Susanoo was in its initial state, cloaked in a ribcage. If Long Jian recalled correctly, it had the potential to summon arms for defense or to launch attacks against adversaries. The pressure was immense. Moreover, witnessing it in person was entirely different from viewing it on a screen. This was Susanoo, Bon Ye Shushanol. Long Jian felt overwhelmed, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Just then, Ban Yi, slightly panting, spoke in a calm tone. It seems one cannot defy age. To contend with you, I must resort to such power. However, you should take pride, young one. At your age, forcing me to unleash Susanoo is no small feat. Konoha has indeed produced a remarkable youth. Long Jian, upon hearing this, dare not refute. After all, he was addressing the esteemed Uchiha Ban Yi. Ban Yi turned to Long Jian and inquired, state your name, young one. Long Jian replied, Nara Long Jian. Ban Yi pondered briefly. From the Nara clan? It seems the Nara family has also produced a rare talent for combat. Nonetheless, Ban Yi's physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Age, frailty, and various ailments rendered him unable to comfortably maintain this state of Susanoo. Encased in the blue skeletal structure, Ban Yi silently resolved, a swift resolution is imperative. Given my current state, he then intensified his ocular power transmission, causing Susanoo to undergo another transformation, radiating formidable chakra that stirred the surrounding debris. Ban Yi's Susanoo advanced to the first stage, the ribcage becoming more robust and gradually taking on a complete form. In no time, a skeletal giant, enveloped in chakra and possessing 4 arms, materialized before Long Jian. Long Jian's heart sank once more. What a predicament. He was utterly at a loss. What now? Is this really happening? Ban Yi unleashed his Susanoo, wielding a colossal chakra sword, charging directly at Long Jian. Long Jian flapped his bat-like wings, deftly evading Ban Yi's assault while simultaneously. The 4 generals emerged near the blue Susanoo, launching an all-out attack against Ban Yi from all directions. A few generals, who had always enjoyed unimpeded success, finally faced a complete setback. Before Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, Their various fierce assaults could not even breach its formidable defenses. General Samo's colossal form was nearly pressed against the ceiling of the narrow underground cavern, and now, before Madara, he appeared somewhat inadequate. Enveloped in the power of shadows, Samo suddenly struck a mighty blow to Susanu's chest, producing a dull thud that reverberated throughout the cave. Meanwhile, Madara disregarded Samo's attack, swiftly unleashing a chakra blade aimed at Ryukin. With a sudden force, he struck the ground thrice, sending Generals Nika and Razzo crashing down. The two generals quickly retreated to the Kingdom of Shadows. General Bart darted around Madara Susanu, his diminutive figure akin to a small sparrow flitting about. The palm waves he occasionally unleashed failed to penetrate Susanu's defenses. After the skirmish, Ryukin swiftly assessed the situation. Given his current strength and the fact that the generals had not fully unlocked their combat potential, inflicting any significant damage on Madara, who wielded Susanu, seemed nearly impossible. Consequently, attempting to extricate Obito from Madara's grasp appeared utterly futile, and he risked endangering himself in the process. Fortunately, Ryukin possessed the ability to traverse through shadows, narrowly evading Madara's relentless barrage. The generals, being immortal, transformed into shadows upon receiving a chakra blade through their chests, flowing back into the Kingdom of Shadows. After consuming more energy, Ryukin could once again materialize and rejoin the fray. However, the constant harassment and relentless attacks, reminiscent of a game of whack-a-mole, began to irk Madara. His physical condition did not permit him to maintain Susanoo in intense battle for long. Continuing would only exacerbate his already precarious health. Troublesome little brat. Madara's voice resonated with an unyielding authority. Subsequently, massive blue chakra blades coalesced from Susanoo's arms. Ryukin, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. He flapped his bat-like wings, swiftly approaching his shadow. Instantly, Madara began spinning like a top, wielding the 4 colossal chakra blades that wreaked havoc as if slicing through vegetables. Clouds of dust erupted, accompanied by continuous, thunderous sounds. Truly, Uchiha's ultimate weapon possessed unparalleled destructive power. In mere moments, the entire underground cavern was artificially collapsed and nearly obliterated. From the outside, it appeared as if a massive sinkhole had suddenly formed, the ground having sunk dramatically, leaving only swirling smoke and the debris of battle. Madara, operating Susan, resembled a demolition crew, conducting extensive excavation in the underground layer where he had concealed himself. During the recent clash, Madara astutely discerned the characteristics of Ryukin's abilities. Whether it was the elusive shadow traversal that turned their combat into a game of whack-a-mole or the general's immortality, allowing them to reappear for battle shortly after being defeated. Madara grasped the essence of their powers. Yet, he remained uncertain about one aspect: the duration for which Ryukin could sustain his amalgamated abilities of self-preservation, ambush, assassination, and swift escape, all while forcibly enhancing his overall strength to a 50-50 balance. Madara was also curious if this ability was of the space-time nature. If it required minimal energy expenditure, Ryukin's potential could significantly increase solely due to this ability, akin to a newly emerged technician from Konoha, Nara Shikamaru. Madara, taken aback that he had unleashed yet could not vanquish Ryukin, felt a surge of intrigue towards this seemingly indomitable junior from Konoha, who resembled a cockroach in his resilience. As a result of Madara's curiosity, he relentlessly wielded Susanoo against Ryukin for over 10 minutes, while Ryukin stealthily concealed himself in the Kingdom of Shadows, remaining silent and cautious. Once Madara retracted Susanoo, his figure vanished entirely, taking with him the overwhelming pressure he exerted. A while later, tranquility returned. Ryukin's head peeked from a small shadow, his crimson pupils scanning the surroundings. He had emerged on the surface, the cavern that once resembled a grave now appearing as a vast pit. Cautiously, Ryukin approached a nearby large tree, where Rin lay unconscious. Previously, Nika had heroically rescued Rin, handing her over to the ghostly soldiers, who took her to a relatively safe location and stood guard to prevent any mishaps. Before engaging in battle with Madara, Ryukin had anticipated that Madara would likely be adamant about retaining Obito. Given the circumstances, he doubted his ability to wrest Obito from Madara's grasp. If dialogue was possible, it would be ideal. If not, combat was an option. The greatest fear was to fail in both dialogue and combat. At that moment, Rin's significance was undeniable. She was the crucial link to whether Obito would succumb to darkness. Hence, her protection was paramount. Even if Madara attempted to brainwash Obito, Ryukin had the trump card of Rin to potentially bring him back. Additionally, Given the magnitude of the battle with Madara, even Rin's involvement was deemed insufficient. Thus, it was best for her to remain in a tranquil state. Upon approaching, Ryukin found Rin still under the watchful eyes of the ghostly soldiers, deeply unconscious. The blow to her head seemed to have rendered her unresponsive despite the chaos Madara had unleashed. Ryukin couldn't help but marvel at the youthfulness that allowed her to sleep soundly, undisturbed by the turmoil. He knelt beside Rin, pinching her acupoints. After a short while, she stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Ryukin, who appeared disheveled and chaotic, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. "Ryukin, are you all right? You don't seem well," she exclaimed, quickly rising. Then, glancing around, she asked, "Where's Obito?" Ryukin rubbed his forehead and replied, "First, let's support Kakashi and regroup with him. Kakashi has drawn away many enemies." Kakashi remarked, "Finally, someone remembers me," eliciting a chuckle from Rin. However, sensing an unusual tone in Ryukin's voice, Rin became acutely aware that something was amiss. Nevertheless, as the captain, Ryukin's orders were to be followed unconditionally, a fundamental principle of a ninja. Just as they were about to set off, Ryukin hesitated, facing a dilemma. When Dai 2 first arrived, he did not mention which direction Kakashi had led the enemy, leaving Long Jian at a loss as to where to pursue. In that moment, a surge of blood rushed to Long Jian's head. This battle at Shinwu Biqiao truly marked the most exasperating and overwhelming campaign Long Jian had encountered since participating in the Third Shinobi World War. Things had taken a turn for the worse. Not only had Dai 2 failed to rescue anyone, but he had also lost Kakashi. Had the objective merely been to destroy Shinwu Biqiao and assist Konoha in achieving victory on the battlefield against the IWA Shinobi, Long Jian would concede that the mission was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in contending with a man of formidable reputation, one who had already meticulously strategized and prepared for a long time. More critically, in the shadowy presence of Madara, while Long Jian stood in the light. Altering the fate of an individual seemed an insurmountable task. Long Jian felt as though he had exhausted all his strength in this confrontation with Madara, which profoundly illuminated his own inadequacies. In past skirmishes during the Third War, Long Jian had seldom suffered losses and had, through remarkable effort, carved out a notable reputation for himself. Yet today, upon encountering that exceptionally imposing figure and witnessing true power, capable of obliterating all defenses, he abruptly stepped out of his comfort zone. He recognized that in this world, where supremacy was the ultimate goal, he could not rely solely on his current abilities. Without a deeper progression, he risked becoming mere cannon fodder. The urgency to enhance his strength was palpable. Although Long Jian understood that he could comfortably maintain his status within Konoha, a man, by nature, harbors dreams. To stand as a bulwark against a multitude, one must not merely appear strong, but embody true strength. Pressure, indeed, served as the catalyst for Long Jian's growth, and the weight imposed by Madara was exceedingly formidable. As Long Jian grappled with feelings of melancholy and contemplated how to navigate the vast forest in search of Kakashi, he suddenly perceived a silhouette behind him. Despite its abrupt appearance, it bore no trace of malice or hostility. Sensing the aura of the newcomer, Long Jian felt the tension within him ease slightly. The only person capable of approaching him so swiftly and without ill intent was that man, young Daimei. As anticipated, Minato's gentle voice echoed in his ear, inquiring about his condition. Upon hearing this voice, Long Jian's nerves relaxed. The relentless strain of battle over the past few days had left him feeling utterly depleted, and Madara's recent onslaught had prolonged his stay in the Kingdom of Shadows. The arrival of Minato signified that Kakashi was undoubtedly safe, and it assured him that both he and Rin were unharmed. He could finally afford to turn off the lights. Consequently, Long Jian relinquished his state of fusion with the mask, collapsing sideways. The last thing he heard was Rin's startled exclamation, accompanied by the sensation of being caught by someone. That night, Long Jian awoke, his eyes opening to a pitch-black sky, with the bright moonlight adorning the empty expanse above. As he pondered where he lay, Minato's soothing voice reached him, reassuring him that he was finally awake. At that moment, Kakashi and Rin, having also heard Minato's voice, hurried to his side. Their expressions filled with concern. Long Jian struggled to sit upright, leaning against a tree, and turned to Minato, asking how long he had been unconscious. His voice carried a tone of faintness. Minato replied that since he arrived and found them, Long Jian had been unconscious for over half a day. Rin had utilized medical ninjutsu on him several times, but he had shown no signs of improvement, appearing to have exhausted too much energy and would need time to recover. Rin nodded in agreement with Minato's words. Kakashi's worry, however, remained unabated. Long Jian acknowledged their comments, reflecting on the duration of his unconsciousness, which was shorter than he had anticipated, indicating his increasing resilience. He then turned to Rin, expressing his gratitude for her healing efforts. Rin quickly waved her hand, stating that it was she who should be thankful. Without his aid, she would likely have perished at the hands of the enemy, and the mission might have failed without him. Long Jian nodded in acknowledgement before turning to a seemingly injured Kakashi, inquiring if it was Minato who had saved him. Minato raised his right hand, showcasing a kunai that matched the special kunai he had given to Long Jian and Kakashi, and explained that the technique inscribed on it served as a marker for his space-time ninjutsu. He confirmed that he had taken down all of Kakashi's adversaries. Long Jian shook his head in mild disbelief, remarking that it was not merely a matter of defeat, but rather a matter of being swiftly overwhelmed. Minato then inquired about Daitu's fate. Rin mentioned that she had been unconscious for a period during her rescue and was completely unaware of the events that transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Long Jian recounted the entire sequence of events that unfolded after he entered the cave and Daitu's subsequent arrival, being cautious not to divulge too much about Madara's identity and intentions, as such information was beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. After narrating the series of events to Minato, Kakashi, and Rin, he noted the rare solemnity on Minato's face as he fell into deep thought. Kakashi and Rin were visibly shocked and saddened, realizing that during their absence, one incapacitated and the other not present, Long Jian had faced a formidable enemy and participated in a grueling battle, while their comrade, Daitu, was now completely missing and likely had already lost his life. Minato collected his thoughts and addressed Long Jian, stating that if he understood correctly, a senior member of the Uchiha clan had been resting underground, and upon being disturbed, he had engaged Long Jian in combat, even employing the legendary Susanu's power, primarily to prevent him from taking Daitu, who might still be alive. Long Jian solemnly nodded in affirmation, responding to Minato. Yes, Minato-sensei. I surmise that the elder from the Uchiha clan likely rescued Daitu's day. However, it may be due to a lack of trust in us or other reasons that the aforementioned elder is reluctant to relinquish Daitu. Alternatively, perhaps that elder harbors unspeakable motives of his own, even seeking to exploit Daitu. Long Jian is endeavoring to steer matters in the right direction. After a moment of contemplation, Minato resolved, I understand, Long Jian. Tomorrow, we shall return to the site of your battle and search for any traces of Daitu. If we find nothing, we will proceed to our assigned task, complete it, and then return to the village to report this matter and seek assistance. Long Jian nodded, with Minato as support. He felt emboldened to confront Madara. Nevertheless, Long Jian speculated that it was highly likely they would return empty-handed. Given Madara's cunning, he would undoubtedly be aware that his hiding place had been compromised and would not allow Long Jian to approach him without consequence. While Madara is not one to shy away from trouble, he also does not wish to be easily ensnared by it. As Long Jian surmised, upon reappearing after his disappearance, Madara had already retreated to a deeper underground cavern. The entity known as Yuzuno Hakujo detached from Madara, exclaiming, Ah, that little brat is quite formidable. You couldn't even kill him. Madara raised his aged visage, his three-tomo Sharingan fixating on Hakujo, his voice chillingly cold as he commanded, This location is no longer viable. We must immediately relocate to a new hiding place. That brat has not perished and is highly likely to come searching for Daitu. Not only Daitu, but the outer path golem must also not be prematurely exposed. We need to move. Hakujo, sensing the frostiness in Madara's tone, dared not speak further. He stood at attention, saluted Madara, and promptly burrowed into the earth, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, a multitude of Hakujos commenced a massive operation, systematically transporting everything from this hiding place. Thanks to these industrious Hakujos, it would have been quite challenging for Madara to relocate everything swiftly on his own. By the following day, when Long Jian returned with Minato, Kakashi, and Rin to the site of his fierce battle with Madara, they found it utterly barren, devoid of any trace. Only a hollow underground cavern remained, strewn with fallen boulders that attested to the ferocity of the battle that had once transpired. Daitu's figure had completely vanished. Even the body was nowhere to be found. This further solidified Minato, Kakashi, and Rin's belief that Daitu had indeed been rescued by that Uchiha clansman, as there would be no other explanation for such an absence. This conviction strengthened their resolve to search for Daitu, but only after ensuring the completion of their current mission. Minato's team, Uchiha Daitu, status, missing. With a resounding roar, the vital supply line of IWA Shinobi, which continuously transported resources to the front lines and the battlefield of Konoha, marked on the map as Kamikaze Bridge, was obliterated by a series of violent explosions. Smoke billowed into the sky as the bridge collapsed. This was the work of Long Jian, Minato, Kakashi, and Rin, the combat team that infiltrated the rear of IWA Shinobi. Their remarkable feat heralded the end of the protracted Third Shinobi World War, following the sacrifice of numerous nameless shinobi. More accurately, it signified the conclusion of the overt conflicts between Konoha and the other major shinobi villages during the Third Shinobi World War. This conflict also forged countless legends of heroes that would endure through the ages. On that day of the Kamikaze Bridge battle, under Long Jian's intervention, Konoha did not witness the emergence of two heroes possessing the Sharingan. Only the already renowned Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the acknowledged strongest of the young generation from Konoha, the wielder of the Nara clan's Kekkei Jinkai, Lord of Shadows, Nara Long Jian, whose fame resonated across nations. Meanwhile, Daitu's name, thanks to Long Jian's intervention, was temporarily absent from the memorial stone. As for Kakashi, he was bestowed a new title, Son of White Fang. Upon learning of this title, a flicker of joy did not grace Kakashi's eyes. On one hand, the uncertainty of Daito's fate rendered him indifferent to such accolades. On the other, Kakashi felt that while he had inherited his father's esteemed title, he still lived somewhat in his shadow. Kakashi harbored his own pride, as his friend Long Jian had already established his unique title across various nations. Determined, Kakashi resolved to enhance his strength, aiming to fully inherit the legacy of his father. This title could be referred to as Konoha's White Fang or White Fang's second generation, but it would never be Son of White Fang, for that would denote a legacy belonging to Hatake Kakashi, not to Hatake Tsukumo. Kakashi would not resign himself to forever dwell in his father's shadow. The successful completion of the Kamikaze Bridge mission by Long Jian and his companions not only tilted the scales of victory in favor of Konoha in the frontline conflict, but also made the third Tsuchikage. Inoki realized that there was no longer any hope of completely annihilating Konoha. Thus, he was compelled to withdraw his forces. However, it is well known that Inoki is not easily disheartened. Despite the defeat in battle, his heart remained restless. As the most combative Tsuchikage, Inoki was always scheming for some gain. Consequently, having just escaped the battlefield of Konoha, Inoki deployed over 10,000 troops and turned his attention to engaging the Kyumogakure. The Third Raikage personally led the charge against IWA Shinobi, reportedly to buy time for his comrades to escape, facing 1,000 foes alone. Such tenacity is commendable. As one man defied 1,000, the battle raged on for 3 days and nights, culminating in his exhaustion and demise. Truly, a testament to the enduring spirit of the clan that has often graced the pages of history. A man ought to exhibit such perseverance. Upon hearing of this event, Long Jian felt a surge of admiration within. Yet, he did not yearn for the Third Raikage's fate of exhaustion and death. Instead, he aspired to elevate his own strength to a level where he could lead the Shadow Army to achieve such a feat. Long Jian was confident that the Shadow Army would enable him to accomplish such a remarkable act with greater ease than the Third Raikage. Whether facing 1,000 or 100,000 adversaries, with the full might of the Shadow Army, he could effortlessly emerge victorious. In that time, Long Jian would truly embody the essence of a single individual as an entire army. Nay, he would represent a whole kingdom, a formidable kingdom of war. Thus, while the overt disputes between the major nations had ostensibly concluded, the reality was that the Third Shinobi World War persisted. The battlefield had merely shifted from large-scale confrontations involving the full might of nations to covert, small-scale operations, a contest among various elite forces. The winds of change continued to swirl. While open conflict saw a pause, the clandestine struggle had officially commenced. The toll of war continued unabated. After the Third Raikage successfully repelled the Idahonin forces, the Third Tsuchikage, Inoki, this old curmudgeon, finally chose to adopt a more prudent approach and ceased his provocations. He opted to prepare for peace talks with the major ninja villages. Meanwhile, the duo from Kyumogakure, A and B, were utterly shocked to learn of the Third Raikage's sacrifice and immediately returned to their village to attend his funeral. In the absence of a leader among the Kyumogakure, the son of the Third Raikage, A, stepped forward to assume the mantle of the Fourth Raikage. He proclaimed a classic phrase, the war is not over. Simultaneously, the fourth Raikage, having experienced the profound grief of losing a loved one, became exceedingly fearful of further loss. Consequently, he took the drastic step of disbanding the A and B duo and instructed Killer B to train in the Tail Beast Bomb, effectively confining his brother to the Kumogakure's confines, forbidding him from roaming freely in the ninja world. Without permission, he was not to leave the village. Although Killer B was perplexed by this decision, reportedly even expressing his feelings through a rap, he ultimately remained silent on the matter. Almost concurrently, in AwakensJackie, 3 children were growing up. This trio, a classic configuration of 2 boys and 1 girl in the Naruto universe, consisted of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. They were disciples of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and their aspirations grew bolder each day. Together, they founded an organization in hopes of forging peace without relying on violence. While this ideal might appear somewhat naive from the perspective of the world, the passionate trio was fervently enthusiastic. During one of their missions, amidst laughter and camaraderie, they named their organization Akatsuki, symbolizing endless hope. Thus, the Akatsuki officially came into existence. Due to their shared ideals, which resonated with many, the organization gained notoriety and began to grow in strength. More individuals sought them out to join their cause. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of AwakensJackie and known as the demigod, took notice. Initially, Hanzo regarded their group as a benevolent organization engaged in charitable acts, allowing them to operate without interference, as long as they did not overstep their bounds. Meanwhile, Ryukin, Minato, Kakashi, and Rin successfully completed the mission to destroy the Kaminobi Bridge, earning them the title of heroes on the battlefield against IWNE. They made their way back to Konoha after a long journey. Upon returning, Minato hurriedly took Ryukin, Kakashi, and Rin directly to the Hokage Tower, for he had a disciple whose fate was unknown and whereabouts uncertain. More crucially, Ryukin had encountered a powerful member of the Uchiha clan of unknown identity, likely an elder from the clan. From their dialogue, it was evident that this Uchiha was of considerable age and had likely held a prominent position within the clan. What could be his intentions? Why did he seek to prevent Ryukin from taking Obito? Was this his own agenda, or was he acting on behalf of the Uchiha clan? Had this been a long-planned scheme, or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision? These questions compelled Minato to take the matter seriously. The village already harbored a negative perception of the Uchiha clan, and the higher-ups seemed to possess an inherent wariness towards them. Minato anticipated that once this incident was reported, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be scrutinized and investigated, becoming embroiled in the affair. However, Minato felt helpless, as he was merely the nominal team leader, and Obito was his disciple. He had the responsibility and obligation to report all events and make the necessary assessments, delivering all information to the third Hokage. Minato and the others hurried to the Hokage's office. After the report, they entered, and the third Hokage, surrounded by a mountain of documents awaiting his approval, looked up at them. Taking a moment to smoke, he addressed them. "Well done, Minato, Ryukin, Kakashi Rin. Your contributions were invaluable in securing victory on the battlefield against IWNE. The village will not forget your efforts. You are the leaves that allow Konoha to flourish and thrive." Listening to the third Hokage's typical rhetoric, Ryukin felt little but maintained a facade of pride in response to his words. In the presence of leadership, he applauded, revered their meetings, and supported their praises. Ryukin embodied the quintessential diligent worker favored by contemporary leaders. Minato, on the other hand, appeared more composed, prompting Ryukin to admire him. After all, a senior's demeanor is always worth emulating. He expressed gratitude for the third Hokage's commendation and succinctly reported the details of their mission. The third Hokage listened attentively, not interrupting, seated quietly as Minato recounted the events. "This is the entirety of the mission, Lord Third. I hope the village can dispatch personnel to search for Obito. As Ryukin, and I believe he is likely still alive." The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette, his voice resonating. "I understand. So, it seems a powerful ninja from the Uchiha clan was involved in this mission." He turned to Ryukin, for he was the only one present who had engaged with the mysterious Uchiha. Ryukin, meeting the third Hokage's gaze, nodded earnestly. "Indeed, Lord Third. During my confrontation with that ninja, I distinctly recognized his eyes as the Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Furthermore, he demonstrated formidable fire-style ninjutsu and exhibited vast combat experience. I was thoroughly suppressed in our battle. The third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. Ryukin continued. Moreover, during the latter part of the fight, he utilized a particularly powerful ability, likely from the Uchiha clan, known as Susanoo. Its destructive and defensive capabilities were unlike anything I had ever witnessed. In that state, I felt that ninja was invincible. Ryukin endeavored to convey the might of this figure, hoping to capture the third Hokage's attention. Yet he refrained from directly revealing that this individual was Uchiha Madara, the man who had once clashed with Hashirama Senju. He feared that the third Hokage's first reaction would not be to eliminate Madara, but rather to confine himself. For possessing such knowledge would either mark him as a spy or raise suspicions. The third Hokage, absorbed in thought as he listened to Ryukin's account, pondered the implications. He was well aware of Ryukin's strength, and to receive such an evaluation from someone seasoned in the brutal realities of the Third Shinobi World War raised many questions. Who could possibly evoke such a response? Moreover, the Uchiha clan's ability to wield the legendary power of Susanoo was utterly perplexing. The third Hokage found himself utterly bewildered by the enigmatic Uchiha figure. To be candid, it was indeed a predicament for him. When Madara was at the height of his power, the third was merely a child. Among the Uchiha clan contemporaneous with him, while there were indeed some remarkable individuals, none appeared capable of wielding Susanoo. Could it be Fugaku? Yet what could be his motive for such actions? Furthermore, he shouldn't have left the village recently, should he? The third pondered quietly. In his mind, the only Uchiha who could possibly execute such feats and possess such formidable strength was the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. However, he could not comprehend why Fugaku would go through such elaborate measures for this endeavor. It made no sense. The third, while smoking, glanced at Ryukin, Kakashi, and Rin, wondering if they were the intended targets. The descriptions did not align, and why was it necessary to take Obito? What was so special about him? The third felt that despite the situation being laid out before him, he remained utterly lost, entrapped in a fog of uncertainty. He rubbed his temples, realizing that anything involving the Uchiha clan was bound to be troublesome. He had already been grappling with matters related to them, and now, with Danzo eagerly poised at his side, he was dismayed to discover yet another Uchiha presence in the crucial battle of Kaminari no Bikyo. Truly, the words of the second Hokage rang true, the nefarious Uchihas. Reflecting on the past brought forth tears. Perhaps it was best to conduct a discreet investigation first. With this resolution, the third addressed Ryukin and the others, stating, I understand the situation. I will dispatch individuals to search for Obito, and I shall notify you immediately upon any developments. You have all exerted considerable effort on this journey. You are the heroes of the village, and the village's rewards will certainly be ample. Additionally, I am granting you a period of leave. Do take this time to rest. Upon hearing this, Ryukin and the others hastily expressed their gratitude to the third Hokage. Just as they were about to depart from the Hokage's office, Ryukin suddenly inquired, Lord Third, has my teacher returned to the village? The third regarded Ryukin thoughtfully before responding, Orochimaru? He withdrew from the front line some time ago and is currently in the village. You should indeed go visit him. He came to inquire about your mission not long ago. Ah, Orochimaru, ever so proud. Ryukin nodded appreciatively and thanked the third. He intended to visit Orochimaru first, feeling a sense of longing after a long separation. Of course, there was an even more pressing matter at hand. Ryukin had conceived a method to rapidly enhance his own strength. Orochimaru, here I come. After departing from the Hokage Tower, Minato spoke to Ryukin. Ryukin, your efforts on this mission have been commendable. Should any new information regarding Obito arise, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Naturally, if your assistance is needed again, I hope you will be willing to lend a hand. After all, you're the only one who has faced that mysterious individual. Ryukin met Minato's earnest gaze, acknowledging his words with a resolute nod. Rest assured, Minato-sensei, Obito and I are good friends. I will not stand idly by while he is manipulated and led astray. If possible, I would prefer for Obito to return to the embrace of Konoha. After all, if he succumbs to darkness, he could become the dual Mangekyo Sharingan Obito. That would be a formidable threat no one could withstand. Minato placed a comforting hand on Ryukin's shoulder, solemnly affirming, I am grateful that Obito has a friend like you. Thank you, Ryukin. Suddenly, Ryukin recalled something important and quickly addressed Minato. By the way, Minato-sensei, there is another crucial matter. We must not allow Rin to leave the village so easily. It would be best to transfer her from the front lines to a safe location to ensure her safety. Kakashi and Rin exchanged puzzled glances at Ryukin's words. while Minato contemplated the situation before asking, "Why do you say that?" Ryukin, noticing Rin's bewilderment, spoke earnestly. "Rin, you must have sensed Obito's feelings for you. I know you may not harbor any romantic notions towards him, but Obito truly cares for you deeply." If Obito were to hear this, he would likely fall to his knees, calling Ryukin a father figure, as Ryukin had boldly articulated Obito's sentiments that he himself could not express. Ryukin continued, "We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. If that mysterious individual has taken Obito to lead him astray and turn him into a tool for nefarious deeds, then Rin will be Obito's final anchor. I firmly believe that as long as you are safe, he will not succumb to darkness." Minato, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. As a teacher, he was indeed aware of his students' feelings, and Ryukin's reasoning seemed quite sound. Kakashi also nodded in agreement, though he seldom expressed himself. He understood well the depths of Obito's affection for Rin. Rin stood momentarily stunned, not realizing how significant she had become in Ryukin's eyes. She certainly did not wish for Obito, who was so devoted to helping others and appeared somewhat foolish yet with no ill intent, to fall into darkness and become a tool for others. Seizing the moment, Ryukin added, "Similarly, if Rin were to encounter any danger, there is a high probability that Obito, given his temperament, would be brainwashed and turned into a complete villain. The most concerning aspect would be if Obito were to attribute the blame for such events to the village and seek revenge. That would pose a significant problem." Listening to Ryukin's explanation, Minato nodded seriously, stating, "Understood, Ryukin." He then turned to Rin, saying, "Rin, I will report this matter to Lord Hokage, advocating for your transfer to the village hospital, ensuring you're no longer involved in frontline battles. While it may feel a bit awkward, it is ultimately for Obito's welfare, and I hope you can understand." Rin nodded vigorously, her expression resolute as she responded, "Yes, Minato-sensei, I understand. I will never allow Obito to be manipulated into becoming a tool for others." With that, she looked at Ryukin with determination, assuring him, "I will do everything in my power to bring Obito back to the village, so do not worry." Ryukin nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. At least within the village, Madara could not transform Rin back into the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, staging that tragic scenario. As long as Rin remained as a safeguard, Ryukin felt secure that Obito would not be led astray by Madara. Subsequently, Ryukin and Minato parted ways, heading directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. Walking down the familiar path, Ryukin reflected on how long the war had persisted, and it had been quite some time since he had last seen Orochimaru. As they passed by Ichiraka Ramen, Ryukin ordered 2 servings of the super deluxe miso ramen, adding 2 extra eggs for Orochimaru. It was no wonder Orochimaru appreciated Ryukin. He certainly knew how to cater to his tastes. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's laboratory, Ryukin suddenly sensed the presence of not just one, but multiple individuals within. With his brow furrowed, he was struck by a wave of curiosity. What was going on? Had Orochimaru found a new companion in the brief time since he had left? Ryukin mused inwardly before pushing the door open. What greeted him was Orochimaru, clad in a black and purple kimono, pouring a purple liquid from a test tube into a beaker alongside a familiar figure. Dressed in short sleeves and shorts with a pineapple hairstyle, I held a transparent glass box containing the shed skin of a white snake. I turned to my mentor, Shishu, and inquired, "Is this a talisman?" He stirred the beaker in front of him without glancing back and replied, "It is quite precious." Soon after, as if sensing something, Shishu raised his gaze toward the door and locked eyes with Long Jian, who had just entered. Acknowledging the connection, Shishu's voice, rich and magnetic, resonated, "Welcome back, Long Jian-kun." The girl who had referred to Shishu as teacher, her face lighting up with anticipation, was none other than Hongdo, Long Jian's good friend from the Ninja Academy, the future spicy net girl and the young version of Yashirashi Anko from the Boruto timeline, who was previously Shishu's primary disciple. Long Jian addressed Shishu, "Orochimaru-sensei, it's been a while. I brought you some delicious food, and as for the other portion," glancing at the expectant Hongdo, he added, "The other portion is for me. I didn't buy a third." Hongdo's expression fell, visibly disheartened. Shishu raised an eyebrow and said, "This is your junior sister, Long Jian-kun, Hongdo. You were classmates and should know each other. She is currently learning from me. In parentheses, assisting me and occasionally serving as a test subject." Long Jian, intrigued by Shishu's words, looked at Hongdo and remarked, "I see. Teacher, this is my junior sister." "Junior sister, call me senpai so I can hear." Hongdo, taken back, thought, what? How did this suddenly shift from enjoying delicious food to calling him senpai? She looked at Long Jian, who wore a playful grin and felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment yet complied, saying, senpai. Long Jian chuckled, junior sister. It seemed that Shishu had found a little sister for Long Jian, much to his delight. From being the foremost disciple of Shishu to now having a junior sister, he relished the idea. Regardless, it was nice to have someone watching him show off. After playfully teasing Hongdo, Long Jian handed the takeout ramen from Yao Ramen to Shishu, who accepted it and headed outside. Long Jian and Hongdo followed him out of the laboratory. Once outside, Shishu opened the ramen packaging, preparing to indulge. Long Jian and Hongdo accompanied Shishu outside the lab, where Shishu naturally began to eat the ramen, and Long Jian opened another portion as well. The three sat in quietude, savoring their noodles. As Shishu enjoyed his egg, he turned to Long Jian and said, tell me about the details of your missions since you left me. Long Jian, upon hearing this, set down his ramen and, with a serious demeanor, began recounting the various battles he had experienced after departing from the Sand Ninja battlefield. While Shishu listened attentively, enjoying the ramen Long Jian had brought, his expression remained calm. Once Long Jian finished his account, Shishu consumed his last egg. In a hoarse yet gentle tone, he began to discuss the areas where Long Jian needed improvement based on his experiences in battle. Long Jian listened intently, while Hongdo sat beside him, absorbing Shishu's guidance. She marveled internally, acknowledging the dedication of her master in teaching. Long Jian gained substantial insights from Shishu regarding his involvement in warfare. After imparting his wisdom, Shishu and Hongdo returned to the laboratory once more. Long Jian looked at Shishu earnestly and declared, Orochimaru-sensei, I wish to learn the sage art of the Ryuchi cave to enhance my abilities. This desire stemmed not only from encountering a mysterious figure, but also from a realization that his potential for growth was vast, and mastering sage arts would elevate him further. Shishu regarded Long Jian intently and asked, have you made up your mind? Long Jian, contemplating for a moment, responded with resolve, yes, Orochimaru-sensei. I want to learn sage arts. Observing Long Jian's earnestness, Shishu seemed to ponder something before replying, very well, if you are in good condition. You may commence your training in the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave here. If you succeed, your strength will indeed be greatly enhanced. Long Jian nodded in agreement. Then, Shishu's raspy voice echoed in Long Jian's ears. If you fail to learn, you may forever perish within the Ryuchi cave. Living would be akin to dying. It was noteworthy that while Shishu had attempted the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave, he had not mastered them, yet he emerged unscathed. Long Jian, aware of the nature of the Ryuchi cave sage arts, understood that as an ordinary person, if he commenced the training but failed, he would inevitably become a mere statue lost within the cave, unable to escape for eternity. Long Jian listened intently to Shishu's warning and nodded earnestly. He realized that if the natural energy could be infused into his body, the outcome would be far beyond his current state. Long Jian addressed Shishu, Orochimaru-sensei. I will arrive at the Ryuchi cave tomorrow to learn sage arts. Rest assured, I will return having mastered them. His confidence stemmed from having witnessed the power of the Boruto series. Long Jian was determined to utilize this information to learn the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave and enhance his strength. Shishu seemed poised to say something, but, after a moment's contemplation, chose to remain silent, merely gazing at Long Jian. Long Jian felt an intensified bond with Shishu, realizing the depth of his mentor's concern. Shishu, having been the first to experience the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave, was indeed worried for Long Jian. As his most favored disciple, Shishu's true desire was to protect Long Jian from seeking such perilous power, having already begun to pursue strength beyond sage arts himself. However, since Long Jian was resolute, Shishu chose to respect his wishes. The following day, Long Jian arrived at Shishu's laboratory, with Hongdo faithfully by his side as always. Approaching Shishu, Long Jian utilized the reverse summoning technique to enter the Ryuchi cave directly. The first sight that greeted him was the magnificent temple of the Ryuchi cave. Long Jian silently vowed, White Snake Sage, I shall learn the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave. Preparation was paramount. Otherwise, he would be unable to confront the chaos that might arise in the future. Most terrifyingly, he had begun to fear his lack of ultimate means of self-preservation. Arriving at the Ryuchi cave, Long Jian found the White Snake Sage as he had always been, his colossal form coiled upon the stone slab, puffing on a pipe. Reminiscent of the Toad Sage, Long Jian called out to the White Snake Sage, I wish to learn sage arts. Upon hearing this, The previously lethargic white snake sage suddenly awakened. Observing Long Jian, the Baishi Xianren gently remarked, "It is high time for you to commence your studies, young one. You have dawdled for far too long. However, it is not too late." Long Jian, gazing at Baishi Xianren, uneasily inquired Baishi Xianren, "What if I fail in my studies? What then shall be the consequence?" In response, Baishi Xianren, with a calm demeanor, simply stated, "Do not dwell on it too much. Should you fail, you may merely become my meal." Long Jian's expression dramatically shifted upon hearing this revelation. No wonder uncle, she was hesitant for him to pursue this particular technique. There existed such a precarious connection. With that in mind, he resolved never to become a mere stone figure or a meal for Baishi Xianren. He could only aspire to be the ultimate Long Jian of Nara. Baishi Xianren observed Long Jian and said, "It has been many years since I last feasted. The most recent little one I encountered was named Orochimaru. Yet, that little fellow possessed a modicum of strength, sufficient to spare him from my appetite." Long Jian, contemplating, thought, "If you are out of food, then there is no way you can devour me." This technique he vowed to master as he beheld the imposing figure of Baishi Xianren. Long Jian inhaled deeply and declared solemnly, "I am prepared. Let us begin." Baishi Xianren lowered his head and replied, "In that case, you must first pass our trial in the Longdi Cave to earn the right to learn the technique. Only then shall I bestow upon you the energy of the technique. Whether you can endure it, however, will depend on your own fortune." Long Jian nodded, and before Baishi Xianren, a young and beautiful woman materialized, adorned with a jewel atop her head, with green hair and dressed in a flowing white kimono, exuding a gentle demeanor. Long Jian recognized her immediately as Tianxin Shinji, one of Baishi Xianren's trusted elders in the Longdi Cave, responsible for selecting candidates for the trials. Upon her arrival, she first bowed to Baishi Xianren and then turned to Long Jian, her voice soft as she said, "You must be the human here to participate in the trial. Please follow me." With that, she turned and departed. Long Jian hurriedly followed in her footsteps. If his memory served him correctly, this seemingly lovely lady was far from being the benevolent type. In reality, she had lived for over 1,000 years, truly a formidable figure. Not only was she one of the upper echelons of the Longdi Cave, esteemed as a trusted elder of Baishi Xianren, but her being also harbored an immensely powerful chakra of the technique. Her primary duty was to screen those entering for trials, and those who failed were often devoured by her, with Baishi Xianren's permission. According to Long Jian's recollections, this trial was to be overseen by Tianxin Shinji. Her abilities were quite unique, possessing the power of levitation and invisibility, allowing her to traverse the void as if walking on air, akin to an immortal. Furthermore, she could transform an expansive landscape into a castle reminiscent of the Longdi Cave, filled with an abundance of food to tempt those seeking enlightenment. It could be said that she was the embodiment of a culinary trap. Any practitioner who indulged in the food she conjured would find their physical form and chakra consumed by her. This ability was known as Yuobianhua. Long Jian was not overly concerned about this trial. Although he fancied himself a bit of a gourmand, he understood well the hierarchy of priorities, life over appetite. He closely followed Tianxin Shinji, admiring her graceful silhouette and inwardly marveling. Beautiful women were akin to tigers. He was uncertain whether she would ensnare him, but she certainly possessed an alluring charm. In the blink of an eye, Tianxin Shinji led Long Jian through a corridor lined with flickering bonfires. Suddenly, she halted, prompting Long Jian to do the same. Raising his gaze, he beheld a grand door adorned with intricate serpentine carvings, its opulence strikingly apparent. Tianxin Shinji turned to Long Jian and gently stated, "Esteemed guest from afar, before you embark on your studies, allow me to extend a warm welcome. Please enter." With that, she opened the door and gestured for him to proceed. Long Jian observed her demeanor with a blend of caution and curiosity as he stepped through the threshold. In an instant, he was enveloped in dazzling light, and as his eyes adjusted, he surveyed the lavishly decorated room, filled with items crafted from gold, silver, and precious gems, exuding an air of nobility. Numerous sculptures of serpents adorned the space, and several grand lanterns hung from the ceiling, each emblazoned with a character. Suddenly, an incredibly fragrant aroma wafted into Long Jian's nostrils. In the center of the room, a massive table was laden with an assortment of exquisite delicacies, including various meats and seafood. A veritable feast. The sight of such a splendid array of food made Long Jian's mouth water. The enticing scents seemed to materialize, drifting towards him. Despite not feeling hungry, the The moment he laid eyes on this sumptuous spread, he felt an overwhelming urge to indulge. At that moment, Tianxin Shinji's voice echoed from behind him, "Honored guest. Your journey has been arduous. These delights are prepared for your enjoyment. The path of learning the technique is arduous, so it is wise to relax beforehand. This banquet is meant for esteemed guests like you. Do partake." As she spoke, Tianxin Shinji presented a platter of exquisitely prepared meat, her expression filled with anticipation. Long Jian, however, felt an alarm bell ringing within him, awakening him from the trance of desire that had overtaken him. This was no ordinary offering. He sensed a deceptive allure at play. He regarded Tianxin Shinji and replied, "Dear sister, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I am not hungry at the moment. I shall pass on this feast. Please, save it for yourself. Compared to these culinary delights, I yearn more for the opportunity to learn the technique swiftly," he added. Hearing Longjian's response, Tianxin Shinji's expression remained unchanged. And undeterred, she continued to persuade him, "Such sweet words from a little brother. But this is merely my sincere gesture. Do not let your sister's heart grow cold. Surely, a little indulgence before your studies would not be amiss." Long Jian was resolute. He could not accept this kindness from the alluring serpent. Was this truly goodwill? No. This was a perilous trap. He vigorously shook his head and smiled at Tianxin Shinji, saying, "I must decline, dear sister. I am currently managing my figure and cannot indulge in such rich foods. I fear I may gain weight. If I become a portly fellow, I might struggle to find a wife, which would sadden my mother." Tianxin Shinji covered her mouth and laughed, addressing Long Jian. "Oh no, Long Jian, being slender is not appealing. I prefer chubby little boys. They seem so delightful." Long Jian could not help but break into a cold sweat upon hearing this. "Goodness, this enchanting beauty truly tempts me," Long Jian mused inwardly. Simultaneously, he smiled as he accepted the meat offered by Tianxin Shinji, placing it upon the table. He spoke, "Sister, my family has warned me never to consume anything given by strangers outside, lest I fall victim to some hidden poison. One must always prioritize safety. Furthermore, there exists a more significant reason. These delicacies you present are mere illusions." As soon as Long Jian's words fell, Tianxin Shinji's expression abruptly turned frigid. Her countenance paled drastically, and her demeanor underwent a profound transformation, no longer exuding the gentleness observed earlier. Instead, a crimson shadow enveloped her eyes, spreading ominously across her face, while her irises morphed into golden, serpent-like pupils. Her formerly cherry-like lips grotesquely widened, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, as she hissed, her forked tongue flickering audibly. With a menacing glare, she retorted, "Little brat, I never expected you to see through me. Why did you not heed your sister's advice and obediently consume the food?" In the wake of her words, the surroundings swiftly transformed. The once bright room gradually succumbed to darkness, shrouded in thick mist. The opulent abode vanished, and the array of delectable dishes dissipated. Everything returned to a state of tranquility. Long Jian, however, sighed in relief. He had successfully navigated the first trial, the culinary challenge. As the mist lifted, he finally discerned the actual scene around him. He found himself within a chilling cave, water dripping steadily from its ceiling. Before him lay a ground strewn with the skeletal remains of humans, those who had previously ventured into Long Dong, seeking the power of immortality. Yet, they succumbed to the allure of Tianxin Shinji's temptations, consuming her false delicacies and ultimately becoming the food she spoke of. Had Long Jian partaken of the illusory feast, he too would have joined the ranks of those bones. The preceding events had all been conjured by Tianxin Shinji's ability to transform objects. Regaining her original fierce visage, Tianxin Shinji lamented, "I had hoped to consume your chakra and body, you mischievous little brat. You are indeed a crafty one." Realizing that Long Jian was not easily deceived, she no longer masked her true identity. Long Jian silently commended her cunning, recognizing at once that she was no mere human. "De wei tian long, da luo fa zu." He chuckled lightly and added, "I'm also aware of a saying, dear sister, the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deceit. Thus, I cannot place my trust in your words." Tianxin Shinji flicked her long serpent tongue, raising an eyebrow as she remarked, "Your words are indeed sweet, much more so than those foolish individuals before you. However, I still desire to devour you." Long Jian waved his hands dismissively, grinning. Perhaps next time, if the opportunity arises." Tianxin Shinji began to levitate, her form gradually becoming ethereal. Her voice echoed in Long Jian's ears. Those who come to Long Di Dong in pursuit of power are often driven mad by their desires. So conserve your strength and pass the trials. I have high hopes for you. Primarily, Tian X and Shenji wished to ensure that no one else could consume Long Jian, opting for a strategy that harmed others without benefiting herself. As her voice faded, she vanished into the mist, taking her presence with her. Long Jian gazed at the empty space before him, scratching his head in confusion. Having passed the trial, why does the NPC not reveal my next steps? This vast Long Di Dong, where am I to go now? He took a couple of steps forward, unable to suppress his complaints. What a grand enterprise. Yet no guiding NPC in sight. Just as he contemplated whether to take a chance and wander aimlessly, a pair of hands suddenly clasped his shoulders from behind. At that moment, a sweet voice chimed, "Little brother, if you are unsure of where to go, follow me. The trials here are quite enjoyable." Upon hearing these words, Long Jian hastily turned to face the newly appeared figure. Before him stood a stunning young girl, her deep blue hair cascading down, adorned with a golden crown topped with a gleaming orb resembling a precious jewel. Her porcelain skin was accentuated by teal-hued, comma-shaped earrings. Clad in a flowing white robe, embellished with a single comma-shaped green ornament, she beamed sweetly at Long Jian. Recognizing the stark contrast in style between her and Tian X and Shenji, Long Jian mused inwardly. This must be another distinguished confidant of the elders. Sure, Chu Daoji. He nodded and addressed her. Then please guide me, beautiful sister. Shihudoi giglet playfully, tapping Long Jian's forehead as she replied, "What a delightful little brother you are. Come, follow me." She then floated into the air, leading Long Jian to a brand new location. Following closely behind her, Long Jian soon arrived at the mouth of a dark cavern. Sure, Chu Daoji pointed toward the pitch-black entrance and said, "This is the place, little brother. Go on in." Long Jian peered into the murky depths. "It's quite dark in there," he muttered softly. Hearing his words, Sure Chu Daoji stifled a laugh and asked, "What is this? I didn't expect my little brother to be afraid of the dark. Do you need me to accompany you?" Long Jian quickly shook his head, thinking, "If you accompany me, I would only be more frightened." He stepped into the cave, and, as he did, the last glimmer of light from the entrance vanished. Sure Chu Daoji had used a large stone to seal the opening. Her cheerful voice echoed, "The trial is quite simple, little brother. Just walk out of the cave, and you shall have passed." Long Jian listened as her voice seemed to emanate from all directions, surveying his surroundings. To exit, he summoned Mo Xia from the shadows. Assuming a horse stance, aligning his waist and legs, and swung his arm in a powerful monkey arm sweep. A thunderous crash resounded as he struck the unmoving stone wall, leaving only a shallow gash. It appeared that the wall was indeed special. Pondering over the mark he had made, Long Jian closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his irises glowed a fierce crimson. Merging with the power of the giant mask, Long Jian's physique grew robust, muscles brimming with strength. The dark, shadowy energy coursed into his arms, enveloping both him and Mo Xia. Long Jian advanced with purpose, gathering strength for a strike. Behind him, a black and purple tiger, roaring with its mouth agape, coalesced, charging directly at the stone wall. Tiger penetration slash. A resounding boom echoed, and, as the smoke cleared, Long Jian beheld a deeper gash etched into the wall, yet it remained unbroken. Standing outside the stone wall, sensing the movements within, Shikadajime remarked with a click of her tongue, "What a formidable young lad." Suddenly, Long Jian sensed something awry. The chakra within him was depleting excessively, far more than during any previous battle. "Something is wrong," Long Jian exclaimed as he abruptly retreated. The surrounding stone walls were absorbing my chakra. Upon hearing this, Shikadajime transformed back into her serpentine form, chuckling lightly as she spoke. "Oh, have you noticed? You are quite the perceptive young man. My ability can forcibly drain your chakra, and in time, you will succumb to exhaustion. I do not particularly enjoy active chakra, you see, so when I have drained you completely, it will be my moment of indulgence." Such dreadful words. Long Jian's gaze flickered as he observed a glimmer of light seeping through the crevices of the stone wall, and he suddenly chuckled, "I just need to get out, right?" Shikadajime replied, "Indeed, it depends on your skill, young lad." Long Jian shook his head, nearly forgetting that he had yet to utilize his unique ability amidst the effort of shattering the stone wall. Shadow traversal. Long Jian's form gradually melded into the shadow beneath him, which began to creep out of the stone wall. It stands to reason that if light can penetrate the crevice, then shadows can also pass through. Shikadajime, sensing Longjian's gradual disappearance within the cave, was filled with astonishment. It was the first time in many years that she had completely lost track of a person's presence within the cave. What sort of ability is this? Shikadajime pondered silently. This was somewhat beyond her understanding. Soon, Longjian's form emerged slowly from the shadows outside the cave, his crimson eyes wide open as he gazed at Shikadajime. She, in turn, looked at him with a face full of surprise at his sudden reappearance. Moreover, she could feel that his aura had changed significantly, now imbued with a chilling and violent killing intent. Regaining her composure, Shikadajime shook her head and said, "What a remarkable ability. It is truly astonishing to see you emerge so effortlessly. I may have underestimated you." Longjian regarded Shikadajime and spoke in a calm tone. "Given this, I suppose I have passed, correct?" Shikadajime appeared somewhat defeated as she waved her hand, saying, "You have successfully exited the cave, so that counts as passing. However, your method of passing has genuinely surprised me. During the time you vanished, it was as if you had completely disappeared from the dragon's cave. What exactly is this ability?" Longjian refrained from explaining his power to Shikadajime. Indeed, her perception was accurate. During his use of shadow traversal to exit the cave, he had entirely vanished within the dragon's cave. At that moment, Longjian had entered the Shadow Kingdom, which Shikadajime could not perceive. Observing Longjian's disinclination to engage in conversation, Shikadajime pouted slightly and muttered under her breath, "Such an unlovable little fellow. I thought I might savor your essence. What a pity." With a wave of her hand, a thick mist once again enveloped the area, and her form gradually became ethereal. Longjian quickly called out, "Where should I go next?" Shikadajime's lightly amused voice emerged from the mist. "The path lies before you. Simply continue onward, young lad. It is not easy to devour you." There was a hint of regret in her tone. After hearing her words, Longjian lifted his leg and continued forward. Shikadajime watched him advance without hesitation, thinking to herself, "After so many years, a rather interesting young fellow has finally arrived. I wonder if he can withstand the trials of ThirdWar. How thrilling." As Longjian melded with the mask, he resolutely stepped into the mist. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance. Turning sharply, he was confronted by a massive serpent face with a gaping maw. Longjian's crimson pupils widened in shock, yet his body seemed momentarily unresponsive. He could only watch helplessly as the serpent, with its elongated neck, sank its fangs into his throat. It was only after being bitten that Longjian gradually regained control of his body. With a swift motion, he struck at the serpent's head that clamped onto his neck. The serpent, sensing his movement, quickly released its grip and retracted its neck back into its body, transforming back into a beautiful woman who covered her mouth in feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what a violent young man you are. You nearly struck me. I did not expect you to pass the trials of ThirdWar and Shikadajime. Truly remarkable. You even anticipated my actions. Had it not been for my illusionary magic, it would have been difficult to land a hit." Longjian suddenly knelt on the ground, feeling a warmth spreading from his neck throughout his body. He pressed his hand against the wound and looked up at the woman hovering before him, who appeared as a stunning young lady with flowing brown hair, adorned with a golden crown topped by a golden jewel. She wore a white robe with 3 jade-like ornaments adorning her chest. The attire of these elder figures was remarkably consistent. Sensing the fierce determination in Longjian's gaze, ThirdWar displayed a flicker of surprise and chuckled lightly. "What an extraordinary little fellow has arrived. How intriguing. I am already eager to sample your essence. Your next opponent is me, ThirdWar. I shall test your heart. Of course, if you fail, I will also devour you." With that, ThirdWar transformed once more into her serpentine form, extending her long serpent tongue, presenting a rather fearsome sight. Longjian disregarded ThirdWar's attempt to intimidate him and crossed his legs. Sitting down on the ground, he placed his hands quietly on his thighs, his expression gradually returning to calm. He entered a state akin to his usual training, enhancing the progress of his mask. Observing Longjian rapidly shedding his adverse condition, ThirdWar was taken aback. "This little fellow's willpower seems remarkably strong," she mused. At this moment, Longjian had entered ThirdWar's illusion. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an entirely new place. Longjian stared in shock at the scene before him. He had returned to his home on Blue Star before entering the world of Hokage. Longjian looked at his mother, who was gazing at him with a puzzled expression, asking, "What is wrong, son? Are you still sleepy? Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I made your favorite braised ribs today." Long Jian remained in a daze until his mother lightly tapped him. Only then did he snap back to reality, seemingly as though he had lost his soul. Guided by the deepest memories within him, he walked to the washroom and began to wash his hands. It felt so real. Everything was like an ordinary day. The visage of my mother remains as benevolent as ever, while my father, engrossed in his mobile device, listens to the news from the comfort of the sofa. The dishes on the dining table emit a warm steam. Although simple, they seem far more enticing to Long Jian than the myriad of exotic delicacies conjured by Tianxin Shinji. Everything around him appears to whisper that the entirety of his experiences in the world of Hokage was merely a fleeting dream. Long Jian suddenly feels as though he has awakened from a protracted slumber, one filled with memories of the Hokage, of comrades, and of the Black Shadow Legion. Now, with the dream dissipated, it is time for him to return to the realm of reality. Abruptly, his hands come into contact with icy water, and a clarity washes over his gaze. Gazing into the mirror, he discovers that his pupils are still a vivid crimson. In that moment, his pupils constrict. Before he was ensnared in the illusion cast by Tianxin Shinji, Long Jian had been in a state of merging with his mask, which served as his final safeguard against various illusions. A resolute determination fills his eyes. He has realized he is ensnared in a mirage. Despite the allure of this fabricated reality, he understands that falsehoods can never manifest into truth. After washing his hands, he instinctively dries them with a towel when a cold voice echoes. Those who easily toy with the emotions of others are truly infuriating. Exiting the restroom, he collides with his mother, who had come to check on him, concerned about his well-being. She appears as gentle as ever, her brow furrowed with worry as she inquires, "Are you feeling unwell? Should we visit the hospital?" At that moment, his father, having heard her words, sets aside his phone and approaches with an air of authority. Expressing concern, "What is it? Did you stay up too late last night? I've told you not to burn the midnight oil. Your health will eventually pay the price." In response, Long Jian embraces his parents without hesitation, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. This peace, albeit conjured by Tianxin Shinji's technique, binds him in a world devoid of war, devoid of the deadly games of wit with ancient, powerful beings, and devoid of the frantic struggles to alter fate. Instead, he simply enjoys the company of his parents, knowing that once this moment passes, he will leave once more, returning to a world that teeters between illusion and reality. Noticing a sudden shift in her son's demeanor, his mother tightens her embrace, gently stroking his back as if to say, "It's all right, my child. I am here for you." His father, though surprised by this display of affection, allows a faint smile to break through his weathered features, as if sensing that his son has matured and carries a heavier burden. Long Jian buries his head between them, gritting his teeth, and finally speaks, "Mom, Dad, I love you." His mother, responding tenderly, asks, "We love you too, dear. What troubles you today? You seem unwell." Long Jian shakes his head, releasing their embrace. As shadows unfurl beneath his feet, he draws forth his weapon, Emocia. Grasping it in his hands, he feels an innate familiarity emanating from the blade, a sense of solace amidst the malevolent energy it embodies. His parents, witnessing the appearance of the bizarre long knife in his grasp, express their surprise. His mother rushes forward, clutching his hand in alarm. "Where did you acquire such a dangerous weapon? Put it down." Long Jian remains resolute, unyielding to their pleas, and declares, "Mom, Dad, you are not real. Everything here is an illusion. Though I yearn for this moment to be genuine, I am undeniably trapped in a mirage." He then raises his voice, as if addressing the air itself. "Tianxin Shinji, I have seen through your ruse. Release your illusion at once." Simultaneously, a dark mist begins to rise from his seated form, enveloping him in a terrifying aura. A flicker of astonishment crosses Tianxin Shinji's countenance. Moments prior, she had believed Long Jian was completely ensnared in her illusion. His demeanor relaxed, and his consciousness fading. Her chakra and mental energy had been swiftly depleting, and she anticipated the moment of his complete surrender to indulge in her desires. However, in an unexpected turn, an inexplicable energy surged forth from the shadows beneath Long Jian, continuously fueling him. His expression transforms from confusion to one of icy resolve. In an instant, he comprehends the entirety of Tianxin Shinji's illusion, freeing himself from her influence. "What a peculiar little brat," she muses, her surprise evident. Subsequently, she performs a hand seal, amplifying her chakra output. In the illusion where Long Jian finds himself, his once gentle parents suddenly adopt a cold demeanor, their eyes glinting with iciness. Recognizing the shift, Longjian scoffs. What is this? When words fail, you resort to brute force. In that instant, their faces contort into grotesque visages, and Longjian's pupils narrow in alarm as he retreats. In the blink of an eye, they lunge at him, their faces transformed, no longer resembling his beloved parents, but instead bearing the countenances of General Nijia and General Samo, the two commanders of the Black Shadow Legion who had been with him the longest. Faced with these manifestations, he feels disbelief wash over him. Yet, he recalls that during the trials in the Longdi Cave, these elder-level snake sages could not harm him unless he failed the test, a violation of the rules set by the white snake sage. Thus, he concludes that this illusion, no matter how terrifying, cannot inflict harm upon him. More importantly, although he has pierced the veil of the illusion, he has yet to return to his normal state, indicating that he must face a trial, one that pits him against the most undesirable adversaries, his parents, being his closest kin, and Nijia and Samo, summoned by his unique ability to command the Black Shadow Legion, represent the ultimate challenge he must confront. This ability not only endowed Longjian with the strength to survive in the world of Hokage, but also allowed him to gradually thrive. If there is one thing that Longjian fears most deeply in this world, it would be the betrayal of the Heiying Bingchuans. After all, the power he relies on for survival could easily turn into a blade cutting against him, a notion that inspires despair. Contemplating this, Longjian's mind grew increasingly calm. He then disregarded the two approaching Heiying generals, set aside his weapon, and stood tall with arms outstretched, gazing indifferently at the two generals rushing towards him with menacing expressions. His demeanor was so apathetic that they seemed to him like mere wisps of air. The two generals wielded sharp blades, aiming directly for Longjian's head. Yet, he did not flinch, merely watching as the blades sliced across his face without the expected eruption of blood, nor did his head fall in response. Instead, what shattered was the illusion that had enveloped Longjian, who had not attempted to evade the attack. Upon opening his eyes once more, he beheld the regretful expression of Tuan Jinji, who was regarding him with a look of disappointment. Tuan Jinji's displeasure was palpable as she remarked, "Alas, what a pity. You have quite the audacity, little one. You noticed that I was about to employ illusionary techniques against you. It seems that stealthily applied illusions yield better results." She stroked her chin, speaking to herself. Her analysis was indeed correct. From the moment she attempted to ambush Longjian and he sensed her intentions, he had already fortified himself against her. When one anticipates an illusion, its potency diminishes significantly. What remains is merely the challenge of dispelling the illusion and emerging from it. Had Longjian displayed signs of fear or a desire to submit and plead for mercy, Tuan Jinji would have devoured him without hesitation. However, she was taken aback by Longjian's complete lack of fear or trepidation, his expression so indifferent that it seemed as if he were untouched by the illusion. With a resigned wave of her hand, Tuan Jinji stated, "You have passed, little one. I must say, your mental fortitude and resilience are quite remarkable, befitting a madman who dares to pursue power in the Longdi Cave." Longjian shook his head and replied, "Your illusions are formidable, but I have my own reasons for not falling here. While illusions may be enticing, I yearn for authenticity." He fixed his gaze upon Tuan Jinji and articulated, "What lies before us does not encompass all. It is easy to become ensnared in narrow-mindedness. Some truths cannot be deceived, for they are so beautiful that they defy belief." Tuan Jinji nodded thoughtfully at his words, musing inwardly that perhaps she could enhance the strength of her illusions based on this little devil's insights. But she quickly regained her composure and thought, "Wait, what just happened? Did this little devil just impart wisdom to me? How infuriating. Indeed, I would rather consume him." Tuan Jinji gazed at Longjian, extending her long serpent tongue and licking her lips with a vengeful thought. Longjian, unfazed by her predatory glance, calmly inquired, "Are there any other trials?" Tuan Jinji, seemingly annoyed, crossed her arms and pouted none. Longjian continued, "Then I take it I have passed the trials of the Longdi Cave and can begin learning Senjutsu?" Tuan Jinji suddenly leaned in close, her face mere inches from his, transforming into her serpentine visage as she scrutinized his eyes intently. Longjian, however, remained unperturbed, returning her gaze in silence. After a few seconds of mutual observation, Tuan Jinji huffed, reverting to her previous form of a beautiful maiden, and impatiently declared, "All right, enough of that. You may now learn the Senjutsu of our Longdi Cave." She then muttered softly, "It seems that all who come to study here are a bunch of power-hungry lunatics. Although this little devil looks quite charming and harmless, he might be even crazier than I am." With a flick of her wrist, the surroundings transformed rapidly, transporting them back to the very place where Long Jian first encountered the white snake sage. Long Jian squinted, impressed by her skillful manipulation of space. Truly, the three elders of the Longdi Cave are exceptionally powerful. Tuan Jinji nudged Long Jian gently, her tone affectionate. Look, the esteemed white snake sage is waiting for you over there. Since you're so eager to learn Senjutsu, off you go. With that, she stepped aside, indicating that he could enter the chamber. Without hesitation, Long Jian strode into the room. He had passed all 3 trials for the sole purpose of acquiring the Senjutsu of the Longdi Cave. Upon entering, he raised his head and saw the white snake sage, in her true form, majestically coiled upon her throne. Long Jian scrutinized the white snake sage intently. She retained her orange hair and yellow eyes, adorned with a green gemstone at her chest and a violet ribbon atop her head that imparted an ethereal charm. Above the ribbon, she sported military green horn-like embellishments, and a red, luminous pearl nestled on her crown. Habitually, she held a pipe in her mouth, and her tail bore 2 golden rings. Occasionally, she exhaled wisps of smoke, exuding an air of sophistication as she observed Long Jian's entrance. The massive head of the white snake sage inclined slightly as she regarded him, filling the room with her resonant voice. I never expected you to truly pass the trials. What a capable little devil you are. Suddenly, the white snake sage's serpent eyes widened as they fixed upon Long Jian, as if sensing something noteworthy about him. What is that aura? I cannot discern its origin. The white snake sage pondered silently. Having lived for a millennium, she resided deep within the temple of the Longdi Cave. This venerable giant serpent, revered as the white snake sage, had survived since the era of Kagaya. She was well aware of everything that transpired in the ninja world. Yet in that fleeting moment, she found herself perplexed, unable to determine the source of Long Jian's enigmatic energy. Has age finally caught up with me? Am I becoming as senile as that old toad? The white snake sage continued to contemplate. Long Jian bowed respectfully and proclaimed, I appreciate your assistance, white snake sage. I am eager to begin my studies in Senjutsu. The white snake sage lowered her massive head slightly, her voice echoing, very well. Since you have passed the trials, you are indeed qualified to learn. However, I must warn you that should you fail in your studies, your fate will still be to become my meal. That will not change. Long Jian, still in the state of merging with his mask, spoke with remarkable calmness. I understand, white snake sage. I am prepared. Upon hearing this, the white snake sage's colossal form suddenly morphed into that of an elderly woman clad in a white robe. With her eyes narrowed, she reclined against her throne. Suddenly, the transformed elder's neck elongated swiftly, reaching towards Long Jian's body. As Long Jian beheld this familiar scene, he couldn't help but internally critique. Is this a traditional skill of the Longdi Cave? Why does every snake exhibit such traits? It must be elongated to be of any use, right? The Baishi Xianren directly sank its fangs into Long Jian's neck, and in an instant, immense natural power surged through the sharp teeth and into Long Jian's body. This force coursed through the meridians, racing chaotically towards the depths of Long Jian's being. His crimson pupils constricted as an excruciating sensation emanated from within. Aya! Long Jian clutched his neck, howling in torment. This sensation transcended mere pain. It felt as though every meridian within him was being shattered, inch by inch, only to be melted and reformed by flames. Simultaneously, his original chakra and the cells that generated chakra within him were gradually assimilated and devoured, transforming them into cells capable of producing Xian Shu chakra and natural power. In essence, every single cell in his body seemed to be subjected to the torment and ravaging of natural forces. Long Jian writhed in agony on the ground. Under normal circumstances, while in a state of mask fusion, his threshold for pain would be significantly heightened. Yet this time, he could no longer endure. Just because of this sensation, pain, it was unbearable. As a natural power infused by Shi Xianren rampaged within him, Long Jian's form began to undergo a gradual transformation. His skin turned increasingly pale, with white scales emerging from his body, some of which were scraped off onto the ground as he rolled. Blood streaks marked his body, mingling with the dirt, creating a horrifying spectacle. Even his limbs began to degenerate. Long Jian felt as if every bone in his body were being crushed and then reassembled. Each time his bones shattered into a powdery form, he lost a significant portion of them. It seemed as if the natural forces aimed to reshape Long Jian into a creature more akin to a snake. crushing his bones to facilitate the elongation of his spine and the regression of his limbs. The disappearance of old bones was accompanied by the emergence of new ones, a process akin to a snake's metamorphosis into a dragon, excruciatingly painful to the point of wishing for death. To endure meant to truly become a dragon. To succumb meant to be reduced to a mere insect. From an external vantage, Long Jian now existed in a state that was neither human nor snake. He endured relentless agony, nearly biting his own teeth to shreds. The intense pain rendered him voiceless, even inducing a sense of drowsiness, an urge to simply succumb to sleep. However, a voice deep within urged him to remain awake, to resist slumber, for should he fall asleep, he would never awaken again. Long Jian would become nothing more than a meal for Bai Shi Xianren. Bai Shi Xianren gazed indifferently at the writhing Long Jian on the ground, devoid of any emotional response, as if observing a lifeless body. Indeed, if Long Jian could not endure, he would be no different from a corpse. At this moment, a singular thought echoed in Long Jian's mind. I must not die here. At this time, three elders, Tian Xian Shinji, Shi Chudaoji, and Tuan Jinji, approached Bai Shi Xianren, casting their eyes upon the tortured Long Jian. Shi Chudaoji's voice retained its playful tone. Oh dear. This little one is quite resilient, isn't he? It seems he might actually succeed. Tuan Jinji, however, scoffed, feigning discontent as she remarked. Humph. This little fellow possesses an extraordinary mental fortitude. Just now, even my illusion technique was countered by him. Tian Xian Shinji appeared indifferent. Being the first among the three serpentine beauties to fail, she was the first to realize that she could not devour Long Jian. Thus her feelings were rather muted. She nonchalantly stated, "Let us wait and see. If he succeeds, our leisurely days will be over. Not only will we miss out on a delicious meal, but we will have to teach this little one Xian Shu. What a hassle." Tian Xian Shanji felt as though she had missed out on catching a fox, only to be left with a mess. The three serpents, having lived for over a millennium, yet preferring to disguise themselves as 18-year-old maidens, maintained a detached attitude towards Long Jian. Over the years, they had seen countless individuals like him come to seek power within the Long Di Dong. Successful ones? They could count them on one hand. They could hardly recall the last successful learner of Xian Shu. Indeed, in the past 200 to 300 years, none had successfully learned Xian Shu from the Long Di Dong. As time passed, Long Jian's struggles grew increasingly feeble. Shi Chudaoji covered her mouth, pointing at Long Jian, who was nearing complete transformation into a snake. Just a little more, he might not be able to hold on. It had been ages since she had witnessed someone reach such a state. Yet Bai Shi Xianren remained fixated on Long Jian, as if uncovering something extraordinary. Suddenly, an eerie energy erupted from within Long Jian's body, reminiscent of ancient voids, suffused with darkness and nothingness. It seemed to emanate from another realm, as even Bai Shi Xianren was entirely unfamiliar with this energy. Bai Shi Xianren distinctly sensed that this power surged forth from the depths of Long Jian, intertwining with the natural forces within him, completing its final journey. Concurrently, a natural protective membrane enveloped Long Jian, safeguarding him entirely. Subsequently, Long Jian's form fully transformed into a white serpent. The chakra within him was now capable of merging with natural energy, thus transmuting into Xian Shu chakra. This signified that Long Jian had officially attained the qualification to learn Xian Shu from the Long Di Dong, stepping into the realm of genuine immortality. The three elder serpents noted Long Jian's transformation. The newly formed Xian Shu chakra was firmly enveloped by an enigmatic energy. Tuan Jinji covered her mouth, hesitantly stating, "That power was leaked by this little rascal when he underwent my trial." Meanwhile, Shi Chudaoji squinted, scrutinizing the now serpentified Long Jian. He appeared on the verge of failure just moments ago, yet unexpectedly succeeded in an instant. That power feels oddly akin to his previous abilities. Bai Shi Xianren suddenly closed her eyes, fingers dancing as if calculating something, then opened her eyes, shaking her head. "This little fellow has succeeded. I did not expect him to endure at such a young age. It is truly remarkable. He must be the youngest among those who have emerged from the Long Di Dong. Once he awakens, he may choose any Xian Shu he desires. Consider it a privilege bestowed upon him." Upon hearing this, the three elder serpents exhibited astonished expressions. They had never witnessed Bai Shi Xianren, with her peculiar disposition, offer kindness to any human, let alone grant a so-called privilege. Long Jian had indeed set a precedent. He stood and learned Xian Shu, something even his mentor, Shishu, had failed to achieve. When Shishu had come, Bai Shi Xianren had shown him no favor. And even Shishu himself remarked that Bai Shi Xianren was not one to be easily approached. It seemed that he had never regarded my Shishu as someone of worth, unbeknownst to the three elder serpents. The calculations made by Shi Xianren pertained to Long Jian's fate, which astonished her as it manifested as a dense fog, utterly inscrutable. Much like the peculiar energies that emerged from within him. The fog resembled a tangled mass, imbued with the ominous essence of bloodshed and the imperial aura of dominance. Bai Shi Xianren had never encountered a destiny so enigmatic that it eluded even her profound understanding. However, her millennia of experience cautioned her that this little fellow might one day incite a tempest of chaos within the shinobi world, potentially pioneering unprecedented avenues even she had yet to witness. Regarding someone marked by such a grand destiny, Bai Shi Xianren remarked that the Long D cave must remain neutral. Should it face closure, they would no longer be allies. The pursuit of immortality? It was all hers to claim, as long as she could master it. She would impart her knowledge without reservation, provided that they did not draw her four serpents away. Just as Bai Shi Xianren prepared to depart, she was startled to witness Long Jian, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness and transformed into Bai Shi, suddenly revert to his human form. More significantly, despite being in a comatose state, Long Jian acted like a vortex, incessantly absorbing the natural energies surrounding him, which subsequently converted into Senjutsu chakra within his body. Bai Shi Xianren was taken aback. How could one in a state of unconsciousness cultivate autonomously? Moreover, the sheer volume of Senjutsu chakra he was generating threatened to overwhelm his physical form, risking a complete transformation into that of a serpent. The other three elder serpents gazed in astonishment at the youth lying bare upon the ground. This phenomenon was entirely unprecedented for them. Typically, even if one managed to endure and gain the right to learn Senjutsu, they would remain unconscious for several days before regaining consciousness, as the pain endured during this process was unimaginable. Yet, Long Jian began to cultivate instinctively, generating an extraordinary amount of Senjutsu chakra within him, akin to operating a nuclear facility within his being. If everything functioned smoothly, it would be manageable. However, any malfunction could lead to an explosion. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The vast natural energy and Senjutsu chakra within Long Jian's body were suddenly partitioned by a mysterious force, specifically the power of the shadow. A small portion began to flow through his limbs and meridians, as if cleansing and refining him entirely. Although it was merely a fraction, the quantity was staggering, pushing the limits of what Long Jian's body could withstand. The remaining substantial portion, however, was ensnared by an even greater force of shadow, rushing deep into Long Jian's interior. As if a gluttonous entity resided within him, consuming all natural energy and Senjutsu chakra without discrimination. Within Long Jian's body, several masks commenced a frenzied division of this newly arrived pure energy. Each mask appeared to be an abyss, tirelessly absorbing, welcoming everything that came its way, growing increasingly euphoric. Long Jian's body continued to absorb the surrounding natural energy as if charging something. Furthermore, the Long D cave, being one of the three sacred grounds, was inherently a place rich in serpentine energy, amassing natural forces over countless years, one of the most potent in the shinobi world. As Long Jian absorbed more energy, his skin became increasingly fair, and his physique seemed less robust than before, instead exuding an ethereal translucence. His body underwent a thorough refinement, rectifying old injuries from past battles and training, unlocking previously unutilized potential. The apparent lack of physical strength, now resembling the delicate skin of a maiden, was a manifestation of a principle known as returning to simplicity. The energy now coursing through Long Jian's form was exponentially more powerful than in his previous state. Every inch of his being was enveloped by the shadowy force, continuously undergoing a sanctifying transformation. Meanwhile, the masks within Long Jian feverishly consumed this pure energy as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought, fervently filling themselves, yearning for awakening. The mask representing the warrior guild achieved a complete conquest, reaching 100% progress in its assimilation, thereby officially becoming one of the masks that Long Jian could command with ease. Self-conquest proved to be most lethal. Among the remaining masks, the one symbolizing the aberrant faction worked the hardest, responding swiftly to establish communication with Long Jian, with its progress accelerating towards an imminent breakthrough. Following closely was the mask of the Hunter's Claw faction, voraciously dividing the remaining pure energy. As the masks grew more fervent, an aura of shadow began to slowly diffuse around Long Jian, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness that radiated an essence capable of consuming and corroding all. Time elapsed incrementally, and Bai Shi Xianren, initially intent on departing, halted, fixated on the extraordinary spectacle of Long Jian. The three elder serpents stood nearby, their expressions a blend of confusion and apprehension towards the unknown. As previously articulated by Shi Chui Daoji, it seemed that an extraordinary being had graced the Long Di cave, while the four serpents remained transfixed by Long Jian's peculiar transformation. Bai Shi Xianren suddenly noticed violet patterns beginning to emerge on his face, adorning him with the visage of a sage. The patterns encircled his eyes like shadowy makeup, extending towards his nostrils, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Had Long Jian opened his eyes at that moment, he would have discovered that his irises had transformed into golden serpent-like pupils. Yet his form bore no signs of serpentification. His skin retained its original pristine luster. Tuan Jinji observed Long Jian's metamorphosis and remarked, "There is no serpentification whatsoever. He has effortlessly entered a perfect sage mode without any instruction." At that moment, Bai Shi Xianren narrowed her eyes, contemplating for a while before uttering, "Take him elsewhere to rest, keep watch over him, and awaken me when he regains consciousness." She then turned, gradually returning to her throne, restoring her colossal form, closing her serpent-like eyes, seemingly dozing or perhaps deep in thought. The three elder serpents promptly utilized senjutsu to levitate Long Jian's body, swiftly departing from Bai Shi Xianren's resting place. They placed him in a tranquil abode within the Long Di cave, allowing him to continue unabated in his absorption of the cave's natural energies. After all, there was an abundance. Consuming some would not deplete the serpentine essence. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 days passed, and Long Jian gradually awakened, lying on a bed. As he regained consciousness, he turned his head in confusion, surveying his surroundings. Long Jian discovered himself ensconced within a shadowy cavern, damp and shrouded in darkness. There was no surplus furniture, merely a bed and a table. The surroundings were eerily silent. At that moment, a captivating figure resembling a young girl floated gracefully through the cave's entrance and approached the bedside of Long Jian. Before she even arrived, her voice, brimming with delight, echoed, "Finally awake, little brother. If you hadn't stirred, I would have begun to suspect you were no longer with us. I had long contemplated seeking permission from the esteemed Bai Shi Xianren to consume you." Long Jian gazed at the floating figure of Shi Chu Daoji, and with a raspy voice, he inquired, "Is there any water? I am rather parched. How long have I been unconscious?" Shi Chu Daoji stroked her chin and murmured to herself, having achieved the perfect immortal mode and possessing a body evolved into that of a dragon cave spirit, yet still needing water, humans truly are peculiar. Nonetheless, she conjured a bowl of water from seemingly nowhere and presented it to Long Jian. As he reached for the bowl, he suddenly paused, as if recollecting something. He inspected the bowl from side to side and then glanced at the floating Shi Chu Daoji. Exasperated, she remarked, "What is the matter? Little one, do you fear I might poison the water? You've already mastered the immortal mode. Can't you discern the truth for yourself?" Realization dawned on Long Jian, and a surge of joy filled his heart. Immortal mode? At last I have grasped it. If you truly understand snakes, you would know that I, Long Jian, have completely shed my serpent skin and transcended into a dragon. I am a most extraordinary Long Jian. Interrupting his daydream, Shi Chu Daoji said, "Enough chatter. If you're not going to drink it, return the water to me. Come along, Bai Shi Xianren wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Long Jian drained the water in one swift motion, placing the bowl on the table before rising to follow Shi Chu Daoji out of the cave. Suddenly, he realized he was completely unclothed. "What? Where are my clothes?" he exclaimed, hastily covering himself. Shi Chu Daoji looked at him as though he were foolish and replied, "They were incinerated while you adapted to the natural energy, and stop covering yourself. I am over 1,000 years old. Nothing I haven't seen before, you little brat." She thought to herself, "However, this little one does possess quite the potential. He may be small, but he carries great power." While Long Jian retorted, "I am not a brat." He quickly retrieved a set of black ninja attire from the shadows beneath him and donned it. Observing this, Shi Chu Daoji narrowed her eyes, contemplating the strange ability and sensation. Reminiscent of a past experience, yet still elusive. She then turned and floated ahead, leading the way, while Longjin hurriedly followed, eager to reach the abode of Bai Shixianren. They arrived at the temple deep within the Dragon Cave, where Longjin had first encountered Bai Shixianren. Shichu Daoji pushed open the door, and Longjin followed closely behind. Once again, they were greeted by the sight of Bai Shixianren, who, with a pipe in mouth, exuded an air of authority. Upon sensing their presence, the great serpent opened its enormous eyes and regarded Longjin and Shichu Daoji. Longjin politely said, "It is an honor to meet you, Bai Shixianren. I'm grateful for your guidance." Bai Shixianren seemed to find the size of his own form cumbersome for communication. So he transformed into the familiar visage of an elderly woman. Rising from his throne, he spoke in a somewhat sharp tone, "This has little to do with me. I merely infused you with natural power. Your survival is a testament to your own strength, and thus, no thanks are necessary. After all, had you perished, I would have had to consume you." Indeed, Bai Shixianren remained as acerbic as ever. Even though he found it difficult to ascertain Longjin's fate and future, suspecting that Longjin might harbor a significant destiny, Bai Shixianren remained indifferent, continuing with his usual demeanor. "What concern is it of mine, having lived a mere 1,000 years?" At that moment, Longjin asked again, "May I inquire, Bai Shixianren, how many days did I remain unconscious after enduring the natural energy?" Bai Shixianren replied nonchalantly, "Yes, you were indeed unconscious for several days. Today marks the 6th day since your arrival at the Dragon Cave. More precisely, you have not only endured the natural energy, but have also mastered the immortal mode of our Dragon Cave." Longjin was taken aback. "Has nearly a week passed in the blink of an eye? Oh no, Uncle Snake is likely still waiting for me," he exclaimed suddenly, quickly addressing Bai Shixianren. "I apologize, Bai Shixianren, but I must return briefly. I shall return shortly. My teacher is awaiting my report." He repeatedly clasped his hands together in apology as he prepared to leave. Bai Shixianren widened his squinted eyes, thinking, "This little one is quite different from others. He seems entirely unperturbed by my presence." With a slight wave of his hand, he allowed Longjin to depart. Longjin swiftly performed a hand seal, and with a puff of smoke, he vanished from the Dragon Cave. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Uncle Snake, who had not left since Longjin's departure, suddenly turned his gaze toward a corner of the room, his bloodshot eyes betraying his worry. Hongdo, standing beside him, observed her teacher with trepidation. Since her senior brother Longjin had expressed a desire to learn sage arts and ventured into the Dragon Cave, Uncle Snake had become increasingly engrossed in his research. However, it was evident to Hongdo that his focus had shifted. He now exhibited an air of anxiousness rather than mere scientific curiosity. Uncle Snake occasionally revealed a menacing aura, hinting at his desire to venture into the Dragon Cave to ascertain Longjin's fate. Yet, he hesitated, fearing the possibility of discovering distressing news. He understood that mastering sage arts required more than just a fleeting moment. Many trials could not be surmounted in a day. Uncle Snake reassured himself, convincing himself not to disturb Longjin during his trials, just as Uncle Snake resolved that if no news of Longjin arrived soon, he would employ the reverse summoning technique to the Dragon Cave to uncover the truth. A plume of smoke enveloped the laboratory, and Longjin's figure emerged from within. Hongdo gasped with joy. "Longjin, you have finally returned. You cannot imagine how worried I have been for you." Longjin adopted a nonchalant demeanor, attempting to appear cool as he replied, "Silence. Hongdo, refer to me as elder brother." Hongdo rolled her eyes. Longjin then met Uncle Snake's gaze, and after a brief moment of connection, he declared, "Teacher, I have succeeded." Upon hearing these words, Shishu nodded slightly, his hoarse voice resonating. "It is good to hear. Longjin-jun, you have surpassed me in this regard." Longjin shook his head earnestly, addressing Shishu. "No, it is thanks to your guidance, Master. Without it, I would not have had the opportunity to learn the celestial arts of Longdi Dong. I apologize for causing you worry, Master." Yet, Shishu resumed his previous demeanor of coldness and high prestige, dismissively waving his hand. "Your talent is of the highest caliber I have ever witnessed, Longjin-jun, and your diligence has undeniably led you to this point. Your success is intrinsically tied to your own efforts." Longjin smiled at Shishu, responding, "Hee, I was merely concerned about your worries, so I hurried back to inform you upon waking. I must return to Longdi Dong to continue my studies in celestial arts. Master, I shall see you in a few days, little junior sister." Thereafter, Long Jian formed seals once more and struck the ground forcefully. Reverse spirit communication technique. With a puff of smoke, Long Jian's figure vanished once again. Shishu raised an eyebrow, observing the impetuous Long Jian, reflecting to himself, "Ah, the child has grown. It is time to let go." He then turned to the side, addressing Hongdo, "Prepare 2 portions of reagent number 5 and bring them to me." Hongdo, after a moment of reaction, stood at attention and responded loudly, "Yes, master." Internally delighted, she thought, "At last, Shishu is taking me to conduct experiments again. How joyous." Upon returning to Long Didong, Long Jian greeted the White Snake Sage, who still appeared as an elderly woman. The White Snake Sage, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, "You have mastered the Sage mode perfectly, the Long Didong Sage mode. As for the celestial arts, have you decided which ones you wish to learn?" Long Jian pondered while stroking his chin, before timidly asking, Can I learn them all?" "Only children make choices. Grown dragons desire all." The White Snake Sage rolled her eyes, her impatient voice ringing out, "You little rascal, do you not understand the folly of overindulgence? If you could learn them all, I would have to relinquish my position to you." Long Jian muttered quietly, "Compared to your position, I yearn more for the pursuit of celestial arts." The White Snake Sage, hearing Long Jian's murmurs, wore a rare expression of stupefaction, as if defeated by him, and waved her hand in resignation. Fine. After all, the secrets you hold are not less than those of Long Didong. Since you wish to learn, go seek out Tian Xan Shenji and her companions." Upon hearing this, Long Jian's eyes lit up with excitement. The White Snake Sage continued, "How much you can learn depends on your abilities. However, I advise you to grasp one before moving on to the next. Otherwise, if you suffer backlash, do not come crawling back to me for help." Long Jian immediately stood at attention, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for the celestial arts gift package. I shall never forget this great kindness." He then turned and dashed away. The White Snake Sage watched Long Jian's departing figure, sighing. Her aged voice echoed throughout the vast temple. "Long Jian of Long Didong. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse." After leaving the temple of the White Snake Sage, Long Jian reached the entrance and spotted Shi Chudao Ji, who was still floating in place, waiting. Just as Long Jian was about to speak, Shi Chudao Ji interrupted. "All right, no need to say anything. I understand. You wish to learn celestial arts. I will teach you." With that, she floated over to Long Jian, pinching his fair little face while exclaiming, "So soft and tender." Long Jian, aware of his dependence on the serpent, dared not refuse and politely responded, "Then thank you, Sister Shi Chudao Ji." Shi Chudao Ji, sitting cross-legged beside Long Jian, said, "Sweet-tongued little rascal, I can teach you celestial arts, but I have a small request. If you fulfill it, I will share everything I know." Long Jian, suspicious, hugged his arms and stared at Shi Chudao Ji intently. "What is this about?" "I knew it, you old snake. You are after my body." Shi Chudao Ji, noticing Long Jian's expression, was momentarily taken aback. But her extensive experience led her to realize he was thinking of something inappropriate. With a rare display of indignation, she smacked the back of Long Jian's head and exclaimed, "What are you thinking, little one? I'm older than your grandmother's grandmother." Long Jian covered his head, rubbing it vigorously, looking pitifully at Shi Chudao Ji. She clenched her fists, a character appearing on her forehead, bouncing with agitation as she said, "You little rascal. I merely want you to bring me some entertaining picture books from the human world. Where did your mind wander?" Long Jian, upon hearing this, suddenly understood and promptly patted his chest in assurance. "Oh, that's all? Leave it to me, Sister Shi Chudao Ji. I will bring back the most interesting and fun picture books." Shi Chudao Ji huffed, her expression softening. "Humph, at least you are perceptive. That will suffice." Subsequently, Shi Chudao Ji floated away, her voice reaching Long Jian's ears. "Follow me." Long Jian hurriedly trotted after her. Soon, the duo arrived at a pitch-black cave. Long Jian mused silently. Do these serpents prefer to dwell in such dark caves? It certainly facilitates their slithering. Shi Chudao Ji snapped her fingers, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. In the center stood a stone platform, which Shi Chudao Ji pointed to. "Go sit there." Long Jian promptly replied, "At your command." He quickly stepped forward and took a seat on the stone platform. Shi Chudao Ji began her explanation. The so-called celestial arts refer to the special techniques that harness natural energy to generate celestial chakra while in sage mode. As for the sage mode, since you have already mastered the perfect state, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Long Jian, seated on the stone platform, raised his hand. Um, Please wait a moment, sister. I am puzzled. Why do you and the White Snake Sage both say I can achieve perfect sage mode, yet I seem unaware of it? Sure, Chu Dao Ji tilted her head in confusion, contemplating. Was the initial state unconscious? She then addressed Long Jian. Oh, you were unaware? Well, it's quite simple. You likely possess a portion of natural energy within you. Try to harness that energy and fuse it with your chakra, spreading it throughout your body, and you will naturally enter sage mode. It may feel unfamiliar at first, but with practice, it will become second nature. When the time comes, it will not be difficult to enter. Long Jian nodded and began searching for the natural energy stored within him, but as he sought, he was astonished to find that the natural energy was quietly floating beside a few masks, appearing somewhat trembling, as if it had just endured a rough encounter. Long Jian, slightly perplexed, began to actively attempt to manipulate the natural energy, surprisingly finding it exceedingly smooth. The natural force discovered that Long Jian was about to take it away, appearing as if it were crying and pleading to leave gracefully with Long Jian. It seamlessly merged with Long Jian's intent and chakra, beginning to spread throughout his entire being. With the emergence and proliferation of the Senjutsu chakra, the familiar purple sage patterns reappeared on Long Jian's face, initially converging around his eyes. The patterns extended to the sides of his nose. As Long Jian opened his eyes, they transformed into golden snake-like pupils, exuding an enchanting aura that blended both demonic and celestial energy. The entire presence of Long Jian radiated a strikingly bewitching charm. Shichiro Islandheim observed Long Jian entering the perfect sage mode in a conscious state with remarkable speed and could not help but marvel at Long Jian's extraordinary talent. In this sage mode, Long Jian felt his perceptive range expanding further and further, initially encompassing the entire cave. Gradually, it spread to the temple where the White Snake Sage resided, extending outward from the depths of Longdi Cave as more snakes appeared in his perception. It felt akin to a video game where numerous red dots suddenly appeared on the minimap, with himself at the center of a large circle. Looking at his palm, Long Jian clenched his fist and murmured, "Is this the sensation of sage mode?" Now, Long Jian was filled with abundant Senjutsu chakra, and he felt that his senses and the power he could unleash had increased by over tenfold, if not more. Even without mastering any Senjutsu techniques, he had grown significantly stronger, as he sensed Shichiro Islandheim, who radiated a cold light before him. He contemplated whether this was the thermal imaging technique of the Longdi Cave Sage mode. Shichiro Islandheim addressed Long Jian. "Very well, maintain this state, and I will teach you how to sustain the use of thermal sensing. This ability is considerably more powerful than the ordinary perception techniques employed by humans." Under her guidance, Long Jian gradually adapted to this unique thermal imaging technique. Once accustomed to this state, he could distinctly sense various living beings in a 360-degree radius around him. He could also freely control the range of his perception. The smaller the range, the closer the target would be, resulting in a clearer perception. Long Jian's expression was one of delight as he exclaimed, "Goodness, isn't this just the Byakugan? Have I become a member of the Hyuga clan?" To his surprise, he discovered that he could utilize this ability even without entering sage mode, as his body had undergone a complete transformation into that of a serpent. Consequently, many of his structures could no longer be measured by ordinary human standards, and Long Jian's body had undergone numerous changes. On a smaller scale, his flexibility and reflexes had improved, while on a larger scale, he had acquired many serpent-like advantages, such as this unique thermal imaging technique. Long Jian possessed this ability in his daily life. But once in sage mode, the effectiveness of this skill multiplied exponentially. Shichiro Islandheim nodded and said to Long Jian, "I have imparted these fundamental abilities to you, and you now possess a general understanding of their application. The remaining mastery of these skills is up to you. Now, let us commence the study of Senjutsu. I will first share the Senjutsu techniques I know. You can decide which one you wish to learn first." Receiving a signal from the White Snake Sage, Shichiro Islandheim was astonished by the special treatment Long Jian was receiving. This was highly uncharacteristic of the White Snake Sage. However, Shichiro Islandheim dared not inquire further, as she was simply to follow orders. Long Jian, filled with excitement, thought at last, "After enduring countless trials, I can finally learn those extraordinary Senjutsu techniques from Longdi Cave." After listening to the Senjutsu techniques mastered by Shichiro Islandheim, Long Jian thoughtfully rubbed his chin and resolutely decided to learn the absorption technique, which was her specialty. Although the name was quite straightforward, the technique lived up to its title. This technique was unique to Shichiro Islandheim. While it required luring opponents into the cave to be effective, as was the case with Long Jian, it would forcibly consume the chakra of any individual entering the cave for examination. Once their chakra was sufficiently drained, Shichiro Islandheim could completely devour the opponent's body and chakra. Moreover, this senjutsu could be activated through mere contact, and when developed to a certain degree, it could be executed without any physical touch. This capability would significantly enhance its efficacy in combat. Imagine Long Jian in battle, where the enemy's chakra would continually deplete without the need for ninjutsu, while he absorbed their chakra into his own, transforming it into senjutsu chakra. In this exchange, Long Jian felt confident he could triumph over anyone, even Tyson. Shichiro Islandheim was pleased with Long Jian's choice. This senjutsu was her favorite and her strongest. By selecting this technique, Long Jian had undoubtedly struck a chord with her. He greedily expressed his desire to learn the technique of inorganic reincarnation after mastering the absorption technique. This was a technique previously learned and utilized by Yakushi Kabuto in Lonely Cave, capable of imbuing lifeless inorganic materials with life and controlling them. It was not merely a simple ninjutsu that manipulated matter using chakra. Under the influence of this technique and senjutsu chakra, the controlled inorganic materials moved with remarkable speed. In his youth, Kabuto had used this technique to control the stalactites in the cave, piercing through Itachi's body. Its power was truly formidable. Had Itachi not been in a state of Edo Tensei at the time, Long Jian would not have dared to assert that Itachi and Sasuke could easily defeat Kabuto. As for the other senjutsu, the White Rage technique that Kabuto had utilized, Shichiro Islandheim suggested that Long Jian seek out Tatsuya Heim, as she believed Tatsuya Heim had a better grasp of it than herself, and teaching could be quite exhausting. Thus, she openly directed Long Jian towards Tatsuya Heim. Tatsuya Heim had also received instructions from the White Snake Sage. Although one could imagine her unwilling expression, she had no choice but to comply. With a resigned demeanor, she would have to teach Long Jian the White Rage technique. Days passed, and Long Jian spent nearly a month in Lonely Cave. Time flew by during his studies, and he felt that he had not engaged so earnestly in learning for quite some time. For reasons unknown, the senjutsu, chakra, and natural energy within him were exceptionally obedient, responding perfectly to his commands. This facilitated an unexpectedly swift progress in his studies of senjutsu. Even the White Snake Sage expressed mild astonishment at Long Jian's remarkable adaptability to senjutsu. Standing before the White Snake Sage, who still bore the appearance of an elderly woman, she mused internally about how astonishingly rapid Long Jian's progress had been in mastering several senjutsu techniques within such a short period. Gazing at Long Jian's seemingly harmless smile, the White Snake Sage felt an inexplicable surge of mischievousness within her heart. Is it possible that this little rascal is not genuinely targeting my position in front of my wife? Long Jian, of course, cannot perceive the innermost thoughts of the Bai Shi Xianren. However, he keenly detects that Bai Shi Xianren appears to be a tad irritable compared to her earlier demeanor. Long Jian silently critiques her in his mind, wondering how, at such an advanced age, she still has such a volatile temperament. Who could have possibly provoked her? Did she study face-changing in Xiong province during her youth? He muses cautiously that she ought to be wary of her temper, lest it lead to serious illness. Yet, Long Jian's internal commentary seems less than discreet, as he can distinctly feel the terrifying aura of Bai Shi Xianren steadily escalating. With a look of sheer horror, he gazes at her. Suddenly, Bai Shi Xianren produces a dragon-headed cane from seemingly nowhere and, with a swift movement, closes the distance between them in an instant. Her speed is so remarkable that even Long Jian, who possesses an immortal physique, cannot discern her movements, utterly devoid of the frailty one would expect from an elderly woman. With a swift strike, she delivers a crushing blow to Long Jian's head. In pain, he clutches his scalp and hastily retreats to the side, tears welling in his eyes as he furtively glances at Bai Shi Xianren while rubbing his head, observing the comical figure of Long Jian. Bai Shi Xianren shakes her head in exasperation, propping herself up on her dragon-headed cane. With a tone of mock irritation, she addresses him. "You little rascal. You're the first to dare speak ill of me on my own turf." Long Jian, looking quite aggrieved, mutters under his breath, "I had no idea you could read minds here. Had I known, I would have left at once." Bai Shi Xianren rolls her eyes and retorts, "You little scoundrel. I truly wonder how you were summoned from Long Di Dong." Long Jian grins and flatteringly responds, "Isn't it all thanks to your illustrious leadership?" With a sigh, Bai Shi Xianren reflects on her advanced age, feeling that merely not being angered by Long Jian is a feat in itself. After bidding farewell to Bai Shi Xianren, Long Jian assures her that he will return to continue learning her magical arts before employing his spirit summoning technique to depart from Long Didong. Long Jian's urgency to leave is twofold. Primarily, he has not visited his village in quite some time. He feels that he lacks a complete grasp of the current developments in his world. It is crucial for him to remain cognizant of the timeline he occupies, in order to preemptively devise appropriate responses and strategies. After all, a formidable old adversary from the Warring States period has set his sights on him. Long Jian realizes he has nearly jeopardized the plans of this individual and is on the verge of further undermining them. Thus, he cannot afford to underestimate this formidable figure. On another note, Long Jian has been diligently studying magical arts, to the extent that he has only allowed the progress of the shadow masks to benefit from his training in magic. Last night, he finally remembered the neglected shadow masks and felt that with the infusion of magical chakra, their progress should have accelerated significantly. However, upon inspection, he was met with a shocking revelation that left him astounded for an entire year. The 5 masks he had previously developed stood silently in their places, while the samurai mask, which he had not fully conquered earlier, was now completely illuminated. This not only indicated that Long Jian could merge with the samurai mask for combat, but more importantly, he could summon the shadow general of the samurai corps, the one most favored by Terra, the only general capable of conversing with her, Yika. Yet, if this were the sole occurrence, Long Jian would not have been so thoroughly astonished. After all, communication with the samurai mask had been successfully established for some time, and achieving complete progress was merely a matter of time. What truly left Long Jian flabbergasted was the sight of 2 additional masks, each radiating a dazzling brilliance, floating around the fully illuminated 5 masks, alongside another mask that, although not completely conquered, had nonetheless established a connection with Long Jian. In that moment, Long Jian rubbed his eyes in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotions within. How extraordinary is the magical chakra and natural energy to have penetrated 2 half-masks so profoundly. Little Hazy speak. Upon his return to the familiar laboratory of Shishu, he found Shishu and Hong Do momentarily pausing their activities to gaze at him. Long Jian quickly greeted the engrossed Shishu and Hong Do, exclaiming, "Hello, Shishu. Little junior sister, it's been a while. I have a matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now, but I will return with treats for you." With that, he hastened outside. Hong Do stared blankly at her older brother's hasty departure, puzzled by the transformation she perceived since he returned from Long Didong to learn magical arts. Aside from his now improved complexion, he seemed to have become increasingly demonic in nature, entirely devoid of any semblance to an immortal. He was constantly appearing and disappearing, often vanishing for extended periods. Could this be the price one pays in pursuit of power? Shishu raised an eyebrow and, in a hoarse voice, casually remarked, "Let us continue, Hong Do. Pay no mind to your foolish senior brother." Shishu had come to realize that Long Jian's obsession with power rivaled his own. Indeed, it was no surprise that an old madman could produce a small madman. Now, the duo of master and disciple, Long Jian and Shishu, had gained considerable renown, not only in their village, but throughout the entire ninja world. Each was more formidable than the last, and their styles and presence mirrored one another. However, Long Jian appeared to embody the vigor of youth more than Shishu, lacking the occasional sinister aura that emanated from his mentor. Having reached the depths of the forest where he had often trained in secret, the very location where he and Shishu first encountered one another, Long Jian took a moment to steady himself and regulate his breathing. As was customary, he allowed his shadow to gradually expand beneath him, growing ever wider. Subsequently, 3 newly formed types of shadow soldiers emerged slowly from the shadows. One type of shadow soldier resembled a robust serpent, curvaceous and slick, adorned in a blue and white attire. It appeared akin to a massive, soft-bodied creature, utilizing its abdomen to rise. With a headpiece that concealed all but its scarlet eyes, Long Jian instantly recognized this highly distinctive shadow soldier. The Shadow Core, the abnormal Korsoff Shadow. This type of shadow soldier was the most fearsome in appearance, capable of stretching and contorting its body like taffy, boasting exaggerated elastic transformation abilities. They could even connect their bodies to form a platform. Moreover, the strength of the soft shadow soldiers should not be underestimated, as they could effortlessly lift heavy objects. In the original narrative, after being summoned by Parker, a fortunate doorman once managed to tear off the head covering of one such soft shadow soldier single-handedly. The result was a horrifying sight, as the soldier revealed multiple eyes and a row of insect-like teeth, resembling a creature from StarCraft, which was utterly terrifying. Simultaneously, the doorman's hand seemed to pass through the bodies of these shadow soldiers, as if traversing water. In other words, when the Heiying soldiers are adequately prepared, conventional physical attacks scarcely inflict any damage upon them. Yet another formidable battle group. The Heiying troop standing at the center appears quite robust and powerful. Towering in stature, they form an imposing line before Long Jian, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. These Heiying soldiers are brawny, with a conical shape in their left hand and a claw-like form in their right. They represent another fiercely combat-capable Heiying troop, known as the Qianying Regiment, or Claw Shadows. Long Jian distinctly recalls that even when this Heiying troop was only half-formed, it possessed formidable combat capabilities, showcasing both agility and strength. They have been dubbed a battle-oriented group brimming with vigor. Now, having summoned their complete form, they are truly formidable. Having observed these two powerful combat-oriented Heiying troops, Long Jian's attention was immediately drawn to a small cluster of Heiying soldiers nearby. Indeed, it was but a small group. The other two Heiying troops made their entrance with great flair, showcasing various poses and forms, appearing quite fierce. In contrast, this small cluster of Heiying soldiers resembled diminutive sharks, presenting a somewhat pitiable appearance. Upon their first summoning by Long Jian, they stood together, striving to puff out their chests, eager to display their best spirit and vigor to him. However, compared to the two larger battle groups beside them, this small cluster of Heiying soldiers appeared rather comical. These shark-like Heiying soldiers lack arms, possessing only two small legs that prop up their bodies. Their disproportionately large mouths dominate their features, and they're the only type of Heiying soldiers devoid of eyes. Long Jian gazed at this seemingly non-threatening, utterly adorable assembly of Heiying soldiers, nearly unable to suppress a chuckle. This laughter was not born from their cuteness, but rather from the genuine joy of having summoned this troop. These charming little creatures exude an air of harmlessness, appearing quite pitiable. Yet, they are, in fact, the most potent, growth-oriented troop within the Heiying Legion, known as the Qianying Regiment or Shadow Eaters. Although they bear the title of the smallest individuals among the various Heiying troops, underestimating them could lead to dire consequences. Despite their diminutive size and endearing appearance, their ability to endlessly devour the shadows of other beings is formidable. Those creatures whose shadows are consumed will succumb to a deep slumber, lost in their own essence. It can be said that they are left at the mercy of others. As this group of little ones devours more shadows, they will grow larger, and their combat prowess will undoubtedly increase. Long Jian observed the small, seemingly powerless shadow eaters before him, stroking his chin and contemplating. Goodness, with so many beings and creatures in the ninja world, if they were to consume them all, these little ones would surely grow more formidable than even the tailed beasts. Soon, they could be pummeling the 8 tails and kicking the 9 tails into submission. The more Long Jian thought about it, the more delighted he became, especially considering the deceptive appearance of these little creatures. Imagine a troop of shadow soldiers resembling tiny insects stealthily approaching your feet. A mere kick could send them flying. With such a misleading exterior, would you even care if they stealthily crept beside you, engaging in any impolite antics? With such intelligence at his disposal, Long Jian felt confident in delivering a small, yet impactful shock to those so-called powerful figures of the ninja world. Indeed, a small but delightful shock. As Long Jian pondered, a sinister grin crept across his face. Come now, Ban Yi, let us see if this little fellow can consume your spirit in one fell swoop. Long Jian declared, enemies, heed my words. As long as you disregard this group of little ones, I, Long Ge, assure you will not even realize how you perished. A painless demise, universally acclaimed. Long Jian affectionately patted the heads of these little creatures, who eagerly gathered around him, nuzzling his hand in an endearing display. It evoked a sense of a nurturing mother caring for her children. This is indeed a new form of nurturing gameplay within the ninja world. Having reveled in the joy of summoning the Heiying troops through the 3 newly established masks, Long Jian was in high spirits. Yet, the most significant events were yet to unfold. With 3 masks achieving 100% completion in the conquest, this meant that Long Jian could now merge with 3 additional masks. More importantly, the number of Heiying generals he could summon for battle had also increased by 3. As the power of the Heiying surged within him, Long Jian's aura intensified. and the shadows beneath his feet began to coalesce into a swirling vortex-like dark domain. With narrowed eyes, Long Jian commanded, "Arise, 3 generals." Upon his command, a towering blue figure emerged first from the shadows. Clad in heavy armor, this figure radiated an aura of seasoned warfare, embodying the essence of a general who has triumphed over countless adversaries. Dressed in dark gray heavy armor, his imposing form was complemented by skin of a striking blue hue, and he bore a sword akin to that of General Nika, though with a pale pink sheath. The sheath was entwined with a pinkish-white cord, bestowing a noble quality upon this general, while simultaneously emanating a menacing presence. Although the sword remained sheathed, the waves of murderous intent and haying power emanating from it indicated that it was no ordinary weapon. Long Jian gazed upon the formidable general before him with delight, exclaiming, "General Ika has been resurrected." The first to appear was the infamous child of misfortune from the adventures of Jackie Chan, who had once been affixed to Offing's backside, revived through the very essence of that encounter. In truth, he was one of Terra's most capable subordinates, reputed to be the second in command after Terra himself, known as General Ika. Such a position implies considerable strength. It has been speculated that General Ika ranks just below Terra among the 9 great generals, which explains Terra's high regard for him. Long Jian vividly recalls that in the original narrative, when the Heiying generals commenced their ultimate dark assault on Earth, 8 ghostly generals operated from 4 directions. Yet Terra retained Ika at headquarters as his trusted confidant. Moreover, to express gratitude for Ika's removal of the onion spell that had been used to repel Terra, Terra entrusted the Heiying troops to General Ika, further underscoring his extraordinary nature. Not to mention, General Ika also possesses a steed. He can ride a horse. How impressive is that? Upon his emergence, General Ika opened his crimson eyes and immediately locked onto Long Jian. He approached steadily and knelt before Long Jian. As he did so, the armor upon Ika clanked and resounded with the crisp sound of steel colliding. Kneeling before Long Jian, his voice resonated like thunder. Ika, pledge my allegiance to my king." Long Jian stepped forward to assist General Yika, expressing joy. "General Yika, there is no need for such formalities. To have you by my side is akin to a fish thriving in water." Upon hearing this, Yika proudly straightened his chest and raised his head, displaying an eagerness to follow Long Jian into any perilous situation without hesitation. "If you do not forsake me, I wish to pledge myself as your sworn son." Long Jian observed the unwavering loyalty reflected in Yika's face, akin to the respect and reverence exhibited by other generals towards him. A sense of relief washed over him. After all, Yika was renowned as Terra's most capable subordinate. He pondered the potential embarrassment should Terra betray him, realizing the folly of forgetting who had awakened them. Such formidable individuals were best utilized for his cause. In truth, General Yika, like the other shadow generals awakened by Long Jian, currently exhibited no signs of disloyalty. Long Jian could distinctly sense the genuine awe emanating from Yika, a natural reverence towards those in power. The Shadow Legion remained steadfastly loyal, and Long Jian need not harbor any concerns. As General Yika stood resolutely by Long Jian's side, 2 figures emerged from the swirling shadows before him. One figure, resplendent in orange, was strikingly prominent. Its upper body resembled that of a demonic humanoid clad in refined half-armor, covering its chest and shoulders. More astonishingly, this general possessed 4 arms, each ending in razor-sharp fingers, every movement accompanied by a surge of shadowy power, with long purple hair cascading over its shoulders. Its face exuded an aura of overwhelming pressure. Its lower half, intriguingly, lacked legs, replaced by a serpent-like tail, revealing its identity as the Alien Legion's General Leisu. In contrast to the terrifying visage of the Alien Legion's soft shadow, General Leisu's appearance did not inspire fear, but rather a unique sense of authority associated with strength. The second figure, entirely shrouded in darkness, radiated an almost blinding brilliance. Unlike Leisu, its hands transformed into a massive claw on one side and a sharp cone on the other. The imposing claw exuded the power to crush anything, while the cone appeared dangerously sharp. Adorned in faint yellow-green armor, a slender red belt encircled its waist, unmistakably identifying it as General Cabo of the Hunting Claw Legion. As these 2 generals made their entrance, an overwhelming aura erupted around them, causing the surrounding trees and grass to rustle violently. Shortly thereafter, Leisu, sensing something, swiftly coiled his serpent-like lower half and approached Long Jian, bowing low with his limbs touching the ground in a gesture of utmost respect. I am Leisu, humbly greeting my king, wishing for your eternal well-being. His tone conveyed unreserved fear and reverence, tinged with a hint of flattery. General Cabo followed closely, striding with a heavy gait, arriving before Long Jian and half-kneeling, though he lacked fists. The sound of his claw and cone meeting the ground echoed with gravitas. I am Cabo. I greet my king. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding confidence. The three generals stood before Long Jian, alongside General Yika, whose presence filled him with uncontainable joy. At that moment, Long Jian yearned to soar into the skies above my village and proclaim, I shall see who dares challenge me. Thus, with 9 shadow legions, 10 shadow masks, and 10 shadow generals, Long Jian could summon all but the Mantis Legion. He had successfully acquired 7 of the 10 shadow generals, wielding the power of 8 shadow legions and 7 shadow generals, even mastering the sage arts of the Long D Cave. His capabilities had significantly escalated once more. Long Jian felt an unprecedented surge of strength within him, with 4 words echoing in his mind. I am exceedingly formidable. Today I, a common citizen, am truly elated. As he hummed a cheerful tune, carrying a classic super deluxe tonkatsu ramen from Yao Ramen, he made his way towards Uncle Shi's laboratory. The modest improvement in Uncle Shi's diet was entirely due to my devotion as his eldest disciple. Otherwise, Uncle Shi would be the type to gnaw on military rations for 2 months straight. However, this time Long Jian did not merely bring 2 servings of ramen. As the elder brother, how could he forget his adorable little sister? Feeling generous today, he decided to bring a portion for Hongdo as well. Long Jian thought to himself, although his body obediently carried 3 skewers of glutinous rice balls, Hongdo's favorite. 1 skewer each, no one is to snatch from another. Returning to Uncle Shi's laboratory with bags in hand, Long Jian felt like a triumphant hunter. Uncle Shi caught a whiff of the familiar aroma of the delicacies, and, with a hint of pride, set down his experimental reagents and prepared to step out. Hongdo, holding a test tube, looked bewildered at Uncle Shi rising. Uncle Shi waved his hand dismissively over his shoulder, beckoning her to follow. Reluctantly, Hongdo trailed behind him. Just as she did, she locked eyes with Long Jian, who appeared at the doorway, laden with bags. Hongdo's eyes widened in shock as she admired Uncle Shi's back, her admiration growing. Truly, what a master! He could even anticipate his eldest disciple's movements with such precision. If Uncle Shi were aware of Hongdo's current thoughts, he would surely pat her on the head and earnestly inform her that if her sense of smell were as keen as his, she too could easily bask in the glory of success. Truly, Uncle Shi is remarkable. Skills must be honed through practice. Uncle Shi seamlessly accepted his food from Long Jian, and the master and disciple walked side by side out of the laboratory. Hongdo skipped along happily behind them. Once outside, Uncle Shi naturally opened a portion of ramen, swallowing an egg in 1 gulp before slurping the noodles. Long Jian tossed a serving of ramen to Hongdo before offering a skewer of glutinous rice balls to Uncle Shi. Upon receiving the morsel, Uncle Shi scrutinized it for a moment before cautiously biting into one, savoring it. Suddenly, his expression morphed into one of exaggerated horror, reminiscent of a zombie encountering garlic. As he stuck out his tongue, engaging in an intimate dance with the air, Long Jian stared in disbelief at Uncle Shi, who had never displayed such a rich array of expressions before. Hongdo, was more perplexed by Uncle Shi's reaction than by the deliciousness of the rice balls he seemed to struggle to enjoy. What a waste of exquisite food. Hongdo subtly expressed her grievances about Shishu, who, after extending and meticulously cleaning his tongue, finally regained his previous aloof demeanor. Sensing Hongdo's thoughts, Shishu tossed a meatball to her. Hongdo gratefully accepted the delicacy, swallowing it whole, reminiscent of her experiences sharing eggs with Shishu. Even Long Jian praised the moment, declaring her to be an admirable little junior sister. Shishu remarked that such food should not be brought to the laboratory again, as it disrupted his appetite. Long Jian, with a sycophantic smile, acknowledged understood my Shishu while continuing to indulge in the meatball. Internally, he mused on its delightful sweetness and texture, pondering whether Shishu had become overly finicky about food, perhaps even evolving to fear glutinous rice. Observing Shishu slurping his noodles, Long Jian quietly thought that Hongdo still had much to learn. It was clear that Long Jian, as the elder brother, had a deeper understanding than Hongdo who was still honing her skills. Their camaraderie had developed over time, creating an unspoken bond. Just as the three enjoyed this rare moment of warmth, Shishu unexpectedly felt a sense of familial completeness. However, an uninvited guest arrived quietly. As usual, Shishu consumed his meal rapidly, and upon finishing, seemed to recall something important, hastily returning to the laboratory. Outside, only Long Jian and Hongdo remained, still engrossed in their noodles. More precisely, Hongdo was cautiously savoring her last 2 meatballs. Since aligning herself with Shishu, her opportunities for gourmet indulgence had significantly dwindled. Not to the extent of starving, but certainly reduced. Shishu's intense dedication to his experiments was almost legendary. Despite her admiration for him, Hongdo found the lack of culinary delights excruciating, especially when her dear elder brother Long Jian had finally brought some treats for her to savor. Observing Hongdo, Long Jian clicked his tongue, noting her emaciated figure, a testament to her hunger. This meager act of kindness had made her profoundly grateful, showcasing the extraordinary resilience of Hongdo. As Long Jian reflected on this, he suddenly sensed several individuals approaching, both overtly and covertly. With his enhanced perception, cultivated through the practice of immortality arts, he could effortlessly detect their presence without deliberate effort. Rising, he narrowed his eyes at the 3 figures advancing toward him. The central figure, adorned in peculiar attire, abruptly shifted Long Jian's previously relaxed demeanor to one of heightened alertness. This individual possessed brown hair, styled neatly, and a cunning, deep gaze from one elongated eye, while the other was obscured by bandages, revealing a distinct cross-shaped scar on his chin. At first glance, he exuded an aura of authority without uttering a word. Yet upon closer inspection, his countenance appeared grim and lined, exuding a sense of treachery and cunning. Though his physique seemed slender, it was evident he was a battle-hardened warrior. Clad in a black and gray kimono, he gazed back at the now-standing Long Jian, his right hand tucked within his garb. The man's identity was unmistakable. He was Shimura Danzo, the cunning strategist from Konoha village. This man, known for his unscrupulous methods, had once sought glory in his final moments, and he was indeed the leader of Konoha's Root Division. The legendary 5th Hokage, or rather, the infamous Pot Shadow. Any misdeeds or inexplicable actions within the ninja world could be traced back to Danzo, the revered figure behind the curtain. As Long Jian met Danzo's scrutinizing gaze, he silently speculated about the old man's intentions, aware that his presence rarely heralded anything good. This marked the first time Long Jian had confronted such a controversial figure directly. A genuine encounter with the notorious Pot Shadow. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed several hidden ninjas lurking in the shadows, their presence akin to thermal imaging in his mind. Without a doubt, these concealed ninjas, like the 2 masked ones accompanying Danzo, belonged to his private militia, Root, masquerading as a hidden training reserve, but serving as Danzo's personal enforcers. Assessing the surroundings, Long Jian pondered the implications of Danzo's entourage, recognizing the potential threat they posed. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Danzo's voice, aged yet commanding, broke the silence. "You are Nara Long Jian, disciple of Orochimaru? I didn't expect you to have grown so capable." Following this, Danzo opened his narrowed eyes, scrutinizing Long Jian deeply. To Danzo, Long Jian was nearly a member of Root, eliciting a gaze filled with appraisal and judgment, almost dismissive. Long Jian recalled his past, when he had been cautious to avoid Danzo's grasp, fearing the old man's intentions. He remembered being much younger then, but now, as Long Jian had matured, he found Danzo's condescending demeanor disrespectful. He thought to himself, back then, "You dared bully me when I was weak. Now that I've grown, do you still presume to intimidate me?" Listening to Danzo's patronizing tone, Long Jian felt compelled to retort, questioning the old man's audacity. Danzo, perceiving Long Jian's scrutiny in silence, felt his authoritative image was being challenged but refrained from engaging in a quarrel. He had come for a significant purpose. With a dismissive glance, he inquired, "Where's your teacher, Orochimaru?" Long Jian, maintaining his icy demeanor, replied, "He is in a laboratory conducting experiments." Danzo continued, adopting a commanding tone, "Take me to him." Long Jian narrowed his eyes, remaining silent and motionless. Danzo observed Long Jian's lack of response and frowned, repeating, "I said take me to him." Yet, Long Jian remained unmoving. Hongdo, anxiously pressed against the door, watched the standoff between Long Jian and Danzo unfold. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hardly dare to breathe. Silently standing behind Long Jian, I indicated my alliance with him. My brother and I would face challenges together. In an instant, Hondo sensed that her brother's aura had transformed, becoming strangely unfamiliar, reminiscent of the formidable warriors she had once witnessed return from the battlefield. Each movement radiated an unbearable sense of oppression. Tuanzang's presence was formidable, yet Longjian's was even sharper. Indeed, while Tuanzang had his share of covert schemes, my brother had just emerged victorious from fierce battles against several major shinobi villages, distinguishing himself as a man of valor. A youth forged by war naturally exuded an aura as keen as a blade, requiring no restraint. As the two confronted each other, the two root ninjas flanking Tuanzang could no longer contain themselves. In their hearts, Tuanzang was more important than their own parents. How dare this young upstart show such disrespect to their revered Lord Tuanzang? They were incensed. Regardless of whether he was a disciple of Orochimaru or the Shadow Master of Konohagakure, any disrespect towards Lord Tuanzang warranted death. The two root ninjas prepared to charge forward. And although Tuanzang sensed their intent, he made no attempt to stop them. In his mind, Longjian was merely a young brat from the Nara clan. Regardless of his recent fame, he was insignificant in Tuanzang's eyes. Not even a legendary figure like Namake's Minato would receive any special consideration from him. Just as the two root ninjas were about to advance, the murderous intent hidden behind their masks suddenly widened in shock. Their movements came to an abrupt halt as several shadow soldiers from the Ghost Army materialized beside them, each wielding a shadow katana aimed at their vital points: hearts, necks, and kidneys. Unbeknownst to them, they were already surrounded. One shadow soldier emerged from the ground, crimson eyes glinting ominously, poised to strike. They realized that any further movement would compel these eerie ninjas to swiftly plunge their blades into their bodies. Tuanzang observed the situation with growing irritation. His gaze fixed on Longjian as he demanded, "Nara Longjian, what is the meaning of this? Are you plotting treason?" Longjian scoffed, "Lord Tuanzang, your talent for casting aspersions remains as impressive as ever. Has no one taught you the importance of civility and decorum when visiting others? But fear not, I shall impart this lesson to you, Lord Tuanzang." Tuanzang looked at the nonchalant Longjian, increasingly regretting not having cast him into the root for his own cultivation. He reflected on Sarutobi's choice of apprentice, who seemed to lack respect for the village's leadership. If Longjian were aware of Tuanzang's thoughts, he would assert, "I, Chenglong, strive diligently to master my craft, not merely to stand tall, but to earn my keep." Longjian's voice bore a calm assurance that suggested he was well aware of all that transpired. "Lord Tuanzang, I advise you not to entertain any sinister thoughts. It would be best for your underlings to refrain from intervening, lest my brothers be compelled to act. The one who may find themselves in an unfavorable position may not be I." Tuanzang narrowed his eyes, contemplating, "This brat has already discerned my intentions." Meanwhile, Hondo gazed at Longjian with admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, I didn't expect that after a few years apart. My brother has grown so powerful and imposing. Truly impressive." Tuanzang, seemingly amused in his anger, replied, "Very well, Nara's young lad. You are quite remarkable. Orochimaru has a fine disciple." Yet Longjian remained unfazed by Tuanzang's veiled threats. Instead, drawing his weapon, Moxie, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees as he declared, "Life and death are trivial. If you dare oppose me, let us see how you measure against Lord Chenglong." As Longjian's shadow domain unfurled, enveloping all root ninjas and Tuanzang, the latter sensed the shifting atmosphere. Just as tensions reached their peak, Orochimaru's raspy voice interjected, "Longjian-kun, they mean no harm. They have indeed come to see me. Release them." Upon hearing this, Longjian graciously allowed the shadow soldiers to dissolve back into the shadows, the territory swiftly retracting to his feet. Their arrival was swift, as was their departure, leaving no trace behind. The two root ninjas sighed in relief, panting heavily, having felt the overwhelming pressure from the Ghost Army that had rendered them motionless. Despite their bravado, when faced with the specter of death, one fears for their very existence. Orochimaru smiled at Tuanzang, who intended to discuss Longjian's earlier performance, but sensed an unspoken camaraderie between master and disciple. Observing their similar attire, Tuanzang understood that Longjian and Orochimaru were indeed allies. What had once been merely Longjian's aura opposing him had now transformed into a combined force that pressed down upon him. Despite their long-standing partnership, Tuanzang recognized that Orochimaru's true loyalty lay with his apprentice. Tuanzang's irritation grew. Orochimaru, once relegated to Tuanzang's tutelage, had forged a name for himself during the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, eclipsing Tuanzang's own reputation. Consequently, their relationship had evolved from a hierarchical structure to one of collaboration, primarily due to Tuanzang's clandestine provision of experimental materials. What else could be the basis for their relationship? Was it due to Tuanzang's age or his lack of hygiene? Today, however, Tuanzang's fury stemmed from Orochimaru openly defying him for the sake of a student. He felt diminished, as if he were merely a pastime for Orochimaru. Longjian thought to himself, how unfortunate for you, old man. Tuanzang's aged and fragile psyche was mercilessly battered by the combined force of Longjian and Orochimaru. The raspy voice of Shishu resonated. Tuanzang, it is truly a surprise to see you. I wonder what brings you to seek me. Tuanzang, listening to Shishu's words, let out a cold snort and retorted, Orochimaru, you and your disciple certainly exude a formidable presence. One might think you both have monopolized power in my. Longjian scoffed, showing no regard for Tuanzang, knowing that while physical confrontation was off the table, he could still verbally spar with the villagers. You, old man, are quite the talker. Longjian feigned a nonchalant gesture, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he said, Oh, I wouldn't dare, Lord Tuanzang. Even you, the shadowy king of my, wouldn't claim such dominance. My master and I are merely minor players, after all. Who doesn't know that you, Lord Tuanzang, stand just beneath the Hokage, towering over all others? Even the Hokage's elite guards must mirror your presence. Tuanzang, clearly irritated by Longjian's unabashed mockery that pierced through his facade, felt a surge of murderous intent. In a fit of rage, he shouted, What do you know? You insolent brat? Mind your words, or I might just have to sew your mouth shut. Longjian, feigning fear at Tuanzang's threat, spat dismissively and replied, How terrifying, Lord Tuanzang. I'm now frightened that one night, while walking alone, I might suddenly be captured by your root. After all, who doesn't know the ruthless power of your underlings? However, dear Tuanzang, perhaps it would be prudent for you to refrain from running about at your age. A minor stumble could jeopardize your twilight years, and wouldn't it be embarrassing to lose your wisdom after having survived so long? His words struck a nerve, and Tuanzang, who often preached the virtue of self-sacrifice to ninjas, found himself cornered when it was time for his own sacrifice. Years ago, the third Hokage had boldly stepped forward, and now Tuanzang found himself agitated. After so many years of wielding influence in Mai, he never anticipated being unmasked by a mere child. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him so. Not even the third Hokage had the audacity. With a dark expression, Tuanzang spoke as he let a kunai slip from his sleeve into his hand, ready to strike. Observing Tuanzang's intense reaction, Longjian realized he had indeed struck a nerve. Did he fear engaging in a real fight? Tuanzang likely hadn't even gathered enough revival coins. Longjian, with a smile, brandished his sword, unleashing an unyielding aura. A kunai? Who was he trying to intimidate? Longjian raised pretending to aim for Tuanzang's concealed eyes beneath his mask, teasingly remarked, Is that all it takes to rattle you? By the way, Lord Tuanzang, your eyes beneath that mask seem oddly familiar. Should I help you unveil them for all to see? Tuanzang faltered at this unexpected knowledge. How could this brat know? Did he perceive it through that peculiar bloodline limit? Cursed child. Observing the tension between his talented disciple and Tuanzang, Shishu interjected, Enough, Longjian. We have pressing matters to attend to. We can engage Tuanzang in a more thorough discussion another time. He gestured invitingly to Tuanzang with a smile. Please. Gomein, you mentioned you had urgent business with me? Tuanzang, with a derisive grunt, sensed a hint of mockery in Shishu's smile, as if to say that while he could not control Tuanzang in the past, he had now trained a disciple who was equally formidable. Silently brooding, Tuanzang retracted his kunai and motioned with his hand. The two root members at his side vanished instantly. Longjian sensed an increase in the hidden red dots lurking in the shadows, indicating more presence. Tuanzang proceeded to enter Shishu's laboratory, with Shishu following closely behind. Longjian, observing their retreating figures, sighed softly. The collaboration between Shishu and Tuanzang had never ceased, which implied that, if this trend continued, Longjian's emergence would hardly prevent Shishu from ultimately betraying Mai. Despite his reluctance to see his mentor embark on a path of defection, given Shishu's genuine care for him, he recognized Shishu as a seeker of truth in darkness, a pursuit that no one could thwart. The quest for truth is inherently solitary. Even Tuanzang's collaboration with Shishu stemmed from his utility, facilitating Shishu's research progress. Long Jian could serve as an aide, collaborator, or supporter in Shishu's quest for knowledge, but he could never be an obstacle. Human fragility is overshadowed by the significance of the eternal. This sentiment had been imparted to Long Jian countless times by Shishu, who had taken to studying various ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and the pursuit of immortality as a habitual endeavor. Long Jian was unable to alter Shishu's convictions. Moreover, he believed that Shishu merely wished to pursue science in this wretched world, aspiring to be an unremarkable scientist. And there was nothing wrong with that. Having come to this conclusion, Long Jian ceased to dwell on the matter, realizing it was not worth the inner turmoil. Each person has their own destiny. Some cannot be saved, and one must find peace in relinquishing the inclination to assist, lest they be deemed mad. Long Jian, gazing at Hongdo, appeared somewhat at a loss, lingering at the entrance of the laboratory. It felt inappropriate to enter, and standing there under the watchful eyes of concealed root ninjas felt rather foolish. Thus, he waved his hand decisively, leading Hongdo to raid the village's snack street. Overwhelmed with gratitude, tears of happiness streamed down Hongdo's cheeks as she giddily followed Long Jian, showering him with praises, her admiration flowing like an unending river. As Long Jian and his newfound junior disciple, the youthful Hongdo, indulged in the delights of the snack street, a familiar presence suddenly appeared before them. It was Shishu. Both Long Jian and Hongdo, holding their dumplings, looked at Shishu in mild surprise. A rare visit. They hadn't expected to encounter him on the snack street. Upon his arrival, Shishu spoke in his characteristic raspy voice, addressing Long Jian. Long Jian-kun, there's a new mission assigned. Pack your belongings. We depart tomorrow. Long Jian nodded eagerly, surprised that just upon returning to the village, he was already being tasked with a new assignment. It seemed there was no respite. Even the production teams Donkey Wu and T work so relentlessly. Shishu continued, this time we will set out together. Meet at the village gate tomorrow morning. Long Jian, astonished, realized that this mission required both him and Shishu to act in concert. Was it truly such a significant matter that warranted their combined efforts? Surely, it couldn't involve the assassination of a village lord, could it? It seems that Shishu has discerned the perplexity reflected in Long Jian's gaze. With a smile, he said, do not overthink it, Lord Long Jian. Our mission is to lead the delegation to Suna Shinobi Village for peace negotiations following the war. After all, you have carved out a formidable reputation on the Suna battlefield, and your presence at the negotiations will facilitate the village's claims for reparations. Long Jian's understanding dawned upon him. It turned out that they were heading to Suna for diplomatic discussions. Very well. This unequal treaty shall be signed by you, little Suna. Not even Jesus can intervene. I, Longa, have spoken. Early the next day, Long Jian, equipped with his ninja tool pouch, arrived at the village gate, awaiting the assembly of the Konoha delegation to Suna before embarking together. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Shishu had seemingly arrived early and was engaged in conversation with a familiar figure. Truly, Shishu is the epitome of a diligent worker from Konoha, a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse who consistently completes missions with utmost professionalism. In the realm of tasks, Shishu embodies stability and experience. I, Shishu, have bled for the organization and endured hardships. I choose Shishu as our spokesperson. The familiar figure was none other than Hinata Nichi, who had previously accompanied Long Jian to the Suna battlefield. It appears that the Konoha delegation, while ostensibly assembled for peaceful negotiations, actually comprised some of the most formidable individuals who had once wreaked havoc upon Suna Shinobi during the war. They projected an unmistakable message. Should you wish to avoid a proper negotiation, take a good look at the individuals gathered here. Konoha is not only reasonable, but also possesses a fair understanding of martial prowess. Upon seeing Long Jian approach, both Shishu and Hinata Nichi turned their attention to him, as did the other assembled Konoha ninjas, who acknowledged him with respectful nods. After all, Long Jian's renown has soared to remarkable heights. His presence has graced various battlefields across Konoha and other shinobi villages, and each appearance seems to herald Konoha's impending victory. From the initial Suna battlefield, where even the highest commander, Chiyo, could not gain an advantage over Long Jian, to the Mist battlefield, where the title master of the Shadow Flow gained prominence. His exploits have reverberated throughout the shinobi world. Most recently, during the IWA battlefield, Long Jian executed a swift raid into the heart of Iwa's territory, leading to the collapse of the Kamino By bridge and severing their supply lines. Now, tales of Long Jian's various feats circulate among the ninjas dispatched to confront IWA. instilling a healthy respect for the name Nara Long Jian. His reputation within Konoha is equally formidable, establishing him as a paragon of success among the younger generation, leaving many to wonder how one individual can be so handsome, capable, and well-connected. Long Jian approached Shishu and Hinata Nichi with natural ease, greeting them. "Good morning, teacher Orochimaru. Nichi-senpai, it's been a while." Shishu nodded in acknowledgement, while Nichi chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Long Jian, your calling me senpai makes me a bit anxious. After all, you are now the illustrious master of the shadow flow in Konoha. I often boast to others that I once fought alongside you." Nichi laughed heartily, giving Long Jian a friendly pat on the shoulder. Long Jian humbly shook his head and responded, "Please do not jest, Nichi-senpai. Regardless, I have always relied on your guidance. You shall always be my senior." Nichi, heartened by Long Jian's sincere humility, nodded approvingly. "This child has not disappointed me." Long Jian exemplifies 2 words, silver wings. Nichi suggested that if Long Jian did not mind, he could simply call him Uncle Nichi, as referring to him as senpai felt overly formal. Unbeknownst to them, they had bridged the gap once more. As they discussed the itinerary and points of concern for the journey, an unexpected figure appeared at the assembly point. Hongdo. With a small backpack slung over her shoulder and an expression of excitement, she dashed over to Shishu and Long Jian. Long Jian glanced at Hongdo and then at Shishu, perplexed as to why she was not listed on the mission roster. "What is this, Shishu? Is this a private matter?" Shishu, sensing Long Jian's confusion, clarified, "This peace negotiation is unlikely to encounter any unforeseen events. Hongdo wishes to accompany us, providing her a chance to broaden her horizons. Remaining confined to the village will not allow her to grow. She must strive to keep pace with you, which necessitates greater effort." Long Jian nodded in agreement. With the current team composition, bringing along Hongdo would pose no issue. After all, this could serve as a valuable experience to enrich her resume. Once Hongdo joined the group, she immediately became Long Jian's shadow. Shishu was pleased to let Hongdo accompany Long Jian, sparing him the responsibility of childcare. Given Long Jian's current strength, Shishu felt uncertain about managing him, so entrusting him with his junior seemed prudent. Thus, Long Jian gladly assumed the role of the caregiver at the rear of the delegation. The entire peace negotiation team assembled punctually. At Shishu's command, what appeared to be a diplomatic team was, in essence, a formidable squad of Konoha's elite combatants, advancing swiftly towards the Land of Wind. Aside from a few specialized negotiation experts dispatched from the village and the Land of Fire, the remainder of the team consisted of Konoha's elite, including Long Jian, Shishu, and Hinata Nichi. Their purpose was to convey to Suna Shinobi that failure comes with consequences, regardless of how unfavorable the terms they must endure. After all, it was they who initiated the conflict and were subsequently defeated. The team progressed at a brisk pace and soon reached the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Along the way, Hongdo, ever the curious child, peppered Long Jian with questions about this and that, often inquiring about his illustrious deeds and accomplishments on the Suna battlefield. Embodying the traits of an enamored junior, Long Jian, enjoying the reprieve, engaged in light-hearted conversation, amusing Hongdo, while the otherwise monotonous journey passed pleasantly. On this day, they crossed the border into the Land of Wind, making their entrance with great fanfare. Before long, Long Jian and his companions were discovered. Of course, neither Long Jian nor Shishu had any intention of concealing their presence. Their arrival was meant to be ostentatious. Suddenly, Long Jian became acutely aware of the numerous ninjas surrounding him, their presence a mix of formidable and feeble energies, and their numbers considerable. In the forefront of the group, Shishu and Richa also noticed the rapidly approaching assembly. Shishu raised his hand to signal everyone a halt. In no time, the trees around them were teeming with Suna ninjas. As soon as these Suna ninjas made their appearance, they unabashedly unleashed their murderous intent and imposing aura, targeting Long Jian and his companions as if to deliver a stern warning. However, this time, they had indeed chosen the wrong adversaries. Confronting Long Jian and Shishu was akin to striking a steel plate. Hongdo's small face was etched with anxiety as she quietly addressed Long Jian. "Ale Shi Xiao. What's the matter with these Suna ninjas? Weren't they supposed to be negotiating? Why does it feel like they're gearing up for battle against us?" Long Jian gently patted Hongdo's head, his voice soft yet imbued with a calming charm, resonating perfectly in the serene ambience so that all could hear, including the ninjas from Konoha and the surrounding Suna ninjas. "Fear not, Shimi, Pay them no mind. These individuals are merely here to flaunt their bravado. A troop of defeated warriors. Is perplexing how they possess the audacity. Hold your head high, little sister. We shall stride into their village with the poise of victors, allowing them to comprehend what it truly means to be audacious. His words, though not loud, carried an undeniable penetrating quality and revealed no hint of mercy. In an instant, the atmosphere around them shifted subtly. The ninjas of Konoha found their spirits lifted by Longjin's declaration, some even unable to suppress their laughter. Meanwhile, the leading Suna ninja grit his teeth, glaring intensely at Longjin, his expression as though he wished to consume him whole. The surrounding Suna ninjas clenched their fists in response. Longjin's verbal slap was direct and resonant. The leader of the Suna ninjas was an elite jonin, slightly older and exceptionally skilled in wind release and swordsmanship. He wore a headscarf to shield against the desert winds and was currently directing a furious gaze towards Longjin, who stood at the rear of the Konoha team. Yet, Longjin appeared utterly unfazed by the murderous glances from the Suna ninjas, a smile gracing his lips as he stood resolutely, engaging in a silent duel of gazes with the Suna leader. Beside this seasoned Suna ninja stood a young man whose attire bore a striking resemblance to that of his leader. He appeared slightly older than Longjin, exuding an aura akin to that of the Suna captain. This youth had a white cloth wrapped around his head, with his left cheek obscured, revealing only half of his face, while two red markings adorned his right cheek, reminiscent of camouflage. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit topped with a specially crafted beige armor of Suna, it was surprising to note that this young Suna ninja was also a jonin, albeit slightly inferior in comparison to Longjin. The young Suna ninja, filled with indignation, looked at Longjin and spoke vehemently. "Teacher, let me take him on. That arrogant brat needs to be taught a lesson." The elder Suna ninja, addressed as teacher, bore a similarly dark expression, his features shifting slightly. Ultimately, he shook his head and replied to the young jonin, "Calm yourself, Maki. Lord Kazekage has tasked us with escorting them safely to the village for negotiations. Engaging in combat now would not be prudent." Not far away, Longjin's ears perked up, and upon closer observation, one might notice his jaw slightly trembling. The low-toned exchange between the two was effortlessly audible to him. Listening intently, Longjin raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully reflecting, I did not expect to encounter a noteworthy character. No wonder this young man's attire seems so familiar. It is Maki. This lad dared to slay the wind in the midst of the storm. Little does he know what awaits him. Unbeknownst to Maki, his conversation with his teacher was entirely within Longjin's hearing, and he continued to express his discontent. "But teacher, that guy is so arrogant, he doesn't even regard us. He deserves a proper lesson from us, Suna ninjas. This is our territory." Before Maki's teacher could respond, Shishu's raspy voice cut through the air. "I am Orochimaru of Konoha, here under the orders of the third Hokage, leading the Konoha delegation to negotiate with Lord Kazekage regarding matters between Konoha and Suna." Following this statement, an unmistakable aura of icy dread surged from Shishu. However, the demeanor of the Suna ninjas suggested their disinterest in negotiations with Konoha. In light of this, Shishu's formidable presence erupted, swiftly enveloping the surrounding Suna ninjas. In that brief exchange, both factions became acutely aware of each other. Aside from Shishu, the combatants from Konoha also released their own energies and murderous intent directed towards the Suna ninjas. Meanwhile, the younger generation of Suna ninjas, including Maki, hastily gripped their weapons, preparing for any eventuality. Maki's teacher, sensing the tension, raised a hand and called out to Shishu, "Lord Orochimaru, please do not misunderstand. Our Suna ninjas bear sincere intentions. We have been dispatched by Lord Kazekage to escort you into the village." He hastily added, "What just transpired was merely a misunderstanding. Please do not take it to heart." Shishu's golden snake-like eyes scrutinized Maki's teacher with an overwhelming pressure. After a moment of silence, Shishu broke into a radiant smile, stating, "If that is the case, then please lead the way." How delightful! It seems we were merely engaging in banter. Indeed, should you show me respect, I, Shishu, am not one to act unreasonable. After all, the third Hokage assigned me to engage in amicable discussions with the Suna ninjas. Maki's teacher nodded and gestured, prompting the surrounding Suna ninjas to disperse and fall back behind Maki's teacher. Maki, who had remained close to his mentor, felt as though he had just swallowed a bitter pill. Having devoted himself to the village from a young age, Maki aspired to restore the glory of the Suna ninjas and felt deeply unsettled by the current events. particularly given his fervent dedication as a resilient ninja of the Suna village. The yearning for achievement among the youthful warriors was entirely understandable. With a scowl of indignation, Maki spat onto the ground in frustration and glared at Long Jian. Naturally, Long Jian sensed Maki's hostility with ease, his perceptive abilities evident to all. Locking eyes with Maki, a sudden thought crossed Long Jian's mind. Ah, this lad seems quite displeased. How can I, Long Jian, endure this? Standing firm, Long Jian pointed at Maki and boldly proclaimed, "What are you staring at? Step forward for a duel. Do you think I fear you? Let's duel." The ninjas from the Sunagakure turned their gaze towards Long Jian upon hearing these words. As the person directly addressed, Maki understood that Long Jian was indeed speaking to him. Being spirited young men, none of them were willing to back down. Maki swiftly formed a hand seal with one hand, his gaze fiercely fixed on Long Jian, and the chakra surrounding him began to stir the air. This sudden change instilled tension among all the ninjas present. Maki's teacher narrowed his eyes, fully aware that his disciple was about to employ the wind release, specifically the initial technique of the wind blade. The wind blade was the most proficient wind-based jutsu mastered by Maki, allowing chakra to flow from his fingertips, akin to a sharp blade, striking at the enemy with a gust of wind. Maki then utilized his unique technique, the whirlwind technique, to transform the wind into razor-sharp blades. This maneuver was exceedingly difficult to evade, and it was through such techniques that Maki had gained his renown. In the original story, it was this very technique that Maki used to eliminate Moonlight Shippu. Meanwhile, Uncle Snake observed his disciple with calmness, showing no signs of worry, but rather a keen interest in Long Jian and the opposing Sunagakure ninjas. Since Long Jian's departure from the battlefield of Sunagakure, Uncle Snake had not witnessed him engage in combat with anyone. Yet, he often heard of Long Jian's increasingly impressive feats circulating throughout the battlefield. Now, Long Jian had even mastered the sage arts of Ryuuma. Uncle Snake was curious to know how far Long Jian had progressed. His snake-like eyes fixed intently on Long Jian. He mused, with the emergence of an unprecedented special bloodline limit combined with the sage arts of Ryuuma and the years of honing on the battlefield. To what extent has Long Jian grown? It truly ignites a sense of curiosity. Long Jian regarded Maki, who appeared poised to unleash his jutsu, with an expression devoid of any sign of alarm. He did not even make a gesture to defend himself. Maki, observing Long Jian's demeanor, felt utterly belittled by him. No, it seemed that Long Jian had never regarded him as a worthy adversary. Long Jian did not view him as a person at all. Enraged, Maki exclaimed, "You arrogant fool, do not underestimate me." He then concentrated the wind blade to its utmost limit, preparing to launch an attack towards Long Jian. Long Jian remained motionless, making no move. Just as the imminent clash seemed inevitable, an elderly, sharp voice resonated from behind Maki. "Stop, Maki, you are not his opponent." Long Jian turned to see an elderly woman and an old man emerging slowly from behind Maki, chuckling softly as he remarked, "Have you finally decided to reveal yourselves, Granny Chiyo?" The two figures stepping forth were indeed the village treasures of Sunagakure, Granny Chiyo and her brother, Elder Hyozo. Previously, they had ardently advocated for a confrontation with Konohagakure, intending to avenge both old and new grievances. Ultimately, they were defeated by the formidable forces led by Uncle Snake, even being driven back into the Wind Country. In that final battle, Granny Chiyo had also played a pivotal role in solidifying Long Jian's reputation, resulting in his rising fame. Their mutual experiences on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War were inextricably linked to the two elders before him. Upon hearing Long Jian's words, Granny Chiyo realized that he had already detected her and Elder Hyozo's concealed presence. Initially, she had no intention of revealing herself, although the fourth Kazekage Raza had suggested that she and Elder Hyozo lead the delegation to receive the peace talks from Konohagakure, thereby demonstrating Sunagakure's sincerity and strength. Upon seeing the team dispatched from Konohagakure, both Granny Chiyo and Elder Hyozo had decided unanimously to remain concealed. This was not merely a peace delegation. It was a blatant display of military might. Nara Long Jian, Orochimaru, and Hinata Hayashi, the fiercest warriors of Konohagakure in battle against Sunagakure, were all present. The earlier show of strength from Sunagakure had been tacitly approved by Granny Chiyo. After all, she had little regard for Konohagakure and was not an advocate for peace talks. If not for her and Elder Hyozo's defeat in the war against Konohagakure, leading to a lack of trust from the daimyo and a diminishment of their power, it would have been difficult for Sunagakure to negotiate with Konohagakure even under Raza's initiative. However, As the situation spiraled out of control, Granny Chio could no longer afford to remain in the shadows and had to step in to halt Maki. She understood that a confrontation between Maki and Long Jian would be akin to searching for waste in a restroom by lighting a lamp. Granny Chio felt that she could no longer see through Long Jian, who now stood before her. His rapid growth was indeed alarming. In her mind, she mused. Simultaneously, she pulled Maki behind her and, with a sneer directed at Long Jian, remarked, "You little rascal, still alive." Long Jian reciprocated her smile, declaring loudly, "Granny, if you were still alive, how could I possibly be gone before you? I am thriving more with each passing day. But what about you, Granny? Have you repaired the Chino-ten? Would you like to show it to the boy?" Granny Chio huffed, disregarding Long Jian, and addressed Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, keep your disciple in check. We from Sunagakure are sincerely here to negotiate with you from Konohagakure, and we hope you have come with genuine intentions as well. If it comes to a fight, I shall not shy away." A familiar, mischievous smile graced Orochimaru's face as his raspy voice echoed. "Rest assured, Granny Chio, we from Konohagakure have also come with earnest intentions to Sunagakure." As for the earlier incident, he glanced at Long Jian and then at Maki, smiling as he continued. That was merely a friendly exchange of techniques between the younger generations of Konohagakure and Sunagakure. Perhaps you are too advanced in age to accept this, leading you to overthink. Granny Chio huffed, choosing not to respond further, and turned to leave, making her way towards Sunagakure. The other Sunagakure ninjas followed suit, and Long Jian raised an eyebrow. Thinking the fun had come to an end, he patted Akatsuki's head and followed behind Orochimaru and the others. Maki, who walked alongside his teacher, still bore a look of indignation, not merely for having his jutsu interrupted by Granny Chio, but more critically, for her public declaration that he was not a match for Long Jian. Maki felt that while Long Jian was indeed strong, he too was no weakling. If Long Jian possessed a blade, then Maki had his wind blade. Why not ask Long Jian if he fears him? As if sensing Maki's thoughts, Granny Chio approached him and, in her sharp voice, queried, "Are you wondering why I intervened earlier and stated that you are not that little brat's opponent?" Maki remained silent, yet his expression confirmed her assumption. Granny Chio sighed and said, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, that little brat's growth is indeed remarkable. After a few years' absence, he now exudes an aura that is difficult to comprehend. Back when we fought against Konohagakure, he was able to severely injure me with his peculiar bloodline limit. And just now, you have already been defeated." Ma Ji cast a puzzled glance at Granny Chien Chao and inquired, "Why do you say that when we have yet to engage?" Granny Chien Chao's eyes shimmered with a keen light as she replied gravely, "You should be aware of that little devil's capabilities, correct?" Ma Ji nodded and responded, "It resembles the manipulation of shadows, attacking foes, and even conjuring shadowy soldiers with offensive abilities." Granny Chien Chao continued, "Just before you unleash your ninjutsu, his shadow had already enveloped this area, even detecting my presence alongside Hai Lao Tsang. In other words, had you dared to strike, you would have faced a ferocious onslaught from his formidable shadows. I cannot guarantee that I could reach you in time to save you." Her words struck Ma Ji like thunder, reverberating in his mind. He had not anticipated that Long Jian, who appeared younger than him, could possess such overwhelming strength. For the first time, he truly felt the oppressive aura emanating from Long Jian and comprehended why the ninja world recognized Long Jian as the master of shadows rather than himself. Ma Ji, meanwhile, Ban Yi, carrying the unconscious Obito, departed from the secret base where Long Jian had initially discovered him, laboriously relocating all their belongings to a new underground cavern. Ban Yi wished to keep his identity and intentions concealed for as long as possible. However, Long Jian's emergence continually disrupted his plans, and Ban Yi had marked Long Jian in his little black book, placing him on a blacklist. To ensure the continuation of his plans, Ban Yi had no choice but to leave his homeland and initiate his Plan B, finding a new hiding place. After a considerable period, Obito, who had been taken away by Ban Yi, gradually regained consciousness. Gazing at the unfamiliar, dark ceiling and the surrounding dimness, Obito found himself in a state of bewilderment. What on earth? Am I dead? He awoke to discover himself lying on a simple bed, his body swathed in bandages. As he struggled to comprehend his situation, he suddenly detected a faint sound of breathing. This unexpected, almost imperceptible breath startled him awake. Looking over, he noticed a chair beside his bed, upon which sat an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a frail appearance, gazing intently at him. The eyes fixed on him were unmistakably the Sharingan unique to the Uchiha clan, adorned with 3 tomo, none other than Banyi, who had been vigilantly watching over Obito. Obito, astonished, inquired, "Where is this?" Banyi, maintaining an air of authority despite his age, replied in a calm, yet resonant voice. "This is the crevice between the underworld and reality, a realm for the Uchiha clan." Banya's lofty demeanor was evident, yet to Obito, it merely sounded like an underground cavern. Hearing Banya's words, Obito gazed at him in shock, clearly failing to grasp the significance of Banya's lofty expression. He looked at Banya's Sharingan in astonishment and exclaimed, "Those eyes, could it be that you too are a member of the Uchiha clan?" Upon hearing Obito's question, Banya's gaze shifted momentarily, as if recalling events from long ago. "The Uchiha? On that day, not a single clan member was willing to follow me." He responded to Obito. "As for this, you may speculate as you wish." Obito blinked, pondering, did he save me? However, he continued to question. "You say this is the crevice between the underworld and reality, but where exactly are we? The light is too dim to see anything. And who are you, old man?" Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled. "You can't possibly be the Grim Reaper, the one who takes people to heaven or hell, right?" Before he could finish, he caught sight of a reflective scythe behind Banyi, emanating a terrifying glimmer. In that instant, Obito felt as if he had indeed guessed correctly. His earlier composure evaporated, and he felt a sudden surge of panic, as if he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. He bolted upright and shouted, "No, I don't want to die. Help me. I just saw the scythe. You must be the Grim Reaper, the one who governs the Uchiha clan's death." Obito felt as though his life was slipping further away from him, as if it were being gradually extracted from his body. With a quivering voice, he began to reflect on his life. "I have always lived by the principle of helping the elderly in need, although I have committed many wrongdoings and violated numerous rules. Surely that cannot negate all the good I have done. Please don't take me to hell. It hurts." Observing the panicking Obito, Banyi spoke with a hint of exasperation. "If you can still feel pain, it means you are still alive." Upon hearing this, Obito calmed down considerably. Banyi continued, "However, it is a miracle that you survived. You could have easily been crushed by the falling rocks. It's as if you penetrated through the stone." Obito replied incredulously, "You must be joking. If it weren't for you, I would have perished instantly." He then asked, "Where did you find me?" Banyi, maintaining his stoic expression, replied, "You collapsed in the underground passage I had dug, surrounded by fallen rocks. Nonetheless, your body was nearly crushed, so I managed to bandage you up a bit." Obito hastily expressed, "So you saved me?" "Thank you." Banyi immediately interrupted, "It is too early for gratitude. You will need to repay this debt. Helping the elderly is your life principle, is it not?" Obito, slightly perplexed, replied, "Yes, I did say that. What should I do?" Banyi's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Obito then asked, "Should I serve as your attendant?" Banyi slowly replied, "That works." However, Obito's expression turned troubled. After some contemplation, he explained to Banyi, "I'm sorry, but I cannot stay here forever. Now that I'm alive, I must return to Konoha. There's a war ongoing, and I have finally awakened my Sharingan. This time, I'll be able to protect my comrades better." As he spoke, the images of Rin, Kakashi, and Nara Long Jin surfaced in his mind. True to his reputation as the Uchiha clan's paragon of pure love and one of the foremost advocates of Konoha's will of fire, even in such dire circumstances, he contemplated returning to assist Konoha in achieving victory in the war. He embodied the essence of a youth who lived earnestly on the battlefield for his name and his comrades. Banyi listened to Obito's passionate and spirited words, his gaze deepening as he whispered, "To protect your comrades better?" Obito, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" Banyi unflinchingly stated, "With your current state, you cannot continue as a ninja." Obito, astonished, exclaimed, "That cannot be. I have finally opened my Sharingan. I believe in myself now. I can coordinate beautifully with my teammates." As he spoke, he activated his own double Tomo Sharingan. Contrary to his memories, at this moment, Daito had both eyes perfectly intact within their sockets, none missing. He silently reflected, "I have finally become a ninja capable of protecting my comrades. How can I?" Madara then continued to chastise Daito, stating, "Open your eyes to reality. This world is rife with disappointments. The longer I live, the more I perceive that the only constants in reality are anguish, pain, and solitude." Here it comes again, Madara's verbal onslaught, the emergence of a new type of demagogue. The thick-skinned Daito, perplexed, pondered, what is this old man rambling about? Madara relentlessly continued his indoctrination, asserting, Listen well, all things in this world are alike. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. As long as the concept of a victor exists, so too must there be a vanquished. The desire to protect peace, a form of selfishness, will incite war. To safeguard love will inevitably give rise to hatred. This is an unbreakable causal relationship. Daitu felt momentarily speechless, entirely uninterested in Madara's grand philosophy. Yet he found himself unable to escape, trapped in a painful contemplation. This guy has entered his element. Once he gets going, he cannot stop. Daitu impatiently interrupted Madara's sermon, inquiring, "Where exactly is this place?" Madara did not respond to Daito's question. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon him, as if to challenge. "Some people can only be saved because of your suffering. Am I wrong?" Daito's pupils constricted as the image of a stone crashing down flashed through his mind once more. He twisted his body, irritably shouting at Madara, "Enough with the incessant chatter. I've told you I cannot linger here for long." Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from half of his body, causing Daitu to falter in his speech. The agony made him gasp for breath, unable to utter another word. Observing Daitu's distress, Madara calmly remarked, "You are free to leave at any time, should you find the strength to move." With that, he leaned on his scythe and walked away, disregarding Daitu entirely. As Madara exited the cave, the swirling white Zetsu emerged from the earth, gazing at him. A quirky voice chimed in, "Ah, it seems your preaching has proven ineffective. Daitu hasn't understood a thing." Without turning back, Madara replied to Zetsu, "To manipulate the hearts of men, one must exploit their darkness. And if darkness does not exist, it can be created." Madara's eyes glinted with a peculiar light. Plan A was unsuitable, but there remained Plan B. Casting a glance back at Daitu's cave, he spoke with an air of profound confidence. Deep down, everyone harbors goodwill and love. Comrades, villages, even Hokage, all filled with love. Yet, once one falls, such love transforms into profound hatred for the world. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred, such is the nature of things. Zetsu, peeking from the earth, bore a bemused expression, yet he felt that Madara's words carried a certain gravitas. Sounding impressive indeed, Madara turned and continued into the shadows, his voice resonating softly. "From here on, we must consider only how to harness his love to draw him irrevocably into darkness. Is he truly concerned for his comrades and village? In that case, Rin Kakashi and that boy Nara Ryuuma can certainly be utilized." The aged voice faded as Madara disappeared into the shadows, gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Madara commenced his backup plan, persistently indoctrinating Daitu with words while simultaneously plotting another grand scheme, one capable of plunging Daitu into the depths of darkness. The ultimate goal remained to recruit Daitu to assist him in executing the infinite Tsukuyomi, which might soon be his last chance. Meanwhile, the delegation from Konoha, led by Chiyo and others, had arrived at the gates of Sunagakure for peace talks with the Sand Shinobi. Akado, conforming to local customs, donned a sunshade on her head. Gazing at the grand gates of Sunagakure and the constructions behind them, nestled between two towering cliffs, where the village of Sand Shinobi lay scattered amidst the sandy winds. With a sigh, she exclaimed, "We have finally arrived. It has not been easy. This is my first visit to another village. How exhilarating." The bumpy journey had left Akado dusty and disheveled. Not just her. Even Ryuuma felt as though he hadn't washed his face in over 10 days. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the first Kazekage, who managed to establish a ninja village in such a desolate, windswept, and harsh environment. Chiyo led the entourage of Sand Shinobi, along with the Konoha peace delegation headed by Orochimaru, into Sunagakure. As soon as Ryuuma and Orochimaru entered the village, they immediately attracted the attention of many Sand Shinobi villagers. Located deep within the desert, Sunagakure did not frequently host visitors, especially not from Konoha, a village that had recently engaged in fierce warfare against them. The villagers of Sunagakure cast various glances toward Ryuuma and his companions, some filled with confusion, others with anger and hatred. None bore a harmonious demeanor. Orochimaru, however, completely ignored these looks. In his eyes, the disdainful gazes of the weak seemed helpless and almost endearing. To him, those lacking strength deserved to be captured and used as experimental subjects. How dare they glare at me? Capture them all. Experimentation awaits. Ryuuma perfectly inherited Orochimaru's indifferent demeanor, showing no concern for others' opinions. As for seasoned combatants like Hinata Hisashi, who had fought fiercely against the sand shinobi and bled for Konoha. They glared back defiantly. "We are the victors. Spare us your petty antics." Only the younger Akado, who had yet to experience the ravages of war, found the villagers' stares somewhat unbearable and instinctively moved closer to Ryuuma. He reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, instilling a sense of security within her. Throughout the journey, amidst the villagers' whispering, they arrived at the heart of Sunagakure, the Kazekage Tower. Chiyo addressed Orochimaru, saying, "The Kazekage awaits you inside, accompanied by professional negotiators. You may proceed. Aizo will guide you to the conference room." Aizo nodded and stepped forward. Chiyo appeared disinclined to attend this peace talk, as negotiating with Konoha was something she could scarcely accept. Her willingness to assist the Konoha delegation at the request of the 4th Kazekage was already a significant concession. To ask her to participate in the negotiations? Perhaps in another life. At least for now, it was out of the question. After speaking, Chiyo turned and departed. Orochimaru, hearing this, nodded at Hisashi, who acknowledged him in return before leading the others into the Kazekage Tower. At this moment, Longjin stepped forward and whispered to Shishu, "Teacher, I must admit that I am not well versed in negotiations, but I am rather adept at fighting. Perhaps I should refrain from entering for now. I promise to wander around Suna Shinobi Village with Hondo and avoid causing any trouble." Longjin raised 2 fingers in assurance. Shishu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said to Longjin, "Very well, Longjin-kun. Do not stray too far. The location where the negotiation team resides is nearby, as you know. Return early once you have had your fill of fun." Longjin eagerly nodded his head in agreement. Subsequently, the two slipped away under Shishu's watchful gaze. During their stealthy departure, they unexpectedly encountered Baba Chiendai. She regarded the 2 youngsters with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What are you 2 little rascals doing out here?" Hondo, startled, immediately stood at attention, while Longjin flashed a radiant smile at Baba Chiendai, responding, "What else could we be doing? We wouldn't dare engage in mischief. It's not every day we get to experience the local customs of Suna Shinobi Village." Baba Chiendai huffed, "Humph. I hope you 2 remember this well. If you dare cause trouble in Suna Shinobi Village, you shall not have a pleasant outcome." Upon hearing this, Longjin cheekily retorted, "Who would dare, Baba Chiendai? But you see, this is our first visit, and we are still quite unfamiliar with the place. Speaking of which, we could really use a tour guide. Since you have some free time, why not lend us a hand?" Baba Chiendai felt a flurry of question marks swirling above her head. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Longjin. This little rascal was indeed more irksome than his teacher, Orochimaru, making her wish for his demise even more fervently. With a glare directed at Longjin, Baba Chiendai turned away and hastily departed, her sharp voice echoing back, "I have no time. I certainly won't waste it guiding a little scoundrel from Konoha." Longjin, undeterred, playfully approached her, persistently stating, "Oh, come on, Baba Chiendai. Just look at you. With so little sleep, at your age, and no longer engaged in battle, you must be restless. Why not stroll around with us? After all, we're the well-known duo from Konoha who respect the elderly and cherish the young." Hondo thought her brother was incredibly brave. Although she had heard that he had once fought Baba Chiendai to a standstill years ago, his strength had grown significantly since then, making it likely that she would struggle against him now. But this was Suna Shinobi Village, their territory. Had her brother always been this audacious? As she observed the villagers of Suna Shinobi watching them curiously, she quietly tugged at Longjin's clothing and whispered, "Perhaps we should leave, brother. I sense that the atmosphere around us is rather tense." Baba Chiendai ignored Longjin, suppressing her urge to deliver a swift reprimand. Frustrated, she quickened her pace to distance herself from him. Longjin watched her retreating figure, calling out playfully, "If you find it boring, feel free to come find me. Baba Chiendai, you're always welcome." Baba Chiendai felt as though her reputation was being tarnished by this little rascal. Unbeknownst to her, she hastened her steps even more, wishing for Longjin's presence to vanish so she could enjoy some peace and quiet. Longjin reveled in his successful antics, grinning widely as he led the anxious Hondo, who was scanning their surroundings, into Suna Shinobi Village. While Baba Chiendai felt discomfort, Longjin and Hondo soon forgot their identities as members of the negotiation team, behaving like tourists exploring the village. They eagerly dove into shops, indulging in a plethora of purchases and culinary delights. Hondo, the little foodie, was delighted, her mouth watering from all the delicious treats, while Longjin, confident and carefree, showcased his wealth, having completed numerous lucrative missions over the years. With a grand flourish, Longjin boldly ventured deeper into Suna Shinobi Village, leaving the villagers and merchants in awe of the lavish spending by the affluent ninja from Konoha. He held a hamburger in one hand and a local delicacy in the other, enjoying his feast with abandon. Hondo closely followed behind, clutching an array of snacks, her cheeks stuffed and her enjoyment unabashedly evident. Trailing behind them were 5 or 6 soldiers from the Ghost Shadow Brigade, burdened with bags filled with various souvenirs and clothing. Carrying bags? Longjin would never deign to do that himself. With the capable and diligent Ghost Shadow soldiers at his service, he had no reason to shoulder such burdens. The Ghost Shadow soldiers were known for their attentiveness and versatility, and everyone who had employed them sang their praises. As Longjin and Hondo, accompanied by their entourage of Ghost Shadow soldiers, wandered through Suna Shinobi Village, indulging in extravagant spending, a familiar voice suddenly called out from the roadside, awakening Longjin's dormant memories. Nara Longjin, what are you doing in our village? Upon hearing his name, Longjin turned in curiosity toward the source of the voice. To his amusement, he recognized a familiar face in the bustling Suna Shinobi Village. Standing on the roadside, looking as radiant as ever, was Yi Tsong, her back exposed and her striking hair color drawing attention. She appeared astonished to see him. Beside her stood 2 others, a boy, roughly her age, whom Longjin recognized as Ryuuma, a Suna puppeteer who had previously led an attack against him, and a younger girl who seemed to idolize Yi Tsong, her face adorned with charming purple makeup. Longjin greeted Yi Tsong warmly. It's you, Yi Tsong. What a coincidence. Are you here to visit Suna Shinobi Village as well? Yi Tsong furrowed her brow at Longjin's obliviousness and replied, have you lost your mind, Longjin? Is it not perfectly normal for me to be in Suna Shinobi Village? But you, a Konoha ninja, what brings you here? Longjin feigned realization, laughingly teasing, oh, how could I forget you were a Suna ninja? My apologies. As for my purpose, it is, of course, to invade Suna. Longjin suddenly made a grimace, his voice intentionally laced with a sinister and fierce tone. Yi Tsong, however, remained unfazed, while the young girl beside him was startled by Longjin's antics. Looking at him as if facing a formidable opponent, even brandishing a kunai and assuming a combat stance. Yi Tsong rolled his eyes and patted the girl beside him, regarding Longjin with a bemused expression, saying, all right, it seems you've truly lost your wits. In that case, continue to wander about. The villagers of Sunagakure, hearing Longjin's words, turned their heads in confusion, some even beginning to whisper among themselves. Longjin instantly felt a twinge of awkwardness. Hastily shifting the topic, you still lack a sense of humor, Yi Tsong. Old friends reunite, and you don't even know how to play along. You're less adorable than the girl beside you. With that, Longjin swiftly approached Yi Tsong, snatching the kunai from the girl's hand and tossing it aside, then began playfully pinching the girl's chubby cheeks. Yi Tsong's pupils constricted, his heart filled with shock. How swift! I never expected that after several years apart, this fellow's strength would elude my grasp. I completely missed that last move, Yi Tsong thought to himself. Meanwhile, the young girl beside him, having failed to escape, cast a pleading glance at Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong quickly intervened, addressing Longjin. All right, Longjin, stop playing around. How can you still be so lively? You're not genuinely here for a vacation in Sunagakure, are you? Longjin reluctantly released the little girl, responding to Yi Tsong, of course not. I am now an envoy from Konoha. You must let me enjoy myself, otherwise, humph. Hee hee. As he spoke, Longjin displayed a scheming smile. Before Yi Tsong could respond, Ryuuma beside him could no longer contain himself and angrily exclaimed at Longjin, don't be so arrogant. How dare you tease Yi Tsong in front of me? Longjin regarded Ryuuma thoughtfully, contemplating whether to provoke him further. He scrutinized Ryuuma's face, tilted his head, and asked, excuse me, do we know each other? Who are you, little dang? With that one sentence, Longjin effortlessly breached the defenses of an unsuspecting audience member. Ryuuma felt the flames of anger ignite within him. This guy is as infuriating as ever. Behind Longjin, Hondo stared blankly at his antics, the food before her seeming unappetizing. Another wave of anxiety washed over her. This senior brother, why must he cause trouble on others' turf? Could it be that this is the charm of having many enemies? Speaking of which, did teacher Orochimaru leave me with him to genuinely protect my safety? Surely that is the case. He isn't just waiting for senior brother to provoke the crowd and then slip away, leaving me as a scapegoat, is he? Long Jian blatantly ignored the fuming Yurun and the little girl covering her face, expressing his desire, as an envoy from Konoha, for Yitsong to treat him to a good meal in Sunagakure. Initially, Yitsong refused, but under Long Jian's overwhelming charm, persistent persuasion, he finally agreed to take Long Jian and Hong Do to a local specialty restaurant in Sunagakure. Naturally, accompanying them were Yurun, the chief sycophant puppeteer beside Yitsong, and the little girl who had just confirmed her identity during their conversation, named Wan, Yitsong's disciple. Just look at this disciple. Her name alone sounds formidable. Huan. One can tell she is exceptionally capable. Long Jian almost wanted to bestow upon her the title of King of Rolling. Alternatively, he could directly crown her the King of Sunagakure. At the dining table, Long Jian, alongside Hong Do, embraced his fine tradition of ordering lavishly without paying. He ordered an extravagant spread of delicacies, leaving Hong Do astonished, but under the lure of the food, after a split second of contemplation, she decided to join Long Jian in his indulgence. After all, ninjas have large appetites, so there was nothing to fear. Just eat. Before long, Hong Do was nearly standing on the table, voraciously devouring the food. Meanwhile, Long Jian, savoring the dishes, glanced at Yitsong, who was elegantly nibbling away, and remarked, I didn't expect you to take on a disciple, Yitsong. I wonder what kind of level you can bring her to. How about you let me help you for a couple of days? Before Yitsong could respond, Wan, displeased, set down her chopsticks and retorted angrily at Long Jian. Don't talk about my teacher, you big bad guy. My teacher is the best in the world. She is a great hero of Sunagakure. A few words brought a glimmer of pride to Yitsong's face, and he affectionately ruffled Wan's hair. Long Jian pouted, muttering, ISNT, that great hero, the one I defeated? I'm still the great hero of Konoha. This statement nearly choked Hong Do, who felt compelled to admonish Long Jian. Brother, please, spare us the tales of your exploits. We are being treated to a meal here. Upon hearing this, Wan flared up, pointing an accusing finger at Long Jian. If I know you. You're that so-called leader of the Shadow Flow, right? I'm not afraid of you. Once I graduate, I'll defeat you and avenge my teacher. Furthermore, at this moment, you probably aren't even my teacher's match. You have no idea how strong my teacher is. Those mist ninjas were driven back by her prowess. Long Jian narrowed his eyes at her words. He was aware that a war had occurred between Sunagakure and the mist ninjas. However, it was not on the same scale as the large-scale battles with Konoha or Awakensjackie. The conflict between Sunagakure and the mist ninjas leaned more towards skirmishes between elite squads. After Yitsong withdrew from the battlefield in Konoha, he had subsequently engaged in the conflict against the mist ninjas, where his Doton bloodline limit proved particularly effective against their Suidan techniques, leading his troops to significant victories and earning him a reputation. Nevertheless, what concerned Long Jian was not how powerful Yitsong had become, but rather the implications of Sunagakure's recent endeavors. Since Sunagakure had already clashed with the Mist Ninjas, and Yitsong had carved out his own name on that battlefield, it seemed that Sunagakure was now seeking peace, even with Konoha, the Mist Ninjas, and Kyomogakure, dispatching envoys to negotiate peace treaties. Conversely, it appeared that they were prepared to fight to the bitter end against Awakensjackie, showing no signs of yielding. It seemed that after the new leader, Raza, took office, he was eager to achieve results to impress the villagers. Merely pursuing wealth was not enough. He also needed military achievements and glory. This development felt oddly familiar to Long Jian. As he pondered, he glanced at the still aloof Yitsong. Poor child. Could it be that he is destined to become a sacrificial lamb? Long Jian picked up a piece of meat and casually remarked to Yitsong, by the way, Konoha and Sunagakure are set to negotiate a peace treaty, so we are no longer enemies. Perhaps we can finally implement our previous agreement? Yitsong, looking at Long Jian, whose expression had not shifted in the slightest, paused before asking, what agreement are you referring to? Long Jian dramatically tossed his chopsticks aside, feigning great sorrow as he pointed at Yitsong, exclaiming, as I suspected, girls are indeed fickle. You promised to visit me in where I would offer you cupping therapy, and yet, after merely 2 battles, you have forgotten. You heartless woman. Yitsong looked at Long Jian with a helpless expression and replied, oh that. You remember, Ido. However, I have been quite preoccupied lately. I will visit you in when I have the chance, and you must treat me to a meal then. Long Jian, upon hearing this, was intrigued and continued, why not accompany me back in a couple of days? I happen to be rather free. Yitsong shook her head, declining Long Jian's offer. I cannot. I truly have no time. Long Jian leaned in closer. Are you on mission? Yitsong fell silent, refraining from speaking. As a ninja, it was imperative not to divulge her tasks to those from other villages. Undeterred, Long Jian pressed on. It can't be that you, like me, are being dispatched to another village for negotiations. Can it? You aren't headed to the Mist Village for a special mission, are you? Yitsong's pupils dilated slightly, and she thought, what are you playing at? How can you guess this? Your intelligence must be extraordinary. However, she quickly regained her composure and calmly responded, that is not for you to concern yourself with. In any case, I shall visit Mai when I can to fulfill our agreement. As for you, do not perish prematurely. Long Jian, with his keen senses, immediately detected the fleeting change in Yetsong's expression and the turmoil within her. He mused himself, you think you can deceive me, Longa? That's impossible, you little girl, warning me against dying while you are unaware that your superior has already betrayed you. Afterward, he stood up and pulled the bewildered Hondo to her feet. Wiping his mouth, he addressed Yetsong. Thank you for your hospitality, Yetsong. I extend the same sentiment to you. Do ensure you remain alive. With that, he turned and exited. Just as he reached the doorway, Long Jian abruptly halted, his voice devoid of emotion. Yetsong, tell me, if a person's steadfast beliefs and ideals were to suddenly collapse, could they continue to be a ninja? Yetsong, puzzled, gazed at Long Jian's retreating figure and asked, what do you mean by that? Long Jian, still facing away, shook his head, his tone remaining impassive. It is nothing. I merely wish to convey a thought. Sometimes, what you hold dear may not be the truth, and what you pursue might not be a plain field, but rather a treacherous abyss. Yetsong furrowed her brow as Long Jian continued. Yetsong, remember my words. Consider them advice from a friend met on the battlefield. One must not act solely for oneself. En face dire conséquence. With that, Long Jian departed the restaurant with Hondo, leaving Yetsong to ponder his cryptic remarks. She felt he was attempting to convey something significant, yet it remained unspoken, rendering her a riddle to herself. As Long Jian and Hondo stepped out of the restaurant, he looked up at the swirling dust in the air, taking a deep breath and muttering, what a burdensome fate this is. Sated, Long Jian and Hondo strolled back to the residence of the peace negotiation team. After traversing a bustling pedestrian street, they arrived at the renowned 5-star inn designated for them by the Sand Ninjas. Noticing that Uncle Shi and the others had not yet returned, likely still deliberating the terms of the unequal treaty, Long Jian and Hondo retreated to their chosen rooms to rest. Upon entering his room, Long Jian promptly sat cross-legged on the bed. Gradually, purple sage-like markings began to appear on his face. As he opened his eyes, they transformed into golden serpentine pupils. Entering sage mode, Long Jian maximized his sensory abilities, perceiving his surroundings. He discovered that, aside from Hondo in the adjacent room, nearly 20 Sand Ninja Umbu were covertly monitoring the inn. Some of these Umbu were even stationed on the same floor as Long Jian and Hondo, ensuring a thorough watch over them. Long Jian's intent was not merely to ascertain the Sand Ninja surveillance strategies. Earlier, while navigating the crowded street, a Sand Ninja had surreptitiously slipped a note into Long Jian's pocket during their brush. Although he had sensed the action, he remained discreet, aware of his surroundings. Once safely back at their lodgings, Long Jian immediately activated Sage Mode to ensure that he was not under observation by the Sand Ninjas. He feared the vastness of the ninja world. Should someone possess a certain secret technique to spy on him, it would be intolerable. Confirming that he was free from prying eyes, he unfurled the note that had been passed to him amidst the chaos. It contained a brief message. News of the Dragon Vein has surfaced within the Wind Country. At the bottom of the note was a vividly drawn scorpion. Long Jian recognized it as a message relayed through a spy he had once planted in the Sand Village by Xie. Could it be that Xie was also near the Wind Country, close to the Sand Village? Long Jian pondered. Swiftly forming hand seals, he summoned a communication snake, inscribing a message inquiring about Xie's whereabouts onto a scroll, which the snake promptly consumed before vanishing in a puff of smoke. As evening fell, Long Jian lay resting in bed when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Opening his eyes to confirm his surroundings were safe, he rose and observed a tiny snake. So minuscule it was nearly imperceptible, successfully slither into his room through a gap in the door. Long Jian extended his hand to receive the tiny serpent, which promptly expanded its belly and expelled a scroll that seemed disproportionately large for its size. Incredible, a splendid delivery, Long Jian exclaimed, patting the snake's head. The creature nuzzled his hand before dissipating into smoke. Upon opening the scroll, Long Jian discovered a map of the Wind Country sent by Xie. clearly indicating Xie's current location not far from the sand village, within a desert oasis. It was no wonder the communication snake had returned so swiftly with the information. Long Jian contemplated this revelation, tossing the map into the shadows while he silently donned his mask. Upon reopening his eyes, they glowed a striking crimson. He lifted his hand to examine it, then reached for the table in his room. To his astonishment, his hand passed through the table as though it were a mere illusion. It seemed as though Long Jian's body had transcended the realm of the physical, merging into the environment like a mere shadow. Only the projection of his corporeal form remained, devoid of any tangible existence, existing purely in the liminal state between presence and absence. Observing the scene before him, a subtle smile graced Long Jian's lips. Indeed, as I anticipated, the mask he had merged with was none other than the Yixing Minju, Yixing Mianju, representing the Yixingtan, Yixing Tuan. The soft shadow soldiers of the Yixingtan possessed bodies that could stretch and elongate at will, as if they had consumed a rubber fruit. Moreover, they harbored an exceptionally formidable ability, the power to disregard physical objects. The soft shadow soldiers could traverse walls and other barriers effortlessly, and when subjected to physical attacks, they could allow these assaults to pass through them naturally, thus safeguarding themselves from harm. This ability, does it not sound somewhat familiar? Long Jian stroked his chin and clapped his hands suddenly. By the heavens, is this not phasing? Abito, come, let us spar and see whose phasing is mightier, yours or mine. Having confirmed the capabilities of the Yixingtan mask, Long Jian promptly began to form hand seals. Shadow Krun technique. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, a fully corporeal Long Jian appeared beside him. He addressed his shadow clone, instructing, stay put and do not wander. Maintain normal routines of eating and sleeping, and avoid any conflicts. I shall return shortly. The shadow clone, exuding an air of confidence, assured him, rest easy, my original. Should anyone dare to bully me, I will seek out Uncle Snake for assistance. Long Jian nodded, then gradually melded into the shadow beneath him, which elongated and stretched towards the door. Before long, he successfully exited the Suna Shinobi village. After ensuring that no Umbu from Suna Shinobi village were patrolling or surveilling, and that no other individuals were present, Long Jian transformed the mask he had merged with, unfurling a pair of enormous black bat wings from his back. Would it be swifter to travel or to utilize the Night Veil mask? With a leap, Long Jian vanished into the night. In a short span, he arrived at the location marked on the map provided by Scorpion. As he flapped his bat wings, soaring through the air, his crimson pupils scanned a verdant oasis below. The Xianfa, and infrared technique enabled Long Jian to detect a hidden, exceedingly secretive figure concealed within the sands beneath him. Raising an eyebrow, he mused, my word, after such a brief absence, you wish to test my strength upon our reunion, deliberately concealing yourself? If I were to activate the heavenly eye, would you not be obliterated? With a swift flap of his wings, Long Jian vanished from sight. Hidden in the shadows, Scorpion observed Long Jian's instantaneous disappearance in the sky, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. This individual's speed and agility had evidently surpassed previous encounters, now executed with an eerie silence that eluded detection. Scorpion was inwardly astounded. Soon after, a more shocking occurrence transpired. Long Jian's voice resonated from above his concealed position. What is this? Scorpion, are you intending to remain hidden? Do you not wish to greet an old comrade? Scorpion lifted his gaze, meeting the penetrating crimson of Long Jian's eyes, which seemed to pierce through the very sands concealing him. There was a playful glint in Long Jian's expression. Scorpion smirked, realizing he had been discovered by Long Jian long ago. He ceased his concealment and revealed himself before Long Jian. Before him stood a figure of terrifying appearance. With hair resembling 5 upright spikes atop his head, a thick mass of black facial hair covering his chin, and a long, sharp metallic tail extending from his back, resembling that of a scorpion. He donned the organization's attire previously gifted to him by Long Jian, a sumptuous black and purple robe embellished with golden patterns. Most notably, the large characters for justice emblazoned across his back were strikingly conspicuous. What have we here? Is that Fei Lu Hu? Long Jian pondered. Had it not been for the attire, he might have had difficulty recognizing him. Scorpion had transformed into such an unappealing figure. Long Jian could not help but question Scorpion's taste. Once a dashing young man, now he appeared as a peculiar criminal. Long Jian gazed at the drastically altered Scorpion and smiled knowingly, greeting, it's been a long time, Scorpion. Scorpion, hidden within Fei Lu Hu, noted that while Long Jian had grown taller, he seemed largely unchanged, his skin becoming even more alabaster. He was somewhat surprised that Long Jian could so easily discern his hiding place, showing no trace of astonishment upon seeing Fei Lu Hu, as if everything were anticipated. Scorpion mused to himself. There's an undeniable sense of increased pressure emanating from Long Jian. How has his perception become so remarkably acute? Truly a monster. Even Fei Lu Hu could not conceal my presence from him. This fellow is truly inscrutable. If Long Jian were aware of Scorpion's thoughts, he would undoubtedly say, "Kid, you're clad in the organization's attire. How could I possibly misidentify you? Moreover, do you not comprehend the might of Xianfa, and the infrared technique?" Fei Lu Hu's voice, laden with a somber and lifeless tone, spoke. "Long Jian, I have received information regarding the Long Mai, and we can proceed to investigate." Long Jian dismissed the merged state of the mask, retracting his bat wings and landing on the ground to stand face to face with Fei Lu Hu. He disregarded Scorpion's words, observing Fei Lu Hu, and remarked, "So, Scorpion, have you grown fond of this complexion? I must say, you looked far better before." Long Jian distinctly noticed a momentary pause in Fei Lu Hu's expression before he replied coolly, "This is my latest creation. This puppet compensates for the shortcomings of puppet masters in close combat, offering both offense and defense to prevent encounters with someone like you." Raising an eyebrow, Long Jian thought, so after our previous duel, he realized his deficiencies and began to enhance himself, creating Fei Lu Hu. This lad hasn't transformed himself into a puppet, has he? Long Jian inquired. "How did you know I was in Suna village? And how could you use your spies to relay information to me?" Fei Lu Hu responded, "I have been near the land of wind recently, searching for my next creation. Coincidentally, I was also pursuing the task you entrusted to me, and news of the Long Mai appeared in the land of wind. The negotiations between Suna and your Konoha are hardly secrets and can be easily discovered, especially since I have been in the land of wind." Long Jian queried with a hint of confusion. "So you knew I had come to the land of wind?" Scorpion, controlling Fei Lu Hu, nodded and continued, "It was not particularly difficult. I knew as soon as you departed that you were part of this group." Upon hearing this, Long Jian was taken aback. "Goodness, even Konoha has your eyes and ears. Well done, Scorpion, truly impressive. A genius puppet master, a master of espionage." Long Jian gazed at Fei Lu Hu, seemingly trying to peer through the puppet to discern the essence beneath. Scorpion, feeling somewhat uneasy under Long Jian's scrutiny, addressed him. "When shall we venture to the Long Mai?" "It lies within the borders of the land of wind." Long Jian stroked his chin, contemplating before he spoke. "Xia, regarding the Long Mai matter, let us venture forth together in due time. However, there is an even more pressing matter at hand." Xia, puzzled, inquired, "What matter? Is there a new mission?" Long Jian nodded solemnly, stating, "It is of utmost importance and may pertain to the new members of our artist association." Upon hearing this, Xia pondered carefully and continued, "Oh, are we to welcome new members into our association?" Inwardly, Xia reflected on the duration of his membership. Aside from himself and Long Jian, it seemed no other members had made an appearance. He nearly believed the organization consisted solely of him and Long Jian. Long Jian chuckled. "Surprised, aren't you, child? This organization truly comprises just the two of us." He then remarked to Xia, "You, a ninja from the Sand Village, are quite the beauty. I believe you can join our organization after passing the assessment." Xia nodded in agreement and responded, "In that case, we can go together to welcome the new member." After a moment's thought, he asked Long Jian, "What is her art?" Long Jian was momentarily taken aback by Xia's question and after a moment's reflection replied, "Her art? It is quite simple, draining every last drop from each person." Xia's mind was jolted. "Draining? The juicing princess? Is she that fierce, my brother?" Xia murmured, "Now that is indeed a rather unconventional form of art." Long Jian laughed heartily, patting Fei Lu Hu's shoulder, and continued, "These are trifling matters. This girl is perfect. If we can persuade her to join us, she will be your teammate." Long Jian draped an arm around Fei Lu Hu's shoulders, speaking mysteriously, "Our beautiful teammate is on the line." Xia, manipulating Fei Lu Hu, maintained a calm demeanor and said, "If I can acknowledge her art, then I would be willing to act alongside her." Long Jian immediately felt a slight headache. It was true that artists often shun beauty. "Would you recognize her art, Xia? Nara is still too young for this. When Xiaodi grows up, I assure you, I will have her join as your teammate." "My dear Xia, it is not easy being the leader of an organization. One must keep the hearts of the people united to lead a team effectively. Long Jian retrieved his organizational cloak from his shadow and donned it, placing on his finger a ring uniquely his, engraved with the patterns of the Terra mask, exuding an air of dominance over the world. With the ring on his right thumb, the first collective action of the Artist Association commenced. Xie observed as Long Jian adorned himself similarly and stood beside him, asking, "Where shall we proceed next to welcome this new member of yours?" Long Jian donned a conical hat and handed one to Xie as he replied, "We should head to the vicinity of the Mist Village. By the way, Xie, can you utilize your covert connections in your village to investigate? See if there are any special missions pertaining to the Mist Village and ascertain the task locations. It should concern the peace talks between the Sand and Mist Villages." Xie accepted the hat and placed it upon his head. After some contemplation, he replied, "Sure. Let us wait nearby for news and set off once confirmed. I can also take this time to create some eternal masterpieces." Subsequently, Xie inquired, "Is this teammate meant to represent the Sand Village in the peace talks with the Mist Village? Will she join us?" Long Jian smiled mysteriously and said, "You may find it hard to believe, but this girl is also a pitiful child. The higher-ups of your Sand Village have already sold her, intending to use her life in exchange for the Mist Village's assistance. This is to ensure support from the Mist Village during the impending decisive battle against the Rock Village. I suspect they wish to cast blame on the Rock Village, creating a grand pre-war spectacle to rally the people." Listening to Long Jian's explanation, Xie's confusion deepened, prompting him to directly ask, "According to your words, this information must be highly confidential. Only the higher-ups of the Sand Village would know of it. How did you come by this knowledge?" Long Jian chuckled, his expression remaining unchanged as he replied, "You may wonder how you learned of my information, but my methods are likely similar. When one is out in the world, the more information one possesses, the greater the chance of survival. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle." Xie regarded Long Jian's calm demeanor, his opinion of him elevating further. He had not anticipated that this individual not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but also harbored such advanced intellect and formidable capabilities in intelligence gathering. "Your covert connections have infiltrated this deeply?" Xie's voice carried through Fei Luhu. Long Jian merely smiled enigmatically, saying nothing further. The mysterious is indeed the most captivating, the unknown the most terrifying. Xie assumed that Long Jian's request for him to investigate the peace talks between the Sand and Mist Villages was a test of his espionage and intelligence gathering skills. After all, in Xie's mind, if such information could be obtained, discovering the task location should be even easier. Is he testing whether my abilities meet his expectations? Long Jian, you certainly exhibit the authoritative pressure befitting a leader from our very first encounter, Xie mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to Long Jian, his words had set Xie's mind racing with wild conjectures. Self-strategizing can be perilous. Over a month later, two figures clad in dark purple robes, emblazoned with the large characters for justice on their backs, appeared within the borders of the Water Nation. It was none other than Long Jian and Xie. The Wind and Water Nations are quite distant from one another. Therefore, after confirming that Yi Tsang had not yet departed, Long Jian even took the opportunity to return and finalize the peace talks with Uncle Shi and others. They successfully secured the Sand Village's acceptance of a series of unequal treaties from Konoha. Concurrently, they signed an agreement with the Sand Village, establishing a firm alliance. Thus, the war between Konoha and the Sand Village came to a definitive end, with the Sand Village as the defeated party, agreeing to compensate for the various expenditures incurred by Konoha during the conflict. Furthermore, they guaranteed that their future relationship with Konoha would be one of long-term strategic partnership, led by Konoha. In simpler terms, if Konoha wishes to strike, the Sand Village shall certainly lend support. However, if anyone were to strike at us, Konoha must not stand idly by and must assist us in retaliating. Under the policies of both reward and punishment, along with Luo Sha's close ties to Konoha, the Sand Village would temporarily refrain from, and dare not, engage in any further conflict with Konoha, at least on the surface. Completing this peace talk mission, Long Jian and Uncle Shi, alongside other high-level combatants, unanimously added a significant chapter to their Konoha records. Long Jian even accompanied the main force on their return journey for a time. Once they confirmed their imminent return to the village, Long Jian executed a clever ruse. He sent his shadow clone back with the main force while he sought out Xie to journey together to the Water Nation. Additionally, he instructed his shadow clone that upon returning to the village, It should use the excuse of going to the Long D cave to cultivate sage arts, then simply self-destruct. Thus, Long Jian could pursue his desires with peace of mind. I must abduct Yi Tsong. Oh wait, rescue her. Long Jian and Xie, following the intelligence acquired by Xie, made their way directly to the location where Yi Tsong was to meet with the Mist Shinobi. Xie had also learned that their new accomplice for the trafficking endeavor was none other than the renowned bloodline limit beauty ninja, Yi Tsong from Sunagakure. As Xie wandered through the shinobi world, he naturally came across whispers regarding formidable ninjas from various villages. He had previously been acquainted with Yi Tsong, having once belonged to Sunagakure himself. His understanding of the wielder of the Shikutan bloodline limit in the village was quite profound, especially considering Yi Tsong's considerable reputation gained during the war between Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Recruiting her seemed like a promising proposition, given her impressive abilities and rapid growth, particularly against the water ninjas of Kirigakure, which could yield remarkable results. Xie even contemplated the notion that if Yi Tsong were to accidentally perish, he might seize the opportunity to transform her into a puppet. What a beautiful work of art that would be. Long Jian, seemingly aware of Xie's thoughts, promptly delivered a light smack to the back of his head, admonishing him that turning companions into puppets was exceedingly rude and presumptuous. He insisted that such audacious acts should be avoided in the future. Xie, however, secretly mused that Yi Tsong had yet to join their ranks, so contemplating her fate was not entirely unjustifiable. Indeed, Long Jian was a fellow who prioritized beauty over friendship. As the duo traversed the path, they cultivated their camaraderie. As a well-educated young man from the 21st century, steeped in the knowledge imparted by various platforms, Xie often engaged Long Jian in profound discussions. They refrained from needles and medicines, opting instead for the therapeutic power of conversation, which he referred to as talk therapy. Through these repeated dialogues, Xie gradually embraced Long Jian's avant-garde ideologies. He began to believe that the shinobi world needed someone like Long Jian to unite artists from all corners and those whose very existence embodied beauty and art, fostering a sense of community and mutual support. Together, they could contribute to a world rich in artistic expression, ensuring that all people comprehend the essence of art. This philosophy he dubbed Aha, Arti. For the sake of art, I, Longa, shall dedicate myself. Truly, how magnificent! Recently, Yi Tsong had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease, likely linked to her current assignment. Sunagakure had dispatched her to the Land of Water to establish contact with the ninjas of Kirigakure. Allegedly, she was to act as a messenger from Sunagakure to discuss future peace negotiations. Under normal circumstances, this mission should not have instigated such profound anxiety within Yi Tsong. Yet, doubts lingered in her mind. How could she, the fiercest warrior on the battlefield, be chosen as the envoy? Surely, they would seek to undermine her, the famed beauty with an illustrious track record. In response to her concerns, the higher-ups in Sunagakure, led by Lo Sha, explained to Yi Tsong, "Child, during the conflict between Sunagakure and Kirigakure, you were the most formidable. Just imagine, your presence alone will instill a sense of dread among the Mist Shinobi. None will dare to challenge you. Otherwise, they would find themselves in dire straits. This is a testament to your great achievements. Moreover, consider the recent peace delegation from Konoha, featuring prominent figures such as Nara Long Jian, Orochimaru, and Hyuga Hisashi. Each of them bears the weight of countless lives lost at our hands. Are they here for genuine negotiations? This is merely a display of power intended to intimidate us. Thus, your presence, Yi Tsong, will exert an equal pressure upon the Mist, compelling them to concede to our demands. Upon your return, you shall be hailed as a hero." Yi Tsong regarded the seemingly amiable smiles of Lo Sha and the elders before her, though an undercurrent of insincerity and coercion tinged their expressions. Nevertheless, out of loyalty to her village, she accepted the mission. Loyalty. Yet, after departing from the village, Yi Tsong's discomfort only intensified. The reasoning was simple. The Konoha delegation boasted numerous formidable individuals, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Why then, was she the sole envoy from Sunagakure? With her doubts festering, Yi Tsong steeled herself and embarked on her journey to the Land of Water, driven by her unwavering loyalty. After more than half a month of travel, she finally arrived within the borders of the Land of Water. Unlike the Konoha delegation, which comprised several powerful individuals, her solitary presence facilitated swifter movement. Upon reaching the Land of Water, Yi Tsong wasted no time and headed straight for the designated meeting point. Days later, She found herself standing at the entrance of a fog-laden gorge. As she gazed into the depths of the canyon, her unease heightened. This indeed was a prime location for an ambush, she murmured to herself. The narrow terrain of the gorge allowed only a few individuals to pass side by side, while the cliffs on either side were adorned with sharp stones and smooth rock faces. Even seasoned ninjas would find it challenging to scale them. Should an enemy lie in wait above, shrouded in fog, visibility would be severely compromised. Thus, for anyone entering the gorge, their fate would no longer be in their hands. Life or death would hinge upon the whims of others. Standing at the mouth of the gorge, Yetsong remained silent for a moment before resolutely stepping forward. Her footsteps resonating with determination. A voice echoed in her mind, reminding her that sometimes what one firmly believes may not be the truth, and the path one pursues might lead not to a plain, but to a chasm. This voice belonged to Long Jian, who had uttered those very words over a month ago while dining with her in Sunagakure. At that time, Yetsong had felt bewildered by his statement, yet now, she sensed that Long Jian was indeed cautioning her against this very situation. Nonetheless, driven by her loyalty to her village and the obligation of a shinobi to fulfill their mission, Yetsong pressed on into the gorge. Loyalty. As she ventured deeper, her body gradually traversed the dense fog, the chilling sensation enveloping her skin. Not far above, Filiu, who observed Yetsong's progress into the gorge, scoffing derisively. The voice that escaped him no longer bore the childlike tone of Sia. Instead, it resonated with a rough, brutal timbre. The fact that Sunagakure could cultivate such loyal ninjas was remarkable, yet this loyalty bordered on foolishness. The gaze of Sia, concealed beneath the crimson flow of his attire, revealed a profound disdain for Sunerin village, as if haunted by a multitude of unpleasant memories. Long Jian, standing beside him, remarked, "Were it not for their reckless actions, I would find it difficult to encounter a like-minded companion, such as yourself." Including her, would it not be so, Sia? Sia remained silent, merely casting a detached glance downward. Observing this, Long Jian refrained from further commentary. Yetsong traversed the canyon, moving through the thick fog, when a mist ninja gradually emerged from the haze to escort him. The mist ninja greeted Yetsong warmly, a smile adorning his face as he spoke. "Lord Yetsong of Shakadan, I have come to welcome you. It is quite unexpected that Sunerin would send you to discuss this peace treaty. Such sincerity is commendable." Yetsong remained taciturn, replying coolly, "Our Sunerin has always been thus. Please state your arrangements directly." The mist ninja scratched his head, his face brimming with a forced smile. "Indeed, indeed. You are a hero of Sunerin village, and we can certainly sense your village's sincerity. In any case, we are delighted to have you here. Please proceed." He stepped aside, gesturing for Yetsong to move forward. Yetsong chose not to engage further and walked straight ahead. However, as Yetsong's figure passed the mist ninja, his eyes widened in shock and fury, accompanied by a sharp pain radiating from his back, affirming the grim reality of the situation. The very mist ninja who had just welcomed him now brandished a kunai, plunging it viciously into Yetsong's back. The smile that once graced his face was replaced by a sinister and malevolent expression. "Oomph. Shakadan Yetsong, just a forsaken ninja. Today marks your demise." He forcefully shoved Yetsong forward. Yetsong stumbled ahead, her eyes reflecting shock, rage, and the anguish of realizing that the village she had devoted herself to had betrayed her. Ultimately, a person who held loyalty as their guiding principle succumbed to the weight of that very loyalty. Stabbed in the back, Yetsong fell forward. In an instant, a multitude of ambushed mist ninjas revealed themselves from above the canyon, launching their attack. A rain of kunai descended upon her, leaving Yetsong with neither the time to react nor the ability to resist. She could only listen to the cacophony of kunai slicing through the air, feeling death inching ever closer. Yetsong's heart had long since turned to ash. The betrayal of her village, the treachery of her enemies, the calculated ambush, and the onslaught of kunai sealed her fate, leading her to believe that survival was a mere illusion. Moreover, she found no meaning in continuing to live. The mist ninja who had betrayed her wore a wicked grin as he anticipated Yetsong's demise. "Oomph, a hero of Sunerin? Merely a pitiful tool to be sacrificed and discarded." In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts enveloped Yetsong. Was this the end? So this is what it feels like. Yetsong painfully shut her eyes, sensing as if the very winds around her had slowed to a crawl, just as she had lost all will to resist and prepared to embrace death. A figure clad in a dark purple robe suddenly appeared before her. In the blink of an eye, the reign of Kunai drew near. The newcomer remained unfazed. And where there had once been emptiness, a multitude of black-clad ninja soldiers, their crimson eyes aglow, materialized at his side. In his hand, he wielded a long knife, radiating an eerie aura. The clash of weapons echoed as the ninja soldiers brandished various arms, tearing a safe passage through the storm of Kunai. The hero had arrived. This figure, who intervened just in time to rescue Yetsong, was none other than Long Jian, who had conversed with Xie moments before. You may wonder why Long Jian refrained from intervening when the mist ninja ambushed Yetsong. It was to enhance the dramatic flair of his heroic rescue, evoking a deeper emotional resonance. However, a more significant reason lay in Long Jian's desire for Yetsong to truly feel the depth of her village's betrayal and the impending specter of death. Only through experiencing pain could one truly appreciate the value of life. Long Jian wielded Moi, effortlessly deflecting several kunai that had passed through the defenses of the ghostly soldiers. The obstruction posed by the ghostly soldiers was nearly impenetrable, and the kunai that managed to slip through were mere trifles that posed no threat to Long Jian. The mist ninja, witnessing Long Jian's sudden appearance, was filled with astonishment. Recognition dawned upon him as he identified the figure before him. Despite Long Jian's dark robes and hat, the unmistakable long knife, exuding an aura of death, along with the shadow soldiers beside him, revealed his true identity. The mist ninja's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. "Why you are the Shadow Flow Master of Konoha. What are you doing here? Why do you attack us?" Long Jian raised his head, pushing his hat back with the hilt of his knife, revealing his visage. He flashed a radiant smile at the mist ninja and replied, "Ah, I've been recognized. In that case, let us eliminate you all." Long Jian's face bore a smile, yet the mist ninja perceived an icy intent within his words. The mist ninja, losing his previous bravado, hastily retreated while shouting, "Brothers, together now. Let's take down this guy." The anticipated reinforcements failed to arrive, and instead, cries of despair echoed from above the canyon. The mist ninja's eyes widened in horror. This is bad, he has allies. At that moment, above the canyon, Xie manipulated the third Kazekage, concealed within the crimson flow, effortlessly dispatching the ambushed mist ninjas, one by one, as if they were mere children. A throng of hunters and shadow soldiers surrounded him, assisting in the harvest of the mist ninjas' lives. Upon closer inspection, one could see small figures, akin to little sharks, stealthily advancing towards the oblivious mist ninjas. They appeared adorable yet commanding. Some mist ninjas, who had been standing firmly, suddenly collapsed as if losing consciousness. "Excuse me. Sleeping is not permitted here." Shortly thereafter, a shadow or ghostly soldier swiftly approached the unconscious mist ninja. With a swift strike, heads rolled and souls ascended. Xie observed Long Jian's display of bravado below, glancing at the newly encountered shadow soldiers beside him, and smirked, internally reflecting, "Well done, Long Jian, running down to show off and play the hero while leaving the dirty work to me and these shadow soldiers. You truly are the epitome of a capitalist." The capitalist, during this period, frequently engaged in verbal exchanges with Long Jian, acquiring new vocabulary. What exactly is a capitalist? It is the bourgeoisie that exploits labor through the acquisition of workforce. Its primary characteristics include the universalization of monopoly, globalization of monopoly, and economic financialization. In an instant, Scorpion comprehended, "Am I not merely a source of pure labor?" Deceived, utterly duped, Long Jian observed the mist ninja retreating rapidly while forming hand seals, suddenly sneezed, and mumbled, "Who is speaking ill of me from behind?" Subsequently, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the mist ninja, who widened his eyes in astonishment. "So fast." This was the last thought racing through the mist ninja's mind. As their gazes met, Long Jian's eyes had transformed, no longer resembling their previous normal state, but rather resembling the blood-red eyes of the ghostly soldiers beside him. His eyes were devoid of emotion, filled only with a dense murderous intent and a brutal aura. Long Jian wielded the moi and struck swiftly. A purple blade of light erupted, mingled with shadows akin to dark mist. This was the draw technique that General Nika excelled at. As the blade passed, the mist ninja felt the world around him whirl uncontrollably. He spun rapidly before crashing to the ground. Gazing at the headless corpse falling in the distance, his final thought flickered. Who was that? How did they lose their head? Oh, it seems I might be dead. His eyes finally closed completely. With the fall of the mist ninja, the cries of slaughter and screams above the gorge gradually subsided. Long Jian left behind over 10 ghostly soldiers to guard the still-lying Yetsong, while he swiftly ascended the steep cliffs on either side, darting left and right, and finally arrived at the top of the gorge, joining Scorpion in battle. With Long Jian's participation, the already heavily suppressed Mist Ninja faced an even more one-sided situation. After a while, as Long Jian's blade fell, he severed the head of the last Mist Ninja, who had been devoured by the small shadow. The battle of two against a group of Mist Ninja ultimately ended without suspense, with Long Jian and Scorpion claiming victory. Scorpion, gazing at the headless corpse severed by Long Jian, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Long Jian, in such situations next time, do not directly sever heads. It disrupts my ability to turn them into puppets. You should support my art, all right?" Long Jian had already reverted from the fused mask state, his pupils returning to normal. He raised his hand in apology, responding to Scorpion. Sure. I will be mindful next time. If there are any enemies who fall asleep on the spot again, I will gather them and hand them over to you for your artistic endeavors." Hearing Long Jian's words, Scorpion, hidden beneath the crimson flowing robe, smirked proudly and thought to himself, "This is much better. Otherwise, I might just stop associating with you." Long Jian activated his sage technique, the infrared technique, confirming that no enemies remained in the vicinity. He then descended directly from the sky to Yetsong, who was still lying on the ground. The surrounding ghostly soldiers half knelt in salute to Long Jian before gradually emerging into the shadows beneath him, which retracted back to his feet. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had transpired, except for Yetsong, who lay on the ground with a kunai embedded in her beautiful back, revealing to those nearby that a grand drama had just unfolded, portraying the village's betrayal of a hero, with the hero being backstabbed. Who was it? Who was it that caused the hero to bleed and weep? Scorpion gazed at the motionless Yetsong, a somber voice emanating from beneath the crimson flowing robe. "Hey, Long Jian. This fellow, she isn't dead, is she? She hasn't moved for quite some time. She seems a bit lifeless." Long Jian glanced at Yetsong lying on the ground, chuckled lightly, and said, She is likely not dead, but her heart might be close to it." Long Jian approached, crouched down, and patted Yetsong's back, jokingly saying, "Yetsong, aren't you going to get up to greet an old friend? I traveled a great distance to save you. This kindness is extraordinary, you know? Also, aren't you going to do something about the kunai in your back? It pains me to see it. What a pity for such a beautiful back to scar without even having a cupping treatment." Yetsong lay on the ground, her face buried in the dirt, remaining silent. Yet she distinctly felt her face growing moist. "Are those tears? Yetsong, what are you crying for? Is it for the Sand Ninja, for the enemy, or for yourself?" Yetsong pondered within her heart. After a while, Yetsong struggled to rise, pulling the kunai from her back without regard for the blood flowing down, and stared straight at Long Jian. Long Jian observed Yetsong's hollow gaze, brushed the dirt off her, and then retrieved a pile of hemostatic medicine and gauze from the shadows beneath him. Without allowing Yetsong to refuse, he immediately began to apply pressure and bandage her wounds. Yetsong sat there like a soulless puppet, allowing Long Jian to tend to her. Scorpion's voice suddenly echoed. "Humph. Is she still a puppet? Sometimes it's hard to tell. That cursed village has ruined another talented artist. Alive, yet feeling as though dead." Yetsong looked up at Scorpion. Suddenly, she noticed the forehead protector of the Sand Ninja village with a horizontal line etched across it atop Scorpion's head. Anger surged within her eyes as she exclaimed, "You are also from the Sand Ninja village?" Through the crimson flowing robe, Scorpion's voice remained icy. "I was before, but I'm not now." He then added, "That village is not worth longing for. You should understand that by now." Upon hearing this, Yetsong lowered her head in anguish, as if not wanting Long Jian and Scorpion to notice the tears that were falling uncontrollably. Although Long Jian's bandaging skills were not exceptionally professional, he was swift, and the hemostatic medicine was effective. Soon, he stood up and said to Yetsong, "All right, get up, my lady. The bandaging is done. Are you just going to sit there waiting for a meal?" Yetsong raised her head, her eyes reddened, and asked Long Jian, "Why? Why did you come to save me? How did you know these events would unfold?" Now, Yetsong, having regained her senses, recalled Long Jian's previous words and the advice he gave her the last time they dined together. She finally understood that Long Jian must have known about this situation beforehand. Or rather, he had deduced from various clues that the Sand Ninja village intended to treat her this way. Otherwise, he would not have warned her while she was under surveillance. He certainly would not have descended like a divine being to save her at a moment when she believed her death was imminent. Long Jian beamed at Yetsong, responding, By the way, Yet Song, is this how you speak to your savior? Even a beauty should not be so presumptuous. As for how I knew, that's just the way of the mountain man. You need not concern yourself with that. Yet Song nodded, recalling the sight of Long Jian and a rogue ninja from the Sand Ninja village appearing together earlier that day, coupled with the uniforms worn by the two individuals. Emblazoned with the grand characters Zheng, Yi, it was evident that they were part of an organized entity. Yet, this was the first time Yi Song had encountered such attire. He had neither seen nor heard of this organization before. However, given that it was an entity that Long Jian would join, it undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. If Long Jian were privy to Yi Song's thoughts, he would likely chuckle and say, "Silly girl, this organization belongs to my brother, and the individuals before you comprise the entirety of our current ranks." Long Jian would then comfort Yi Song, "Enough of that. Let us go indulge in some food and drink and unwind a little. After all, this marks your second chance at life." Yi Song silently rose, trailing behind Long Jian, her eyes devoid of the earlier sharpness and vigor, as if her spirit had been drained. There exists a poignant saying that aptly encapsulates Yi Song's current state. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. Within her, the most profound and original belief had withered away, thus extinguishing the essence of the fiery, spirited Yi Song. The vibrant beauty had perished, leaving in her midst the cold, soulless visage of Yi Song. In a border town near the water country, a veritable melting pot of chaos existed, a haven for rogues, bandits, and ordinary criminals alike. This place stood as the chaotic paradise at the edge of the water country. The black market thrived here, trafficking in human lives and trading information. Anything was attainable if one could meet the price. When Long Jian first arrived, he and Xie stumbled upon his own bounty while perusing the assassination services page of the black market. This locale was favored by Nara, a secretive organization known as the Huanjin Suo, which operated underground. They maintained an assassination list detailing the bounties on various targets. Many rogue ninjas and assassins frequented Huanjin Suo, taking on suitable tasks to earn a handsome profit. Upon the successful completion of a task, one could exchange the body for a reward. Long Jian, enthused, immediately approached the front desk to peruse the assassination list. The first name that caught his eye left him utterly dumbfounded. Not the expected figures like Madara or Hashirama, but someone entirely unfamiliar. Observing the name, Xie quietly remarked, "Futian Qingming." Meanwhile, Long Jian stood beside him, counting the string of zeros beneath the name. Brother, uncle, father, grandfather. Xie's expression was one of exasperation as he regarded Long Jian, who was visibly astonished. Suddenly, Long Jian turned, shaking Xie's shoulders, exclaiming, 8 billion. Incredible. That's enough for me to last several lifetimes. I could never exhaust it." Long Jian's mind raced, contemplating the magnitude of such a sum. It represented a ticket to immediate retirement. If he succeeded, he could boast, "I have no interest in money. I am merely a humble ninja in the realm." After regaining his composure, Long Jian continued to sift through the bounty list, coming across familiar and unfamiliar names alike. Even the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages graced the pages. His curiosity piqued. He pondered the identity of Fu Tian Qingming, whose bounty surpassed even that of the village leaders. What secrets must this person hold to warrant such a price? Perhaps he possessed some compromising material that compelled the Huanjin Suo's owner to seek his demise. Before long, Long Jian paused as Xie's head leaned closer. He glanced at a page and found his own name prominently displayed. Nara Long Jian. Underneath was a succinct evaluation. Nara Long Jian, upper ninja of Konoha, the youngest to achieve such rank, renowned for his exploits in the wars against other major ninja villages. He possessed a unique bloodline, the Shadow Limit, with formidable strength, earning him the title master of the Shadow Flow. At the bottom of the page was a string of numbers indicating his worth in Huanjin Suo. 52 million. Xie raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. "Well, it seems you're worth quite a bit. If funds run low in a couple of days, we could just sell you here to bolster the organization's coffers." Long Jian, taken aback, realized he was valued more than future Asuma. It seemed he had transcended the old standard of measurement. Alternatively, it appeared that many within the major villages wished for his demise. Suddenly, he felt a sense of worth. Together, Long Jian and Xie discreetly exited Huanjin Suo, both having memorized the names of several high-value targets. In the unlikely event that they encountered any of those individuals, it would be unfortunate, yet they could simply drag the corpse to Huanjin Suo to collect the bounty. Perfectly reasonable, wouldn't you agree? At this moment, Long Jian and Xie still donned their earlier disguises from when they rescued Yi Tsong, making it challenging to discern their identities. In contrast, Yi Tsong still displayed her alluring beauty, albeit with a difference. Atop her head rested the exclusive hat Long Jian had given her. Long Jian emphasized the importance of caution while out in the world, stating that safeguarding their identities was paramount. Should they inadvertently reveal themselves, Long Jian would have no choice but to eliminate anyone aware of their true identities. After all, in this world, the dead are the best keepers of secrets. The trio sat at a table, consuming a meal that was passably enjoyable. Although their attire appeared peculiar, it seemed perfectly normal in this chaotic border town. Those present, to varying degrees, harbored their own secrets. Everyone understood the need to conceal their identities. After all, no one had survived this long by being foolish. As for Long Jian and Xie as matching organizational attire, it was hardly a matter of concern. What was an organization, after all? They had encountered many. Moreover, the garments they wore were unfamiliar, suggesting that this organization lacked significant power. Long Jian quickly finished his meal, noticing that Yi Tsong had barely touched her chopsticks. He leaned in and quietly asked, "What is the matter? Are you feeling down, to the point that your appetite has waned?" Yi Tsong, with a disquieting calmness, replied, "I simply have no appetite." Long Jian wore a knowing expression, followed by a chuckle as he continued, "Actually, I wanted to ask if you're not eating, could you perhaps give me your portion?" Without a flicker of emotion, Yi Tsong pushed her food toward Long Jian, who eagerly accepted it and began to feast heartily. "Why be polite? We're family now. Besides, the bill is on my beloved Xie, and we certainly cannot waste it. In this day and age, money is hard to earn, and food is difficult to digest." Xie remained silent, merely sitting quietly while subtly keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. After devouring Yi Tsong's meal, Long Jian leaned back in his chair, patting his stomach with satisfaction, while Yi Tsong turned to him, her gaze filled with questions and confusion. She realized that since their first encounter, she had never truly seen the man before her, who was a few years younger than herself. In terms of both strength and the power he wielded, for the first time, Yi Tsong felt deeply inferior to Long Jian. She even found herself bewildered as to how he had known that Sharon village would betray her and sacrifice her, and why he had traversed such a distance to the land of water, pinpointing their meeting place, solely to rescue her. Moreover, she was completely unaware of the identity of the individual who appeared alongside Long Jian, dressed in identical attire, hailing from the same organization, and previously a ninja from Sharon village. Yet, Yi Tsong could distinctly sense that this person was certainly not to be trifled with. The formidable aura he exuded was even more oppressive than that of the fourth Kazekage, Rosha, who had betrayed her. Observing Long Jian, who was reclining in contentment, Yi Tsong mused inwardly, "How many secrets and surprises does this man possess that I am yet to discover? Oh dear, you are in trouble. Step 1 of falling for a man, becoming curious about him. You are doomed. You have fallen in love." Long Jian unabashedly met Yi Tsong's gaze and spoke calmly, "Yi Tsong, I know you have many questions and uncertainties you wish to address. However, those matters can wait. We traveled great distances to rescue you because I have something of greater importance to discuss with you." A ripple of emotion stirred within Yi Tsong's previously tranquil heart. Could it be that kind of matter? How embarrassing. Long Jian earnestly stated, "I am here to invite you to join us, Yi Tsong. I sincerely hope you will agree." For reasons unknown, Yi Tsong felt a subtle sense of disappointment. So, it was this kind of matter? How peculiar. She pondered to herself. Listening to Long Jian's words and glancing at the dark purple robes worn by him and Xie, she inquired, "Are you suggesting that you want to invite me to join your organization?" Long Jian snapped his fingers and replied, "Clever, Yi Tsong, that is precisely what I mean. What do you think?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tsong raised her head to meet Long Jian's eyes, omitting any unnecessary questions, and directly stated, "If you wish for me to join, then I shall follow you into your organization." This unexpected ease left Long Jian somewhat taken aback. What is happening? Why is this young girl not adhering to the script? Normally, she should be vehemently opposed, intent on returning to Sharon village to confront its higher-ups, including Rosha. Demanding answers, Long Jian anticipated needing to persuade her painstakingly, perhaps even secretly protecting her, heroically rescuing her once more. Eventually, he would have to make numerous promises, and perhaps even seek revenge against Sharon village, navigating a series of negotiations before finally inducting Yi Tsong as the organization's third member. That would be the usual script. Now, it was Long Jian who questioned Yi Tsong with confusion. "I must say, you are throwing me off balance. Aren't you even curious about what our organization does before joining us? Aren't you afraid we might be a terrorist organization bent on world destruction? Since learning of her betrayal, a smile finally graced Song's face, albeit somewhat forced. She replied to Longjian, world destruction? What of it? After all, I have already experienced death once. Would I still be concerned about such matters? She then gazed intently into Longjian's eyes, her tone resolute. You saved my life. Even if you were to ask me to die again, I would comply. That is my choice, not to mention the prospect of joining your organization. Longjian instantly grasped her determination. She was willing to repay him for saving her life. So does that mean I can? No, no, no. Longjian rapped on the table, then rose to his feet and walked outside. Xia, in perfect synchrony, left some money on the table and followed Longjian. Seeing this, Song hurriedly stood up and exited with them. The trio ventured further away from the small town, arriving at a desolate area closer to the border of the land of water. Longjian halted, turning to the silent Song, and said, if given the opportunity, would you return to Sharan village, Song? Would you be willing to abandon your apprentice, your close friends, and your homeland for the sake of becoming a rogue ninja? Song raised her head, parted her lips, but remained silent. Longjian continued, my invitation may stem from my own intentions. However, you must understand that I require a complete Song, not a soulless puppet who is absent in spirit. As Song listened to Longjian's firm words, she lowered her head. She recognized his truth. She was joining the organization because of Longjian, and in her heart, she had already resolved that if given the chance, she would repay her life to him. After all, she was contemplating whether she could muster the heart to act against the people of Sharan village or engage in any harmful deeds toward them if Longjian were to request it. Song was unafraid of trouble for herself, but she feared that her actions might bring trouble to Longjian and his organization. Longjian had already saved her life, and she could not bear the thought of him suffering consequences or facing failure in future important missions because of her. This was unacceptable to Song. She had always been such a person, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, and grateful. Longjian said to Song, you must recognize a harsh reality. In the eyes of the upper echelons of Sharan village, you are a thorn in their side. Your recent mission was essentially a sacrificial offering from Sharan to Wurun, intended to alleviate their grievances and promote peace talks between Sharan and Wurun. Xia interjected appropriately, I have never understood your foolish loyalty, little girl. Remember, it is not you who has betrayed the village. Rather, it is the village that has betrayed you. One must acknowledge that Xia had improved significantly in his persuasive skills during these past few days spent with Longjian. Song listened to the relentless bombardment from Longjian and Xia, unable to hold back any longer. This girl, who had always been strong, cried out loud for the first time in front of Longjian and Xia. The pain pierced her heart. Song threw herself into Longjian's embrace, who gently patted her back and softly spoke. Song, the people of Sharan village are foolish not to cherish you. But I sincerely invite you, not only out of pity, but also out of regret. I do not wish for you to fade into obscurity within the shinobi world. Kangs kuris intensified, as if she were trying to unleash all her grievances. Seizing the moment, Longjian continued, such self-destructive behavior is something I would never engage in, and neither would the organization. I cannot fathom why one would voluntarily abandon top-tier combat power. It is simply absurd. The Mist Shinobi fear you because your bloodline limit counters their water techniques. Yet, the Sand Shinobi would so readily relinquish their trump card. If the Mist Shinobi continue to attack, wouldn't that be foolish? At that moment, Longjian's voice resonated in Song's ears like a gentle celestial melody. For the first time, she felt understood by someone who recognized her plight and acknowledged her struggles. Ironically, Longjian, a ninja from Konoha, grasped these truths, while the higher-ups of Sharan village seemed intent on their own demise. Song found herself lost in thought, becoming increasingly saddened, and the more she pondered, the more she wished to cry. Meanwhile, Xia observed Longjian whispering devilishly into Song's ear, thinking that this fellow was truly adept at stoking the flames. While Sharan village had indeed acted foolishly, Longjian left no room for leniency. Was he not akin to a cult leader? Xia even began to question if he had been lured into the organization in a similar manner by Longjian. Although Longjian had never embraced him, he continued, the heroes of the village must never become victims of high-level political strife. That is fundamentally wrong. We must never allow our heroes to shed blood and tears. Gradually, Song's sobs subsided, and suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Longjian. Her eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Long Jian, tell me about the organization and what is expected of us. I wish to join. Long Jian met her gaze, earnestly nodding. Meanwhile, he silently gave a thumbs up in his heart, grateful to Sha Run for sending him such a talented female ally. Sha Run Village. Truly the #1 benefactor of Long Jian's organization. The initial 2 teammates had all been provided by them. It is no wonder that with their wealth, they could afford to produce gems. Near the borders of the land of water, where the coastline approached the sea, a thick fog began to rise along the shore and spread through the forest. 3 figures, clad in matching black and purple robes adorned with golden thread patterns that exuded an air of nobility and mystery, slowly emerged from the mist. Their heads topped with conical hats. Their identities were unmistakable. They were the fully mobilized members of the Artist Association. Leader, Nara Long Jian. Members, Akasan no Xie and the newly joined Zhuang Dun Yitsong. Yitsong adjusted her hat to reveal her beautiful face, now imbued with renewed vitality and confidence, and asked Long Jian, who walked in the center, Long Jian, where are we heading now? After several days of Long Jian's relentless persuasion, Yitsong no longer appeared like the lifeless shell she once was, devoid of spirit and will to live. Now, she resembled a vibrant, living person, no longer a mere vessel without a soul. Through Long Jian's tireless explanations, she learned the true nature of the organization he had so fervently invited her to join. The name itself, Artist Association, sounded remarkably lofty. Furthermore, the requirements for membership were so reasonable that Yitsong found it hard to criticize or discern any faults. Long Jian described the organization as having a unique nature, lacking the strict regulations found in other groups. As long as one is like-minded and fulfills their responsibilities, the rest is entirely at one's discretion. Additionally, Long Jian assured Yitsong that the organization would provide some protection for rogue ninjas. In other words, he was reassuring her that even if she became a rogue ninja from Shaorin Village, there was no need to panic. The organization would support her, although at present, the organization consisted of just 2.5 members. Yitsong understood Long Jian's intent, encouraging her to pursue her desires without excessive pressure. Moreover, she had Xie, an experienced senior, as an example. Nevertheless, Long Jian still gave Yitsong the same cautionary advice he had given Xie. If she were to overindulge and meet her demise, the organization would bear no responsibility. After Long Jian's thorough introduction, Yitsong began to feel that this organization seemed quite appealing, with no personal restrictions and minimal demands. All that was required was for members to contribute when called upon. In their free time, they could engage in whatever activities they pleased. When not busy, there would be a group of fellow artists to share their experiences with. During battles, they could call upon each other for assistance. Joining seemed like a great idea. Thus, after careful consideration, Yitsong accepted Long Jian's invitation. Upon receiving the organization robe and the crafted ring from Long Jian, she looked at the black and purple robe and exquisite ring in her hands, then at Long Jian and Xie before making her decision. After much contemplation, Yitsong took out the headband from Shaorin Village that she had kept hidden. With a kunai clenched in her mouth, she gazed at the headband, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes, and with a determined toss of her head, she created a striking scene. The headband from Shaorin Village was decisively slashed with a horizontal line. Thus, the hero of Zhuang Dun, Yitsong, was no more in Shaorin Village. In the shinobi world, gained a rogue ninja, Yitsong. As she joined Long Jian's Artist Association, the ring she wore, made of the same material as those worn by Long Jian and Xie, bore the intricate design of the ThirdWar from the Shadow Core. Although it appeared somewhat fearsome, it radiated a peculiar beauty, with patterns leaning towards a mysterious purple hue. Having completed this symbolic act, Yitsong severed her ties with Shaorin Village and confidently adorned the ring on her right middle finger. Yitsong had always been a person of such character, cool on the outside, yet passionate within, unafraid to love and hate, and willing to take action. Upon realizing the higher-ups of Shaorin Village held such attitudes and intentions towards her, she found it difficult to let go of her clear friendships and disciples. However, she understood, as Long Jian had once told her, when one hesitates to cut ties, they only invite chaos. From the very beginning, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Shaorin Village, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Yet, after experiencing the situation firsthand and listening to Long Jian's narrations, a voice within her continually urged Yitsong forward. Yitsong indeed exerts himself tirelessly for the village of Shaorin and its people. However, He shall never dedicate himself to the upper echelons of Shaorun. Long Jian observed the rejuvenated Yi Tsong, responding to his inquiry. The primary objective these past few days has been to bring you joy, Yi Tsong, to relieve your burdens. As for the tasks at hand, we may defer those discussions for a few days. Upon hearing Long Jian's words, Yi Tsong offered an inadvertent smile. Indeed, a man's words can be deceiving. Yet, this deception evokes a desire for mischief. Yi Tsong remarked, I see, leader, you care for me. However, I am not one to remain idle. Since I have joined, I must contribute. What task can you assign to me, leader? Recently, Yi Tsong and Long Jian have grown increasingly familiar, often teasingly addressing Long Jian as leader, a reflection of Yi Tsong's genuine acknowledgement of Long Jian's authority. Long Jian feigned helplessness, shrugging his shoulders, and remarked, Alas, you have truly become one of us. Before he could finish, Long Jian's tone abruptly shifted, as if he had sensed something. He swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, a pristine little snake appeared before Long Jian and the others. This was the communication snake specifically used by Snake Uncle to correspond with Long Jian. As soon as the snake emerged, it opened its mouth wide and expelled a scroll that seemed rather disproportionate to its size. Long Jian picked up the scroll and patted the snake's head. The little snake affectionately nuzzled against Long Jian before dissipating into a puff of smoke. Upon unfurling the scroll, a single sentence caught his eye, penned in Snake Uncle's distinctive handwriting. Unrest in Wuren Village. The village has dispatched you to the border of the Land of Water to investigate. What further piqued Long Jian's interest was the subsequent line from Snake Uncle. Intelligence suggests the third Mizukage has passed away. The remaining details of the mission assigned to Long Jian by the village could only be accessed through a special secret technique. Long Jian tucked away the scroll, stroking his chin thoughtfully, pondering. The third Mizukage, has he truly departed? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that the third Mizukage had indeed passed away recently. The cause of death, however, remained uncertain. It could have been murder or severe illness. As for the unrest in Wuren Village, Long Jian suddenly smacked his forehead, wondering if it was connected to that elusive, loud ding. Yi Tsong and Xie observed Long Jian deep in thought, tacitly refraining from interrupting. After a moment, Long Jian reached a decision. He turned to Yi Tsong and Xie, stating, Konoha has arranged a new mission for me, related to Wuren. Do you wish to accompany me to Wuren to stir up some trouble, or would you prefer to first investigate the Dragon Vein in the Land of Wind? Long Jian presented this choice to Xie and Yi Tsong. Having both of them along would enhance Long Jian's combat prowess, even if it may not be entirely necessary. However, should it relate to that man, their strength could indeed prove valuable. After all, they are allies, and why not utilize their talents? If Xie were aware of Long Jian's thoughts, he would undoubtedly quip, Look at this Long Jian, the quintessential capitalist. Down with capitalism. If they chose not to accompany him, it mattered little. Long Jian surmised that Konoha would likely dispatch more individuals later, preventing any potential awkward encounters. Long Jian also had to keep his identity concealed, weighing the pros and cons of both options. Upon hearing Long Jian's proposal, Yi Tsong and Xie exchanged glances, momentarily lost in thought. Notijing Yi Kang's apparent indigestion. Long Jian kindly reassured him. It's all right, Yi Tsong, the choice is yours. Ultimately, it hinges on your desires. If you seek revenge against Wuren, then remain here. If you wish to unwind in the Land of Wind, then accompany Xie. The Dragon Vein is indeed a task, yet it shall not hinder our pursuit of artistry. Of course, only you two are worthy of undertaking it, for you are formidable artists. How amusing it is that whenever Long Jian has time, he becomes the CPU for everyone, akin to a pure pyramid scheme leader. In Long Jian's eyes, Yi Tsong appeared significantly less imposing than Xie. Xie was entirely devoted to the pursuit of artistry, while also casually probing the tasks issued by Long Jian. After all, Long Jian had not issued any urgent commands, and he himself had stated there was no rush. One cannot fault Xie for merely going with the flow. Meanwhile, Xie remained blissfully unaware of Long Jian's subtle jabs at him, clapping his hands in agreement with Long Jian's sentiments on the pursuit of art. Ye Jiang nodded, responding to Long Jian. In that case, let's first venture to the Land of Wind to further investigate the Dragon Vein. When you are ready to take over, it will be more convenient. Yi Tsong's thoughts were still for Long Jian's benefit. Subsequently, Yi Tsong's tone grew colder as he continued. As for Wuren, there will always be time for revenge. Their village is right there. They cannot escape. When the time comes, We will capture them all for Xie to transform into art pieces. Long Jian raised an eyebrow at Yi Tsang's words, sensing a shift in her demeanor after her rebirth. Such sentiments seemed uncharacteristic of someone who usually portrayed an icy demeanor. Could this be the fabled principle of opposition? Xie, upon hearing Yi Tsang's words, applauded once more, lavishly praising her. I am beginning to like you, Yi Tsang. Having a teammate who understands the value of art is rather splendid. What a delightful child. Foolish leaders of Shaoren. Long Jian nodded at the two, saying, Very well, we shall proceed according to your wishes. When I arrive in the land of wind, I will first utilize the intelligence Xie acquired to approach the vicinity of the dragon vein. I will then contact you through the communication snake. Until then, we shall meet again. Yi Tsang and Xie nodded in agreement before embarking on their journey toward the land of wind. Once they had distanced themselves, Long Jian retrieved the earlier scroll and, employing Konoha's special secret technique, carefully read its contents. After a while, Long Jian grasped the essence of the mission. In essence, Konoha suspected that the Mizukage of Wurun village had perished, coupled with the recent unrest in the village as they began dispatching elite ninjas to the border, some of whom had already clashed with Konoha's elite, resulting in bloodshed. Thus, they hoped Long Jian could verify the truth of the intelligence while also delivering a blow to Wu Rin's elite forces. After all, it is well known that I, Long Jian, thrive on taking down the elite. Furthermore, there was a crucial task at hand. Intelligence indicated that the tailed beast of Wu Run village, specifically the Sambai, had seemingly escaped. Long Jian felt a sense of familiarity from the mission details penned by the third Hokage. It appeared that the third Hokage wished to involve himself in matters concerning the tailed beasts. After all, these creatures are devastating weapons capable of annihilating entire villages. Purely mobile nuclear weapons. Yet, the third Hokage did not issue a direct command to Long Jian. He merely advised him to remain vigilant regarding security. Note, safety. Understanding is mutual. Long Jian stowed away the mission scroll, increasingly convinced that this situation bore a striking resemblance to a familiar narrative. The scroll also stated that Long Jian serves as the vanguard, with subsequent elite ninjas from my set to follow. It is hoped that Long Jian can depart swiftly to lead the charge. After all, the current narrative surrounding Long Jian and Mai is that he is still honing his Senjutsu in the Long D Cave. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not have allowed Orochimaru to send a message assigning him a task. Upon examining the map, Long Jian realized that he was quite close to the front lines designated for this mission. After much contemplation, he decided that a visit to the Long D Cave was imperative. He recalled that he had yet to claim an important gift from the Long D Cave, which was a formidable and exclusive summoning beast. While Orochimaru had the likes of Manda, he had not yet summoned a creature of that caliber himself, a Bija-level beast. With this thought in mind, Long Jian invoked the reverse summoning technique, and a cloud of smoke enveloped him. When the smoke dissipated, he found himself beneath the prominent sign of the Long D Cave. Shortly after his arrival, Shichikujima Haim floated out, still embodying her charming lowly appearance. Upon seeing Long Jian, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she drifted toward him. Welcome, Long Jian, she exclaimed warmly. Long Jian reciprocated her enthusiasm. Yes, Shichikujima Haim, I'm here. It's been a while. Did you miss me? A blossoming smile graced her features as she replied, Of course I did. After circling around him, she inquired with a hint of uncertainty. So, Long Jian, did you come alone? Confused, Long Jian scratched his head, glanced around, and answered, Yes, just me. No one else can come here directly. With a smile still on her face, Shichikujima Haim continued. So, did you come empty-handed? Long Jian instinctively nodded, replying yes. Before he could finish, he realized his mistake. Oh no, he had forgotten to bring a gift. The previously cheerful expression of Shichikujima Haim instantly darkened, transforming into a fierce scowl that radiated menace. She squeezed Long Jian's face tightly and shouted, You dare come without a gift? I'll strangle you, you ingrate. You promised me. I've been bragging to Tianxin Shinjiki for ages. Desperately, Long Jian flailed his arms in protest, shouting, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sister. I was wrong. Next time I promise. Next time, I'll bring double. Hearing his assurances, Shichikujima Haim reluctantly released her grip on his face, and Long Jian quickly squatted to the side, rubbing his reddened cheeks. He had to admit, her grip was quite formidable, with her hands on her hips. Shichikujima Haim resumed her lowly appearance, floating in the air with a hint of arrogance as she asked, So, what brings you back? Are you here to learn other senjutsu? At her words, Long Jian seemed to regain his energy, suddenly springing into action. With his flushed cheeks and playful demeanor, he knelt on one knee and proclaimed dramatically, "I, Long Jian, have come to the Long D Cave seeking a mighty and powerful exclusive summoning partner. I hope you can assist me, beautiful sister." Shichikujima Haim considered him thoughtfully, stroking her chin. "So that's what you're after. You wish to find a unique giant snake that possesses Senjutsu chakra and sign a personal contract, much like the one your teacher, Orochimaru, often summons." Long Jian nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Shichikujima Haim replied, "In that case, I can't simply assist you on my own. After all, in our Long D Cave, snakes capable of mastering Senjutsu chakra are rare. I will take you to seek the advice of Lord Whitesnake." Understanding her reasoning, Long Jian agreed. It was only natural to consult the wise. Thus, Shichikujima Haim led Long Jian directly to the dwelling of Lord Whitesnake. Upon entering the familiar setting of the mysterious temple, Long Jian approached, and Lord Whitesnake manifested before him. With earnestness, Long Jian stated, "Lord Whitesnake, I wish to sign a contract with a formidable giant snake that possesses Senjutsu chakra. I seek your assistance." Without transforming into her familiar elderly form, Lord Whitesnake responded, "I understand your desire. However, do you have a specific candidate in mind?" Long Jian pondered carefully, replying, "A specific candidate? I actually do not know which giant snakes in the Long D Cave possess Senjutsu chakra." Lord Whitesnake chuckled. "You little rascal. Ever since you arrived at the Long D Cave, you have continuously reshaped our understanding of humanity, both in terms of your capacity for natural energy and Senjutsu chakra. In that case, deep within the cave, there resides a giant snake that even I find challenging to handle. Why don't you go and give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Long Jian felt a sense of unease. The words sounded familiar. Lord Whitesnake continued, "That creature is undoubtedly powerful and fierce, but its temperament leaves much to be desired. I hope you can resolve this troublesome situation for me, as it has already mastered a substantial amount of Senjutsu." Realizing who Lord Whitesnake was referring to, Long Jian felt a surge of confidence. He believed he could indeed conquer that giant snake. After all, he had witnessed the antics of a certain individual. If Boruto could charm that creature with his words, why couldn't he? Bowing respectfully to Lord Whitesnake, Long Jian declared, "Rest assured, Lord Whitesnake, since you have entrusted me with this task, I shall do my utmost to resolve this issue. I am confident that by overcoming this challenge, I will secure a powerful ally." Lord Whitesnake, now in her elderly form, nodded approvingly, saying, "Although your intentions are indeed suitable for forming contracts with the other giant snakes of the Long D Cave, I find myself anticipating your success. From you, I sense a quality not found in the other ninjas who venture here." Long Jian felt a sense of pride swell within him. Today seemed to mark a turning point. Perhaps he was the one being tasked to eliminate the troublesome presence that Lord Whitesnake had alluded to. Nevertheless, he remained confident. For that snake was one of the most formidable creatures in the Long D Cave, second only to Lord Whitesnake, Tenshin Shinjiki, Shichikujima Haim, and Takuji Haim. The prowess of this serpent is undoubtedly on par with that of Wan Shi, and it is even believed by Long Jian that this snake's strength surpasses that of Wan Shi. This is solely due to its ability to wield celestial techniques, rendering it exceptionally formidable. The Baishi Xianren spoke to the empty space beside Long Jian, stating, "In that case, let this little one give it a try." As soon as the words left her lips, the figure of Shi Chu Dao Ji suddenly appeared beside Long Jian, almost like a specter. Shi Chu Dao Ji bowed respectfully to Baishi Xianren and declared, "Very well, esteemed Baishi Xianren. I shall take this little one to the lair of that creature." Baishi Xianren nodded in agreement and then advised Long Jian, "Allow me to offer you a small piece of advice. That great serpent possesses what is known as the reverse scale. If you can procure it, you will naturally become its master. However, should you fail and be consumed by that creature, I hope you will not hold me accountable, as I am not in a position to intervene." Long Jian, listening intently to Baishi Xianren's counsel, nodded confidently and responded, "Rest assured, Baishi Xianren, I will certainly conquer this stubborn occupant of the dragon's den. Await my good news." When asked about his unwavering confidence, Long Jian could only attribute it to his years of being an ardent follower of Naruto. During moments of emptiness, loneliness, and helplessness, opening that immutable source of inspiration revealed to him that even Boruto, without the reverse scale of that enigmatic serpent, could subdue the formidable beast merely with his verbal prowess. What do I lack compared to long ago? I am determined to achieve greatness. I will seize the reverse scale and conquer it with my words. Observing Long Jian's self-assured demeanor, Bai Xianren resumed her grand form and spoke in a deep voice. Very well, then do proceed and give it a try. I hope you can resolve this matter, for I find this creature to be quite bothersome. Long Jian exhibited an air of determination, declaring, such a mighty serpent shall naturally be subdued by me. Shi Chu Dao Ji addressed Long Jian, saying, let us go, little one. I shall take you there. That creature possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Not only is it powerful, but it is also quite difficult to engage with. Most serpents in the dragon's den find it hard to interact with it due to its eccentric nature. Even I sometimes struggle with its confrontational demeanor. Long Jian, curious, discreetly inquired, Sister Shi Chu Dao Ji, may I ask if the great serpent you intend to take me to possesses a unique name? Something akin to Wanxi? Upon hearing this, Shi Chu Dao Ji paused in her flotation, contemplated for a moment, and replied, a name, you say? It appears there is indeed one. I have often heard other serpents refer to it by a two-character name. Long Jian listened intently, filled with anticipation. Shi Chu Dao Ji stroked her chin in thought and finally exclaimed, yes, it's called Xianya. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, it was quite formidable, but alas, it was betrayed by humans, which led to a drastic change in its temperament. Exercise caution. Long Jian felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this revelation. Indeed, just as he had surmised, Xianya, the serpent he had envisioned. Following the floating Shi Chu Dao Ji, Long Jian departed from the temple dedicated to Bai Xianren, making his way deep into the dragon's den. As he ventured further, the surrounding environment grew increasingly dark, with some areas shrouded in complete obscurity. After a while, Shi Chu Dao Ji halted and pointed toward the seemingly bottomless opening, stating, that creature typically roams this area. You should be able to find it within. Best of luck, little one. However, I must kindly remind you that this serpent is not an ordinary one. If you find it too challenging, do not push yourself, as the dragon's den is not solely inhabited by this great serpent. Long Jian nodded earnestly in response and assured Shi Chu Dao Ji, thank you for your concern, sister. I will approach this with utmost caution. Shi Chu Dao Ji shrugged indifferently and remarked, it's not that I am concerned for you. I simply cannot bear the thought of that detestable creature succeeding where I could not. Realizing that serpents are indeed difficult creatures to navigate relationships with, Shi Chu Dao Ji then stated, all right, I shall leave you here. The rest is up to you. I will await your good news. Long Jian, displaying civility and politeness, bowed to Shi Chu Dao Ji and said, thank you, beautiful sister, for guiding me. Shi Chu Dao Ji waved her hand dismissively as she floated back along the path they had come, her voice fading into the distance. Do not allow Xianya to devour you, for you still owe me something you have yet to procure. Once Shi Chu Dao Ji was out of sight, Long Jian began to survey the cavern before him. If his memory served him correctly, this cave could be considered Xianya's hunting ground. The terrain and dark environment were undoubtedly advantageous for Xianya in battle. It was a quintessential battleground. Nevertheless, Long Jian resolved to enter. For who could resist the allure of a cool, atomic-breathing red sausage as a summoning beast? The reverse scale of Xianya was a place that could not be touched lightly. By nature, a serpent adorned with a reverse scale had already reached a level akin to that of a dragon. Capturing it could lead to a temperamental transformation in Xianya. Long Jian closed his eyes, twisted his neck, and took several deep breaths. Upon reopening his eyes, his pupils gleamed a striking crimson, now intermingled with a holy gold hue. His eyes had transformed into slits, and purple sage markings adorned his face. This was Long Jian's first attempt to merge the state of the fusion mask with the sage mode, and to his surprise, it was remarkably successful. Long Jian could distinctly feel that his strength had increased significantly compared to before. Entering both sage mode and the fusion mask state was no longer a simple addition. It was akin to activating a cheat code, enhancing his capabilities beyond measure. With renewed vigor, Long Jian summoned Mo Xie from the shadows and boldly stepped into the cavern. As he crossed the threshold, he discovered that the interior of the cave was vast, expanding further as he advanced. Soon, he arrived at a colossal chamber resembling a cavern, where an enormous stone statue of a serpent stood proudly at the center. The serpent appeared to be roaring into the depths with its gaping maw, a lifelike representation that, if not for Long Jian's thermal imaging technology, indicating it was merely an inanimate object, he might have believed he encountered a stone serpent. Gazing at the statue, Long Jian suddenly recalled certain details concerning Xianya. The serpent before him was undoubtedly the colossal snake that had once brushed against Xianya's reverse scales in the Long Dong, only to be rendered into a stone statue by Xianya's petrifying venom. Long Jian shook his head, slightly in regret, then circled around the statue and continued deeper into the cave. He could sense a powerful aura emanating from the depths, one that was faintly visible through the infrared technique, yet exceedingly formidable. It was most likely Xianya. As Long Jian pressed on, a sudden gust of foul wind rushed towards him. Before him appeared a gaping maw, rushing straight at him with astonishing speed. Yet, Long Jian seemed oblivious, resolutely advancing forward. The massive figure that had awakened from slumber was none other than Xianya, who had detected the intrusion of a human. After all, Long Jian hadn't made any effort to conceal his presence, so it was only natural that a serpent of Xianya's caliber would notice him. Just as Xianya believed the human before him was utterly unaware of his impending attack and would soon become his meal, something astonishing occurred. At the moment Xianya's enormous jaws made contact with Long Jian's body, they effortlessly passed through him as if he were merely an illusion. Xianya's entire form glided through Long Jian, as though they existed on different planes, rendering the serpent's assault entirely ineffective. This was due to Long Jian's remarkable ability, akin to the phasing power of Tu Chi. Although his current duration was not as prolonged as Tu Chi's 5 minutes, his skills were continuously evolving. Long Jian held steadfast in his belief that one day he would fully harness the mask's capabilities, ultimately becoming an indomitable figure. Surprised, Xianya halted his charge and turned to gaze at Long Jian, who had come to a gradual stop. The serpent's single eye glimmered with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his sudden ambush would be evaded by this human in such a simple yet uncanny manner. Xianya was not one to easily concede. His temperament was such that he would draw his blade at the slightest provocation, with murderous intent gleaming in his eye. Xianya seized the moment when Long Jian turned his back, believing he had found an opening. With a roar, he opened his massive jaws wide, unleashing an atomic breath aimed directly at Long Jian. This was Xianya's petrifying venom, a technique that could only be wielded through the chakra of his innate mystical arts and was devastatingly potent. Typically, any creature or object that came into contact would be instantly turned to stone. Yet, predictably, Xianya's atomic breath passed harmlessly through Long Jian's form, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Long Jian turned to face Xianya, observing him silently as the serpent felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, coupled with the distinctive markings of a sage from Long Dong adorning his visage. To Xianya's bewilderment, both of his attacks had failed to yield any results. This was an unprecedented occurrence for him. He had dispatched numerous humans before, some of whom were strong, yet he had never encountered one like Long Jian, whose attacks seemed to have no effect, as if he were simply phasing through them. Xianya's mind churned with thoughts. Although this human appeared small and innocent, exuding an aura of fragility, the strength radiating from him was undeniably formidable. Strangely, all of Xianya's assaults had been rendered ineffective. He began to suspect that Long Jian might have been sent by the Bai Shi Xianren specifically to eliminate him. In that moment, Xianya hesitated to strike again, as Long Jian's abilities had left him utterly flabbergasted, shrouded in mystery. Thus, in the cavern, a peculiar standoff ensued. One man and one serpent locked in a gaze. Long Jian smiled broadly, displaying a radiant grin, and slowly addressed Xianya. "There is no need to be so agitated. Xianya, I intended to come and have a pleasant conversation with you, yet you seem ready for a fight at first sight." Xingya, fixated on the human who had effortlessly evaded his attack without a hint of concern, found his mind racing. Adhering to the principle of remaining still while the enemy was in motion, he chose to glare at Long Jian without engaging in dialogue. Long Jian, noticing Xianya's expression of palpable tension, smiled even wider, relishing the effect he was having. As one of nature's fierce beasts, serpents embodied the principle of survival of the fittest. If one did not surpass him in strength, ferocity, or intimidation, how could they hope to conquer a serpent rumored to have competed alongside the likes of the original Uchiha and Madara? In fact, Xianya might have existed far longer than mere legend suggested. Long Jian maintained his composed demeanor, applying psychological pressure on Xianya. "Why the silence? Xianya, do you not enjoy conversation? Or perhaps you are simply too anxious to know how to engage with me. Xianya, with a voice as thunderous as a bell, finally spoke. Human, reveal the purpose of your intrusion upon my rest. Long Jian chuckled at this, responding, Ah, it seems we can have a proper discussion after all. That is more like it. Fighting is so tedious and lacks elegance. Despite Long Jian's seemingly light-hearted tone, Xianya remained silent, continuing to scrutinize him intently. Long Jian then laid bare his intentions. It's nothing too significant, Xianya. As you may have observed, I have mastered the mystical arts of Long Di Dong, and am seeking to forge a summoning contract with a formidable serpent. Given your prowess, I believe we would make a splendid match. What do you think? Xianya, rather than feeling flattered by Long Jian's praise, was incensed and retorted, What? You dare to seek to command me? You wretched human, you shall not succeed. I made that mistake once in my youth, but I will not fall for your deceit again. As Xianya prepared to take action, Long Jian, seeing the serpent's intense reaction, interjected, All right, I understand your grievances. Xinjia, do not be so agitated. You may harbor deep resentment towards humans, particularly that ninja who previously formed a contract with you. However, not all ninjas are the same. Xianya's disdainful voice interrupted, Do not jest, you little fool. I know all too well how cunning you ninjas are. You think mere words can sway me? Don't be foolish. Since I'm in a good mood today and do not wish to feast on humans, you should promptly leave and seek out by Shi Xianren to find another serpent to contract with. Long Jian noted Xianya's outright refusal, clearly unwilling to grant him any opportunity for debate. Raising an eyebrow, he declared loudly, Oh no. Xianya, you have misunderstood. From the very beginning, I never intended to persuade you with mere words. Rather than engaging in verbal sparring, I prefer to rely on my formidable strength. With that, Long Jian no longer concealed his overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura, which erupted with tremendous force, instantly saturating the cavern and causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Xianya's serpentine pupils narrowed, and his body tensed in response. Alas, it seems a confrontation is imminent. Long Jian hoisted Moi onto his shoulder, his voice laced with a hint of mockery as he addressed Xinjia. I have heard from the White Snake Immortal that you possess a reverse scale. If it were to be removed, you would become more compliant. In that case, it would be much more convenient. He continued, Relax, Xinjia. Endure just a moment longer, and it will be over. In response, Xinjia let out a furious roar, declaring, Not a chance. With that, Xinjia lunged forward, his massive form surging with intent, his gaping maw aimed directly at Long Jian. Yet, Long Jian remained unfazed, standing still, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow as he regarded Xinjia. As expected, Xinjia's attack once again passed harmlessly through Long Jian's ethereal form. This time, however, Long Jian did not allow Xinjia to escape so easily. Once Xinjia's assault had traversed his body, Long Jian instantly solidified, wielding Moi with fierce momentum, and unleashed a swift strike, accompanied by a blend of celestial chakra and shadowy energy. A razor-sharp blade of light surged towards Xinjia's colossal body. The cavern resonated with a thunderous roar as a shallow wound appeared upon Xinjia. Enraged, he retaliated with a stream of petrifying venom aimed at Long Jian's face. In response, Long Jian swiftly formed hand seals, his expression transforming into that of a celestial being, the colors of his mask growing ever more vivid. Celestial technique inorganique rebirth. As Long Jian's aura surged, celestial chakra radiated outward, causing the cave to tremble violently. Xinjia, now employing his intellect, prepared to seize the opportunity as Long Jian completed his seals. However, to Xinjia's dismay, his petrifying venom once again passed harmlessly through Long Jian's form, inflicting no harm and failing to achieve the desired petrification effect. Conversely, Long Jian's technique, inorganic rebirth, emanated an overwhelming sense of danger that Xinjia instinctively sensed. The rocks within the cavern quaked, as if alive, preparing for a fierce onslaught. In an instant, the stalactites that had formed over countless years sprang to life, striking swiftly and at sharp angles toward Xinjia's immense frame. The air filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars, cries of agony, and the sound of flesh being torn asunder. Inorganic rebirth was a celestial technique that Long Jian had mastered immediately following his study of heat vision and absorption. This technique allowed him to bestow life upon lifeless inorganic matter and control it. In simpler terms, at its pinnacle, it could compel every flower, tree, and blade of grass in the vicinity to fight on his behalf. It sounded impressive, This celestial art was distinct from the rudimentary use of chakra to manipulate matter. Inorganic rebirth truly endowed life and commanded it with celestial chakra, resulting in rapid and unpredictable movements that were difficult to counter. For Shinya, it meant that the serpents could hardly respond, and despite his towering stature and high physical resistance, he could not withstand being a stationary target under relentless assault. To make matters worse, Shinya's various attacks against Longjian proved utterly ineffective. This one-sided thrashing only served to exacerbate Shinya's already frayed temper, leading him to unleash a torrent of curses at Longjian. Yet, Longjian thrived on Shinya's resistance. The more fiercely he fought back, the more exhilarated Longjian became. In a bold move, Longjian tossed Moi into the shadows and drew forth two ebony staffs, linked by a deep black metal chain. An ancient weapon from the farthest reaches of the east, it exhibited its allure with wild abandon. The storm of attacks surged toward Shinya's frame. Amidst the chaos, Longjian taunted. Oh, ai, use de nunchaku. Oh, ai. Ha ha hey. I'm not J-Cho. I am unstoppable. As the tempest of strikes rained down upon him, the fog within the cavern thickened. Shinya seemed to gradually lose all means of defense and strength, ceasing his cries and struggles. He understood that Longjian's attacks were not aimed at his vitals. They merely caused discomfort and a bit of bloodshed, an exercise in endurance. Deep down, he realized that Longjian was merely flexing his muscles. Longjian had succeeded in instilling a profound recognition of his capabilities within Shinya. A master of celestial techniques, with formidable offensive prowess and the ability to assume an ethereal form to evade harm, Longjian dominated their encounter. In essence, when Longjian attacked Shinya, he struck with precision, while Shinya's efforts against Longjian fell short. Having observed Shinya's transformation into a state of submission, Longjian finally ceased his assault. Shinya, now upright, yet slightly disheveled, gazed at Longjian, who grinned maliciously while gripping the black staffs. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, "Little demon, I can see that your strength is indeed impressive, but to forge a pact with me is out of the question. Bestowing trust upon humans is the height of folly. I shall not be utilized once more. Trust is merely a tool for exploitation, and I refuse to be exploited again." With that, Shinya closed his eyes defiantly, choosing to ignore Longjian. The latter, amused by Shinya's obstinate demeanor, chuckled softly. It seemed that the previously defiant Shinya had revealed a duality of character, adopting a nonchalant attitude in the face of chaos. Longjian tossed the nunchaku to the ground and addressed Shinya. "Do not regale me with tales of your past trials and tribulations. I come bearing sincerity, inviting you to join forces with me. I acknowledge your plight, Shinya, but I'm not the kind of fool who would sabotage his own foundation. My companions affirm that I am exceptionally trustworthy." Shinya remained unmoved by Longjian's words. Observing this, Longjian stepped closer, extending 3 fingers as he spoke. "Shinya, I present you with 3 choices. First, accept my invitation and forge a pact with me. I shall elevate you to greatness and lead you to conquer the ninja world. Second, I shall strike you once more, seize your reverse scale, and compel you to sign a contract once you are subdued, a process I shall term force compliance. Third, I shall take your reverse scale and deliver it to the White Snake Immortal. I suspect she may hold a keen interest in you, perhaps even more so than others who wish for your demise." Listening to Longjian's words, Shinya recognized the gravity of the situation. He knew this individual was capable of following through with his threats. He also understood that should the White Snake Immortal acquire his reverse scale, he would become subservient to the serpents, a fate far more tormenting than death itself. Longjian, sensing Shinya's reaction, pressed further. "However, I sincerely hope you choose the first option, for I seek a genuine Shinya, complete with all his attributes, rather than a puppet stripped of his reverse scale. After all, your combative nature aligns splendidly with my ambitions, and together, we would exude an impressive aura. I too believe that only Xianya, possessing the inverse scale, is the true embodiment of Xianya." As he exhaled a cloud of foul air, his enormous serpentine eyes fixated on Longjian, yet his mind was engulfed in contemplation. Although he sensed that Longjian spoke words of utmost sincerity and, given his strength, had no apparent reason to deceive him, Xianya's past experiences rendered him hesitant to overcome this mental barrier. However, should Longjian manage to claim his inverse scale, it would be akin to a fate worse than death. It would be far better to serve as his spirit beast, for as Longjian mentioned, he would be true to himself. Xianya, with his inverse scale, represented the complete form of Xianya. Long Jian shrugged and approached with deliberate steps, seemingly prepared to claim the inverse scale. Xianya hastily interjected, "Wait, you truly are a formidable serpent. I am merely contemplating." Long Jian turned his gaze towards Xianya and inquired, "What have you concluded?" Xianya replied in a gruff voice, "I find your proposal agreeable. Your strength as my contract partner is indeed fitting. However, can you guarantee?" Before Xianya could finish, Long Jian interjected, "I understand your concerns, Xianya. You merely fear to trust again. I am not one to be trifled with. I am surrounded by allies willing to risk their lives for one another. Trust exists not for exploitation, but for comrades to extend a helping hand at any moment. What I desire is to become your comrade." Xianya scrutinized Long Jian's face, perceiving no hint of deceit in his gaze, only a profound clarity and formidable confidence. With a resigned expression, Xianya solemnly declared, "You leave me no choice. Since you insist, allow me to lend you my strength. Though, do not summon me against feeble opponents. I am no mere tool." This was Xianya's final concession. Long Jian grinned broadly and raised his hand. After a brief glance, Xianya bashfully lowered his head and connected his forehead with Long Jian's palm. Thus, a new bond was forged between man and serpent. After a while, Long Jian's figure appeared in the temple dedicated to the revered Bai Shi Xianren. Bai Shi Xianren, still resembling a kind old woman, reclined upon a massive armchair. Upon sensing Long Jian's arrival, she opened her squinting eyes and regarded him. Her sharp voice rang out, "So, young Long Jian, have you encountered that troublesome Xianya? He is quite a difficult character, much like yourself. Judging by your demeanor, did you meet with failure? No matter. I permit you to seek another serpent for a contract." Long Jian chuckled in response and replied to Bai Shi Xianren, "Xianya is indeed a challenge. I have not claimed his inverse scale. However, speaking of difficulty, I believe I am even more challenging." With that, Long Jian bit his finger, swiftly forming seals, and forcefully struck the ground. The spirit-summoning runes rapidly spread across the earth. In a burst of thick smoke, a colossal crimson form emerged behind Long Jian, bearing a prominent and menacing scar across its singular eye. It was none other than Xianya, who had just entered into a spirit contract with Long Jian. Upon his emergence, Xianya bellowed at Bai Shi Xianren, "Dare you attempt to claim my inverse scale? Old woman, shall I consume you on the spot?" Subsequently, Xianya's massive serpentine head extended towards Bai Shi Xianren. Observing the summoned Xianya, Bai Shi Xianren's lips curled slightly, her smile devoid of warmth as she remarked, "Who would have thought you managed to secure Xianya without even claiming his inverse scale? Truly an impressive little rascal." With laughter, she transformed into a wisp of azure smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Bai Shi Xianren revealed her true form. The two colossal serpents, each having lived for thousands of years, enveloped Long Jian between them. Long Jian, however, waved his hand dismissively, appearing unperturbed. He mused internally that despite their age, they were still lacking in prowess compared to him, Long Jian. Anything that caught his eye would inevitably be acquired, be it human or serpent. All would be gathered into his possession. Thus, Long Jian's motley crew officially gained a new mascot, resplendent in vibrant red, a rather auspicious sight. Though from the perspective of foes, this mascot might seem anything but auspicious, perhaps even a touch terrifying. With Xianya's formidable support, Long Jian, invigorated, departed the dragon's den, donned in a new attire, and promptly set forth towards the designated location of his mission in Mai. Long Jian resolved to scout ahead. After all, the circumstances surrounding the sudden demise of the third Mizukage were not elaborated upon in the original narrative, nor did Long Jian possess any detailed knowledge of the matter. Thus, he decided to investigate, hoping to uncover hidden truths regarding this unforeseen event. Swiftly navigating through the forest, Long Jian soon discerned subtle, concealed traces near the mission site. Upon investigation, he surmised that these were likely remnants left by the ninjas of the mist. Judging by the signs, this small team appeared to consist of elite mist ninjas. After a moment of thought, Long Jian followed the trail, reasoning that it would be easier to extract information directly from the enemy than to search for clues himself. After pursuing the trail for a considerable distance, Long Jian abruptly noticed that the traces left by the team had inexplicably vanished. Standing still, he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Unbeknownst to him, the humidity of the land of water had thickened the fog around him. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Countless kunai and shuriken were hurled towards Long Jian. Simultaneously, several urgent voices called out, Suiton, Suiton Teko no Jutsu, Suiton, Suiryu den no Jutsu, Suiton, Suikoha. The Suiton techniques surged forth, aimed directly at Long Jian, who was enveloped by the thick mist. In an instant, the water, swirling like a tornado, descended upon Long Jian's position, wreaking havoc. The surging water, akin to a waterfall, cascaded downwards upon him. Several small water dragons, bearing their gaping maws, lunged into the mist, seeking to tear apart Long Jian with relentless ferocity. As for the Suiton Teko no Jutsu, a secret technique passed down through the Kirigakure clan, Long Jian had previously jested about it as the gun technique, wherein one mimicked the shape of a gun with their right hand and shot liquid akin to bullets from their fingertips, capable of piercing through enemies. Its power was formidable. Long Jian had often employed it with great effectiveness against foes. In an instant, a torrential barrage of attacks descended upon him. Meanwhile, figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding trees, 6 or 7 in total. A closer inspection revealed that these assailants, launching such a fierce assault against Long Jian, all bore the headbands of the mist. The ferocious onslaught stirred up fierce winds, causing the surrounding mist to thicken even further. A youth adorned with a mist ninja forehead protector, who appeared to be of a similar age to Long Jian, boasted a mane of soft white hair. His hair was styled in vertical braids, and his neck was wrapped in fluffy bandages. At this moment, he raised both hands, adopting a gun-like stance aimed at Long Jian's recent position, flashing a grin that revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth, lending a sinister edge to his otherwise handsome visage. The boy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Is that all it takes to take him down? This Konoha fellow seems rather overrated." Perched not far from him on a tree, a mist ninja with one eye shielded by an eye patch, whose visible eye was bulging with veins, solemnly cautioned, "It's not that simple, Manuel. Do not underestimate him. You have no idea how terrifying his strength truly is. His abilities are nothing short of supernatural." The speaker was none other than Ching, the mist jonin who had previously infiltrated the Land of Fire with a group of subordinates, but was frightened away by Long Jian and Shui. However, at this moment, the so-called White-Eye Killer was sweating nervously, displaying signs of apprehension. Beside Ching stood a sweet-looking girl with striking green eyes and a cascade of red-brown curls, also of an age similar to Long Jian's. It was evident that she would blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. She was likewise observing the situation below with caution, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Her melodious voice chimed in, "Indeed, do not let your guard down. After all, our adversary is the one known as the master of the shadow flow. Moreover, I have a strange feeling that my Suiton technique seemed to have had no effect on him. Just moments ago, while pursuing Ching and his companions, Ching had instinctively activated his Byakugan to investigate their path forward. To his dismay, while nothing appeared ahead, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence rapidly approaching from behind them, which felt oddly familiar, yet eluded his thoughts. This unsettling sensation stirred buried memories within him. Frustrated, he thought, "Damn it, I was on the verge of forgetting." Ching hastily conveyed this alarming information to the other members of his squad. This team was primarily composed of the young elite of the Mist Ninja, and though they were not particularly old, similar in age to Long Jian, their prowess was formidable. Among them were users of bloodline limits and exceptional young talents far surpassing their peers. As one of the more experienced Jonin, Ching naturally assumed the role of captain for this elite unit. The pressure was considerable. Losing even one of them would weigh heavily on him. This mission was undeniably perilous, yet Ching understood the urgency of the current era. With wars frequently erupting, there was no time for gradual growth. A towering tree cannot grow in a greenhouse. Only those who have endured the trials of war and emerged alive can truly develop into capable warriors. Since the last encounter with Long Jian and Shui, Ching's combat style had shifted to one of greater caution, adhering to the philosophy of using full strength even against a hare. He swiftly coordinated his team, devising an ambush plan that was executed with surprising efficiency. However, upon recognizing who had entered their encirclement, Ching's unease intensified. Goodness, what is this ancestor doing in our land of water? Weren't we supposed to be ambushing him? Beads of cold sweat formed on Ching's forehead, as he felt an overwhelming sense of being cornered. That day, Ching was once again reminded of the terror he had felt when previously dominated by Long Jian. The white-haired youth, referred to as Manuel by Ching, listened to the warnings from Ching and the girl. Although a hint of pride lingered within him as a mist ninja prodigy, It was evident that Manuel was not reckless. He, too, became alert, tensing his body in preparation for battle. Suddenly, at the very spot where Long Jian had stood, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. The mist, conjured by the mist ninjas through chakra, began to converge uncontrollably toward a central point, as if drawn by some unseen force. After coalescing, the mist vanished inexplicably, as though absorbed by an unknown entity. Qing's eyes widened. With his Byakugan, he discerned the phenomenon more clearly than others. He witnessed Longjian's silhouette reappear at the place he had just occupied. Subsequently, it seemed a strange vortex formed within Longjian's body, drawing in all surrounding chakra, as if irresistibly attracted to him. Ultimately, it was absorbed into Longjian's being. Only Qing, with his Byakugan, grasped the shocking truth. Longjian had not merely dispelled their mist technique. He had genuinely absorbed it, almost without loss. It had been converted for his use. Without the Byakugan, Qing feared he would have missed this astonishing revelation. In an instant, the cold sweat on Qing's brow increased. This individual was not only becoming more elusive, but his abilities were also growing ever more outrageous. Was this still within the realm of bloodline limits? Qing pondered anxiously. Just moments earlier, as Qing and his team prepared to ambush Longjian, he had already discovered their shift in direction through his sage techniques and thermal imaging. Longjian was surprised to have been detected so swiftly and grew increasingly curious about the composition of this mist ninja squad. Thus, without hesitation, he fused with the Nightshade mask and entered sage mode. Initially, he feigned a vulnerability to lure the mist ninjas into action. Then, utilizing his shadowy traversal abilities, he flawlessly evaded all incoming attacks. As for the subsequent absorption of the mist ninjutsu, Longjian sought to experiment with the effects of externalizing the unique sage technique he had learned from the Shichikujo Shrine. Previously, Longjian's understanding of absorption had been limited to combat scenarios requiring contact or a vessel for interaction. However, during his last encounter with the Shichikujo Shrine, he suddenly realized that even without making contact with the surrounding cave walls, his chakra had been forcefully depleted. This indicated that the unique sage technique mastered by the Shichikujo Shrine was far more complex than he had initially perceived. The recent experiment has once again validated Longjian's hypothesis. Centering himself, Longjian executed a celestial technique to absorb the surrounding mist technique composed of chakra, which began to converge towards him as he had anticipated. Subsequently, he ensnared it completely, enriching himself and effectively integrating it into his being. Longjian felt a surge of joy at this discovery. This ability is truly extraordinary. Although he was acutely aware that, with his current mastery of this celestial art, he was not yet capable of directly absorbing the aggressive ninjutsu, like the Water Dragon Bullet technique or the Water Iron Cannon technique unleashed by the Mist Ninjas. This revelation made it clear to him that once he reached a profound level of mastery, he could effortlessly negate various ninjutsu attacks on the spot, assimilating them into his own body with a mere flick of his finger, achieving an elegantly high effect akin to decomposition and transformation. The future looks promising, and his prospects are limitless. In the future, Longjian would greet people with a single phrase, "You just used chakra, didn't you?" Following this, he would seize his enemies and refine them in an instant. Suddenly, Longjian realized he was still surrounded by foes and hastily concluded his daydream. Upon closer inspection, he recognized an old acquaintance, Qing. Longjian lifted his head, beaming a radiant smile at Qing, and proclaimed, "Ah, Qing, you're still alive. Last time, you managed to escape. I wonder if you could do so again this time." Qing, with a serious expression, gazed at Longjian, whose pupils were a vivid crimson and whose face bore purple, celestial patterns, without uttering a word. It was not merely the awkwardness induced by Longjian's words that rendered Qing speechless. More significantly, the current state of Longjian instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure upon him, surpassing even the first time he encountered Longjian. Longjian was unabashedly exerting his imposing aura upon the unfortunate Qing, and with Qing's exceptional observational prowess granted by his Byakugan, the cumulative effect of these two factors ignited within him an irresistible urge to retreat. Victory was unattainable. He simply could not win. A terrifying thought began to surface in Qing's mind. If Longjian so desired, none present could leave this place alive. In a sudden moment of determination, Qing bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain snapping him back to his senses and reigniting his fighting spirit. Unbeknownst to him, this notion was not solely a product of the overwhelming pressure and shock Longjian instilled. It was also due to Long Jian employing the celestial technique he learned from Tuanjinji, subtly influencing Qing's emotions. This technique is one of the crucial celestial arts Tuanjinji utilizes to create illusions, testing humans who venture into the lonely cave. Qing fixed a steely gaze upon the smirking Long Jian and demanded in a low voice, "Nara Long Jian, state your purpose for coming to our land of water. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious." Hearing the hint of threat in Qing's words, Long Jian raised an eyebrow, amused. Was he always this bold? Does he not know I am skilled in martial arts? Meanwhile, perched on a tree beside Qing, a determined-looking teenager named Mangetsu also addressed Long Jian. "So you're Nara Long Jian. The title of Shadow Flow Master indeed precedes you. However, you have taken 4 of our village's ninja swords. Should you not return them?" Long Jian regarded the white-haired youth with indifference and replied, "You desire the ninja swords? Very well. If you possess the strength, come and claim them." The youth flashed a grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and leaped from the tree, charging straight towards Long Jian while exclaiming, "Just as I intended. Additionally, remember this. The one who took the ninja swords is called Mangetsu." Upon hearing Mangetsu's declaration, Long Jian couldn't help but cast a few more glances at him, surprised to encounter such a young prodigy. However, no matter how impressive a young prodigy may be, they cannot escape the fate of being rendered into a telephone watch by Long Jian. "Dare to show off? I shall send you soaring." Following this, Long Jian's voice, tinged with mockery, echoed in the ears of every mist ninja present. "TSK, TSK, TSK. How naive. It seems you have forgotten the origin of my title, Shadow Flow Master. It was earned by defeating you mist ninjas." Mangetsu did not slow his pace. After leaping from the tree, he charged towards Long Jian with great speed. He bore a ninja sword that was significantly heavier than the average, and as he approached, his hand was already resting on the hilt, poised to strike in a flash. Mangetsu, known as the prodigy of the Mist Ninja Village, had shown a keen interest in the 7 ninja swords under the direct command of the Mizukage since childhood. He was known for his affinity with blades, bringing a dramatic flair to every fight. Few knew the true path to mastery, according to the typical narrative. As Mangetsu matured within the Mist Ninja ranks, he would inherit the dual swords of the first user, a young man whose name was lost to time, after he failed to return from an epic battle with Might Dewey. Thus, he would become a member of the 2nd generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, transitioning from a contractual position to a permanent role. How delightful. Regrettably, aspirations often clash with harsh realities. What should have been a straightforward path was complicated by the unforeseen variable of Long Jian. Not only did Long Jian allow Dewey to survive, but he had also audaciously claimed 4 of the 7 ninja swords, including the dual swords that were rightfully Mangetsu's. Now, those who returned alive were equipped with weapons, while the fallen had their swords seized by Long Jian. Who could he turn to for justice in this matter? Mangetsu, a boy with grand ambitions, had nurtured a mighty dream from a young age, inspired by the strong within his clan. He aspired to be the first to master all 7 ninja swords. What a magnificent dream. The previous members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were a collective of 7, yet he envisioned himself as the singular equivalent, reducing the number of participants while maintaining the same workload. This was pure cost-cutting. The village cherished such talents. Long Jian found himself quite fond of this prodigy, who was indeed deserving of the title the child of the ninja swords. At this moment, Long Jian discreetly wiped away the tears streaming from the corner of his mouth, just as Mangetsu's dreams were on the verge of realization. A striking figure named Nara Long Jian happened to pass by, extinguishing the flickering flame of ambition. Mangetsu could no longer tolerate this. Had he not robbed him of his rightful position? Enough was enough. He had to confront this Nara Long Jian. With determination, Mangetsu positioned himself before Long Jian and declared, "Water arm technique." Instantly, the muscles in his exposed arms surged with power as he drew his ninja sword, aiming a fierce strike at Long Jian's waist. To seize the moment, one must decisively sever the dragon's trajectory. Yet, imbued with the mask of Yifu, the dragon's movements became swifter. Before one could notice, it had grasped Xia, advancing with a speed that obscured the full moon from view. Descending, surging forward, changing footfalls, it executed the serpent's shadow strike seamlessly. The full moon's charged attack missed, leaving it momentarily dazed. In that instant, the Xia, cloaked in the phantom of a venomous serpent, thrust mercilessly into the abdomen of the full moon. Unwavering, the dragon continued its assault, with Sia slicing horizontally within the full moon's body, swiftly ascending from the abdomen to the chest, and then to the shoulder, accompanied by a sound akin to the sharp cry of a sparrow, cleaving through the full moon's form. The sparrow's tail strike. The upper half of the full moon's body toppled to the side. The pure white pupils collided in the air with the dragon's crimson gaze. The anticipated splatter of blood did not ensue, and the dragon discerned a hint of mirth in the full moon's eyes. A cacophony of rushing water echoed as the full moon's form melted into a puddle just before it hit the ground, swiftly reconstituting itself into its original visage. The water transformation technique. This secret art, passed down through generations of the Gui Deng clan, allows them to convert their bodies into a liquid state, rendering them immune to physical attacks. The body, slick and smooth, offers an extraordinary tactile experience, and the dragon found this technique exceedingly convenient. Just imagine, transforming oneself into a pool of water. One could simply fill a sizable container and carry it away. To the enemy, it appears as a mere person and a bottle of water. In truth, surprise awaits as one realizes there are two entities. However, this rudimentary form of phasing is notably countered by lightning techniques. The paralyzing effects of lightning and the conductivity of water impede the Gui Deng clan's ability to fully liquefy. Regrettably, the dragon lacked lightning chakra and was not adept at lightning techniques. The upper half of the full moon coalesced from the puddle on the ground, beaming a radiant smile at the dragon, eager to utter a greeting. Yet, before any words could escape, the dragon swiftly advanced, merging motion and intent, its aura surging dramatically as it swung its arm with thunderous force. The target was none other than the full moon's newly smiling head. Montaxi, charged with a tempestuous energy, swept forth. The ape's arm sweep, just as the full moon had materialized its upper body. Ready to engage in playful banter and showcase its extraordinary abilities, it was obliterated by the dragon's strike in the blink of an eye. Crystal clear droplets splattered and melded back into the puddle on the ground. The dragon murmured, relishing the satisfying impact of the confrontation, pondering why Xiang Lin so often delighted in battling Shueiyu, finding it remarkably therapeutic. The full moon, is this your idea of politeness? As the dragon reveled in the cathartic release provided by the full moon, a voice abruptly resonated from behind. Water style. Who repairs the dam? With the utterance, a massive wave swiftly surged from behind the dragon, encircling it in an instant. The encroaching waves rapidly formed a colossal, elliptical water prison, entrapping the dragon at its center. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. The elite squad of the Mist Shinobi had indeed retained a contingency plan, while AO positioned his team for an ambush. An unsettling feeling plagued him, prompting him to withhold one member from the operation, opting instead for a concealed stance, waiting for the opportune moment. This apprehension materialized in the current scenario. Although the dragon was formidable, AO had also prepared a backup, for it was the hidden serpent that posed the most lethal threat. This was the dual ambush AO had orchestrated for the dragon. He believed that once an adversary navigated the initial ambush, they would be drawn to the ensuing distraction, making it improbable to anticipate a second trap lurking in the shadows. Such is human nature, a psychological tactic employed by AO. In this moment, the concealed serpent would strike with lightning speed, delivering a fatal blow to the dragon. This was the true essence of the mantis stalking the cicada. With the yellow bird poised behind, observing the unfolding scene from his perch in the trees, AO's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he exhaled a heavy breath. My goodness, the pressure from the dragon was truly overwhelming. The ensnared dragon focused intently, its black bat wings gradually unfurling. This sudden deluge not only significantly restricted the dragon's mobility, but also created an advantageous combat environment for the full moon. The water-formed full moon could manifest at any point within the expansive water prison, without the enhancement of sage arts or thermal imaging techniques. The dragon would indeed find this predicament quite challenging. However, it was precisely due to the augmentation provided by the thermal imaging technique that the dragon became aware of the hidden mist shinobi ninja at the onset of the battle. This ninja, true to their title, exhibited remarkable patience, remaining concealed not far from the dragon, ever poised to strike. The dragon yearned to uncover the identity of this shadowy ninja. As the disciple of the serpent uncle, the dragon understood that the concealed serpent posed the greatest peril, necessitating its exposure. Thus, in an effort to gauge the full moon's capabilities and lure out the hidden mist shinobi serpent, The dragon resolved to engage in a friendly spar with the full moon, one where a disagreement could lead to a swift and explosive conclusion. Efforts bore fruit as the concealed mist shinobi, unable to restrain themselves any longer, emerged to confront the dragon after the full moon's form was shattered once more. At that moment, the full moon, revealing its sharp teeth, solidified in the water behind the dragon. Its reinforced, powerful arm, now wielding a massive fist formed from the very water itself, surged forward, aimed directly at the dragon's back. The dragon, seemingly prepared, retracted its expansive bat wings for defense. The full moon's watery fist collided with the wings, propelling the dragon away. Surrounded by water, the resistance was formidable, causing the dragon's momentum to stall abruptly. Subsequently, the full moon's form began to materialize rapidly around the dragon, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. With the advantage of timing, positioning, and circumstances, the full moon's silhouette became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, the dragon found itself as the target of the full moon's relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, the hidden mist shinobi's assault commenced in quick succession. Water-style, water serpent bomb technique. A shark-shaped water projectile, formed from concentrated chakra, materialized within the vast water prison. Hurtling toward the dragon with ferocity, the dragon's gaze sharpened, its hands weaving seals as a tempestuous surge of shadowy power and sage chakra enveloped it. The dragon's eyes glimmered with golden and crimson light as it intoned, "Sage art, inorganic rebirth." Under the influence of magical arts, the water currents surrounding Long Jian began to consciously resist the onslaught of the surrounding waves, dispersing the waters enveloping him and forming a vacuum devoid of fluidity. At that moment, the figure of the full moon, transformed from water, was astonished to realize that all her attempts to manipulate the water to attack Long Jian were rendered futile as she approached him. It was as if the water had become uncontrollable, preventing her, even in her aqueous form, from drawing near to him. Long Jian, harnessing the water vacuum created through inorganic reincarnation, flapped his bat-like wings, gathering energy and bursting forth from the tumultuous waves, simultaneously neutralizing the attack of the water dragon bullet technique. However, as Long Jian emerged from the colossal water prison, a stream of yellow, highly viscous and corrosive magma, acid traced an elegant arc through the air, heading straight for Long Jian's still unsteady form. The beautiful girl, who had merely stood beside Qing moments ago, now wore a frosty expression. Her cheeks slightly puffed, as if she had just expelled something, with a few droplets of pale, yellow acid lingering at the corners of her mouth. Melt release. Melt monster technique. Long Jian's eyes narrowed, realizing with alarm that it was indeed melt release. He had no desire to test the terrifying juicing capabilities of such an ability with his frail physique. This was a bloodline limit capable of melting even the formidable Susanoo. With his small stature, he would surely surrender if struck. Yitsong. Oh Yitsong, the road ahead is long and arduous. Meanwhile, several mist ninjas, previously spectators, seized the opportunity presented by Long Jian's instability and attacked alongside the juicing princess, launching a flurry of water release techniques. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, water whip. Sinister water dragons and whips composed of water surged towards Long Jian, offering him no respite. In this critical moment, a formidable figure, fierce in appearance with bulging eyes and covered in green skin, suddenly materialized before Long Jian. The azure armor glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. It was none other than the exclusive meat shield summoned by Long Jian. "General Sumo," Sumo exclaimed, "so you think you can bully me because of my physique?" As he appeared, he already held aloft a shield nearly as broad as his own frame. Mysterious shadows of power swirled across the shield's surface, gradually solidifying. With a thunderous roar, Sumo charged to meet the assault from the mist ninjas. A tremendous crash echoed as a mist of water dissipated in the sky. Sumo was knocked backward by the immense force, the viscous magma acid clinging to his shield, engaging in a relentless struggle with the shadowy power, producing a crackling sound. After being propelled a considerable distance, Sumo gradually halted, finding himself suspended in the air. Upon closer inspection, one could see a live, golden figure above him, flapping enormous black bat wings, gripping Sumo's armor to prevent him from plummeting. General Bate addressed Sumo, "You really ought to shed a few pounds, or else I won't be able to lift you anymore." Sumo grinned, the shadowy powers swirling around him, causing the massive shield to emit an eerie black light. He then casually flicked off the remnants of magma residue that had clung to his shield, responding in a booming voice, if I slim down? Will you take my place blocking enemy attacks for the king? With your small frame? Sumo's hearty smile, while endearing, appeared somewhat menacing to Qing and the others. At this moment, Long Jian hovered in the air, his crimson and wholly golden snake-like eyes sweeping over the mist ninjas below, and he couldn't help but admire the potential of the formidable figures he had encountered. Subsequently, Long Jian focused on the mist ninja who had just attempted to ambush him. With deep blue hair and a visage reminiscent of a shark, his skin bore similarities to the denizens of the deep sea, complete with gills on his exposed shoulders and sharp teeth akin to those of the full moon, clad in the attire of the mist village's Umbu, albeit without the mask. Ah, so you're here as well. Upon recognizing the individual's appearance, Long Jian involuntarily smiled and instinctively addressed him and the other mist ninjas. What a pressure, man. The young man, who had not yet faced many trials of life, was momentarily taken aback by Long Jian's remark. This phrase carries weight, he thought. No wonder he is the renowned master of shadow flow from Konoha. Even casual words carry such significance. As a vanguard of civility and politeness in the mist village, the young man, Kisame, took the initiative to respond to Long Jian. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and it is indeed an honor to meet you today. After all, compared to us, you are a seasoned warrior of renown, and surely you wouldn't mind our overwhelming numbers. Long Jian raised an eyebrow at the earnest Kisame, remarking, It seems you're the infamous mist ninja, Kisame Hashigaki. You exhibit far more courtesy than that watermelon-headed Hashigaki. I dare say, the great sword, Samahata, suits you better. Kisame gripped the sword strapped to his back, his shark-like eyes fixed on Long Jian as he replied, To have my name recognized by you, Mr. Long Jian, and to receive such praise is a true honor. However, it is rather impolite to speak of my leader, Lord Sujetsu, in such a manner. Beside them, the figure of the full moon, half corporeal and half aqueous, interjected in frustration. Hey. Even that weirdo Kisame knows who I am. You don't know the name of the glowing moon? You must be rather ordinary. Long Jian chose to ignore the outraged full moon below and instead turned his gaze towards the girl beside Qing. My, they've even mastered melt release. This girl must surely be the future fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, Long Jian mused to himself, feeling fortunate. However, upon observing Terumi Mei's somewhat juvenile physique and lack of any signs of development, he couldn't help but murmur, who would have thought it would eventually evolve to such heights? Terumi Mei, perplexed, regarded Long Jian, sensing an uncanny familiarity as if he had known her prior, despite being certain that this was their first encounter. How could he possibly recognize me? I have no reputation in the ninja world yet. Could this be fate? Meanwhile, Qing solemnly warned Terumi Mei, Miss Mei, be cautious. That fellow might strike at any moment without adhering to the rules of combat. Moreover, it seems your melt release was just thwarted. Terumi Mei's expression shifted to one of gravity as she nodded gravely. Indeed, she had seized the opportunity to unleash her bloodline limit, melt release, hoping to capture Long Jian in one fell swoop, only to find it effortlessly countered by the fearsome green giant, leaving her technique's strong adhesive and corrosive properties ineffectual. This marks the first time that Nara Ryukin has faced such a setback in battle after mastering the art of wrongdoing. His mind involuntarily elevated the danger level posed by Long Jian several notches. He observed Long Jian gently descend to the ground, retracting his immense bat-like wings, surveying the surrounding warren before speaking. Now that everyone has emerged, we can engage in a proper discussion. There is no need for weapons. It would be rather impolite if one of you were to be slain. Subsequently, Long Jian turned his gaze towards Ao and directly inquired, I have heard that your warren have been rather unruly lately, frequently clashing with the ninjas from our village along the borders. Are you intending to provoke war once more? Maintaining assiduos de minha honor, replied earnestly. Nada hiko. Even in times of peace, it is not uncommon for ninjas from two villages to experience friction and bloodshed. Surely, a seasoned warrior, such as yourself, should understand this. Upon hearing this, Long Jian furrowed his brows, taken aback. So you wish to educate me? Very well. With a nonchalant expression, he addressed the surrounding warren. If that is the case, then I comprehend. Since bloodshed is deemed normal, it stands to reason that eliminating you all falls within the bounds of rationality. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Long Jian looked at Ao with a smile and asked, Oh, by the way, I heard that your esteemed leader, the third Mizukage, has passed away. Is that true? Ao, we are old friends, bound by life and death. Why not simply tell me? It would save me the trouble of running back and forth on the front lines, fighting you. Ao's expression darkened. gritting his teeth as he responded, "That is none of your concern, Nara Ryukin. If a fight is to ensue, Warren will readily oblige." Long Jin shook his head, muttering, "What a clever turn of phrase. It was you who initiated the conflict, yet now you speak of readiness for battle." No sooner had he finished speaking than the airborne Bart released his grip, allowing General Simo's massive form to plummet to the ground with a resounding crash, sending up a cloud of dust. The imposing figure of Simo appeared at Longjin's side, while General Bart continued to flap his wings, grinning maliciously at the surrounding Warren. This sudden turn of events put AO and his companions on high alert, their nerves tingling as they readied themselves for combat against Longjin below. Yet, they suddenly heard Longjin's calm voice emerging from the haze. 1, 2, 37. "Oh, it seems there is a newcomer among us. Let us not quarrel. Everyone shall have their share. Come out and take a breath of fresh air." As Longjin's words settled, the smoke generated by Simo's landing began to dissipate. AO watched as the scene below gradually came into focus, instinctively swallowing hard, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Beside the fearsome figure of Simo stood 6 other uniquely shaped apparitions, appearing as if conjured from the shadows. Some donned pristine white armor, wielding grayish-white katana, emanating an aura of impending doom. Others bore grotesque visages with horns and fangs, resembling demons materializing from the abyss, their claws glinting menacingly. 2 additional figures were present. One was a half-human, half-serpent being with 4 arms, exuding a fearsome presence. The other was entirely black, one hand resembling a claw, the other a spike, exuding an ominous glow. The 7 terrifying figures encircled Longjin, their identical crimson pupils sending shivers down the spines of the distant Warren. This gaze was not one of a human, but rather that of a predator, as if surveying the remains of the deceased. Al-Gulpit, lost in a trance as he gazed at the 7 generals materializing like specters. Having participated in the Third Shinobi World War, he was well acquainted with the renowned warriors of various villages. He understood the fundamental information revealed through combat regarding the formidable figures from each village. For instance, the Lord of the Shadow Flow, Longjin, possessed the ability of a bloodline limit, capable of conjuring shadow soldiers that were immortal and infinite, akin to an army. Longjin referred to these formidable beings as generals. From the previous battle, the 7 ninja swordsmen had been utterly defeated. The 3 survivors who returned to Warren Village had imparted the astonishing strength of the generals summoned by Longjin. It could be said that they were of a height rivaling several floors. Even Warren's elite forces had suffered grievous losses. Now, if AO was not mistaken, Longjin had summoned 7 such beings. Longjin declared, "Listen closely. I now possess 7 such fierce generals." The Warren asked, "Will we win?" AO replied with certainty, "Absolutely." His mind raced, contemplating the possibility of a full retreat for survival, while cold sweat trickled down Terumi Mei's forehead, her mouth agape in shock. Kisame's shark-like eyes widened in disbelief. As an esteemed subordinate of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, he understood better than AO the true strength of the generals summoned by Longjin. After all, he had witnessed that battle firsthand. According to the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost's account, each of these summoned generals possessed strength comparable to that of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet Kisame harbored a degree of skepticism regarding this assertion. While he might be an honest man, it did not mean he was easily deceived. If the generals summoned by Longjin were indeed on par with the swordsmen, how could that battle have been so one-sided, resulting in the loss of 4 comrades and the hasty retreat of 3 severely injured individuals back to Warren? It was evident that they had been utterly overwhelmed. In other words, the individual prowess of the generals summoned by Longjin was likely superior to that of the swordsmen. However, out of respect for his superior, Kisame had refrained from voicing his doubts. Now, facing Longjin directly, the pressure mounted upon Kisame's brow. 7 indeed. He had no doubt that had Longjin confronted the 7 ninja swordsmen with this configuration, not a single one would have escaped. Longjin clapped his hands, exclaiming, "It's been a while, generals. Each prey belongs to one of you. Let there be no contention." At that moment, Simo's hearty voice resonated. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. "Your Majesty, there seems to be 1 extra. How shall we divide this?" Kabuto sharpened his claws, solemnly stating, "Your Majesty, I can handle 2. Rice's voice, tinged with sharpness, chimed in, "Fools. There's a little girl among them. That one is obviously for His Majesty. You brutes have no sense." Meanwhile, Bart hovered lower, teasing Simo. Well done, Simo, you can count to 8 now. It seems you've been diligent these past few days. Simo scratched his head, responding in a deep voice. You pesky fly, attempting to tarnish my valiant image before his majesty. Though I'm a warrior, I'm not so inept as to be unable to count. And Ija interrupted the banter between Simo and Bate, speaking in a grave tone. All right, let us hasten to select our respective prey. Let us not forget the purpose for which the king summoned us. I shall claim that shark-faced one for myself. Qing gazed down at the generals, who were engrossed in their own conversations, his heart sinking. Naliang Longjian's strength had inexplicably increased. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Qing subtly signaled several signals. The surrounding mist ninjas took note of the message. Seize the opportunity, disperse, and flee. Were they truly going to abandon the fight without a battle? Qing observed a few younger mist ninjas, who, upon receiving his signal, displayed a flicker of unwillingness and defiance in their eyes. Qing felt an overwhelming urge to scold these young ones, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of their situation. 2 meticulously planned ambushes had been effortlessly thwarted, and now faced with a direct confrontation, their adversaries had summoned 7 formidable warriors. Did they truly believe they could prevail? What audacity could it be that they were emboldened by Liang Jingru? Yet, Long Jian showed no inclination to allow further discourse, waving his hand forward. The 7 generals' eyes gleamed with crimson light, and a palpable aura of bloodlust enveloped them. In an instant, they vanished from sight, each rushing towards their predetermined prey. Qing's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Do not linger in battle. Seek an opportunity to retreat." He swiftly formed hand seals, invoking Suidun, Mizukage no Jutsu. A thick mist enveloped the area in an instant. Then, with fervent gestures, he unleashed Suitun, Suiryu no Jutsu. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, surging towards General Bate, who wore a sinister grin as he concentrated a shadowy light wave in his palm and retaliated. The powerful light wave pierced through Qing's water torrent. Qing swiftly dodged, evading the penetrating shadow wave. His Byakugan flared, rapidly scanning the battlefield. Hoka was momentarily ensnared by General Anijia, whose unparalleled swordsmanship forced Hoka into a retreat, severely restricting his ability to utilize ninjutsu. The primary reason being that he had no time to form hand seals. The honest Hoka once again fell victim to the shortcomings of hand seals. Manyu was entangled in fierce combat with Sa-Mo. One punch from Sa-Mo could obliterate Manyu's entire form, yet Manyu relied on the surrounding water to engage in guerrilla tactics against Sa-Mo. However, he was alarmed to discover that the shadowy power coursing through Sa-Mo was increasingly eroding his own body. Even in his watery form, he remained susceptible to its influence. Manyu sensed a foreboding. If this continued, he would find it increasingly difficult to transform into water. Ultimately, there would be but one outcome: obliteration by Sa-Mo's punch. Meanwhile, Qing found himself targeted by Bate, whose speed was unmatched, leaving Qing unable to escape. The other mist ninjas also faced perilous challenges under the assault of the generals, feeling as though a single misstep could cost them their lives. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. As for Terumi Mei, the generals, well aware of Lei Su's counsel, refrained from advancing towards her, leaving only Long Jian and Terumi Mei in a distant standoff. Qing shouted to Terumi Mei, "Quickly retreat, Miss Mei." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei bit her silver teeth, her eyes revealing a determination that astonished those around her. Abandoning her comrades to flee alone was not the hallmark of an exceptional ninja. Subsequently, she formed hand seals, her lips parting slightly as she shouted, "Futun, Kamizu no Jutsu." A vast expanse of boiling, highly acidic mist erupted from Terumi Mei's mouth, swiftly surging towards Long Jian's face. Yet, Long Jian seemed oblivious to Terumi Mei's attack, nonchalantly advancing towards her. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Terumi Mei's eyes. She possessed unwavering confidence in this technique. Should Long Jian dare to withstand it, she was certain she could evaporate him in an instant. The general summoned by Long Jian would surely vanish, and she would achieve ultimate victory. How arrogant these men are, Terumi Mei thought to herself. However, the moment of disillusionment arrived swiftly. The Kamizu no Jutsu passed unimpeded through Long Jian's head, inflicting not a trace of harm. Long Jian continued his slow approach, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. Terumi Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. The light that had just ignited within them extinguished in an instant. replaced by boundless shock and confusion. Her mind was flooded with 100,000 expletives. The two bloodline limits she had prided herself on had simultaneously proven futile against this man. It was as if all her efforts were rendered meaningless in the face of the individual before her. For the first time, Terumi May felt utterly powerless and defeated. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck her mind. She had no means to defeat this man, at least not now, and in the foreseeable future, it would remain a formidable challenge. From the moment they resolved to ambush Long Jian, they had willingly entered this trap. And this was a deadlock, a perilous gamble. Terumi May gazed at Long Jian, who was approaching her unaffected, her heart heavy with despair. Upon alighting from the air to the ground, Long Jian had already donned a different mask type. Recognizing Terumi May's lethal potential, should he inadvertently be ensnared, he currently lacked the Susanu's formidable defense. Furthermore, this lady's bloodline limit could even dissolve the Susanu. To prevent a downfall, Long Jian unhesitatingly merged with a mask representing the shadow of softness, successfully crafting the earlier display of bravado. Meanwhile, in the distance, Qing found himself under relentless assault from the agile and swift General Bate, unable to spare a thought for anything else, merely striving to preserve his own skin. Terumi May gritted her silver teeth, mentally rallying herself. Terumi May, you must not relinquish your resolve so easily. You are destined to become the strongest female ninja. If one assault fails, then 2 or 3. Surely, an opportunity would arise to wound him. She quickly formed hand seals again, her mouth puffing up. Iton, Ika no Jutsu. A torrent of magma erupted from Terumi May's mouth, splattering wildly. It surged towards Long Jian, spreading rapidly in his path and the surrounding area. In an instant, Long Jian found himself enveloped by a sea of magma, as if this space had emerged from the depths of the earth. The surrounding flora withered and died, scorched by the searing magma. Utilizing her bloodline limit, Terumi May had conjured a magma domain. Subsequently, Terumi May continued to form hand seals, invoking Fudden, Kamizu no Jutsu. A vast cloud of boiling, highly acidic mist spewed forth from Terumi May's mouth. Unlike her previous attempt against Long Jian, this mist was now considerably slower and far more abundant. Terumi May seemed to consciously control the spread and volume of the Kamizu no Jutsu. Like the Mizukage no Jutsu, the high-temperature mist clung to Long Jian, stabilizing around him as its center. Suddenly, Long Jian felt as if he were ensconced within a colossal furnace, meticulously crafted by Terumi May herself. To be more precise, it was akin to a vast magma chamber. The surrounding mist was laden with high temperatures and acidity, capable of dissolving even the mighty Susanoo. It was indeed a VIP experience. One must acknowledge Terumi May's exceptional battle intellect. She truly deserved her future title as the 5th Mizukage. After her initial failure to strike Long Jian, she was undeniably startled. However, her mind began to swiftly analyze the reasons behind Long Jian's evasion of her bloodline limit. With her supercharged intellect, Terumi May promptly enumerated several potential reasons for Long Jian's apparent immunity to her abilities and began formulating her strategy accordingly. The continuous, extensive, and intense utilization of her bloodline limit had already drained Terumi May's chakra, which was still in the process of maturation. Her body was evidently showing signs of fatigue. While the bloodline limit was potent, one must not overindulge. Terumi May, slightly out of breath, fixed her gaze intently on Long Jian, who was ensnared by her lava and boil release, murmuring to herself, "Is this the extent of my capabilities for now? Nevertheless, it should suffice. Regardless of whether you possess extraordinary speed or methods of evading attacks, this environment of continuous harm must expose your vulnerabilities." Indeed, Terumi May had identified some flaws in Long Jian's peculiar mask. It could not maintain this ethereal state indefinitely. However, she had not anticipated that Long Jian could freely control this phasing state, enabling him to sustain it continuously. In simpler terms, it was a series of invulnerable frames. Once activated, there was no chance of catching him off guard. The only moment one might glimpse his vulnerability was the instant his abilities were exhausted. Yet, there was another significant issue. Long Jian had legs and could run. Remaining in this perilous environment would indeed lead to his demise. Thus, if he could simply walk away, why not do so? As Terumi May, convinced she had discerned Long Jian's blind spot, widened her eyes in anticipation. She witnessed Long Jian curiously reach out and touch the molten lava beside him. To her astonishment, it seemed as though the lava failed to register his presence. allowing Long Jian to perform a dramatic display that traversed her entire world. At that moment, Long Jian and Terumi Mei existed on entirely different planes. Without hesitation, Long Jian took the plunge into the boiling atmosphere, bathing himself in the searing embrace of the lava cage, effortlessly navigating through the intricate web Terumi Mei had spun. A smirk slowly graced Long Jian's lips as he quipped, "Here is Johnny." Upon witnessing this, Terumi Mei deflated like a punctured balloon, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Her eyes filled with disbelief and profound shock. She felt utterly at a loss for how to continue battling Long Jian. In an instant, she believed she had lost all means of resistance. However, a nearby scream jolted her back to reality. Following the sound, she glimpsed one of her comrades being ruthlessly torn apart by the purple figure summoned by Long Jian, a general with enormous claws. The faint scent of blood permeated the air as the unfortunate mist ninja was shredded into pieces, leaving no trace behind, his face frozen in a grimace of agony. The chilling scream had been the last cry of the fallen ninja. With the emergence of the general, IKA delivered a merciless strike imbued with profound shadow power, severing the head of the mist ninja's opponent without hesitation. Clad in gleaming armor under the sunlight, IKA appeared unfazed, casually sheathing his katana after the deed, embodying the essence of a general whose triumph came at the cost of countless lives. Subsequently, IKA coldly surveyed the battlefield, showing no intention of intervening. Likewise, Lazo melted into the shadow of a nearby tree, peering out to observe the unfolding chaos. What had been agreed upon, one combatant per person, was now a matter of urgency, as any unnecessary interference would likely lead to disdain from other generals. Nevertheless, both IKA and Lazo understood that failure to eliminate their foes would result in dire consequences. Thus, they remained poised for action. At this juncture, Long Jian commanded, "Nijia, Samo, spare that one. I require him alive for interrogation." Upon hearing this, Nijia's eyes shimmered with determination. What had initially been a lethal strike aimed at Hoshigaki Kisame's neck was redirected towards his chest, unleashing a torrent of blood as Kisame was sent crashing into a tree. Meanwhile, Samo, upon listening to Long Jian, scratched his head and pondered before resolutely shattering the full moon's form once more. As the full moon restored itself, its countenance paled considerably. Fuming, the full moon exclaimed, "What are you doing, you big fool? They said to keep him alive. Do you understand? And yet you immediately shatter him?" Samo responded with incomprehensible mumbling, "But you can always restore yourself, right? I thought you would survive with water. So I figured breaking you apart would allow for better preservation in a bottle." IKA, upon hearing this, couldn't help but applaud Samo's logic. Receiving encouragement from IKA, Samo beamed with pride and gave a thumbs up, continuing, "People always say I'm foolish, but I assure you I'm quite clever. Most of the time, I'm incredibly astute." Simultaneously, the generals engaged with their own opponents resolved to no longer hold back, unleashing their full strength to eliminate their adversaries. After all, the time for play had long passed. And with Lazo and IKA having already accomplished the king's task, delaying Long Jian further would be a grave error. The young mist ninja, facing off against Kabo, belonged to the Kagaya clan, wielding the Shikatsu-miyako bloodline limit. In terms of close combat, this clan member had never known fear. After all, their clans specialized in manipulating their bones for offense and defense. In their eyes, the bones of the Kagaya clan represented the world's hardest substance, serving as the strongest spear in attack and the most formidable shield in defense. Additionally, the Kagaya clan possessed a unique ability tailored to their bloodline limit, enabling the creation of a bone membrane and rapid healing. This bone membrane allowed clan members to form a tough layer beneath their skin, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Kuratsuchi once utilized this ability to withstand Gaara's devastating sandstorm attack. The rapid healing ability also complemented the Kagaya clan's capacity to extract bones from their bodies for combat, allowing for swift recovery from injuries, significantly enhancing their endurance in battle. Moreover, the Kagaya clan's fierce bloodline limit seemed to have imbued them with an increasingly combative and bloodthirsty disposition. They relished battle, believing that only through conflict could they truly grasp the essence of existence. In the hearts of every member of the Hui clan, they are invincible in close combat. To Long Jian, this peculiar family appears to be composed, apart from Juma Lu, of individuals whose minds seem filled solely with the notion of battle, rendering them rather simplistic. Perhaps it is precisely their singular-mindedness that has led to their dismal fates. Whether it be Juma Lu or the other members of the Hui clan, They are fundamentally the same, merely differing in perspective. Today, however, a particular Hui warrior, who believes himself to be unmatched in close combat, encounters an adversary that shatters his preconceptions. General Kabo, a true titan of iron, wielding a claw in one hand and a hammer in the other. The once formidable bones of the Hui warrior seem utterly ineffective before Kabo. Each strike of Kabo's hammer sends waves of blood surging through the Hui warrior, while the claw's hardness effortlessly withstands his bone attacks. The technique he employs, Lu Ji Wu, fails to penetrate even Kabo's armor, producing only the sound of metal clashing upon impact. Overall, he is left bewildered, unable to fathom where his close combat prowess truly lies. As he prepares to unleash his yet-to-be-mastered Tang Song Ji Wu in a desperate bid against Kabo, he notices a sudden shift in Kabo's demeanor, his gaze now tinged with pity. Furious, the Hui warrior bellows, "You scoundrel, what sort of look is that? Do you disdain me? Taste my Tang Song Ji Wu." With a surge of energy, his bones protrude, transforming him into a vessel bristling with sharp bone spikes. Yet, Kabo seems unfazed. His enormous claw, infused with shadowy power, strikes with a resounding crack. The warrior's eyes brim with disbelief and shock. That sound, was it my bone shattering? Until his last breath, he cannot accept that the proud legacy of his clan's bone techniques has been so easily extinguished. Meanwhile, Leisu, Leikin Kaboy's brutality, approaches the combatant from a mist village with his 4 hands and supple form, quickly ensnaring him. He executes a deep crosshold combined with a guillotine, while the mist ninja struggles to wield his wrist. Alas, he can only manage the movement of one wrist now, as his struggles grow increasingly futile. It is not long before Lei Su successfully lulls him into a deep slumber. Bat flaps his enormous black wings, darting through the sky with haste. The shadowy light waves in his grasp coalesce, preparing for a final assault on Qing. Blood trickles from the corner of Qing's mouth as he clutches his left arm. A closer look reveals that his left arm hangs limply from his shoulder, clearly dislocated and rendered unusable for the foreseeable future. Qing's eyes reflect a grave determination mixed with helplessness. The loss of an arm leaves him unable to perform even a simple hand sign. He fears he cannot evade General Bat's next strike. Is this where it ends? He murmurs to himself, as the battles between the generals draw to a close. Long Jian approaches Zhao Mei Ming, gazing down upon her with an imposing presence. "Let's make a deal," he proposes. "You will accompany me and divulge all intelligence regarding your movements, and I shall allow them to leave." Zhao Mei Ming, gritting her teeth, shoots a fierce glare at Long Jian, remaining silent, exuding an air of defiance that suggests she would rather face death than betray her comrades. No ninja hailing from the Mist Village would ever willingly betray their own. Long Jian shakes his head, muttering, "Such a pity. I suppose you're not inclined to join us either." He then raises his weapon, Imo-Xia, and without hesitation, lunges at Zhao Mei Ming with a deadly strike. Zhao Mei Ming closes her eyes in anguish, bracing for death's embrace. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonates, and a flicker of surprise flashes in Long Jian's eyes. A mysterious figure clad in the garb of the Mist Ninjas, adorned with an animal mask and flowing black hair, suddenly appears beside Zhao Mei Ming, their kunai intercepting Long Jian's strike with precision. Simultaneously, 3 enigmatic figures materialize near Nai Jia and Sai Mo. One possesses green hair and wields a peculiar weapon, a staff adorned with hooks and green flowers. Upon arrival, this individual charges toward Nai Jia, engaging him in a rapid exchange of blows, neither side gaining an advantage. The remaining 2 figures rush towards the bloodied Hoshigaki Kisame, intent on whisking him away, while the other targets the beleaguered Manyu. A glimmer of barely perceptible astonishment crosses Long Jian's face, not because the kunai successfully blocked his strike, but due to the fact that these mysterious individuals approached him without eliciting the slightest reaction or awareness. Long Jian's mind races as he employs his exceptional intellect. How could they evade detection by senjutsu? What manner of technique or unique ability is at play here? One thing is certain. The mysterious figures from the Mist Village appear to be far from ordinary. After blocking Long Jian's attack, the masked ninja exhibits no hesitation, swiftly brandishing another kunai aimed at Long Jian's chest. Caught off guard, Long Jian is unable to evade the thrust, and the kunai plunges into his torso. Yet, in that fleeting moment before impact, he activates the phasing ability of his unique mask. The kunai passes through Long Jian's body, causing ripples in the air as if disturbing the very fabric of space. The masked figure appears to have anticipated this, and without a moment's pause, hurls the kunai toward Long Jin again. The kunai again whizzes through him. At the same time, the masked figure swiftly shifts to Zhao Meiming's side, seizing her and retreating rapidly. On the other side, as the ninja from the mist darts towards Manyu, two imposing figures suddenly materialize before him. Ika and Lazo, who have been vigilantly monitoring the battlefield. General Ika's hand rests on his sword, as he unleashes a simple yet deadly Aijutsu strike, aimed directly at the mist ninja. General Lazo leaps high, his massive purple claws emanating a faint, metallic scent, surrounded by a dark aura that seems capable of rending space itself. The mist ninja halts, hastily forming hand seals. Ice release, Ice Rock Fortress. Instantly, walls of ice materialize around him, lowering the temperature significantly. Lazo's onslaught arrives first, his claws scraping against the ice with an ear-piercing screech. The thick walls of ice tremble perilously, shattering into fragments, yet managing to withstand Lazo's attack without allowing him to inflict injury. Just as the mist ninja exhales a sigh of relief, Ika's Aijutsu strike silently approaches the ice wall before him. The two forces collided, yet there was no earth-shattering sound, nor did smoke rise in tumult. Instead, only a slight crack appeared in the ice wall, while the swift strike of the katana continued its steady advance. The one in Umbu was taken aback, realizing that even their most formidable ice-release defense could not withstand this creature's onslaught. This is not good. It is about to break. The one in Umbu hurriedly formed seals, chakra surging through them, and shouted, "Ice-release secret technique, mirror transformation." A shard of ice mirror quickly crystallized behind them, just as General Ika's katana slice severed the ice wall, continuing its relentless pursuit towards the enigmatic figure. The one in Umbu was not slow to react, swiftly entering the newly formed ice mirror. However, Ika's blade still struck just before the Umbu melded into the mirror, leaving a deep gash on their back, exposing bone. Subsequently, near the tree where the green-haired mysterious figure stood, the moisture in the air rapidly chilled, slowly coalescing. A crystal-clear ice mirror emerged, and the injured one in Umbu staggered out from the mirror, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Leaning against the tree, they felt the excruciating pain in their back and the relentless encroachment of an unknown force, silently breaking into a cold sweat. If they had not predetermined the technique of mirror transformation as a life-saving measure, they would likely have met their end there. Meanwhile, after exchanging several blows with Nika, the green-haired mysterious figure glanced over and saw another Umbu lifting Kisame. Without hesitation, they retreated. Nika stepped forward, intent on cornering the green-haired figure. Concurrently, Generals Reiso and Kabo charged towards Kisame, rushing to provide support. In the distance, the mysterious masked man, holding Terumi Mei, swiftly formed seals with both hands. A calm voice resonated. Water release, fury of the water tornado. Suddenly, the moisture within several miles became agitated, coalescing around the masked figure. In an instant, massive water tornadoes materialized, sweeping towards the dragon and the airborne Barto. Simultaneously, several water tornadoes erupted from the ground where Razo and General Ike stood, the tremendous force propelling both generals into the sky. Barto, utilizing his incredible speed, maneuvered among the colossal tornadoes, providing a brief respite for Ao. Ao quickly approached the mysterious masked man, who continued to weave seals with unyielding fervor. Water release, water prison technique. Instantly, shimmering surfaces of water coalesced on the ground beneath Long Jian, who felt his feet sink as if the entire water surface was pulling him down, restricting his movement. The immense suction from the water made even jumping a formidable task. The sheer range of this technique was terrifying, encompassing all the generals within its domain, creating a realm of water. The mysterious masked man, undeterred, pointed solemnly at the ground beneath Long Jian. After leaving behind a calm declaration, he swiftly retreated. Water release. Explosive water wave. Upon hearing this, the shadow beneath Long Jian rapidly spread, the shadow realm activating as he quickly merged into the shadows, preparing to evade the control of the water prison technique and the impending explosive water wave attack. In mere moments, the mysterious masked man, along with Terumi, Mei, and Ao, retreated swiftly, vanishing from Long Jian's sight. On the other side, the green-haired mysterious figure shielded the wounded one in Umbu and another Umbu carrying Kisame, raising their peculiar weapon. Hands flashing as they bellowed, Water release, water mirror technique. 3 water mirrors materialized around the green-haired figure. With a cold snort, the figure led the group in a rapid retreat. This prompted astonishment among the pursuing Nika and the generals, as 3 figures emerged from the water mirrors, revealing Nika, Reiso, and Kabo. They were indistinguishable from one another in appearance. As the 3 figures rushed towards Nika and the others, the generals were momentarily taken aback by this sudden development. However, they quickly regained composure and confronted the 3 identical figures. After exchanging several blows, the truth became evident. The copies that emerged from the water mirrors were swiftly torn apart, severed, and obliterated by the 3 generals. Meanwhile, the green-haired mysterious figure had already led their severely injured companions and Kisame away from the sight of Nika and the others, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Longjian gradually emerged from the shadows, and Nika quickly sheathed his sword, kneeling before Longjian and solemnly declaring, "This subordinate has failed in duty, allowing the enemy to escape and failing to capture them. Please punish me, your majesty." Longjian waved a hand dismissively, observing the remains of the copy that Nika had cleaved into pieces, now reverted back to water. He spoke gravely, "It is not your fault, Nika. After all, that individual came to rescue them. You are not yet able to wield your full power, and it is only natural that you could not stop them. If the 3rd Mizukage had fallen, you would likely be the 4th Mizukage now, Guiyu Shichong." At the same time, not far away, the nearly depleted Moonlight, who had just reformed his body after being struck again by Samo, gazed at the surrounding wreckage, voicing a heartfelt question, "Is no one coming to assist me? It seems I'm still missing someone to rescue." Before Moonlight could finish, he was abruptly confined within a large glass jar that Samo had inexplicably procured. Within the jar, Moonlight looked at Samo, who wore a simple, innocent smile, also gazing back at him. With a resigned sigh, Moonlight thought, "I'm exhausted. Let the One-In village perish swiftly." After the fierce battle, the elite team of One-In left behind 4 corpses and 2 severely injured members, successfully retreating. Among this squad were formidable individuals, such as the 4th Mizukage Guiyu Shichong, alongside the yet-to-mature future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Rounded up, there were effectively 2 Kages. A remarkable feat, indeed. Furthermore, there was the enigmatic masked man whose water release techniques possessed such strength, range, endurance, and precision that even Longjian found them somewhat exaggerated. The most terrifying aspect was that this individual managed to approach Longjian undetected, even amidst the indiscriminate surveillance of his sage art and thermal imaging technique. All while analyzing Longjian's abilities after merging with the alien mask, ultimately rescuing Terumi Mei. The combat intelligence and experience displayed by this person indicated that they were certainly not a mere adversary. Most importantly, after all this fighting, Longjian had yet to discern the identity of this mysterious figure. This left Longjian perplexed, pondering when One-In had acquired such a formidable presence. Why had he never encountered or heard of this individual before? Longjian even began to suspect whether One-In had summoned some ancient being or protector from the deep mountains to safeguard these fresh bloodlines. However, this seemed at odds with One-In's strategic outlook. It was all very strange indeed. The mysterious masked figure was rife with peculiarities that left Longjian feeling bewildered. The most absurd part was that when he departed, he had played a trick on Longjian. That water release, explosive water wave, there was not a single trace left behind. He was merely a fleeting gesture, uttered casually before he turned and fled. To his dismay, Longjian realized that he had been duped when he retreated to the kingdom of Heiying. How could it be that he, Longjian, who had always played tricks on others, found himself the subject of someone else's jest? It felt as if he had spent a lifetime as a hawk, only to be pecked in the eye today. The mysterious masked figure of One-In remarked, "They merely spoke without forming any seals. Who would have thought you would believe them?" Longjian replied with a sigh, "Oh, right. I almost forgot about the captive." He turned to see Samo approaching, excitedly cradling a large glass jar. Inside the jar was a wan-faced Manu, exuding an aura of despair. Longjian nodded, acknowledging that there was indeed a gain from this encounter. After all, this was a significant capture. Samo knelt on one knee, solemnly declaring, "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty and captured a live one." Longjian, feeling gratified, recognized Samo's reliability. Observing Smoes robuste physique. He thought to himself that this one was indeed dependable. Samo, with a proud demeanor, lifted his head and arched his brow, showcasing his achievement to the surrounding generals, especially lingering his gaze on Nijia. Although Nijia's expression remained unchanged, The swirling dark energy around him betrayed his inner turmoil. Unexpectedly, this seemingly honest Samo had the knack for striking at the right moment, teasing Longjian. Longjian gently patted Nijiao's shoulder, signaling him not to mind. In Nijiao's crimson eyes, a flicker of gratitude surfaced. Nonetheless, Longjian expressed his approval of Samo, saying, "Well done, Samo. With your unwavering heart, great things shall surely be achieved." Samo returned the gesture with a fist salute, his face adorned with a hint of bashfulness. Then, Longjian turned to the jar containing Manyu, playfully tapping it. Is this not the prodigy of one in village, Gui Deng Manyu? After a brief absence, how have you fallen so low? Inside the water, Manyu covered his ears and shouted, "Stop tapping. Do you not realize how loud that is? Sound travels through water. I can hear it even clearer in my liquid form, you know?" Leaning against the jar, Longjian smirked wickedly, gazing at Manyu, and said, "Since we have captured a live one, let us give this one ingenious a proper welcome." The 7 generals surrounding Manyu mimicked Longjian's stance, encircling him with malevolent smiles. Manyu broke into a cold sweat, nearly transforming into a gelatinous state, trembling in fear. Faced with 8 imposing figures, he swallowed hard, feeling the light around him diminish. No, it was not just him. The entire jar was being engulfed by the shadows brought forth by Longjian and the generals. A pang of anxiety struck Manyu. He wondered if these fellows harbored peculiar interests. While he was not afraid of torture, considering he could turn to water, the all-male company surrounding him was indeed unsettling. It was a hellish scenario. That night, by the flickering campfire, Longjian roasted a wild rabbit, with clothes he had changed out of nearby to dry. He bit into the succulent meat, exclaiming, "The wild rabbits in this land of water are far more tender than ours. The moisture truly is a blessing. However, too much dampness is problematic. My clothes from the battle are still wet." At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from the large jar beside him. "Hey, are you just going to leave me here without any interrogation? No threats or coercion?" Manyu was puzzled, ever since being frightened by Longjian and his companions. He had been sealed within the jar and left to his own devices while Longjian busied himself. A massive shadow soldier carried him around, adding to Manyu's confusion as it did not align with the scenarios he had envisioned. "Hajalong, why aren't you following the script?" This jar, however, was not ordinary. It was enveloped in a thick layer of dark energy from Samo, preventing Manyu's water form from escaping. Despite Samo's rough appearance, he displayed a remarkable finesse. Longjian glanced at Manyu in the jar, chewing on rabbit meat, and mumbled, "Well, you won't spill any secrets, will you? I don't quite grasp the intricacies of lightning release. It seems rather complicated." He tore off another piece of meat and continued, "Perhaps I should enjoy a hearty meal first, starve you a bit, and when I have questions, I shall find a way to ask. The world is vast, but food comes first." Subsequently, Longjian ignored Manyu and resumed his meal. Manyu's frustration only intensified. "What? Capturing a genius like me? And you don't even wish to extract any information? You merely intend to starve me? This is a grave disrespect to a prodigy of one in." Wait a moment. Could it be that he intended to use food to coerce him? "Hajalong, you are truly devious on another front." The initially eager group, intending to launch a surprise attack and demonstrate their ninja prowess, found themselves nearly annihilated by Longjian, ultimately being rescued by Qing, Zhou and Guijia. They finally retreated safely, catching their breath and tending to their wounds. Aside from Zhou, who was merely fatigued, Qing and Guijia bore significant injuries. Guijia's battle attire was soaked in blood from a gash across his chest, and the intense pain combined with the eerie corruption from the dark energy began to twist the expression of this well-known tough guy. Additionally, the Yambu member from the Mizuki clan who had attempted to rescue Manyu now bore a fresh wound from General Yika, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Appearing near death, Qing cautiously surveyed their surroundings before exchanging a questioning glance with the mysterious black-haired figure who had just fought Longjian. The figure nodded in response. Qing then turned to his comrades and urged, "Hurry and tend to your wounds." I did not expect the leader of the shadow flow from Konoha to arrive in the land of water so swiftly. They must have already taken action. We cannot be certain if reinforcements from Konoha will follow. We must act without delay. Qing nodded vigorously, attempting to reset his dislocated arm from the battle with General Bate. Zhou assisted in treating Guijia's horrific injury, while the Umbu member from the Mizuki clan received a coagulant from another companion. As Qing surveyed his gravely injured allies, he reflected on how they had only faced a single adversary from Konoha, yet suffered such devastating losses, prompting a deep sigh of resignation. Could it be that every generation of Konoha is destined to produce such extraordinarily powerful ninjas to ensure its standing among the 5 great ninja villages? Guoju Yikong removed the mask of a hidden mist ANBU, revealing a face that appeared remarkably adorable, reminiscent of a doll. However, beneath this charming visage lay a prominent scar beneath his left eye, resembling a stitch mark. One must not be deceived by Guoju Yikong's appearance, despite his youthful looks. He is indeed a grown man, albeit one with a doll-like face. "I am 28 years old," he asserted. A mysterious figure with black hair approached Guoju Yikong, placing a hand on his shoulder. Startled, Guoju Yikong quickly addressed the mysterious man, 3. The black-haired figure interrupted him, a calm yet warm voice emanating from beneath his mask. "Are you feeling overwhelmed by the strength of the enemy, Yikong?" Guoju Yikong shook his head, contemplating before responding. The enemy's power was somewhat anticipated. After all, he is a man who has made a name for himself in various wars. However, I believe that compared to Konoha, we in the Hidden Mist still have a long way to go. The depth of Konoha's foundation is indeed profound. The black-haired figure nodded in appreciation, gazing at the sky. He continued, "I am pleased that you can see this perspective, Yikong. You are correct. We in the Hidden Mist have a considerable journey ahead. Thus, each of us must exert our utmost effort to bridge this gap, even if it may come at a painful cost." His tone shifted from the previous calmness to one imbued with unwavering determination. "However, for the sake of our village, for the survival and development of the Hidden Mist, and for the future, these sacrifices are acceptable." His words reignited the initial resolve in Guoju Yikong's eyes as he nodded emphatically in agreement. The black-haired figure lightly patted Yikong's shoulder, his voice returning to tranquility. "In the future, you will encounter challenges that are far more difficult to navigate than powerful enemies. The relationships between various clans and villages, unfavorable geographical positions, and conflicts with the Council of Elders, among other matters." The black-haired figure slowly walked towards the shadows of the forest, his voice growing increasingly distant. "Remember your current mindset, Yikong. Maintain this rational judgment and decision-making ability. The future of the Hidden Mist is in your hands. As for me, I am merely a dying man, destined to expend my last energies in the Land of Fire." Standing under the sun, Guoju Yikong watched the man fade into the shadows, a glimmer of tears filling his eyes, a mixture of reluctance, determination, and deep respect. In the early morning, a flock of birds took flight from the forest, startled by human presence. A young boy wearing a Konoha forehead protector emerged from the woods, accompanied by a robust figure clad in ninja attire. This imposing soldier bore a large glass jar on his back, within which a similarly aged white-haired youth sat, appearing utterly disenchanted. This unfortunate soul was Long Jian, who had been captured by the wretched fate of being trapped in the jar. In the days following his capture, Long Jian experienced considerable suffering, devoid of any semblance of human rights. While others in captivity had at least a cell to reside in, Long Jian found himself confined within a jar, where all his basic needs were met in the most humiliating manner. His protests echoed loudly, accusing Long Jian of violating the Geneva Conventions of the ninja world, desperately seeking recognition of his rights as a prisoner. Upon hearing this, Long Jian's eyes brightened, and with a mischievous grin, he replied, "You want human rights? Sure, if you can defeat me, I shall grant them to you." Long Jian's words left Long Jian in utter disbelief. "If I could defeat you, would I even be trapped in this jar?" Long Jian explained that as a pinnacle of Konoha's younger generation, his greatest passion lay in engaging in combat with talented peers of his own age. However, he had bested all the young geniuses of Konoha and had yet to find a worthy opponent. Thus, he resolved to immerse himself in war, seeking to spar with the young talents of other ninja villages, relishing the thrill of battle and valuing the opportunity to engage with geniuses. He believed this was a collision of artistry among the gifted, a convergence of emotions, and a call of the spirit, a profound bond of life and death. Through continual progress, one hones their strength and abilities, striving to become a true powerhouse. Long Jian articulated his thoughts to Long Jian, noting that he could easily discern the talent radiating from him, albeit his overall strength fell short of Long Jian's. Nevertheless, Long Jian relished the opportunity to compete with different talents, as it allowed him to recognize other strengths and compensate for his own shortcomings. For instance, the young genius from Sunagakure, Yi Tsong, excelled in bloodline limits, and Long Jian had defeated her on the battlefield using her own abilities. Long Jian listened, his expression a mix of confusion and understanding. It all sounded rather sophisticated. At that moment, Long Jian leaned closer to the glass jar, pressing his face against it, and asked, "Young man, what field are you a genius in? Come, let's find out." Long Jian, taken aback by the sight of Long Jian's face pressed against the glass, instinctively recoiled, stammering, "Well, I suppose I am quite adept with a blade." Long Jian snapped his fingers in delight. "Wonderful. Let's put that to the test." He then shifted his demeanor, his expression darkening and an evil chuckle escaping his lips. "Let's see how you fare. Come now, little Long Jian, step into Uncle's jar." Long Jian felt a chill creep up his neck, an ominous premonition settling in. This is all rather strange. Thus, Long Jian struck a gentlemanly agreement with Long Jian, securing a chance to duel with blades to earn his rights as a captive. The arrangement stipulated that Long Jian would be released to engage in an exhilarating knife fight with Long Jian. Should Long Jian emerge victorious, he would be free. If not, he would remain confined within the jar. Naturally, escaping during this process was not an option. Long Jian, recognizing the favorable terms, readily agreed. "If I can't defeat you in a brawl, I should at least have a chance with blades." Having long aspired to master 7 ninja blades, he was determined to show that he could prevail. After an intense battle, Long Jian found himself vanquished by a technique from Long Jian's Mo Cien 9 styles, the 6th form, Tiger's Roar Slash, which severed his ninja blade. Bewildered, Long Jian exclaimed, "What kind of absurd technique is this? Are you employing strength to overpower technique?" Well, last time I was caught off guard during my first month. But this time, I shall deliver a splendid strike, a magnificent fall of crane feathers, enticing a flurry of feathers in the sky." I struck the hand of Manu, sending his weapon flying once more. "What? How can this fellow suppress me in swordsmanship?" Manu, refused to believe it. Once his chance, twice his coincidence. But thrice is absolutely intolerable. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Manu, am a member of the Gue Deng clan. A purple celestial pattern appeared on Long Jian's face as he unleashed a ferocious sword technique imbued with the essence of life and death. An enigmatic and resplendent purple-golden phoenix soared through the sky, heading straight for Manu. The 7th form of Mo Xie Shi, Wan Fengwu. The strike landed, and Manu was instantly reduced to a puddle of liquid, unable to recover for a considerable time. The reason being, Long Jian had infused his technique with a sufficient amount of celestial chakra and a smidgen of shadow power, which he aptly named the power of Hei Mo Cien. Calling it Hei Cien would be too mundane. Hei Mo Cien sounds far more invigorating. As a result, Manu was almost turned into jelly. Though it was all in good fun, one should not jest with the power of Hei Mo Cien. After a while, the jelly-like Manu reformed into his human shape, this time not insisting on further sparring with Long Jian. Instead, he sat beside him on a stone, head drooped, sighing in defeat. Observing Manu's demeanor, Long Jian released his celestial technique, scratching his head, pondering whether he might have been a tad too harsh, as if he had caused the child to retreat into himself. Manu lifted his dripping head, looking at Long Jian, and spoke to himself. "Ever since I can remember, I have spent my days in the company of swords, solely because I vowed to realize that childhood dream. Practicing swordsmanship has always been my greatest passion. I never expected to discover today that there are indeed talents in this world who are so extraordinarily well-rounded." Manu gazed at the Mo Xie that Long Jian was carrying and asked in a daze, "What swordsmanship is this?" Long Jian turned to Manu, and with sincerity devoid of any pretense in his tone and gaze, replied, "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you." Upon hearing this, Manu was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened slightly, and the look he cast upon Long Jian underwent a subtle transformation. Before long, a campfire blazed in the woods. Long Jian and Manu sat by the fire, each holding a roasted rabbit, while a ghostly soldier diligently tended to several others roasting nearby. Manu was engrossed in his meal, all the while addressing Long Jian. "You're not such a bad person. It's just unfortunate that you are a ninja of Mu Yi, while I am of Wu Run." Long Jian smiled non-committally and replied, "We serve our respective masters. After all, allowing you to enjoy some food can be considered a reward for helping me pursue my passion and bringing me closer to my dream." As Manu discarded the remnants of the rabbit he had finished, he took another from the ghostly soldier and waved his hand at Long Jian, saying with resignation, "Let us not kid ourselves. My swordsmanship is still somewhat lacking compared to yours. I doubt you've sensed any of that so-called artistic clash or unique bond for me." With that, Manu sighed, seemingly loathing his own inadequacy, and took a hearty bite of the roasted rabbit. Long Jian smiled and shook his head, speaking to himself. One cannot be so dismissive, at least at your age. Possessing such swordsmanship qualifies you as a genius, without a doubt. Your skill exceeds that of some among the 7 in your village. Upon hearing this, Man Yu perked up, eagerly asking Long Jian, "Are the 7 you mentioned the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Long Jian, while chewing on a roasted rabbit, vaguely replied, no. That group is known by that name." Man Yu beamed with delight, for his childhood aspiration had been to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, mastering the 7 legendary blades. Today he felt acknowledged by a renowned powerhouse of the ninja world. Yet, soon thereafter, Man Yu fell into a state of melancholy. Even if his strength were sufficient now, he probably wouldn't have the chance to fulfill his dream. Alas, life is truly filled with regrets, he thought. Long Jian seized upon this moment, interrupting Man Yu's thoughts. "Hey, I just heard you mention you had a dream or something. Since we're here, why not share it?" Man Yu shrugged and responded, "Since you wish to hear it, I shall tell you, though it's merely the dream of a dying man, of little consequence. At least before I perish, a strong individual will know of my aspirations." Ha ha ha. Man Yu stood tall and proud, declaring to Long Jian, "Listen well, I, Gue Deng Man Yu, aspire to be the man who can wield all 7 ninja swords." Long Jian, upon hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor, even appearing somewhat dazed. Man Yu, filled with rage, shouted, "Can't you at least react a little?" Long Jian smirked and replied, "If I recall correctly, those 7 swords you speak of, I happen to possess 4 of them, so you might not have the opportunity to realize that dream." Man Yu, upon hearing Long Jian's words, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. His spirit deflated like a punctured balloon, and he slumped back onto the stone, losing all appetite for the roasted rabbit in his hands. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, not only am I a captive now, but even if I weren't, I doubt I could achieve it." Long Jian disregarded the moody Man Yu. Having eaten his fill, stood up, wiped his mouth, and stretched lazily, gazing at the sky as he spoke. "However, your ambition is quite lofty. To become a master of all 7 ninja swords? I truly wish to see what level of strength you can attain." Man Yu instinctively chimed in, "Well, one must possess the strength of a village leader to achieve that, right?" Before he could finish, 2 shadows suddenly flew towards him. Man Yu instinctively reached out his hands to catch them, and upon looking down, was astonished to find they were the dual blades, Ping Yu, one of the 7 ninja swords. Confused, he looked up at Long Jian, only to see Long Jian already turning to depart. Man Yu hurriedly called out to him, "What do you mean by this?" Long Jian, without turning back, waved his hand and said in a calm tone, "Consider this a genius aiding another genius in realizing their dreams. Moreover, I genuinely wonder if you, as one who masters the 7 ninja swords, can truly reach the level of a village leader. Show me, Gue Deng Man Yu. As long as your strength is sufficient, the ninja swords await your claim, and our agreement stands firm." Man Yu stood there, stunned, unable to regain his composure for a long while. At this moment, Long Jian's figure gradually faded into the woods, and a voice, now distant yet near, echoed through the trees. "Is a world filled with geniuses truly more intriguing? After all, I have encountered numerous prodigies, and they all referred to me as a genius." Man Yu was stunned, struck by the profoundness of this remark. He suddenly realized that the man known as Nara Long Jian was indeed somewhat handsome. Haki Long, so being a genius is merely the threshold to meet you. Long Jian left behind a pair of ninja blades, the Shuang Dao, He without a moment's hesitation, departing quietly to conceal his achievements and name. Man Yu was left bewildered, standing there in a daze. An abundance of questions swirled in his mind, and he could not fathom why Long Jian, who was ostensibly his adversary, would so nonchalantly bestow a ninja blade upon him after their exchange of skills and heartfelt conversation, and even release him without hesitation. It was worth noting that he was Long Jian's captive. If he could return to my village, it would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment. Man Yu harbored many secrets, yet Long Jian seemed utterly indifferent. His mind felt as though it was spinning. He glanced down at the dual blades, then raised his gaze towards the direction Long Jian had just departed. Man Yu murmured to himself, "Is it truly possible for someone in this world to live so freely and spontaneously, to break various shackles without hesitation for the sake of their dreams? How carefree." With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he mused, "This guy is indeed a genuine mad genius. No wonder he is so formidable. Is he constantly placing pressure upon himself?" Grasping the dual blades, his spirit rekindled with the initial vigor and a newfound determination. Manu rose, heading toward the opposite direction of One in Village, his fading voice echoing. Since you have said so, how could I possibly falter? Let me show you clearly, Nara Longjian. After all, I am also a genius hailing from One in Village, Ghost Lantern Manu. Meanwhile, Nara Longjian, who had just generously gifted a ninja blade, was humming a cheerful tune as he walked along the path towards the rendezvous point. At this moment, one might ask, why would Longjian give away a ninja blade for free? Isn't that a loss? Longjian would reply, of course not. I, Longa, would never engage in a losing transaction. Clearly, he was indeed establishing a connection with Manu. Otherwise, why would he so casually present a ninja blade to Manu and release this captive he had painstakingly captured? What was his motive? Was it because Manu was handsome, or was it because he was literally water? On one hand, Longjian aimed to shape his image before Manu, which was quite evident. On the other hand, the ninja blade he gifted was not merely a token. It was a seed planted in One in Village, a strategic maneuver aimed at Manu. Indeed, it was a calculated scheme. This ninja blade was not something one could simply tuck away. It was essential to understand that One in Village was no ordinary ninja village. This village was ruthless towards its enemies, and even more so towards its own. It is widely known that the ninjas in the manga Naruto from One in Village are numerous, with many formidable figures. However, the most amusing aspect is that, apart from the Kage and their guards, most are rogue ninjas. This is all thanks to the harsh policy of survival of the fittest that governs One in Village. Even a tough character like Kisame later remarked that the village's policies were excessively cruel and severe. Failing to complete a mission could lead to dire consequences. In such an environment, One in ninjas tend to be emotionally detached, often lacking any semblance of camaraderie. Similarly, the village demands unwavering loyalty from its ninjas. They must completely adhere to the village's directives. Any act of betrayal would result in relentless pursuit by the village. Now, the question arises, how would Manu be perceived upon returning to One in Village as a former captive? How would the chickens, ducks, and geese regard him? How did he manage to escape successfully from an enemy whose strength surpassed his own, not to mention reclaiming a ninja blade for the village? If the One in ninjas were to learn of this, they would likely exclaim, he is simply a Superman. However, as doubts began to sprout among the village's higher-ups, the fate awaiting man, you would be dire. Additionally, if Longjian's memory served him correctly, One in Village would soon embark on a widespread persecution of ninjas possessing bloodline limits for various reasons. In this time of significant internal upheaval, a ninja like Manu, who raised suspicions during wartime, would certainly find it challenging. Longjian sought precisely this effect. If things became unbearable, he reminded Manu to come seek him out. He had not only their agreement, but also 3 remaining ninja blades awaiting him. Little Manu. Longjian chuckled to himself. Perhaps Manu would never imagine that someone would devise a genuine scheme for his future development. Longjian felt grateful for this. Manu expressed his gratitude, and Longjian leisurely made his way to the designated meeting point marked on the mission map, preparing to await the arrival of the support team from Mai before proceeding with the next course of action. After all, such laborious undertakings were best tackled collaboratively. Upon reaching the marked location on the map, Longjian discovered a remarkably smooth and habitable cave not far off. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to settle there. He sent the ghost shadow soldiers to scout the area, ensuring they did not inadvertently stumble upon an enemy stronghold. Longjian hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the cave, wrapping himself in a blanket. When faced with challenges, he would first take a long nap. With a kick of his legs, he embraced a carefree existence. Nevertheless, Longjian left behind the unique markings of Mai, indicating his proximity, ensuring that if anyone from Mai arrived, they would locate him without any awkwardness. Subsequently, he dispatched a team of ghost shadow soldiers to keep watch around the cave, ensuring he would be promptly informed of any incoming visitors. Meanwhile, he swiftly prepared his bedding, and in a flash, he nestled into his cozy cocoon. Instantly, Longjian felt utterly relaxed, rolling around in the soft blanket, sighing in bliss. Ah, this is truly the life. The days of enduring the elements were unbearable. This is the treatment I deserve. He wrapped himself snugly, leaving only his head exposed, relishing the moment. Then, he turned his gaze towards the shadows within the cave and called out, "By the way, whoever is there, please catch some rabbits, birds, or geese for me. Prepared and ready. I yearn for a delightful feast of barbecued delicacies the moment I awaken." As Longjian spoke, a shadowy soldier gradually emerged from the depths of the cave. Upon his arrival, the The shadow soldier knelt before Long Jian, paying his respects and indicating that he had retained all instructions. Long Jian nodded in satisfaction, nestled within his blanket, and couldn't help but exclaim once more, "Now this is truly living." The shadow soldier exclaimed, "Feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts." Long Jian sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, "Alas, of late, it has been nothing but battles or the journey to engage in battle. The pressure is overwhelming. My spirit remains taut, and even my sleep has been affected. I wonder when I shall finally find slumber again. This life, when will it change?" Suddenly, the cave fell into silence, with the sound of a pin dropping becoming distinctly audible. Soon after, rhythmic snoring echoed through the space. The shadow soldier remarked, "Damn, I thought someone had ridden a motorcycle into the cave." In the depths of the cave, Long Jian, having slept soundly through the dimness of night, slowly began to awaken. Blinking in confusion, he realized the outside was cloaked in darkness, the moon hanging high in the sky. Stretching lazily, he turned his neck and mused, "Oh dear, it seems I have truly exhausted myself, having slept for such an extended period." Quite splendid. It was apparent that Long Jian was thoroughly pleased with the quality of his slumber. The shadow soldier quipped, "How could you not be satisfied, brother? If you sleep any longer, the village of Wonin will think a motorcycle brigade from Konoha has come to attack them." Though he said this, it was fortunate that the shadow soldiers were not prone to conversation. Long Jian gazed at the flickering campfire before him and the delectable roasted rabbit and grilled fowl presented by the shadow soldier. Instantly, his sense of satisfaction soared. Contentedly accepting the scrumptious offerings, Long Jian, wrapped in his blanket, began to feast heartily. The flavors were exquisite. Just as he relished his meal, another shadow soldier emerged from the darkness, half kneeling beside him. Long Jian nodded, indicating his understanding. The soldier had come to report that several ninjas had been spotted near the cave. Long Jian, not in slumber, had already received the information about these ninjas through the mystical art of senjutsu and thermal imaging techniques before they had even approached the cave. How useful and delightful. Before long, Long Jian noticed the group of ninjas making their way toward the cave. It was evident they had discovered the unique markers left by Long Jian near the rendezvous point. Thus, their identities were unmistakable. An elite team dispatched from Konoha to assist Long Jian in his mission. Indeed, moments later, Long Jian beheld several figures at the cave's entrance. To his astonishment, he recognized two familiar faces among them. One was a striking young man with flowing silver hair, donning a black mask and a snug black combat uniform, complemented by gray armor. Almost instantly upon spotting Long Jian, the silver-haired gentleman expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "Long Jian, I never imagined the team leader who infiltrated the land of water ahead of us would be you." With a smile, Long Jian replied, "What is this, Kakashi? Are you questioning my leadership or doubting my ability to infiltrate the land of water?" Kakashi shook his head in resignation, glancing at Long Jian's current appearance. Draped in a large blanket, seated by the campfire, holding a half-eaten roasted rabbit, with a pile of bones nearby, evidence of his recent indulgence. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You haven't tea changed a bit, have you?" Long Jian grinned and offered the remaining half of the roasted rabbit to Kakashi, exclaiming, "This is the essence of life, Kakashi. Look at you, weary from your travels. Besides, how could a mission be the same with anyone else? You're clearly tempted here. Have some." Kakashi quickly shook his head, politely declining the offer. Another familiar figure approached, clad in green Jonin armor, wearing a ninja hat and possessing striking pure white eyes. With excitement, he greeted Long Jian. "Wow, Long Jian, it truly is you. So the powerful leader spoken of by Lord Hokage is indeed you. I thought with the recent manpower shortage in the village, who else could be recognized by Lord Hokage as strong, if not you?" Long Jian responded with a cheerful smile. "Brother Hyuga, you jest. It was you who guided me during the battle in Sunagakure." The elder Hyuga chuckled heartily. "Oh, that is not quite right. You were the one leading me through it all. After all, I even earned the title of Long Jian's eye on the battlefield." Long Jian shook his head in amusement, noting how enthusiastic the elder Hyuga remained, brimming with passion for both life and duty. After reminiscing with familiar faces, Long Jian turned his gaze to the other members of the team. One had vibrant orange hair tied in a loose ponytail, dressed in Jonin armor. Another was clad in an umbu disguise, obscured by an animal mask, rendering their gender indiscernible. Yet, two individuals particularly captured Long Jian's attention, even more than the ponytailed man. One was older, while the other appeared to be around Long Jian's age. Their striking resemblance made it clear they were likely father and son. Most importantly, Both wore cloaks emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. Goodness, two Uchihas. At that moment, the elder of the two, presumably the father, furrowed his brow and addressed Long Jian with a tone thick with inquiry. Long Jian, although you have been appointed team leader by Lord Hokage, is this truly how you conduct operations behind enemy lines? It is a fundamental tenet taught in ninja school that open flames are to be avoided during such missions. The atmosphere in the cave instantly cooled several degrees at the words of this Uchiha ninja. He continued, such a blatant error leads me to question whether entrusting this mission to you was indeed a wise decision by Lord Hokage. At the very least, I cannot entrust my life to a leader such as you. Thereafter, the Uchiha ninja fell silent, merely gazing at Long Jian. The younger Uchiha beside him naturally aligned himself with his elder, sharing the same sentiment. The remaining team members also directed their attention toward Long Jian, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Long Jian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. These troublesome Uchihas certainly knew how to stir up trouble. It was no wonder the second Hokage often spoke of them. Though their words were not entirely unfounded, the tone was undeniably irksome. No matter how it was interpreted, it felt rather unpleasant. Long Jian declared, nonsense. I have fought battles my entire life. Must I not savor the fruits of my labor? Let the music play and the festivities commence. In the cavern, the atmosphere among the individuals had descended to an icy chill. Kakashi and the Hinata clan members cast concerned glances toward Long Jian, contemplating how he might respond to the pressing inquiry. As for the others, the Uchiha father and son duo harbored expressions rife with skepticism and a hint of disdain. The man with the loose ponytail leaned languidly against the stone wall, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, an unidentified Umbu ninja, their face concealed by a mask, exhibited no discernible emotion. In stark contrast, Long Jian maintained a serene smile, holding a half-eaten roasted rabbit, and addressed the elder Uchiha who had just spoken, inquiring, your theoretical knowledge is quite commendable. May I ask how to address you, esteemed sir? The elder Uchiha lifted his chin, gazing at Long Jian with a note of pride in his voice. I am Ryukawa, Uchiha Ryukawa. He did not hide his pride in the Uchiha clan. It was evident that he held a deep reverence for his lineage. Long Jian nodded and gestured with the half of the roasted rabbit toward the younger Uchiha standing beside him, continuing, this young one also belongs to the Uchiha clan. If I am not mistaken, is he your son? What is his name? Ryukawa nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed, he is my son, Uchiha Dawa. The young Uchiha Dawa nodded proudly. After a moment of contemplation, Long Jian stroked his chin and spoke slowly, Dawa, a name that signifies one who is willing to go through fire for the Uchiha clan. A name imbued with meaning, far more melodious than something like Ryukawa Kid. Ryukawa reacted with a hint of offense, clearing his throat to interrupt Long Jian, and pressed on with a confrontational tone. Long Jian Jonin, please do not evade my question. We await your reasonable answer. A sharp realization dawned on Long Jian, recognizing that Ryukawa's assertiveness was not characteristic of a simple-minded Uchiha. Rather, he sensed an elite opponent, one not easily dealt with. Long Jian's expression remained unchanged as he continued. You see, there is no need to rush. The fact that each of you has been selected for this perilous mission behind enemy lines attests to your formidable strength. His gaze swept across the varied expressions of the gathered individuals before he continued. Conversely, the enemies we are to confront are equally formidable, if not stronger. At that moment, Uchiha Dawa interjected. What does this have to do with our concerns? Are you still? Long Jian cut him off, saying, you seem rather impatient. Are you perhaps King Jiji? Although Dawa did not fully comprehend the remark, he sensed its meaning, his face flushing as he hesitated to respond. Long Jian elaborated, the principle is quite simple. With your prowess, even if you had not arrived in this cavern through legitimate means. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his voice chilling as he locked eyes with Ryukawa, stating emphatically, you would have already perished. As Long Jian's words echoed, the temperature within the cavern plummeted further. His murderous intent was palpable, overwhelming both Ryukawa and Dawa with a formidable pressure. Ryukawa quickly regained his composure, snorting derisively, arrogant brat, I shall show you what it means to be Uchiha. But his words were abruptly silenced. Countless shadowy soldiers materialized beside Ryukawa, their crimson eyes illuminating the cavern and casting an eerie ambience. These spectral figures emerged from the shadows, armed with shadowy blades, and pressed them against the vital points of Ryukawa and Dawa. Both felt the chill of the blades, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Dawa's heart raced with alarm. Masaka? When did they approach us? In contrast, Ryukawa maintained a remarkable calm, fixing his gaze on Long Jian and intoning, "What does this signify, Long Jian Jonin? Should we interpret it as a show of force?" Long Jian's demeanor shifted from severe to gentle in an instant. However, the shadowy soldiers surrounding the Uchiha did not waver. While they exuded no murderous intent, the threat from the blades was unmistakable. Long Jian remarked, "Let us not misinterpret this. It merely serves to illustrate why I can afford to relax in this cavern while you are left weary from your journey." With that, he resumed gnawing on the half-eaten roasted rabbit, smiling at Ryukawa. The elder Uchiha's eyes narrowed, a surge of crimson washing over them, signaling the imminent activation of his Sharingan. Long Jian, quick to act, lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with Ryukawa. The purple sage markings on his face began to materialize, and an even greater aura enveloped him. His voice turned icy, reverberating within the cavern. "Ryukawa, I advise you not to entertain thoughts of using your Sharingan against me. The pride you take in it will be of no consequence. Should I act next, it shall not merely be a warning. You will not withstand it." Long Jian's words, though softly spoken, carried an undeniable weight. As he finished, the stalactites on the cavern walls began to tremble slightly, all turning toward Ryukawa and Dawa. Ryukawa's eyes blazed red, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan, fixated upon Long Jian. Despite Long Jian's lowered gaze, a distinct feeling of being targeted by him pervaded Ryukawa. Every movement felt scrutinized, as if any attempt to act would result in swift retribution from Long Jian, leaving no avenue for escape. The surrounding environment intensified the sense of danger, as if every blade of grass and every tree were exuding malice. Suddenly, Long Jian snapped his fingers. Several shadowy soldiers emerged from his shadow, dragging forth 4 corpses, the remnants of the mist ninjas he and Qing's team had encountered and defeated days prior. The gaze of the gathered individuals was instantly drawn to the lifeless bodies on the ground. Long Jian pointed at the corpses and articulated, "As for why I have been assigned as your leader, the reason is quite straightforward. These individuals belong to the same elite mist ninja team, our adversaries in this operation. And I am stronger than any of you." Long Jian formed hand seals, causing the stalactites in the cavern to tremble more violently, his voice devoid of emotion, as if ready to strike without hesitation. "Now, will you willingly acknowledge me as your perhaps not-so-capable leader, or shall I execute you both for defying my command? The choice is yours, Ryukawa, Uchiha Ryukawa." Following this cordial exchange, Ryukawa and Daohua found themselves convinced by Long Jian's imposing presence. Long Jian's reasoned approach simplified the situation considerably. Under his guidance, everyone gathered around the campfire, beginning to familiarize themselves with one another. Ultimately, Long Jian sought to understand the abilities and strengths of his team members, for they had built a certain rapport during their journey together, which was essential for the cohesion of their squad, particularly in the role of a captain. If one is unfamiliar with the abilities and strengths of their teammates, making sound decisions and strategies becomes impossible, potentially leading the entire team into peril. While Long Jian may lead a carefree existence when alone, he approaches teamwork with utmost seriousness. After all, he cannot bear the thought of his errors costing the lives of his comrades, an outcome he simply cannot accept. Opposite Long Jian sat the Uchiha father-son duo. Uchiha Luchuan bore a discontented expression, clearly still reeling from his recent confrontation with Long Jian, where he had been at a distinct disadvantage. Internally, he felt slighted by Long Jian's lack of deference towards him, an elder. However, Uchiha Luchuan consoled himself, thinking that his temporary truce with the impolite junior was a testament to his magnanimity as a senior, rather than an admission of vulnerability that could lead to being ruthlessly dispatched by Long Jian. Certainly not. Uchiha Daohua, on the other hand, wore his displeasure openly, nearly broadcasting his dissatisfaction with Long Jian. This child of the Uchiha clan lacked subtlety, his thoughts written plainly on his face. If Long Jian, as the leader, were to refrain from making his life difficult, it would be a miracle indeed. Long Jian addressed the gathered individuals. Since there are no further objections, let us take a moment to introduce ourselves and share our areas of expertise and unique abilities. This will facilitate our subsequent task arrangements and ensure effective collaboration, thus minimizing the risk of my own misjudgments. As he scanned the group, Hinata Darren was the first to break the silence, raising his hand. "I shall go first. I am Hinata Darren, possessing Byakugan and excelling in reconnaissance, as well as mastering the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan." Long Jian nodded in acknowledgement, and Kakashi promptly followed suit. "I am Hitaki Kakashi, proficient in swordsmanship and ninjutsu, and a combat operative. His concise introduction, coupled with his stoic demeanor, was undoubtedly appealing to the young women present. Indeed, Kakashi maintained his ever-elevated standard. Next, a man with orange hair tied in a ponytail raised his hand, beaming brightly. "Hello, Captain Longjian. I am Yamashiro Santion, a ninja from the Yamashiro clan. It is an honor to work alongside you all. As for my specialty, I excel at interrogating enemies, capable of probing thoughts to extract intelligence. Should there be any living captives, I would gladly take charge." With that, Yamashiro Santion flashed another smile at Longjian. Longjian regarded the seemingly harmless Yamashiro, well aware of his sinister talent for extracting information through brutal means. Generally, such high-caliber individuals, the more cheerful their demeanor, the more ruthless their methods. Beneath a facade of innocence often lurked a twisted psyche. A shadowy figure from the corner, an Umbu ninja, then spoke, removing his mask to ensure his comrades would remember his face. In a voice tinged with cool detachment, he said, "Umbu, codename Knight. I specialize in assassination and the Konoha flow sword technique." Once more, Longjian felt a sense of familiarity with the face before him, though he could not quite place it. Just as he was about to ponder further, Knight donned his mask again, interrupting Longjian's train of thought. Longjian shrugged and shifted his gaze to the Uchiha duo. Uchiha Luchuan sat with his eyes closed, seemingly in a moment of meditation to maintain his Sharingan. Aware of Longjian's scrutiny, he spoke in a low, steady tone. "I am Uchiha Luchuan, a versatile ninja." Uchiha Daohua quickly chimed in, "I am Uchiha Daohua, also a versatile ninja." Longjian smirked slightly. Henceforth, they would no longer be referred to as the Uchiha father-son duo, but rather the Uchiha show-off pair. Claiming versatility? Even Longjian hesitated to label himself as such. It was remarkable how these two maintained their airs of superiority despite their recent setbacks. Longjian could sense the unique talents within his small team. With a versatile father-son duo, a sinister interrogator, a cold assassin in a mask, and the duo of silver-haired Kakashi and Byakugan-wielding Darren, the configuration was indeed formidable. Anyone discerning enough to recognize this assembly would understand its significance. As the introductions concluded, Longjian had formed an initial assessment of his teammates' capabilities. For deeper understanding, the most effective method would be through observation in battle, as victories speak volumes. It is akin to someone incessantly claiming they could defeat Madara with a single punch, urging others to choose them as a teammate, only to reveal in combat that they couldn't even best the pancake seller in Uchiha territory, Uchiha Shoushou. Such behavior is nothing short of bullying the innocent. Longjian addressed the group. "My name is Nara Longjian, and I will be the captain for this mission. As for my abilities, you have all, to some extent, already experienced them. I hope everyone will heed my commands and work in concert during our operations. I shall do my utmost to ensure we complete our tasks while guaranteeing everyone's safe return to the village." Hinata Darren, a family-oriented ninja, nodded in agreement with Longjian's words. Subsequently, Longjian retrieved a map from the shadow at his feet and unfurled it before the group, pointing to a specific location. "Here is where I encountered an elite team from the Mist Village a few days ago, resulting in a confrontation. This squad was led by the Byakugan assassin Ao and comprised 8 members. Kakashi responded, his voice low. "So, Captain Longjian, you faced an entire elite squad alone and managed to take down half of them?" Upon hearing Ao's name, Hinata Darren's expression darkened, and he muttered vehemently, "This scoundrel who insults the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan must not be forgiven." Longjian looked at Kakashi, shaking his head, and continued, "In truth, I had the opportunity to eliminate them all, but midway through the battle, additional reinforcements from the mist arrived." His tone became more serious as he recounted, "Among those reinforcements, 2 were exceptionally powerful, at least 2 tiers above AO. I must say, in my estimation, these 2 will pose the most formidable challenge during our mission. Their strength may not reach the level of a Hokage, but it is perilously close." Longjian's words plunged the cave into silence once more, each individual wearing a grave expression. The term Hokage evoked a sense of awe, deserving of their utmost preparation. The weight of Longjian's statement instilled a palpable tension among every member present. After all, they had all witnessed Longjian's prowess, and his reputation in this third shinobi world war surpassed that of any other in the room. The enemies capable of earning such a description from Longjian were undoubtedly formidable. As Longjian had asserted, these 2 foes were dangerously near the strength of a Hokage, and Kakashi and the others held this assertion in complete faith. There is no other way to express it, The prowess of Long Jian is something that all have witnessed firsthand. Even now, Kakashi is uncertain of the extent to which Long Jian has grown. He sensed that during the confrontation with the Uchiha father and son duo. Although Long Jian did not deliberately exert his presence over Kakashi and the others, Kakashi still keenly discerned that Long Jian's strength had become even more unfathomable than before. When the purple sage patterns appeared on Long Jian's face, Kakashi looked towards him and felt an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. It seemed as though Long Jian had, in that moment, mysteriously fused with the surrounding environment. There was a feeling that even the grass, trees, stones, and earth were coalescing to augment Long Jian's might. At that instant, it appeared as though Long Jian had become the undisputed sovereign of the cavern, capable of ensuring that none within could escape alive should he wish it. This sensation of absolute suppression was something Kakashi had never experienced from Long Jian before. Soon, Kakashi stumbled upon another shocking realization. The enemy was formidable. And amidst encountering such numerous foes, Long Jian not only dispatched 4 elite Mist-Nin, but also effortlessly retreated unscathed thereafter. Kakashi couldn't help but glance at Long Jian once more, pondering silently. If Long Jian's descriptions are to be believed, then his strength has indeed escalated to a level where he can engage such opponents and emerge without a scratch. Kakashi appeared to reflect on something, shaking his head with a wry smile. The two prodigies from Konoha's previous era had not anticipated the difficulty in keeping pace with him. It seemed they would need to exert even greater effort. Noticing Kakashi's fluctuating state, Long Jian cast a curious glance at him and inquired, "What troubles you, Kakashi?" Kakashi snapped back to attention, adjusting his demeanor, and replied earnestly, "No issues." Captain Long Jian. Years later, in the Konoha elderly home, an aged Kakashi held a toy kunai, playing a ninja game with a young boy and girl beside him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the children bore striking resemblances to Kakashi. The little boy, fatigued from play, knelt on the grass and gazed at Kakashi, suddenly asking, "Grandfather, can you tell us about your adventures with that great one?" A smile crept across Kakashi's face, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. In a slightly hoarse voice, he began, "Haven't you heard enough already?" The little girl then approached, tugging at Kakashi's clothing, and whimsically remarked, "How could we ever tire of hearing, grandfather? The tales of that formidable warrior can ignite passion at any moment." The boy raised his kunai high and declared, "I want to be a prodigy like you and that great warrior. I want to be a force that leaves a mark across the entire world." Kakashi chuckled softly, ruffling the little girl's hair as he looked at the boy on the grass, and said, "The effort and hardship you must invest are beyond what I can fathom. However, I believe in you. You can achieve it. After all, I too have chased the footsteps of someone even more talented than myself to reach where I am today." Long Jian broke the silence once more. After several days of observations, he noted, "I have discovered that these elite squads of Mist-Nin on the surface appear to be aimlessly harassing our borders like flies. However, they're purposefully advancing into the Land of Fire. Our task now is to ascertain their possible paths of appearance and prepare ambushes in advance." He then pointed to several locations within the Land of Fire. Here, and here. These locations, based on the intelligence we have gathered, are the closest to us and the most likely to reveal the movements of the Mist-Nin. Our next course of action will be determined in these areas, where we shall lay in wait to ambush, intercept, and eliminate the Mist-Nin. Kakashi and the others responded in unison, "Understood." Long Jian scrutinized the map, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the Mist-Nin are concealing some secret. This information is likely what they wish for us to see. In other words, it is akin to playing a grand game of chess, where one piece is surreptitiously advancing toward its destination right under our noses." Various disjointed pieces of information flooded Long Jian's mind. Mysterious water-style masters, chaotic battle lines, and the ever-looming threat of a third-party terror faction. The confusion only deepened, leaving him more perplexed than ever. Shaking his head, he cleared the clutter from his mind and folded the map away, his gaze sharpening. Since foresight was no longer an option, he resolved to face whatever came with determination. Long Jian was eager to witness the ripples that the emerging blood mist village of the Mist-Nin would create in light of the influences he had already exerted on this world. He surveyed his comrades in the cavern before turning his gaze to the bright moon hanging high above and declared, "Everyone, rest in place and regain your strength. At dawn, we shall depart on time. Cherish this time of respite, for it seems we will have few opportunities to rest ahead." Outside the cave, the dark environment loomed like a voracious beast, its gaping maw awaiting Long Jian and his team. As Long Jian's silhouette was cast into the cavern by the moonlight, it elongated, merging gradually with the shadows. As dawn barely broke, several figures swiftly flitted through the woods, Long Jian leading his team toward the predetermined locations. Throughout the journey, they remained ever vigilant, acutely aware that they were still within the territory of the Land of Water, where they could encounter enemies at any moment. Even a slight lapse in focus could become the catalyst for their demise and lead to mission failure. None among them were novice ninjas executing their first mission. They were seasoned operatives who would not leave openings in places where errors were unacceptable. Hinata and his team periodically activated their Byakugan to conduct comprehensive environmental scans. Under Longjian's suggestion, the intervals for activating the Byakugan were adjusted from fixed times to irregular ones, preventing them from falling into a psychological pattern. Longjian cautioned the group that the Mist Nin might possess ninjas with unique abilities or techniques capable of evading detection. He was uncertain how they managed to evade even his sage techniques and thermal imaging. With the lack of intelligence, he did not intend to gamble the lives of his team on uncertain factors. These irregular reconnaissance intervals would significantly reduce the likelihood of being ambushed or surrounded by Mist Nin. The team expressed their agreement with Longjian's arrangements. After all, who would not prefer to prolong their lives? Meanwhile, Uchiha Lyochuan's perception of Longjian had begun to shift. Ever since their arrival, all arrangements and commands from Longjian have impeccably aligned with the role of a team leader. Even certain nuances previously overlooked have been addressed. Yet, Longjian consistently offers solutions from an entirely fresh perspective, instilling in Uchiha Lyochuan an impression that Longjian's intellect seems to operate on a different wavelength than theirs. Longjian, with a chuckle, reflects on his 9 years of compulsory education, which unmistakably reveals to Uchiha Lyochuan that the youth before him, who is of a similar age to his son and has earned a resounding reputation in the battles across Konoha, is far from a facade of a paper tiger he had envisioned. Longjian genuinely possesses the capability deserving of his title, Lord of the Shadow Flow. His actions and thoughts manifest the experience and strategies he has accumulated in warfare, adequately equipping him for this arduous mission and justifying his leadership position. Nevertheless, Uchiha Lyochuan, the old rascal, remains proud and aloof. Although his perception of Longjian has shifted, he continues to maintain his highbrow demeanor, especially after being thoroughly suppressed by Longjian in front of so many, where even his son was treated like a mere obstacle, receiving a kick in passing. Uchiha Lyochuan muses, "Am I not entitled to some dignity?" The few members of Longjian's team are swift, and within half a day, they approach the first ambush site outlined in Longjian's plan. At that moment, Hyuga signals the team to halt. Longjian and the others obediently come to a standstill among the trees. Hyuga approaches Longjian, veins protruding from his temples, evidently having activated his Byakugan. In a hushed tone, he informs, "Approximately 2 kilometers to our right rear, I have detected 4 enemies advancing rapidly toward our position." Longjian nods promptly, his voice steady. "Scatter and prepare to ambush. Wait for my signal to strike. I will attempt to capture the captain of this Mist Ninja squad alive while eliminating the other 3. Kakashi and the others respond affirmatively, swiftly dispersing to conceal themselves. The operative codenamed Knight exhibits remarkable skill, gradually vanishing from sight. Indeed, he disappears, not due to excessive speed causing a visual illusion, but rather his entire form transitions into transparency, ultimately vanishing from view. Longjian is taken aback. Although Knight's presence remains detectable through sage techniques and thermal imaging, to the naked eye, he is completely melded with the surroundings. As Longjian and his companions finalize their concealment, the 4 Mist Ninjas come into view. Yet, this squad appears distinct from the one previously led by Ao. It resembles a formation led by a seasoned Jonin accompanied by several Chunin. As the 4 Mist Ninjas enter Longjian's encirclement, his gaze sharpens, and he issues the command to attack without hesitation. In an instant, 2 powerful sounds resonate. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Uchiha father-son duo strikes in unison. A colossal fire dragon and a fireball surge toward the 4 Mist Ninjas from either flank. The eldest of the Mist Ninjas, evidently the most experienced, reacts swiftly. Sensing the impending attack, he shoves a comrade aside and retreats rapidly, exclaiming, "Enemy attack." The adversaries are at 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Prepare for a concealed counterattack. As he withdraws, he hastens to form hand signs. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive water dragon rises to confront the roaring fire dragon. The two elemental giants clash midair, engulfing the area in mist. Meanwhile, the unimpeded fireball shatters the formation of the remaining 3 mist ninjas, inflicting significant burns on one of them. The principle of the fireball, not killing, is indeed terrifying. Almost simultaneously with the release of the ninjutsu, Kakashi, wielding his white Fang dagger, charges out from in front of the mist ninjas, targeting one who has fallen to the ground. Body Flicker Technique. The mist ninja, still reeling from the sudden assault, finds Kakashi's cold gaze before him. A flash of white light ensues, and a line of blood spurts from the ninja's neck as his body slowly collapses. One strike. The captain of the Mist Ninja Squad, witnessing this, is consumed by fury. How infuriating. There are still enemies. He hastily forms hand signs, Mist Concealment Technique. Utilizing the terrain, the surrounding mist thickens. Suddenly, a voice erupts from behind him. Gentle Fist. A figure swiftly approaches the Mist Ninja captain, unfazed by the dense fog. The veins in Hyuga's eyes bulge as he binds the Mist Ninja captain effortlessly. The remaining 2 mist ninjas maintain a semblance of composure, at least arming themselves with kunai, back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Shanzhong Santian steps into the haze, forming a diamond shape with his hands, fingers interlocked, and whispers to the 2 young mist ninjas nearby, Ninjutsu, Mind Disruption Technique. Instantly, the 2 mist ninjas perceive an enemy before them, frantically attacking the air with their kunai. One even hastily performs hand signs, unleashing several water release techniques, inadvertently wounding a teammate. The Mind Disruption Technique, a secret art of the Shanzhong clan, can disturb the mental state and actions of enemies, with its masters capable of compelling foes to act against their will, even in a state of consciousness. Subsequently, Knight's figure materializes like a specter beside the 2 mist ninjas, who are now in a disoriented state. Grasping a gleaming white katana, he moves with ghostly swiftness, creating several afterimages in his wake, rendering it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. Secret Sword, Moonshadow. 2 sword lights flash, and the 2 mist ninjas fall silent, their final screams echoing through the mist before they collapse like withered trees. Meanwhile, the mist ninja captain, utterly suppressed by Hyuga's gentle fist, hears the anguished cries of his subordinates echoing from the mist within mere breaths. A sense of dread envelopes him. What an outrageous matchmaking mechanism. This is offense. This is defense. This is Wei Ming Xian Yilang. This is insight. This is stepping forward. This is the figure of a father in his heart. The mist ninja captain feels as though a colossal danger sign looms ominously above his head, flashing incessantly. As one steps out into the realm of the water country, one cannot help but ponder how it is possible to encounter such formidable adversaries so soon. Has the water country truly succumbed to defeat? As the skirmish with the Hinata clan unfolds, the heart of this mist ninja squad leader plunges into despair. He realizes that, given his own capabilities, even contending with the Hinata ninja before him poses significant challenges, let alone the enemies he has briefly clashed with or those yet to confront him. A grim thought crosses his mind. It is over. He is likely doomed. It would not matter if he were accompanied by several jonin. He feels the odds are overwhelmingly against him. After all, anyone daring to engage in combat so deep within enemy territory is most likely not to be trifled with. And the remaining one, those who favor her, are certainly no exception. Lin asserts, first and foremost, I have not provoked any of you. Contemplating this, the mist ninja's gaze transforms, brimming with a fierce resolve to fight to the bitter end, much like a cornered beast battling its captor. With no path of retreat, he resolves to take a few down with him. To slay one would be no loss, and to slay 2 would be a gain. He then ceases to resist the Hinata's assault, wielding his kunai with reckless abandon, seemingly adopting a strategy of trading injuries and lives. Hinata is acutely aware that there is no need to truly risk his life against this mist ninja. Their team possesses at least 9 distinct methods to eliminate the foe before them. After forcing Hinata back, the mist ninja swiftly retreats a few paces, hands moving rapidly to form seals, his eyes betraying a desperate determination as he bellows, Konoha ninja, prepare to accompany me in death. Secret technique, explosion. The sound abruptly halts. The mist ninja's eyes, once resolute, morph into a visage of disbelief. His hands freeze mid-motion, the final seal ultimately unformed. Trembling, he lowers his hands, cold sweat cascading down his brow, as fear increasingly overtakes him, propelling his body uncontrollably toward Hinata. No way. When did I become ensnared? Damn Konoha ninja! He roars, attempting to dispel the terror within through sheer volume. A voice emerges from behind him. Explode, explode, explode. What nonsense is this? The mist ninja notices that his shadow has been elongated, stretching towards the calm figure of Ryukin, who is slowly emerging from behind the trees. The timing of Ryukin's shadow mimic technique is impeccable, silently approaching the mist ninja as he prepares for a last-ditch effort, successfully completing the control. After all, Ryukin's team aims to capture a live subject to extract further intelligence. There is no reason to squander the expertise of the illustrious Yamashiro Santion, a professional in Konoha's analytical division. Thus, the first battle endured by Ryukin's squad concludes with relative ease. Uchiha Ryukawa and Uchiha Daohwa appear alongside Kakashi, arriving at the clearing to observe the subdued mist ninja. Ryukin addresses Yamashiro Santion. Santion, it's your turn. See if you can extract any useful information from him. Yamashiro Santion beams in response. Understood, Captain. Leave it to me. He then turns his cheerful gaze toward the terror-stricken mist ninja and warns, do not resist. For resistance can lead to unfortunate consequences, rendering you a fool for the rest of your days, drooling and incapacitated. The more you resist, the more it excites me. He. Ryukin shakes his head, bemused. It is indeed true that such talents are ever so unconventional. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Santion begins employing the Yamashiro clan's secret mind-reading technique, coupled with his assortment of small torturous instruments, preparing to forcibly extract any intelligence possessed by the Mist Ninja Squad leader. The sight of the blood-stained implements shatters the Mist Ninja's composure, terror flooding his features, but his body remains paralyzed, his speech a stutter. What are those things? Ryukin's voice chimes in at the opportune moment. These are the mysterious tools we will employ shortly. Yamashiro Santion quips, what on earth is a mysterious tool? However, the name is quite charming. I shall adopt it for my instruments henceforth. Truly, a man of culture, no wonder you are the strongest of our younger generation in Konoha. With relentless determination, Yamashiro Santion commences the interrogation. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others, under Ryukin's direction, begin to clear the battlefield, while Hinata maintains vigilance, employing his Byakugan to survey their surroundings, ensuring Yamashiro Santion's interrogation proceeds without interruption. After a considerable time, Yamashiro Santion concludes his inquiry, and Ryukin summons a small creature to devour the shadow of a now virtually unrecognizable Mist Ninja leader. Subsequently, he delivers a final blow, bringing an end to his suffering. Ultimately, the last stretch of his life was indeed torturous. Ryukin comprehends that the Konoha interrogators are exceptionally ruthless in dealing with enemies. However, he does not fear that the sounds of interrogation will attract nearby foes and expose their position. As Yamashiro Santion had already dislocated the ninja's jaw upon the initial strike, swiftly administering a special concoction into the Mist Ninja's mouth. Consequently, the unfortunate ninja found himself unable to bite his tongue in a futile attempt at self-destruction, nor could he utter pleas for mercy. This unnerved Ryukin, for it was a cruel tactic to incapacitate one's ability to beg for clemency. Yamashiro Santion, employing his clan's mind-reading technique, simultaneously tortures and queries the captive for various intelligence. Later, he explains to Ryukin that some individuals possess a hard exterior, especially those trained as spies, who could deceive even under duress. Thus, the Yamashiro clan has developed an innovative interrogation method that directly probes the mind. In such high-pressure conditions, controlling one's ability to lie is nearly impossible. Most significantly, this new technique does not elicit any sound from the tortured, making it widely applicable, even behind enemy lines. Mother will no longer worry about my inability to find a suitable interrogation venue. Ryukin applauds, impressed. Truly, the Yamashiro clan is indispensable. Without your bright young men, the analytical division of Konoha would surely falter. Among this group of young men, Ryukin believes the most radiant must be the one before him, sporting a flamboyant orange ponytail and a bashful smile directed his way. Through Yamashiro Santion's diligent efforts, the gathered intelligence reveals that this Mist Ninja Squad had received orders to proceed to a designated area within the Land of Fire. Subsequently, they were to operate in proximity to that region, seeking opportunities to ambush Konoha ninja, instigating conflicts to create trouble for them. However, The reasons behind such actions and the subsequent task arrangements remain entirely unknown to this Mist Ninja Squad leader. Regardless of the interrogation methods employed by Shanzhong Santian over the past 3 days, the squad leader harbors no intelligence concerning this matter. It can be concluded with certainty that this individual is indeed oblivious, possessing only the scant information residing in his mind. After listening to Shanzhong Santian's report, Long Jian fell into deep contemplation. What is the rationale behind this? Has the leadership of the Mist Ninja Village succumbed to madness, dispatching wave after wave of ninjas merely to vex Konoha? Surely, such a course would only result in greater casualties for the Mist Ninja side. Long Jian struggled to comprehend why the Mist Ninja Village would forsake a peaceful existence to engage in such self-destructive antics, seeking some perverse gratification. With these thoughts lingering, Long Jian resolved not to hesitate any longer. He stood, consulted the map to confirm their direction, and, accompanied by Kakashi and others, set forth once more towards their next planned destination. The past 3 days flew by in a blur. During this time, Long Jian led Kakashi and the others, tirelessly traveling day and night, with only necessary rest, to ambush and intercept the Mist Ninjas at potential routes. They relentlessly extracted a toll from the passing Mist Ninjas, although this toll proved rather taxing for them. On average, they expended 188 Mist Ninjas every 100 kilometers. Throughout this period, Long Jian and his companions encountered 4 Mist Ninja squads, each consisting of 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, with the occasional addition of a single ninjutsu practitioner. However, upon facing Long Jian's group, even an extra Chunin was insufficient. They were swiftly dispatched. The Mist Ninjas lamented, proclaiming themselves invincible, unable to comprehend how to engage when their health bars depleting before they even spotted the enemy. The most formidable squad of Mist Ninjas they encountered comprised 2 Jonin, 3 Chunin, and 3 Genin. This configuration initially thrilled Long Jian and his team, leading them to believe they had captured a significant prize. However, after exerting some effort to eliminate them, leaving behind 2 tongues for interrogation, they discovered that even this squad's mission arrangements mirrored those of the first Mist Ninja team they had encountered. Long Jian felt a sense of bewilderment. The Mist Ninjas had evidently mastered the art of secrecy, leaving no room for error. While Long Jian pondered against a tree, Kakashi wiped the blood from his white fang, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Hinata, standing nearby, vigilantly scanning with her Byakugan, turned to Long Jian and remarked that this was the 6th wave of intruders. Had the Mist Ninjas truly lost their sanity in dispatching so many ninjas without a clear objective, solely to annoy Konoha? Long Jian glanced at Hinata, but had yet to respond when Shanzhong Santian rushed over, exclaiming, "Captain, Captain, we have new intelligence." Upon hearing this, Long Jian instantly straightened, focusing intently on Shanzhong Santian. The latter, brandishing a bloodied bone knife, excitedly revealed, "The Mist Ninja Special Jonin we just captured disclosed during interrogation that he was previously part of the Mist Ninja Umbu. Before this mission, he met with a friend still within the Umbu. This friend informed him that they were dividing into smaller units, not merely to provoke conflict with Konoha." Upon hearing this, the Uchiha father-son duo and the Hidden Knight drew closer, eager to comprehend the unfolding situation. Long Jian gestured for Shanzhong Santian to continue. He promptly elaborated. More importantly, they expect someone to arrive with further instructions 7 days after reaching the designated area. This information was inadvertently gleaned by the Umbu from conversations between his captain and others, shared with him in a drunken state. Thus it should be quite accurate. Long Jian's brow furrowed at this revelation. Suddenly enlightened, he clenched his fist and struck his palm. So that's it. How clever. I have come to understand. The Mist Ninjas are indeed playing a grand game. This headless chicken approach not only confounds Konoha, but also lulls them into complacency, making the higher-ups believe that the Mist Ninja Village is merely flailing post-defeat. The small-scale skirmishes serve as an excellent cover for the Mist Ninja's current state of weakness. Simultaneously, these minor conflicts align perfectly with the sentiments of Konoha, which has recently endured significant losses on the battlefield. Without the plethora of capable ninjas Konoha possesses, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences in this ninja world war. After all, they have fought valiantly against 4 great ninja villages, even deploying children to the front lines. It is unreasonable to expect Konoha's situation to be facile. Consequently, Konoha has unwittingly fallen into the rhythm set by the Mist Ninjas, engaging in small-scale clashes today, and further skirmishes tomorrow. Should the Mist Ninjas retreat amidst these encounters, Konoha's ninjas would likely lose interest and return to recuperation, as they would not perceive it as a genuine conflict. The remnants of war manifest in daily skirmishes, seeking revenge or settling scores, which seem normal under the circumstances. Presently, the priority remains ensuring survival after the war. The Mist Ninjas do not seek to invade Konoha, but merely to assert their presence. They have families to return to. After all, why risk their lives unnecessarily? Thus, both villages find themselves ensnared in a peculiar equilibrium. Long Jian's sudden epiphany left the others puzzled. Yet he swiftly retrieved a map, turning Shanzhong Santian as he spoke. Santian, if this intelligence is accurate, if my hypothesis holds true, then you have achieved a remarkable feat. Without your interrogation skills, we would have been led by the nose by the Mist Ninjas. Shanzhong Santian grinned at Long Jian, responding with a touch of pride. Naturally, this newly developed silent interrogation method is known only to me and the clan leader within the entire Shanzhong clan. Even that fellow Shanzhong Feng has yet to grasp it. Long Jian nodded in approval, then pointed to an area on the map within the Land of Fire, stating solemnly, "We shall not continue our pursuit in the Land of Water. We must return to the Land of Fire to relay this crucial intelligence. The Mist Ninjas may be orchestrating a significant scheme, and if we remain unprepared, our village will likely suffer grievous losses, sacrificing even more lives unnecessarily." Long Jian's tone was grave, prompting the group to nod in agreement. Uchiha Luchuan furrowed his brow and asked, "However, Captain Long Jian, I still wish to inquire about the mission assigned to us by the village, which involves operating behind enemy lines to intercept small contingents of Mist Ninjas. Returning directly to the Land of Fire may disrupt the original arrangements of the village. Uchiha Yochuan's concerns are not without merit. After all, for a ninja, disregarding orders and missions is a grave taboo." Long Jian put away the map and spoke solemnly. "You are absolutely correct, Senior Luchuan. However, as you may have noticed in recent days, the intelligence we have gathered indicates that this incident is riddled with numerous doubts. Today's intel has laid the conspiracy of the Mist Ninja directly before us. You all are among the few elite forces that our village can currently muster, and I need not remind you of your significance." Long Jian then looked at the group, enunciating each word. "I have faith in my judgment. If I am mistaken in my assessment, then so be it. Any issues that arise will be my sole responsibility, that of Nara Long Jian. Yet, I would rather err than do nothing at all." Hearing Long Jian's resolute words, Uchiha Luchuan felt a jolt of inspiration, as if he were witnessing the spirit itself he once was. Subconsciously, he nodded in agreement with Long Jian. With a sweeping gesture, Long Jian led everyone to embark on their journey back to the Land of Fire. Time was of the essence, and the mission was pressing. The Mist Ninja's strategy to fragment and infiltrate Konoha had taken Long Jian by surprise. Fortunately, he benefited from the wisdom of his esteemed predecessors. It must be said that the tactics of the instructors are formidable. They are timeless. Long Jian and his companions swiftly made their way toward the Land of Fire. Before their departure, Long Jian took the opportunity to document various concerns that had arisen during their recent missions, along with his insights and the implications therein, all meticulously inscribed on a scroll. Subsequently, he utilized the unique communication snake to relay the information to Uncle Snake, hoping that the village would take heed of the intelligence he had returned with, avoiding calamity at the last moment. Long Jian was hastening back to the Land of Fire with 6 elite companions. His assertion that Kakashi and his team were the elite forces Konoha had assembled to counter the Mist Ninja was no exaggeration. Although, in Long Jian's understanding, the overt conflict had concluded, the clandestine skirmishes continued. Even with the war's end, the ninjas stationed at the front lines and in the major ninja villages were not easily withdrawn. First, they needed to serve as a deterrent to the enemy. Secondly, for those major ninja villages that had neither signed peace treaties nor agreed to territorial concessions, these stationed ninjas conveyed that Konoha was fully capable of continuing the fight. They should not underestimate Konoha's strength simply because of our prolonged combat. Thus, while Konoha now had more personnel available than during the height of conflict, it still found itself somewhat stretched. Without the inclusion of this formidable new generation led by Long Jian, Konoha's elite force would indeed be insufficient. After all, a single village cannot bear the burden of 4. Moreover, prior to the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had suffered losses such as the formidable Kakashi Hitaki and the departure of Princess Tsunade. For a time, the third Hokage even contemplated joining the battlefield himself. Alas, The responsibilities of a village leader prevent such actions, lest they overwhelm ordinary ninjas. Furthermore, if a village leader were to intervene, it would signal the engagement of another leader, leading to casualties that no single village could withstand. Thus, no one wished to be caught off guard and allow another to seize the opportunity. As for the task assigned to Long Jian by the third Hokage, the composition of this small team indicates that Konoha truly put forth great effort. Setting aside Long Jian and Kakashi, who is the son of White Fang, there is Hinata, a powerful jonin of the Hyuga clan with Byakugan. Then there is Yamashiro Kenta, one of the only two who master the silent interrogation technique. The Anbu member, Yi has also revealed to Long Jian the source of his familiarity during their initial encounter. He possesses a unique bloodline ability that allows him to conceal his form in battle, known as Doton. Interestingly, Yi has a classmate of the same age in Konoha, named Tsukikid Shippu. It turns out he is the father of the protagonist from the Shippuden series. No wonder his aura is so impressive. Moreover, the Uchiha father-son duo carries significant weight, as they are not merely ordinary Uchiha clan members. Hinata discreetly informed Long Jian of Uchiha Liuchuan's identity, revealing that he is the Grand Elder of the Uchiha clan. A seasoned jonin, he stands as an elite jonin in full force. Uchiha Dawa, the only son of Uchiha Liuchuan, serves as a special jonin in Konoha's guard. Hinata expressed surprise that Long Jian was unaware of Uchiha Liuchuan's status, considering that Long Jian is also from a Nara clan, a prominent family where such key figures are well known. However, Long Jian maintained that even if Liuchuan were the clan leader, he would still treat him with due respect. After all, Uchiha Fugaku is notoriously formidable, commanding respect even from Itachi and Sasuke. Long Jian also received some intriguing gossip from Hinata regarding the Uchiha clan. It was said that Uchiha Liuchuan once competed with Uchiha Fugaku for the position of clan leader. Ultimately, Uchiha Liuchuan was outmatched in various aspects by Fugaku, who was younger and more capable. The elders favored Fugaku, leading to his unopposed ascension to the leadership role. The Uchiha clan justified this by claiming Liuchuan was more suited to the role of Grand Elder due to his age, promising that he would soon take over upon the retirement of the previous elder. Thus, Uchiha Liuchuan waited patiently for 7 or 8 years until the former Grand Elder retired, finally entering the Uchiha clan's leadership. This situation was a source of amusement for members of other clans, who teased that Liuchuan's defeat was simply due to his age. With Uchiha Fugaku leading the clan, age was less of a factor for Liuchuan. Long Jian chuckled helplessly upon hearing this, affirming that gossip remains a universally potent currency. Nevertheless, with the configuration of this team under Long Jian's leadership, they would dare to challenge even the mightiest adversaries. Meanwhile, in the Land of Fire, near the border with the Land of Water, within a naturally formed underground cavern nestled in the depths of a dense forest, an elderly man sat quietly in a chair, his back adorned with numerous tubes, seemingly immersed in a state of serene meditation, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. Suddenly, the ground before him trembled. A white Zetsu, adorned with a swirling visage, emerged from the earth with a swift motion. Addressing the elder before him, he declared, "Lord Ban, the chessboard you mentioned has been constructed, and the pieces are on their way. Everything is proceeding smoothly thus far." Ban gradually opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Good. Obito's body should be recovering as well. If that is the case, it is time to cultivate the darkness within his heart. We must also prepare to enter the game. But remember, they are the pieces, and we're the masters of the board." Though the swirling Zetsu did not fully comprehend Ban's lofty words, he nevertheless conveyed his emotional value, standing at attention and saluting with fervor. He, master the board, that sounds impressive. I shall also convey to Obito the thoughts befitting a piece. With that, the swirling Zetsu swiftly dove back into the ground, vanishing from sight. The subterranean cavern once again sank into an endless silence. Lying on the bed, Obito, whose body was still partially wrapped in bandages, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing the distinct pattern of double Sharingan. He slightly lifted his head to glance at the bedside, where 2 Zetsu stood. One was the swirling-faced Zetsu, who had just reported to Ban, while the other had half emerald green hair and a body protruding like a sharp spore. This Zetsu stood with one hand on his hip, smiling as he looked at Obito. The swirling Zetsu cheekily inquired, "How are you feeling?" Obito curled up, attempting to sit up against the bed. It was evident that he was still struggling to adapt to his new body, requiring a reboot each morning, much like a computer. Leaning back against the bed, Abito responded with exasperation. Of course, it's terrible. How long have I been here? It feels like an eternity. The green-haired Zetsu did not directly answer Abito's question, but cheerfully said, "Don't worry about paying rent." The swirling Zetsu interjected, "As we were born from the golem. We don't require food, nor do we need a restroom, as we have no need to defecate." Abito interrupted the swirling Zetsu, expressing his discontent. "That doesn't mean you can equate me with you." Touching the anomalous substance that made up the right side of his body, he continued, "Only half of me is comprised of this nonsensical material." The green-haired Zetsu mercilessly retorted, "But thanks to it, you can survive without food or water. You should be grateful." The swirling Zetsu, arms crossed, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I wouldn't want to be compared to you. You are an emotionless artificial being, while we are sentient constructs, capable of emotion. Moreover, we possess a greater sense of humor, a richer vocabulary, and sharper intellect than you. Although they do not defecate." Abito impatiently scoffed, "Be quiet. So tell me, how are you superior to me?" To his surprise, the swirling Zetsu and the green-haired Zetsu exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "We are monitoring you." They even gave Abito a thumbs up in unison. Infuriated, Abito shouted, "You even say it in unison? This is driving me mad." Clenching his fists in frustration, Abito muttered to himself, recalling Ban's face, "To think he sent two puppets who only know how to chatter to watch over me while he sleeps soundly. I must escape this place and find Rin, Kakashi, Sensei Minato, and Ryukin. They're all waiting for me." With that, Abito raised his gaze to the two Zetsu and asked, "How can I escape?" The swirling Zetsu, with an insufferable air, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, dear. There's no way out. After Ban ordered us to bring you here, he blocked the entrance with a massive rock." Upon hearing this, Abito froze in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? It's completely sealed off?" The green-haired Zetsu deftly shifted the topic, looking at Abito. "By the way, you kept calling out for Rin in your sleep. Were you hoping to find a bell outside?" Abito, caught off guard, felt his face flush with embarrassment. The swirling Zetsu added fuel to the fire, occasionally mixing in teasing remarks about idiot Ryukin and idiot Kakashi. The green-haired Zetsu chimed in, yes, you've called out like that before." They completely disregarded Abito, who was now feeling thoroughly humiliated. "What are idiot Ryukin and idiot Kakashi?" "I don't know, just ask him directly." Abito felt the sweat trickling down his face, inwardly lamenting. "Did I really say such things? How shameful." Just then, the swirling Zetsu raised his hand, mysteriously asking, May I pose a question?" Leaning in closer, he extended a finger and earnestly inquired, "What does it feel like to want to defecate? Could you provide an analogy?" Abito felt as if he was being teased. Roaring in anger, "Isn't this about idiot Ryukin and idiot Kakashi? Why are you so fixated on defecation?" The green-haired Zetsu shrugged. "Is it really necessary to get so worked up? I could ask you about Rin and the idiots Ryukin and Kakashi instead." Abito, refusing to relent, pointed at the swirling Zetsu and began to rap, "Especially you. With that swirling head, you don't defecate, yet you resemble excrement. I despise you." The swirling Zetsu feigned offense and raised a middle finger at Abito. Suddenly, Abito recalled something and asked, "By the way, what happened to the other white fellows?" The green-haired Zetsu replied, "Oh, they went outside to gather intelligence." Abito was taken aback, asking in disbelief, "You can go outside?" The green-haired Zetsu replied nonchalantly, "Of course, we can move through the earth." Abito sighed in frustration, muttering, "What a ridiculous situation. Trapped here while listening to your nonsensical chatter." Before Abito could finish his thought, the swirling Zetsu stood at attention, formally saluting him, and exclaimed, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned defecation." This left Abito speechless, shouting, "That is not what I meant." Shaking his head in resignation, Abito continued, "I was referring to Ban's words about severing causal relationships." The green-haired Zetsu chuckled softly and replied, "Ban is too rigid. He doesn't understand how to communicate with children." The swirling Zetsu nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. The green-haired Zetsu elaborated for Abito in simple terms. It means to abandon the troubles of the real world and escape into a dream filled with happiness. Upon hearing this, Abito furrowed his brow in confusion, inquiring, "A dream?" The green-haired Zetsu nodded, continuing, "Since it's a dream, everything can be as you wish, even bringing the dead back to life." As the Xuanhua Bai Jue spoke with fervor, gesticulating animatedly, he proclaimed, "In essence, we shall conjure an immense dream world through illusion, inviting everyone to immerse themselves within it. Suddenly, Xuanhua Baijuk recognized a flaw in his reasoning, scratching his head and sheepishly added, or perhaps it would be more fitting to say we would compel them to enter, and for eternity. Dato, upon hearing this, was left bewildered, his expression laden with confusion as he retorted, using illusions? It was utterly perplexing. He could hardly comprehend it. Unbeknownst to Dato, at that moment, he was failing to grasp a concept that would ultimately become the lifelong pursuit of his existence, even at the expense of the lives of many beloved individuals. He was also oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become ensnared in the intricate game devised by Ban Yi and Jue. Exiting this game would prove far more arduous than anticipated. Meanwhile, Bai Jue was subtly implanting the seeds of infinite Tsukuyami within Dato's heart through his daily interactions. After absorbing the words of Xuanhua Bai Jue and Lu Fa Bai Jue, Dato found his mind drifting back to the expression on Ban Ye's face during their conversation, along with the tone that exuded certainty and insight. For an instant, Dato felt a disconnection from reality. He perceived Ban as a venerable sage, whose wealth of experience was continuously influencing his thoughts. Gradually, these words began to take root within him, fostering a reluctant belief in the allure of a beautiful dream, an illusory realm, and the concept of infinite Tsukuyami. Seizing the moment, Xuanhua Baijue, seemingly attuned to Dato's thoughts, pressed on with his persuasive discourse. In any case, with Ban's formidable power, anything is achievable. Alas, he is currently too weakened to act, necessitating some preparations. Long Jian interjected, Weakened? You deem this old man weak? You must not have witnessed him unleash Susanoo against me. It was anything but weak. Dato, upon hearing this, let his expression fall, pouting as he replied, Is that so? I am uninterested. I can't be bothered with this nonsense. Dato's demeanor suddenly shifted back to its original determination as he declared resolutely, I must escape. Xuanhua Baijue and Lu Fa Baijue fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Dato. Rising with conviction, he proclaimed, I must reach Rin and Kakashi, as well as Master Minato. That rascal Long Jian and the others are awaiting my return. I must swiftly restore this body to its full capacity, to take complete control. Without hesitation, Dato commenced his training, fervently seeking to regain his former prowess, to shatter boulders, engage in battles, and return to the village. The tranquil cave soon echoed with the sound of Dato's heavy breaths and the rhythmic drip of sweat hitting the ground. Meanwhile, Long Jian and his companions were hastily advancing towards the designated area in the Land of Fire, guided by intelligence received from the Mist Shinobi. Under Long Jian's directive, Hinata Dato maintained his Byakugan for the majority of their journey, as Long Jian had chosen a quicker route, albeit one fraught with increased likelihood of encountering patrolling Mist Shinobi. Thus, Hinata Dato remained vigilant, observing their surroundings with his Byakugan to evade detection by the enemy. Should they encounter a Mist Shinobi outpost, it would be imperative to identify the most suitable path to bypass it while remaining undetected. In the event of an encounter with Mist Shinobi also en route to the Land of Fire, Long Jian and his team would strike with lightning speed, dispatching them without leaving a single survivor. They would execute their plan without hesitation, enhancing their overall pace. In less than 5 days, they successfully withdrew from the Land of Water and entered the borders of the Land of Fire. Upon returning to the Land of Fire, Long Jian contemplated slowing their advance. He sought to capture Mist Shinobi with valuable intelligence, as fortune might favor them with a chance encounter with those tasked with relaying further orders. Moreover, given the confirmed existence of a conspiracy among the Mist Shinobi, Long Jian's group needed to prepare for the possibility of an impending large-scale conflict. After all, humans are not machines. Prolonged periods of heightened activity inevitably lead to fatigue. Should a fierce battle erupt during such a state, their capacity to unleash their full potential would be compromised. Thus, the decision to return to the Land of Fire would lose its significance. Swiftly weaving through the woods, Long Jian's team suddenly halted as Hinata Dato raised a hand signal. Upon seeing this, the others swiftly gathered by his side. In a hushed tone, Dato informed Captain, At 10 o'clock, I detected movement approximately 2 kilometers from us. It appears 2 groups are engaged in combat. Long Jian, upon hearing this, promptly issued a command. Let us investigate. We might capture a few tongues. Kakashi and the others nodded in affirmation and quickly followed Long Jian's lead towards the source of the conflict. As they approached, the sounds of battle grew louder. Yet just as they were about to reach the location, the cacophony abruptly ceased, as if both sides had suddenly ceased their hostilities. Dato's voice soon broke the silence. Captain, the two groups are separating. One is approaching us, while the other remains stationary. Long Jian considered this, then spoke gravely. It seems the retreating group is likely the enemy. Prepare for battle. How many are there? Dato responded, 5, 2 of whom possess considerable chakra, likely of team leader caliber. Long Jian nodded and addressed Kakashi and the others. We shall capture those 2 for interrogation. The rest will be dealt with on the spot. Dato, you will provide restraint, while I will handle control. The group nodded in agreement, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. Their days of collaboration had fostered a sense of camaraderie, where even a mere glance could convey tactical signals. Among the 5 retreating, Miss Shinobi, one, bearing a prominent scar across his face, sneered, "Those Leaf Village cowards are truly spineless. Despite outnumbering us, they dare not pursue." He added, "At this rate, our task of harassing them will be a breeze. They are clearly unwilling to confront us directly." A seemingly ordinary yet resolutely composed, Mist Shinobi replied, "Do not let your guard down. Our mission is to engage in continuous low-scale skirmishes with the Leaf. Although things have gone smoothly thus far, I cannot shake this ominous feeling." The scarred-faced Mist Shinobi chuckled heartily as he glanced at the Mist Shinobi beside him, saying, "Where do you get all these strange premonitions? Look, those Leaf guys don't even dare to pursue us. If you ask me, they are nothing but a bunch of cowards, and this time your premonition seems rather inaccurate." Suddenly, the Mist Shinobi next to him halted in his tracks. The scarred-faced Shinobi wore a puzzled expression, and before he could turn to see what was happening, a voice reached his ears. "You are mistaken. Your teammate's premonition is quite accurate." The scarred-faced Mist Shinobi froze, momentarily stunned by the voice, then swiftly turned around. What greeted him was a kunai hurtling toward his face. At the same time, the Mist Shinobi beside him shouted loudly, "It's a Leaf Shinobi. Do not linger, prioritize retreat." Before he could finish, 2 figures swiftly approached, charging towards the common-faced Mist Shinobi. One had bulging veins and pristine white eyes, while the other sported an orange ponytail, unmistakably male. They launched a fierce assault on the common-faced Mist Shinobi. Meanwhile, the scarred-faced Shinobi had just dodged the incoming kunai with an impressive backbend. Taking a moment to catch his breath, standing upright, he suddenly saw a blade, radiating with pure white chakra, flash past him at lightning speed, leaving him no time to evade. The scarred-faced Shinobi's heart sank in terror, silently cursing his fate. However, his extensive battle experience prompted him to instinctively step back 2 paces. In an instant, a line of blood shot into the air, followed by a piercing scream. A deep gash appeared across the left side of his face, blood gushing uncontrollably from his eye, further enhancing the terrifying visage that already bore numerous scars. Staggering back, he clutched his left eye, blood seeping through his fingers as he glared at the white-haired masked boy, howling in rage. "Damn leaf brat, I'll tear you apart." It was no wonder the scarred-faced Shinobi was infuriated. Kakashi had been utterly inconsiderate. This was ridiculous. His face was already marred with scars, and now he was being attacked directly. This only compounded the already dire situation for his impoverished family. Who wouldn't he be furious? Yet Kakashi remained silent, focused solely on his task. With a calm demeanor and deadpan expression, he brandished his short blade, the white fang, and charged forward once more. The scarred-faced Mist Shinobi, filled with rage, rushed to meet him without hesitation. As the saying goes, one should avoid striking the face, for it wounds pride. Unbeknownst to the scarred-faced Shinobi, a figure wearing an umbu mask was gradually revealing himself behind a nearby tree, gripping a glinting shinobi blade and fixated on him. As time passed, the cacophony of battle in the forest began to diminish. The dense mist conjured by the Mist Shinobi dissipated, leaving behind the scars of conflict scattered across the ground. The scarred-faced Shinobi was barely alive, with Kakashi holding the white fang against his throat, missing one hand and one foot, leaving only bloodied sleeves. The other common-faced Mist Shinobi, although in better condition than his scarred counterpart, still bore a pale complexion and was ensnared by Ryukin's shadow imitation technique. As for the remaining 3 Mist Shinobi, they were merely 2 Chunin and 1 Genin who had been swiftly dispatched by the Uchiha father-son duo, leaving without much suffering. At this moment, Ryukin was chastising Kakashi and Knight for their conduct, vehemently condemning their brutal treatment of the captured tongue and warning of the consequences should they inadvertently cause his death during interrogation. Kakashi promised to be more careful next time. Knight, leaning against a tree, helplessly shrugged his shoulders, adopting a demeanor of "You're the captain. It's your call." Ryukin earnestly advised Kakashi and Knight to treat the captives kindly, emphasizing, "This is humanitarianism. This is human rights in war." This statement moved the two captured mist shinobi to tears, believing Ryukin to be an angelic figure, a beacon of purity in a chaotic world. However, they soon witnessed Ryukin summon a man with an orange high ponytail and a radiant smile, who approached them with a collection of mysterious tools. For a long while, the two mist shinobi pondered the true meaning of Ryukin's words on human rights and humanitarianism. "This is absurd. They don't view us as human at all." After a while, the interrogation concluded, and reports were being relayed to Ryukin. The information possessed by the two mist shinobi was not as valuable as Ryukin had hoped. They only knew that after 7 days of reaching their designated area in the Land of Fire, someone would come to inform them of their next steps. During this period, their primary task was to harass the Leaf Shinobi, engage in minor skirmishes, and retreat swiftly to avoid significant casualties. In other words, they did not wish to suffer heavy losses during these 7 days. Ryukin conveyed that from the memories of these two, their mission had proceeded smoothly. The Leaf Shinobi, as Ryukin predicted, would emerge to engage whenever the Mist Shinobi appeared. However, it was not as ruthless as during wartime. Rather, it resembled friendly matches, where both sides would occasionally spar to earn merits. Adhering to the principle of withdrawal when overmatched, both factions entered a bizarre harmony and balance. Ryukin shook his head in resignation. Thus far, everything had unfolded precisely according to his thoughts. The others observed Ryukin's increasing frustration, yet they were still somewhat perplexed. After all, they had not fully grasped the consequences of the Mist Shinobi's approach. Ryukin looked up at Kakashi and the others, who appeared bewildered, and said, "Are you wondering why I am concerned about the Mist Shinobi's tactics? Clearly, this approach would not inflict significant casualties upon us. And you cannot comprehend why I worry about the impact of their actions on the Leaf?" Kakashi nodded first, while Hinata and his companions displayed their own confusion. Although Uchiha Yukin and Uchiha Dawa remained silent, they directed their gazes at Ryukin, patiently awaiting his explanation. Observing the bewilderment on their faces, Ryukin decided to share a tale from the distant ancient land of the East, hoping to impart a small shock to Kakashi and the others. He began, "Let me tell you a story, one that is called The Boy Who Cried Wolf." As Ryukin finished, a profound silence enveloped the group. He continued, "Although this story was originally meant to teach children the importance of honesty and the dangers of lying, the situation we face bears a striking resemblance to it, albeit with some role reversals. The current Mist Shinobi play the role of the boy who repeatedly cries wolf, while we, the Leaf, represent the villagers of the story." Longjin paused for a moment, then continued with a serious tone. "However, what is even more crucial is that the Mist Shinobi are not merely children. They embody the wolves of the story." Upon hearing these words, everyone suddenly awakened, instantly grasping the underlying causal relationships. After listening to Longjian's explanation, Uchiha Lyochuan's perception of him underwent a transformation. As a father and a clan elder, he not only sensed the conspiracy of the Mist Shinobi from the tale, but also keenly discerned an extraordinary wisdom emanating from Longjin's narrative, a wisdom that transcends his own heritage. Originating from a distant, ancient Eastern kingdom, the sensation was akin to a sudden smoothening and expansion of the cerebral cortex, accompanied by a profound sense of relaxation, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through the forests of Norway or a serene float in the Pacific Ocean off Sanya. He felt akin to a graceful butterfly savoring the first drop of dew after rain, surrounded by a few dogs, seated on the grassland, gazing into the horizon. He felt as though he had transformed into a tranquil pool, slowly ebbing and settling into calmness. Both Uchiha Lyochuan and Hyuga had their own sons. At this moment, a shared thought emerged in their hearts. Longjian would undoubtedly become a wise and nurturing parent in the future. Uchiha Lyochuan glanced at Uchiha Dawa beside him, and another thought suddenly arose. How wonderful it would be if he had a daughter. However, in less than a second, Uchiha Lyochuan dismissed this alarming thought from his mind. Is this an illusion? That mischievous child? Nonetheless, if all else fails, perhaps he could leave his rebellious son by Longjian's side for a few days of cultivation, to observe how such a remarkable child flourishes. With moral integrity, wisdom, artistry, and diligent labor, a comprehensive development, a quintessential example of an exemplary child. After Longjian elucidated the pros and cons, he turned to Hyuga and inquired, "Where are the ninjas who just engaged in battle with the Mist Shinobi?" We must relay this intelligence to the ninjas stationed at the border of the Land of Fire. If this situation continues to develop unchecked, it will be too late when the wolves truly arrive. Hyuga, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly, activated his Byakugan, and began to scan the surroundings. Soon, he raised his hand and pointed in a direction, stating, "They are not too far from the site of the recent battle. Currently, these individuals are relatively dispersed and show no signs of movement. It seems they are hiding, preparing for an ambush." Long Jian nodded, and at that moment, Kakashi had also dealt with the corpses of the mist shinobi. Subsequently, the group, under Hyuga's lead, swiftly advanced towards the location of the Leaf Ninjas who had recently engaged with the mist shinobi. Before long, Long Jian and his companions arrived at the vicinity of another group of Leaf Ninjas. Observing the surrounding tranquility, Hyuga gestured to Long Jian, indicating their proximity. Long Jian glanced at several sturdy trees nearby. In fact, without Hyuga's indication, Long Jian's sage art and thermal imaging technique had already revealed their positions. He then leapt down from the tree and approached the open space beneath the forest without any disguise, effectively stepping into the encirclement of the concealed Leaf Ninjas. Long Jian called out loudly, "I am Nara Long Jian, who is the captain of the squad, lying in ambush around here. Come forth and meet me. I bear important intelligence." The surroundings remained silent. Long Jian narrowed his eyes, and shadows beneath his feet swiftly spread outward like a tide. Concurrently, numerous crimson-eyed, ghostly soldiers began to emerge from the shadows. Long Jian's voice, tinged with a chill, resonated. "Now, can you verify my identity, or must I drag each of you out one by one to prove it?" As soon as Long Jian finished speaking, a figure leapt down from a tree, appearing before him. Long Jian focused his gaze and recognized a young ninja. Scratching his head with an awkward smile, who addressed Long Jian. "Long Jian-sensei, I apologize, please forgive us. We were preparing an ambush against the mist shinobi. Hence, we did not dare to reveal ourselves until we confirmed your identity. However, your strength is remarkable. You discovered our ambush effortlessly." Long Jian looked at the young man, and his familiarity prompted him to ask, "Have we met before?" The young man nodded vigorously, continuing, "You might not recall me, as we have not met before. However, I participated in the counteroffensive against the Sand Shinobi under your and Hyuga Hizashidano's leadership. I was fortunate to be assigned to your first combat team, and it was thanks to you that I managed to survive. Reflecting on that battle, your display of power still leaves me in awe. Back then, I was merely a chunin. Now I have been promoted to Special Jonin." Long Jian suddenly realized this was a former teammate from the war against the Sand Shinobi, whom he had guided to safety. Nevertheless, while encountering a fan is delightful, he still needed to conduct his customary inquiries. Long Jian asked the young ninja, "Have the mist shinobi been particularly active within our Land of Fire as of late? Have you frequently clashed with them?" The young ninja nodded, replying, "Indeed, the mist shinobi have been a nuisance lately, frequently appearing near our stationed area. However, my comrades are no pushovers. We have consistently repelled the mist shinobi, and they have not dared to approach the village." Long Jian's tone remained calm as he continued, "What is the current casualty situation?" The young ninja patted his chest with pride, proclaiming, "Our squad has suffered 0 casualties. The mist shinobi cannot contend with us, and we always manage to drive them back. Their abilities are rather limited. They strike and flee, showing no real skill." Upon hearing this, Long Jian narrowed his eyes and pressed on, "What about the casualties among the mist shinobi?" A hint of embarrassment crossed the young ninja's face as he scratched his head and replied, "The mist shinobi Haven T sustained significant casualties either. They're always driven back before we can pursue." Long Jian interrupted the young ninja. "Is it difficult to pursue, or is it that you simply do not wish to chase them?" Long Jian fixed his gaze on the young man, who appeared increasingly uncomfortable. Without pausing, Long Jian shared the intelligence he had recently gathered along with his judgments. The young man's expression changed dramatically. He then bowed deeply to Long Jian, solemnly stating, "It is my oversight. Long Jian-sensei, I failed to recognize the severity of this issue. Please grant us the opportunity to rectify our mistakes. For now on, we shall engage the mist shinobi with unwavering resolve." Long Jian, however, shook his head and addressed the young ninja. "There's a more pressing task I must assign to you and your squad. You must relay this intelligence to all the ninjas in this area. Gather everyone together and prepare for the imminent possibility of war, rather than continuing to engage in friendly skirmishes with the mist shinobi." The young ninja nodded earnestly, promptly stating that he would lead his team to depart immediately. Long Jian continued, stating that according to the intelligence, the one-in would take their next action around the day after tomorrow, leaving us little time to prepare. This information must be disseminated swiftly. Furthermore, if anyone doubts its credibility, let them know that it was I, Nara Longjian, who conveyed it. Follow the directive for now, and I will take full responsibility should any issues arise. The admiration for Longjian re-emerged in the young man's eyes. He then raised his hand and made a gesture, prompting the hidden ninjas to reveal themselves. At that moment, Longjian noticed that among the young man's team was a subordinate who appeared even younger than himself. Likely just graduated from the ninja academy and assigned to the team. Longjian suddenly understood the young man's decision to refrain from pursuing, with several children under his command. How could he afford to take risks? After greeting Longjian, the young man swiftly departed with his concealed team. Watching them leave, Longjian couldn't help but ponder whether this marked the end of one war or the beginning of another. As the young ninja navigated through the woods, he rapidly relayed the intelligence to his team while consulting a map to review the lookout points established by Konoha in the area. He prepared to send his team members on separate missions to ensure the intelligence was disseminated quickly throughout the region. After all, if Longjian's claims were accurate, they had little time left to prepare for the impending conflict. Once the young ninja had assigned his team to their respective lookout points, a boy who appeared younger than Longjian curiously asked, "Captain, who was that impressive person speaking earlier? He seemed to show you no respect at all, yet you appeared to respect him greatly." The young ninja gently patted the boy's head and replied, "He possesses strength that demands our respect. Many victories in Konoha's wars are closely tied to him. He is a formidable ninja. If you are unfamiliar with his name, you must have heard of his title. He is the Lord of the Shadow Flow in Konoha." The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "So he is the Lord of the Shadow Flow. He looks so young, even younger than you, Captain. The aura he exudes is truly powerful. No wonder he is a strong figure in Konoha. I aspire to become a powerful ninja like him." The young ninja smiled and encouraged the boy, "Then you must work hard. He is an idol for many children in the village who wish to become ninjas like him. However, our current mission is equally vital. We must prioritize the transmission of this intelligence. Otherwise, if the one-in suddenly declare war, we will be in dire straits." He gazed into the distance, reflecting, "Indeed, he is younger than I, yet his prowess has reached heights we can only aspire to." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, several Konoha ninjas emerged from their lookout posts, preparing to patrol the surrounding areas as per their usual routine. These ninjas appeared weary, evidently having not rested well in recent days. One of them turned to the older ninja and asked, "Captain, do you think the one-in will come today? These irritating foes have prevented us from getting any rest." The older ninja replied sternly, "Regardless of whether they come or not, we must maintain our patrol. It is our duty." The young ninja shrugged helplessly and remarked to his comrades, "The captain is as serious as ever. I believe the village should reward him handsomely. No one else could carry out this role with such dedication." The surrounding ninjas nodded in agreement, acknowledging his sentiment. The older ninja said nothing further and continued leading his team on their patrol. After a while, the team of Konoha ninjas entered a clearing within the forest. Suddenly, the leading captain halted and signaled for the others to stop. The team, sensing something was amiss, swiftly formed a defensive formation, standing back to back and scanning their surroundings. The absence of even the slightest bird song indicated a troubling presence. Someone nearby had caused the birds to flee. The older ninja gripped his kunai tightly, his gaze sweeping the area. Suddenly, he noticed a thick fog beginning to rise around them. The mist grew denser, obscuring his view of his own team. The older ninja quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Futon, Detapa." With a powerful gust of wind expelled from his mouth, the thick fog dispersed. At that moment, the Konoha team finally discerned their predicament. They were surrounded by numerous one-in perched among the trees. One one-in, grinning wickedly, clapped and taunted the older ninja. "Well done, old man. Your reflexes are commendable, but that is all you have." The older Konoha ninja, eyes glinting with murderous intent, surveyed the one-in encircling his team and spat defiantly. "Though I may be old, I am more than capable of handling you ragtag one-in." The one-in who had spoken earlier, eyes filled with malice, retorted, "Old man, you are oblivious to your impending doom. All you have left is empty bravado. I look forward to seeing how you handle so many of my comrades." With that, the one-in erupted in raucous laughter, their arrogance unabashed as they regarded the Konoha team with mocking gazes. Like a hunter spotting prey, they relished the opportunity to toy with the Konoha ninjas, determined not to let them die easily. Simultaneously, Similar events unfolded across various large regions along the borders of the Fire Country. The Onin, previously known for their hit-and-run tactics, had now gathered a significant force, launching simultaneous attacks on multiple large areas of the Konoha border with relentless vigor. The situation developed precisely as Long Jian had foreseen, with the Onin brazenly assembling. Countless Onin had already infiltrated the Fire Country. Following new orders, they converged under the leadership of formidable Onin, pouncing upon the now complacent Konoha ninjas like famished wolves. At the moment when Konoha appeared most vulnerable, the Onin's claws were unleashed. Without hesitation, they launched a ferocious assault on the defenses of the Fire Country. War erupted like fireworks in an instant, igniting once more. The flames of battle blazed and swiftly spread throughout the Fire Country, with the acrid smoke billowing as the Onin, akin to ravenous wolves, pounced upon the startled Konoha ninjas. As a series of intense explosions reverberated, thick smoke billowed from several forests within the land of Hai no Kuni, accompanied by cries of battle, shouts of curses, and the clashing sounds of ninjutsu and tools. In an instant, the stationed Konoha ninjas at the border found themselves under a fierce assault from a multitude of premeditated mist ninjas approaching from all directions. As the battle commenced, the Konoha ninjas were gradually pushed back by the relentless advance of the mist ninjas. This current situation, of course, was anticipated by the mist ninjas. After all, they had been feigning weakness against the Konoha ninjas for quite some time. They could be likened to the Oscar winners of Ninja World, striking and retreating without engaging in prolonged combat, always avoiding risk and fearing casualties. These four phrases had become a common description among the Konoha ninjas stationed at the border regarding their mist counterparts. However, the Konoha ninjas were utterly unprepared for the fact that the mist ninjas' behavior was calculated and strategic, designed to present the very facade that the Konoha ninjas wished to see. As the saying goes, the bright moon decorates your window, and what you see is merely what others wish for you to perceive. Now, these meticulously crafted phenomena by the mist ninjas had seamlessly transformed into a death knell for the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided. The mist ninjas, who had always retreated before, finally savored the exhilarating sensation of turning the tide. Across various battlefields, the mist ninjas relentlessly pursued the fleeing Konoha ninjas, who could only hurl insults while desperately retreating. The mist ninjas showed no mercy, their taunts growing increasingly vulgar. They proclaimed that they had only retreated before to let the Konoha ninjas escape. Now that they were pursuing them, did the Konoha ninjas dare to confront them? This was akin to losing a duel, yet still being patted on the head. They vowed to crush these Konoha keyboard warriors. Thus, a somewhat comical and absurd scene unfolded throughout the land of Hai no Kuni. A group of furious mist ninjas, faces flushed with anger, chased after the frantically fleeing Konoha ninjas, who retorted with mockery. "Look at you, so eager. Do you think my mocking is a taunt? Wrong. You've entirely misunderstood our intentions. When you're in a fierce battle on the ninja arena and find yourself at a disadvantage, the pat on the head is actually a sign of concern, yet you always think the worst of us villagers." The mist ninjas swiftly made a decisive choice. Damn it. Let us kill these Konoha brats. At this moment, those familiar with the intricacies of the situation would know that the Konoha ninjas' behavior was likely influenced by some cunning strategist behind the scenes. Within mere minutes, the mist ninjas entered a peculiar state, as if their left brains were elbowing their right brains, their thoughts replaced by a singular focus, to annihilate the village of headpatters. They wished for Konoha to meet its demise. As time passed, the mist ninjas advanced their front lines with little resistance, effortlessly breaching many of the checkpoints established by Konoha. The Konoha ninjas seemed reduced to mere talking heads, frantically retreating closer to their village while leaving behind a few lonely corpses after each initial skirmish with the mist forces. They presented a pitiful sight of utter defeat. The mist ninjas surged forward like a tidal wave, mocking the fleeing Konoha squads as they pressed on, igniting the flames of war toward Konoha village. As the pursuit deepened, the mist ninjas suddenly noticed that the Konoha ninjas who had been fleeing in panic had simultaneously halted, leaning against trees and gasping for breath. The mist ninjas rejoiced, thinking that their adversaries had finally exhausted themselves. With sinister smiles, they formed a semicircle around the Konoha ninjas. A leading mist ninja captain sneered, "Damn it, are all you Konoha folks rabbits? You run pretty fast. Running, huh? Why aren't you running now? If I catch you, you're in for a world of hurt." The elder Konoha ninja, previously calm and composed, now bore wounds on his left leg and arm, blood oozing from them. He looked back at the throng of mist ninjas, a rare smile breaking across his face as he replied, "Really? I had no idea we were so impressive. Besides, even rabbits need to rest when they're tired. After all, if they overexert themselves, rabbit meat 1T tastes as good." The mist ninjas erupted in laughter. One of them jested, "You're quite amusing, old man. Why don't you kneel and beg me to capture you alive? It might save you from a worse fate later." The elder Konoha ninja snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and replied icily, "Some individuals are truly pitiful, having chased for so long without distinguishing the hunter from the prey. Youngster, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I'll return the sentiment. I hope you remain just as defiant when the time comes." The mist ninja froze, taken aback, and before he could retort, the elder Konoha ninja raised a hand. Instantly, several Konoha ninjas retrieved signal flares from their tool pouches and launched them into the sky without hesitation. As brilliant lights illuminated the surroundings, the mist ninjas soon heard the rapid sounds of movement in the nearby forest, the unmistakable noise of ninjas traversing through the woods. A single arrow piercing the clouds summoned forth 1,000 troops. In mere moments, the number of Konoha ninjas surrounding the mist ninjas became significantly greater. The tides had turned. From encirclement to being encircled, all it took was a few signal flares. The leading Konoha ninja, expression cold, stood atop a tree overlooking the now chaotic and noisy mist ninjas below, and with a decisive gesture, unleashed an onslaught of ninjutsu and tools upon the surrounded mist ninjas. The elder Konoha ninja swiftly tended to his wounds with a medical kit before charging back into the fray, leaving behind a calm declaration, "Mist brats, the true war has only just begun." As the first signal flare illuminated the sky, a chain reaction erupted within the land of fire. Signal flares began to blossom from multiple directions in succession. Much like the initial moments, the ninjas of One-In simultaneously breached the defenses of Konoha from various angles, initiating a relentless pursuit of the Konoha ninjas as they advanced forward. At the same time, the One-In found themselves ensnared by the Konoha ninjas, who had been strategically positioned in ambush, suffering a devastating blow in their first official engagement. This was the fruit of Long Jian's meticulous intelligence dissemination and tactical arrangements over the past 2 days. Contemplating the situation, Long Jian realized that engaging the One-In in a head-on confrontation within such a short time frame, while aiming for victory, was a formidable challenge. Though not impossible, the potential casualties on his side would be utterly unacceptable. The One-In's premeditated strike could inflict severe damage on Konoha if an appropriate countermeasure was not devised. Even if Konoha managed to repel the One-In through its formidable foundation, the lurking threat from other vigilant ninja villages could exploit the opportunity to wage war against Konoha. After all, few leaders of ninja villages are devoid of cunning. The age-old adage of the clam and the snipe, where the fisherman benefits, rings true. If the opportunity presents itself, who would refrain from seizing it? The strategy of taking advantage of one's weaknesses is a common tactic in the game of war. Moreover, Konoha, being the most formidable ninja village, faced immense scrutiny. Many would eagerly wish to see it brought to its knees. Even if total annihilation was not the goal, demands for territory, reparations, apologies, and recognition would be inevitable. Consequently, upon receiving Long Jian's intelligence and analysis, the upper echelons of Konoha recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite mobilizing a large contingent, the timing would not align with the One-In's operations. By the time reinforcements arrived, the front lines would likely be decimated. Should the One-In arrive at Konoha's gates, other ninja villages might seize the moment to strike as well. Thus, with the unanimous support of Uncle Shi, the third Hokage ultimately decided to place Long Jian, already at the front lines, in full command of the ninjas to confront the impending conflict. Although the conservative elders, led by Danzo, expressed doubts, asserting that Long Jian was merely a child, they acknowledged his combat prowess yet felt he lacked the acumen compared to his uncle, Nara. If appointed as the overall commander of the war, they believed it might be premature, even if events unfolded as Long Jian predicted. They harbored serious doubts regarding his ability to manage the One-In's calculated assault. In response to such skepticism, Uncle Shi merely posed a question. Do you have a better, more suitable candidate at this moment? The elders exchanged glances and fell silent. Uncle Shi asserted, by my word, my disciple is more than capable. Nevertheless, the obstinate elders were reluctant to concede Long Jian's leadership. They warned that if the One-In had no intention of war, Long Jian would be guilty of exaggerating the situation. Conversely, if the One-In launched an offensive and Long Jian failed to respond effectively, he would be deemed grossly negligent, and upon returning to the village, he would face censure. Uncle Shi, having heard this, felt exasperated. It was evident that these elders were merely seeking a scapegoat for their own incompetence. When the One-In inevitably struck, they would shift all blame on a Long Jian, absolving themselves of responsibility. Uncle Shi, however, was not easily manipulated. After considering the elders' demands, a glimmer of determination appeared in his golden serpentine eyes. He swiftly affirmed that his disciple Long Jian was entirely capable of the task. Yet, he then proposed a stipulation to the third Hokage, should the war erupt as Long Jian anticipated, and if Long Jian successfully led the front-line ninjas to counter the One-In-S assault and even repel them. All details of the incident must be clearly communicated to the villagers. This included the circumstances leading to Long Jian's mission to the Land of Water, the intelligence discovered, and the decision to appoint him as the commander, ultimately leading to the One-In-S defeat. The villagers must recognize that the victory was solely due to Long Jian's efforts, and the credit and accolades must be distinctly attributed to him. Uncle Shi's unspoken sentiment was, "This has nothing to do with you elders who only know how to sit in offices." A unique glimmer of wisdom sparkled in his gaze. The third Hokage, upon hearing this, instinctively drew in a couple more puffs of smoke. He suddenly perceived a marked change in his favored disciple. Previously, Orochimaru would never have considered garnering the villagers' support for his disciple. In truth, even Orochimaru himself lacked substantial backing among the common populace of the village. His achievements lay primarily in military exploits, and he was more engrossed in scientific endeavors, leaving little time or inclination for such endeavors. Yet now, the reality was undeniable. The third Hokage gazed at Uncle Shi, whose expression remained unchanged, paused for a moment, and eventually nodded in agreement with Uncle Shi's proposal. However, he indicated that he would summon additional personnel from the village to support Long Jian at the One-In front. Uncle Shi was also to accompany them. The third Hokage, still harboring concerns, decided to deploy Uncle Shi to the front lines, ensuring that even if Long Jian faltered, his mentor could step in. In any case, they aimed to avoid outcomes that would be too challenging to accept. Uncle Shi offered no further words, nodded, and promptly departed. He then relayed the details of the meeting and the village's decision to Long Jian, along with the official appointment of him as commander. Upon receiving the message from Uncle Shi, Long Jian opened the scroll and learned of the unfolding events in the village, a wave of emotion swelling within him. Uncle Shi, oh Uncle Shi, he truly moves me to tears. Who but a perverse individual could find fault with anything about my esteemed mentor? Uncle Shi merely remarked, "Are they not just foolish villagers? With a little clever maneuvering, they will all become your admirers. I have endured hardships, and my disciple shall not suffer the same fate." Ah, the wisdom of the snake. Has he truly comprehended that water can both carry and capsize a boat? The success of this endeavor hinges on Long Jian's own capabilities. He must not squander the rare opportunity Uncle Shi has orchestrated to win the hearts of the people. Long Jian reined his thoughts and once again unfurled the scroll, only to be met with the glaring 8 characters left by Uncle Shi. "You have my protection. Take them down." Thus, propelled by Uncle Shi's encouragement, Long Jian, now the frontline commander, began to engage his super intellect in search of a relatively flawless solution to the crisis posed by the Mist Ninjas. To present such a challenge to Long Jian in such a brief time frame was akin to asking ZYH to delve into the study of geography. ZYH, whom you may not recognize, was Long Jian's desk mate in his previous world. When asked how to enhance soil fertility, he suggested vigorously promoting burial practices. After much contemplation, Long Jian ultimately devised a strategy that could be easily implemented in a short span of time, one that would effectively reduce casualties and, more importantly, if executed well, could potentially eradicate the Mist Ninjas in one fell swoop. Indeed, the dire fate of the Mist Ninjas stemmed from the cunning mind of this exceptionally sharp, yet infuriatingly audacious, young man. First, before the troops took action, he initiated a round of taunts. This advanced mockery cast the Mist Ninjas into a subtly debilitating state, an intelligence of 100 with an anger boost of 200 which, while also granting a positive power increase of 100, simultaneously had a high likelihood of inducing a negative condition, confusion. Additionally, a special effect was triggered, They were compelled to first attack a minion bearing the taunt effect. As the mist ninjas seethed with rage, Konoha remained serene, marking a victory. Furthermore, Long Jian was acutely aware that with so many opponents present, a few astute individuals would undoubtedly emerge. To prevent those clever and emotionally stable mist ninjas from easily unraveling his next move, he arranged for the Konoha ninjas who had previously engaged in house games with the mist ninjas to gather and redefine their operational zones. Aside from the regular patrols and the brave souls left behind as bait, the new operational areas were smaller and closer to the village, which simultaneously meant a significant increase in the density of Konoha ninjas within each zone. The activities were feigned, while the ambush was genuine. These newly delineated zones were precisely where the mist ninjas found themselves surrounded and subjected to a fierce onslaught. The mist ninjas were in the light, while Konoha lurked in the shadows, representing a second victory. Finally, as the mist ninjas pursued the bait prepared by Long Jian, their frustration and haste led them into a trap, only realizing it was all part of Long Jian's scheme once they were encircled by Konoha ninjas. The adage one burst of energy leads to decline and exhaustion rang true, and the mist ninjas, likely exhausted and depleted, faced a Konoha that was largely fresh and ready. The ebb and flow of strength indicated a promising triumph for Konoha. This narrative of victories and defeats in the context of Konoha and the mist ninjas reflected Long Jian's inaugural assessment as the battlefield commander. When Long Jian sent his plans to Uncle Shi for review, the latter's expression upon receiving the scroll could be likened to wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow, sweat for the mist ninjas. Uncle Shi suddenly felt that his disciple was quite clever after all. He recalled the first time he publicly declared Nara Long Jian as his apprentice. Even Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan and widely regarded as one of the brightest minds in the ninja world, had come to visit him. Their conversation was largely centered around Long Jian. At the end of their discourse, Uncle Shi was left with a distinct impression that Nara Shikaku was conveying an unspoken message. Uncle Shi, my nephew may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, as he hasn't inherited our Nara family's intellect. However, he has always been hardworking and quite capable. Any menial or taxing tasks you wish to delegate, he is more than fit to handle. He is also quite entertaining. Just be careful not to let him come a harm. Being a man of belief, Uncle Shi did not dwell on these thoughts, treating Long Jian merely as a simpleton to nurture. Reflecting on their master-student bond, he felt compelled to repay Long Jian's dedication by imparting upon him various techniques for survival and combat. In the event of future conflicts, or should Uncle Shi be unable to protect him, Long Jian would at least possess means to sustain himself. If all else failed, resorting to violence in Konoha was a viable option. However, it appeared that Long Jian was not as lacking as Uncle Shi had imagined. After all, he was indeed a strategic mastermind. Upon reevaluating, it seemed the Nara genes were robust, as even a hint of their intellect sufficed. This was not unlike the legendary Minato Namikaze, a shining example of genius. If Long Jian were aware that Uncle Shi had always viewed him as a fool, he would undoubtedly erupt in exasperation, exclaiming, "Don't underestimate the value of 9 years of compulsory education." Returning to the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted following the successful implementation of Long Jian's strategies. Mist ninja troops began to succumb to ambushes orchestrated by Konoha ninjas, turning to flee in desperation. The line between hunter and prey often blurs, as skilled hunters can appear as their quarry. The exchange of roles can transpire in an instant. Nevertheless, in regions where Konoha and Mist ninja forces were evenly matched, fierce clashes continued to erupt. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, the whirring of ninja techniques and tools, and the smoke from explosions permeated the forest. Occasionally, the wails of the fallen echoed, marking the permanence of loss upon this land. War, after all, is a colossal meat grinder, perpetually consuming the lives of ninjas. At this moment, along a secluded forest path interspersed between areas of large-scale conflict, a small group of a dozen ninjas clad in combat attire was hastily advancing toward Konoha village. No one uttered a word, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and tension. At the forefront of the group stood a youthful figure with a doll-like face and verdant hair. Indeed, I speak of his hair. A scar resembling a stitched line adorned his left cheek, lending his youthful visage a semblance of maturity. In his grasp, he wielded a peculiar weapon, stick-like, with a hook at the end, from which bloomed a verdant flower. This was none other than the fourth Mizukage, Yuzuya Ichiraku. leading his contingent of mist ninjas with a grave expression toward Konoha. Beside him was a familiar face to Longjien, Ao. At that moment, Ao activated his Byakugan and solemnly addressed Yuzuya Ichiraku. Lord Ichiraku, we have successfully traversed the main combat zone without being pursued by Konoha. We must now exercise caution to avoid the approaching reinforcements from Konoha. We should soon reach the vicinity of Konoha village. Goju Shirchao nodded slightly, his expression grave and his tone equally serious as he addressed Qing. Thank you for your efforts in preparing for the upcoming battle. Now that we have crossed into the combat zone, you may intermittently utilize your Byakugan. However, we must remain vigilant in reconnaissance. Every step we take is critical. Qing nodded heavily in agreement. Goju Shirchao continued. It is unexpected that the individuals from Konoha have seen through our scheme and made preparations in advance, turning the tables on us with an ambush. Nevertheless, as he spoke, Goju Shirchao's demeanor softened slightly as he glanced at the black-haired masked figure beside him. Despite the lack of significant gains on the front lines, we have at least achieved another objective, drawing the majority of Konoha's attention. This allows our operations to proceed as planned. Unbeknownst to Goju Shirchao, several pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly opened above the dense forest where they had just swiftly traversed, silently observing their retreating figures. I told you so, yet you still don't believe me. I am indeed a strategist. With those few words, the Mist Ninja Squad, clearly engaged in a special mission, fell into a profound silence once more. Under Goju Shirchao's leadership, they continued resolutely towards Konoha. The distant sounds of battle and shouts of killing grew fainter, and the weight of the moment pressed heavily upon their hearts. Although they understood the importance of their mission, Konoha's counterattack had taken them by surprise. The Mist Ninjas found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, leaving them with a haunting sense of treading upon the fallen comrades of the village as they pressed onward. From the outset of their operation to the abrupt shift in the battlefield, the series of unforeseen events exacerbated the already serious atmosphere within the team, creating a palpable tension that made it difficult to breathe. Among the Mist Ninja Squad was a young, strikingly beautiful female ninja with chestnut hair and captivating emerald eyes. Yet, at this moment, her gaze was filled with worry and gravity. This was Terumi Mei, the future 5th Mizukage, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Ryukin just days prior. Today, she truly comprehended why Konoha was universally regarded as the most formidable enemy among the great ninja villages. It was not solely due to the abundance of powerful shinobi, but also because, in critical moments, there were always those willing to sacrifice everything for their village, fighting until the very end. The ninjas who acted as bait, leading the Mist Ninjas into Konoha's encirclement, included seasoned veterans and newly graduated fresh faces. Yet they seemed to harbor no resentment, even in their final moments. All that remained was an unquenchable hatred for the Mist Ninjas' invasion of the Land of Fire, their fierce gazes brimming with a ferocity that suggested they wished to tear the intruders apart. How could such a perilous mission be executed with such nonchalance? It was today that Terumi Mei finally understood why they had gathered so many elite forces to venture into the heart of the Land of Fire for this perilous task. Even knowing that within this group was one who would likely not survive, even if the mission were completed. This individual, too, was aware of their fate. Yet they remained resolute. This was the essence of true strength. I cannot be a burden to my seniors, nor to the Mist Village, Terumi Mei thought to herself, her gaze regaining its initial clarity and determination. Just as she adjusted her state of mind, a familiar voice suddenly disrupted her thoughts. Well, look at all these people. Are you here for a gathering in Konoha? Please show me your invitation. What are you staring at, green-haired one? Yes, I'm talking to you. Instead of dyeing your hair, you should be studying. Besides your invitation, show me your ID. Some green-haired individual. I'm 28 this year. Terumi Mei's pupils dilated as she quickly looked up. The voice was all too familiar. It belonged to the man who had nearly killed her just days ago, the one who had almost sent her and all her teammates to their demise. The man who left her feeling utterly defeated, Nara Ryukin. Goju Shirchao's expression darkened as he gazed at Ryukin, who sat casually on a tree stump by the roadside, leaning on the wicked blade Moi, his tone icy as he spoke. Nara Ryukin, I did not anticipate your swift return to the Land of Fire. It seems my plans have been deciphered and countered by you. Truly, you are deserving of the title of Shadow Master, both in strength and intellect. Upon realizing that Ryukin, who had been ruthlessly tormenting the Mist Ninjas in the Water Country just days prior, now stood before him, blocking his path, Goju Shirchao understood. Nara Ryukin was indeed the one from Konoha who had unraveled his scheme and turned it against him, the very strategist he had cursed. Ryukin, hearing Goju Shirtsao's unreserved praise, appeared somewhat bashful as he scratched his head and replied, "You're making me shy with your compliments. Your tactic of openly laying out a path while secretly maneuvering is quite clever. However, it's a pity that Shin's Byakugan cannot locate my shadow army. It seems my plan to catch the cicada has been overshadowed by the mantis." Suddenly, Ryukin's demeanor shifted, his aura darkening as the power of shadows surged around him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, evoking an involuntary shiver. At the same time, natural chakra began to converge frantically towards him, and a purple sage-like visage began to emerge on his face, exuding an aura that was both otherworldly and enigmatic. In his blood-red pupils, a hint of pure gold mingled as he fixed his icy gaze upon the 10 or so mist ninjas before him, his tone devoid of emotion. "Our reminiscing ends here. Regardless of your intentions in Konoha, those plans are now nullified by my unilateral veto." With that, Ryukin slowly rose, gripping Moi an angle. The wicked blade poised towards the ground. Shadows rapidly extended from beneath him, enveloping a vast area and creating his domain of darkness. Soldiers from his shadow army began to rise from the shadows. Ghost shadows, claw shadows, giant shadows, flying shadows, an uncountable number appearing behind Ryukin. Their identical crimson pupils locked onto the mist ninjas across from them, sending chills down their spines. Moi, in Ryukin's grip, seemed to sense the impending conflict, exuding a subtle purple-black glow, not dazzling but brimming with an ominous energy. Ryukin, wielding Moi, made a swift slash at the ground, leaving a deep gash in the earth. "This path is closed." Goju Shirtshao observed Ryukin, radiating a formidable presence, blade in hand, prepared for battle. A single man dared to confront all of them, and a grave expression crossed his face. In truth, this statement was not entirely accurate, for behind Ryukin stood countless soldiers of the Shadow Army, their vicious fangs bared, their scarlet eyes gleaming with a terrifying murderous intent. Above them, flying soldiers with bat-like wings circled, while the ghost shadows brandished an array of weapons, poised for action. As soon as the armored soldiers appeared, they promptly formed their ranks. The sound of their armor clashing and grinding against one another reverberated ominously, exuding an aura of menace. The Troll Legion cast formidable shadows, the Blade Legion brandished their claws, the Abnormal Legion displayed their soft silhouettes, while the Hunter Legion showcased their pincers, each uniquely characterized yet harmoniously complementing one another. The palpable sense of oppression seemed to signal that they were merely awaiting the command of their king, ready to charge ruthlessly at their foes and drag them into the depths of true darkness. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by the crowd, several small creatures resembling baby sharks, devoid of eyes yet possessing a large mouth, stealthily emerged from the shadows. They cautiously approached the feet of the group, led by Goju Shirtsae, occasionally pausing by trees to catch their breath, their adorable bodies rising and falling, embodying the essence of a thrillingly professional operative. These shadow-eating soldiers had grown considerably since the first summoning by Longjian, yet they still retained an endearing vulnerability. Shadow-eating. I hope when my mouth finds its way to your shadow, you will think the same. Oh, my friend, my mouth is right there on your shadow. Time to feast. In truth, since Longjian had the ability to summon these little creatures, large-scale wars had become quite rare within the shinobi world. Most conflicts had been resolved, and Longjian had become engrossed in mastering and studying sage techniques, limiting his participation in battles. Had it not been for the recent mission in the Land of Water, where he endeavored to improve the little one's diet by absorbing some of the mist shinobi shadows, they would likely appear even more malnourished than they currently did. However, growing children require sustenance. Longjian vaguely remembered that these seemingly harmless soldiers held the potential to evolve into a unique-tailed beast for the Shadow Legion. While ensuring that the little ones were well-fed, he had secretly begun to nurture his own shadow-tailed beast. Goju Shirtsae tightened his grip on his weapon, directing it at Longjian as he assumed a battle stance. In a low voice, he instructed his companions, "I will engage this foe, while the rest of you must break through with the adults and continue the mission. Do not overexert yourselves. The enemy before us is far stronger than rumored, and you cannot handle him. I will take the lead." Without waiting for a response from Ching and the others, Goju Shirtsae charged hastily towards Longjian. Observing his approach, Longjian's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village, raising his weapon, Moxie, pointedly at Shirtsae. Following Longjian's command, The surrounding Shadow Legion surged forward with alarming speed, akin to a tide crashing towards Guji Shirtsong. In an instant, Guji Shirtsong found himself engulfed by the Shadow Legion, reminiscent of a small vessel being swallowed by a black ocean. The remaining Mist Shinobi, witnessing Shirtsong's advance into the ranks of the Shadow Legion, swiftly joined the fray. The air erupted with sounds of clashing weapons and various ninjutsu, secret techniques, and bloodline limits being unleashed in a frenzy. Melt Release, Melted Monster Technique. Ice Release, Snowstorm. Corpse Bone Pulse, 10-Finger Piercing Bullet. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The once tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony of noise, accompanied by the clamor of clashing weapons. Longjian, observing his allies battling against the relentless onslaught of the Shadow Legion, charged towards Guji Shirtsong to join the fray. Although Guji Shirtsong managed to hold his ground amidst the assault, Longjian would not allow him such ease. Channeling the power of shadows, Longjian leapt high, akin to a fierce eagle hunting its prey, launching a direct attack at Guji Shirtsong, who had just scattered several shadow soldiers with his coral staff. Eagle Strike. Feeling the gust of wind and the palpable malice descending from above, Guji Shirtsong swiftly raised his weapon, confronting Longjian's fierce blade with a fierce shout. Water Release, Clear Mirror of Still Water. A circular mirror, conjured from Water Release, quickly formed before Shirtsong's weapon. Longjian, undeterred, struck at the water mirror. The impact did not yield the anticipated violent collision. Instead, ripples cascaded across the surface of the mirror. After a moment of resistance, the mirror shattered, sending Longjian reeling back from a powerful backlash, flipping midair before regaining his footing on the ground. Guji Shirtsong, taking a few steps back, steadied himself with his weapon planted on the ground. Longjian was slightly taken aback. He had felt a strangely familiar force when his attack collided with Shirtsong's clear mirror of still water, as if he were battling against himself. Thus, he had endured such a tremendous force. Rubbing his wrist, Longjian mused, "Goodness, if I had taken that hit, it would have indeed been quite painful." A ninja previously pummeled by Longjian. Now you realize? Go away. Guji Shirtsong quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Do not get entangled with these shadow soldiers. It is a waste of energy. Capture the leader first." With that, he swiftly stowed his weapon behind him, forming a hand sign that left an afterimage. Water Release, Iron Cannonball. Guji Shirtsong's mouth and chest swelled as he unleashed an enormous sphere of chakra-infused water, propelled with tremendous force that obliterated a significant portion of the Shadow Legion before him, creating a vacuum in the air. Without hesitation, Guji Shirtsong seized his weapon and charged at Longjian. Simultaneously, several Mist Shinobi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, employed their unique techniques to escape the clutches of the Shadow Legion and joined Shirtsong in their advance towards Longjian, encircling him from various angles. In an instant, the Mist Shinobi formed a concerted effort to surround Longjian amidst the Shadow Legion's onslaught. Longjian's crimson pupils darted left and right, assessing the rapidly approaching quartet of Mist Shinobi and the fourth Mizukage, Guji Shirtsong. Gradually lowering his head, Longjian's eyes glowed with intensity as he formed a unique hand seal, blending the power of shadows with sage chakra, surging forth like an unstoppable tide. Then, a calm yet profound voice reached the ears of the Mist Shinobi. Sage Art, White Lightning Technique. As Longjian's tranquil voice resonated, the air seemed to thicken, and time appeared to slow. A crimson dragon, radiating a crimson glow, materialized from Longjian's mouth, clutching a pitch-black orb in its claws. Upon its emergence, the red dragon unleashed a furious roar, and the black orb began to levitate in midair. The red dragon commenced a rapid spin around the obsidian sphere. Before long, the crimson light dragon, after a graceful spin, accompanied by a resounding roar, swiftly dove into the obsidian orb. At that moment, time seemed to revert to its normal pace, and the movements of the mist ninjas quickened. Kuju Izong arrived before Longjian first, and upon sensing the presence of the red light dragon overhead, a profound astonishment flickered in his eyes. The truth was not that time had slowed, but rather that the speed of the Baiji technique was extraordinary, a celestial art employing the manipulation of light and sound, which, when compared to the speed of ordinary ninjas, rendered Kuju Izong and his comrades as if they had been paused. Once the Baiji technique reached its culmination, it was far too late to intervene. The other mist ninjas surrounding Longjian were equally taken aback by the sudden emergence of the red dragon, which had seamlessly integrated into the black orb above. The echoes of dragon roars reverberated in their ears. Nonetheless, they all gathered around Long Jian, their lethal moves poised and ready. The arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. Whether dragon or insect, the truth would be revealed beneath our hands. Kuju Izong swung his weapon with vigor, striking fiercely at Long Jian's head, bellowing, secret technique, coral staff strike. Should Long Jian dare to withstand this blow head-on, or be struck, the part of his body that made contact with Izong's weapon would become parasitic, continually siphoning his chakra, while coral would sprout. The more chakra within, the swifter the coral would grow. In the end, he would helplessly witness himself ensnared by coral, ripe for slaughter. Alternatively, he could entirely become a part of the coral. The expressions of the other mist ninjas hardened, their murderous intent surging as they charged at Long Jian, shouting in unison. Corpse bone pulse, early fern dance, ice release, breaking dragon and fierce tiger. Secret technique, misty vapor. Countless lethal techniques surged toward Long Jian. The mist ninjas believed that even if this leaf brat was indeed formidable, should he dare to face the onslaught of so many skilled fighters, he would either perish or be left crippled. They were determined to eliminate Long Jian, this flamboyant fool. Their moment of glory was upon them. However, as the powerful attacks neared Long Jian, the excitement in the eyes of the mist ninjas could no longer be contained. The obsidian orb hovering above them suddenly erupted in an explosion. Yet, in stark contrast to the anticipated powerful shockwave and deafening roar that typically accompanies an explosion, none materialized. Instead, in an instant, the mist ninjas in the area were enveloped in a blinding whiteness, followed by an excruciatingly sharp sound piercing their ears. The loss of vision and hearing plunged the mist ninjas into chaos. What followed was not a return to normalcy, but an overwhelming pain coursing through their ears and bodies. A member of the Kagaya clan among the mist ninjas was the first to crumble, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, his wretched cries echoing through the heavens. The remaining mist ninjas, suffering severe symptoms, only bled from their ears and pupils. Yet this Kagaya clan ninja appeared drenched in blood, his bones creaking ominously, as if they would shatter at any moment. The anguished wails of the Kagaya clan ninja brought some awareness to nearby mist ninjas, prompting them to seek a way to dispel Long Jian's bizarre celestial technique. However, the Baiji technique was not easily undone. It not only unleashed blinding light and piercing sounds that harmed the enemy's senses, but also utilized air vibrations to numb their sensory perceptions, inducing a bone-numbing sensation that restricted their movements. Logically, the Kagaya clan ninja should have been among the least harmed in this group, as their bones were renowned for their resilience. Yet, unexpectedly, misfortune arrived swifter than the speed of life itself. Closest to the eruption of the Baiji technique, he found his bones vibrating under its influence, creating a peculiar resonance with the technique. Even the strongest bones are still bones. The intense resonance subjected this Kagaya clan ninja to unimaginable suffering. He could distinctly feel his bones fracturing, crumbling, until they ultimately turned to dust. The result was devastating, as this Kagaya clan ninja met his demise beneath the very bones he once took pride in. His body transformed into a bloodied figure, with scarcely a whole bone left. His death a gruesome spectacle. The celestial technique Long Jian seldom employed was not without reason. It was a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. All beings within this area would be affected, regardless of friend or foe. To unleash it on the battlefield would be akin to pitting the lives of allies against enemies in a contest of survival. However, activated in Sage mode, Long Jian could shield his vision with the cornea of a serpent, rendering him impervious to the blinding light's effects. His shadowy, ethereal form adeptly navigated the sound and vibrations. In essence, the vicinity surrounding Long Jian had become a slaughterhouse solely for him. In the distance, the engaged ninjas could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the dazzling white light that had erupted from that location, stirring a sense of bewilderment within them. Long Jian slowly raised his head, revealing a smile. Although the Baiji technique had drained much of his sage chakra, its efficacy was apparent. Now, having awakened, it was time for the hunt. Just as Long Jian grasped Mo Xia, preparing to aid Kuju Izong by severing his head, a cool, slightly raspy voice suddenly resonated. Water release. Water cutting wave. In an instant, a high-pressure jet of water shot forth like a razor, rapidly aimed at Long Jian's head. As it was about to strike, Long Jian furrowed his brow. Subsequently, the water-cutting wave passed through his body, creating rippling distortions in the surrounding space. Simultaneously, Long Jin's attack on Kuju Izong missed entirely, passing straight through Izong's form. Before Long Jin could react, the voice continued. Secret technique, dustless maze. The figure of a black-haired masked individual slammed their palms onto the ground. A torrent of wild chakra surging forth. The surrounding moisture in the air rapidly condensed, as if obeying a command, swiftly converging towards the mist ninjas. A membrane resembling cling film enveloped the exterior of each ninja. To Long Jin's astonishment, after this layer of water membrane formed, the mist ninjas gradually began to emerge from the effects of the Baiji technique. This enigmatic, black-haired individual had, through sheer force of will, extricated the mist ninjas from Long Jin's slaughterhouse. Long Jin's gaze flickered as he addressed the black-haired figure. Impressive technique. The black-haired figure slowly rose, their body still brimming with turbulent chakra, confronting Long Jin with a faint smile, replying, "Yet it pales in comparison to the astonishment you've bestowed upon me, young one. It seems I truly have grown old. The future of the ninja world belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Long Jin chuckled softly, shaking his head, and continued, "How could that be? Your methods consistently astonish me time and again. Techniques that are effective against others seem to falter when faced with you." The enigmatic figure with black hair remained silent in response. Meanwhile, Long Jin's expression shifted from a smile to one of piercing intensity. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the masked visage of the black-haired mystery, as if he had penetrated the facade to discern the essence beneath. Long Jin's voice gradually resonated through the forest. "Am I correct in my assertion, Lord Sandai Mizuki?" Introduction. In Nara, the narrative commences with the summoning of the Shadow Legion. The Ninja Corps, Ging, the Blade Corps, Zhaoying, and the Nightbat Corps, Feiying, continuously reshape the perceptions of the native ninjas. Generals Nika, Ika, and Bart, each more unreasonable and formidable than the last. When the ultimate commander of the Shadow Legion, Terra, makes his appearance, all shadows shall bow before their rightful king. Sarutobi Hisashi, Nara Long Jin shall stand as the most exemplary embodiment of the will of fire from Konoha, for he is, in essence, the very representation of the shadow.